Huff, huff. I dashed through the dim alleyway, feeling as if some terrifying creature was hot on my heels. Behind me, 2 henchmen from the Devil's Gang chased after me like rabid dogs, refusing to let go. My name is Sunlight Lee. My parents also gave me a Chinese name, Li Ming. When it comes down to it, all of this trouble started because of that wretched ginger cat. Like a phantom, it lured me into this isolated corner, and unwittingly had me stumble upon the Devil's Gang's secret dealings. All I ever wanted was for that cat to have a better life, but instead, it nearly landed me in a coffin. I'm not about to forget this debt. As I ran for my life, my mind was a chaotic mess of thoughts. Strangely, the fear began to fade. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots erupted behind me, bursting through the alleyway like firecrackers. It was late at night, and the alley twisted and turned, narrow and poorly lit, cluttered with obstacles and blind corners. The 2 henchmen weren't marksmen. Their bullets went wide, sparking off the walls and shattering bits of stone near me. Though I was trembling with terror, luck was on my side. Not a single bullet actually hit me. In that moment, I felt an unexpected surge of adrenaline and found myself running faster than ever, quickly putting distance between us. Once I pulled ahead, I managed to regain a bit of composure. Maybe I thought if I could keep this up, I'd actually make it out alive. But fate always seems to have it in for me. No matter how poor their aim, with bullets flying wildly at such a big target, sooner or later, one was bound to hit. Crack! A bullet grazed my arm, tearing through my sleeve and ripping away a patch of skin. The pain nearly made me black out, cold sweat pouring down my face. It was just a flesh wound, nothing vital, but the sting was nearly unbearable. Aff! I screamed in agony, stumbling as I nearly lost my footing. Blood poured steadily from the wound, defying every attempt to staunch it, and my sleeve was quickly stained crimson. Panic clawed at my heart, but after all, I was almost a high school graduate. I knew this injury wouldn't kill me. Still, if I stopped because of the pain and got caught, that would be true disaster. With that thought, I gritted my teeth and kept running, but the wound slowed me down, sapping my strength with every step. The 2 henchmen closed in again, the gap between us shrinking. Tired already? Let's see you keep running now. Damn it, just die already. They snarled, grinning wickedly as they raised their pistols, ready to finish me off. Luckily, I was only a few strides from the corner. Summoning every last bit of strength, I lunged forward, narrowly dodging another volley of bullets. And then, just as they ran out of ammunition, their triggers clicking uselessly, I slipped into the safety of the shadowy bend, nearly vanishing from sight. Damn it, that guy's found our boss. The boss gave a kill order. He must be silenced forever, or we'll be the unlucky ones. We can't let him get away. After him, quick. They hurled curses as they chased after me. Seizing the moment, I managed to widen the gap between us. As I ran, I fought to calm myself down and figure out where I was. In my earlier panic, I'd taken several wrong turns, ending up farther and farther from the main street. Now that I was a bit more composed, I quickly spotted a possible escape route. If I can just make it around that corner and run a little further, I'll break out of this alley to the main street. Then I can find a cop, or maybe even Spider-Man to help me. Clinging to that thought, a tiny spark of hope flared up in my heart. But fate, as always, had a cruel sense of humor. The moment I burst around the corner, I spotted a man and a woman locked in a tight embrace. Under a street lamp, all but blocking the way. I almost let out a curse. Of all times, why did I have to run into something like this now? Despite my growing desperation, seeing people ahead, I still shouted a warning. The Devil's Gang is after me. Run now. I was struggling to save myself. But I didn't want to drag innocents into this, especially since they were blocking my only way out, and there was no way for me to go around them. Unfortunately, fate played another cruel trick on me. When I finally got a clear look at the couple, I couldn't help but mutter a curse under my breath. Bathed in the dim glow of the street lamp, I saw that the woman in the tall, thin man's arms was already lifeless. Her head lolled back limply, her face twisted in pain and unwillingness, her eyes staring straight at me in silent accusation. Ahead lay a scene straight out of a nightmare. Behind me, the Devil's Gang was closing in. I had nowhere left to run. The sharp, metallic tang of blood filled my nostrils and my stomach churned. I nearly threw up on the spot. I even hesitated for a split second, wondering if I should turn back. The 2 behind me were dangerous, yes, but at least they were still human. But this thing in front of me, who knew if it was man or monster? Besides, they'd run out of bullets. If this really was a vampire, maybe I could use the chaos to slip away, or at least buy myself a sliver of hope. Before I could make up my mind, the man, who was still feeding, suddenly lifted his head. My legs nearly buckled beneath me. His face was smeared with blood, his skin so pale it was almost translucent with a sickly bluish-gray tinge. blood-stained fangs bared, and his eyes were pitch black, with barely a trace of white. If this wasn't a vampire, what else could it be? Whatever scrap of hope I'd been clinging to shattered in an instant. Just as I'd glimpsed the possibility of escape, I was hurled straight into a horror film. The danger before me had escalated to a whole new level. I could all but feel fate mocking me. My situation now was nothing short of hopeless. The terrifying scene before me shattered my nerves. Exhausted as I already was, the shock and horror sent my spirit and willpower plummeting to rock bottom. Li Ming felt a dizzy spell wash over him, his mind going completely blank in that instant. Ever since I stumbled upon the Devil Gang's secret hideout and was forced to go on the run, my nerves have been stretched to the breaking point. Now, that final thread has snapped. Crack! It felt as if a taut string in my mind had suddenly snapped, or as if a thin veil within my soul had been violently torn apart. Without warning, an overwhelming and chaotic torrent of information surged into Li Ming's mind. Countless unfamiliar scenes flashed before his eyes, one after another in rapid succession. With each shifting vision, a jumble of indistinguishable, overlapping voices rose and fell by his ears, each more disorienting than the last. All those sounds merged into a deafening roar, echoing through Li Ming's head and bringing with them excruciating pain. That flood of tangled memories felt like an entire lifetime's worth of someone else's experiences, pouring into his mind all at once, churning and writhing inside his skull. Li Ming felt as if his head might split open from the sheer pressure. Aowa! His youthful, handsome face flushed a deep red. Veins bulged across his forehead, bloodshot eyes wide as streams of crimson trickled from his nostrils, quickly staining half his face. Were it not for the fact that he was now in the middle of a vampire's feeding frenzy, with gang members chasing him from behind, Li Ming would have already collapsed from the agony, losing consciousness on the spot. But now survival instinct alone kept him barely holding on. Even so, he could not help but clutch his head and scream in torment, collapsing to the ground and curling up into a trembling ball, temporarily robbed of all strength and will to move. His cries tore through the night, echoing along the desolate alleyways and carrying far and wide, like the mournful wail of an owl, sending chills down anyone's spine. Even the vampire was startled by Li Ming's sudden outburst. After a moment's pause, a wicked, mocking smile crept across his blood-stained lips. How amusing. Let's see. Did this little pest who dared disturb my meal just lose his mind from sheer terror? He carelessly tossed aside the lifeless woman he'd drained dry, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and, with a savage grin, began to approach Li Ming at a leisurely pace. At that moment, the Devil Gang thugs, chasing Li Ming, finally caught up. Did you hear that scream? Over here, this way. Ha ha ha. The brat's howling like he stepped on a trap. What happened to him? Cut the chatter. After him. We can't let that little rat get away. The thugs' jeering shouts echoed through the alley, mingling with the sounds of pounding footsteps and ragged breaths, growing louder and closer with every passing second. Li Ming was trapped, vampire looming before him, thugs closing in from behind. The sound of their footsteps, some hurried, some dragging, drew ever nearer. He no longer had the strength to get up and run. Every instinct screamed at him to escape, but his limbs refused to obey, and his mind teetered on the edge of collapse under the onslaught of alien memories. The constant stream of images clouded his vision, while the overlapping cacophony in his ears drowned out all other sounds. He couldn't even tell if the vampire was still feeding at its original spot, or if it was already approaching, ready to make him its next meal. I'm only 18. I haven't even really lived yet. I don't want to die here like this. Li Ming clung to the scraps of his resolve, desperately trying to pull himself together. He gasped for breath, forcing himself to stay calm, struggling to summon his courage and push aside the pounding in his head, doing his best to tune out the chaos around him. Yet his efforts brought little relief. His vision cleared only slightly, and the noise in his ears faded just enough that he could barely make out the sound of approaching footsteps. The pain in his head still raged on, and as the vampire drew closer, Li Ming found himself utterly powerless. He felt like a fish laid out on the chopping block, helplessly collapsing to the ground, left at the mercy of the vampire. As for those two henchmen from the demon gang, they no longer mattered in the face of this monster. If they dared to come closer, they'd likely meet the same terrible fate. As the vampire neared, his tall, gaunt figure blocked out the dim streetlight, and a deep shadow slowly crept over Li Ming's body. Just looking at the wound on that woman's neck, it must hurt terribly. I hope this vampire goes easy on me this time, Li Ming thought, his mind drifting in and out of consciousness. Information continued to swirl chaotically in his mind, his spirit drifting away, sinking deep into his soul, brushing against something hidden within. By the time Li Ming slipped into semi-consciousness, the vampire was already standing before him. I only came out tonight to try something different. Got tired of cold, packaged blood? Since you've come right to my doorstep, I suppose I'll treat myself to an extra meal. Come to think of it, I've never tasted the blood of your kind before, the vampire drawled, smiling ever more broadly as he looked down at Li Ming sprawled on the ground. Oh, and there are 2 more trailing behind? Looks like tonight I'll get my fill. Ever since that mysterious figure took charge, the higher-ups had tightened their grip, and it had been ages since he'd tasted fresh blood. Tonight, he simply couldn't resist the hunger any longer. He just wanted to sneak out for a quick hunt to satisfy his craving. He hadn't expected that after draining 1 victim and still feeling unsatisfied, 3 more would practically deliver themselves, as if afraid he wouldn't get enough to eat. Talk about wishes coming true. Tonight was turning out to be his lucky night. Just as the vampire was enjoying his good fortune, the 2 demon gang thugs finally caught up. Hey, let that kid go. He's the one our demon gang is after. In New York, a city teeming with rival gangs, the demon gang was one of the most powerful forces around. Their leader, Mr. Negative, was a master at awakening the darkest emotions within people, twisting their personalities and transforming that darkness into power. His methods were unrivaled, his strength undeniable. He was one of the few infamous supervillains in all of New York. With such a formidable backer, the small-time thugs of the inner demon gang behaved with particular arrogance. But that swagger only worked against ordinary gangs and civilians. Across the vast city of New York, there were many beings the inner demons had to be wary of. Vampires were among them. As newly initiated, low-ranking members of the inner demon gang, these 2 hadn't even earned the privilege of receiving Mr. Negative's emotional enhancements. In the eyes of a vampire, they were no different from helpless chicks. Even so, the sudden appearance of these 2 unexpectedly shifted what had seemed like a certain death sentence for Li Ming. Hearing the words of the inner demon gang members, the vampire, who had been crouching, ready to snatch up Li Ming, paused. He wasn't in any rush to deal with the yellow-skinned youth who had apparently fainted from fright. Instead, he lifted his head and gave the 2 newcomers a menacing grin. And since when did mere food dare speak so boldly to the mighty bloodline of vampires? Even before he finished speaking, the blood smeared across the vampire's face, tensed as his lips curled back, revealing razor-sharp fangs. His smile radiated a dangerous, predatory hunger. At the sight of those fangs, the 2 bullies, so brash a moment ago, instantly recoiled in terror. They even fumbled for their pistol, now long emptied of bullets, hands shaking as they aimed it at the vampire. They were just grunts in the inner demon gang, but even they had heard whispers of certain taboos, and vampires were high on that list. Knowing this, the 2 didn't need to exchange a word. With silent agreement, they turned on their heels and bolted. Are you kidding? That pistol was useless even when it had bullets. Against a vampire, it was nothing. If they didn't run now, they would never get another chance. Thinking of running now? It's already too late. The vampire watched their panicked retreat, letting out a cold, mirthless laugh. In a sudden blur of movement, he became a shadow, streaking after the fleeing thugs. The shadow moved with terrifying speed, overtaking them in a matter of heartbeats. Once close, the vampire kicked one to the ground, seized the other in a steel grip, and bared his fangs. With brutal force, he sank them deep into his victim's throat. In an instant, flesh tore, and crimson blood gushed forth, splattering the vampire's head and face. The steady stream of prey delivered to his doorstep quickly sated his hunger, but years of deprivation had twisted his desires beyond simple sustenance. Now, he craved the ecstasy that came with the kill. Bathed in blood, the desperate screams of the inner demon lackeys ringing in his ears, the vampire's expression was one of pure delight and indulgence. He paid no heed to the spilling blood, utterly unconcerned with the waste of his precious meal. A moment later, the vampire casually tossed aside the lifeless minion he had just slain, his gaze shifting to another henchman who was desperately crawling away in a bid to escape. A bloodthirsty smile played on his lips as he strode forward, each step deliberate and unhurried. Though these 2 fiendish minions had once driven Li Ming into a humiliating flight for his life, their unexpected arrival now drew the vampire's attention, causing him to abandon his pursuit of Li Ming, at least for the moment. With their lives as the price, they bought Li Ming a fleeting reprieve, a sliver of time in which he might change his fate and grasp a chance at survival. Had they not chased Li Ming all the way here, cornering him at the very scene of the vampire's hunt, outsiders might easily have mistaken these ill-fated souls for his saviors. Because of them, Li Ming was thrust into dire straits. Yet because of them, a glimmer of hope was reborn. The strange twists of fate defy all expectation. Endings that seem preordained, maybe nothing more than the beginning of another tale. Under the protection of two lords of time, the wandering spirit from another world, who had paid the price of losing himself to merge with this timeline, would soon cast off mortal confusion at the threshold between life and death. With each breath, with every pulse of life, he would shatter the shackles of destiny and let the brightest light burst forth from despair. This is the end of a mortal story, and the prologue to a hero's legend. Perhaps the overwhelming rush of information brought such searing pain that Ming failed to notice the other changes taking place within his body. He was unaware that, as memories surged, a strange power was welling up from the depths of his soul. Around his waist, a crystalline belt, its central band adorned with symmetrical, wing-like shapes, began to materialize, coalescing from shadow into substance. As the circular belt appeared, Ming's once clouded will was suddenly uplifted by an enigmatic force. His spirit soared, vast and boundless, traversing cosmic barriers until it reached a limitless, shadowy abyss. The power of the belt resonated within him, sending ripples through the endless void, as if it were sensing or summoning something beyond comprehension. Here in this place, time was meaningless. No one could say how long had passed, until at last, fate, will, and other unseen forces converged, and Ming's spirit successfully connected with another world. He touched a new kind of power, pure, noble, blazing, resolute, courageous, and utterly fearless. Two wills, dazzling with golden light, now revealed themselves, resonating with Ming, harmonizing with his soul, and ultimately accepting him as their own. Blazing, sun-bright energy tore through the darkness, crossing the void to descend upon him. In that moment, Ming seemed to witness true radiance. At the same time, his unconscious body, lying on the ground, drew breath in a steady, rhythmic pattern. The violent pain in his mind, brought on by the flood of information, gradually began to subside. The bullet graze on his arm even stopped bleeding on its own, and his body was slowly regaining its strength. At this moment, the crystal blue ring at the center of his belt started to change. Its color shifted to a radiant gold in the phantom. Images of two cards silently appeared on either side of the ring, shimmering with fine arcs of golden electricity and ripples like water. On each card, a distinct male figure emerged, both unique in style and posture, slowly coming into focus with remarkable clarity. Time slipped by. As his condition improved, Ming's consciousness returned, and his senses began to reconnect with the world around him. Yet, the chaos in his memory still left him lost. He couldn't even recall who he was, nor did he know where he had ended up. A soft, pained moan escaped his lips. He furrowed his brow in agony and forced his eyes open. The first thing he saw was the lifeless face of a young woman not far away, her eyes wide open in death, and a tall, gaunt figure striding towards him step by step. Ming was jolted awake, finally realizing the danger he was in. He struggled to get to his feet, but suddenly a shadow loomed over him, and a heavy stench of blood assaulted his senses. Before he could react, the vampire kicked him to the ground, causing the glowing golden ring on his belt to become fully visible. The instant the vampire caught sight of the belt, a look of disgust flashed across his face, and he instinctively retreated half a step. However, as soon as he realized he'd been intimidated by nothing more than a belt, anger flared in his eyes, and he strode forward once more. Fixing his gaze on the belt, he hesitated only for a moment before raising his blood-stained hand, reaching for the ring. But the moment his hand came close, before he could even touch it, a web of golden electricity burst forth, repelling him instantly. The instant the electric current made contact, most of the vampire's pale, blood-caked hand was seared black, the flesh even beginning to melt. Seeing this, a surge of hope rose in Ming's heart. He realized at last he had some means to resist. But before he could move, the vampire's injured hand shot out and clamped tightly around his neck. The immense strength made the blood rush to his head, and he was lifted effortlessly off the ground. His gaze was forced upward, finally locking eyes with the vampire's blood-smeared face. The vampire gripped Ming's throat, watching as his face shifted from red to purple with pain and helplessness. In an icy, indifferent voice, he spoke. "Where did you get that thing on your waist? You didn't have it on you just a moment ago. What is it? I can sense a power from it, something almost like sunlight." Having sated his hunger and desire, the vampire seemed much more rational now. The moment he returned, he had sensed a force on Ming that filled him with loathing, and, more importantly, a threat he could not ignore. Before this, the frail, slender Asian man had never been able to exert such pressure on him, nor had Ming ever possessed that mysterious belt. The vampire hadn't even touched the belt before arcs of electricity from its surface seared half of his hand. The effect was almost indistinguishable from sunlight. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Li Ming and the belt, as a tangle of complicated thoughts welled up in his mind. Li Ming was nothing more than an ordinary, weak man, yet this belt that had appeared out of nowhere posed a genuine threat to him. If he could seize control of this belt, he might not only shake off that loathsome figure he despised, but even the elders of the vampire clan would no longer be able to manipulate him at will. Perhaps he too could become someone truly powerful. At that moment, the two cards imbued with power were on the verge of solidifying completely, while the golden light on the ring at Li Ming's waist flickered ever more rapidly, matching the urgency of his frantic struggles. He clutched desperately at the vampire's hand, locked around his throat, trying to pry away the fingers, but they wouldn't budge an inch. Instead, under the vampire's cold, unfeeling gaze, he felt the grip tighten mercilessly around his neck. His brain swelled with blood, starved for oxygen, and in mere seconds, Li Ming found himself teetering ever closer to death. The despair that had briefly lifted under the dazzling light now descended upon him once more. In just a few moments, he would die of oxygen deprivation, his brain ceasing to function. Tonight, Li Ming's experiences bordered on the fantastical and forced him to grow tremendously. Even at death's door, though fear gnawed at him, he managed to stay calm. He processed the information from the ring-shaped belt and, having gained the approval of those two figures with hearts of gold, was granted the chance to copy and borrow their strength. He understood perfectly. His only hope was to buy himself more time. He just needed to hold on a little longer, until those two cards infused with the power of ripple breathing fully formed. Then, using them as keys, he could finally unlock the true power of the ring-shaped belt. Even if he couldn't turn the tables, he should at least be able to survive. Li Ming calculated this silently, his mind racing. So he struggled on, forcing out a few broken words through clenched teeth. "Do you want to know the secret of the belt?" Seeing Li Ming writhing in pain, the vampire hesitated for a moment, then finally eased his grip, giving Li Ming a sliver of air. He was genuinely concerned that, should he accidentally kill Li Ming, the belt would be lost to him forever. After all, in his earlier attempt, he hadn't even managed to touch the thing. Just brushing the electric current on its surface had caused him significant harm. As the force around his neck lessened, Li Ming felt the pressure in his head slowly subside. He gasped greedily for air, desperate to ease the agony of suffocation. "Hand over the belt and those two cards, and I'll give you a chance to escape." The vampire looked down at the disheveled Li Ming, savoring the intoxicating sense of power that comes from holding someone's life in his hands. His voice rang out, haughty and cold. No sooner had he finished speaking than he noticed a sudden calm settle over Li Ming's face, a stark contrast to the panic from moments before. "You want the belt? Fine, I'll give it to you right now." As Li Ming spoke, his hands, hanging limply a moment ago, moved purposefully toward the circular clasp at the center of his belt. Watching this, the vampire was suddenly struck by a powerful sense of danger. Instinctively, he tightened his grip around Li Ming's throat. No matter how much he coveted the belt, his own life was more precious. If he strangled Li Ming now, there'd be no need to worry about any unforeseen surprises. At that very moment, the two cards hovering beside the belt began to take on solid form, shimmering into existence. With Li Ming's words still hanging in the air, the cards on either side of the clasp materialized, becoming tangible objects. On the face of each card, the likenesses of two men, each with a distinct style, appeared so vivid they seemed almost alive, as though they possessed their own will. Their sharp gazes locked directly onto the vampire. "A vampire, is it? So fate has brought us together." A deep, resonant sigh echoed through the air. In a flash, the cards burst forth with a light as brilliant as the sun. The vampire, caught in the radiant glare, shrieked in agony. Searing heat scorched his body, black smoke billowed from his skin, and a tremendous force hurled him back, sending him crashing hard against the wall. Li Ming collapsed to the ground as well, gasping for breath. He fixed his gaze on the vampire, who lay not far away, and struggled to his feet, bracing himself in a defensive stance. Just then, the two cards floated up on their own, one after the other, and slotted neatly into the circular clasp on the belt. As the cards locked into place, a clear, commanding voice rang out from the belt. "William A. Zeberlin, Jonathan Joestar, a stately, undaunted gentleman in formal attire, a young warrior, eyes shining with steadfast courage." Once the reading was complete, the card dissolved into points of light, coalescing on either side of Li Ming into the spectral forms of these two heroic figures. From the void, fervent rallying cries resounded. Hammond breath is born of courage. The anthem of humanity is a song of courage. Human greatness lies in its courage. Young man, accept our power of Hammond. Feeling the unwavering gaze of the two heroic spirits upon him, Li Ming's eyes blazed with determination. Instinctively, he pressed both hands against the sides of the circular clasp, pushing the levers set with 3 deep crimson beads toward the center. Sirs, lend me your Hammond power. Transform. Whoosh. In an instant, a golden halo, radiant as sunlight, burst forth. Wing-like structures unfurled from either side of the ring, and luminous particles swept rapidly over Li Ming's entire body. The phantoms of a middle-aged gentleman and a young warrior overlapped. Across his form, casting out shimmering, rippling light. Layer upon layer, the particles of light gathered, finally condensing into a suit of armor. Delicate golden currents danced across him, with wave-like patterns rippling outward from his body. The transformation device's chant continued, but this time, 2 overlapping voices, interfering with and even jamming each other, echoed out. "Oh, cat try. Oh. Because of this interference, the transformation's light particles, which were about to complete their work, suddenly froze. Li Ming snapped out of his near-transcendent state. Could it be that these two powers truly clash, causing the transformation to fail? A jolt of anxiety struck through Li Ming, and fragments of memory surged up, making him even more uneasy. But then, he sensed a message from the belt and the armor that was forming around him. Are they asking me to give it a name? His expression grew solemn, resolute. I am neither Ultraman, Orb, nor Kamen Rider Decade. My strength is something new, a fusion of the giant of light and the power of the night. Then I'll call it Light Knight. And this armor, founded on ripple power and fueled by human courage, allowing ordinary people to shine like the sun. Let it be called the Courage Ripple Armor. Li Ming whispered, completing the naming rite. Whoosh. Song of Courage, Light of Humanity. Light Knight, Courage Ripple Armor Form. As if a ceremony had reached its climax, with Li Ming's proclamation, the ring's chant instantly smoothed out, and the light particles completed their final transformation. At that moment, Li Ming truly merged with this new power, gaining full mastery over it. Boom! The accumulated power erupted in a flash. Golden ripples, like lightning and water waves, surged from Li Ming at the center, radiating in all directions. The alley, bathed in this dazzling light, was bright as day, and even the night sky was pierced by a faint pillar of light. The vampire lurking in the corner was struck by the light for only a moment before disintegrating completely. The foe that had once driven Li Ming to the brink of despair was reduced to drifting ashes in the glow, gently scattering to the ground. Far off, a blue and red figure racing toward the scene at breakneck speed caught sight of the rising beam of light. Shocked, he surged forward even faster. As the radiance faded, a figure appeared in the alley, armor primarily silver, accented by magenta lines, with a pale gold hue spreading from his chest across his limbs. At the center of Li Ming's chest gleamed a crystal blue ring, its core embossed with a card-shaped insignia. Radiating from this ring, intricate patterns of electrical currents and water ripples adorned the armor on either side, extending across his pale gold shoulder plates, greaves, and arm guards. Faint black vertical stripes adorned his helmet, stretching from below his chin all the way up to his forehead, where they merged seamlessly with raised silver ridges aligned in the same direction. All these lines converge at the crown of his head, forming a silver and black diamond shape that swept elegantly backward, tracing a graceful arc through the air. On either side of his head, two slimmer silver and black diamond embellishments extended from the edges of his faceplate toward the back of his skull, just below the central arc. These diamond motifs encircled his head like loyal sentinels. From the front, they looked as if two playing cards had been embedded into his mask. His large compound eyes shimmered with a radiant yellow glow. Just above them, beneath the central diamond, a slender golden crystal. At the center of his brow glimmered faintly, surrounded by delicate patterns reminiscent of electric currents and rippling water. From the mouthpiece of his helmet, as well as his chest and back armor, various thick and thin tubes extended, their streamlined shapes curving upward and backward like exhaust vents. With each breath Li Ming took, these tubes inhaled and expelled air, sending out white streams of vapor, occasionally laced with fleeting sparks of golden electricity. So is that it? Is it really over? Hey, weren't we supposed to have a desperate, back-and-forth battle for 100 rounds? Li Ming glanced at the vampire in the corner, now reduced to ashes by the shockwave of his transformation. He could feel a sudden surge of tremendous power coursing through his body, leaving him momentarily lost and bewildered. From a distance came a faint, swift sound, like silk threads slicing through the air, drawing closer and closer. In the next instant, a figure clad in red and blue dropped from above, landing right in front of him. What followed was a rapid-fire stream of teasing remarks. "Hey, buddy, are you new around here? You sure know how to make an entrance. Oh, and did you hear that awful scream just now?" Spider-Man kept up his banter as he maintained a safe distance, his eyes sharp and wary as he sized up Li Ming and the scene around them. There's a woman down." He caught sight of the woman's body not far away and immediately fell silent, hurrying over to investigate. After confirming the cause of death, his demeanor shifted, growing calm, focused, and icy. Another vampire attack. Spider-Man scanned the area, the lenses of his mask narrowing and widening in response to his movements. He quickly spotted the small pile of ash beside the wall. The wounds on the woman's body and the vampire's remains left little room for doubt. Turning back to Li Ming, Spider-Man asked, "Hey, was it you who took care of the vampire?" "It was me, but..." Standing before this world-renowned superhero, Li Ming's compound eyes flashed with excitement. He was about to explain, but as relief washed over him, he realized his mental and physical reserves had finally reached their limit. A wave of intense dizziness struck him. He didn't even manage to finish his sentence before darkness closed in and he lost consciousness. The step he'd just begun to take turned, in the very moment of his collapse, into a helpless tumble straight towards Spider-Man. Hey, buddy, what's wrong?" Spider-Man hurried to steady him, but before he could ask any questions, a flash of light swept by. The ripples of courage on Li Ming's body transformed into sparkling motes of light, gradually merging into his being, until his true appearance was revealed. "Oh my God, Li, how can it be you?" Spider-Man cried out in astonishment. Seeing how terrible Li Ming looked, he immediately said, "You're in real danger right now. I have to get you checked out right away." Without hesitating, he quickly reported the scene to the police, then scooped Li Ming up with one arm while firing a web line with the other. In a blur of leaps and swings, the two of them vanished into the night. Not long after Spider-Man's departure, a tall black man appeared in the shadowy alleyway, dressed in leather, wearing sunglasses, and carrying a long sword across his back. He moved with silent precision. He examined the char marks on the wall, then checked the bodies of the young woman and the two fallen minions of the Mind-Eater. His face was set in grim resolve, and a cold light of vengeance gathered in his eyes. "These vampires are getting bolder by the day," he muttered under his breath. Just then, a deep, steady voice crackled through his earpiece, sounding aged but full of authority. Blade, are you all right? What's the situation at the scene?" "I'm fine, but something strange happened here. Someone beat me to it. I'll explain more when I get back." With that, the man known as Blade turned on his heel and melted into the alley's darkest shadows, vanishing without a trace. It was only then that the nearby police finally arrived, beginning their investigation and gathering evidence. A window stood half open, letting the morning breeze waft into the room and set the curtains gently swaying. Sunlight spilled across the floor, coming to rest on Li Ming's face and rousing him from a deep sleep. "What is this?" Li Ming blinked drowsily, sat up, and looked around the familiar room. Memory slowly sharpened. The events of the previous night and distant recollections from deep within his mind intertwined. Scenes from past and present lives surged forth, and, piecing together last night's ordeal, Li Ming quickly made sense of some things. "This is my room. Peter must have brought me back. So that guy was Spider-Man all along, and he managed to keep it from me for so long." He shook his head with a wry smile, his feelings a tangled knot. "I never expected I'd really travel to another world. Or, to be more precise, that I'd be reincarnated. Having awakened to the power of the Night of Light, and after a night's sleep, Li Ming finally absorbed the overwhelming flood of information that had surged into his mind. In his previous life, he'd been just an ordinary guy, tinkering out a passion with his own hands, combining an orb ring with a decade driver, crafting a unique belt all his own. Just as he was about to put on his newly made belt and head out to film a video, planning to show off a bit on a certain video platform, disaster struck without warning. The moment he stepped outside, he ran into a massive truck barreling down the road in violation of traffic laws. In a split second, he saw a child frozen in terror, and without hesitation, he rushed forward to save the kid, sacrificing his own life in the process. What followed was even stranger. His consciousness slipped away from his body and traversed into the Marvel Universe, appearing outside the flow of time itself. His soul was nothing remarkable. By all accounts, he should never have been able to break through countless barriers, merge with the river of time, and earn a new life. Yet perhaps, because of his selfless act to save another, fate shifted course. Li Ming couldn't help but grumble. Are you kidding me? How could I have known saving a kid would cost me my life? In any case, the belt he had crafted with his own hands resonated with Orb and Decade, drawing their attention. Wandering Swordsman Kai remarked, "Oh, so you died to save someone? What a pity." Brother Xiao Ming sighed as well. What a fool. What a ridiculous way to go. But, since you managed to reach out to us, let's give you a hand. With that, the two wills made a joint decision. In the endless void, two cards slowly materialized. Ultraman Zero, Shining Form. Omazeo. The combined power of these two-times sovereigns surged from the cards, shielding Li Ming's fading soul, erasing the world's rejection of him, and sending him into the river of time. That was how Li Ming was reborn as Sunlight Li, a native of the Marvel Universe. Thank you, Brother Xiao Ming. Thank you, Master Kai. He thought, his heart full of gratitude. I always knew Brother Xiao Ming's journey wouldn't end in some tiny fish pond. But now that he can use the Omazeo card, things are about to get complicated. Recalling those hazy memories from before, Li Ming felt both grateful and uneasy. A chill ran down his spine, and he dared not dwell on it further. More importantly, the seeds of power they left behind had saved his life just yesterday and would surely become his greatest support in this world in the future. Looks like I need to seek out more of the Marvel Universe's unique powers. Who knows, maybe they'll come calling again someday. But first, I have to survive Thanos. At that thought, Li Ming's expression grew serious. In his previous life, he hadn't followed the Marvel series closely, but he knew enough about Thanos, the ultimate villain behind many major events, to understand the threat. Even if the Avengers managed to turn the tables in the end, this world was still home to conquerors like Kong, Dr. Doom, Galactus, and other supervillains capable of rewriting timelines and destroying worlds at will. If not for his golden finger, Li Ming might truly have felt despair. As this thought flashed through his mind, Li Ming focused his will, and particles of light gathered in his hand, forming a device he had named the Light Knight Driver, which materialized in his palm. With a light tap of his finger, the circular ring emitted a radiant glow, projecting an extremely simple panel before him. Power completion, 3%. World influence, 404. This was not a system panel in the traditional sense, but rather a unique function born from the fusion of Li Ming's subconscious and the belt over the past 18 years. At its core, its purpose was to record. It documented his journey in exploring the power of the Light Knight, as well as the feedback he received from the world whenever he made an impact as the Light Knight. Since crossing over and merging into this Marvel universe, although his powers originated from Kamen Rider and Ultraman, he had lost the ability to connect with the power of the Night and the power of the Giant of Light, and could no longer borrow those abilities directly. However, traveling through multiple universes had changed his soul in fundamental ways. It was precisely this transformation that granted his Light Knight power a new capability, to traverse reality and illusion, forging connections with beings from other worlds through sheer will. Once he had earned their recognition, he could copy and borrow their powers. In this process, he needed to expend a resource called World Influence, which functioned much like a toll fee. The more powerful the target, the greater the amount of world influence required. But within the Marvel Universe, these superheroes and villains could also become sources from whom he could copy powers, and in these cases, he did not need to spend any world influence, as long as he could earn their recognition. At this moment, Li Ming's Light Knight power was still far from complete. He was not even qualified to transform into his base form. Without borrowing the power of another being as a key to activate the Light Knight Driver, he was incapable of transforming at all. This situation was somewhat akin to when Red Kai lost his original form, but with a crucial difference. Red Kai merely needed to reclaim his lost power, whereas Li Ming had to continually refine and perfect his own Light Knight power. According to the feedback from the driver, he had two possible paths. One was to improve his Light Knight power through his own training and exploration. The other was to widely copy and borrow the powers of other beings, using the interplay of different rules and power types to drive the growth of his Light Knight power. Therefore, obtaining the powers of others became extremely important. It seems I can't afford to neglect either path. I have to pursue both at once. Li Ming thought silently to himself, then another. Questions surfaced in his mind. If someone accepts me as a friend, does that count as recognition? Or do I have to defeat them first? These are things I'll only find out by trying for myself. I'll start my experiment with Peter. After making up his mind, Li Ming began to plan his next steps. In the past, he had no way of anticipating future crises, but now he was forced to prepare for what was to come. My long-term goal is to strengthen myself as much as possible, to face Thanos' snap and the potential turmoil of the multiverse. As for the short term, I need to keep a close eye on the Demon Gang and the vampire situation. Both require careful tracking. He certainly hadn't forgotten last night's experience. Whether it was the demon gang secretly stockpiling weapons for some ominous scheme, or the vampires ruthlessly preying on humans, both left him with a deep sense of threat. If he wished to gain more world influence, he would have to start with these incidents. This was not only his personal objective, but also the driving force behind his desire to protect innocent people. He could still recall with painful clarity the image that haunted his mind after waking up, the young woman hanging upside down, wronged and lifeless. Moreover, if he handled these matters well, he wouldn't just earn world influence. There was also a chance to acquire new ability cards, perhaps Mr. Negative or Blade. In New York, nearly every influential force was aware. The renowned philanthropist Martin Lee was, in fact, the leader of the demon gang, known as Mr. Negative. This wasn't a secret known only to those who had crossed worlds. Yet, for Li Ming, learning Martin Lee's true identity placed him in a difficult position. Mr. Martin Lee, what are you planning with all those explosives? I hope there's still time to stop disaster, Li Ming thought, a shadow passing through his eyes. Although both men shared the surname Lee, there was no blood relation between them. When Li Ming's parents died of illness, it was Martin Lee who reached out and helped them through those dark times. That kindness had never been forgotten. As for the time he'd nearly lost his life to Martin Lee's inner demons, those two henchmen had already bought him enough time at the cost of their own lives. In Li Ming's mind, that debt had been settled. Given all this, even if Martin Lee truly was orchestrating a major operation, Li Ming felt he could only try to stop him if absolutely necessary, not hurt him outright. Just as Li Ming frowned in contemplation, the doorbell suddenly rang from downstairs. When the door opened, he could faintly make out Peter Parker's voice. "Mr. Lee, has Sunlight woken up yet? We need to check in soon." A moment later, an elderly but vigorous voice responded warmly. "Peter, Xiaoming isn't up yet. Come in first." That voice belonged to Li Ming's grandfather, Li Jian. Li Ming's grandmother had passed away early, and after his parents succumbed to illness a few years ago, it had been just the two of them left at home. Li Jian welcomed Peter Parker into the house, not forgetting to complain about his grandson. "Look at this kid. Peter, have a seat and have some tea. I'll go upstairs and call him." Peter Parker hurriedly replied, "It's all right. Let me go wake him up. I was the one who brought him home yesterday." Li Jian readily agreed. "That works too. Go on up. Have you had breakfast? I just made some steam buns. Want to try one?" "Ah, thank you. I'll trouble you then. I'll go get Sunlight up first," Peter answered, a little embarrassed. Right then, Li Ming heard hurried footsteps coming from downstairs, quickly approaching his room. Since he was already awake, Li Ming simply got out of bed. In a few quick steps, he reached the door, pulled it open, and found Peter Parker just coming up the stairs, hand raised, about to knock. Peter immediately waved in greeting. "Hey Lee, you're awake? How are you feeling?" Yesterday, he had brought Li Ming to the secret base for a quick checkup. Not only did they find nothing wrong, but, to their surprise, Li Ming's health was astonishing. Even the gunshot wound on his arm was already healing and scabbing over. After all that unnecessary worry, Peter hadn't lingered. He changed Li Ming into a clean jacket and brought him, still deep in sleep, back home. After yesterday's accident, this was the first time the two of them had really spoken face to face. Looking at his friendly neighborhood friend at the door, Li Ming smiled, stepped aside to let Peter in, and closed and locked the door behind him. "Why are you locking the door?" Seeing Li Ming turn the key, Peter felt a jolt of nerves. He had a hunch what was coming, but tried to play it cool. Yet when he saw the serious look on Li Ming's face, his own expression crumbled. He gave up the pretense, shrugging as if it didn't matter. "All right, Sunlight. What do you want to say?" Li Ming sighed, a bit helpless. "What's with that face?" "I just wanted to thank you." "Thank me for what?" Peter was still making a final effort to dodge the topic. "I want to thank you for pulling me out of that alley yesterday, Spider-Man." "Peter, you sneaky guy, you really kept that secret well." Li Ming spoke half-jokingly, giving Peter a playful punch on the shoulder. If he didn't count the memories from his previous life, he and Peter had been friends for years in this one. Yet Peter had been Spider-Man for almost 2 years, and still managed to keep it from him. If Li Ming hadn't awakened memories of his past life, who knew how much longer he'd have been kept in the dark? All right. Sorry, man." Peter threw up his hands in surrender. "But I only did it to protect you guys. I didn't want you dragged into danger. You get that, right, bro?" Li Ming reluctantly accepted his explanation. "Fine, I'll believe you this time. But let me guess. Mary Jane and Gwen must have figured it out long ago, haven't they?" Peter Parker's face immediately flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. "They found out by accident, too." Then, as if catching himself, he shot back. "What about you? That suit you wore yesterday, what's the story there? You could absorb it back into your body, right? Even Mr. Stark hasn't pulled off tech like that. How'd you manage it?" Li Ming cleared his throat. "You might not believe this, but that armor appeared to me in a moment of crisis. I just sensed it and Called it out. I didn't actually make it myself. If I had tech like that, do you think I'd still be working under Dr. Octavius? You have a point, Peter nodded in agreement, about to ask more, when suddenly Li Ming's phone rang. Li Ming glanced at the caller ID and said, "It's Dr. Octavius. Looks like we're about to get a lecture." With that, he answered the call. "Li, where are you right now?" Dr. Octavius's anxious voice came through the phone. "Didn't we agree yesterday? We have to have at least one rehearsal before the funding committee arrives." Li Ming replied quickly, "Sorry, doctor. I had a few personal things to deal with. Peter's here with me, too. We're heading out right now." "All right. Gentlemen, please hurry." Once he'd heard their promise, Dr. Octavius hung up. Li Ming turned to Peter Parker. "Let's talk about my armor later. If we don't get moving now, we'll be in real trouble." Compared to Li Ming's privileged background, Peter Parker cherished this job from Dr. Octavius all the more. He nodded instantly. "Let's go then." The two of them rushed through a quick wash, changing clothes as they hurried downstairs. Li Ming dashed towards the dining room, calling out, "Grandpa, Dr. Octavius is waiting for us. I'll skip breakfast today. Don't wait for me. Just eat on your own." "Sorry, Mr. Li. I'll have to try your cooking another time." Peter Parker managed a polite farewell to the dining room, but before he could finish, Li Ming had already pushed him out the door. These two kids. Left alone, Li Jian looked helplessly at the buns and rice porridge on the table, shaking his head. "Well, since you're both busy, I suppose this old man will just have to enjoy it himself." Time was tight. Li Ming led Peter down to the underground garage, picked a car at random, and floored the accelerator as soon as they got in. Racing through the city, they reached the lab in just over 10 minutes. "Sorry we're late, Dr. Octavius." Li Ming burst through the lab door, but both he and Peter Parker froze in surprise. The lab was dimly lit, sunlight streaming in through the skylight, falling directly on the short, stocky figure standing at the center of the room. Thick and thin cables and pipes stretched down from the ceiling and up from the floor, all converging on the device strapped to his back. In the sunlight, the shadows of these cables danced across the floor like the tentacles of an octopus. Dr. Otto stood in the shade, and both Li Ming and Peter Parker, dressed in their white lab coats, were caught off guard by the sight. "Doctor, did you start without us? What if?" Dr. Otto waved his hand from the control panel, and the neural-linked mechanical arms beside him moved in sync. "The chairman of the funding committee will be here any minute." He glanced at Li Ming and Peter Parker, who seemed about to protest, and confidently added, "Don't worry, Li Parker. I designed this equipment myself. Of course I can operate it alone." Seeing such confidence in Dr. Otto, Li Ming and Peter Parker exchanged looks and said no more. They began to carefully inspect the cables and connections, as well as the mechanical arms that mirrored Dr. Otto's every movement. Despite Dr. Otto's air of certainty, the two stayed cautious. They decided to personally check the apparatus. After all, it was wired directly to the human nervous system. A single malfunction could put Dr. Otto in grave danger. But before they could act, the nearby power dampener suddenly erupted in a blinding flash of sparks. Li Ming frowned at the sight, silently thinking that the doctor had certainly tempted fate. The situation was dire. Frustration flickered across Li Ming's face, but his hands moved with practiced speed. He and Peter Parker split up at once. One rushed to the power dampener, scrambling to repair the circuitry. The other darted to the computer, calling out to Dr. Otto, "Doctor, should we abort the experiment?" Dr. Otto, fiddling with the neural connection device on his back, shot back without hesitation, "No, we can't stop now." Barely had the words left his mouth when the power dampener's fault triggered a cascade of failures. Sparks erupted from several machines around the lab, and the emergency lights flashed crimson. Thick smoke poured from the devices, quickly filling the entire room. The neural connector on Dr. Otto's back was hit as well. Its circuits overloaded and fried, sending more sparks flying. The equipment's failure directly affected Dr. Otto, who was still linked to the system. A surge of electricity shot through his nerves, making him clutch his head and scream in agony. Seeing this, Li Ming didn't hesitate. With a few quick strides, he reached the emergency power switch and slammed it down. As the droning hum faded, every machine in the lab powered down at once, and the torment from the neural connection device abruptly ceased. There was a series of soft, rhythmic clicks, the tense silence broken at last. Li Ming and Peter Parker quickly disconnected the neural linkage device from the network of cables, then helped the nearly collapsed Dr. Otto over to a chair. The two of them asked anxiously, "Dr. Otto, are you all right?" In his worry, Li Ming instinctively steadied his breathing and gently channeled ripple energy through his fingertips into Dr. Otto's body, hoping to help him recover. With the aid of the ripple energy, color gradually returned to Dr. Otto's face. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only managed to shake his head, saying it failed again. But soon, a smile returned to his face. He patted both Li Ming and Peter Parker on the shoulder, his expression suddenly lively. But we're just one step away from success. That's fantastic. Li Ming and Peter Parker exchanged glances, each seeing the joy reflected in the other's eyes. Dr. Otto's technology held the promise of helping tens of millions who had lost their limbs. Even setting aside its enormous commercial potential, the sense of achievement alone was enough to fill them with excitement. Just as Dr. Otto was about to say more, the door to the laboratory swung open. The chairwoman of the funding committee entered, accompanied by two colleagues. As a capable professional woman, her arrival made Dr. Otto immediately straighten up, his expression turning serious as he hurried to greet them. The three glanced around, taking in the swirling smoke and the chaos of a lab, their faces registering surprise. The chairwoman asked bluntly, "Was anyone hurt?" A serious accident had just occurred, and now the committee had walked in on the aftermath. Li Ming's heart sank. He rushed to explain, "No one was hurt, but the responsibility is entirely mine." Dr. Otto waved him off, stepping in to add, "The energy release was stronger than we'd anticipated, but from another perspective, this actually marks positive progress." "I don't see it that way," the chairwoman retorted sharply. "With the smell and state of things in here, it's hard to believe this is a promising result, Doctor." Dr. Otto's expression grew even more solemn. He made a formal promise. "I assure you, we will make improvements in the next phase." The disarray in the lab had clearly left a poor impression, and the chairwoman cut him off again. "Let's not make promises too hastily." With that, she coughed a few times and waved away the smoke lingering in the air. "Can we take this discussion somewhere else?" Faced with the wishes of their sponsor, Dr. Otto had no choice but to turn to Li Ming and Peter Parker. "You two should head home for the day, Sunlight, Parker." Peter Parker began to protest, a hint of reluctance in his voice. But Dr. Otto gave his shoulder a reassuring pat and said quietly, "We'll talk later." With that, Dr. Octavius led the committee chairwoman and her entourage out of the lab. Watching them leave, Li Ming gave Peter Parker a reassuring pat on his somewhat dejected shoulder. "Don't worry, man. Chin up. Even though the doctor told us to take a break, I think there's still something we can do. For example, figuring out exactly what went wrong with the power dampener." Li Ming fiddled with the mechanical arms on the main console. "Look at this thing. It's practically falling apart." Peter nodded in agreement. "You're right. We have to find the root of the problem." "Let's get to it then." No sooner said than done. The two of them got straight to work at the control panel. Check the central control circuit for damage. Check complete. Connect the main drive motor. Connection complete. Test the voltage control system. Test complete. Working together seamlessly, they meticulously examined every detail. After an entire day's effort, they finally resolved all the issues with the neural-linked arms caused by the accident. Li Ming stood up straight, letting out a long, relieved breath. "Peter, you're a genius." "Hey, Li, don't overdo it. You're laying it on a bit thick." Peter Parker pretended to shudder, rubbing his arms as if he'd been zapped, feigning annoyance. He thought Li Ming was just teasing him, though, truth be told, Li Ming felt much the same. If you set aside the fact that Peter Parker was destined to be a genius in his previous life as Spider-Man, Li Ming, having spent years as his friend, had truly come to appreciate Peter's extraordinary talent up close. Back in their second year of high school, Peter had relied on his superb skills to land an internship at Oscorp, joining Dr. Connor's limb regeneration lab and making remarkable contributions to their research. Although the serum they developed ended up turning Dr. Connors into a giant lizard, and Peter, as Spider-Man, had to defeat him in the end, none of that could overshadow his scientific brilliance. Around that time, when Peter was joining Dr. Connor's lab thanks to his exceptional knowledge of biology, Li Ming, who hadn't yet awakened his past memories, used his own expertise in engineering to enter Dr. Octavius's lab and take part in the development of the neural-linked prosthetic arms. After Dr. Connors was defeated by Spider-Man and the lab was disbanded, Li Ming even introduced Peter Parker to Dr. Octavius. Sure enough, Dr. Octavius was just as impressed by Peter's genius. Once Peter joined the lab, he quickly caught up with the project's progress through self-study, and now his contributions to the technical development were every bit as significant as Li Ming's. Such talent always made Li Ming sigh at the difference between people, despite his own hard work teaching himself college courses and cutting-edge technology. However, ever since he awakened memories of his past life, Li Ming had come to terms with it. After all, Peter Parker was Marvel's chosen son. It was only natural for him to be exceptionally gifted. All Li Ming needed to do was keep up with this remarkable figure. With that thought, Li Ming looked at Peter, set aside his previous words, and changed the subject. "Our work here is done. Once we've uploaded the new schematics to the system, let's head back. We still haven't finished our earlier conversation." Our earlier conversation. Hearing this, Peter Parker immediately put away his playful demeanor and grew serious. As Li Ming packed up their things, he said casually, "Let's go, dinner's on me. Besides, it's a good chance to talk about the changes I've been going through." At the mention of dinner, Peter Parker gently smacked Li Ming on the back. "Hey, you rascal, did you forget today is Aunt May's birthday?" Li Ming's eyes widened in surprise. "I'm so sorry. You know, so much has happened these last couple of days. I'm starting to mix everything up." Back when his parents passed away, besides Martin Lee's help with the family business, Aunt May's care had been a tremendous source of comfort to young Li Ming. All these years later, Li Ming's affection for Aunt May remained as strong as ever. The thought made him regretful. If only he'd regained his memories sooner, perhaps Uncle Ben's tragedy could have been avoided. Peter Parker, unaware of Li Ming's inner turmoil, wasn't truly upset. He was just reminding him, "Mr. Martin Lee is at the feast shelter preparing a party for Aunt May. It's getting late. We should hurry." With that, Peter took out his phone to show Li Ming the time. The feast shelter was a charity founded by Martin Lee, with Li Ming's grandfather, Li Jian, as one of its benefactors. Aunt May was also one of the main managers there. "What are we waiting for? Let's get going." Li Ming quickly finished packing up. Just as he was about to leave with Peter Parker, Dr. Otto walked in carrying takeout. "Hey, Lee Parker, you're still here. If I'd known you hadn't left yet, I would have ordered more food." Dr. Otto smiled, giving the Chinese takeout in his hand a gentle shake. Li Ming grinned and shook his head. "Thanks, Doctor, but we were just about to head out. By the way, we've already checked the neural interface and mechanical limbs. The new issues in the central control path, main drive motors, and voltage regulators have all been resolved. We've uploaded the new designs to the system. Dr. Otto, feel free to take a look and let us know if anything else needs changing." Dr. Otto raised his eyebrows and replied with a warm smile. "I certainly chose the right people when I picked you two as my assistants. Thank you for your hard work. I'll review the blueprints carefully." With their tasks assigned, Li Ming and Peter didn't linger. They left the lab straight away. As they pushed open the door to leave, Li Ming glanced back at the wise and kind-hearted middle-aged man, his gaze resolute. "Dr. Otto, I will do everything I can to help you achieve your dream. I hope you'll never become that dreadful Dr. Octopus." The neural interface limb technology was nearing completion, and Dr. Octopus's hardware was almost ready. But what truly turned Dr. Otto into the notorious supervillain was not the technology itself, but the extremity and corruption in his heart. This brilliant man had guided Li Ming through many challenges. As long as there was even the smallest chance, Li Ming was determined not to let Dr. Otto slip into darkness. Besides, the enemies we'll face in the future are formidable. We'll need your wisdom. Li Ming suppressed his swirling thoughts, steadied his emotions, and set off with Peter for the feast homeless shelter. They pushed open the shelter's main doors, and Li Ming looked around, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, we're not late." Just then, Li Jian came walking through the lobby. "So you finally made it, huh? I was just about to call you. Martin's in the kitchen. Go find him first," Grandpa Li said offhandedly, pointing further inside. "We'll head in and lend a hand then." Not wanting to risk a scolding from Grandpa, Li Ming quickly agreed and set off with Parker towards the main hall. They greeted familiar friends and relatives along the way, and when they reached the kitchen, they saw Martin Lee moving some supplies. Li Ming stepped forward. "Martin, sorry we're late. A lot's happened lately. If Parker hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten Aunt May's birthday." As he spoke, Li Ming watched Martin Lee's eyes, trying to catch any hint in his reaction. Though Martin Lee had more than one side to his personality, his memories remained intact. Li Ming couldn't help but wonder if Martin Lee knew about last night's attack by the demons and the chase he endured. Martin Lee set down the box and smiled, giving Li Ming and Peter Parker each a friendly pat on the arm. "No worries, you're right on time. I actually need you to help keep Aunt May occupied so we can get the surprise ready." Seeing Martin Lee's calm demeanor, Li Ming felt a wave of relief. If last night's attack really had anything to do with Martin Lee, he wasn't sure how he would face him. Peter Parker nodded. "Don't worry, we've got it covered. And thank you for organizing all this for Aunt May." Martin Lee simply shook his head, responding with a warm smile. "We should be the ones thanking Aunt May. She's done so much for the feast homeless shelter." Looking at the sincere Martin Lee, Li Ming felt a surge of complex emotions. After a moment's thought, he asked Peter to go out and stall for time, while he stayed behind to help Martin Lee prepare a birthday surprise for Aunt May. As they placed the cake on a trolley, stuck in the candles, and lit them one by one, Li Ming was suddenly struck by a feeling. While Martin Lee was carefully lighting the candles, Li Ming tentatively asked, "Martin, do you think we're friends?" "Of course we are, some light. Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Picking up on something unusual, Martin Lee looked up and met Li Ming's gaze. "Is something wrong at home? Mr. Li Jian hasn't mentioned anything to me. Do you need my help?" Li Ming gave an awkward laugh. "My family's doing just fine. Nothing to worry about. but since we're friends, would you be willing to lend me your power for a bit? Of course. Martin Lee started to agree instinctively, but then paused in surprise. Lend you my power? What do you mean by that? For a moment, it looked as though Martin Lee was about to say yes. Li Ming could almost picture an invisible card taking shape in his mind, but just as Martin Lee changed course, that premonition vanished. Still, Martin Lee seemed unaware of any strangeness. Li Ming let out a few dry chuckles to cover his disappointment, then quickly shifted his gaze to Aunt May and Peter, steering the conversation away. The candles are all lit, and Peter can't hold out much longer. Let's get the cake out there. Martin Lee shot Li Ming a suspicious glance, but nodded in agreement. Let's go give May a surprise. Everyone gathered together, crowding around the trolley with the birthday cake, heading toward Aunt May and rescuing Peter from her rapid-fire questions. Oh, you all. Seeing everyone, Aunt May's face lit up in delight, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Martin Lee led the applause. May, thank you for everything you've done all these years. Happy birthday. Li Ming held the cake, pretending to stand quietly by his grandfather, listening to the others chat with Aunt May, but his eyes kept wandering restlessly around the room. Soon enough, Peter Parker appeared in his peripheral vision, giving him the perfect excuse to slip away. Li Ming said goodbye to his grandfather and hurried over to Peter. Peter, weren't you just talking to Martin? Peter Parker, about to leave, tensed up a little when he saw Li Ming approach. Some light. I've got something I need to take care of. I should head out first. Li Ming immediately understood what he meant and grinned. Mind if I tag along? Maybe I can help out, and we can chat on the way. In the end, Peter Parker agreed. Light night. Courage Ripple Armament. In a quiet alley, the two transformed. With a flash of light, they leapt upward, springing effortlessly from the wall to the rooftop. After transforming, Li Ming felt a tremendous surge of power within him. With the help of the Courage Ripple Armament, he could instinctively control the power of the ripple, using its various techniques with ease and precision. Climbing up the walls with the adhesive force of the ripple felt like second nature to him. This is awesome. Peter Parker couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Li Ming, clad in armor, darting along the rooftops and scaling the walls right behind him. You never told me this suit could let you run on walls and jump across roofs. During a brief pause after their transformation, Li Ming had already given Peter a quick explanation of how the Light Knight driver worked. Hearing Peter's amazement, he grinned and replied, "This is an application of the ripple breathing technique from another world. If you're interested, I can teach you. Who knows? Maybe the ripple's power combined with your bioelectricity could create something entirely new." When assisting Dr. Otto in the lab, Li Ming had been surprised to discover that he could already use the ripple breathing technique even without transforming. With just a bit of concentration, the specific methods and details of ripple cultivation would surface in his mind as if they'd always been there. Though the ripple energy he could use in this state was still faint, nowhere near the surge of power he felt after transforming. The significance of this ability was profound. At the very least, he now possessed a degree of self-defense even without transforming. More importantly, he had found a new path to further train and strengthen the power of the Light Knight. But perhaps most important of all, Li Ming realized he could teach the ripple breathing technique to others, helping them grow stronger as well. The only thing he was unsure of was whether future power cards he might acquire could be learned and used directly in his normal state, like the ripple, or if only abilities with a complete training system, such as the ripple breathing technique, could be applied this way. He didn't have an answer to these questions yet. After a moment's thought, he decided to set them aside for now and not dwell on them. I can learn it too, Peter Parker asked in surprise, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Let's give it a try once we've dealt with our current trouble. Westerners always seemed fascinated by the mysterious inner strength and martial arts from the East. Even though the ripple breathing technique came from another world, that didn't stop Peter Parker from being deeply intrigued. The two talked as they crossed several rooftops, moving farther from the shelter until they finally reached an abandoned tower. Before Li Ming could ask any questions, Peter Parker pressed the side of his mask near his ear, answering a call. Officer Stacy, I saw your message. Could you tell me more about the situation? Standing off to the side, Li Ming, who was also wearing a Bluetooth earpiece, perked up at the mention of that name. His eyes lit up instantly, and he fell silent, ready to eavesdrop. The only person Spider-Man Peter Parker would address so respectfully as Officer Stacy could be none other than George Stacy, the father of Gwen Stacy. Li Ming hadn't expected that even Peter's future father-in-law knew he was Spider-Man, and that the two actually worked together. Through the earpiece came George Stacy's calm and steady voice. A silent alarm has been triggered at an auction house. It appears to be a robbery. Coincidentally, they're auctioning off Fisk's assets right now. At that, Li Ming remembered the news he'd seen a few days ago Spider-Man had teamed up with the police to take down the crime lord Wilson Fisk, and Fisk's trial was about to begin. Li Ming also recalled that Peter Parker had been missing for most of that day, only to return to the lab in the afternoon as if nothing had happened, picking up his work as usual. Back then, Li Ming had assumed Peter had simply overslept because he'd been up too late the night before. Now, thinking about it, he could barely keep himself from cursing out loud. Good grief. This was Kingpin, the infamous crime boss of New York. You managed to bring down someone of that caliber and didn't even show the slightest change in mood? For Peter, making headlines seemed as ordinary as eating or drinking. Is this what being a superhero is like, just another day at work? It was honestly mind-blowing, almost beyond belief. While Li Ming was inwardly ranting, Officer Stacy continued speaking. You should understand that anything involving Wilson Fisk is bound to be complicated. I've already sent officers over, but could you take a look as well? Keep it low profile. I don't want this to turn into a big incident. If you find anything, let me know. Peter Parker immediately agreed. Fisk's asset auction, got it. We're heading over right now. On the other end, George Stacy instantly picked up on something in his tone. We? Who else is with you? Just a friend. Time's tight, gotta run, Officer Stacy. Peter brushed off the question, into the call, and turned to Li Ming. Leo, light night, it's time to go. My goodness, you actually dare to hang up on your future father-in-law. Peter, you've got guts. Li Ming glanced at Peter admiringly from behind his mask, then asked, do you have an extra web shooter? If I have to run, there's no way I'll be able to keep up with you. Although his abilities were greatly enhanced after his transformation, running between buildings by clinging to walls with ripple energy was still much slower than swinging on spiderwebs. Moreover, as a light knight, he hadn't fully mastered his powers. Even with the abilities of the Giant of Light, he still couldn't fly. For now, Li Ming's only means of transportation was his own 2 legs. Peter Parker shook his head. Sorry, the web shooters are expensive to make. I only brought these 2. Then you go on ahead. I'll catch up as fast as I can, Li Ming replied without hesitation. The auction house had been robbed, and there was a constant risk of hostages being hurt. He couldn't afford to be careless for even a moment. Peter had no objections. He immediately fired a web and shot off at high speed. Once this robbery is over, I have to find a way to borrow this kid's powers no matter what. The Light Knight driver could turn other people's abilities into cards, not a permanent theft, more like a duplication. Still, Li Ming had never tried it before and wasn't sure if it would have any effect on the original owner. There were more urgent matters at hand, so he hadn't brought it up to Peter yet. But once things settled down, he definitely wanted to give it a try. Watching the red and blue figure speed away, Li Ming took a deep breath while the ripple energy surged within him. He gathered his strength, leapt onto the rooftop ahead, and then vaulted to another building. Clad in silver armor, faint golden currents flickering across its surface, Li Ming darted through the night sky with agility, chasing after Spider-Man's silhouette. He pushed himself to go faster, striving to keep up. Li Ming's courage ripple armor was primarily silver, adorned with touches of magenta and pale gold, making for a striking appearance. The pipes extending from his helmet and breastplate pulsed in rhythm with his breathing as they drew in and released air. As he leaped between the tall buildings, golden ripples occasionally flared across the armor's surface, streaks of light flowing in the darkness. All these features made him incredibly conspicuous in the night sky. Though Li Ming tried to stick to hidden routes, it was impossible not to attract attention as he raced between buildings at high speed. When people spotted Spider-Man swinging ahead, their curiosity only grew at the sight of Li Ming, a man in exotic armor who seemed to be acting alongside Spider-Man. Ever since Tony Stark had revealed himself as Iron Man 6 months ago, armor technology had become the talk of the town, with various organizations scrambling to make it a strategic priority. Yet in all this time, only Iron Man had been active in the public eye. Now, with the sudden appearance of a uniquely designed, highly recognizable new suit of armor, countless citizens' eyes were drawn at once. Before long, photos taken by bystanders began flooding the internet, sparking a lively wave of discussion. And so, although Li Ming was far from willing, he appeared in the public eye of the Marvel Universe for the first time as the Light Knight. Hey buddy, you seem pretty popular out there. Peter Parker's teasing voice came through the earpiece. Li Ming curled his lip. Weren't we supposed to keep things low-key, rescue some people, and investigate quietly? This isn't exactly subtle. Peter Parker chuckled. You're right about that. I'm almost at the target location. At this rate, we're bound to attract the wrong kind of attention. Li Ming scratched his head. Forget it. I'll find a corner to power down and think of another plan. You'll be fine without me anyway. Just don't hesitate to call if things get dicey. Peter replied. Guess that's the only way. Watch your back. With that, their call ended. Li Ming vaulted high above the city, scanning the terrain below. Transformed, his senses were vastly enhanced. Even at this altitude, he could make out the details of the streets, the flow of people, and the movement of cars with crystal clarity. If this form draws too much attention, I'll just have to switch things up. With this thought, he used the cover of night to slip agilely between tall buildings, expertly avoiding most curious eyes on the ground by sticking to the shadows between structures. He landed softly atop a high-rise, exhaling in relief behind the shadow of a water tower. The air hoses on his armor released a low, muffled hiss. Li Ming touched the ring at his waist, and in an instant, his armor dissolved into particles of light, merging seamlessly into the light night driver. The cards of Jonathan and Mr. William automatically slid into the slots at his belt. Let's see what I've gained this time, he murmured to himself, tapping the ring again to bring up the record panel. Power completion, 3.7%. World influence, 816. All I did was show my face in public, and the world influence shot up this much. Watching the number continue to climb, Li Ming was genuinely surprised. But this was exactly the outcome he'd hoped for. With his goal clear, Li Ming didn't hesitate. He activated the Light Night Driver, spending World Influence to connect to another world. Today's events had shown him he desperately needed a brand new form. A familiar power rose from deep within his soul. Guided by the feedback from the driver, a few keywords took shape in his mind. Concealment, stealth, agility. If the bold, frontline, courage ripple armament was too conspicuous, then what he needed was an assassin's form, one built for stealth and infiltration. This form didn't require overwhelming force. Even if he borrowed power from an ordinary person, it would be enough, so long as it granted the finest skills for moving unseen. Responding to his will, the power of the Light Knight swiftly reached across the void for a suitable existence. Agent 47, Assassin's Creed, Altaïr. Though both were mere mortals, their mastery of stealth and assassination responded to Li Ming's summons. If you hold a conviction as firm as ours, then hold fast to it. Wield the blades we grant you. With these words, the world influence value, which had been rising rapidly, suddenly plummeted, falling from just over 1,000 to barely above 100. At the same time, two cards appeared in the halo of the ring, floating before Li Ming's eyes. On one card was a stern, bald man in a black suit, twin pistols in hand and a cold, unyielding aura about him. On the other, a hooded assassin, face obscured, with a hidden blade poised to strike from beneath his sleeve. Li Ming took both cards, drew a deep breath, and one by one slotted them into the ring, initiating the reading process. Agent 47, Assassin's Creed, Altaïr. Lend me your power of stealth, both of you. Transform. A faint, silvery white glow began to spread from the ring, gradually enveloping him. The spectral forms of a master assassin and an elite killer silently overlapped with Li Ming's own, merging their presence into his. A low, almost imperceptible voice sounded in the hush, its echo seeming to ripple through the air. Blade of Creed, Light of Shadow. Light Night, Stealth Assassination Armament Mode. When the pale light faded, Li Ming stood transformed. His dark gray robe now clung closer to his form, tightened by hidden clasps in the armored lining. The hood hung low, shadowing most of his mask. Every piece of armor had become lighter, more agile. Along his arms, bracers embedded with weapons and tools caught the gleam. His belt was hung with a variety of attachments, turning him into a veritable walking arsenal. Li Ming flexed his body, testing these new changes. The sensation was novel and exhilarating. If the courage ripple armament was akin to a warrior's light armor, then the stealth assassin armament. Now upon him was the assassin's leather, though its defense and combat capability were leagues above any ordinary gear. I may have lost the amplification from Ripple and my strength's taken a hit, but in terms of skill and auxiliary equipment, this armor leaves the Courage Ripple armament far behind, and its special abilities are incredibly practical. Li Ming strode soundlessly from beneath the water tower, his movements seamless, melting into the surrounding shadows without the faintest disturbance. Now, I don't have to worry about alerting my target. Even without the boost from Ripple, while scaling walls on my own would be tough, the grappling hook bridges the gap just fine. He gazed down at the bustling crowd below, then raised his arm. The grappling hook on his armored sleeve shot out with precision. His figure leaped nimbly into the night, moving with the silent agility of a phantom. On the street beneath, a few curious citizens still craned their necks, searching for any sign of Li Ming. But they had no idea that their quarry had already become a fleeting shadow, slipping quietly through the steel jungle and vanishing swiftly into the darkness. Shaking off the pursuit of the curious onlookers, a gray-black shadow darted swiftly through the night, finally landing with a light touch atop a building beneath a massive billboard. "Spider-Man, I'm here," Li Ming informed Peter Parker on the other end of the call before lifting the rooftop hatch and slipping into the ventilation shaft. Following the marks Peter had left behind, Li Ming moved quickly through the ducts. His every movement was concealed, making almost no sound at all. He wove his way forward, and after passing through a section of steel panels, Li Ming peered down through the vents grating beneath his feet. Below, inside the auction house, he saw the demon's minions scouring the area for something. How could it be them? Li Ming frowned, quickening his pace. The auction house wasn't large, and with an extra burst of speed, Li Ming soon caught sight of a familiar figure in blue and red ahead. He crept closer and whispered, "Hey, I'm here." "Whoa!" Peter Parker jolted in surprise, nearly swinging a fist toward Li Ming. Realizing it was Li Ming, Peter hurriedly lowered his voice. "Holy crap. Can't you make some noise when you sneak up? Is this your new stealth suit or something?" "Never mind, we'll talk about that later. Things are bad down there. Be ready for action at any moment." Li Ming followed Peter's pointing finger, directing his gaze below. There, a sharply dressed woman, probably the auction house manager, had fallen to the ground, scrambling backward in panic. Directly in front of her, a masked thug in a suit held a rifle at her, his voice cold and threatening. "My patience is wearing thin. Tell me, where are the documents?" The woman's voice trembled. "I don't know. There must be someone else here. They must have taken them." Watching the scene unfold, Peter Parker frowned. "Those masked guys, who are they?" "I think I know a bit." Li Ming replied without taking his eyes off the group below, selectively sharing what he knew. "They went after me yesterday, too. I stumbled upon their secret operation to stash explosives. They're dangerous types, splinter cells from a gang called the Demons." Peter immediately turned to stare at Li Ming. "Explosives? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "There wasn't a chance," Li Ming said, a note of exasperation in his voice. "Better late than never, right?" As the two whispered back and forth, the man who seemed to be the leader among the demons turned and signaled to the others. The message relayed, the minions swept the auction house once more, quickly reporting back. "We're the only ones here." The demon leader seemed to be growing impatient. He kept his rifle trained on the woman, yanked her to her feet, and pressed the weapon against her even more firmly. "We need to find those documents. If not, you're as good as dead." After uttering his threat, the leader of the inner demons shoved the female manager hard, forcing her toward another room, as if pressuring her to hand over the documents she'd mentioned earlier. Damn it! Watching this unfold, Peter Parker felt a chill in his heart. He gestured for Li Ming to follow and began to move after them. "We have to act now, but we can't tip them off. If we make a false move, they'll kill the lady. We need to find a way to take these guys out quietly and fast. No mistakes." As they trailed behind, Peter dialed his father-in-law, Captain Stacy. "George, the silent alarm wasn't a false alert. Masked men have taken a hostage. The robbery is in progress. I'll try to rescue the hostage first." "Understood. Backup teams are already en route. Try to keep the situation from escalating before they arrive. Keep the hostage alive." "You got it." Peter hung up, eyes scanning the henchmen below, who were fanned out beneath the ventilation shaft, alert and ready. The two of them leapt lightly onto the lighting rig above. Li Ming spoke up. "Here's an idea. You attack from up here. I'll go down for a silent takedown. We split up and take them all out at once." "Are you sure you can handle that?" Peter hesitated. Li Ming understood his concern. After all, this was his first outing. He lacked experience, and one mistake could mean a life lost. "I don't gamble with lives," Li Ming replied, shaking his head as he pointed out their respective targets. "You take those on the left, I'll handle the ones on the right. We hit them together and keep the noise to a minimum." "All right then." Peter gave Li Ming a long, searching look and agreed. Peter had witnessed firsthand how Li Ming's armor allowed him to move silently, melting into the shadows like a nightmare. It wasn't that he lacked faith in Li Ming. "Let's do this." With that, Li Ming moved along the lighting rig to the wall, slipping down into a blind spot outside the henchman's line of sight. In a blink, he vanished into the darkness. Feeling the seamless coordination between himself and the armor, Li Ming steadied his breath, tamping down the surge of adrenaline as he moved swiftly toward his targets. The back area of the auction house was cluttered with odds and ends, perfect cover for stealth. He moved with utter silence, as if he were a viper in the shadows. Sometimes he knocked out enemies at close range. Other times, he fired a tranquilizer dart from afar. When necessary, he'd use his grappling hook to drag a foe into a shadowy corner before dispatching them quietly. Without taking a single life, Li Ming neutralized several of the inner demon's henchmen in less than half a minute, and not a single sound gave him away. The skills of a master assassin were on full display. With Spider-Man's coordination, it took only the blink of an eye before every enemy in the room was subdued. "Let's move. Next area." Peter barely had time to marvel at Li Ming's assassination skills before he prepared to leap into the ventilation duct and enter the next room. Wait, if we act like this, there's still a risk of hostages getting killed. Why not try my way instead? As he spoke, Li Ming reached out and slapped his hand onto one of the mind demon thugs. In Peter Parker's astonished gaze, the stealth assassination gear shimmered and transformed, turning into an identical uniform to the mind demon thug. This was the unique skill that Agent 47 had bestowed upon the stealth assassination gear. Now disguised as a mind demon thug, Li Ming turned to Peter and said, "I'll blend in with them, make my move when the time is right, and can protect the hostages whenever needed. You take this chance to deal with the other goons. That way we can't go wrong. What do you think?" Of course, sounds great," Peter stammered, "but when we get back, you absolutely have to let me study that thing of yours. Compared to you, I feel like a total amateur. We'll talk when we're done." Li Ming picked up a rifle and strode toward the next room. Peter shook his head as he watched him go. Then he shot a web upward, vaulted into the ventilation duct, and slipped into the next room. With Li Ming drawing attention at the front and Peter Parker picking off foes from above, the two worked together seamlessly, quickly taking out all the mind demon thugs in several rooms. Just after clearing out one room and preparing to blend into the main hall to rescue the hostages, Li Ming suddenly spotted a set-up camera on a shelf. Why is there a camera here? Peter Parker felt a twinge of familiarity. He couldn't help but walk over, picking up the camera and turning it over in his hands. At that moment, not far from him, a red-haired woman darted up behind Li Ming and swung a heavy metal ornament straight at the back of his head. Sensing danger from behind, Li Ming's body reacted even before his mind could catch up. He spun around and narrowly seized the metal ornament before it struck him. Just as Li Ming's anger flared and he was about to strike back, he froze in surprise. "Mary Jane? What are you doing here?" Li Ming and Peter Parker blurted out her name in unison, their voices equally shocked. "Let go, wait, you guys know each other?" Mary Jane, still struggling to free her weapon from Li Ming's grip, was stunned as well. Wasn't this supposed to be a damsel saving the hero moment? How could Spider-Man, of all people, be in league with the criminals? Realizing it was all a misunderstanding, Li Ming released her and stepped back, leaving the explaining to Peter Parker. Peter walked over a little awkward. "Hey, Mary Jane, what are you doing here?" "Hey, Spider-Man, same as you, I'm working. Or at least, I was supposed to be," she replied, her gaze drifting over to Li Ming. "And you two are?" Peter Parker said, "This is the Light Knight, my companion." Instead of calling out Peter Parker's name, Mary Jane called for Spider-Man. And Peter, in turn, didn't call out Li Ming's name, but addressed him as Light Knight. Their mutual thoughtfulness for each other's identities was unmistakable. These two, honestly, what a sight. Li Ming, sitting in the front row enjoying the drama, decided not to reveal his true identity for now. He simply shed the disguise of a mind demon minion, letting his true form as the stealth assassin arsenal show through. "Nice to meet you, I'm the Light Knight." He greeted Mary Jane, then casually picked another mind demon minion to blend in with, and slipped back into disguise. Having witnessed the whole scene, Mary Jane gasped in astonishment and covered her mouth. "Oh, that's incredible. Let's put that aside for now," Peter Parker said, handing his camera over to Mary Jane. "So, is Robbie asking you to cover the break-in case for the Daily Bugle?" Mary Jane flashed an awkward but polite smile. "Robbie actually doesn't know I'm here, and the break-in only happened a few minutes ago." "Hey, you two, now's really not the time for small talk. The hostages are still waiting for us to save them." Seeing the ex-couple about to get caught up in conversation, Li Ming had to cut in with a pointed reminder. Reminiscing could wait, but a hostage's life is a one-time thing. Oh, sorry." Both of them snapped back to attention, taking a step back. Mary Jane simply turned, grabbed a folder from a nearby tool rack, and waved it at the two of them. "Listen, these masked men are looking for this file, but everyone here is already on their side. There's no way I can get the file out. So you two." Faced with his ex-girlfriend's pleading look, how could Peter Parker refuse? He glanced around and pointed to a door not far away. "All right, here's the plan. You hide behind there. Once we deal with the bad guys, you can make your escape. But we'll need to know what's in the file," Li Ming added. "Of course, no problem. That sounds like a good plan." Mary Jane nodded to Peter, then made her way toward the exit. Their unspoken understanding was so palpable, it made Li Ming, watching from the side, inwardly wince at the sweet display. At the door, Mary Jane paused and turned back to look at Peter Parker. "It's really good to see you, SPI, Peter, Spider-Man." Hearing that, Peter Parker immediately stepped forward, answering, "I never expected we'd meet again like this." "How funny." Mary Jane winked at Peter. "That's exactly what I was thinking." With that, she turned, closed the door, and disappeared from view. "Ugh, the stinging taste of their lovey-dovey banter. Li Ming's sarcastic comment drifted from behind, prompting Peter Parker to turn around and give him a punch. The hostages are still waiting for us to save them. Let's move. As long as you still remember the hostages, that's a relief. I was starting to think your soul was about to float away, Li Ming retorted. I'll check for any enemies in the area, Peter replied. Apparently, Li Ming's quip had hit the mark. Peter left those words behind, then, without looking back, vaulted straight into the air vent, leaving Li Ming chuckling to himself. Steadying his breath and raising his gun, Li Ming followed Peter's instructions relayed through his earpiece. He moved toward another room, beginning to clear out the stragglers they'd missed earlier. The auction house didn't seem very large from the outside, but inside, there were plenty of separate rooms. The two of them made a circuit, taking down another batch of demon thugs. Just as they were about to move on to their next target, they heard Mary Jane's anguished cry. "No, let me go." Her shout was quickly followed by the sounds of struggle, dragging, scuffling, and the thud of fists and feet. Perched atop the light rig, Peter's patience snapped the moment he heard the commotion. Abandoning any pretense of stealth, he swung down on his web, crashed through the door with a powerful kick, and landed in the hall. Peter leaped into the fray, firing webs that yanked the gun barrels away from both Mary Jane and the female supervisor, wrenching them from the demon thug's hands. Mary Jane seized the opportunity, scrambling to her feet and darting to safety. Knew we'd end up going loud anyway. Why bother sneaking around at the start? Li Ming sighed, exasperated, and sprinted after Peter. As he ran, shimmering particles of light danced around him. The cards labeled Agent 47 and Assassin's Creed. Altaïr shot back into their slots, while his stealth assassination gear disengaged on its own. At the same time, William A. Zeppeli and Jonathan Joestar flew out, scanned by a glowing ring, and merged with his body, now bathed in a halo of white light. Knight of Light, Ripple Courage form. With this transformation, Li Ming's speed surged. Each breath and step sent golden ripples surging through the air as he charged in, fists and feet blazing, sending the demon thugs restraining the supervisor flying. Ripples of energy coursed through their bodies, pinning them helplessly to the wall. They wouldn't be joining the fight anytime soon. How are your hands glowing like that? Are you guys ghosts? I've never fought a ghost before. Peter Parker's quip floated over, making Li Ming's ears perk up. Clearly, these thugs had all been boosted by negative emotions. The boss is here. Take these two out. With heavily accented Chinese, one of the thugs shouted. More doors crashed open as every demon henchman in the area surged toward them. However, after the previous ambush, a significant number of people had already lost their ability to fight. Now, even as those who could still move gathered together, their numbers were not many. Perhaps this was precisely the purpose of an assassination. Whoosh! The head of the mind demons, wielding a blade empowered by their sinister energies, brought it down with a brutal swing. Waves of black and white, negative energy erupted, slashing toward Li Ming and Peter from all directions. Deep, menacing gashes were carved into the hall's marble floor, each one shimmering with that strange and mysterious two-toned energy. Whoa, that looks seriously dangerous, Peter exclaimed theatrically, yet his body responded with the grace and agility of a gymnast. With a nimble twist and a hop, he dodged every incoming blow with effortless precision. Li Ming, on the other hand, stood his ground. Golden ripples of power gathered around his fists, and with several explosive punches, he shattered every wave of energy head-on. Seizing the opening after the onslaught, the two launched their counterattack without hesitation. Their movements blurred, fists and kicks flying, strands of web shooting through the air, golden ripples flashing. One by one, their foes were sent hurtling into walls and ceilings, each of them pinned fast, utterly immobilized. By the time the final Mind Demon leader was defeated, the entire hall was plastered with these thuggish assailants, stuck in every corner. With the enemies subdued, Peter Parker picked up a Mind Demon mask for closer inspection. He glanced at Li Ming. This thing looks like an antique. Let's take one back. Maybe someone can help us trace where it came from. What do you think, Light Knight? Li Ming gave a non-committal nod. Let's take one back and investigate. Woo. Suddenly, the wail of sirens pierced the air. At last, the police reinforcements they'd been promised had arrived. By now, the female manager and Mary Jane had long since escaped. Li Ming and Peter exchanged a glance. Neither had any intention of getting tangled up with the police, so they wasted no time and quickly slipped away from the scene. All that remained were the Mind Demon goons, stuck in a chaotic mess all around the auction hall, their muffled groans of pain echoing as they struggled in vain. The auction house was left in utter disarray. The arriving officers began their investigation, assigning teams to keep watch over each of the villains glued to the walls, waiting patiently for them to fall down. There was nothing else they could do, Whether it was those firmly attached by Li Ming's rippling energy or those ensnared in Peter's webs, the bindings were so strong that no amount of police muscle could pry them free. The only option was to wait. Wait for the ripples to fade or the webs to dissolve. Only then could these criminals be hauled away. As for using tools? Sorry, most of the equipment had already been gummed up by the villains. Now, let's turn our gaze from this chaotic backdrop. The female manager, having narrowly escaped, marched toward Mary Jane, her face thunderous with anger. I just spoke with Craig. You're not the reporter he sent at all. In fact, you don't even work for Legacy Arts. I have every reason to believe you're the one who brought those thugs here. As she spoke, the manager glanced around as if hoping the police would arrest Mary Jane on the spot. However, Mary Jane was entirely unfazed by her. I never said I was. Let's start over. Hi, I'm Mary Jane Watson, reporter for the Daily Bugle. You. The female supervisor nearly choked with anger, her face flushed with fury. Everything you see here is strictly off the record. Mary Jane calmly raised her camera, aiming it at the supervisor. May I ask what you know about the files stolen by the masked intruders? And what about all the dirty money Wilson Fisk has been laundering through this auction house over the years? Huh, your ex-girlfriend is something else. That supervisor was left completely speechless. Li Ming nudged Peter Parker in the shoulder and gave him a sly wink. I guess that's the sort of tenacity a good reporter needs, Peter replied, still a bit surprised, trying to cover his own astonishment. After the police had arrived, the two of them had changed back into their regular clothes and hidden in the shadows by the auction house entrance, watching the unfolding drama. Neither of them had expected to see such a sharp, capable side of Mary Jane. As they chatted, they saw the supervisor throw out a final threat before stomping away, while Mary Jane walked toward the door with the air of someone who just won a decisive victory. Ask her about those files. If you run into any problems, give me a call. Sure, your girlfriend is Gwen now, but those masked guys clearly have big plans. You might have to use your charm. To get some intel, Li Ming said, still not ready to reveal his own identity. He pointed at Peter's earpiece, gave him a shove, and quickly slipped into the shadows of a nearby alley. How did it go, MJ? Nearly stumbling into Mary Jane, Peter found himself suddenly awkward in front of the red-haired girl. Mary Jane smiled. Not bad. But someone from that group took advantage of the chaos and made off with the files. As soon as the call connected and he heard this, Li Ming frowned and said over the line, ask her how much she remembers about what was in those files. Peter, equally concerned, got straight to the point. Mary Jane's expression grew thoughtful. I can still remember the general idea. Peter hesitated a moment. Well, if that's the case, maybe we should sit down somewhere and talk about it. How about dinner at Mick's Diner? You could tell me all about what happened tonight and what was in those files, every detail. Dinner? Mary Jane raised an eyebrow. Don't you have a girlfriend now? And what about your friend? He had to leave early. It's just dinner, to share information, that's all, Peter replied, forcing himself to sound confident. Is that so? Mary Jane looked him over, then suddenly broke into a smile. All right then, shall we? Nicely done, Peter. Hearing Peter Parker's cheerful tone through the headset, Li Ming felt a wave of relief and joy wash over him. He and Mary Jane turned and walked away together. Li Ming, not one to eavesdrop, hung up the call as soon as they left. Alone, he stepped out from the shadows of the alley, strolling leisurely toward home. After a long, busy day, it was finally time to wind down and get some rest. Once Peter finished the call, Li Ming would always organize the information before settling in for the night. The next morning, at 6 a.m., the familiar alarm sounded, its cadence etched into his very soul. In an instant, Li Ming, who had been sleeping soundly, shot up in a panic, fumbling for his phone to silence the dreadful noise. This ringtone is the devil's whisper, he muttered, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Without hesitation, he got up, washed, and changed into loose sportswear, heading out for his morning run. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Though the phrase sounded a bit melodramatic, there was undeniable truth in it. Li Ming knew himself well. His health was decent, but he was far from robust. While transforming with the cards didn't just grant him special powers, they also enhanced his strength, speed, and various abilities to a superhuman level. Everything still depended on his own physical foundation. No matter how you looked at it, everything was built upon his own body. So far, Li Ming hadn't encountered a power card he couldn't use, nor had the transformations ever put an unbearable strain on him. But who could say that wouldn't change in the future? What if a card brought power he simply couldn't contain? With lessons learned from his predecessors, Li Ming understood that to truly unleash the full potential of the cards, and ultimately perfect the power of a Light Knight, he needed to build an unshakable physique. Until his body was further strengthened by the Light Knight's power, the simplest and most essential thing he could do was to get up early and train. His breath came in steady, rhythmic waves as he ran, picking up speed with each block, racing freely down the empty street. Since awakening the power of the Light Knight, his physical stamina had noticeably improved. Even accounting for the benefits of his breathing technique, his speed and endurance now far surpassed what they once were. Perhaps, once he truly mastered the Light Knight's power, he wouldn't need to transform at all. His body alone could achieve astonishing feats. As he ran, he could feel his energy gradually depleting. Yet at the same time, subtle changes were happening within him. For a moment, his mind drifted. The ripple, born from human flesh and blood, summoned through a breathing technique fueled by courage and willpower, was a power unique to mankind. It shone with a golden brilliance like sunlight, endowed with all kinds of wondrous qualities, and often revealed different characteristics depending on the medium it inhabited. One could say that Ripple was the very light of humanity itself. By a curious twist of fate, Li Ming had inherited both the power of the night and the power of the Giant of Light. From a certain point of view, his Light Knight's power could also be seen as the light of humanity. Looking at it this way, perhaps it was no coincidence that, on that night of crisis, the ones who resonated with him were Jonathan and William, the embodiments of Ripple's strength. It wasn't random at all, but rather the mutual attraction between two powers of extraordinary compatibility. Li Ming mused to himself, the Ripple breathing technique must be the key for me to expand and master my Light Knight's power. After jogging for an hour, he returned home and spent another hour in the courtyard working out the rest of his body. By the end, he was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. But after a shower, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. He summoned the Light Knight driver and opened the panel. At once, a smile spread across Li Ming's face. Power completion, 5.7%. World influence, 1011. The new form he'd gained yesterday had pushed his completion up to 5.6%. After this morning's workout, it had increased by another 0.1%. Looking at it from another angle, as long as he kept training for a few dozen more days, he could accumulate as much progress as a handful of power cards would grant him. Day by day, grain by grain, until a mountain was formed. What an incredible prospect! I'll keep it up tomorrow. Li Ming was invigorated, brimming with anticipation for the future. Ding dong ding dong. That must be Peter. I'll go get the door. While helping to prepare breakfast, Li Ming called out to his grandfather, then jogged to the entrance. Sure enough, as he opened the door, Peter's handsome face greeted him from outside. Morning, Li. Good morning, Peter. Li Ming nodded, lowering his voice as he asked, So, how did it go yesterday? Did you manage to get anything out of Mary Jane about the files? The question wiped the smile right off Peter Parker's face. Well, dinner didn't happen. We'd barely started walking when her boss called her away. Looks like that supervisor wasn't just trying to scare her. I just hope Mary Jane can handle it. Li Ming understood this unexpected hiccup. I see. In that case, maybe ask her out again tonight. We have to get to the bottom of what those people are up to. We'll see. Peter hesitated, then turned to greet Li Jian in the kitchen. Good morning, Mr. Li. Sorry to trouble you again, but I've already had breakfast, so please don't worry about me. Though the family wasn't wealthy, Peter didn't want his friend to feel as though he only came over for a free meal. Li Ming thought for a moment. There was still some time, and it was about time he finally got his hands on the Spider-Man power. Card he'd been longing for. While he was at it, he could also see if he could teach Peter Parker the Ripple breathing technique. He glanced toward the kitchen and called out loudly, Grandpa, go ahead and start eating if you're ready. Peter and I have something to discuss. We'll be down soon. With that, he led Peter Parker upstairs. Just as Li Jian poked his head out of the kitchen to call after them, he heard the door upstairs slam shut with a thud. He could only shake his head and mutter, Huh? Those two boys are always up to something secretive. All right, I brought that mask with me. Mr. Li, do you know anything about it? Maybe we could show it to him and ask. As soon as they entered the room, Peter suddenly smacked his forehead, reaching into his backpack to pull out the mask. Without thinking twice, Li Ming refused. No need. My grandpa doesn't really pay much attention to things like that. Why not ask Martin about it? If I recall, he has a degree in art history, doesn't he? His grandfather truly wasn't interested in opera masks, but more importantly, Li Ming wanted to keep his family as far away from this as possible. So he simply turned down the idea. As for taking the demon mask to Martin Lee to ask about its origins, was that walking right into the lion's den? Li Ming knew Martin Lee was actually Mr. Negative, the leader of the Inner Demons gang, but everything in this world was just different. Enough from the Marvel Universe, he remembered. The information he had could be useful, but wouldn't answer all his questions. The truth was, he had no idea what Martin Lee was really planning right now. Bringing the demon mask to Martin Lee might be a way to test the waters, and maybe even persuade him to stop whatever he was planning. If it worked, all the better. If Martin didn't take the bait, Li Ming could use the opportunity to gather more information. Either way, he stood to gain something. Peter Parker, unaware of how quickly Li Ming's thoughts had raced ahead, nodded and put the mask away. You're right. It's better to ask an expert. All right, let's put that aside for now. We should test out what happens when you borrow someone's real powers, shouldn't we? Leaving the mask for another time, Li Ming summoned the light night driver, his voice brimming with excitement. Are you sure nothing will go wrong? Peter Parker hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't trust Li Ming. The problem was, if he lost his powers, he wouldn't be able to protect the city anymore. The risk was huge. It wasn't something he could take lightly. Li Ming explained, don't worry. The way the power card borrows your abilities is more like a copy at the information level. You won't actually lose anything. And even if, by some chance, your powers really were taken away, I could give them right back to you. There won't be any problems. Peter Parker thought for a moment and finally decided to trust Li Ming. He nodded in agreement, his whole demeanor growing excited. All right, let's do it. Take my power. Faced with such an extraordinary ability, how could a tech enthusiast like him not be curious? Over the past few days working side by side with Li Ming, even just watching had left him itching with anticipation. Now, with the chance to experience it firsthand, he could hardly contain his excitement. All right then, please give me your weight. What? That was so fast. Before Li Ming could even finish his request, as soon as Peter spoke, the Knight of Light driver flashed with a crystalline blue light. Red and blue particles swiftly drifted from Peter's body, swirling into the center of the ring before rapidly condensing into a single card. Spider-Man. The card floated before Li Ming, its surface displaying the classic image of Spider-Man in his iconic suit. The card had formed with such incredible speed that both of them were left momentarily stunned. Peter Parker. Li Ming. Peter's mouth twitched. Why was it so easy? Was I just too eager? Maybe so, Li Ming replied, scratching his head. From the feedback I'm getting, if someone is willing to share their power with me of their own accord, the ring will automatically gather their strength and form a card. That way, I don't need to ask for it specifically. So how do you feel now? Whoa, Peter flexed his body a bit and let out a startled cry. I haven't lost my powers, but it does feel like I just fought a huge battle. The energy in my body is suddenly drained. Still, I think if I eat something and rest a while, I'll be back to normal. This is incredible. It doesn't make any scientific sense. As long as you didn't lose your powers, that's what matters. Li Ming didn't bother with Peter's wide-eyed surprise. Instead, he happily examined the Spider-Man card, admiring it for a moment before tucking it into the card slot with satisfaction. But now, where am I supposed to find a power that matches this card? Li Ming muttered, a trace of worry in his voice. Without a card that could fuse into a new form, the Knight of Light's power couldn't advance any further. At least for now, this Spider-Man card was just a collectible. What did you say? Hearing Li Ming's muttering, Peter asked reflexively. I was just wondering where I could find a matching power for you, Li Ming explained. Then he added, but we'll deal with that later. For now, let me teach you the ripple breathing technique. Getting started with the ripple breathing technique isn't easy. Except for a few rare individuals, beginners need someone to guide them. The instructor uses their fingers to tap the student's diaphragm, forcing them to empty their lungs completely. This forces the body to shift into a unique breathing pattern. This way of breathing stirs up ripples through the flesh and blood, generating a strange energy, the energy known as the ripple. However, if someone lacks natural talent, after all the air is expelled from their lungs, they might not be able to switch breathing modes in time, and could actually suffocate to death. Of course, with a mentor watching closely and ready to help them regain normal breathing at any moment, the real risk isn't that high. Otherwise, Li Ming would never have recklessly tried to teach Peter. Just as Li Ming had expected, Peter Parker, the cherished son of the Marvel Universe, displayed extraordinary talent. After just one attempt, Peter swiftly switched and adapted to this brand-new breathing technique. Golden arcs of electricity and ripples seemed to shimmer across his body as he easily grasped the fundamentals of ripple breathing. Yet, as those golden ripples spread across Peter, something happened that Li Ming hadn't anticipated. Right before his eyes, Peter Parker, who had been sitting with his eyes closed and breathing, suddenly began to float. He floated into the air. Li Ming was utterly dumbfounded. Hey, Mr. Newton, do you even have jurisdiction over the Marvel Universe anymore? Bang. Ouch. Thud. Crash. Bang, bang, bang. In front of Li Ming's widening eyes, Peter Parker, absorbed in the ripple breathing, began swaying and unintentionally drifted upward. Then, with a loud thud, he slammed into the ceiling and woke up in shock. His breathing immediately went haywire, and he plummeted to the ground, knocking over a table and leaving the room in chaos. Hey, what on earth are you two doing up there? Trying to tear the house apart. The furious shout from Grandpa downstairs rang out. Li Ming hurried to explain. Peter accidentally knocked over the table. I'll clean it up. After that, Li Ming helped Peter Parker to his feet, his face full of amazement. How did you even manage that? He had suspected that Peter's bioelectric field might change after mastering the ripple, but he never imagined the transformation would be this dramatic. What do you mean, how did I manage it? Peter stood up, rubbing his sore backside, then suddenly realized what had just happened. Mother of, did I just fly? To be precise, you were floating, Li Ming added dryly, squinting at him. Even Li Ming himself, inheritor of Ultraman's power, hadn't come close to figuring out how to fly. Yet here was Peter, managing it on his first try. Li Ming couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Peter tried to recall everything. I'm not sure. It was that strange energy from the breathing. Oh, right, the ripple. When it was activated and merged with my body's bioelectric field, it seemed to amplify it. Then suddenly, I just floated upwards. Great. He might as well have said nothing at all. Li Ming grumbled inwardly, but went on. We can figure out the theory later. For now, just focus on mastering the technique. Can you take off again? Let me give it another shot. Peter Parker was itching to try. He shifted his breathing pattern, and faint ripples appeared around him. His body swayed slightly, his feet lifted off the ground once again, and he found himself suspended in midair. Cool. Sunlight, look at me. I'm flying. Bang. Barely 3 seconds into his triumph, Peter spoke, and his breathing immediately lost its rhythm. The ripples faded, and gravity yanked him back to the ground. Li Ming nodded, beginning his analysis. All right, it's pretty clear now. Your ability to take flight relies entirely on the changes that the ripple breathing brings to your biofield. So, if you want to fly, during combat, you'll need to practice until ripple breathing becomes second nature. Ideally, you'll be able to merge the ripple and your biofield at will, so you don't disrupt your normal use of the ripple. Otherwise, if you start floating away every time you use the ripple, that's going to be a bit awkward, isn't it? In fact, starting tomorrow, you should join me for morning training. Sure, you're insanely fit, and this kind of exercise won't really challenge you. But to make the ripple instinctive, you have to start with the basics, every movement, every breath. Once you've mastered that, it'll all be up to you. At this, Li Ming suddenly grinned. But honestly, I can't wait to see the look on those guys' faces when they think your moment in the air is an opening, only to watch you take off and scare the daylights out of them. Peter laughed too. Haha, that's going to be priceless. It's a deal. See you tomorrow morning. With their new powers and mastery of the ripple technique, the two who still had to get to the lab didn't linger. They quickly finished their breakfast and drove straight to the Feast homeless shelter. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Martin Lee, who had been bent over his desk writing something, looked up at the door and broke into a smile when he saw Li Ming and Peter Parker. He tucked the document he'd been working on into a drawer and asked, Parker, Lee, what brings you here at this hour? Is there something I can help you with? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Lee. As Peter spoke, the two of them entered the office, closing the door behind them. Li Ming thought for a moment before saying, Peter has a journalist friend who's working on a story about art imports. He came across a very unusual mask that looks like it might be from our country. Although it was unlikely, just in case Martin, given his more extreme alter ego, acted rashly or sought revenge, Li Ming didn't mention Mary Jane's name or even her gender, referring to her simply as he. In short, he'd like to hear an expert's opinion. I know you have a degree in this area, so... Peter picked up the thread and took the demon mask out of his backpack. My knowledge in this field is finally coming in handy for the first time. Let me have a look. Martin stepped out from behind his desk. When he saw the mask of the inner demon that Peter produced, his smile froze. A dangerous edge flickered in his demeanor, but then he furrowed his brow, adopting a grave look, and quickly returned to the harmless, unthreatening appearance of an ordinary man. Li Ming, who had been keeping a close eye on Martin Lee, did not miss this fleeting lapse. It confirmed part of his suspicions, but he remained silent, waiting to see what Martin would do next. Taking the mask, Martin Lee examined it thoughtfully and asked in a casual tone, Where did your journalist friend find this? Peter Parker replied, I'm not really sure. Why? Is there something wrong with the mask? Martin Lee gave the mask a gentle wave in front of them. This is a mask used in nuo opera, one of China's traditional theatrical forms. It's probably just a replica, not worth much. But I haven't seen something like this in many years. As he spoke, Martin Lee turned the mask over, pointing to the strange symbol on the back. This symbol could be translated as inner demon. At that moment, he glanced at Li Ming, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning, and addressed him in accented Chinese. Xiao Ming, I think you understand very well what that word means. Li Ming grinned, responding in crisp, flawless Mandarin. It definitely doesn't sound like a good word. Inner demon. That's the kind of term only villains use. Before the two could exchange more quips, someone nearby interjected. Hey, can we speak English? There's someone here who doesn't understand Chinese, you know. Peter Parker raised his hand tentatively. Of course. Martin smiled at Peter and switched back to English. When I was a child, my father used to tell me ghost stories about that mask and the symbol. I was scared half to death back then. Martin's face grew serious. He looked at both Li Ming and Peter, calling their names with earnest intensity. Xiao Ming. Peter. That mask, it might be connected to dangerous people. Your journalist friend would be better off choosing a different story to cover. Peter's face grew complicated. You think he's in trouble, don't you? Martin Lee turned away, hesitated as if holding something back, and replied in a low voice, I don't know. He rolled his neck a few times, his aura shifting, and when he faced him again, there was a dangerous glint in his smile. But you only get one life. Why take unnecessary risks? Thank you, Martin, for the information. We'll make sure to pass your warning along to our friend. Leaving Martin Lee's office, Li Ming and Peter exchanged a glance, a swirl of emotions passing between them. They both sighed and walked out of the building together. Li Ming lagged half a step behind, watching Peter Parker's back with a heavy heart, feeling very much trapped. How is it that you're always surrounded by villains? Sunlight, I really think Martin was genuinely frightened this time. Do you think I should persuade Mary Jane to give up on following this story? As soon as he got in the car and felt a measure of safety, Peter Parker couldn't help but turn to Li Ming with his question. Do you think Martin is hiding something from us? No. We all know he went through trauma as a child. Maybe he just saw the mask, and it brought back some bad memories. Li Ming kept his eyes fixed on the road, focused on driving, and answered calmly despite Peter Parker's scattered thoughts. My advice is, if you don't want Mary Jane to get caught up in danger, don't let her keep chasing after this story. As for Martin, he's definitely keeping something from us. It's possible he's even involved in the actions of those thugs. Who knows? Peter's eyes widened with surprise. What makes you say that? Do you have any proof? Li Ming pointed to himself. My proof is my own intuition. When we questioned Martin earlier, I sensed a fluctuation in his emotions. The power he's been hiding slipped out, just a little. The nature of that power is something I've only ever seen in those demon-possessed thugs. If Martin had nothing to do with them, well, what are the odds of such a coincidence? What's more, just that small trace of power Martin let slip is stronger than anything we've seen from any of those mind demon thugs. Power determines rank, so even if Martin isn't their leader, he's at least someone high up among them. In truth, Li Ming's chain of deductions was made with the benefit of already knowing the outcome, and then working backwards from the clues at hand. But that was all just detail. As long as what he said was true, there was no need to explain every step to Peter Parker. By this point, the two of them had arrived in front of the laboratory building. Li Ming got out of the car and glanced at Peter. After all this, are you telling me your spider sense is just for show? Didn't you ever suspect anything? Peter closed the car door, his expression turning serious. I did sense something was off about Martin, but if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have dared to confirm it. Hearing Peter's admission, Li Ming nodded. All right then, since we both feel something's wrong, there's a good chance there really is a problem. Tonight, make sure you ask Mary Jane for the specifics about those files. As he spoke, Li Ming's tone grew more serious than ever. Peter, Martin is our friend. We can't just stand by and watch him go down this path. He hasn't made any unforgivable mistakes yet. There's still time. If we can figure out what he's really trying to achieve with all these arrangements, maybe we can stop him. And doing so might just save New York from disaster. Peter nodded. You're right. I'll call Mary Jane and ask her out tonight. Gwen, what brings you here? Li Ming turned around and saw Gwen, her blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, radiating youthful energy, looking at Peter Parker with a half-smile. Unbelievable. Could anything be more coincidental than this? After all that talk about someone who wasn't even there, no sooner did they mention the ex-girlfriend than the current girlfriend appeared. This feels almost too real. Li Ming kept his thoughts to himself, maintaining a calm expression as he greeted the blonde young woman. Hi, Gwen, long time no see. Long time no see, Sunlight, Gwen replied politely, then turned to Peter Parker, pretending not to have caught the conversation. What were you two talking about just now? If I heard correctly, it sounded like Peter was planning to ask Mary Jane out tonight. Oh boy, there was no disguising the murderous look in her eyes. Peter, you're on your own now. I'm getting out of here. Li Ming felt a chill run down his spine at the sight, and Peter was already breaking into a cold sweat as he rushed to explain, it's not a date. That's right. I mean, Mary Jane came into contact with a special file, but the file itself has been lost. I just need her to recall its contents for me. That's all. Is that all, Sunlight? Gwen asked Li Ming with a smile. That's right. Nothing more, Li Ming nodded. Well, Dr. Otto mentioned he wanted to talk to me about something earlier, so I'll head to the lab now. You two carry on. With that, Li Ming ignored Peter Parker's desperate look, waved his hand, and dashed out of the parking lot without looking back. He didn't breathe easy until he jogged all the way to the lab, certain he was out of the line of fire. Even though Gwen was smiling the whole time, she was actually terrifying. Women really are too much trouble. Li Ming shook his head, growing more and more impressed by those dimension travelers who somehow managed to juggle multiple relationships. Some of them had several, dozens even. Just sitting down for a meal at home could turn into a battleground. Who could possibly handle that? Peter made it to the lab in one piece as well, and even managed to get Gwen's blessing for his meeting with Mary Jane that evening. Aside from making Li Ming mutter about Peter's hidden depths, the little episode in the parking lot didn't really affect him. After a busy day, with Li Ming and Peter's help, Dr. Otto overcame yet another technical hurdle, bringing the final version of the Neuralink prosthesis one step closer to completion. Yet, as Dr. Otto's excitement grew, Li Ming felt increasingly conflicted inside. In the Marvel Universe, destiny is a real thing. In some ways, it seems Dr. Otto is fated to become the infamous villain, Dr. Octopus. As neural-linked prosthetic technology becomes ever more refined, it also brings Dr. Otto Octavius one step closer to becoming the notorious supervillain, Dr. Octopus. But as I mentioned before, external equipment is just secondary. It's the corruption and extremism within that truly give birth to a supervillain. So what exactly is the force that pushes Dr. Otto into the abyss? Where does it lie? Li Ming didn't know. All he could do was try his best to prevent that force from appearing. Peter Parker had already left earlier for a date that evening, leaving only Li Ming and Dr. Otto alone in the lab. After a moment's thought, Li Ming walked over and asked, "Doctor, did your earlier meeting with the funding committee go well? They believe our technology poses serious safety issues and are still debating whether to continue their support," Dr. Otto replied, his expression momentarily darkening. Then he quickly perked up. "But most of the problems have been resolved now. We can present them with results that will convince them. I don't think funding will be an issue." "That's good to hear." Li Ming hesitated before saying, "Doctor, if the funding committee decides not to support your project anymore, would you be willing to accept my investment?" Dr. Otto was taken aback. "Sunlight. Doctor, there's no need to answer me right away." Before Dr. Otto could say another word, Li Ming cut him off. Looking at the short, stocky, yet brilliant middle-aged man, Li Ming continued sincerely. "As someone who has been personally involved in this project, I'm deeply grateful for your guidance. More than that, I could truly understand what kind of blessing this technology could bring to the world. This is your genius creation. I have no greed or ulterior motives. I just want to do everything I can to help you realize this technology and to protect it from being stolen by others." Dr. Otto opened his mouth, then finally smiled with genuine warmth. "Choosing you as my assistant was one of the wisest decisions I've ever made. I should thank you in advance for having my back." His voice quavered with emotion as he stood up and patted Li Ming on the arm. "All right, that's enough work for today. Go on home. You too, Doctor. Get some rest. I'll head out now." Li Ming grinned, slung his bag over his shoulder, and left the lab. Watching him go, Dr. Otto suddenly removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. When he looked up again, his gaze was icy and cold. He opened a hidden compartment beneath the console, one only he knew about, and gazed at several nearly completed devices inside. In a low murmur, he said, "Kid, I want to say yes to you. But as for Osborne, since the technology isn't perfected yet, let's wait a little longer. That way, I can rest a little easier." Dr. Otto half-heartedly agreed to his suggestion, which left Li Ming feeling much more at ease. In a cheerful mood, he was just about to drive home for dinner when he saw several police cars speeding down the street, racing off into the distance. There hasn't been any sign of an accident nearby. Where on earth did something happen for the police to make such a big show of force? Li Ming frowned, his breath changing rhythm as golden ripples echoed within his body. After scanning his surroundings, he only grew more puzzled. Just then, his phone rang with a sharp, insistent chime. Li Ming glanced at the screen and thought, "This kid calling at this time can't be bringing good news." He answered the call right away and asked directly, "Hello? Peter, aren't you supposed to be on a date? What's happened?" On the other end, Peter's voice was lowered. "Hey, there's been an incident. Shocker's broken out. He's robbing the bank on East 31st Street. Li Ming was taken aback. "What? I could have sworn you locked that guy up just a few days ago. How did he get out so quickly?" As he spoke, he dashed to the parking lot, hopped in his car, started the engine, and headed toward the neighborhoods near East 31st Street. Of course, he couldn't drive straight up to the bank. If anyone checked the surveillance footage later, his identity would be far too easy to uncover. Peter sounded helpless. A prison guard let him out and even gave him his gear back. Then the guard killed himself. That's how it went down. I'm making this call away from Mary Jane. I'm heading over now. Not leaving a single trace behind. Huh? Looks like someone else is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. And this method, Doesn't it seem awfully familiar to you? Li Ming frowned in thought. When he heard Peter say he was about to ditch Mary Jane again, he quickly stopped him. I'm already on my way. Leave Shocker to me. Your mission tonight is to get all the intel Mary Jane has and organize it. I'll handle sending Shocker back to prison. Peter hesitated, but Li Ming pressed. Trust me, brother. Didn't you say Shocker relies entirely on those gauntlets? As long as I use my ripple to control his body, he'll be helpless. Peter Parker sighed. All right, but be careful. If you get the chance, see if you can squeeze some information out of Shocker. Li Ming chuckled. Don't worry. You just make sure to wring every bit of info out of Mary Jane. Hey, why you make it sound so weird? Ignoring Peter's protest, Li Ming hung up, a flash of excitement in his eyes. He stepped on the gas. His engine roared as he sped toward the scene of the crime. Outside the bank, police cars formed a blockade, and officers stood at the ready with guns drawn, keeping a watchful guard. At this moment, the bank lobby was utterly deserted. The staff and innocent bystanders had long since fled for their lives, and not a single corpse could be seen on the floor. Though Terror was a notorious supervillain, he held fast to a strict principle: never take a life. Even his lowest-grade pulse gloves were powerful enough to blast an adult to pieces, but he never used them to kill. He was just after the money, not interested in harming anyone. In that sense, perhaps he wasn't truly evil to the core. The vast, gilded hall shimmered in opulence. Clad in his yellow battle suit, Terror strolled out of the vault at a leisurely pace, hauling 2 bulging bags of cash. His footsteps echoed through the empty lobby. Terror's suit wasn't equipped with combat enhancements. Apart from its decent defense, its main function was to absorb and shield him from the shockwaves produced by his gloves. If you ignore the helmet and the gloves, the suit wasn't much to look at, more like a pair of thick, padded pants one might wear in winter. But no one dared to mock his appearance. The moment he emerged, the police outside grew even more tense, their weapons trained squarely on him. You really think just a handful of you can stop me? Get out of my way. Gazing at the police blocking the entrance and filling the street, Terror's voice was full of disappointment. He let the bags drop from his hands, and energy began to gather on the surface of his gloves. The officers on the street panicked at once, bodies shifting nervously, bracing themselves to dodge the impending shockwave. Just then, a flash of silver burst through the window. With a crash of shattering glass, a figure leapt in, legs together, and kicked Terror clear across the room. Boom! The building shook as the shockwave, losing its aim, blasted a gaping hole in the corner wall, sending tremors through the entire bank. The police, taken aback by the sudden arrival of Li Ming, exchanged confused looks. But the reporters mixed among the crowd were electrified, snapping away with their cameras to capture every detail of the chaotic scene. Despite the hit from Li Ming, Terror scrambled back to his feet as if nothing had happened. Fury burned in his eyes as he glared at his new opponent. Who the hell are you to meddle in my business? Get lost. Boom. My, what a temper you have, Herman. Since it's our first meeting, why don't we become friends? As Terror unleashed another pillar of force, Li Ming nimbly dodged with a light leap, landing atop the grand chandelier that hung from the ceiling. From his vantage point, Li Ming looked down at Terror, striking up a casual conversation as though nothing were amiss. If I recall, you were just thrown in prison not long ago. How did you break out so quickly to cause trouble again? Li Ming wasn't in a hurry to fight to the bitter end. Terror's sudden appearance at the bank seemed far too abrupt. There had to be more to the story. He figured he might as well fish for some answers before things got out of hand. And if he could score a bit of power in the process, all the better. After all, once he subdued Terror, the swarm of police and reporters outside would inevitably rush in, making it much harder to do anything else. What's all this nonsense about being friends? Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? Get down here now. You're some nobody, try and climb on my head and act like you matter. Seeing Li Ming's posture, Terror was instantly reminded of his old nemesis, Spider-Man. Fury flared up inside him, his hands crossing as he began gathering energy, ready to teach this kid a lesson he wouldn't forget. Li Ming stayed on guard, but his mouth didn't stop running. Making friends is just making friends, right? So, tell me, who exactly are you working for? Maybe I could even help you out, you know? He was hoping to fish for some information while chatting, maybe even snag a bit of power for himself, but Terror had no patience for games. With a swift motion, he raised both hands, unleashing a shockwave from his body in every direction, an indiscriminate attack on everything nearby. A thunderous crash echoed through the hall. In an instant, the floor cracked, shattered tiles flying everywhere, the building itself quaking from the force. Li Ming, who just dodged backward from his perch on the chandelier, was caught in the sweeping shockwave, sent flying across the room and slamming to the ground, skidding several meters before coming to a stop. Not a single spot on my body doesn't hurt. Guess the shockwave's got some penetration to it, huh? Coughing lightly, Li Ming pulled himself up, feeling pain from a hit for the first time. But it was that very pain that finally snapped him into fighting mode. If you're not in the mood to talk, Herman, then I'll just have to take you down first. Taking a deep breath, Li Ming engaged his suit's pumps, jets of white air blasting out around him. Golden ripples surged with unprecedented energy, electricity and water-like patterns glowing faintly over the armor of his limbs. In the next instant, he pressed off with his feet and shot straight toward Terror. Get lost. Watching Li Ming barrel toward him, Terror still couldn't figure out what was so special about that armor, but he had no intention of letting his foe get close. He raised both fists and pounded forward, sending a pair of murky yellow shockwaves crashing toward Li Ming. Quick as lightning, Li Ming dropped his center of gravity and slid to the side, a classic slide tackle, dodging the direct blast of the shockwaves. The stray ripples that grazed him hardly fazed him anymore. Let's see how you handle this. As Li Ming closed in, Terror didn't back down. Instead, he surged forward and smashed his fist into the floor. A violent tremor resounded through the hall. Shockwaves rolled out like crashing waves, utterly demolishing the already ruined floor and blasting broken tiles outward in rippling layers, leaving Li Ming with nowhere left to land. My mobility is still too weak. Just a few punches from Terror, and I'm already running out of room to dodge. This is a flaw, one I'll have to fix with my new form. Guess there's nothing like hands-on combat to show you where you're lacking. Only by fighting for real can you truly understand your own weaknesses. Li Ming stared at the surging shockwaves barreling toward him and realized he had no means to counter them. His mind instantly raced with countless thoughts, and amidst the chaos, he felt a strange sense of enlightenment. The stealth assassin armor, though highly mobile and equipped with a variety of weapons and gadgets, offered tools like the grappling hook for agile dodging. Yet with its relatively weak defense, switching to it in the face of such terror would be nothing short of suicide. If there's no way out, then I'll just have to face it head-on. Ripples shimmered across his armor as Li Ming leapt with all his might, narrowly dodging the first wave of shock. He lunged directly at his foe, Jin Kong. But in that frontal assault, Li Ming was struck by the full brunt of Jin Kong's follow-up shockwaves. Still airborne, he felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, and flecks of rosy light scattered from the mouth of his helmet. His injuries were far from minor. It was the first time he'd been wounded so badly. Fear inevitably crept into Li Ming's heart, yet his movements did not falter for a second. Bracing himself against the shockwave, he swung a fist, knocking Jin Kong to the ground and halting what seemed like an endless barrage of attacks. Without a single wasted word, Li Ming pressed his advantage. He strode forward, golden ripples pulsing brightly and mysteriously along his armored gauntlets, and landed another powerful punch to Jin Kong's chest. Jin Kong's heart skipped a beat. He felt no pain, but quickly sensed that something was terribly wrong. His eyes widened, his voice trembling. "What have you done to my body? What did you do?" That's right. Li Ming had used the ripples to seize control over his opponent's body, robbing him of any ability to move on his own. Jin Kong's gloves might have packed a formidable punch, but they relied on his own actions to be effective. Now, with every movement dictated by Li Ming, how could he possibly continue the fight? Although Li Ming had paid a heavy price, in the end, he emerged victorious from this battle. At this moment, he simply held Jin Kong in a vice grip, unmoving. To an outside observer, it might have looked as though the fight was still undecided. No one dared approach. Li Ming still had questions to ask, so naturally, he intended to keep up the act a while longer. He looked down at Jin Kong, his masked eyes betraying no emotion, but his tone held a trace of satisfaction. "If you answer my questions honestly, I'll let you have control of your body again. Now talk. Who's really pulling the strings behind you?" Under the power of the ripples, Jin Kong found that only his mouth was still under his own control. The terror the demon gang inspired in him was now matched, if not surpassed, by the fear Li Ming commanded. Jin Kong blurted out, "If I talk, they'll kill me for sure. You don't even know if there's a human or a demon behind those masks." Hearing this, Li Ming immediately understood exactly what kind of formidable force had sent Jin Kong to wreak havoc. The demon gang again, always them. Li Ming chuckled under his breath, then pressed on, "So, they sent you out here to cause trouble and draw attention. What's their real motive? If you can give me enough information, maybe Spider-Man and I can take care of them for good. You wouldn't have to live in fear of them coming after you." Terror's voice was heavy with resignation. I don't know. They just told me to draw Spider-Man's attention. That's it. And instead, I ended up running into you. Before today, I didn't even know who you were." "Hey, I told you before, my name is Light Knight," Li Ming reminded him, emphasizing every word. He understood exactly how Terror must be feeling now, and he also realized that this guy probably didn't know any more than he'd already shared. There would be no squeezing extra secrets from him. So, Li Ming decided it was time to move on to the next step. His earlier attempts at making friends had been flatly rejected several times already, so this time, Li Ming cut straight to the point. Herman, are you willing to lend me your power? Terror was stunned, then blurted out. Lend you my power? Yes. Yes. I'll agree to anything, as long as you help me get my body back to normal. Just then, a ring of crystalline blue light from the light knight, Driver, swept over Terror. The next moment, soft yellow particles began to drift slowly from Terror's body, gathering at the center of the ring. Before long, a card materialized out of thin air. Terror. It works just as I thought. Li Ming's heart raced with excitement as he gazed at the new power card, ignoring Terror, who was now too frightened to make a sound. This once again confirmed the Light Knight Driver's mysterious criteria for recognition. With this, and after the experiments he'd done with Peter Parker, Li Ming now saw a clear path forward to acquiring more cards. No, more accurately, there's only one path. A path of making as many friends as possible. Whenever he encountered a superhero or a villain, he'd always start with kindness, seeking recognition through friendship to earn their power card. If someone refused to drink the wine of friendship, if someone was stubborn and unwilling to exchange friendship for recognition, well, then he would just have to win them over with his virtue and take their power card in the end. The beginning was always the same, and so was the result. Even if the journey took a few twists and turns, all roads led to the same destination. Wasn't this, after all, the grand road of making friends far and wide? Thanks, Herman. Make the most of your time back in prison, turn things around, and try to be a better person when you get out. As for your body, once the energy I infused into you runs out, you'll be able to move again. So don't worry. Li Ming gave Terror a reassuring pat, then hauled him up with one hand and strode toward the door. By now, night had fallen. Outside, the city was ablaze with lights, and the streets were packed with people, bustling with life and excitement. There sure are a lot of people out tonight, Li Ming muttered, surveying the sea of police officers, reporters, and curious onlookers crowding the area. Facing the police who were aiming their guns at him, Li Ming remained unfazed. He walked forward step by step, casually handing the stunned villain over to an officer, and added, "He's lost the ability to move for now. You can keep him in custody without worry." He was just about to leave when a swarm of reporters, and even regular citizens with their phones, pushed past the police, charging straight toward him. Microphones and cameras crowded in, jostling for a place in front of his face. "Sir, please say something. What should we call you? What made you step in to stop the villain? Is your armor related to Iron Man? There are too many people. If this keeps up, I'll never get out of here," Li Ming thought to himself as he watched the relentless press, the so-called kings without crowns. He finally spoke up. "You may call me the Light Knight. As for why I stopped the villain, it's simply a matter of personal interest." With that, and under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the cards for Hitman 47 and Assassin's Creed's Altaïr shot out from his device. Li Ming quickly switched to his Stealth Assassin loadout. Light Knight, Stealth Assassin mode. The sudden transformation startled most of the reporters, forcing them to retreat a good distance. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ming fired a grappling hook with a swift motion, launching himself up and away from the crowd's blockade. A few agile swings later, he vanished into the vastness of the night. That is, until a brightly painted suit of armor suddenly appeared in his path. Li Ming landed atop an old, deserted rooftop, looking at the eye-catching, high-tech armor before him in surprise. "Ahem, Mr. Stark. Is there something you need at this hour?" He couldn't help but wonder. Stark was nowhere to be seen when a villain was robbing the bank, so why show up now to block his way? But since Iron Man had come himself, Li Ming decided to focus. He was about to hang up on Peter, whose call he'd just answered. After all, he'd only meant to give a quick update on the fight. It could wait. As you heard, something unexpected came up. I'll call you back later," he said. At that, Peter Parker's voice blared through the phone. Hey, don't hang up. That's Tony Stark. Let me hear what he wants with you." Since Peter insisted, Li Ming let his hand drop from the earpiece, leaving the call connected. Meanwhile, inside the armor, Jarvis's voice sounded. "Sir, shall I trace the communications address?" Tony Stark immediately declined. "No need. Cancel the trace." He turned to Li Ming and said, "I saw your fight with the villain. Not bad, rookie." Li Ming nodded cautiously. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Stark. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." For the moment, Li Ming couldn't quite figure out what Tony Stark was up to. His body still ached from taking a direct hit of Scarecrow's shockwave earlier, leaving him in no mood for idle chatter. Since they had already met, there would be plenty of chances to build a rapport with this big shot in the future. There was no need to rush things now. With a perfunctory reply, Li Ming prepared to take his leave. "Hey, new guy, don't be in such a hurry to go." Tony Stark, who had been trying to play it cool, finally couldn't hold back. Can you tell me about the tech behind that suit of yours? I couldn't detect any circuitry in it, but my scans show the energy flow is perfectly smooth. And that glowing blue ring on your chest, is that the suit's power source? It looks a lot like my arc reactor, and the energy readings are off the charts. Yet Jarvis says there's no sign of a nuclear reaction. And how did you use those cards to change forms earlier? Are those cards some kind of authentication for different modes? Why do you need so many, anyway? And there's no way you could have compressed your earlier light armor into this suit's compact frame. The technology in your armor is just fascinating. How about coming to my lab? Let's sit down and have a chat. Tony Stark rattled off question after question without pause, leaving Li Ming momentarily stunned. Earlier, Tony had been in the middle of a crucial experiment. If he'd stopped, all his previous efforts would have gone to waste. So, although Jarvis had alerted him right away, he decided to finish up first win. He heard that Scarecrow hadn't caused any fatalities and, considering the villain's usual style, probably wouldn't. Wrapping up his experiment first and dealing with Scarecrow afterward seemed reasonable. At worst, the bank would need a little extra money for repairs, a trivial amount he could easily cover himself. In fact, there was a good chance he wouldn't even need to step in. With so many heroes active these days, someone else would probably catch Scarecrow before he had to intervene. There was no reason to interrupt his work at such a critical juncture. But before long, Jarvis informed him that a newcomer in powered armor had arrived on the scene, and the technology in that suit showed no match in any of their records. Tony's curiosity was instantly piqued. He hastily wrapped up his experiment, suited up, and flew straight to the scene. From high above, he saw Li Ming handing Scarecrow over to the police, then, before everyone's eyes, shifting his suit's form and departing in style. If Tony Stark had only been mildly curious about Li Ming before, after witnessing that transformation and hearing Jarvis's analysis of the blue ring on his chest, he simply couldn't resist reaching out to make his acquaintance. After all, he was currently being tormented by palladium poisoning, taking one step closer to death every day. Maybe, just maybe, Li Ming's technology could hold the key to saving him. When Peter heard Tony Stark inviting Li Ming, he nearly lost his mind over the phone. Am I dreaming? Sunlight. Tony Stark himself actually invited you to his lab. Even Li Ming couldn't help but feel his heart race as he listened to Tony Stark's rapid-fire invitation. If it were his former self, before awakening the memories of his past life, he probably would have agreed on the spot. Unfortunately, even now, he couldn't quite figure out the true nature of his own armor, how exactly it worked, or the deeper secrets behind the power of the Light Knight, or the Light Knight Driver. These were mysteries he intended to unravel only after establishing his own lab in the future. For now, he could only use them without truly understanding how they functioned. Given his current level of knowledge, if he actually went to Stark's lab, he'd likely end up drawing a complete blank and embarrass himself right then and there. How could he possibly walk in and make a fool of himself like that? With no other choice, Li Ming explained, "Mr. Stark, you've always been one of my idols. I have no intention of deceiving you. In fact, this armor isn't my creation, and the technology behind it is far from ordinary. It might not even qualify as technology in the conventional sense. To be honest, I don't have any technology one could share with you." Holy crap, Lee, you actually turned him down. You just refused Iron Man, Tony Stark. You've got guts, I'll give you that. On the other end of the line, Peter was left speechless by Li Ming's response. After all, what young scientist in this era didn't idolize Tony Stark or strive to follow in his footsteps? Yet just now, Li Ming had flatly refused his own hero. Tony Stark frowned. How could it not be a technological creation? Are you afraid I'd steal your tech? That's not at all. Li Ming gave a wry smile, then simply pulled out the newly acquired power card, Terror, from his card slot and handed it to Tony Stark. You can scan this card. I just won it after defeating Terror. It holds the power I copied and borrowed from him. And my armor only needs 2 power cards with similar properties to activate a new form, granting me a corresponding ability. Like this. As he spoke, Li Ming switched his armor to the Courage Ripple Armament, right in front of Stark, leaving him stunned once again. Jarvis, did you record the entire process just now? It's all recorded, sir. According to the analysis, he definitely wasn't lying. As Jarvis's voice sounded, an animated energy graph overlapped with a playback of the transformation process. The changes in the energy particles told the whole story. This kind of technology truly isn't something Earth's current science can accomplish. Watching the card dissolve into particles of light, merge with the shimmering armor, and finally materialize into a fully formed weapon, even Tony Stark had to admit he couldn't comprehend the technology behind it. But these power cards... Tony Stark glanced at the shock card in his hand, the scanned information only deepening his confusion. If I remember right, Shock is just an ordinary guy, isn't he? All his destructive power comes from those gauntlets of his. Even that kind of strength can be borrowed. As he spoke, A sudden realization struck him. Wait, what do you mean by borrowed? What exactly did you do to Shock? Li Ming, a little exasperated, replied, Well, when I handed Shock over to the police, you were there. You saw it. Nothing happened to him. My replication borrowing is done at the level of information. It doesn't harm the original person at all. In fact, Spider-Man can vouch for me on that. As he spoke, Li Ming pulled out the Spider-Man card and waved it in front of Tony Stark. Tony Stark said nothing, looking both skeptical and unsure. Seeing his hesitation, Li Ming suddenly offered, If you're still having trouble wrapping your head around it, Mr. Stark, why don't you try it yourself? After all, with the protection of your Iron Man suit, there's no way I could actually hurt you. At last, the real purpose revealed itself. Li Ming was still nursing his wounds, and after patiently explaining for so long, it was obvious he was eager to get his hands on one of Stark's cards. Try it out myself. Tony Stark had to admit he was tempted. With his genius and pride, if Li Ming's armor hadn't demonstrated technology entirely beyond anything he'd ever seen, something he couldn't replicate in a short time, Tony would never have taken the initiative to seek him out. Now, after Li Ming's explanation and hands-on demonstration, Tony's curiosity about this miraculous tech was burning stronger than ever. To say he didn't want to experience it firsthand and analyze the principles behind it, well, that would be a lie. And that final remark from Li Ming only stoked his competitive spirit. That's right. With his Iron Man armor, even if this kid had any ill intentions, there was no way he could actually hurt him. In that case, why not give it a try? All right, let's do it, Tony said decisively, gritting his teeth. Li Ming immediately broke into a grin. Only those I recognize as friends, or those I've defeated, can become targets for me to borrow power from. So, does that mean we're friends now? Friends? Tony snorted twice. Prove you're not scamming me first, then we'll talk. Li Ming let out a sharp whistle. Nice. I can't believe I'm friends with the one and only Tony Stark. Tony wasn't having it. Hey, enough with the chatter, kid. Let's get on with it already. All right then. Why are you even more impatient than I am? Li Ming grumbled, then asked, Can I borrow your power for a bit? Tony Stark responded eagerly. Of course you can. Take it. In an instant, with the shimmer of a glowing ring, golden red particles drifted out from the Iron Man suit, swirling together to form a card. Iron Man. Wow, thanks a lot. You actually pulled it off. Tony's voice was filled with amazement. Jarvis, I've recorded the whole process, but I can't make sense of it. Hearing Jarvis's reply, Tony wasn't surprised. If anything, his excitement only grew. So this one card can contain all my power? Can I study it for a bit? Since the power card was fully under his control, Li Ming didn't really mind and was about to agree. Sorry to cut in late night, but we've got a situation. After being silent for a while, Peter suddenly spoke up, interrupting Li Ming and Tony's lively conversation. Officer George just called. He thinks this whole scare might just be a smokescreen from the Demon's gang. Tonight, they've hit several of Fist's properties all at once. There's something odd going on at an abandoned shipyard by the docks. He's hoping we can go check it out. Meanwhile, Tony pressed him again. Hey, why aren't you answering me? All right, I'll head over right away. Li Ming replied, then turned to Tony with an apologetic look. Sorry, Mr. Stark, something's come up. Spider-Man and I have been investigating this crime syndicate, and it looks like they're plotting something big. Tonight, they've attacked multiple businesses owned by Kingpin all at once. The police want us to check out one of the sites. Things are urgent. I might need to use your power, but how about we reschedule? I'll hand over the card for your research next time. A crime syndicate? Tony frowned. Jarvis? Yes, sir. Jarvis immediately pulled up a series of recent reports on gang activity, displaying them for Tony Stark to review. Keywords like demons, Mr. Negative, and Kingpin quickly floated to the surface. After scanning through the data, Tony could tell that something was definitely brewing, and his irritation faded. Looks like you two might need a little help. He didn't say much more, simply fixing his gaze on Li Ming, waiting for an invitation. Something along the lines of, we're outmatched and need the great Iron Man to lend a hand, or so he imagined. But to his surprise, Li Ming completely excluded him from the plan. Li Ming replied with a troubled tone, Mr. Stark, as you know, your suit makes quite a spectacle. Far too loud and eye-catching. We still haven't figured out what those guys are after, what plans they have, or even who's calling the shots behind the scenes. With your level of intimidation, if you join us now, it's very likely you'll scare the snake out of the grass before we're ready. How about this? If we run into a problem we can't handle, we'll call on you for help. How does that sound? Tony instantly bristled. Huh, did you just call me flashy? Kid, we've barely known each other for an hour, and you've already turned me down 3 times. Then almost schizophrenically, he nodded to himself and replied with an arrogant flair. But you're right about one thing. My kind of presence should absolutely be saved for the grand finale, like the main hero who comes in and settles everything. Guys like him always need a bit of ego stroking. It'd save a lot of trouble. Li Ming agreed wholeheartedly. Since you think so too, why don't we exchange numbers and get in touch another day? Fine. Tony nodded. Jarvis. The next moment, Li Ming's phone began to ring, and a new, unfamiliar number popped up on the screen. Jarvis's cool yet courteous voice came from inside the suit. Sir Light Knight, you've kept your phone line open, so I took the liberty of connecting your call directly. When dealing with a tech giant like this, there's really no way to hide your signal. Li Ming had expected as much and didn't take offense. Before leaving, he offered Tony a word of warning. Mr. Stark, your physical condition doesn't seem too good. Please get treatment as soon as possible, or I'm afraid your life could be in danger. Tony was startled. How did you figure that out? Just a little trick, Li Ming replied, shaking his head and saying no more. He switched back to his stealth assassin gear, fired off his grappling hook, and melted into the night, swinging away into the distance. You finally made it. On the rooftop of the factory building, Peter waited, visibly excited as Li Ming arrived late. So, did you actually get Tony Stark's private number in the end? If he didn't give me a fake one, then yes, I did. Li Ming nodded. But if Stark wanted to, I bet Jarvis already has all of our personal information laid out in front of him. Looks like we really need to tighten up security in the future, Peter muttered. I'll try to whip up a plugin to scramble our calls, or maybe set up a secure team chat. Either works. So, what's the current situation? Li Ming replied non-committally, then pointed toward the heavily guarded shipyard not far away. They even have multiple snipers stationed on the rooftops for patrol. Can you believe that? What on earth is Wilson Fisk hiding in there that's so precious it needs this much protection? Peter gathered his thoughts and gave Li Ming a brief explanation. It seems the demons got here before us, maybe even sneaked in from somewhere else long ago. Then Fisk's men surrounded the place so tightly not even air could get through, but none of them actually bothered to check inside. With that level of intelligence, it's no wonder Kingpin's people ended up behind bars in the end. Wasn't Kingpin put away by you? Li Ming thought to himself, then asked, so we still can't confirm whether the demons have gotten what's inside. That's right, Peter nodded. Officer George sent over a veteran detective who's been on the Fisk case for years to coordinate with us, but judging by the current situation, we'll have to take care of Fisk's men outside before we can move forward. And that's why you called me? Li Ming said, squinting skeptically. Hey, come on, man, let's talk, more action. If we wait any longer, the demons might snatch what they want and vanish. Peter waved his hand and pointed to the snipers perched at the highest points of the shipyard. Let's take out the snipers up high first. After that, we can deal with the grunts below. I figure this is the perfect job for your assassin style, isn't it? All right, same rules as always. I'll handle this side. You take the other, Li Ming agreed with a resigned nod, casually dividing up their targets. No problem, let's go, Peter replied without hesitation. The two of them sprang into action, blending into the darkness as they made their way toward the snipers. There were 6 snipers scattered across the shipyard, each stationed a good distance apart. You could draw a circle with each sniper at the center, marking their individual zones of responsibility. Li Ming and Peter Parker each took 3, aiming to eliminate their targets swiftly and in silence. As Peter swung between vantage points on his webs, Li Ming moved without a sound. Cloaked in shadow, he silently dispatched 2 snipers, disarming them and leaving them tied up in a hidden corner. The last one, however, posed more of a challenge. This one's perch was much lower than the others, and, unusually, he had an extra guard posted beside him for protection. Fortunately, they weren't backed up against a wall. Even with a lamp burning nearby, the shadows behind them held fast. Li Ming pressed himself to the wall with his ripple technique, climbing silently to the rooftop above. He crept up behind them, extending both hands from the darkness to take them down at the same time. He used his ripple power to lock up their upper bodies, making sure they couldn't cry out and alert the thugs below. That was nearly all of them. Even if anyone noticed now, it wouldn't make much difference. Li Ming and Peter moved in sequence, taking out the alert snipers almost simultaneously. With the snipers down, the remaining henchmen below were nothing to worry about. As the patrol beams of infrared light vanished one after another, it was only a matter of time before someone else noticed. Something's wrong. The sniper's been taken out. It's Spider-Man. Bang. The one who tried to expose Spider-Man was sent flying the very next second. Peter launched a flying kick straight out of nowhere, knocking the man out cold before he made another sound. In an instant, chaos erupted in the once heavily guarded, abandoned shipyard. Fisk's henchmen, guns in hand, surged forward, unleashing a hail of bullets at Peter. But as luck would have it, not a single bullet found its mark. Worse yet, Peter's swift counterattack took down several of the gunmen with ease. So, was the whole assassination setup, just so we could go all out and clean house? Li Ming shook his head, then leapt from the shadows, golden. ripples flashing across his body as he switched to Courage Ripple armor. He charged headlong into the fray, laying waste to anyone in his path. Though these henchmen were well trained, they stood little chance against the combined assault of the two heroes. The tide turned in moments. Soon enough, every last gunman was down for the count, utterly defeated. Wailing sirens pierced the aftermath as a police car pulled onto the scene right on cue. Talk about perfect timing, Ming quipped. I bet anything this guy's been watching from the sidelines, waiting for us to take out the bad guys before making his entrance. Peter covered his face in mock embarrassment. Hey, don't say that, man. No worries, Spider-Man, the newcomer replied, stepping out of the patrol car with a grin. To be honest, your friend's spot on. I waited until you two cleared out the trouble before I rolled in. A black police officer emerged, utterly unfazed as he joked. I mean, I'm just a regular guy. No way I could take on that many armed thugs. He glanced at the pair. You know the drill. According to procedure, we can't have self-appointed vigilantes breaking into private property or conducting illegal searches. Peter could only sigh. Yeah, we know. The officer produced a thick stack of papers, waving them at Ming and Peter, which is why I brought a search warrant. So, how about we make this a fully legal operation? Now, that's what I like to hear. Ming, who'd half expected the officer to give them grief, couldn't help but approve. Officer, what's your name? Peter chimed in. I'm a fan of this plan, too. The officer grinned, shaking hands with each of them in turn. Jefferson Davis. But you could just call me Jeff. Then he looked at the two heroes. And you are? Ming and Peter exchanged glances. Jefferson waved his hand, laughing. Just kidding. And you? Aren't you the Light Knight? That armor of yours is seriously cool. He turned to Ming with a wink. After my son saw you handle that scarecrow incident on the news, he begged me for your autograph. Then, shooting Peter a playful look, he added, before that, he was only a fan of Spider-Man and Iron Man. That's truly an honor, Ming said with a smile, pointing to the heavy factory doors. So, are we allowed to break down the door? I'd rather you didn't. Jefferson shook his head. Otherwise, I'll be buried in paperwork for days. Meeting the expectant looks from Ming and Jefferson, Peter nodded. All right, let me see if I can find another way in. With that, he shot out a web and leapt onto the shipyard roof. Moments later, the sound of electricity crackled from inside, and the doors slid open automatically. So that's how you put your electric webs to good use, huh? Ming approached the shipyard, grinning at Peter. Jefferson eyed Peter with curiosity. Are you a tech enthusiast? You remind me of my son. Quite the windfall, Ming thought with a silent chuckle. Suddenly, I feel like I've aged a whole generation. Jefferson continued. That boy took apart his first TV when he was 5. Now he's already busy hacking his friends' phones. Sounds like we could all learn a thing or two from him, Peter said, trading a smile with Ming. Well, nothing in here looks particularly out of the ordinary. Maybe there's a hidden door or something. Jefferson surveyed the empty shipyard interior. We should probably take a closer look. For example, these shipping containers, or maybe the floor beneath our feet. Ming suggested, rapping his knuckles on several containers. A hollow echo rang out in response. Good eye. This shipyard's been here a while. It used to be a hot spot for smugglers to trade goods, Jefferson said offhandedly, then quickly made a discovery. Hey, I found a concealed panel, just like the one on the front door. Looks like we should be searching for more hidden junction boxes or control panels, Peter said, scanning the area before vaulting up to the second floor, following the traces of electrical wiring. Got it, he called. Using the same trick, he sent a jolt of electricity through his web to activate the circuit. Down below, a secret door slid open on its own. What? It's completely empty. Ming and Peter frowned at the sight of the bare, hidden chamber. Not entirely empty, Jefferson said, shaking his head as he pointed to the arc-shaped marks where the secret door had opened. I think this clue could help us dig deeper. Encouraged by the discovery, the three split up to search further and soon uncovered another secret room, only to find it just as barren as the first, as if mocking their fruitless efforts. Jefferson shook his head. This isn't right. They stashed weapons here, but there's no way they just carry them out the front door in plain sight. There must be a hidden passage or something similar. Let's keep looking. Maybe there are more concealed junction boxes that control the exit to a secret tunnel. Spoken like a man with experience, and Ming and Peter offered no objections. Delving into every hidden nook and cranny, the trio finally found another junction box tucked behind the elevator. Peter activated the hidden door with an electric jolt to his webbing, and instantly, a concealed hatch shot up from the floor. The officer's deep well of experience left Ming and Peter in awe, both feeling they had gained much from working alongside him. Together, the three of them lifted the door, revealing a secret passage that stretched open before their eyes. They exchanged glances, then descended into the passageway. After turning a corner, They found themselves facing a corridor blocked by a barricade of thick wooden planks. Peter peered through the gaps in the boards. There's still just enough space for someone to squeeze through. I bet that's how the others got by. See you on the other side. Suddenly, a heavy rumble echoed from above the tunnel, and clumps of earth rained down from the ceiling. Jefferson's expression changed instantly. Move! The tunnel structure isn't stable, and that didn't sound like an earthquake. It was an explosion. Ming and Peter locked eyes, blurting out in unison, "The demons!" Without further hesitation, the three of them squeezed through the gaps in the planks, hurrying toward the other end. From the outside, the entire tunnel seemed blocked by thick beams, leaving only narrow gaps to crawl through. But after they passed through several openings, they found that most of the wood blocking the way had already been removed, and suddenly the path ahead was clear. With explosions still rocking the ground above and the constant threat of collapse hanging over them, the three raced forward, finally catching up to the demon's trail just as they were making their getaway with a full load of weapons. Bursting out of the crumbling passageway, the trio dashed ahead, turned a corner, and found themselves in a pristine hall lined with shelves. Damn it, they cleared out everything. Ming stared at the empty shelves and couldn't help but grumble. How did they manage to move faster than us? We got totally robbed, and Wilson Fisk's goons were still guarding the doors like their lives depended on it. Were they all blind and deaf, or what? At that, both Peter and Jefferson couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. It probably wasn't appropriate, but for some reason, they both really wanted to laugh. Jefferson composed himself. There must be another exit. Let's keep looking. Kingpin actually hid a whole armory down here. This is insane. Found it, Peter called out, and as they approached, they saw a heavy door blown wide open. The demons didn't leave through the shipyard. They blasted the lock and came in right through here. Ming let out a cold laugh. Even this secret weapons factory, hidden in a place you can only reach through a tunnel, wasn't safe. Looks like there are plenty of moles in Fisk's crew. Sure, it's Mr. Negative. Peter gently pushed the door open, peering through the crack to spot Mr. Negative's henchmen loading crates of weapons into a truck. He quickly retreated behind the door, glancing at Ming and Jefferson. We can't let them leave with that much weaponry. Who knows what the demon gang will do with it? We have to stop them. Jefferson, you stay here. Let the Knight of Light and me go after them. Ming nodded, but Jefferson, standing off to the side, looked dissatisfied. If we want to stop them, we should work together as a team. As he spoke, he grabbed a stun grenade from a nearby crate. I know there's a gap in our abilities. Why don't you two lead the charge, and I'll have your backs. Let's do it. Ming cut off any further debate. The demon gang's people are about to get away. Without wasting another second, Ming threw open the door and dashed out, heading straight for the two trucks. Though the Courage Ripple armor didn't offer much protection, regular bullets couldn't harm him. Being up front was no problem at all. That's the guy in armor from before, and Spider-Man. Take them out. A demon gang thug shouted as several guards opened fire on Ming, trying to pin him down with a hail of bullets. Meanwhile, the trucks rumbled to life, ready to make their escape. Go! Peter quickly followed, shooting webs to both walls, pulling himself forward in a powerful leap to land at Ming's side. No sooner had he landed than he fired 2 web lines at the truck, yanking with all his might to anchor in place, stopping its getaway. Turn off the engine. You're all under arrest. Jefferson charged out, weapon at the ready, shouting at the thugs. But not a single one of the demon gang henchmen paid the slightest attention to him. Suddenly, one of the demon gang lieutenants leapt down from the truck, drawing a blade that shimmered with inverted black and white light. With a single slash, he severed the webs. In an instant, both trucks broke free. One of them sped off down the road, quickly disappearing, while the other, trapped by Ming and Peter's efforts, was left behind. But as Ming and Peter managed to hold one truck in place, they found themselves entangled by the remaining demon gang thugs. For a moment, they were pinned down, unable to break free, forced to watch helplessly as the other truck roared away from the scene. Since they couldn't escape, the remaining demon gang thugs had no intention of running either. More figures leaped down from the fleeing truck, and with the rest of the thugs who'd been guarding the area, they quickly surrounded the trio. Weapons crackled with faint, sinister light, each barrel glowing with the energy of darkness. Hey, try this. Jefferson hurled a stun grenade from cover, landing it dead center in the crowd. It exploded, leaving a swath of enemies reeling in disarray. Ming and Peter seized the moment, counterattacking and knocking several foes down. But wave after wave of fearless demon gang thugs kept coming, swarming around them, refusing to let up. Meanwhile, the truck that had broken free was nearly out of sight, vanishing down the road. Damn it, we can't let them get away like this. Ming was fuming, his frustration simmering as he placed a hand on the glowing ring and began experimenting with entirely new card combinations. Spider-Man plus Iron Man, Not compatible. What? Are you kidding me? Is Iron Spider just a joke? How could this not work? Exasperated and full of disbelief, Li Ming pushed aside his doubts and kept trying. Spider-Man plus Thriller, not compatible. Iron Man plus Thriller, workable. Thank goodness, finally something works. With a sigh of relief, Li Ming watched as the Thriller and Iron Man cards transformed into phantasmal projections, swirling around him. As he pressed the lever, the ring's luminous wings unfurled. The projections merged, and a brand new form was born. Thunderous Impact, the brilliance of iron. Radiant Night, Iron Impact, armored form. Mechanical clicks echoed as the light faded, unveiling Li Ming's brand new mechanical form before everyone's eyes. The Iron Impact armor gleamed primarily in silver and red, with yellow grid-like patterns woven into the material. Compared to the Courage Ripple armor, this form appeared significantly more robust. A crystalline blue ring, encased in armor, glowed brightly on his chest. Across his body, modular mechanical plating created a powerful exoskeleton, and the once smooth faceplate was now etched with sharp, steely lines. His previously nimble limb armor had transformed. His mechanical hands were now noticeably bulkier, closely resembling the menacing Thriller Impact gauntlets. On the arms, legs, soles, and back, the armor featured an array of particle thrusters, varied in size, but unmistakably reminiscent of Iron Man's suit. Beneath the armor, hidden within the shoulder plates and arm guards, formidable weapon modules lay concealed. Though unless the situation became truly dire, Li Ming was unlikely to reveal them. Is it because they're both mechanical creations that they can be matched? Amazing. Now that I've transformed, I can control every mechanical component with a mere thought. It may be a bit bulkier, but in every other way, it's a huge leap forward. This has to be my strongest form yet. A flash of inspiration crossed Li Ming's mind. He turned to Peter, who was still reeling from shock and had nearly been struck down. I'll leave these guys to you. Peter, Jefferson, handle them. I'm going after that runaway truck. We can't let them get away. Even as he spoke, the Mind Demon henchmen snapped out of their daze, firing wildly at Li Ming with their guns. But their enhanced bullets, fueled by negative energy, were no match for his ripple energy. Against such heavy armor, their attacks were nothing more than a faint scratch. Li Ming stretched out both hands, unleashing a powerful shockwave that blasted a whole swath of enemies aside, giving Peter and Jefferson much-needed breathing room. With that done, he willed his armor's particle thrusters to ignite. Flames erupted from various modules, and his silver and red figure soared skyward, streaking after the distant truck. Look up. The armored guy's coming after us. Damn it, that guy can actually fly. His armor looks just like Iron Man's. Could Tony Stark be involved in this? Forget about that. We've already intercepted a truckload of weapons. This truck must not get away. Quick, use the rocket launcher. Take him down. Inside the truck, the demon minions stared in panic and rage as Li Ming streaked through the air toward them. One of the demon leaders hefted a rocket launcher onto his shoulder, swiftly loaded around, and, channeling negative energy to strengthen himself, pulled the trigger with ruthless force toward Li Ming. Whoosh! A rocket, shimmering with black and white inverted light, shot out and roared toward the silver and red armor hovering midair. Damn it, they actually dared to use a rocket launcher right in the middle of the street. Li Ming's anger flared. He had no time to savor the exhilaration of flight. All that filled his mind was the unshakable resolve to capture these thugs. With the power of a rocket launcher, even the slightest deviation in its path, whether it crashed into a crowd or exploded against a building, would inevitably lead to massive casualties. These demon minions clearly had no regard whatsoever for human life. Li Ming raised his arm and unleashed a shockwave, detonating the rocket in midair. The particle propulsion units on his armor surged to greater power, rapidly closing the distance between Li Ming and the truck. With their first shot of failure, the demons cast aside all restraint, hefting their rocket launchers and firing several more rounds in quick succession. Streaks of black and white tracer fire arced across New York's night sky, but Li Ming destroyed each shell in advance with precise blasts. And in the midst of this chaos, Li Ming, with his overwhelming speed, had already caught up to the truck. Pull over. Stop resisting. This is your last warning. Seeing the truck barreling wildly forward, causing one traffic accident after another, Li Ming raised both fists and fired twin shockwaves, blasting several attackers inside the truck and sending them hurtling backward. They crashed against the walls of the cargo hold, unable to rise again. But inevitably, the shockwaves also affected the runaway truck itself as it tore down the street like an untamed beast. The rear wheels wobbled, and the truck slammed into a car that hadn't managed to swerve out of the way. The massive vehicle skidded, lost its balance, and careened straight toward the sidewalk. A chorus of screams erupted along the street as pedestrians fled in every direction. Most people, sensing danger, had already scattered. But left behind were a little girl and an old man, knocked to the ground, helpless, watching in terror as the truck barreled closer and closer. Oh no! Li Ming's heart clenched. He pushed his particle thrusters to their very limits, surging forward in a flash to catch up with the truck. He fired another shockwave in midair, dissipating its momentum, and used the recoil to spin himself around. With a heavy crash, he landed right in front of the two defenseless people, just in time to shield them from danger. Boom! In the next instant, the truck barreled forward, its massive momentum crashing into Li Ming's body with a tremendous force. The pavement beneath his feet shattered, and he was hurled backward, sliding uncontrollably. "Stop! Right there!" he shouted. He saw, just behind him, a child and an elderly man in the truck's path. There was no time to hesitate. With a surge of strength, Li Ming drove both legs into the ground, anchoring himself. At last, he managed to halt the deadly force. The truck, which had been racing down the street, shuddered and finally came to a forced stop. With a crunch, Li Ming pulled his torso free from the crumpled front of the truck. He turned to the child and the old man behind him. "Are you hurt? Do you need an ambulance?" The little girl shook her head, wide-eyed and dazed. "And no, I'm okay." The old man shook his head as well, coughing. "Thank you, young man. I almost lost my life there. Haven't even had my daily whiskey yet. Looks like the good Lord doesn't want to see me just yet." Li Ming gently patted the little girl's head. She was still stunned from fright. He fetched the old man's wheelchair, which had toppled over nearby, and helped him into it. With one hand guiding the wheelchair and the other holding the little girl, Li Ming led them away from the back of the truck. Just then, a woman rushed over and swept the little girl into her arms, tears streaming down her face. "Angela, my Angela, thank goodness you're safe." Cradled in her mother's embrace, the little girl finally realized her fear. Her eyes turned red, and she burst into sobs, releasing all the terror bottled up inside her. The woman soothed her daughter, then looked up at Li Ming. "Thank you. Thank you for saving my little girl. You're a hero to our family." "The runaway truck was partly my responsibility. Protecting them was the least I could do," Li Ming replied, warmth filling his heart, though he only waved away her gratitude. A single clap rang out, then another, and another, building into a chorus. The crowd of onlookers broke into applause, many recording the scene on their phones as they showered Li Ming with their admiration. By this time, the police had arrived. Li Ming stepped forward to give a brief account of what had happened. He watched as the officers arrested several henchmen of the mind, demon who had been left half dead in the truck. The weapons were safely secured. Without a glance at the reporters clamoring to approach, Li Ming wasted no time lingering. The particle thrusters on his armor roared to life. Before the eyes of all present, Li Ming soared into the night sky, disappearing into the distance. As he flew, the exhilaration of unfettered flight filled him. His mind swirled with mixed emotions, the joy of saving lives and the complicated weight of having taken them with his own hands. Besides those captured in the truck, there was also the mind demon's henchman who had died instantly behind the wheel. No airbag could have saved him. Li Ming knew he could not separate himself from what had happened. Yet, if he was honest, Li Ming felt little about it. He had witnessed countless wondrous universes and gazed upon the endless river of time itself. In the face of such grandeur, the life of a villain hardly seemed to matter at all. The wild wind swept past his body, and the stars glittered in the night sky. Li Ming didn't linger long in his tangled emotions. As long as I never lose my reverence for life, that's enough. Deal harshly with those who do evil, but protect the weak with all my heart. That's how it should be, he said to himself. Clearing his thoughts, Li Ming dialed the phone. "Hey, Spider-Man, I've already handled the enemies on my end and handed them over to the police. How are things on your side?" Peter let out a sigh. "Ugh, don't get me started. The last car we were chasing got away. Jefferson and I are still in pursuit." Hearing this, Li Ming immediately turned around, soared into the sky, and tried to locate Peter and Jefferson. Then, on the other end of the line, Peter's tone shifted, half joking. "If this car escapes too, I might as well just retire." Catching the gritted teeth frustration in his voice, Li Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "Tell me where you are. I'll come help." Peter rattled off the address, and, after getting his bearings, Li Ming realized it wasn't exactly close. He shifted his armor into high gear and sped up. The thrusters burst into a trail of particle flames, and his crimson and silver forms streaked through the night sky, heading in a single determined direction. Pushing his speed to the limit, it wasn't long before Li Ming spotted the runaway truck, barreling ahead like a wild stallion, with Peter clinging to its side, taking down enemies one by one. But what truly made Li Ming's heart leap into his throat was the sudden appearance of a speeding fuel tanker right in their path. Damn it, these guys are complete lunatics. Li Ming cursed under his breath. Even with his speed maxed out, he could only watch helplessly as the two massive vehicles collided head-on the very next instant. Crash! Amid the terrified stares of onlookers, the two trucks smashed together with tremendous force. The cabs crumpled instantly, parts flying in every direction. The lighter truck was shoved sideways on impact, spinning nearly a full circle from the momentum, just barely managing not to flip over. The heavier fuel tanker, however, was knocked off course by the collision, smashing through the left guardrail and plunging straight toward the city rail tracks below. Thanks to his spider sense, Peter sensed the danger and leapt off the truck just before the crash. Now, seeing the tanker about to hit the tracks, he reacted in a split second, firing webs to grab hold of the tanker, straining to haul it back in midair. But what truly made him break out in a cold sweat was the blaring horn of the city train, drawing closer and closer. Peter grunted through gritted teeth. Great. Of all times, Line 3 just had to be on schedule now. Hang in there. Luckily, Li Ming finally arrived on the scene. He flew straight under the tanker, braced himself beneath the cab, and unleashed the full force of his particle thrusters. Working together, he and Peter managed to push the tanker back up. Spider-Man, go to hell. At some point, the demon's minion who had been driving the truck snapped out of his stupor. Seeing Spider-Man straining to drag the fuel tanker with no time for anything else, a murderous intent flared in his eyes. He immediately changed direction, slammed the accelerator, and aimed the truck straight at Spider-Man. No, somebody help him. The onlookers gasped in horror as the massive truck barreled toward Spider-Man. But as mere mortals, there was nothing they could do to help in that desperate moment. Just then a police car, like a bolt from the blue, came roaring in from the side and crashed headlong into the truck, flipping it over on the spot. In that hair's breadth, Peter was saved from certain death. But the police car, far lighter than the truck, spun wildly, flipped upside down, and skidded across the ground for quite a distance. The next instant, the car door burst open. Jefferson, badly injured, braced himself with his arm and scrambled out as quickly as he could. Right in front of him was the demon's minion, who had just staggered out of the truck, gun in hand, aiming at Peter. Meanwhile, with Li Ming and Peter working together, the fuel tanker was swiftly pushed back into place. Feeling the rush of the train roaring by beneath them, Li Ming shouted with excitement. Then, in a flash, he caught sight of the demon's minion behind Peter, still plotting treachery with his gun, and of Jefferson struggling out of the police car not far away. Spider-Man, behind you! Without hesitation, Li Ming shot out a punch. A shimmering shockwave blasted forth, hurling the demon's minion, gun and all, against the wall behind him, knocking him out cold. Wow, this guy's reflexes are incredible. Jefferson, who had been ready to throw himself in harm's way to stop the minion, breathed a deep sigh of relief at the sight. He didn't even have the strength to get up anymore, so he simply rolled over and lay flat on the ground, a contented look spreading across his face. Hey, Jefferson, thanks for saving my life. Peter hurried over, gave him a quick check to make sure he wasn't in any mortal danger, and then reached out a hand. Can you stand? Of course. Jefferson smiled, grabbed Peter's hand, and with some effort got back on his feet. A police officer and a superhero, shoulder to shoulder, supporting each other, such a heartwarming sight. Those around them couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion as they watched, spontaneously breaking into applause for Jefferson. By this time, Li Ming had already slipped into stealth assassin mode, using the skills of Assassin's Creed, Altaïr, to fade into the background, blending into the crowd and joining the applause. This police officer was someone he respected as well. After watching his ex-girlfriend Mary Jane rush to the ambulance to follow the breaking story, Peter swung off into the night, landing on a nearby rooftop. So, tonight's finally over, right? You're sure there won't be another supervillain popping up, itching to destroy the world? Li Ming, who had been waiting there for a while, cracked a joke offhandedly. Though he sounded casual, the exhaustion in his voice was impossible to hide. Just think about everything Li Ming had gone through tonight. First, he dealt with the nerve-wracking bank robbery, then bumped into Iron Man, tracked down Fisk's men sneaking into an abandoned shipyard to explore secret tunnels, and on the other end, ran into the demon gang right after they'd cleaned out a stockpile of weapons. After a fierce tussle with them, he took on a new form and managed to stop a truck loaded with arms right on the streets of New York, and even rushed in to back up Spidey. This night was packed from start to finish, truly an eventful and exhausting ride. Peter could only groan. We're both dead on our feet right now, so you'd better watch what you say. What he really meant was clear. If Li Ming jinxed them with a flag like that, they'd be forced back into action with no rest at all. Li Ming immediately raised his hand in surrender. all right, I won't say another word. But, the reason I waited here for you to finish talking with your ex wasn't just to watch you two be all lovey-dovey, right? Peter bristled at once. Hey, Mary Jane and I was talking about work, that's all. Yeah, whatever you say. Li Ming replied, not bothering to argue. But the important stuff? Did you get it done? Peter nodded. Mary Jane and I went over the contents of the file. It mainly talked about a biochemical substance called Devil's Breath, developed by the Oscorp group. It looks like Fisk is the one providing a secret lab for researching it. In any case, just from the name, you can tell it's nothing safe. Maybe the demon gang wants to use it for some kind of terrorist attack. Oscorp. Huh. Li Ming mused, then suddenly asked, did Harry say anything before he left for Europe? Was it for school, or just travel? It's been a long time since we heard from him. Are you two still in touch? Peter frowned. I can't reach him either. Wait, you don't think he's mixed up in all this, do you? Of course not. Li Ming shook his head. I'm just thinking, maybe the demon gang's goal isn't actually to pull off a terrorist attack. Or maybe, even if they're planning one, it's just a means to another end. And that end might have something to do with Norman Osborne himself. Drawing on memories from his previous life, Li Ming didn't know every detail about Marvel, but he did know one thing. Norman Osborne was bad news. If he did something terrible enough that others would scheme so hard just to get back at him, it really wouldn't be a surprise. But from what we can see right now, the demons seem to be mainly targeting Fisk's enterprises. How can we be sure that Norman is their real goal? Peter asked in confusion. I'm just speculating, to be honest. Li Ming, though he had his own suspicions, wasn't about to jump to conclusions. He added, but compared to being completely in the dark, at least this gives us a lead to follow. As for what the demons are really up to, we'll have to keep gathering clues before we can be certain. Until then, all we can do is try to disrupt their operations as much as possible. Peter nodded in agreement. I guess that's all we can do for now. The next morning, after finishing their workout, Li Ming and his grandfather sat down together for breakfast. So, there's another new hero in New York now. Grandpa Li Jian nibbled on his steamed bun, flipping through the latest morning paper. He gazed at the front-page collage of the light night in various forms, clicking his tongue in amazement as he chatted with Li Ming. Li Ming's smile froze on his face. I suppose so. Grandpa, what do you think of him? Well, so far he seems pretty good, stopping gun running for the gangs, protecting the elderly and the kids. Aside from being a bit reckless, he's not bad. It's just that his armor has so many styles, I can barely keep track anymore. Li Jian gave the newspaper a tap against Li Ming's arm, right on the article about Li Ming intercepting a truck and shielding pedestrians the previous night. Hearing that, Li Ming let out a quiet sigh of relief and buried himself in his breakfast, saying no more. Grandpa glanced at him, smiled knowingly, and left it at that. Over the next few days, Li Ming started heading out on patrols whenever he had free time, just like Peter. But unlike Peter, who preferred to focus on Queens, Li Ming made Chinatown and its neighboring areas his main territory. In that time, he managed to put a stop to quite a few crimes, and even managed to kick some wayward kids back onto the right path, often quite literally back to school. Meanwhile, besides his continued investigation into the demons, Li Ming never forgot to search the city's shadowy corners for any sign of vampires. Unfortunately, in both pursuits, he found almost nothing, barely a trace. It was as if the vampire who'd nearly killed him that night had simply vanished in a thin air. Even when Li Ming asked Peter to get clues from his future father-in-law's cases, following every possible lead, they turned up empty-handed every single time. Each and every lead would mysteriously go cold just as it seemed they were about to discover something. Once or twice would be a coincidence, but when it happened again and again, Li Ming began to suspect the vampires were deliberately withdrawing and covering their tracks. For the moment, he had no better options. He could only set that matter aside for now and refocus on the demons. Ironically, however, it seemed even the criminals had decided to go on vacation for a while. After stopping the demons from looting Fisk's armory, Li Ming and Peter Parker hadn't encountered any more activity from the gang. Martin Lee remained seated in his office day in and day out, steady as a mountain. Even if they wanted to dig for more clues, they had no idea where to start. Given the circumstances, they threw themselves wholeheartedly into developing the neural-linked prosthesis technology. As their work advanced, they finally broke through a major bottleneck. The neural-link prosthesis could now operate for extended periods with a portable power supply, free from cumbersome wires. This meant that the technology was finally ready to be tested for human use. Though Li Ming had some reservations, he recognized that this was the natural next step in their progress, and he was genuinely pleased to see it happen. Just as long as Dr. Octavius didn't insist on being the test subject himself. Fortunately, funding was still sufficient, and Dr. Octavius was far from needing to experiment on himself, so Li Ming had no real cause for concern. Before long, Dr. Octavius recruited a retired soldier, an African-American man who had lost most of his left arm, to participate in trials with a neural-linked prosthesis. Once the prosthetic was fitted, the young man looked down at the mechanical arm resting motionless on the table, a trace of confusion on his face. How do I use this? Dr. Octavius guided him patiently, just like you would your real arm. Think about what you want to do, and then, for example, why not try picking up this cup? With that, the young man focused intently. Under the eager gaze of Ming, Peter, and Dr. Octavius, the mechanical limb gave a slight shudder, then smoothly lifted, effortlessly grasping the cup. Yes, that's amazing. Delighted smiles broke out all around. This first attempt was a resounding success, and their shared excitement gave the whole group, including their volunteer, a tremendous boost. Dr. Octavius was just about to press forward with the next step when, all at once, the lab doors burst open and a group of uninvited guests stormed in. Ming's brow furrowed as he stepped forward. Hey, what do you think you're doing? This is a private laboratory. A sharp, businesslike woman flashed a document at him. This facility has been deemed a safety hazard. The city government is halting all funding, and all equipment here is being requisitioned by the authorities. Even as she spoke, the rest of her team wasted no time gathering up the lab's instruments, boxing them up to be hauled away. Dr. Octavius sprang to his feet, his voice tight with anger. Stop that immediately. These are delicate instruments. You can't just manhandle them like that. Snatching the case from the staff member's hands, Dr. Otto cradled it with care, his face full of anger. Enough. I'm calling the mayor's office right now. Just as Dr. Otto lowered his head to search for his phone, another person stepped through the door. Peter Parker, a well-dressed, middle-aged man with a warm smile, spread his arms wide, his tone enthusiastic. How have you been lately? Dr. Otto's face darkened instantly. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Norman Osborne. Seeing this man, Ming's expression grew tense as well. The thing he feared most had happened. Norman was here to snatch the credit for their work. Only Peter looked uncertain. Mr. Osborne. Oh, come on. Norman Osborne clapped Peter on the shoulder, his expression suddenly serious. How long have we known each other? Call me Mr. Mayor. Then, seeing Peter's startled face, he burst out laughing. Just kidding. Norman. Just call me Norman. Norman, do you even know what you're doing? Dr. Otto abruptly cut through his theatrics. Norman Osborne's smile vanished. He took a file from his assistant, adopting a businesslike tone as he addressed Dr. Otto. The grant agreement you signed enforces some of the strictest safety standards in the industry. This isn't the first time you've violated them. Dr. Otto snatched the file and skimmed over its contents, scoffing dismissively. I've already met all these requirements. Norman Osborne shook his head, unfazed. I've been letting you off easy. In fact, we should have confiscated this device a long time ago. Otto's face twitched at the thought of his funding being cut off. He quickly turned to the young black man behind him. But I've just made a major breakthrough. Norman Osborne ignored him and went straight to the young man, shaking his hand warmly. Thank you for your service to the country. He patted the young man on the shoulder and gestured to the busy staff behind him. These people will escort you to Oscorp's robotics division, where you'll receive the most advanced prosthetic technology. Free of charge, he emphasized. I'm sorry, but the most advanced prosthetic technology is right here in this lab. Suddenly, a discordant voice cut through Norman Osborne's boasting. I'm sorry, but the most advanced prosthetic technology is right here in this lab. Interrupting Norman's self-praise, Ming's face was full of mockery. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to such lengths to steal the doctor's work, would you? A flicker of anger passed through Norman's eyes, though he masked it with feigned goodwill as he turned to Ming. Oh, I remember. You, Sunlight Lee, isn't it? If I recall, it was Oscorp that gave you the internship when you first joined Otto's lab, wasn't it? But it seems now you might have misunderstood us a little. Ming replied with calm dignity. On that note, I do want to sincerely thank the Osborne Group for giving me the chance to learn under someone as brilliant as Dr. Octavius. But that's enough, Lee. Before Ming could finish, Dr. Octavius cut him off and turned to look at Norman Osborne. You're not really here about safety violations, are you? Norman Osborne shook his head. I'm trying to help you, Otto. You can continue your work, he stepped closer, his tone firm, as long as it's in a safe environment. Huh, a safe environment. Dr. Octavius's voice grew dark. You mean inside Osborne Group, don't you? Norman Osborne's face lit up with admiration. You've always been this sharp. Dr. Octavius was seething with anger. You haven't changed one bit. Neither have you. Norman shot back, then turned to Peter Parker. Hey, Peter, Harry will be back from Europe early next year. By then, you'll be in college, and maybe you too can finally start that business you've been dreaming about. As he spoke, he glanced over at Ming, whose face was still clouded. Oh, and Sunlight. If you're interested, I'd love for you to join them too. This is a real opportunity, you know. His gaze lingered meaningfully on Peter and Li Ming, and after a moment, Norman Osborne and his team turned and left. As the last person walked out the door, Dr. Octavius suddenly seemed to deflate, propping himself against the table as his strength gave out. "Doctor, please, don't get worked up." Li Ming and Peter hurried forward to steady him, helping him into a chair so he could catch his breath. "Look, I didn't take everything. Maybe we can still—" Peter tried to comfort Dr. Octavius. But Dr. Octavius looked up, weary and defeated. "Peter, there is no we anymore. Without funding from the city, I can't even pay your internship stipends. Besides, both of you have already been credited as second authors on several of my published papers. With those credentials, the top universities in America will welcome you with open arms. You've already accomplished what you came here for." Dr. Octavius was right. Li Ming and Peter, both at the top of their senior class, had already earned more than enough credits, and with valid reasons, they hardly needed to attend classes anymore. From the very beginning, their goal in interning with Dr. Octavius had been to gain experience from a project with real weight, something that would boost their resumes and serve as a golden ticket into the nation's best universities. After pouring so much effort into this project, both Li Ming and Peter had grown deeply attached to it. In their time working together, they had come to admire Dr. Otto's brilliance and benefited greatly from his guidance, maturing significantly in the process. It could be said that the two of them already saw Dr. Otto as their true mentor. Given this, both emotionally and rationally, there was no way they could simply stand by and watch Norman Osborne snatch away the neural link exoskeleton technology, nor could they allow Dr. Otto to sink into despair. What's more, Peter might be unaware of the full picture, but Li Ming certainly knew that if he did nothing, this setback could very well become the true turning point that drove Dr. Otto to become Dr. Octopus. "That's enough. I need some time to think," Dr. Otto said, his voice heavy with defeat. But before he could continue, Li Ming cut him off. "Doctor, have you forgotten everything I told you before?" Li Ming fixed his gaze on Dr. Otto's eyes. "If the city government won't fund us anymore, then let my family invest in the project. Didn't we agree that this technology was meant to benefit millions, even tens of millions of people? How can we give up now?" As he spoke, Li Ming grabbed Peter's hand and placed both of theirs in front of Dr. Otto. All Norman Osborne did was take away some equipment. "The core technology has already been published by us. If we work together and finish developing the mature technology, in the end, no one will be able to take the neural link exoskeleton from us." Peter nodded firmly in agreement. "That's right. Doctor, if we work as one, we can definitely make it happen." Dr. Otto looked up at the two hands held out before him, then at the two youthful, vibrant faces. A faint light returned to his eyes, though he still sighed and shook his head helplessly. "Sunlight, I know your family has some wealth, but compared to the vast Osborne Corporation, it's hardly worth mentioning. If Norman finds out you're investing in me, trying to beat him to publishing the finished technology, he'll go far beyond what he did today. Your family's business might end up getting dragged into this mess." Hearing Dr. Otto's analysis, Peter's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at Li Ming, but found no trace of fear in his expression. On the contrary, Li Ming looked completely confident. A spark flashed in Li Ming's eyes. "If that's your worry, Doctor, then maybe I have a way to deal with it." "What way?" Dr. Otto frowned, a look on his face as if he were seeing his student for the first time. Li Ming didn't rush to explain. Instead, he smiled at Peter and Dr. Otto and began with an analogy. "Let's say we see ourselves as a harmless flock of sheep while Norman Osborne is a hungry wolf eyeing us hungrily. The sheep may not be a match for the wolf, but what if the flock could find a powerful tiger to stand behind them?" "You mean—" At this, Peter finally caught on. His eyes lit up, and he was about to say that familiar name everyone knew. Li Ming smiled faintly. "Doctor, through a few coincidences, I've crossed paths with Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries. If we can convince him to endorse our project, then we won't have to fear Norman Osborne's underhanded tactics. I feel like I'm meeting you for the first time today, Li." Dr. Otto gave Li Ming a long, searching look and sighed. "If you can really persuade Tony Stark and ensure that our technology isn't swallowed up by him, then I'll go along with your plan." "No problem, Doctor. The neural prosthesis connection technology is your genius invention. Even Iron Man wouldn't take it lightly. As for concerns about him taking over our work, Tony Stark's pride wouldn't allow him to do something like that." Li Ming was thrilled inside, patting his chest as he made his promise to the doctor. Of course, in reality, he couldn't be sure whether this technology would impress Tony, but he still had his trump card. If mighty Iron Man wants to use my power card for research, could he really refuse to help with such a small favor? As for the risk of exposing their identities by asking for his help, Li Ming truly didn't believe that, given how openly he and Peter communicated, they could keep anything hidden from Tony Stark. Worrying about that now would be the real foolishness. Doctor, you've been working day and night for so long. Why not take a break for a couple of days? Just look at your hair, it's well anyway, I'll contact Mr. Stark as soon as I get back. This problem will be solved. After reassuring Dr. Otto once more, Li Ming and Peter packed up their things and headed out. Thankfully, your, actions before caught Mr. Stark's attention, or else we'd really have no options at all right now. But do you truly have the confidence to get Mr. Stark to help us protect our technological achievement? Barely outside the lab, Peter, still troubled, couldn't keep from asking Li Ming. Everything that had happened today was a huge shock for a high schooler like him. Because of his close friend Harry Osborne, Peter had gotten to know Norman Osborne early on and had always admired this self-made businessman who built a business empire from scratch. In fact, he'd even considered him a role model. A few days ago, after receiving the documents from Mary Jane and listening to Li Ming's analysis, he still firmly believed Norman Osborne was a victim, while the Demon's gang were nothing but pure villains. Even though the so-called Devil's Breath sounded like a dangerous biochemical weapon and was rumored to be linked to Wilson Fisk, the Emperor of the Underworld, Peter remained only half convinced. It never really shook his trust in Norman Osborne. But today, after seeing with his own eyes that sanctimonious man shamelessly steal Dr. Otto's research, Peter finally realized just how naive he had been. The pain of misjudging someone, mixed with a strange sense of guilt, filled Peter Parker's heart. He now desperately wanted to help Dr. Otto out of this predicament and protect the results of his research. Li Ming could more or less sense what he was thinking. After a moment, he said, I can't say we're absolutely certain, but there's a good 70 to 80% chance. After all, when it comes to Tony Stark, he's first a genius scientist, then Iron Man, and only after that the head of Stark Industries. So, as long as we have something that interests him, something he wants to study, getting his help shouldn't be too hard. Li Ming paused, took a deep breath, and added, besides, Osborne Industries and Stark Industries have had a grudge for years. The competition between them didn't start yesterday. By helping us, Tony Stark not only gets under Norman Osborn's skin, but he can also profit from the project himself. It's a win on all fronts. With my limited intelligence, I just can't think of a reason for him to refuse. Watching Peter Parker's eyes grow brighter and brighter as he listened to this analysis, Li Ming sighed inwardly and patted him on the shoulder. That said, let's not get our hopes up too soon. The minds of the wealthy aren't always easy to figure out. Until he actually agrees, it's best to stay calm. You're right. Peter nodded eagerly, like a woodpecker. Li Ming walked ahead, pointing toward the parking lot. Let's head to the car and try calling him. If we can get through to Mr. Stark, great. If not, we'll wait for Jarvis to pass the message along. Of course, Peter had no objection to this plan. The two of them got into the car, and Li Ming pulled up the number Jarvis had used to call him the other day, dialing it directly. 10880 Malibu Point, the seaside mansion. Tony Stark stared at the giant screen in front of him, its images flickering constantly. His eyes were wide, his face flushed, and he was utterly absorbed, muttering to himself under his breath. He actually managed to replicate the structure of my Iron Man suit, and it seems he's even improved the mechanical design of the gauntlets. Those are clearly the terrifying impact gauntlets. To achieve all this with just 2 cards, no matter how many times I see it, it's simply unbelievable. Could it be that those power cards are actually highly compressed nanobots? No. Although the Armor Zone scanners only gave me a basic reading, the cards themselves are integrated units, yet the energy levels and distribution are completely different across each one. No way. Tony Stark seemed to have reached his limit of patience. Having made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and called out, Jarvis. Jarvis's voice rang out. Sir, the Light Knight still hasn't called, but it appears his real-life identity has run into trouble. 34 minutes ago, Norman Osborne emptied his auto lab under the pretense of safety violations, and the city government has cut off their funding. Their experiments may not be able to continue. Tony Stark let out a cold laugh. Humph. Norman is at it again with his underhanded tricks. In such a massive company as Oscorp, how many truly valuable products have they actually developed themselves? But Tony's mood began to lift as he spoke. That means the kid must really need help right now, doesn't it? At a time like this, aside from coming to me, Tony Stark, who else could he possibly turn to? And if I help him out, I'll finally have the perfect excuse to get my hands on those so-called power cards of his for a little research. Back when Li Ming intercepted the demon's truck in his new form in broad daylight, Tony was the first to hear about it. And when he pulled the video footage and saw Li Ming's mechanical armor, he very nearly jumped out of his seat. If it weren't for his pride and his reluctance to lose face by always making the first move, he probably would have paid Li Ming a visit that very night. After all, simply having examined the Dread card and watched Li Ming's transformation process wasn't enough to fully convince Tony Stark. He always harbored some suspicion that Li Ming might be lying. But once the Light Knight, Iron Impact armored form, appeared before the public, Tony could see, with unmistakable clarity, those all-too-familiar mechanical structures on the video. If he didn't believe it then, he'd be doubting his own eyes. In the end, he managed to restrain himself, but not completely. He went straight to Jarvis's communication log from that day, found out Li Ming and Peter's real identities, and the wait afterward was even more agonizing. If he skipped the Light Knight persona altogether and went directly to the person himself, wouldn't that make him seem even more desperate? It's worth mentioning that ever since Li Ming debuted his Steel Impact armament, the various factions coveting his iron suit technology have only ramped up the pressure on him over the past few days. In fact, in a few days, he would have to attend a special hearing organized by the Department of Defense just to address their thoughts and demands regarding his armored suit. If it weren't for Li Ming's little stunt, he could have easily talked his way out of it. But now, things had suddenly become much more complicated. After all, anyone with eyes could see the striking resemblance between the Steel Impact armament and his own iron suit. Who would believe that the technology hadn't somehow leaked from his side? What's this supposed to mean? That an unknown superhero can use Tony Stark's technology, but the mighty U.S. Department of Defense isn't worthy of it? Outrageous. Faced with this, Tony simply let out a dry chuckle and dismissed their accusations as nothing but hot air. Yet, his curiosity about Li Ming's belt, that suit of armor, and those mysterious cards had reached its peak because of all this. As Tony bragged about himself, Jarvis calmly replied, "Based on analysis of Mr. Light Knight's social network, the likelihood of him seeking your help is indeed the highest." No sooner had Jarvis finished speaking than a small holographic screen popped up in the corner. "Sir, Mr. Light Knight is calling." So, will Mr. Stark just agreed that easily? As the scenery outside rushed by, Peter asked, unable to believe what was happening. Li Ming, who was driving, gave a wry smile. "Not exactly, I guess." True, he didn't refuse, but he did say he wanted to talk it over in person first. So let's see how the conversation goes. That's right. At this moment, Li Ming and Peter were on the road, driving to Tony Stark's seaside mansion. Just moments ago, Li Ming had dialed the number, and Tony Stark had picked up instantly. The speed was so uncanny that both Li Ming and Peter had a fleeting suspicion. Was the person on the other end really Tony Stark? Why? Would the famous billionaire, always busy fighting crime and charming women, answer the call of two nobody students without delay? But Li Ming quickly shook off the doubt. After he briefly explained the situation, Tony didn't even bother to look over their papers or verify the value of the technology. He agreed on the spot. He then told them to come over to his place to discuss how to handle the matter. His attitude throughout was so friendly, it hardly seemed like the Tony Stark they'd heard about. Still, the self-important bravado in his tone reassured them it was definitely the real deal. "Sir, Mr. Sunlight Lee and Mr. Peter Parker have arrived." Jarvis's reminder rang out. Tony Stark, who had been in his lab studying the performance of Li Ming's armor, immediately started heading upstairs, but quickly reined in his excitement. "Then just tell them I'm conducting an experiment and have them wait in the hall for a while." Tony gave the instruction offhandedly, planning to go upstairs a bit later. After all, it was that kid who came to him for help. How could he possibly let himself appear so eager? Jarvis, of course, did exactly as told, relaying Tony's words to Li Ming and Peter, who had just parked the car and, under Jarvis's guidance, entered the house. An AI butler, a fully automated smart home. This is incredible. Man, having money really is something else. Li Ming couldn't hide his amazement and envy as he took in the high-tech features he saw on the way in. To see technology at this level in 2009, no wonder they call him Iron Man. Peter, on the other hand, looked downright restless, as if there were pins and needles hidden in the sofa poking at him. Although he'd visited Harry's mansion before at Harry's invitation, this was a whole different situation. They were here to ask for help. Besides, while the Osborne home was certainly luxurious, it didn't even come close to this level of smart automation. This AI butler named Jarvis. If no one had told him, Peter would have sworn it was a real person talking to them through a speaker. Waiting around was getting dull. So Li Ming suddenly asked, "Jarvis, after I warned him the other day, did Mr. Stark go to the hospital for a checkup?" Jarvis replied, "That's Mr. Stark's private matter. I believe I should keep that confidential." All right. Li Ming nodded, conceding. But his condition really doesn't seem right. For his own sake, he should see a doctor as soon as possible. "Hey kid, are you here to ask for my help, or to play doctor for me?" The voice came from above. Li Ming and Peter looked up to see Tony Stark, a glass of whiskey in hand, strolling down the stairs toward them, looking as relaxed as ever. "Mr. Stark." The two of them quickly got to their feet to greet him. The easy expression on Li Ming's face faded a little, but he still added, "I'm just thinking of your health." Imagine if you were to kick the bucket. Who knows what sharks would swoop in and snatch up Stark Industries. Tony's expression darkened, despite his efforts to hide it. No matter how much he tried to mask the truth, the threat of palladium poisoning and his dwindling time was all too real. He thought of all this, of course. Hey Lee, enough already. Don't forget what we're actually here for. Peter quickly pulled at Li Ming's sleeve, urging him to stop talking. It's all right, have a seat, Tony said, waving his hand. Then, glancing between the two of them, he suddenly burst out laughing. I have to say, I never expected a Knight of Light and Spider-Man would show up at my doorstep, not even bothering to hide their real identities. Li Ming shook his head. With the technology at our disposal, I'm afraid our identities were already exposed the very night we met you, Mr. Stark. There's really no need for any unnecessary theatrics. As he spoke, Li Ming slid a folder he had prepared in advance across the table toward Tony. Mr. Stark, I brought the published research papers on the neural-linked prosthetic technology, along with our latest progress. Please take a look. So long as you're willing to help us protect this technology from being swallowed up by Oscorp, you can state any reasonable conditions you have right now. Relax, there's no need to be so tense, Tony replied nonchalantly, swirling the drink in his hand. The amber liquor glinted as clear ice cubes clinked against the glass with a crisp, delicate sound. I read Dr. Otto's paper ages ago. He's a genius, just unlucky and never really had the right stage to shine. And besides, I wouldn't pass up a rare chance to put Norman Osborne in a tight spot. But Li Ming and Peter were on the verge of laughing at Tony's easygoing manner, but that single word instantly made them tense up again. But those power cards of yours, I need to borrow them for a bit of research. Tony Stark added emphatically. Of course, if you'd be willing to let me take a closer look at that belt of yours as well, I'd be even happier. Li Ming let out a long breath and agreed on the spot. I can lend you the card for a few days so you can record some data, but if you want to study the belt, that will depend on what you're willing to offer in return. He spoke with a smile, but inside his mind was racing. Even though Li Ming, as a transmigrant, had a grasp of this world's future as clearly as reading lines on his palm, when faced with matters that were both beyond his complete control and vitally important to him, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He understood all too well. So long as there were loved ones and friends in this world, people and things he cared about, this kind of feeling was simply unavoidable. And in this world, while overwhelming force could accomplish a great deal, until one reached a certain level, there were always limits and constraints. Before Li Ming could reach that level, his own wealth and influence would be crucial sources of strength. Just like now, if he already possessed a powerful enough corporation, he wouldn't have to worry about Norman Osborn's underhanded tactics, no matter how much money he had. Realizing this, Li Ming's thoughts began to shift. And now, this neural-linked prosthetic technology, along with the opportunity for Tony Stark support, might just be the perfect starting point. Sincerity, huh? Tony couldn't help but laugh at Li Ming's words. All right, I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. So tell me, what exactly do you want me to offer to prove my sincerity? Li Ming smiled faintly and voiced his request. Actually, it's nothing much, just... As he continued, Tony's eyes lit up with admiration. Meanwhile, Peter's eyes grew wider and wider, and the look he gave Li Ming became increasingly odd. So this is what you want. You want me to back you in starting a company using Dr. Otto's technology? Kid, you haven't even started college, and you're already thinking about these things. Not bad. Reminds me of myself in my younger days. Tony Stark broke into laughter as he listened to Li Ming's proposal, not mocking him, but rather expressing genuine praise. Reminds you of your younger days? Didn't you just inherit billions from your family? Li Ming grumbled inwardly, but kept his composure and answered calmly. I'm already 18, so I meet the requirements. Norman Osborne made me realize that individual power is ultimately limited. Whether I want to achieve something or have enough strength to protect what's mine, I'll need to rely on the influence I can build. He laughed sheepishly, then added, besides, this is a rare opportunity. I don't want to let it slip by. Tony Stark's help is certainly invaluable, but I might never find a better chance to do this than right now. Kid, you've got some vision. Tony nodded with satisfaction at the compliment. No problem. Whether it's funding or providing all the resources you need, I can promise you that. My secretary, Pepper Potts, will coordinate these details. And as for Norman Osborne, don't worry. No matter what tricks he tries to pull, Stark Industries will have your back. But there's one thing. You'll have to let me borrow those power cards and that belt for research. With that, he glanced at Peter, still dumbstruck by Li Ming's boldness, and added, of course, if you guys need it, I can write you letters of recommendation. Given what you've achieved with Dr. Otto, I'm sure any top university in the States would welcome you both. But personally, I suggest you apply to MIT. After all, that's where I graduated. He couldn't go 2 sentences without slipping into self-praise. Thank you. That's exactly what we need. Li Ming rolled his eyes inwardly. Lifting his hand, motes of light gathered, and the light knight driver materialized. He drew several cards from its slot. Placing the driver and the cards on the table and sliding them over to Tony Stark, Li Ming added a reminder. Just so we're clear, you can borrow these for research. But I have to warn you, whenever I need them, I can summon them back with a single thought. If that interrupts your experiments, I won't be held responsible. And you better not try to transform on your own in secret, either. You probably can't even open the driver, but I figure I should warn you anyway. If you end up getting blown to bits by a backlash, I'd be taking a huge loss. Yeah, I hear you. I'm Tony Stark. There's no way I'd die from something that ridiculous. Tony shot Li Ming an unexpected glance, then immediately grabbed the driver and card from the table, his entire attention fixed on their structure. He didn't even lift his head as he replied absent-mindedly, already getting absorbed in it. Li Ming shook his head. Before I go, I need to remind you, the palladium you're using is almost irreversibly toxic to your body. If you don't want to die young, you really need to stop relying on that thing in your chest. I'd hate for our company to go under before it even gets off the ground, just because the guy backing us bit the dust. What? Peter exclaimed in shock. Lee, you're not joking, are you? Tony Stark's head snapped up, his eyes sharp as he fixed them on Li Ming. Kid, how do you know about that? Well, there it was, a confession in itself. Didn't I mention your physical condition seemed off when we first met? Li Ming replied with perfect composure. Last time, I wasn't sure what was wrong since you were inside your suit. But now that I can see you up close, and with the senses my abilities give me, I finally figured it out. I've read the description of your company's arc reactor on the official website, and I know a bit about palladium as a material, the way you're using it, embedded directly into your body. Honestly, it's a miracle nothing's happened yet. While it was true that most of his insight came from memories of his previous life, it was Li Ming's own accumulated knowledge that allowed him to confirm his suspicions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared speak up so abruptly. In a strange new world, relying solely on the plot lines of familiar stories could be a fatal mistake. It was essential to verify those memories with his own experiences. And now, seeing that Tony Stark actually had this very problem, Li Ming could be fairly certain. This world, while not a perfect copy, still followed the main threads of the movie's universe. With that in mind, Li Ming could start making plans with some direction. Listening to Li Ming, Tony's previously animated expression faded a little, but he quickly regained his composure. I'll handle this myself, so don't worry. But I want you both to promise to keep this secret. Don't let anyone else find out. Li Ming and Peter both nodded. Of course. After a moment's thought, Li Ming ventured. Actually, I might have a way to help with your condition. Want to give it a try? What kind of method? Tony's interest was instantly piqued. The answer's right in your hand. Li Ming pointed at the cards labeled William A. Zeberlin and Jonathan Joestar. These two cards are vessels of power lent to me by mighty beings from another universe. They carry a force known as ripple breathing. This technique has some extraordinary abilities. It can heal wounds, deal lethal damage to creatures of darkness, extend one's lifespan, and even generate magnetic fields for absorbing other objects. Hold on. Creatures of darkness. Tony Stark raised his hand, cutting Li Ming off with a look that clearly said, Are you messing with me? That's right. Creatures of darkness, like vampires, ghosts, and all sorts of bizarre things. Li Ming had expected Tony wouldn't believe him, so he added, Oh, and for the record, I actually awakened this power after almost being killed by a vampire. That's how I forged my connection to this belt. In the end, that vampire was reduced to ashes by the energy surge from my transformation. Tony shook his head. You know, you're making it really hard for me to take this seriously. What's next? You'll tell me magic is real too. Li Ming chuckled, not bothering to explain further. You're quick with the comebacks because magic does exist. Honestly, this world is far more wondrous than you imagine. If you can accept these cards as channels for borrowed power, why not open your mind to other mysteries? Sooner or later, I'll take you to see it all with your own eyes. All right, back to the point. Li Ming clapped his hands. Given your current condition, you definitely can't practice ripple breathing yourself. But I could try using the ripple to alleviate your symptoms, giving you more time to find a permanent solution. He looked at Tony with complete sincerity. So what do you say? Want to give it a shot? Let's do it, Tony replied, not daring to hesitate when his life was on the line. All right, I'm going to make contact with your body and channel the ripple energy into you. Just try not to overreact, okay? As he explained, Li Ming stood up and placed his palm firmly on Tony's shoulder. Instantly, golden energy rippled through Tony's body, sending waves of vitality surging within him. In a matter of moments, color returned to Tony's cheeks. Oh my God, what is this? I've never felt so good in my life. Tony took a deep, rejuvenating breath, marveling at the newfound vigor coursing through him. I'm actually starting to believe everything you've been saying. Li Ming stepped back, clapping his hands and observing Tony's transformation. All right, those ripple energies will stay in your body for a while, helping to regulate your functions. As long as we top them up periodically, you'll be able to withstand the palladium poisoning for much longer. Consider this a little bonus from our deal. If there's nothing else, we'll head back and share the good news with Dr. Otto. I wish you great success. Seeing that Tony was still a bit giddy, Li Ming simply took his leave. Tony nodded. Jarvis, please see our guests out. Yes, sir. The villa's main doors slid open on their own. Li Ming and Peter gathered their papers, bid farewell politely, and drove straight to the laboratory. This way, Tony should be in good enough shape to hold out until S.H.I.E.L.D. returns his father's belongings and he discovers the hidden Tesseract isotope among them. I just wonder if he'll actually be able to glean anything from the arc reactor and the power cards. As he watched the flow of traffic ahead and recalled everything that had just happened at the seaside villa, Li Ming's eyes gleamed with anticipation. I've covered all the relevant points, Doctor. Would you be willing to work with me? Li Ming looked hopefully at Dr. Otto, whose face was lost in thought. It was surprisingly quick to get a response from Tony Stark, and to secure even better terms. By the time Li Ming and Peter called Dr. Otto from the car, he hadn't even left the lab yet. So the two hurried to the laboratory, and there, Li Ming and Peter shared a trimmed-down account of their earlier negotiations with Tony Stark. Seeing the doctor's face shift between hope and doubt, Li Ming continued. If we set up a company together, you, as chief scientist, will have a laboratory entirely your own. No need to worry about oversight, no need to worry about funding. Your research will be completely free. And beside my family's investment, the company's initial capital will include funds from Tony Stark himself. With him backing us, we won't need to fear Norman Osborn's underhanded tactics. As for the neural link prosthesis technology, you can either invest it to become one of the founding shareholders or keep the rights yourself and license it to our company. All profits will be paid to you according to fair market rules. You'll never be shortchanged. Li Ming paused. He didn't want Dr. Otto to think he was after his technology, and with sincere conviction, he added, of course, if you'd rather not grant us the rights or work with us, I'll still help you complete your research. Just pretend I never mentioned starting a company. With Tony Stark's protection, you'll still be safe. Before Li Ming could finish, Dr. Otto suddenly looked up. No, I accept your offer. Wait, what? You really agree? Li Ming was momentarily stunned, the words caught in his throat. Dr. Otto stood up, his expression now completely clear of any shadows. He patted Li Ming on the shoulder, his smile gentle and sincere. Right now, you're my only lifeline, so of course I have to hold on tight. This technology is the result of our joint efforts, so let's use it as the flagship product for our new company. I've had enough of being an independent researcher. Maybe it's time for a new identity. That's wonderful, Doctor. With you on board, our company's future is secure. Li Ming grasped the doctor's hand firmly and said at once, the funds will be injected into the lab's account immediately. We must secure the technology patent before the Osborne group can. Dr. Otto, too, was in high spirits. Excellent. Let's take a day off today, and starting tomorrow, we'll get back to catching up on our progress. Li Ming and Peter exchanged a glance, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes, and nodded in agreement. Then please get some good rest, Doctor. We'll head home for now. See you tomorrow. Stepping out of the lab and looking up at the clear blue sky, Peter felt his spirits soar. What a day of unexpected twists and turns. He had thought the lab was about to be crushed by Norman Osborn's dark machinations, and that the neural link prosthetic technology would be stolen away. Yet, to his surprise, his friend had so quickly found a way to break the deadlock. Not only had he managed to connect with Tony Stark as a powerful backer, but in the end, they even secured investment and resources through a formal agreement. It was only today that Peter truly felt he understood Li Ming. At least in situations like this, he couldn't see himself acting with such decisiveness and accurate judgment. Of course, Peter admitted, he didn't have anything Tony Stark would be interested in. Otherwise, who's to say he couldn't have pulled off something similar, given the right incentives? But what-ifs don't matter. The truth was, in this moment, Peter couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Li Ming. Seeing the irrepressible smile on his friend's face, Peter said, I really didn't expect Dr. Otto to agree so easily. I thought you'd have to do a lot more convincing. Li Ming laughed and replied, I didn't expect it either. But if the doctor hadn't agreed, we could have just kept persuading him. As long as the research isn't finished, we still have a chance. What do you mean we still have a chance? Isn't this your own deal? Peter rolled his eyes, clearly amused by how Li Ming managed to rope him in. Li Ming shot him a puzzled look. Of course it's our deal. The new company includes you too. If we can't get Dr. Otto on board, do you really think two guys who haven't even started college can develop a brand new technology on their own? At that rate, Who knows when our company would ever have a product worth showing to the world? Although Li Ming had said quite a lot, at that moment Peter's mind was stuck on the very first thing he heard. He stammered, his face full of disbelief. What do you mean by a share for me? It suddenly dawned on Li Ming why Peter was reacting this way. He slapped his forehead and looked at Peter as if he were being hopelessly naive. So that's why you've been so quiet while I was talking about the company. Did you really think I'd forgotten about you? Don't worry. Yes, I'm putting up the money, and I got the investment from Tony Stark, and the technology comes from Dr. Otto, but your role in all of this is significant. You may not have the biggest share, but I will definitely give you some equity. In other words, you'll be one of the founding shareholders of the new company. Hearing this, Peter's face flushed with embarrassment. I can't accept that. I didn't really do anything to deserve it. No need to say more. I've already made up my mind. Li Ming cut him off with a wave of his hand. Peter Parker, you're a genius. Think of it as me investing in your future ahead of time. I know that with your intelligence and talent, you'll repay me 1,000 times over someday. Li Ming was speaking from the heart. Giving Peter some shares was partly out of friendship. Yes, but more importantly, Li Ming understood just how much of a genius this Marvel darling was. With just a small share, he could secure Peter's loyalty and contributions for the long run. A deal too good to pass up? Peter still looked conflicted. But, seeing that Peter was still hesitant, Li Ming decided to play his trump card. Peter, with your talent, you could probably win a scholarship without much trouble at university, but you have another identity to juggle. You can't devote yourself entirely to your studies, and that makes those scholarships a lot less certain. Given your family situation, putting you through college would be, well, do you really want Aunt May to work even harder than she already does? And all of this, every worry, could be solved if you just accept the shares I'm offering you. If the company does well, you could even use your dividends to help out at home. Let Aunt May breathe a little easier. Don't you want that? At these words, Li Ming had found Peter's soft spot. Peter's expression stiffened. After a moment's thought, he nodded firmly. All right, Sunlight, you're right. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I promise, I'll create something truly great to repay you in the future. Li Ming grinned, giving Peter a hearty pat on the shoulder. That's exactly what I hoped to hear. All right, enough with the seriousness. Let's celebrate at my place with a good meal. Peter's eyes lit up instantly. Really? That's fantastic. I've been dreaming about your cooking ever since last time. Let's go. With that, the two of them walked out together, arms around each other's shoulders, light-hearted and full of cheer. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, Dr. Otto gazed thoughtfully at the carefully prepared equipment before him. Since I gave my word to that kid, I should hand these over to Negative. I trust he'll make good use of those devices, and with them, drag Norman straight down to hell, just as we wished. After dinner, once Peter had left, Li Ming tidied up while chatting with his grandfather. Remember how I said I wanted to invest in Dr. Otto's work, to help him bring his technology to life? Li Jian lifted his teacup, replying offhandedly. And then? Well, I've come up with a new idea. Today, our dear mayor, Norman Osborne, raided the lab. Coincidentally, I'd struck up a connection with Tony Stark by chance, had a talk with him, and he's agreed to invest and help me start my own company. At that, Li Jian, who had been sipping his tea calmly, suddenly choked and sprayed tea everywhere, drenching Li Ming like a drowned cat. Oh, come on. At your age, can't you drink tea a bit slower? How did you even manage to choke? Li Ming wiped the stray tea leaves from his face, quickly went over to pat his grandfather's back, and couldn't resist grumbling as he did. Li Jian coughed so hard his face turned red, glaring at his grandson with wide eyes. What did you just say? Tony Stark is going to invest and help you start a company. Am I still half asleep, or am I just dreaming? You, getting connected to Tony Stark? Seriously? Hearing this, Li Ming took offense at once. Hey, give her grandson some credit. I'm a bit of a genius too, you know? Geniuses have a knack for recognizing each other. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to know Tony Stark? Normal? In what universe is that normal? Fine, say whatever you want. Li Jian shook his head, then grew serious, his tone turning stern. Is this for real? Getting involved with Iron Man himself. Our family savings just can't take that kind of risk. You could hardly blame old Mr. Lee for being worried. Years ago, Li Jian had come to America, building everything from scratch as an outsider. He began with an accounting firm, then expanded into selling specialty goods from China. Over the years, he'd built up a fortune in the tens of millions. If things kept going well, he might even take a step further in his lifetime. But compared to the old money, weapons manufacturing Stark Industries, that's barely a drop in the ocean. If it was just about daily life, there were only the two of them left in the family. They already had more money than they could ever spend. But when it came to research and development, unless everything went perfectly, one misstep could cost them dearly. With Dr. Otto's project, Li Ming had been involved almost from the very beginning. Now, they were finally close to seeing real success. If not for that, Li Jian would have agonized much longer over whether to agree to his grandson's request for investment. Now that he was directly connected to Tony Stark and about to start a tech company, how could he not be on edge? In response to Li Jian's inquiry, Li Ming nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Grandpa. I have some technology he's interested in. We made a deal. He invests and provides all kinds of resources to help me set up the company. The vast majority of shares are mine. He only holds a symbolic stake. The only price is that I have to share that technology with him, nothing more. As expected of my grandson, you actually came up with something that even Tony Stark finds intriguing. Li Jian smiled with pride. All right then, if you're confident, go ahead and give it your best shot. And if things really don't work out, you'll always have your grandfather to back you up. I understand. Li Ming's smile was determined. After the heartfelt conversation with his grandfather, Li Ming returned to his room and locked the door behind him with a casual twist. Let's have a look. He flopped into his chair, waved his hand in the air, and a translucent, luminous screen appeared before him. Power progression, 11.1%. World influence, 3,633. Just an increase of a few hundred? It seems that neither striking a deal with Tony Stark nor helping him with his physical condition has made a significant impact on this world. Is it because, no matter what, Tony Stark would eventually discover the isotopes for the cosmic cube from his father's legacy to upgrade his arc reactor? Li Ming shook his head and dismissed the status panel with a wave. Back when he first obtained the Iron Impact armor, his power progression had surged by several percentage points, and his physical abilities had noticeably improved. Although he still had a ways to go compared to Peter, his attributes now surpassed those of ordinary people and were on par with top-tier athletes. In fact, even the injuries he'd sustained from that terrifying battle had healed automatically without him even realizing it. If Peter hadn't asked about it later, he would have completely forgotten he'd been hurt at all. After breaking the 10% threshold, Li Ming's connection with the Radiant Knight driver had deepened further. Not only could he now access the status panel at any time without the device, but just as he'd told Tony Stark earlier, he could now summon the driver and card from any distance. One of the most obvious changes. Otherwise, with the threat of the Demon Gang always looming, how could Li Ming have felt at ease handing the driver over to Tony Stark for research? Now, with the driver temporarily out of commission and nothing else happening, Li Ming couldn't go out on missions. Instead, after a short rest, he opened his computer and his fingers danced across the keyboard as he started working. These next few days, I'll let Peter handle things on his own. This gives me the perfect opportunity to finish the code I hadn't completed before. Lately, I've really gotten a handle on all the latest knowledge. Once I finish this program, I'm going to try building my very own artificial intelligence. With new funding secured, Otto's lab was buzzing with renewed energy. Without any more worries holding them back, Li Ming and his two colleagues found themselves working more efficiently than ever. As luck would have it, the Demon's Gang had mysteriously quieted down, giving Li Ming and Peter the perfect opportunity to throw themselves into their research. They raced against the clock, pushing their progress forward in hopes of safeguarding their scientific achievements. Once we get through this step, we'll be just a breath away from truly mature technology. 2 days later, after a day's hard work, and having just overcome another technical challenge, Li Ming straightened up just as Dr. Otto, beaming with satisfaction, spoke up. All right, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. According to my friend at Oscorp, they're still stuck trying to retrace our experimental procedures, so there's no need for us to overwork ourselves. Li Ming and Peter were happy to agree, packing up their things and leaving the lab in high spirits. They had barely settled into the car. Li Ming hadn't even started the engine when Peter's phone suddenly rang. It's Mary Jane, Peter said, then picked up the call. Hey, MJ, what's up? Mary Jane's voice came through. Mayor Osborne just announced he's presenting an award to Officer Davis tomorrow afternoon. Will you be there? Peter frowned. Tomorrow afternoon. Wait, isn't Osborne's campaign rally scheduled for the same time? All right, I think I know what he's up to. Everyone knows, Mary Jane replied with a tone of resignation. But at least Officer Davis and his family will get some recognition. I'll be there reporting. Want to join me? Peter glanced at Li Ming, who nodded. So Peter replied, sure, of course. See you there. As soon as Peter hung up, Li Ming spoke up. I think I know why the Demon's Gang has been laying low. They might be waiting for Norman Osborn's rally to kick off. Then they can stage a terrorist attack right at the event, dealing a devastating blow to Osborne's reputation. How did you? Peter started to ask, but his phone rang again. He checked the screen, Gwen. A sense of foreboding crept over him. He answered, and her sweet voice came through. My dad said he's taking me to Osborne's rally tomorrow to watch Officer Davis get the award. Do you want to come along? Peter shuddered, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Sure. Li Ming gave him a look full of sympathy, silently hoping the poor kid wouldn't get torn apart by two women in front of everyone tomorrow. To attend the rally, Ming and Peter explained the situation to Dr. Otto and requested a half-day off. Although Norman Osborne was involved, Dr. Otto showed little reaction. He simply reminded the two of them to stay safe and return early, and thus agreed to their request. After lunch that day, Ming drove to the Feast homeless shelter to pick up Peter, who had come to help. Together, they headed to the campaign event to watch Jefferson Davis receive his award. But as soon as Peter got in the car, before he could even say hello, his face grew grave as he turned to Ming. "Lee, I just heard some troubling news from Aunt May. Martin Lee said he's leaving New York for a while. He already left this morning. And according to Aunt May, before he left, he said some strange things and entrusted his work to her, hoping she'd take care of the Feast homeless shelter. I can't help but feel uneasy about this." Ming's heart sank. For Martin Lee to suddenly leave New York right before the campaign event, it's hard not to read into that. "Let's go. It looks like today's event may not go smoothly. We need to be prepared in advance." As he spoke, Ming pulled out his phone and sent a message to Tony Stark, giving a brief explanation of the situation. Then, he summoned back the Light Knight driver and all his power cards. Watching the driver flash at Ming's waist before merging back into his body, Peter finally seemed to calm down a little. "I suppose that's all we can do. Let's hope we're just overthinking things." Ming said nothing more. He started the engine, picked up speed, and hurried toward the venue. At the campaign site, the stage was already set up. A sea of people filled the area. Many of Osborne's supporters had come to witness the event start. As soon as Ming and Peter arrived, they spotted Gwen and Mary Jane in the crowd, each holding a cup of coffee, chatting and laughing together like the best of friends. Still some distance away, Peter caught sight of the scene and immediately covered his face, smacking his forehead in distress. "Oh, how could I have forgotten about this? Never mind that now. Today's different. We should explain things to them. Their safety comes first." Ming patted Peter on the shoulder, then took the initiative to approach the two girls. "Hey, Mary Jane, Gwen, it's been a while." "It's been a while," the two girls replied politely, their eyes drifting behind him. "Where's Peter?" Ming shrugged and stepped aside, revealing Peter, who was still trying to play dead not far away. "Hey, you two sure got here early." Now discovered, Peter had no choice but to smile awkwardly and join them, taking Gwen's hand and nodding to Mary Jane. Feeling the warmth of Peter's hand in hers, Gwen blushed, sneaking a casual glance at Mary Jane, a look that unmistakably radiated the satisfaction of victory. Mary Jane forced a smile. "Well, it's an interview, of course I have to come early. But why do you two seem so down?" Peter and Ming exchanged a serious look. Well, something did happen," Peter said, his tone grave. Gwen's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She glanced up at her boyfriend, only to meet Mary Jane's gaze instead. "See? I know him better than anyone," Mary Jane's eyes practically said. The meaning in her look was so blatant that even Gwen couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. But seeing how serious Peter and Ming looked, she quickly realized this was no time for petty squabbles and swallowed her anger. "What's wrong?" Gwen and Mary Jane asked in unison. After speaking, the two women exchanged sharp glances, gave a quick huff, and then both looked away. Their words and glances were brimming with tension, an invisible duel playing out in just a matter of seconds. Watching the clash between these two, Ming couldn't help but wonder what Peter, at the center of this battlefield, must be feeling, but for Ming, it was almost overwhelming to behold. Women really are too much sometimes. Absolutely terrifying, Ming thought with heartfelt exasperation. But there were more pressing matters at hand, so he quickly spoke up. "Sorry, Gwen, could you please bring Officer George over? I think Peter has something important to discuss with him." Ming's identity as the Light Knight was still a secret, but as one of Peter's close friends, it wasn't strange that he knew Peter was Spider-Man. His request fit right in with the moment. And with that, he managed to rescue Peter from the suffocating atmosphere created by the two women. Peter shot Ming a grateful look, then straightened up and lowered his voice. "Yes, Gwen, I just received some information. There might be trouble at today's rally. Anyway, could you ask Officer George to come over?" Everyone present was aware of Peter's other identity. As soon as he spoke, both women's expressions changed instantly. "All right, I'll go right away." Gwen nodded and turned, weaving through the crowd toward the front row. In no time, Officer George, stern-faced, followed Gwen back. He glanced at Ming and Mary Jane, then fixed his gaze on Peter, lowering his voice. "What's going on?" Peter answered calmly. "Things might be getting out of hand. Can we talk somewhere more private?" "No problem," Officer George replied briskly, immediately leading Peter to a secluded spot. Watching the two men disappear into a corner, their faces grave, Mary Jane couldn't help but turn to Ming and ask, "So, what exactly is going on?" Li Ming shook his head, motioning for the two to come closer. He lowered his voice and said, "The demon gang might launch a terrorist attack at the event. Peter is trying to warn Officer George to tighten patrols and security." "What?" Mary Jane and Gwen both clapped their hands over their mouths, their eyes wide with fear. They glanced anxiously at the dense crowd around them. If an attack broke out here, the casualties could be unimaginable. Li Ming pressed his hands down in a calming gesture. "All right, stay calm. We'll figure something out." Soon, Peter returned. He exchanged a look with Li Ming, signaling that everything was going smoothly. Li Ming also noticed keenly that after Officer George returned to the front row and exchanged a few words with his deputy, more police officers began appearing around them, their demeanor far more serious than before. Minute by minute, time slipped away. The rally was about to begin. After the vice mayor's opening remarks warmed up the crowd, Norman Osborne, accompanied by Jefferson, stepped onto the platform. Applause instantly rippled through the audience. "Thank you, Jim." Norman approached the podium, thanking the vice mayor with a friendly smile and teasing, "I could never give a speech as good as yours, but I'll do my best." With that, he turned his gaze to Jefferson. "We all know Davis is a hero. He's shown remarkable courage and unyielding dedication to his duty. I am honored to present this Medal of Distinction to Officer Jefferson Davis." Norman Osborne picked up the medal and placed it around Jefferson's neck. Just then, the vice mayor hurriedly stepped over, struggling to conceal his panic as he whispered something in Norman's ear. Norman's expression didn't change. He patted Jefferson on the shoulder, offered a few words of congratulations, then quickly left the stage, leaving Jefferson to deliver his acceptance speech. "Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to share this honor with my family." Jefferson had begun his speech, but Li Ming and Peter didn't hear a single word. Their eyes were locked on Norman Osborne's figure, certain that the vice mayor's anxiety was connected to the demon gang's plot. They watched as Norman stepped down, answer a phone call, his face shifting through several shades of emotion, and then, under police escort, he hurriedly got into a car and left the scene. "This is bad." Alarm bells rang in Li Ming and Peter's minds. Their eyes swept the area, and suddenly, across an open space in the crowd, they spotted Martin Lee, who had appeared unnoticed, a cold smile on his face as black and white light shimmered faintly around him. In the next instant, identical black and white lights ignited on several people in the crowd and on the platform, revealing the bombs strapped to their chests. To their horror, one of those people on the stage, wearing a bomb, was the very vice mayor who had just finished his speech. "No!" His driver appeared automatically, 2 cards swiftly scanned. But even though Li Ming reacted at lightning speed, he was still a moment too late. Before he could push through the crowd, complete his transformation, and leap at the nearest human bomb, a blinding flash of black and white light, dazzling and inverted, exploded with an earth-shattering roar, swallowing everything before his eyes in an instant. "Sunlight! Sunlight! Are you all right? Wake up! Wake up, Sunlight!" Gunfire, screams, and desperate cries for help echoed from an unknown distance. Li Ming regained consciousness from the haze, forcing his eyes open. All he could see was a sky filled with thick black smoke and flames, the ground littered with charred wreckage and numerous wounded, some so badly hurt that their bodies were mangled and incomplete. Dazed, Li Ming finally realized that it was Mary Jane, her face etched with worry, who was slapping his cheeks, desperately trying to rouse him. Casting his gaze to the side, he saw Gwen doing much the same for Peter, who lay unconscious on the ground. As his mind gradually cleared, the memories of the black and white flash that had overwhelmed everything came flooding back. Li Ming suddenly recalled the last scene he saw before he was blasted away. It was on the platform. Jefferson Davis, without hesitation, had pushed the human bomb of a deputy mayor aside, buying precious moments for his companions to escape. And then, the explosion struck. That guy truly was a good man. At that thought, a chill ran through Li Ming. Ignoring the searing pain coursing through his body, he struggled to his feet and looked toward the platform. But the steel-framed platform had already collapsed in a heap, flames licking at the wreckage, black smoke billowing high. Li Ming couldn't spot any sign of Jefferson. Instead, he caught sight of the Mind Demon's minions amidst the chaos. "Sunlight, you..." Mary Jane started, worry written all over her face. Li Ming shook his head, determination burning in his eyes. The device at his waist shimmered into view once more, and just as he was about to leap forward to deal with the Mind Demon's henchman, Peter stirred beside him. Li Ming pulled him up in one swift motion, sending a surge of rippling energy through Peter's body to help him recover more quickly. Li Ming's face was grim as he spoke rapidly. "Let's see what we have left to protect, move. We can't let more people suffer just because help was too late." Peter's expression morphed from confusion to rage, and finally to guilt. He gave a fierce nod. Taking advantage of the chaos, the two darted into a blind spot. In the next moment, light night, courage ripple armament. A powerful call resounded, and the two figures leaped out, charging straight at the Mind Demon's minions still prowling the scene. It's Spider-Man and Light Knight. We're saved. Thank goodness, we're saved. Li Ming had chosen courage ripple armament, precisely because he needed the boost its rippling energy provided to save others. As he ran, every time Li Ming encountered someone wounded, he would quickly pass a pulse of energy into them, helping them hold on just a little longer until proper medical help could arrive. Watching the gun-wielding minions of the inner demon still rampaging, Li Ming, now in a fury, no longer held back. With every punch or kick, an enemy was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unable to get up again. He and Peter worked together seamlessly. Even as they stopped to help some of the wounded along the way, they quickly fought their way back to where the platform had once stood. Li Ming scanned the charred ruins with sharp, searching eyes, and at last, he made a discovery. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward Jefferson Davis, who lay collapsed and helpless on the ground, shouting as he ran, "Spider-Man, leave those enemies to you. I'm going to save Officer Jefferson." "Leave it to me," Peter answered without a second thought. He fired a web and swung straight into the fray, charging at the gun-wielding minions pointing their weapons at Li Ming. The battle erupted in full force. "Jefferson, hold on. I'm here to save you." Li Ming shot across the scorched, rubble-strewn ground like a bolt of silver and gold lightning, coming to a halt beside the soot-covered Jefferson. By now, Li Ming had checked the other officers caught in the destruction as he rushed over. He found that none of them had survived. Only Jefferson, buried in the ruins, remained, though Li Ming had yet to confirm his condition. "Don't you dare die on me, you stubborn old man." Li Ming's heart pounded in his chest. He gently turned Jefferson over. Blood, seeping from some unseen wound, had stained the metal on his chest, but the faint rise and fall of his breathing proved that the thread of life had not yet been severed. Thank heavens, he's still breathing. I guess good deeds really do get rewarded. Li Ming let out a long breath, his exhales rumbling with power. Golden ripples flickered across his armor, finally gathering into his right palm. Sparks of electricity crackled in a dazzling web, and for a moment, Li Ming's entire right hand shone like a miniature sun. Just as he was about to press his palm to Jefferson's chest and channel those ripples into him, to spark his life back and give him another chance. "Dad, no, don't hurt my father." A desperate cry rang out. In a flash, a shadow flung itself at Li Ming, clinging tightly to his poised hand. "I'm here to save Jefferson. If you don't let go, he might not make it." Li Ming, nearly losing his temper, snapped at the boy while explaining. With a quick jolt of his arm, he shook the young man off, then pressed his hand firmly to Jefferson's chest. A surge of powerful energy poured into Jefferson's body, sending waves through his failing form. Even the faintest spark of life was rekindled, slowly growing steadier and stronger. Li Ming finally withdrew his hand, feeling a wave of exhaustion even in his transformed state, having spent so much of his ripple energy to save another's life. But when he saw Jefferson's breath steady and even, relief washed over him, and a smile broke through. In this way, as long as Jefferson kept breathing, he was no longer at death's door. Now, all that remained was to wait for the ambulance to arrive and let professional medical care take over. The young black man, thrown to the side in the chaos, froze in confusion. Hearing Li Ming's words, and seeing that Jefferson, after taking a palm strike from Li Ming, was not hurt in the slightest, but instead breathing more steadily, his chest rising and falling with renewed vigor, he finally realized he had truly misunderstood. Thinking back to his own actions just now, he was struck with a wave of terror. What if his moment of hesitation had cost his father the chance to be saved in time? A powerful surge of dread rose up inside him, threatening to swallow him whole. "I'm sorry. I didn't know." He scrambled to his feet, face smeared with dust and sweat, eyes wide with panic and shame. Bowing repeatedly to Li Ming, he stammered, "Thank you. Thank you for saving my father." Li Ming helped the young man, who was barely 2 years his junior, stand up straight. "No need for that. After all, your father and I have fought side by side." "Oh, right. I remember your father once told me you wanted my autograph. So why is it, right at this moment, you didn't believe in me?" Embarrassed, the young man scratched his head. Li Ming laughed heartily. "I'm just messing with you." He patted the young man on the back. "All I did was pull Jefferson back from the brink. He's still seriously hurt. Stay here and look after your father. Don't try to move him until the ambulance gets here." Having given his instructions, Li Ming glanced over to where Peter was handling the battle with ease, then surveyed the wounded scattered across the ground. He prepared to continue saving as many as he could. But before he could take a step, a sudden flash of memory lit up in his mind. A piece of information surfaced amid the chaos. Remembering, he quickly turned back to the young man kneeling by his father. "Hey, I forgot to ask, what's your name?" The young man looked up at Li Ming, forcing a smile. "My name's Miles. Miles Morales." Li Ming fixed Miles with a deep look. "All right, I'll remember. Jefferson has a good son." With that, Li Ming launched himself toward the nearest wounded person. There were still lives needing rescue, and chaos waiting to be quelled. At this moment, the true purpose of a light knight was not just to fight, but, more importantly, to save those in peril and protect life itself. After Peter had finished dealing with all the demon's minions still tangled up with the police, Li Ming, a step behind, had also completed his own rescue efforts. As long as someone was still breathing, Li Ming spared no effort. He would assess their injuries and use his ripple energy to help ease their suffering, giving them the strength to hold on until proper medical care arrived. Some of those he helped made it through. Their conditions stabilized, and they survived long enough to be taken away by ambulance. Some of the victims, being far too close to the explosion's epicenter, were so gravely injured that even Li Ming's ripple stimulation could not save their lives. The way these people looked in their final moments would forever be branded into Li Ming's memory, serving as a constant reminder that, when facing the enemy, he must give everything he has, do his best, leave no room for error. Because he cannot afford to fail. The price of his failure is the lives of innocent people. Having done everything they could, Li Ming and Peter sought out Officer George, who was busy directing his team in the aftermath. Truth be told, Peter's soon-to-be father-in-law had been exceptionally fortunate that day. Before the explosion, he'd been occupied with coordinating the officers and, as a result, hadn't been sitting in the front row, but rather in a less crowded area off to the side. By sheer luck, there hadn't been a human bomb in that part of the venue. Thanks to this, Officer George was among the least injured in the attack. As a result, he was able to quickly organize the other lightly wounded officers, mount a swift resistance against the demon gang, restore order, and tend to the wounded. It was because of these actions that the situation hadn't spiraled even further out of control. Peter stepped forward, his voice heavy with emotion. "I'm sorry, Officer George. We weren't able to help." George Stacy glanced at Li Ming, then fixed his gaze on Peter's masked face, as if he could see the guilt in their eyes beneath the masks. He shook his head and replied calmly, "No, you have nothing to apologize for. I may not be the biggest fan of you self-styled do-gooders, but you both did everything you could. If it weren't for your warning, things could have ended up much worse. None of us expected the enemy to launch such a brutal terrorist attack. Not in this way. After all, even the police couldn't possibly search every single person before the mayor's event began." As he spoke, George Stacy's expression hardened. But for them to dare commit such an atrocity, the police will make sure the demon gang and whoever's behind them are brought to justice. Every last one of them will answer for this in a court of law. Hearing this, Peter and Li Ming exchanged a look. After a moment's hesitation, they spoke up. "Officer George, before the explosion, we saw Martin Lee at the back of the crowd. Just then, his body lit up with the same black and white inverted glow as all the human bombs. The next moment, those people detonated. We suspect he's the leader of the demon gang, the mastermind behind this attack. All those human bombs acted under his control." "Martin Lee?" George Stacy frowned. "You mean Martin Lee, the great philanthropist who founded the Feast Homeless Shelter?" "Yes, it's him." Peter nodded earnestly. "So, can the police conduct a direct search on him?" George Stacy's brow furrowed even deeper, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Martin Lee holds immense social influence. I can't just treat him as a criminal based solely on the words of Spider-Man and, the Light Knight. In cases like this, the police need concrete, specific evidence before we can take action. Otherwise, what about the street surveillance?" Li Ming suddenly interjected. George Stacy let out a heavy sigh. The police thought of that long ago, but all the surveillance cameras in the area were shut off internally right before the attack. There's absolutely nothing we can check. Worse yet, after it all happened, the staff responsible went straight to their deaths, jumped from the building. At this point, we have no evidence pointing to Martin Lee. So, it still comes down to hard evidence, doesn't it? We'll find it as soon as possible." Li Ming responded decisively. He could see the frustration in Captain Stacy's eyes, but this was simply the reality. After so many years building his reputation, Martin Lee had become a figure of tremendous influence. For someone like him, the police would never dare launch a search lightly. Despite being the chief of police, George Stacy was hardly all-powerful. He was weighed down by pressure from every direction, and Li Ming could completely understand. With that, Li Ming switched to his stealth assassination gear, fired his grappling hook, and swung away, vanishing into the shadows. Peter was about to leave with him, when behind him, George Stacy suddenly called out, "Thank you for protecting Gwen. It's what I should do." Peter froze for a split second, then without looking back, shot a strand of web and followed Li Ming into the distance. Stepping out from the alley and back in his civilian clothes, Li Ming glanced at his phone, only to find more than a dozen missed calls from both his grandfather and Dr. Otto. Sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly called them back one by one, and, after a monumental effort, finally managed to explain everything clearly. A few steps behind, Peter was also dealing with Aunt May's anxious questions, his brow furrowed with the headache of it all. It took some work, but eventually they convinced their loved ones and mentors that neither of them was hurt, finally putting their minds at ease. Both boys let out a long sigh of relief. Their eyes met, and they were about to burst out laughing, when suddenly their smiles faltered and a heavy silence fell over them once more. Once in the car, Li Ming broke the silence first. "I know we can't save everyone, but we absolutely can't let those lives be lost for nothing. Martin Lee must be held accountable." Peter nodded, deep in thought. Maybe your earlier guess was spot on. Judging by what happened today, the demons are clearly targeting Norman Osborne. There's got to be some grudge between Martin Lee and Norman. Martin Lee staging a terrorist attack with a human bomb at the rally was most likely meant to utterly destroy Norman Osborne's reputation, to crush any hope he had of advancing his political career. Li Ming nodded and added, "Earlier, when Norman Osborne hurried off stage to answer that call, it was probably Martin Lee himself on the line. Maybe he didn't want Norman to just die in the explosion. He wanted him to suffer, to be pushed to the brink, and finally die in utter despair." After Li Ming finished speaking, he and Peter exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they could see the flames of anger burning fiercely. But Martin Lee's revenge against Norman Osborne shouldn't have dragged so many innocent people into this. Martin Lee must be held accountable. Li Ming's tone was resolute. Then, out of the blue, he asked, "Peter, do you remember those 2 trucks carrying weapons that we stopped earlier? The police just impounded them, but I'm pretty sure the demons left some clues behind." Peter nodded, thinking back for a moment before replying. "I remember the trucks had the logo of a company called United Transport. Maybe we should start investigating from there." Li Ming immediately agreed. "That was my thought as well. Let's begin with that shipping company. Since Officer George wants evidence, we'll get him evidence. Of course, before we head out to chase down leads at the transport company, maybe we should check the place most likely to hold proof of Martin's crimes." Li Ming twisted the key in the ignition as he spoke, his voice filled with determination. Peter's eyes lit up, and he caught on instantly. In unison, the two exclaimed, "Martin Lee's office." Hearing their shared answer, they finally broke into smiles and reached out for a triumphant high five. Feast Homeless Shelter was founded single-handedly by Martin Lee. He spends hours there every day. If you ask me, there's no way he hasn't left some evidence behind. Li Ming grinned, pressing down on the accelerator, ready to head straight for the Feast Shelter, when suddenly his phone rang. Ring, 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 ring. "It's Tony Stark." Li Ming's eyebrows shot up in surprise as he took out his phone. He answered politely, "Hey, Mr. Stark, what made you call me at this hour? Is something up?" Tony Stark sounded a bit embarrassed. "Hey, I heard about what happened at Norman's rally, but after you took back the cards and the belt, I had to fly overseas for business yesterday." Even though he'd handed over almost all of his responsibilities to Pepper Potts, no matter how much he liked to do things his own way, there were still some important deals he had to handle in person. Just like when he showcased his missiles back in the day, he always insisted on being there in person, presenting his products in the best possible light. With a more serious tone, Tony explained, "Anyway, although I can't make it back for now, if you need help, maybe there's something I can do for you." Hearing this, both Li Ming and Peter were genuinely surprised. Since when did Tony Stark ever take the initiative to explain himself to others? After a moment's thought, Li Ming spoke up, "If that's the case, Mr. Stark, could you help us look into some information about Martin Lee? The mastermind behind today's terrorist attack is very likely him, but the police don't have enough evidence to pursue or arrest him. We're trying to find a way. If you could dig up hard evidence against him, that would be perfect. If not, please at least send us a list of his assets. We'll follow the leads and investigate each one." "That's so. No problem. Leave it to me." Tony agreed without hesitation and hung up immediately. Since Tony had suddenly appeared to help, Li Ming and Peter decided there was no need to rush to the Feast Homeless Shelter for now. It seemed wiser to wait and see what information Tony could provide before deciding on their next move. Soon enough, Tony Stark called again. His voice carried a hint of frustration. "Martin Lee covers his tracks well. At least, Jarvis couldn't find anything incriminating about him on the internet. But I've tracked down all his documented assets for you. Check your email." Li Ming replied, "All right. Thank you for your help, Mr. Stark. We'll follow up on these leads as best we can." Tony gave a cold snort. "Once I wrap up business and get back to New York, Martin Lee's going to see what I'm really capable of. Hey, you too, be careful. If things get too dangerous, wait for me to return. He'll face the justice he deserves. But Li Ming didn't want to just sit and wait. He answered, if we need you, we'll ask for your help. But before that, we have to try ourselves. You know how it is. No one can predict when he'll strike next. We have to catch him as soon as possible. He paused, then spoke each word with determination. We absolutely cannot let more innocent people suffer because of his crimes. To be honest, Li Ming was now furious enough to want to tear Norman Osborne apart with his own hands. It was Osborne's wrongdoing that had forced so many supervillains into existence. Although the exact grudge between Martin Lee and Osborne was still unclear, one thing was certain. Martin Lee was definitely a product of Osborne's actions. If it weren't for the risk of Martin Lee's attacks harming more innocents, and if Li Ming's main goal wasn't to bring him to justice, he could have simply kept a close watch on Norman Osborne, lying in wait for Martin Lee to make his move. After all, if Martin Lee was set on revenge, it would only be a matter of time before he showed up. Unfortunately, the real problem right now wasn't Norman, but Martin Lee, who had already vanished without a trace. Staking out Norman might eventually bring Martin Lee into his net, but in the meantime, how many other attacks could Martin orchestrate elsewhere? How many more innocent lives would be lost? Those were all unknowns. At the very least, judging by today's events, it was clear that even Norman, despite being the target of revenge, likely had no clue about Martin Lee's current whereabouts. Otherwise, Norman would have already tipped off the police and tried to get Martin Lee arrested as quickly as possible, removing the threat hanging over his own head. Yet, Li Ming saw no sign of Norman taking any such action. Instead, Norman was acting like a turtle hiding in its shell. From this, it was clear that simply staking out Norman was the most foolish approach. If he truly wanted to resolve the problem swiftly, he had to take the initiative. Li Ming felt an urgent need to catch Martin Lee, not just to seek justice for the innocent victims, but even more so to prevent Martin from carrying out more attacks in the future and causing further tragedy. As always, the innocent shouldn't have to pay the price for someone else's vendetta. Sensing Li Ming's determination, Tony fell silent for a moment, then smiled. Then go for it. If you need any help, just ask. Thanks in advance. After hanging up, Li Ming checked his inbox for the latest email from Jarvis. Upon opening it, he found a long list of densely packed information, not only a brief summary of Martin Lee's background, but, more importantly, details on all the businesses he owned. Looks like we got our work cut out for us. Li Ming tossed the phone to Peter, letting him sift through the data, while he shifted gears and pressed down on the accelerator. If we can't dig up any direct evidence against Martin Lee right away, then before we start our investigation, let's make a stop at the Feast Homeless Shelter. No sooner had he spoken than the car roared to life, speeding out of the parking lot and racing toward the horizon. Aunt May. As soon as they stepped into the homeless shelter, Li Ming and Peter spotted Aunt May, who was busy helping out amid the chaos. Hey, Peter, Mr. Sunlight, let me take a look at you. Are you really both okay? As soon as she saw them, Aunt May set her work aside and hurried over, giving them each a quick pat down. Only after confirming they were unharmed did she finally smile. I was scared to death when I saw the news earlier. I'm so relieved you're both all right. Of course we're fine. Didn't I tell you over the phone already? Peter's tone was tinged with helplessness, and as he watched Aunt May return to her work almost immediately, he couldn't help but frown. If you're the one running things every time Mr. Lee is away, who covers your regular job? It's still me. Aunt May smiled, her hands never stopping their work, and she signaled to the two of them with her eyes. Of course, it would be even better if someone could help. Oh, all right, I'll give you a hand. Peter patted his forehead, lifted the box from the table, and got to work. He really was worried Aunt May might wear herself out. During all this, Li Ming and Peter exchanged a glance, then cast a subtle look toward Martin Lee's office. Li Ming immediately caught on and quickly said, Aunt May, since Peter's here to help you, I'll go see if anyone else needs a hand elsewhere. Aunt May's gaze lingered on the two of them, making both Li Ming and Peter a little uneasy. But then she suddenly smiled and said, Go on, then. I'll be fine with Peter here. With her approval, Li Ming turned and left, making his way down the hallway. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he slipped over to the door of Martin Lee's office. Is it locked? Li Ming frowned slightly, glancing at the nearby ventilation shaft, then back at the door lock. He decided it would be safer to go through the door. But how am I going to open it? Maybe I can try something. Thinking this over, Li Ming headed toward the restroom. Light night, stealth assassination armament. A low, barely audible incantation sounded in the bathroom stall. After the transformation was complete, Li Ming looked down at his armored suit. With a thought, the robe squirmed and shifted, morphing into his regular clothes. The helmet merged seamlessly into his body, revealing his original face. If not for the faint, shrunken ring mark at his waist, he looked almost exactly as he had before transforming. It really works. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction. Though this disguise looked identical to his usual attire, all the enhancements and skills remained in effect. Only certain tools would need to lose their disguise in order to be used. But that minor drawback didn't matter at all right now. The important thing was that he could now pick the lock on Martin Lee's office door directly, without having to crawl through the vents. That was Peter's signature move. No need to imitate him. Li Ming stepped out of the restroom, greeting familiar faces with a natural expression. Seizing a moment when the hallway was empty, he quickly approached Martin Lee's office. He raised his wrist, flicked out his hidden blade, and slipped it into the lock. A few deft twists, and with a soft click, the lock gave way. Li Ming swiftly turned the handle, opened the door just enough to slip inside, and darted in. The moment he entered the office, Li Ming glanced around, but then his ears twitched. He had caught a faint, unusual noise in the otherwise quiet room. Following the sound, Li Ming suddenly looked up at the ventilation duct in the ceiling. That was where the noise seemed to be coming from. He furrowed his brow. That sounded a bit like electrical sparking. Could Martin Lee have wired up a high-voltage current here? In the past, he never would have had senses sharp enough to pick up on such subtle anomalies. But now, with the gradual awakening of the Light Knight's power within him, Li Ming's physical abilities and perception had improved significantly. That was the only reason he could notice something was off. Maybe he set up a high-voltage trap. Anyone trying to uncover evidence of his crimes would be caught by it. Li Ming cast a wary glance around the perfectly ordinary-looking office, his guard up as he began to search the room. Soon, his attention was drawn to a photo displayed with reverence on one side of the room. Are those Martin Lee's parents? I've been in this office before, but I never really looked closely at their faces. Li Ming examined the photograph carefully, and then noticed a tiny hole in the frame. That looks a bit like a keyhole. But where could the key be? I just hope Martin Lee isn't carrying it around with him all the time. Following this new lead, Li Ming moved behind Martin Lee's desk and started rifling through the drawers. He had already searched the rest of the office and hadn't found any keys or clues. This seemed like the most promising place left unchecked. He powered up the computer and skimmed through the files inside. Everything was spotless, just documents about the homeless shelter, nothing suspicious at all. Li Ming had expected as much. He shut the computer down and went to open a drawer, which, to his surprise, slid open easily despite his assumption that it'd be locked. Inside, there was only a black leather-bound diary. Li Ming picked it up and immediately noticed a key tucked between the pages, just the right size and shape for the keyhole in the picture frame. With this new discovery, he could continue his search. Yet, at that moment, the words on the diary page with the hidden key caught his attention. Dear May, soon you'll start hearing rumors about me. Whispers that I'm a terrorist, a murderer. Every word is true. But the story we wrote together, the story of the charitable shelter, that is true as well. I want you to know I have always believed in our mission, not for appearances, but as a calling from the bottom of my heart. To help a single person is to help all people. Please don't let my weakness shake your faith. You're strong, May. You have the strength to write a new chapter for the shelter, a story free from the shadow of my mistakes. Thank you for all you've given. From now on, the shelter is yours. Martin. Li Ming read on, word by word, his brows knitting deeper and deeper. When he finally reached the last line, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. His memories from his previous life told him that Martin Lee suffered from symptoms of dissociative identity disorder. But ever since Li Ming's memories had awakened, all of his encounters with Martin Lee had revealed mostly his darker side. Because of this, Li Ming had overlooked the fact that the man who founded the shelter had once been so kind-hearted. Or rather, for every bit of evil in Mr. Negative, there was an equal measure of goodness in Martin Lee himself. Until one day, one side would completely consume and assimilate the other. Judging from the contents of the diary, it seemed Martin Lee had long been prepared for this. He chose to entrust the shelter, which carried all the goodwill in his heart, to Aunt May. The diary was for Aunt May, and most likely, the key had also been deliberately left behind by Martin. Perhaps the evidence of his crimes was hidden right behind the photo frame. If Aunt May were to hand this evidence over to the police, it would draw a clear line between herself and Martin. Martin. Li Ming took a deep breath, burying his tangled emotions deep inside. He put the diary, with its blank pages at the beginning and end, back into the drawer, then turned and walked toward the photo frame. He inserted the key, and the frame swung open, revealing a hidden mechanism inside. A Taiji symbol, huh? Seeing the black and white circular pattern on the mechanism, Li Ming couldn't help but comment. He rotated the knob beneath it, and finally, the image of a Taiji appeared. With a soft click, a hidden door swung open, revealing a secret room before Li Ming's eyes. A beam of light from the ceiling illuminated a table at the far end of the room and a wall covered with photographs. So this is where Martin Lee carried out his planning, perhaps. Li Ming thought to himself as he stayed alert for any traps, making his way to the table. At a glance, he spotted the very folder Mary Jane had gotten her hands on that day. At last, a breakthrough. Mary Jane only remembered some vague details, so the folder was just a reference. But with these documents, maybe we'll finally know Martin Lee's next move. Is this a recorder? Why would Martin Lee leave something like this here? Was it also meant as evidence for Aunt May? Setting aside the folder, Li Ming picked up the conspicuous recorder on the table, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he pressed the play button. From the device came Martin Lee's deep, agitated voice. I can feel my power growing, feeding on my anger. If my father could see me now, perhaps he'd say I've lost the path of balance. But he could never understand. The only way to fight a monster is to become one yourself. Martin's roar cut off abruptly, and the recording ended there. Martin, clutching the recorder, Li Ming let out a long, heavy sigh. A wave of anger rose in his chest for reasons he couldn't explain. Memories of everything he'd experienced flashed before his eyes, finally condensing into a single, tightly clenched, restrained sentence. Norman Osborne, you son of a bitch. You really are a damned curse on this world. Even now, Li Ming still hadn't gotten to the bottom of what kind of hatred existed between Martin Lee and Norman Osborne. But for Martin to willingly let his good side be devoured and suppressed by his darker half, to end up like this, Norman Osborne must have committed some truly unforgivable sins. If it weren't for Osborne, perhaps there never would have been a Mr. Negative, the leader of the demons. Maybe there would only be Martin Lee, Li Ming's good friend and a great philanthropist. At that thought, how could Li Ming not be furious with Norman Osborne? Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Li Ming's conflicted expression once again grew resolute. Martin, I truly want to help you, but innocent people should never become stepping stones for your revenge. I absolutely cannot allow you to continue down this dangerous path. But I swear, as long as I have a chance, I will get to the truth between you and Norman. I'll see justice done for you. And until then, you must face the judgment you deserve. With those words, Li Ming, firm in his convictions, picked up the folder and prepared to leave. Everything else in the room he would leave behind for the police as evidence. As he thought this, he lifted his foot to step back, but the feedback from his stealth assassination gear forced him to freeze in place. He looked down at the floor panel beneath his foot. The subtle sensation told him there was likely a spring-loaded trigger beneath the steel plate. Step away, and he'd probably set off a hidden mechanism. Li Ming glanced around, taking in the iron-grated floor, the circuit board on the wall, and the wiring that spread across the entire room. Suddenly, the design of these traps became clear to him. So that's where the high-voltage current leads. This whole room is set up just for that purpose, isn't it? A full-on incineration chamber. Kill any intruder and destroy all the evidence with electricity at the same time. As he realized this, a sense of unease crept into Li Ming's mind. A secret chamber for criminal plans obviously needed tight security, but when he thought about the things Martin Lee had left for Aunt May in his office, it became even more puzzling. Martin Lee set up all these traps here, yet left clues in his diary. Wasn't he afraid Aunt May might trigger the mechanism and be killed by mistake? Or could it be? The audio recording he'd heard earlier echoed in his mind, and a terrifying hypothesis surfaced. Perhaps Martin Lee's good side was already on the verge of collapse. Maybe, in his quest for greater power to take revenge on Norman Osborne, the evil Mr. Negative had already completely consumed and replaced Martin Lee's benevolent nature. Otherwise, Li Ming simply couldn't figure out why Martin Lee would set up such a contradictory arrangement. As the thoughts circled in his mind a few times, Li Ming, having made up his mind, stopped overthinking it. He shed his disguise, returning to the standard form of his stealth assassination gear. Once I get out, I'll have to notify the police to come and search for evidence. Of course, I can't let your little mechanism work as planned. Li Ming drew a stun gun from the weapon slot on his belt and fired several shots at the transformer. Sparks danced, the circuitry instantly overloaded and shorted out, and the ceiling lights went dark, plunging the entire room into shadow. That should do it, he muttered. Carefully lifting his foot, he watched as the floor panel beneath him rose to a certain height, but the room remained silent. Li Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. With the folder in hand, Li Ming resumed his disguise, turned, and stepped out of the secret room. After a quick scan to ensure no one was watching, he slipped out of the office unnoticed. What was even more ingenious was that, although Li Ming was in disguise, a thin, invisible layer of armor still covered his body. With this precaution, even if he touched everything in Martin Lee's office, he wouldn't leave the slightest trace. No skin flakes, no fingerprints, nothing that could point to his identity. Thanks to this, he could keep his identity a secret. Making his way down the hallway, Li Ming entered the kitchen and saw Peter still dutifully helping Aunt May with the chores. He walked right up to them. As Li Ming approached, Peter's eyes lit up, ready to strike up a conversation. But Li Ming ignored him, scratching his head and turning anxiously to Aunt May. Sorry, Aunt May, Dr. Otto just called. He said there's been a breakthrough in his experiment, and he needs us both to get over there as soon as possible. So, Peter. Li Ming's gaze fell on Peter. Aunt May was always gentle and understanding. She smiled and waved her hand, motioning for Peter to get up. All right, the work at the lab is important. You two run along. I'll come back to help whenever I get the chance, Aunt May. Don't tire yourself out. Peter put down what he was holding, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and, after promising Aunt May, hurried out with Li Ming. Did you find anything? Peter asked eagerly. Li Ming replied, yes, and it's big. We already have the evidence Officer George needs. But Li Ming hesitated, glancing at the bustling crowd around them. Never mind, let's wait till we're in the car. Li Ming's half-finished sentence left Peter so anxious he could hardly stand it. Unable to bear it any longer, he simply grabbed Li Ming and hurried toward the parking lot. At last, they got into the car and closed the doors. Peter, barely able to contain himself, blurted out, now you can finally tell me, right? Li Ming didn't rush. He started the car and drove off first. Only then did he calmly and thoroughly recount everything he had seen in Martin Lee's office to Peter. Did Martin become who he is now because he wanted revenge? Peter's lips trembled a little. For a moment, he wasn't sure if the choices they'd made before were the right ones after all. But he was Spider-Man. No matter how much he understood what had driven Martin Lee to change, he knew deep down that some things are simply wrong, no matter the reason. If Martin Lee wanted revenge on Norman Osborne, that was his business. But when he hurt innocent people and unleashed those horrifying attacks, he had to be held accountable for it. Peter's eyes grew resolute. Now that we've found evidence against Martin Lee, I'm calling Officer George right away. The sooner they catch Martin, the better. We can't let him hurt anyone else. Li Ming nodded and tapped the folder sitting beside him. Don't forget to mention Devil's Breath. There might be clues about it, too. But as for the exact contents of the folder, let's keep that to ourselves for now. We need to hold something back. Norman Osborne is not someone we can trust. Peter agreed. Without hesitation, he dialed Officer George and reported Martin Lee's office at the Feast Homeless Shelter, telling him to investigate the evidence there himself. All right, the police will start searching soon, but that doesn't mean we can just sit and wait. Tonight, let's go through Martin Lee's assets and see if anything stands out. If we find anything suspicious, we can check it out ourselves after work tomorrow. Li Ming suddenly grew serious. Also, if we get the chance, we need to find out what really started the feud between Martin and Norman. If Martin turns out to be the victim, then no matter what you think, I'll find a way to help him get revenge on Norman Osborne, by the book. Besides, Osborne still owes for what he did to Dr. Octavius's tech. Li Ming admitted to himself that he wasn't one to let grudges go. The more he stewed, the more stifled he felt. Norman Osborne had better keep his guard up. If he ever slipped up, Li Ming wouldn't hesitate to strike hard. Peter fell silent for a moment, then smiled. I might not be able to help you, but if you decide to go for it, you have my support, brother. Hey, Officer George, we found a lead. Send a team to the Feast Homeless Shelter in Chinatown. In Martin Lee's office, there's a hidden room. That's where you'll find your evidence. And it looks like he's got other plans in motion, too. One of them involves something called Devil's Breath. If you find any leads about it, I suggest you follow up on those as well. Just a friendly reminder. That thing is a product of Oscorp, and there's a good chance it's some kind of bioweapon. On the other end of the line, George Stacy quickly responded after hearing Peter's report. You two move fast. We'll investigate Martin Lee's office. If the evidence is solid, the police will issue a full warrant for his arrest soon. Peter replied, Great, we'll keep digging into leads on Martin Lee and the demons. If we find anything, I'll let you know. After Peter finished reporting the situation with Martin Lee's office to George Stacy, Li Ming pulled into his own driveway and parked. Let's just eat dinner at my place. We've still got a long night ahead of us. Li Ming gave Peter a friendly pat on the shoulder and got out of the car first. If they call the police to search the Feast Homeless Shelter right now, Aunt May probably wouldn't be able to leave tonight. Having Peter stay for dinner at Li Ming's place was actually perfect. So, does this count as a working dinner on your treat? Peter joked, catching up with Li Ming. As a guest, Peter was treated to a hearty meal by Mr. Li Jian, who made sure he ate his fill before letting him relax on the sofa, content and stuffed. After all, you don't let your guests do chores. Li Ming helped his father clear the table and wash the dishes before leading Peter to his room. Of course, during dinner, both of them had to endure Mr. Li Jian's stern questioning about the explosion earlier that day, and he insisted more than once that they both go to the hospital for a full checkup. They managed to dodge his worries with a few half-truths. The meal was satisfying, but the pressure was real. When Li Ming closed the door behind them, Peter finally let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Li is really, hard to handle. Li Ming finished for him. Peter gave a wry grin. I know it's not great to talk about elders this way, but yeah, Mr. Li is definitely not as easygoing as Aunt May. Li Ming shot a glance at the relieved look on Peter's face and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. You think Aunt May is easy to deal with? Maybe she's just too kind to call you out. There was still work to do, so neither of them lingered on small talk. They turned on the two computers in the room. Li Ming pointed to one. That's your work computer for tonight. We'll split Martin Lee's asset list. Let's figure out which places might be used as hideouts or crime bases. If any of them are connected to Unified Trucking, we'll check those out first thing tomorrow. No problem. Peter agreed without hesitation. With that, each of them settled in front of a computer and got to work. The next day at Otto's lab. Morning, Doc. After a long night, Li Ming and Peter showed up at the lab with dark circles under their eyes, stifling yawns as they greeted Otto. Speaking of Martin Lee, his growth in recent years has truly been nothing short of astonishing, and the number of businesses he's acquired or invested in is just as unbelievable. The two of them had to sift through so much information that their heads were spinning, and it took them the whole evening just to piece together a few useful bits. Luckily, their efforts paid off. Among all the companies they sorted, there really was one with ties to Unified Transport. After work tonight, they planned to check it out. Dr. Otto looked at the two of them, his face full of concern. Did he not sleep well? Li Ming and Peter exchanged glances and quickly explained, yeah, we had a bit of insomnia last night. The day's events were a bit overwhelming, and we just couldn't rest properly, Peter added. Dr. Otto sighed. I knew I shouldn't have given you time off. Nothing good ever comes from anything connected to Norman. How are you feeling now? Do you need me to give you another half day off so you can go home and get some real rest? Dr. Otto asked, his tone genuinely caring. Li Ming shook his head quickly. That won't be necessary. We already slowed our progress a bit to attend Officer Jefferson's award ceremony. A cup of coffee will do the trick. In that case, let me pour you both a cup, Dr. Otto replied, nodding as he walked over to the table and reached for the coffee pot. But as soon as he picked it up, his arms suddenly lost strength. The pot slipped from his grasp, clattering against the table and then tumbling to the floor. There was a sharp crash, followed by the sound of liquid splashing and the pot rolling across the tiles. Coffee spilled everywhere, and Li Ming and Peter rushed over to help clean up the mess. As they worked, Dr. Otto looked down at his uncooperative hand, his expression darkening as he tried to hide his frustration. Once everything was tidied up, Li Ming turned to Dr. Otto, his face serious. Doctor, what's really going on with your hand? For some time now, Dr. Otto had been having trouble with his movements. Li Ming had suspected as much, but he'd hoped Dr. Otto could hold out until the neural prosthesis was finished. He hadn't expected the doctor's condition to worsen so quickly. Dr. Otto accepted the fresh cup of coffee Peter had made and let out a long sigh. Is it really that obvious already? The doctors say it's degenerative neural disorder. Maybe it's from years of exposure to toxic chemicals, he said, regret flickering across his face. I was far too reckless when I was young. Li Ming asked, so this is why you're developing the neural prosthesis technology? Dr. Otto let out a wry chuckle. Exactly. There's no cure for this condition, and it only affects the muscles. My mind can keep running just fine, but it can't control my body anymore. Doctor, Li Ming cut in, don't worry. Our research is almost complete. Once we have the neural prosthesis, you'll be able to move just like before. In fact, if Li Ming hadn't raised a new issue after conducting human trials with the neural link prosthesis technology, their research might have already been nearing completion by now. Unfortunately, the problem Li Ming discovered was far too significant to ignore. Had it gone unnoticed, it would have been one thing, but now that it was out in the open, there was no way around it. They had to find a solution. The neural link prosthesis directly connects to the brain's neural network, but without properly partitioning the connected regions, it could easily lead to severe complications: epilepsy, short and long-term memory loss, or even limb degeneration. Most critically, it could cause profound changes to the user's emotions or personality, ranging from increased irritability to, in the worst cases, full-blown psychosis. When Li Ming realized this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead right then and there. If he hadn't been so meticulous, wouldn't he have ended up as one of the very people responsible for turning Dr. Otto into Dr. Octopus? Because of this, he insisted again and again that this issue had to be resolved before the technology could ever be applied to human subjects. It was fortunate he was now an investor. Otherwise, Dr. Otto might have stubbornly pressed forward and ultimately used a flawed product on himself. That's right. We really have you all to thank for this. Dr. Otto looked at his two students, who were watching him with concern, and his smile was warm. Without your help, I might have already gone over the edge by now. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Li Ming and Peter downed the coffee in their cups in one go. Since we've got another essential reason, what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. This is the recycling center. Last year, Martin acquired controlling shares in it. Check the transaction records. There are definitely dealings here with United Freight. Peter, riding shotgun, scrutinized the scene more closely. That's right. I can already see a United Freight truck, exactly like the one from that night. After work, Li Ming and Peter drove straight to this recycling center, which seemed highly likely to be one of Martin's hideouts. While keeping watch, Li Ming didn't linger. He drove past the recycling center as if by chance, giving the place a casual once-over from the outside. Let's sneak in and take a look ourselves in a bit. Having spotted their target, the two immediately made up their minds. They drove to another block, found a secluded alley, changed into their gear, and then climbed up on a rooftop. Swinging through the air, they finally landed atop a tall building with a perfect view over the entire recycling center. From this vantage point, what had previously been just a hunch immediately became clear. We were right. There are inner demon henchmen patrolling inside. Even if Martin Lee himself isn't here, this must be one of the demon's major strongholds. This place is very likely hiding clues about Martin Lee's next move. Li Ming felt a surge of excitement. At last, their long night hadn't been in vain. Let's go. We'll head down there, take care of those guys, and check out the inside of the recycling center. With a shout, Li Ming fired his grappling hook, swinging himself down in one smooth motion. Still midair, he switched to the Courage Ripple armor. Bathed in flickering light, he landed with a resounding impact. It's the Light Knight. Oh no, how'd he find this place? Take him out now. Panic broke out among the Heart Demon lackeys, their shouts filling the air as several nearby thugs raised their guns and took aim at Li Ming. But Li Ming had no intention of getting bogged down with them. The moment he landed, he ignored the bullets flying his way and charged straight at his target, sending one thug crashing into the wall with a single punch. In a flurry of unstoppable force, he quickly dispatched several more enemies. Hey, wait up, man. Could you move any faster? Peter caught up, joining the fray at Li Ming's side. Together, they made quick work of the Heart Demon lackeys, their bodies, fortified with negative energy, soon left plastered against the walls in all sorts of awkward positions. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. Li Ming pulled open the barred iron gate and led the way into the heart of the recycling center's factory floor. Everything's locked up tight. They sure take security seriously. Too bad it's pointless. Switching to stealth assassin armor, Li Ming made short work of every door in their path, breaking through each with a swift stab. Nothing could hold him and Peter back. Truth be told, if they hadn't been worried about traps like those Martin Lee had hidden in his secret chamber, they could have just smashed their way through with brute force. After busting through several doors and venturing deeper into the factory, their efforts finally paid off. Looks like once Wilson Fisk went down, all his stash ended up in Martin's hands, huh? Li Ming eyed the neatly stacked bombs and firearms with a teasing tone. Even after we intercepted 2 truckloads of weapons, Martin still managed to get his hands on all this from somewhere else. I wonder just how much that muscle-bound fat guy lost this time. But Li Ming's amusement was short-lived. When he spotted the schematics on the table, his blood pressure shot up and veins bulged on his forehead. Bomb trucks? Is Martin insane? If he actually pulls this off, the casualties could be even worse than during the last incident. Hey, take a look at this map. Peter's voice sounded from across the room. Li Ming turned and saw a map of New York pinned to the wall, circles and marks all over it. Peter's tone was grave. These must be the places they're planning to hit next. Wait a minute. Every single one of these is a campaign Office Norman Osborne announced. So this is all personal. Martin's planning to use those bomb trucks to attack these sites. Li Ming didn't even have the strength left to get angry. All he could think about now was how to save as many people as possible from Martin's madness. We need to tell Officer George right away and make sure they're prepared. Yesterday's tragedy must never happen again. We'll seal up those guns and bombs with webbing and wait for the police to collect them. This way, we don't have to worry about anyone outside moving them. Every crate packed with weapons and explosives was tightly sealed in place with spiderwebbing. Peter paused his web slinging and took the opportunity to explain to Li Ming. Not a bad idea. Li Ming gave a thumbs up and pointed outwards. Let's go, we've checked everything here. Time to report to Officer George and head to the next location. The next location? Do you mean United Transit? Li Ming nodded. If there's trouble at the recycling center, then United Transit, where Martin Lee also owns shares, is probably not clean either. Peter found himself agreeing with this line of thinking. Without further delay, The two of them leapt up and swung away from the recycling center, leaving behind a group of inner demon thugs stuck to the wall, gazing after them in despair. While they hurried along, Peter dialed George Stacy's number. "Hey, Officer George, any news on Martin Lee? The police only found evidence yesterday and just issued the warrant today. Things don't work that quickly." George's voice sounded weary. "You calling now? Does that mean you got a new lead?" Peter replied, "Martin Lee is planning another attack. This time his target is Norman Osborne's campaign office. We found a clue at one of his properties, a recycling center. I'll send you the address. The police will find all the evidence there. Damn that Martin Lee, he's absolutely insane." George sounded instantly alert. "I'll arrange to evacuate everyone from the campaign office right away." After working together for some time, Peter, being his son-in-law, had earned George's trust. George had no reason to believe Peter would give him false information. As soon as he heard the news, George was ready to hang up and issue the evacuation order. But just before hanging up, he suddenly added, "Oh, and one more thing. Since this case involves superpowered criminals, there's some homeland. Strategic Defense. Logistics Support Bureau. Ugh, what a ridiculous name. It's way too long. In short, a very high-level organization is now involved in the investigation. You and your friend need to be careful. Don't let them mistake you for the enemy." The what bureau? The string of names left Peter's head spinning. "Just call it Homeland Defense, never mind." Officer George didn't bother repeating it, and instead added simply, "Just remember, their badge is an abstract eagle with outstretched wings. That's all you need to know." "All right, I'll keep that in mind. Now let's go check out the next possible Demon Gang hideout. I'll get in touch if we find anything. Be careful out there." Officer George offered a quick reminder before hanging up. Peter, on the other hand, looked a little surprised by the courtesy. "Hey man, did you notice? Officer George has never talked to me this nicely before." Ming, however, seemed not to hear him at all, lost in his own thoughts. So S.H.I.E.L.D. has finally decided to get involved? From Ming's perspective as a traveler from another world, it was only a matter of time before S.H.I.E.L.D. took notice. Martin Lee had stirred up enough chaos and casualties that their involvement was inevitable. SHLD's primary mission, after all, was to handle all sorts of strange and supernatural incidents, especially those involving humans with unusual abilities. If someone with powers managed to keep a low profile, S.H.I.E.L.D. might just monitor them periodically rather than resorting to drastic measures. But for someone like Martin Lee, who openly corrupted minds and orchestrated a suicide bombing, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be negligent not to react. If they didn't do something, Ming would have to wonder if he was really in the Marvel Universe, or if Nick Fury had already been replaced by HYDRA. Still, given what Ming remembered, there was a good chance SHLD's move to capture Martin Lee was at least partly driven by Hydra pulling strings behind the scenes. After all, an ability that could corrupt and control minds, amplifying negative energy, was practically tailor-made for Hydra's agenda. Let's just hope the people they send are actually reliable. The last thing I want is to work with these supposedly righteous S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and then get stabbed in the back by Hydra the next day. "Hey, what are you muttering about over there?" Peter sounded suspicious. Even through his mask, Ming could sense the odd look he was getting. It was almost as if Peter thought he'd lost his mind. "Don't look at me like that." Ming shot him a glare and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. Just that the strategic Homeland Defense thing Officer George mentioned sounded awfully familiar. Maybe we should ask Tony Stark about it, just in case. If we don't know who we're dealing with, we could end up getting played. As someone in high society, you might have heard of the organization." "Good idea. But let's look into the shipping company first. Look, we're here." Peter gestured toward the freight yard ahead. Though it was still a fair distance away and darkness was settling in, they could make out the heavily guarded premises from above. "Well, would you look at that? Snipers on the lookout, tight security all around. Looks like this place might really be hiding something big." "Hey, wait, something's off. Let's not get any closer yet." Ming's teasing words had barely left his lips when, taking advantage of their high vantage point, he suddenly spotted a group of people, clad in identical combat uniforms, disciplined and organized, slipping into the sight from various corners of the transport company. He immediately called Peter to a halt, and the two of them landed on the nearest rooftop. "Who are those people?" Crouching at the edge of the roof, Peter gazed into the distance. With the help of his mask's simple auxiliary device, he tracked the group's movements. He also got a clear look at the logo printed on their uniforms, a stylized eagle, wings outstretched in a minimalist design. "Those guys must be from that agency," Peter quickly deduced. "Looks like they're investigating Martin Lee as well. Only, they've beat us to it. They've already tracked him to the United Transport Company. So what do we do? Should we still go in?" Peter turned to Ming. Ming thought for a moment. "Let's wait and see for now. Who knows? They might just treat us as enemies too." S.H.I.E.L.D. was a tangled web these days, and Li Ming had no desire to wade into those murky waters. If they could avoid contact, so much the better for both sides. Still, just standing by and doing nothing didn't sit right either. Watching the group infiltrate the United Transport Company's grounds with ease and start taking down the demon's minions, Peter was getting restless. How about I check in with Officer George? If these people aren't acting in good faith, it's not too late for us to intervene. Go ahead. Li Ming nodded. He was also worried there might be clues about Martin Lee inside, or even Martin Lee himself. If this S.H.I.E.L.D. team was crawling with Hydra agents, Martin Lee would probably be in their hands before the two of them could even make a move. And if it came to that, no matter how Martin Lee felt about Hydra, the chance for Li Ming and Peter to bring him to justice by the book would be slim indeed. Otherwise, if S.H.I.E.L.D. were truly reliable, Li Ming would actually be relieved to have them take over. It'd save him from rushing around after work, and he could head home early for a nice dinner. What could be better? Hey, Officer George, I have something I'd like to ask you. I've already notified the mayor's office to evacuate. They can set up a new campaign office later. No one's going to risk their life just for a few votes. Taking the call, George Stacy habitually gave a progress report. Then, realizing he'd said too much, quickly switched topics. Ahem, what did you need to ask? Hearing that George still had the presence of mind to joke, Peter and Li Ming guessed that S.H.I.E.L.D. probably hadn't informed the police about their operation, so whatever they asked, they likely wouldn't get any useful answers. But since the call had already gone through, Peter forced himself to ask, "We're near the Unified Transport Company right now. It's a bit awkward, but we just saw people. With that eagle emblem you mentioned before, they're carrying out an infiltration. They've almost taken out all the demon's guards. Do you know anything about this?" "What?" George Stacy's tone changed immediately, brimming with anger. "They're launching this kind of military operation and didn't even bother to inform the police? I'm filing a complaint with my superiors." Then I won't keep you from making your complaint." Peter broke out in a cold sweat and hung up right away. He turned to Li Ming. "Should we ask Mr. Stark?" "I guess we don't have any better options," Li Ming replied, a bit helpless. They'd originally just wanted to use Tony Stark to get a feel for S.H.I.E.L.D., but now that things had escalated, he really didn't want to make that call anymore. Calling Tony Stark for information would almost certainly tip off Black Widow, who'd already gone undercover around him. Of course, it was also possible that going through Tony's channels would put them in direct contact with that Motherfew guy, and maybe they could even turn the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents from adversaries to allies, making things much easier by getting S.H.I.E.L.D. on their side. But there's another, very real possibility to consider. What if the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents operating up ahead weren't acting under orders from above, weren't even officially recorded, and that Motherfew guy didn't know a thing? What if this was just Hydra, coveting Martin Lee for their own gain, taking advantage of public resources for a purely personal job? Well, that would be a real mess. Li Ming could end up being the first person to blow the whistle on a rogue faction within S.H.I.E.L.D., and that would put him squarely in Hydra's crosshairs. If Li Ming were a complete loner, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Hydra's reputation is intimidating, but to him, the threat isn't actually that great. But he still has family, friends, and a mentor. He has a family business. They could never withstand Hydra's dark reach. Unfortunately, Li Ming didn't really have a choice anymore. Not figuring out what these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were up to might actually be even more dangerous for him. That call to Tony Stark had to be made. As these thoughts spun through his mind, Li Ming's armor shimmered back into concealment at his waist. He pulled out his phone, ready to dial. But in the next instant, he and Peter both abruptly turned, eyes locked on a rooftop door behind them. Agent Phil Coulson, Senior Operative of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. "It's a pleasure to meet you both." Agent Phil Coulson, Senior Operative of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. "It's a pleasure to meet you both." Watching this composed, middle-aged man approach, credentials in hand, Li Ming couldn't help but twitch a corner of his mouth. "So, how do you guys even memorize such a mouthful?" "Ahem." Coulson's composure cracked for a moment, and he gave a wry laugh. "We've had quite a few people saying the agency's name is too long and needs to be simplified." True to his professionalism, Coulson managed to ease the tension between the two sides with just that light-hearted remark. After the laughter faded, he straightened up and continued, his tone turning serious. "In any case, I've come here in good faith. The two of you are different from Martin Lee and his kind. Perhaps we can find a way to coexist peacefully. If we're talking about peaceful coexistence, could you first have your sniper over there lower his weapon?" Peter's tone was calm as he pointed toward the rooftop of a building several hundred meters away. That's just how unbelievable spider sense is. "How did you spot him? All right. Coulson's eyes widened, and startled exclamations crackled through his earpiece. Realizing there was no point in persisting, he simply pressed his earpiece and commanded, "Melinda, pull back. It looks like these two aren't so easily fooled by our tricks." With that done, Coulson looked up with a friendly smile at Li Ming and Peter. Now, I think we can have a proper conversation, can't we? Of course. Let's hear it. What exactly are you here for? Li Ming asked, cutting straight to the point. To be honest, seeing that Coulson was leading the team finally put Li Ming at ease. At least this meant they were dealing with the upright side of S.H.I.E.L.D., so there was less reason to worry about being stabbed in the back. The two sides kept a relatively safe distance as Coulson pointed to the nearby Unified Transport Company. Our goal is the same as yours, to ensure Martin Lee is brought to justice and taken into custody. As a superpowered individual, his actions have seriously threatened the order of our society. So have you found him yet? Peter asked, voicing the question that concerned him most. Not yet, Coulson admitted. Martin Lee has business interests all over the country, so we can't say for sure where he's hiding. However, he smiled. Thanks to the intel you've gathered, at least we can narrow it down. The Martin Lee targeting Norman Osborne for revenge isn't likely to leave New York. With the resources of our Homeland Strategic Department, we should have results soon. Li Ming replied, Then let me give you a suggestion. Just assign a team to watch Norman Osborne closely. Sooner or later, Martin Lee will come looking for him. We'll certainly consider that, Coulson said warmly. But that's not the only reason I'm here today. You too, as individuals wielding extraordinary power, must realize that everything you do can have a huge impact on the fabric of society. You're inherently unstable elements. Well, there it was. Li Ming and Peter exchanged a glance, both knowing exactly what kind of words were coming next. Sure enough, Coulson immediately spoke up. So, in order to ensure your safety, would the two of you be willing to accept our scheduled monitoring and evaluations? Li Ming burst out laughing. And what if I refuse? Coulson's smile didn't waver. Then we might have to consider other measures. Peter quickly interjected with a nervous chuckle. Hey, why don't we talk this through a bit more? We've barely exchanged a few words. Neither side really knows the other yet. Let's not make things so tense. Li Ming shook his head. You say we're unstable, but what about Tony Stark? That billionaire has a suit of armor packed with dangerous weapons. If he ever lost control, the threat he poses would probably be far greater than the two of us combined. Of course, Li Ming knew full well that, strictly speaking, Tony Stark was already one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own people. After all, his father, Howard Stark, was one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. And, by his calculations, Black Widow was probably already undercover at Tony's side, keeping an eye on him and offering protection. For S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony didn't really pose a threat at all. But these were things he couldn't let slip, not even a hint. He was simply asserting his position, making sure S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't get too presumptuous. He had no intention of clashing head-on with them. At least for now, S.H.I.E.L.D. was still in its prime, and there were plenty of ways to benefit from their influence. Li Ming was hoping to take advantage, if anything. If it's Tony Stark you're concerned about, we've already assigned a team to monitor and evaluate him, Coulson replied calmly. Is there anything else on your mind, Mr. Light Knight? Oh, there's definitely more. Li Ming shifted the conversation. What's your opinion on the Osborne Corporation? The Osborne Corporation? What do you mean? Coulson was struggling to keep up with Li Ming's train of thought. Li Ming hopped down from the eaves and took a few steps closer to Coulson. That small movement was enough to put Coulson and the tactical observation team behind him instantly on alert. Li Ming caught their reaction, but didn't mind. He simply pointed toward the distant Osborne Tower. If you ask me, no number of superpowered individuals can compare to the threat posed by Osborne Corporation. If you'd done a little digging before coming here, you'd have discovered that just about every major supervillain who's caused chaos in New York has some connection to Osborne Corporation. Let's count them off. Rhino, Scorpion, Electro, Dr. Lizard, and the recently emerged Mr. Negative, Martin Lee. They all came out of Osborne's dangerous experiments or under-the-table dealings. And who was it that took down all those supervillains who wreaked havoc on New York? Wasn't it this Spider-Man right here, standing beside me? So where was your so-called Department of Homeland, whatever that ridiculously long name is, back then? Li Ming shook his head, his tone full of disappointment. Frankly, you're just a newly emerged organization to me. I don't even know what you actually do, or which level of leadership you report to, and yet you expect us to submit to your regular inspections and evaluations right off the bat. There's really not much credibility here. After listening to Li Ming's barrage, Coulson's lips twitched. He was momentarily at a loss for words. The thing was, damn it, this kid actually kind of made sense, didn't he? The Osborne Group. Professional troublemakers with a roster almost beyond belief. Maybe they really should be investigated. But could his own boss, Nick Fury, even stand up to the Department of Defense lurking behind Norman Osborne? In the end, Coulson's professionalism prevailed. After his thoughts wandered for a moment, he picked up on Li Ming's attitude. We'll look into the Osborne Group. If you're interested, I can also give you a detailed introduction to our agency. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Coulson decided to cut to the chase. All right then, Since you two aren't willing to accept our regular monitoring and evaluation, you must have something else in mind. Li Ming glanced at Peter beside him. Peter nodded, signaling that he should make the decision. So Li Ming spoke up. Regular monitoring isn't out of the question, but we're certainly not your subordinates. At most, we'd be equal partners. And if we're to undergo regular assessments or even work together, you'll need to provide us with the proper resources and pay us adequately. As for the standard, just match what you offer Iron Man, Tony Stark. Li Ming tossed this out casually, as if he were merely fighting for legitimate rights and status. But in truth, he had a little scheme in mind. He knew all too well that Nick Fury was currently evaluating Tony Stark as a potential member of the Avengers. By demanding the same standards as Iron Man for himself and Peter, Nick Fury would likely view it as a reasonable request for fair treatment. But considering their own unique strengths, it wouldn't be hard for Fury to consider them as candidates for the Avengers as well. And once they joined the Avengers as founding members, for Li Ming, that would mean a massive boost in his world influence. As for Li Ming himself, he was not someone who particularly craved fame, but the requirements of the Light Knight driver, needing to connect to powerful figures across universes to borrow their strength, left him with little choice but to make such strategic moves. This encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D. was a golden opportunity. Taking it a step further, as long as he had enough world influence in hand, Li Ming would have all the confidence he needed. No matter if you're Thanos, Galactus, Mephisto, or Kong the Conqueror, if you dare show up, I'll borrow some power from the real big shots and beat you so hard you'll regret ever setting foot on Earth. Well, about that, Coulson's face took on a thoughtful expression. As Nick Fury's right-hand man, he naturally knew what his boss had been planning lately. Now, hearing Li Ming's request, he immediately began considering the candidates for the Avengers. In his view, Li Ming's demands weren't particularly excessive, but since they involved the Avengers initiative, the matter required careful consideration and, ultimately, Fury's final decision. So, instead of rejecting it outright, Coulson replied, "This isn't something I'm authorized to agree to. I'll need to report to my superiors and let them make the call. How about this? For now, let's work together on the Martin Lee case and revisit your request afterwards." "Of course that's fine, but I hope your side can be open and share intel with us. Treat us as equals." Li Ming agreed readily, then pointed toward the United Shipping Company lot. "Besides, it seems your special ops guys don't have much of an edge against the Demon Gang, do they?" As they chatted, the S.H.I.E.L.D. field agents, who had quietly infiltrated the United Shipping Company and taken out a handful of Demon Gang patrols, hadn't had time to press their advantage. They were soon met with a fierce counterattack from the henchmen, now empowered by negative energy, and the whole base was thrown into chaos. The agents could just about handle the rank-and-file thugs, but once the gang leaders emerged, they found themselves completely outmatched. These leaders, strengthened even further by negative energy, were not only physically enhanced, but their weapons, wreathed in crackling, unnatural energy, hit with terrifying force. One agent, unable to dodge in time, was struck by a long whip that flashed with black and white, inverted light. The blow sliced right through his tactical armor, cutting him wide open. Some of the tougher leaders could even channel negative energy into their weapons, unleashing wide-ranging attacks that battered the agents mercilessly. It was clear these powers were far beyond anything ordinary humans could handle. Even though the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were far better trained than the average gang member, all they could do in the face of such overwhelming strength was resist just enough to keep the situation from spiraling out of control. As for casualties, aside from the first unlucky agent who died on the spot, the others quickly adjusted their tactics once they realized what they were up against, keeping their losses within a manageable range. Even so, the agents were unable to break through the Demon Gang's defenses, and the battle quickly became a grueling stalemate. Coulson's earpiece was buzzing with status reports, but he hadn't expected Li Ming, who was carrying on a conversation with him, to be keeping such a close eye on the situation at the same time. Facing Coulson's slightly surprised gaze, Li Ming shook his head. "It's just that your team's too slow and way too loud. It's hard not to notice you. So how about it? Need a hand?" Li Ming asked with a friendly smile. Of course, he didn't believe this was the true strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. Not for a moment. Someone like Martin Lee wasn't nearly enough to make the legendary Agent King show his full power. At most, this was a case of the operation planners underestimating how much Martin Lee's negative energy could boost his subordinates' abilities. They hadn't prepared the right tactics from the start, and that's what led to this mess. But regardless of how it happened, one thing was certain. Today, S.H.I.E.L.D. had definitely taken a hit. Coulson pressed his lips together and managed a smile. "Well then, I'll trouble the two of you." Originally, he'd been hoping to show off S.H.I.E.L.D's strength, maybe even give these two superheroes a little demonstration of their capabilities. But after misjudging the enemy, things had turned out like this. He couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Still, pride aside, his agents' lives were more important. Besides, if this stalemate kept dragging on, SHLD's reputation would suffer even more. Shall we? Li Ming turned to Peter. Let's go. Peter nodded, firing a web and launching himself toward the battlefield. I'll lend a hand to. Li Ming waved to Coulson, then flicked open the buckle at his waist. His body blurred, dissolving into a figure of living light and shadow. The ghostly images of Hitman 47 and Assassin's Creed's Altaïr faded back into power cards, drifting into his card slot, as two new cards flew out to join the glowing ring. Thriller, Iron Man. Their phantom forms overlapped with his luminous body, as light particles swirled and solidified into shining armor. Thunderous Impact, Iron Radiance. With that declaration, Li Ming, under Coulson's astonished, almost alien gaze, fired up the particle thrusters and soared into the sky, rocketing above the transport company in the blink of an eye. Suspended in midair, his armor shimmered with stripes of silver and red, streaked with bands of yellow. Instead of landing, Li Ming unleashed a barrage of shockwaves from both hands, flooding the enemies below with overwhelming force. While Coulson's agents reported in with anxious voices, he watched from the rooftop as Li Ming and Peter moved in perfect sync. In mere moments, they subdued every single demon underling. Even the demon lieutenants, whose power had utterly outclassed SLD's field agents, couldn't withstand more than a couple rounds against the two of them before hitting the ground, completely defeated. The sheer speed of their victory, compared to his own agent's struggles, left Coulson feeling a chill of inadequacy. He stood there, watching their figures for a long moment, until a flurry of questions in his earpiece, finally, snapped him back to reality. Spider-Man and the Light Knight are allies. Work with them to apprehend the demon's gang members, and remember to collect all possible evidence. As he was giving out orders, an urgent report suddenly came in. Coulson's expression tightened. What? Members of the demon's gang have broken into a private residence at this hour. Is the person involved Charles Standish, the CFO of Oscorp? Immediately dispatch personnel to wait. Coulson was halfway through his instructions when he saw Li Ming and Peter shoot into the sky, racing off toward the distant scene. He shook his head. Looks like someone's already on the way. In that case, we'll coordinate with the Light Knight and Spider-Man as the situation develops, but under no circumstances can any member of the demon's gang be allowed to escape. Bring in Oscorp's CFO for questioning as well. S.H.I.E.L.D. had its own channels for gathering intel, and Peter could get updates from his father-in-law at any time. Their response time was every bit as fast as SHIELD's, compared to the unified transport company operation, where, after wiping out all the remaining demons' lackeys, they found almost no clues, and hadn't even caught a glimpse of Martin Lee's shadow. Li Ming, upon hearing the news, wasted no time and rushed straight to the scene. Fortunately, with his new iron impact armor, his flight speed was leagues beyond any of his previous forms. Not to mention, the sheer agility now at his command made all the difference. The demons are hitting us hard. The police over there are barely holding the line. How much longer until you arrive? Officer George's voice crackled with urgency over the phone, pressing Peter for an answer. Whether for S.H.I.E.L.D. or the NYPD, these negative energy-fueled thugs were proving a tough nut to crack. With only limited manpower to deploy, the first wave of police officers now faced an overwhelming demon's assault. Forget stopping them. Just holding the line had become a struggle. Dangling high above the city, held by both of Li Ming's hands, Peter was experiencing the thrill of mid-air flight as he answered his father-in-law's urging. We're already on our way. We'll be there in no time. Please ask the officers to hold out just a little longer. Officer George let out a weary sigh. All right, we'll do our best to hold them off. Homeland Security is on their way too. We should be able to hang in there. Just get here as fast as you can. With that, he hung up. Man, those guys react way too fast, Peter muttered under his breath, as the chaos of battle ahead finally came into view. From a distance, he could see S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police working together, locked in a fierce struggle with the demon's gang, who had already seized the building, and were using it as their stronghold. The two sides exchanged blows, and after taking down several enemies, law enforcement was gradually gaining the upper hand. Even if Li Ming and Peter didn't show up, it was only a matter of time before victory was theirs. But with so much time already gone, the demons' leaders had likely achieved their objectives and slipped away. Whether the hostages lived or died was now entirely up to their captors' whims. By the time they stormed in, what good would it do? We'll first go ask around, find out which floor Charles Standish lives on, and then head straight up to rescue him. As they drew closer to the chaos, Li Ming analyzed quickly. That guy is the CFO of the Osborne group. There must be some deeper scheme behind Martin Lee's sending people after him. Let's go, time to get down there. With that, Li Ming gave Peter, whom he'd been carrying all this way, a quick toss downward. Peter, flung through the air, didn't panic at all. Showing his usual agility, he shot out webs, swung into the fray, and with a well-placed kick sent 2 demon gang thugs flying, saving a police officer in the process. Li Ming landed right after, his heavy steel armor crashing down with a thunderous impact. Raising both hands, he unleashed a golden shockwave that swept across the front line, blasting a group of the demon gang into the air. In that instant, the pressure on the police and SHIELD agents lessened dramatically. Li Ming signaled to Peter to keep fighting the enemies, while he himself strode straight to the barricade formed by police cars, seeking out the highest-ranking officer present. "Good evening, officer. Could you tell me which floor Charles Standish is on? If we wait any longer, his life could be in serious danger." The officer, clearly expecting this, nodded to Li Ming. "Thank you for your help. Charles Standish is in the penthouse at the top of this building. The demon gangs already forced their way in. You take care of the hostage. We'll handle the ones down here." "No problem. Glad to work with you." Li Ming gave him a thumbs up, called out to Peter, pointed to the rooftop, and shot upward, rocketing toward the top floor. Penthouse suite. In a lavishly decorated open study, 2 demon gang leaders had Charles Standish pinned in front of his computer. "Hurry, turn on, and enter the password." Charles Standish, glasses askew and terror-stricken, complied at once, raising his hands in surrender. "I'll do whatever you want. Please, just don't kill me." As lines of data scrolled across the screen after he entered the password, the 2 demon gang leaders' eyes lit up. They quickly pulled out a USB drive and jammed it into the computer. A file transfer window popped up. "Copy the financial records." But before they could finish their order, a figure streaked in, a blur of silver and red crashing through the floor-to-ceiling window, shards of glass scattering as he burst into the apartment. "Hey, your little home invasion ends right here," Li Ming declared as he strode forward, following up with a shockwave that sent the armed thugs flying as they charged at him. "Light Knight, stop him!" One of the demon gang leaders shouted for backup, then turned his attention back to the hostage. One of the ringleaders leveled his gun at Charles Standish, his voice cold and menacing. "If you want to live, hurry up and transfer the financial records." Charles Standish was terrified. The joy he'd felt from Li Ming's almost miraculous arrival evaporated in an instant under that gun's threat. Panic-stricken, he did as they demanded, transmitting the Oscorp Group's internal financial data to another server. As for whether this counted as leaking confidential information, if he didn't follow their orders, he'd lose his life on the spot. Standish couldn't care less about anything else. Even if Norman Osborne wanted to settle accounts with him later, that would only matter if he survived today. Meanwhile, Li Ming sent a whole group of Inner Demon's minions flying with a single punch, all the while keeping a close eye on the situation around him and coordinating with Peter through their team comms. "Spider-Man, I've got their attention on this side. Be careful. Sneak in through the ceiling and take out those 2 demons leaders. Get the hostage out safely." "Leave it to me," Peter answered in a low voice. While Li Ming fought up front, Peter slipped quietly into the apartment, scaling the walls up to the 2nd floor and entering the open study. As he closed in on the hostages and the inner demon lieutenants, he acted decisively. With a sharp thwip, his web shot out, yanking the weapons from their hands. In the next instant, he leapt down, catching the 2 ringleaders off guard. Taking full advantage of their confusion, he knocked one out with a swift kick and sent the other sprawling with a powerful punch. In the blink of an eye, the 2 inner demon leaders were down. Charles Standish, still bound as a hostage, was left momentarily stunned. "You're safe now." Peter quickly tied up the unconscious enemies with webbing. Just as he was about to head downstairs to help, he saw Li Ming walking over. The 2 of them turned to Standish, getting straight to the point. "Why did they kidnap you? What were they after?" Charles Standish hesitated for a moment. His gaze flickered nervously to the unconscious inner demon leaders nearby, and he shuddered before blurting out, "It was just the financial records. They wanted nothing else." "Anything to do with the Devil's Breath?" Li Ming and Peter asked almost in unison. Standish's expression changed instantly. How do you know about that?" Li Ming stepped closer, his presence suddenly pressing. Fixing Standish with a searching gaze, he demanded, "What exactly is that thing? Why do they want it so badly?" "I don't know." Standish's face was filled with helplessness. "I really don't know," Standish repeated, frustration clear on his face. "I have no idea what that thing is. All I know is Mr. Osborne has been pouring money into it for years, keeping the whole project top secret. I'm just the only one with access to the funding records." "TSK, not anymore." Li Ming glanced at the laptop screen on the table, his tone sharp. "Looks like they've already copied part of those records onto a secure server." This flash drive must be their tool for transferring data. As he spoke, he reached out and pulled out the flash drive, intending to take it back for examination, hoping it might serve as a clue for tracking them down. But as soon as he removed it, a thin wisp of smoke curled up from the drive. It had destroyed itself on the spot. Well, since that's a dead end, let's see if the financial records offer any clues. Peter shook his head and bent down to sift through the data logs. Before starting, he glanced at Standis. You don't mind, do you? Even if I did, I'd hardly dare to say so, would I? Standis muttered to himself, but managed to force a smile. Go ahead, make yourself at home. After all, the demon gang had already siphoned off all the data. It hardly mattered if one more set of eyes looked it over. Let's see. The name on the transfer record is Dr. Delaney. Neither Li Ming nor Peter had ever heard the name before. They immediately turned to Standis, who was sitting anxiously off to the side. Who is he? The poor man looked about ready to burst into tears. I honestly have no idea. Perhaps the pressure of Li Ming and Peter's intense stares became too much. Standis racked his brain desperately, until suddenly, inspiration struck. He slapped his forehead. Oh wait, I remember now. When the demon gang captured me, I overheard them say they planned to use the canary device on the roof of Oscorp Tower to spread the devil's breath across the entire city. At those words, Li Ming and Peter both exploded in alarm. Mother of, isn't that the same device Dr. Connors tried to use back then to turn everyone into lizard people like himself? Norman Osborne actually kept that thing around as he lost his mind. The canary device was a machine based on a simple principle, but its potential was downright terrifying. Once he loaded a substance into it and switched it on, the device could generate a cloud of mist, blanketing an entire area, or even the whole city. On paper, it sounded like a good thing. Used properly, it could be a miracle against disease. But what if he didn't load it with medicine? What if it was something else? That was exactly what Dr. Connors had tried, nearly turning all of New York into lizard people like himself. Back then, when Dr. Connors released his serum on the streets, Li Ming and his grandfather had stayed safe at home, untouched by the chaos. But if that device had been activated, their fate might have been very different. Luckily, Spider-Man stopped him in time. But now, Martin Lee had set his sights on that same device, and he planned to use it with something possibly even more dangerous than a lizard serum, Devil's Breath. They didn't even know exactly what Devil's Breath could do yet, but just imagining the possibilities was enough to make cold sweat break out on their backs. What else do you know? Tell us everything now. Li Ming's tone shifted drastically. If they actually succeed, you might not even be able to keep your own life. Mother, Standis, now truly desperate, blurted out. That's all I know, I swear. If you want more answers, go after Dr. Delaney. He's the real researcher. He definitely knows more than I do. Li Ming and Peter exchanged a glance, about to say more, when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted outside the window. Peter's spider sense flared instantly. Take cover, he shouted, pressing a hand to Standis' back and dragging him down as they dove to the side. The very next second, a helicopter swept into view just outside the window, one of the Mind Demon's henchmen opening fire with a Gatling gun, spraying the room with a hail of bullets. Watch out! Leave this guy to me, Li Ming called out, his voice steady. The thick steel armor encasing him was unbreakable. The particle propulsion units kicked in, and he launched himself straight through the storm of bullets, heading for the chopper. His silver and red armor flashed as he soared through the air, crashing directly into the helicopter's cabin. With a single motion, he snatched the Gatling gun from the henchman's hands and hurled it away. Without losing momentum, he grabbed both thugs by the collars and flung them backwards, sending them crashing into the chaos of a nearby apartment. Then he activated the shock gauntlets, pressing them against the pilot's back, the gloves emitting a chilling hum. Are you going to land this thing yourself? Or do you want me to do it for you? To Li Ming's surprise, the Mind Demon's henchman had no intention of stopping. Instead, he jerked the controls, sending the helicopter plummeting straight toward the cluster of police officers below. Let's die together. Ha ha ha. Listening to the madman's crazed laughter, Li Ming was nearly driven to fury. He knocked the pilot out cold with a single blow, then shot out of the helicopter, positioning himself in midair between the falling chopper and the police on the ground, determined to stop its deadly descent. But even as he poured every ounce of strength into holding the helicopter back, clutching it with all his might, the effort barely slowed its fall. The uneven force tilted the whole chopper. The body spun and pitched, rotors whipping wildly as it began to tumble out of control. Even with his particle thrusters pushed to their absolute limits, Li Ming could only hold onto one corner of the helicopter, nowhere near enough to halt its downward plunge. He himself was being dragged down along with it. Hang on! Peter's voice crackled in Li Ming's earpiece. But before he could react, webs shot out from the ruined apartment nearby. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Peter swung out, firing webs rapid fire along both sides of the helicopter, anchoring them to the surrounding buildings. Web after web snapped and reattached, and as their numbers grew, Li Ming felt the crushing weight begin to ease. At last, the helicopter lurched to a stop, suspended midair, held fast by a dense webbing of spider silk. Good thing you were here. Otherwise, we'd have been in real trouble. Letting go and stepping back, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the helicopter, now almost completely encased in a white cocoon. He smiled up at Peter, who was perched atop it. Peter shook his head and said, "All right, let's take Standish down with us. But honestly, we don't even know what this Dr. Along Delaney looks like or where to find him. Seems like we'll have to get help from that Department of Homeland something." "That's all we can do," Li Ming replied with a nod, an involuntary thought flickering through his mind, a desire to build his own intelligence network someday. Just then, Coulson arrived at the scene. Li Ming didn't waste any time and handed Standish over to him directly, with SHLD's authority. Even if he turned Standish over to the police, the man would almost certainly end up in SHLD's hands anyway. Best to keep things simple. If you got questions, you can ask him yourselves. "I'll give you the important parts," Li Ming said, getting straight to the point. Martin Lee's motive for grabbing Standish is to seize the Devil's Breath and, ultimately, to spread it across the entire city using the Canary device developed by Oscorp. I don't need to tell you how disastrous that would be. You already know. And now, a key figure has been exposed, Dr. Along Delaney. For all we know, Martin Lee could already be on his way to grab him. In short, if your intelligence team is as good as they say, you'd better find that doctor's location fast. Maybe there's still time to stop him. If we catch up, we might even have a shot at capturing Martin Lee. If not, we'd better brace ourselves for a city full of biotoxins. Li Ming's words came fast and urgent, his tone sharp and forceful by the end. It was clear how anxious he was inside. Coulson, picking up on Li Ming's urgency, pushed aside his initial questions and immediately turned to the agents waiting behind him. "You heard him. Track down the whereabouts of Dr. Along Delaney. Move as quickly as possible." "Yes, sir," the agents replied, hurrying off to contact their intelligence team and request immediate support. While they got to work, Li Ming didn't just stand around. He seized the chance to plant a seed of doubt about Norman Osborne with Coulson. His voice was grave, tinged with hesitation. "Agent Coulson, I'm not sure if I should say this." "Say whatever's on your mind," Coulson replied with a smile. "As long as it's not classified, I don't see any harm." "All right then." Li Ming clapped his hands together, just what he was hoping to hear. With a serious expression, he continued, "Agent Coulson, don't you think there's something seriously wrong with Oscorp and Norman Osborne? Setting aside what I mentioned before about them creating multiple supervillains, their attitude toward the bioweapon Martin Lee has been chasing, Devil's Breath, is just as dangerous." "Oh, is that so?" Coulson listened intently. "Absolutely," Li Ming affirmed, then continued. "Think about it. Oscorp secretly developed a bioweapon like Devil's Breath, and even after the whole lizard incident, they still kept devices like the Canary, which can spread drugs on a massive scale at any time. The kind of disaster those two things could cause together is obvious even to us. Do you really think Norman Osborne couldn't see it? Or is there not a single person in that huge Oscorp corporation who could figure it out?" Of course, Li Ming knew that Devil's Breath was a project Norman Osborne secretly commissioned Kingpin to build a lab for. Probably only a handful of people at Oscorp knew about it. But Coulson didn't know that. At a time like this, as long as it sounds convincing, that's good enough. His thoughts spun, but Li Ming kept talking. Secretly developing a bioweapon like that is shocking enough, but Norman Osborne is also the current mayor of New York. Just imagining what's hidden beneath the surface gives me chills. Li Ming exaggerated a shiver for effect, then looked at Coulson with anticipation in his voice. "With issues this obvious, I can't imagine your, strategic homeland security won't step in, right?" Coulson's suspicion only grew as he listened. He hadn't realized it before, but now Oscorp was starting to sound like a terrorist organization in waiting. Human experiments, spawning supervillains to terrorize New York, secretly researching bioweapons, and even building special delivery systems to launch them. If something ever went wrong at Oscorp, the whole of New York might go down with them. The more Coulson thought about it, the grimmer his expression became. He managed to force a smile at Li Ming. "Thank you for the warning. I'll make sure to report this up the chain. I'm counting on you. We can't let Norman Osborne destroy New York just like that," Li Ming said earnestly. After all that, it was hard to say how much of it Coulson actually believed, but Peter, standing to the side, was completely stunned. How had they gone from Oscorp being suspicious to Norman Osborne plotting to destroy the whole city? Bro, isn't that kind of a leap? And why did that agent with the receding hairline look like he was actually taking it seriously? "What's that?" Everything except the whole destroying New York bit was actually true, and Osborne really could pull it off? Oh, well, that's fine then. S.H.I.E.L.D. truly lives up to its reputation. While Li Ming was just chatting for a few moments, they had already pinpointed the location of Dr. Altaïr Delaney. Li Ming glanced at the information and was stunned. Seriously? At a time like this guy still has the mood to attend a party. Suddenly, Coulson's expression shifted. Surveillance cameras on the street outside the party just caught members of the demon gang. Leading them is Martin Lee. Dr. Altaïr Delaney is in danger. They move fast, Li Ming muttered through gritted teeth, then turned to Peter. We need to go now. Coulson looked at the two of them. Please get to the scene as soon as possible. Our agents are already on their way. Li Ming and Peter nodded briskly, not wasting another word. With a burst from their particle thrusters, they shot into the sky, racing toward the address they'd been given. Li Ming's armor propelled them at incredible speed. In just a minute or two, they had already covered more than half the distance to the party. At that moment, Li Ming suddenly spoke. Spider-Man, do you think you can stop Martin Lee on your own? Why are you asking me this now? Peter, dangling in Li Ming's grasp, sounded puzzled. Martin Lee is hunting down anyone connected to the Devil's Breath. Norman Osborne must be in complete chaos by now. I want to use this chance for us to split up. I'll go to his office to look for clues. Li Ming's tone was steady. After all, every lead now points to Osborne. Instead of just trailing after Martin Lee and reacting to his moves, maybe we can get ahead of the game for once. I see. Peter considered for a moment. All right, leave it to me. I'll stop Martin Lee and save Dr. Altaïr Delaney. Are you sure you can handle it? Li Ming asked, still concerned. Come on, I'm Spider-Man, remember? Peter shot back with a confident grin. Then it's all yours. Li Ming responded firmly, then hurled Peter forward. As Spider-Man swung away on his webbing, Li Ming landed atop a nearby rooftop. Watching Peter's silhouette vanish swiftly into the night, Li Ming deftly shifted his armor into stealth assassin mode. After getting his bearings, he fired a grappling hook and let his form melt into the darkness, swinging off toward the glowing beacon of Oscorp Tower in the distance. In a neon-lit shadows, a nearly invisible figure quietly landed on the outer wall of Oscorp Tower. Li Ming surveyed the building's structure, considering possible entry points, and couldn't help but crack a wry smile. If it were daytime, maybe I could use my disguise ability to pose as a staff member and sneak in step by step. But now, it seems like the ventilation ducts are my only option. So much for ventilation shafts being Spider-Man's specialty. Guess the tables turned quicker than I thought. On the outer wall of the Osborne Tower, a shadowy figure in gray and black, nearly invisible, was swiftly climbing upward. His movements were lightning fast and utterly silent, blending seamlessly with the darkness. No matter how the powerful beams of the patrolling searchlights swept over the building, not a single ray revealed his presence. As Li Ming grew more familiar with several forms, he wielded them with increasing finesse. Even in this open, exposed environment, he could push his stealth skills to their very limits. Let's see. Surely there's got to be at least one ventilation duct on this whole facade. As he climbed, Li Ming carefully examined the tower's exterior, occasionally peeking inside the offices on each floor to get his bearings. There it is. Halfway up, Li Ming's eyes suddenly brightened as he finally spotted a ventilation duct large enough for a person to enter. Without hesitation, he timed his move to slip past the sweep of a searchlight, deftly removed the vent cover, and slipped inside. Norman Osborne might be a dirty man, but his air ducts are surprisingly spotless. Li Ming joked to himself as he gently replaced the grate behind him, surveying the ductwork that, aside from a light layer of dust, was impressively clean. After orienting himself, Li Ming began to climb upward through the ventilation shafts. He remembered quite clearly that Norman Osborn's office was at the very top of this building. Moving quickly and quietly, Li Ming made his way up, peering through vent grills into offices below to confirm his position. After some twists and turns, he finally reached the top floor. Hold on, let me switch to the secure line. Hearing a faint voice drift his way, Li Ming's heart skipped a beat. That's Norman Osborne. Secure line. He's making a call. But with whom? He realized he'd stumbled upon a secret conversation at just the right moment. Without hesitation, Li Ming pulled out his recorder and started taping, hurrying toward the source of the voice. Throughout this, Norman Osborne's voice continued. I'm several steps ahead of you, Wilson. I've had my people looking at every file you have. Oof. You're just a mob boss, while I'm the head of Oscorp and the mayor of New York City. If you want to risk exposing our deal, just see whose word the public is going to believe. Besides, I'm not the one who's going to prison, nor am I the one losing turf and resources while someone else moves in, So it's Wilson Fisk on the other end. Li Ming thought to himself, eyes burning as he watched the recorder in his hand. He might have just found a way to help Martin Lee get his revenge. If the goal is to bring down Norman Osborne, to see his reputation ruined and his life in shambles, there are certainly more moderate ways to do it, ways that wouldn't hurt innocent people. But Martin Lee's methods are far too extreme. As long as it's clear that Martin Lee is the victim in whatever happened between him and Norman Osborne, Ming will go as far as he can to help him get revenge. But at the same time, Martin Lee must also face justice and go to prison. Norman Osborne's phone call hadn't ended yet. A rhino statue? What are you talking about? That document. At that, Ming immediately understood. They must be talking about the file concerning Devil's Breath. Everything that follows, I already know. I'd better check Norman's computer to see if I can find any more clues. With that thought, Ming watched from the ventilation shaft as Norman Osborne paced to the far side of the hall, still talking on the phone. Without hesitation, Ming lifted the grate and slipped out, crawling along the ceiling into the hall. He scurried quickly along the ceiling to the edge of the wall, then dropped soundlessly to the floor, using the cover of decorations and pillars to stay out of sight. He landed lightly and noiselessly. Casting a quick glance at Norman's back, Ming hurried to the desk. Perhaps Norman had just been using the computer because it was still up and running. On the screen, the code displayed was GR27. GR27. Wait, isn't that the code for Devil's Breath from the document? Jackpot! Ming couldn't help but feel lucky. He pulled out a flash drive, plugged it in, and began copying files while scanning through their contents. So, Dr. Morgan Max is the lead scientist? But the lab's location has been redacted. GR27, an AI-controlled CRISPR genome. If it works, it could cure any genetic disease. This is incredible technology. Ming couldn't help but wonder. If this thing is truly a cure, then why give it such a menacing name? The next file he opened answered his question. GR27 was originally developed as a treatment for diseases, but now it's more like a bioweapon. Its structure is highly unstable. Attempts at healing actually rip the body apart. Dr. Max has always kept the only sample with him at all times, just in case. Reading this, Ming felt as if a herd of wild animals had just stampeded through his mind. Norman Osborne, are you out of your mind? How does a drug meant to cure genetic diseases end up as a bioweapon? Guess it's just your fate to be the villain. Ming didn't have time to dwell on it. Now that he had everything about Devil's Breath, the next step was clear: track down Dr. Max and protect him at all costs. However, all these matters could be left to S.H.I.E.L.D. to handle. With their level of authority, once they stepped in, even Norman Osborne wouldn't have much room to resist. In fact, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction, they might even force Osborne to destroy the Devil's Breath, provided proper compensation was offered. If the issue could be resolved at its source, then Martin Lee's entire plan for a biochemical attack would be nipped in the bud before it even had a chance to happen. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Ming glanced at Norman Osborne, who was still engrossed in his phone call. Since there was still some time, he decided to see if he could uncover any more useful leads. Thanks to his stealth skills, Ming was completely blended in behind the office desk. At this moment, Norman was still just an ordinary man, wholly absorbed in his conversation and utterly unaware that someone else was at his computer. Ming switched the interface, and immediately a long list of entries labeled GR Series appeared in the documents. Wait a second, this is the GR27 Martin Lee incident, and here are other GR Series incidents. The Alexei Sitsivic incident, McDonald Gargan incident, Max Dillon incident, Kurt Connors incident. Holy hell, the Rhino, the Scorpion, Electro, the Lizard Professor, and Martin Lee too? You mean every single one of these monsters was made by you? Seeing the contents listed under the GR Series subdirectory, Ming's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he copied all the relevant files onto his USB drive. Watching the progress bar inch forward, he paused for a moment, muted the sound, and then clicked open the file related to the Martin Lee incident. Soon, a video window popped up. From a surveillance camera's perspective, the lab came into view. A young Martin Lee lay on the operating table, and standing on either side of him, faces hidden behind surgical masks, appeared to be his parents. Beyond the lab's transparent glass wall stood Norman Osborne and Professor Otto. Are you kidding me? What kind of world is this? Don't tell me Mr. Negative was actually created by Norman and Dr. Otto. Ming was at a loss for words. He wanted to keep watching, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed Norman's call was coming to an end. No choice, I'll have to finish this later. He glanced at the files, now fully transferred, pulled out the USB drive, reset the computer's interface, and melted into the shadowy dead space, hugging the wall as he slipped swiftly into the ventilation shaft and vanished without a trace. He had only just entered the ventilation duct and started making his way out when he noticed, beneath the grate, a hidden compartment. Judging by its position, it seemed to be located right next to Norman Osborne's main office hall. Ming frowned. I didn't see any entrance from outside. Could this be a secret room, like the one connected to Martin Lee's office? From this angle, I could just make out a massive ecological tank inside, but only a sliver of it. I have no idea what's in there. Should I go down and take a look? Li Ming hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to jump down from the ventilation shaft to investigate, alarms suddenly blared throughout the entire building. What's going on? Startled, Li Ming immediately abandoned his plan to go down and investigate. He was sure he hadn't triggered the alarm himself, but if he showed his face now, who knew if he'd end up being blamed for something he didn't do? He already had the most critical information he needed. There was absolutely no reason to take such a risk. I'd better get out of here first. With that thought, Li Ming quickly retraced his path through the ventilation ducts. When he reached a floor quite close to the exit, he caught a fleeting glimpse through the grating of the vent, enough to piece together the cause of the alarm. And he paused, halting his escape. Peering through the gap, he saw a man in a sharp suit, eyes glinting with an odd light, clutching a device as he dashed toward the company's main entrance. Behind him, a disheveled group of security guards were doing their best to catch up. It seemed this man was the reason the building's security system had been set off. Wait a minute, those eyes, that's the same look people get after being corrupted by Martin Lee, and that device he's holding, no way. That's the canary device. Suddenly, everything fell into place for Li Ming. He realized he and Peter weren't the only ones working on multiple fronts tonight. Martin Lee was orchestrating a similar plan. On one hand, he sent his men to kidnap Standish and interrogate him for key intel, while personally going after Dr. Altaïr to seize the Devil's Breath. At the same time, he corrupted a senior executive at Oscorp, manipulating him into sneaking into Oscorp Tower to steal the canary device. The realization filled Li Ming with a sense of relief. Thank goodness the only sample of Devil's Breath is always kept with the project's lead scientist. Dr. Morgan. Dr. Delaney is just a collaborator in the middle of the chain. If things had gone according to Martin Lee's plan, he could have walked away tonight with both the Devil's Breath and the canary device. By the time everyone woke up tomorrow, the first breath of morning air would have been pure biochemical poison. But Martin Lee would never have guessed that Peter was heading to Dr. Delaney, and I was here at Oscorp Tower. He still didn't know all the details about the Devil's Breath, but with that device, even releasing another type of biochemical gas would let Martin Lee achieve his goal. Li Ming wasn't thrilled about helping Norman Osborne protect his precious equipment, but letting that guy escape and hand over the canary device to Martin Lee would be a catastrophe. So, Li Ming made up his mind. He had to intervene and stop that man. After a moment's thought, he reached his waist and pulled out his stun gun. He estimated the company executive's escape route, then made his way through the ventilation ducts to a vent along that very path, poking the barrel just slightly past the grate. Before long, the executive came running. Li Ming made a slight adjustment to his aim and squeezed the trigger. Crack! The stun dart struck the frantic executive in the thigh, and a surge of electricity burst forth in an instant. The executive let out a wretched scream, his body convulsing. He crashed to the ground, taking the heavy canary apparatus down with him. The sizable device clattered to the floor, scattering pieces of various sizes that skidded across the polished tiles before finally coming to a halt. The executive's eyes flickered with a strange light, as if he felt no pain. Even as his whole body trembled uncontrollably, his face remained twisted in determination as he clawed his way toward the device. If only he could reach that spot. His persistence, stretching out both hands, desperately trying to grasp the canary device, almost brought tears to Li Ming's eyes. But then, the security guards who'd been in hot pursuit tackled him and pinned him to the ground. Even at the last moment, his gaze never left the device, and he let out a howl of utter anguish. No! Thud! The guards, unable to bear the tragic scene any longer, gave him a few merciful punches, knocking him out cold before dragging him off to the security office. In most companies, the alarm systems automatically notify the authorities when triggered, so the police would surely be on their way soon. And since he dropped a hint, it wouldn't be surprising if SHIELD agents showed up as well. Li Ming wasn't too concerned about what might happen to the poor executive. Once he saw the device being carefully collected by the staff, Li Ming left without lingering, retracing his path through the ducts back to the outer vent of the building. With a leap, he vanished into the night. After putting some distance between himself and the Oscorp building, Li Ming switched back to his iron impact armor and sped toward the party venue, dialing Peter's number as he flew. Spider-Man, how's it going on your end? I've struck gold over at Norman Osborne's place. Peter sounded exhausted. Ugh, not great. Martin Lee still managed to get the lead on Devil's Breath from Dr. Delaney. But luckily I got there just in time. Even though Dr. Delaney had already spilled the secret under Martin Lee's corrupting influence, I was able to save him. The lead points to the project's chief scientist, Dr. Morgan, right? Li Ming asked. How did you know? Peter quickly caught on. Sounds like you really did find something. So, did you find out where Dr. Morgan Max is hiding? Norman Osborne even went so far as to edit the files on his own computer. I have no idea where the good doctor is right now. Li Ming continued, but I think that Territorial Strategy Bureau, or whatever it's called, should be able to handle this issue. Besides, I've come across something really important, but I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Where are you now? I'll come find you. I'm still at the party. Most of the people here have already had their minds corrupted by Martin Lee, and now they're being used to stop us from chasing him. Agent Coulson is here, too. It sounds like they plan to take everyone Martin Lee has corrupted back for study. Do you think those people will be all right? Hearing Peter's worried tone, Li Ming hesitated before replying. They should be fine, I think. If the project was being overseen by that so-called mother faker, there probably wouldn't be any major problems for those people. But if Hydra was involved, there was truly no telling what might happen. Never mind, I'm almost there. Let's talk face-to-face when I arrive. After hanging up, Li Ming looked up into the distance. The chaotic, noisy party venue was now in clear view. With a heavy thud, his armored suit landed solidly on the ground. Ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, Li Ming strode straight toward Coulson. Agent Coulson, I believe Spider-Man's already told you about the key issues with the Devil's Breath case. Can you send someone directly to Oscorp and demand that Norman Osborne hand over Dr. Morgan Max and the Devil's Breath he's carrying? Without any small talk, Li Ming cut straight to the point, asking the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Coulson handed off his current task to the stern-faced Asian woman at his side, then turned and gave Li Ming a polite smile. We'll need to check with our superiors first, but if permission is granted, we'll make that move. But tell me, Mr. Light Knight, where did you disappear to earlier? I distinctly recall that you and Spider-Man left together. Oh, you weren't told. Feigning surprise, Li Ming began to explain. I received some intel partway through. It turns out Martin Lee had a two-pronged plan. He personally went after Dr. Along Delaney to draw everyone's attention. And while the police were busy focusing on the previous attack site and this party, he sent a high-ranking Oscorp executive, someone he'd secretly corrupted long ago, to steal the Canary device from Oscorp Tower. So, Spider-Man and I had to split up. He went to rescue Dr. Delaney, while I headed off to Oscorp Tower to stop the executive under Martin Lee's control. Fortunately, by the time I got there, the executive had already been subdued by security and failed to get the Canary device out. After that, I rushed straight here. I see. Coulson's expression remained unchanged. He summoned an agent and gave a brief order. In no time at all, a clear intelligence report was delivered. As it turned out, Li Ming hadn't been lying. Since that's the case, I'm truly grateful to have you both here tonight. If not for you, Martin Lee's entire plan would have succeeded, Coulson said, his face full of sincerity. But Li Ming wasn't buying any of it. He waved his hand dismissively and spoke with gravity. Let's skip the pleasantries. The real issue is whether you can get control of both the Devil's Breath and the Canary device. If you could destroy them outright, that would be even better. And another thing, Martin Lee has already shown himself tonight. Surely you'll be able to track him down now, won't you? That might still be a challenge, Coulson replied, frowning. With Martin Lee's abilities, it's easy for him to get help from others. And there are still plenty of blind spots in the city surveillance system. If he's determined to hide, finding him won't be easy. As he spoke, Coulson suddenly broke into a smile. But since we're already talking about Devil's Breath and the Canary device, why not use them to lure Martin Lee out? If we're prepared, then no matter how many people Martin Lee has under him, the moment he shows up, he'll be walking right into our trap. That's a risky move. If there's even a slight slip and he gets his hands on them, the consequences could be. Li Ming hesitated, his tone uneasy. Hey, what are you two talking about? A red and blue figure suddenly swooped down from above, landing lightly in front of them. At this distance, Li Ming's eyes lit up as he noticed the faint ripple of energy shimmering around Peter. But then he caught himself, remembering Coulson was still present, and stopped short. It was clear that Peter was getting the hang of controlling the ripple. While he still couldn't fly freely, the fact that he could glide this far was already a significant step forward. Once he fully mastered it, and combined it with his biomaterial webbing, capable of channeling the ripple's power without obstruction, Peter's combat skills and fighting style would be elevated to a whole new level. And that was Peter's trump card, something Li Ming had no intention of revealing. With a smile, he explained to Peter, we're discussing the Devil's Breath, the Canary device, and Dr. Morgan Max. My view is that we should immediately remove these things from Oscorp's hands, secure and protect them, or even destroy them if necessary. But Agent Coulson wants to use them as bait to lure Martin Lee out, so the three of us can work together and ambush him. Spider-Man, what do you think? Me? Peter pondered for a moment. Martin Lee is slippery. We've been searching for him all this time, and even today, after finally running into him, he still got away. Maybe using these things to draw him out isn't such a bad idea after all. Li Ming could hear the resolve in Peter's voice. It seemed that their previous encounter with Martin Lee had left a deep impression on him. Since even you, Spider-Man, feel this way, I have no choice but to agree. Li Ming nodded. But first, Agent Coulson, please make sure to retrieve the Devil's Breath and the Canary device from Oscorp before we proceed. Otherwise, I really can't trust their security system. And besides, once the Devil's Breath is out of their hands, we won't have to worry about Dr. Morgan Max being caught up in this for no reason. As soon as I get clearance from my superiors, I'll lead a team to Oscorp. You have my word. Coulson promised earnestly. And I've already reported to my higher-ups. If this collaboration goes smoothly, our agency can immediately agree to the conditions Mr. Light Knight mentioned earlier. Of course, accordingly, you both might have to take on certain responsibilities and obligations down the line. But we can discuss those details when the time comes. Li Ming replied non-committally. Then let's leave it at that. We'll be in touch after we've secured those items. Hey, hold on. Peter raised his hand, waiting for their attention before pointing to the innocent people being escorted into vehicles by the agents. As Martin Lee made his escape, he used his powers to corrupt everyone he encountered along the way, slowing Peter down. Now, all those people were being taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Among them was Dr. Along Delaney, who, while under mind control, had revealed critical information. Faced with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions, even the police could do nothing but stand by, powerless. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority trumped theirs. Peter pointed at the group and asked, Agent Coulson, what do you plan to do with these corrupted innocents? You're not going to experiment on them, are you? Li Ming interjected. Experiment? Of course not. Coulson gave an awkward but polite smile. Rest assured, both of you, we're only detaining them temporarily. At most, we'll conduct some medical examinations, try to understand and help them recover from the corruption. Once they're back to normal, they'll be free to go. Human experimentation is absolutely out of the question. Coulson spoke with conviction. You have my word. If that's the case, then good, Peter replied, choosing to trust him. Li Ming and Peter exchanged glances, then turned to Coulson. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave for now. We'll be waiting for good news, Agent Coulson. With that, Li Ming and Peter rose into the air and soared off into the distance. Coulson watched as their silhouettes faded into the night, then turned and dialed a number. Sir, they've agreed. In a shadowy alley, two young figures emerged and headed toward a nearby parking lot. Originally, Li Ming had deliberately taken the darkest, narrowest alleys, hoping to attract some fearless vampire looking for a meal. But all along the way, aside from a regular scavenger curled up in a corner, he didn't see a single soul. So, in the end, he could only look for a ride home to get some rest. Another eventful night, huh? Li Ming stretched, a look of exhaustion he could no longer hide spreading across his face. He'd lost count of how many places he'd moved through that night, constantly keeping up his transformation and repeatedly switching armor forms. No small drain on his stamina. And last night, he'd pulled an all-nighter, followed by a full day of scientific research. If not for the fact that his light night power had now awakened past 10%, giving his physique a considerable boost, he probably would have collapsed by now. Yeah, it's rare for me to feel this worn out. Peter agreed with a yawn. He'd kept pace with Li Ming the whole night, and now he too was utterly exhausted. In fact, Peter had it even harder. Not long ago, despite not being in top form, he just had a head-on clash with Martin Lee. He managed to save the person in the end, but because of his weakened state, Martin Lee caught him off guard and trapped him in the rubble. By the time Peter broke free, Martin had already made his escape. Li Ming nodded. It really has been tough these past couple of days. Let me drop you off so we can both get a good night's sleep. We've got plenty to do tomorrow. As they chatted, the two of them had already gotten into the car. Sounds good. Aunt May has probably finished dealing with the police who went to search Martin Lee's office at the charity shelter. If I go home now, I shouldn't have to answer any more questions. Peter said casually, then suddenly turned to look at Li Ming as if something had just occurred to him. Hey, I nearly forgot. Didn't you say you found something at Oscorp? Ahem. Something you want to show me? Sorry, I'm just so tired. I completely forgot about that. Li Ming patted his head, a bit hesitant. But should we look at it now? Maybe tomorrow instead. As he spoke, he pulled a flash drive from his pocket and waved it at Peter. I can assure you what's on here is definitely important. With everything going on, I only managed to skim the beginning. But without a computer, there's no way for us to check what's inside. We're both wiped out. Maybe it's better to look tomorrow. But since it's important, maybe we should get a handle on it as soon as possible. Peter, halfway through agreeing, changed his tune the moment he heard Li Ming's words and insisted they review this sensitive information tonight. But it's so late. Bringing someone home right now wouldn't really be appropriate. Peter furrowed his brows, clearly a bit stumped. The two fell into silence for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. How about we check it out in the lab? It's so late already. The doctor must have gone home to rest. Actually, that works out. I can borrow some tools to fix my suit while we're at it. The lab, huh? Li Ming hesitated. In theory, there shouldn't be any problem. But in a world as full of melodrama as this, running into Dr. Otto by accident couldn't be ruled out entirely. Well, we can't exactly take confidential files like these to an internet cafe, can we? Peter shrugged helplessly. With things at this point, what else could Li Ming say? He raised his hands in surrender. All right, you got a point. Let's go to the lab. Let's just hope Dr. Otto's already gone home for the night. With their minds made up, Li Ming didn't waste any time. He started the engine and headed straight for the lab. They hurried over, exhaustion nearly etched on their faces. Let's hurry up and go over this stuff, then get back home. Suddenly, I'm really missing that bed I've slept in for over a decade. Li Ming joked as he fished out his keys and opened the lab door. The lab was pitch black except for a few buttons connected to wires still glowing faintly. Both of them let out a sigh of relief. See? I told you. The doctor's already gone home. Peter exhaled deeply, then grinned as he switched on the lights. The circuit breaker clicked, and he booted up the computer. Oh, right, listen to this first. When I arrived earlier, I happened to catch Norman Osborne and Wilson Fisk communicating in secret. I managed to record part of it. Maybe it'll serve as evidence to bring him down someday. Li Ming pulled a USB drive and a recorder from his pocket, tossing the recorder to Peter while he stepped forward to plug the USB into the computer and open the transferred files with practiced ease. You've already heard about Devil's Breath from Dr. Ilan Delaney, so let's watch the video about Martin Lee first. I only saw the beginning last time. Judging by the file number, this might actually be the original record of Norman Osborne experimenting with GR 27, Devil's Breath, on Martin Lee. After listening to the recording, Peter's expression hardly changed. They'd already uncovered most of this information before, just without concrete proof. But this recording was enough to prove that Norman Osborne had secretly collaborated with mob boss Wilson Fisk to develop the bioweapon known as Devil's Breath. That was Li Ming's plan. Peter had decided not to get involved in that part. But the video about Martin Lee made his face change dramatically. What? They actually experimented on Martin with an unstable serum. Peter was visibly startled. He hurried over to the computer and, almost reflexively, handed the recorder back to Li Ming. Hey, bro, be sure to keep your evidence safe. Li Ming took it, put it away securely, and then clicked on the video titled GR 27, The Martin Lee Incident. As the video began, Norman Osborne's voice echoed out. It seemed that they had already injected some kind of drug into Martin Lee, who was strapped to a surgical table. They fixed the camera in place, then stepped out of the lab, watching Martin through a pane of clear glass. Wait, that's Dr. Otto. Just as Li Ming had felt when he first watched the footage, Peter was stunned to see the familiar figure standing beside Norman. Li Ming shook his head. I was shocked when I saw it, too. Just keep watching. On either side of the table, Martin's parents tried to comfort him in gentle, soothing Chinese, a sound that filled Li Ming with a strange sense of calm. But the mood shattered in an instant as a terrifying change overtook Martin. On the screen, Martin's body suddenly began to shine with an eerie light. He convulsed, his young face contorted in agony. His parents, seeing this, panicked and began shouting desperately through the glass. What's happening? Please help him. I'm begging you. Save our boy. In the chaos, Martin's mother bumped the camera, knocking it askew. By chance, it now captured Dr. Otto and Norman Osborne outside the lab, locked in a heated argument. Dr. Otto grabbed Norman and shouted, How could you inject him with an untested drug? I thought this was just a consultation. Norman Osborne, however, seemed unfazed. The kid looked ready for it. You're going to kill him. No, I'm going in. Dr. Otto pushed past Norman, determined to open the lab door. Otto, calm down. No, you can't go in. Norman tried to restrain him. At the same time, two other lab assistants rushed in. One hurried to check on Martin, while the other grabbed the camera and focused it on the boy on the table. And then, in the midst of Martin's parents' frantic cries, a blinding flash of black and white light erupted from Martin's body. Everyone near him was thrown violently back, landing on the ground. Whether they were alive or dead was impossible to tell. Only young Martin remained, sitting frozen on the table, his body now inverted in color like a photographic negative. That was where the video ended. So, it was Norman Osborne and Dr. Otto who created the Martin Lee we know today. Peter's voice was thick with disbelief, as if he couldn't fully accept what he'd just seen. Li Ming frowned deeply, about to respond, when suddenly a familiar voice spoke up from behind them. I don't know how you got your hands on that video, but yes, that was Norman and me. Although I don't know where you got that video, it is indeed of me and Norman. Dr. Otto's voice rang out from behind, startling Li Ming and Peter into spinning around. Doctor, when did you get here? A curse slipped out instinctively, but Li Ming quickly caught himself, forcing a sheepish smile as he looked at the doctor. Strangely enough, neither of them had noticed anyone approaching from behind. Peter's spider sense usually picks up on malice or threats, but even his heightened senses hadn't detected a thing. Perhaps it's true what they say. Dr. Otto really isn't an ordinary man. I arrived not long after you started watching that video. I came home, suddenly struck by a new idea I wanted to try, and didn't expect to run into you two here. Dr. Otto gestured casually toward the computer as he explained, his gaze dark and thoughtful as he regarded his two students, lost in unknown contemplation. But that expression alone was enough to make them both uneasy. Doctor, you... Peter swallowed hard, his voice faltering as he tried to speak. Would you like to hear a story? Dr. Otto suddenly asked. Li Ming and Peter exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. If you're willing to tell it. It's actually a simple story. Dr. Otto nodded, pulled over a chair, and sat down, taking a moment to gather his thoughts, his face tinged with nostalgia. Norman and we were in the same lab back in university. We admired each other's genius, and it was only natural that we became friends. After graduation, we decided to start a company together. Back then, both of us dreamed of changing the world. Dr. Otto paused, his eyes clouded with complicated emotions. We just had different ways of going about it. Peter's eyes widened. Wait, you were there when Oscorp was founded. Dr. Otto spread his hands, a wistful glint in his eye. The company's called Oscorp in part because of me. Back at the Institute, everyone used to call us the OS Brothers. Add the company to that. It's a memorable name, right? Sadly, now it's become entirely Osborne's company. At this, Dr. Otto's expression dimmed. Then why did you leave? Li Ming suddenly asked. I figured you'd ask that. Dr. Otto gestured once more at the computer. The lab accident involving Martin Lee was one of the main reasons. Norman grew increasingly obsessed with genetics. He started a project that, in my eyes, crossed ethical boundaries. Was it GR-27? Li Ming asked. Yes and no. Dr. Otto shook his head. His experiments in genetics went far beyond anything you two could imagine. Moreover, for the sake of the experiment's progress, Norman's methods became more and more extreme. Dr. Otto let out a sigh. I couldn't accept what he was doing. After that, things got so messy that lawyers had to get involved. Hearing this, Li Ming and Peter immediately understood. It was clear now that the reason Dr. Otto had ended up in such a desperate situation, with his research funding constantly under others' control, was in no small part due to Norman Osborne's ruthless machinations behind the scenes. Otto suddenly let out a short laugh, tinged with both mockery and anger. By that point, Oscorp was already almost entirely in Norman's hands. I couldn't accept what he was doing, but I was powerless to stop him. So, I decided to leave. The condition was that they'd give me some funding for my research. But that money didn't last long, and after that, I had to rely on government grants to get by. But what I didn't expect was that it turned out to be a trap that Norman had set for me. That's just like him. Always one step ahead. Dr. Otto looked up at the ceiling, his tone complicated, then turned his gaze to Li Ming and Peter in front of him. What happened after that? You already know, Dr. Otto said, a small smile emerging on his face. If it weren't for the two of you, I'm afraid Norman would have taken everything from me. After listening to his story, Li Ming smiled and spoke up. With your intelligence, Doctor, I truly believe you'd have found a way out from under Norman Osborne's shadow, even without us. All right, you don't need to butter me up. Dr. Otto rolled his eyes. Now, tell me, how did you get all this information? And another thing, why does the suit look so familiar to me? Suddenly, Dr. Otto pulled out the suit that was sticking out from Peter's open backpack and waved it at the two of them. Would one of you care to explain this to me? Oh. Peter stood frozen, completely stunned on the spot. Li Ming glanced at the suit, then looked at Peter's blank face, his lips twitching in disbelief. Kid, are you getting a little careless? Don't you have any sense of caution? And what kind of melodramatic twist is this? How did all these 1 in a million chances end up happening at once? Peter tried to stammer out a response. Doctor, well, you see, Seeing his flustered expression, Dr. Otto suddenly burst out laughing, then waved his hand dismissively. All right, I'll keep your secret. Then, with a serious look, he turned to Peter and said, Thank you for everything you've done for New York. Peter froze for a moment, then finally gave up resisting. All right, Doctor. The only reason I keep this a secret is to keep the people around me out of harm's way. I understand your decision. For family and friends, that's truly the best protection. The doctor nodded and continued, Let me think. If my student here is Spider-Man, then the other student who knows about this is probably not just an ordinary person either. Hearing this, Li Ming, who had been watching the drama unfold with a look of idle curiosity, was suddenly stunned. As he spoke, Dr. Otto's gaze landed squarely on him. So Li, you're the Light Knight, aren't you? There was a hint of irritation in Dr. Otto's voice. The technology in that suit of armor is far beyond anything I can comprehend. If you're capable of that, why would you still be running errands in my lab? Li Ming opened his mouth, caught off guard. He hadn't let anything slip, and was about to deny it, but seeing the doctor's somewhat annoyed expression, he could only force a wry smile and try to explain. Doctor, that's not actually my technology. It's... Li Ming repeated the same story he'd once told Tony Stark. After listening, Dr. Otto's expression softened considerably. So that's how it is. When you said you'd had some dealings with Tony Stark before, you actually meant the Light Knight's connection to Iron Man, didn't you? That's right, Li Ming admitted, bracing himself. All right, Dr. Otto said, getting to his feet with a look of genuine excitement. I never would have guessed. Both of my students are superheroes. It's just unbelievable. The very next moment, Dr. Otto whipped around, pointing at a series of files on the computer, his expression turning serious and intense. So, these files, did you two steal them from Norman's office during your little infiltration? Li Ming and Peter exchanged glances, both letting out helpless, rueful chuckles. It was one thing for their teacher to discover their secret identities, but how had he managed to piece together all the rest? He'd followed every clue and uncovered everything. Could this be any more mortifying? Was it you, Peter? Did you do it? Dr. Otto eyed Peter Parker. Under that scrutiny, Peter frantically shook his head and shot a look at Li Ming. Oh, so it was you, Li? Dr. Otto turned to Li Ming as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Li Ming felt a cold jolt of panic. Facing Dr. Otto's stern gaze, neither Li Ming nor Peter dared to hide much. After all, what student could withstand the pressure of their teacher's stare for long? Especially when, deep down, they knew they weren't exactly in the right. So, mortified as he was, Li Ming confessed everything, leaving nothing out. In truth, I only went to Norman Osborn's office in the first place to get more information about Devil's Breath, so I wouldn't end up just dancing to Martin Lee's tune. As for those files, well, I just happened to pick them up along the way. Li Ming explained, trying to sound as composed as possible. I see, Dr. Otto nodded. It's not exactly something to be proud of. Try not to do this sort of thing again. And don't fool yourself. Did you really think Norman doesn't have the means to hurt you too? You're all underestimating him far too much. Dr. Octavius interjected sternly. We understand. Knowing that Dr. Octavius only had their best interests at heart, Li Ming and Peter could only nod compliantly. Dr. Octavius sat back down, turning to Li Ming. Tell me, Sunlight, why did you bring these confidential files out? What's your intention? Li Ming paused to think, then looked Dr. Octavius in the eye and answered seriously, Doctor, Norman Osborne has nearly driven you to the brink. Don't you want to get back at him? He turned slightly, indicating the stack of files he had copied from the computer. So many people have been turned into monsters by Norman Osborn's cruel experiments. Maybe some of them were evil, but others were innocent. In the end, they all became threats to this city. These files are more than enough to prove that every one of Norman Osborn's crimes is real. The mayor of New York is the city's greatest menace. Li Ming's voice was firm and righteous. Martin Lee once had a happy family. In the end, Osborne ruined everything. His parents died, and he himself was turned into a monster. I understand his desire for revenge, even if I don't agree with his methods. I've been thinking, Martin Lee must face justice, but Norman Osborne should pay for his crimes as well. Dr. Octavius picked up the thread. So you brought all this out as evidence, planning to expose him and destroy his reputation? That's right. At the very least, the world should know who he really is. Li Ming nodded, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Isn't he still parading around, trying to climb higher on the political ladder? Well, let's make sure all his careful plans fall apart. And when that happens, Oscorp will be investigated too. If everything goes smoothly, he'll never have the chance to commit such evil again. In fact, Martin Lee's goal isn't so different from ours. The problem is that his methods are far too extreme. They've hurt too many innocent people. In my view, all our actions should be aimed at Norman Osborne alone. Involving innocents is absolutely wrong. It's actually a solid plan. Dr. Octavius's eyes sparkled, and he seemed to be wavering. He might speak as if it was nothing, but did he really not hate Norman Osborne? Impossible. But as the gap in power between them only widened, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and focus on his research. Dr. Octavius opened his mouth, as if to say something, but then his eyes dimmed. He shook his head and said, These materials really are enough to make the case. But have you considered that once these materials are leaked, the Osborne Group's PR team could quickly sweep them under the rug? Even on an official level, the Osborne Group has deep ties with the Department of Defense and several other agencies. Given their need for super soldier serum and similar enhancement tools, These revelations might even make them value Norman Osborne more highly. So, the impact you're expecting from these materials may never actually materialize, Dr. Otto said, a trace of helplessness in his voice. Li Ming remained calm. Of course, just relying on our own strength and these video and audio recordings isn't enough to bring him down. But what if someone else makes a move? He continued his analysis. Tonight, when Peter and I intervened to stop Martin Lee, we encountered an official organization called the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Judging by how they operate, they seem to have a very high level of authority. And their mission is to maintain the boundary between supernatural phenomena and ordinary people, to safeguard the order of the world. Clearly, Norman Osborn's actions are already undermining that order. You actually remembered a name that long? Peter looked at him, half in disbelief. Interrupted, Li Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips and glance at Peter with resignation. Bro, that's what you focused on? Ahem, sorry, go on. Peter scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I think I've heard of that organization before, Dr. Otto mused, deep in thought. If I recall correctly, their predecessor was the Strategic Scientific Reserve during World War II. Captain America himself was a member back then. If it's them, then perhaps even the Department of Defense couldn't interfere in their operations. Dr. Otto felt a glimmer of hope. I agree, Li Ming nodded and went on. As long as we can confirm that this organization is trustworthy, I'll make copies of the evidence and hand them over separately to Tony Stark and to them. I'm sure neither Tony Stark nor Stark Industries would pass up a chance to strike at a rival. That way, Stark Industries can take the lead in the media battle against Osborne. While on the official front, even if the Department of Defense tries to intervene, that organization can keep them in check. Even if this doesn't bring Norman Osborne down for good, it should deal him a heavy blow. At the very least, not to mention any hopes of climbing higher in his political career, the odds of him keeping his position as mayor of New York are slim to none. As for you, Doctor, perhaps when the climate of public opinion is right, you could take the lead and gather a group of scientists whose research was stolen or manipulated by Norman Osborne through various underhanded means. You could organize a press conference to expose Norman for the ruthless businessman he truly is, delivering a fatal blow to his reputation in the media. As Li Ming spoke with calm assurance, Dr. Otto's approval of the plan grew stronger with every word. Yet, his gaze toward Li Ming became increasingly curious. Did you really come up with all this just after reading these files? And in such a short time? Ahem, not exactly. Li Ming scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Actually, ever since the day he came to the lab and tried to steal your research, I've been thinking about ways to deal with him. These opportunities just happened to come together, helping to complete the pieces of the plan. It's not all new ideas. When Norman Osborne first came to the lab and tried to snatch your work, that's when I started figuring out how to fight back. These recent discoveries just helped perfect the plan, like finding the last pieces to a puzzle. Li Ming's expression turned serious. After all, that guy tried to take away the fruits of her hard work. That's something I'll never forget. A deep, booming laugh erupted from Dr. Otto, echoing through the room. There was a glimmer of moisture at the corner of his eye. If that's how you feel, how could I, someone who's lost my own inventions to him, back down now? Still smiling, he stood up and gave Li Ming an encouraging pat on the shoulder, then sat back down, quietly removing his glasses to discreetly wipe his eyes. He looked up at Li Ming again. Go ahead and do what you want to do. I've been swallowing my anger for far too long. Norman deserves to face some real consequences. No matter what happens, you have my full support. Li Ming grinned at once. With your backing, Doctor, I can go all out. Dr. Otto nodded, glancing at both Li Ming and Peter. All right, if there's nothing else, you two should get some rest. The news hasn't stopped all night. I imagine you must be exhausted. Li Ming and Peter exchanged a look before Li Ming spoke up. Well, there's still a few more videos of other supervillains created by Norman Osborne that we haven't watched yet. We'd like to finish those before heading home. You know, it's not exactly the right time to bring anyone back to our place. So, you're here in the lab just to watch those videos? Dr. Otto couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. All right then, let's see together what Norman actually did to create those monsters. To be honest, I'm quite curious myself, whether his technology has really improved or not, Dr. Otto added, his tone growing more contemplative. Based on the current information available about GR-27, also known as Devil's Breath, this substance is utterly incapable of saving lives or curing diseases. For a normal person, ingesting it only leads to genetic collapse and death. Martin Lee, when he injected himself with JAR 27 years ago, not only survived but awakened some peculiar superhuman abilities. That was certainly not the intended effect of the drug. Rather, it's far more likely that Martin Lee already possessed some latent anomaly, which was triggered under those circumstances. From a pharmaceutical standpoint, GR-27 is nothing more than a failed experiment. Yet, when viewed as a weapon, it becomes an effective and devastating biochemical agent. Of course, this outcome has little to do with Norman Osborn's actual technical prowess. It's more a result of coincidence than design. Not to mention, he had already handed over the research to Dr. Morgan Michaels. Under normal circumstances, it's hard to discern any real contribution from Norman Osborn in this project. Judging by his conduct in recent years, the man who was once hailed as one of the Osborne brothers alongside Dr. Octavius has long ceased to focus on genuine research. Instead, he leverages his corporate and political power to brazenly appropriate the inventions of others, further expanding his company's reach. With such methods, Norman Osborn may well be a successful businessman, but he is no longer the brilliant researcher he once was. At this thought, Li Ming suddenly recalled how, in countless stories from his previous life, Norman Osborn was often portrayed as suffering from hereditary family illness. Perhaps the real reason he ignored Dr. Octavius's objections and delved so deeply into genetic research was simply to save himself. And GR-27 was one such desperate attempt. Ironically, the miracle cure he sought became a deadly poison. There's a certain bitter twist to it all. Of course, even if Li Ming had guessed this truth, he still couldn't muster any sympathy for Norman Osborn. After all, the Norman Osborn of this universe has committed far too many sins. Calling him notorious hardly does justice to his crimes. In his rush to develop new products, Osborn repeatedly subjected others to perilous human experiments with no regard for their safety, resulting in countless tragedies. To sacrifice others' lives for his own salvation, such actions are utterly intolerable. These thoughts flashed through Li Ming's mind in an instant. After a brief pause, he opened a few more video files. The creation of the Scorpion and the Rhino were both the result of brutal experiments, combining specialized serums with integrated exoskeleton armor grafted directly onto their bodies. As for the Lizard, Professor Connors was forced into a corner by Norman Osborn's ultimatums, leaving him with no choice but to inject himself. Electro's fate was even more tragic. Once the head of Osborne Industries' power division, he fell by accident into a tank of genetically modified electric eels, thus being transformed into a monster against his will. Let me briefly explain. Back in the day, both Oscorp and Stark Industries were developing their own clean energy solutions, locked in fierce industrial competition. Oscorp chose to pursue bioelectricity, making electric eels their flagship project, while Stark Industries inherited the arc reactor technology from Howard Stark. As we all know, Stark Industries eventually won out when Tony Stark developed the miniature cold fusion reactor, successfully transforming the company from a weapons manufacturer into an energy giant. Oscorp's bioelectricity initiative, hampered by its limitations, faded quietly into defeat. Perhaps in Norman Osborn's eyes, after the project failed, the only remaining value in those genetically engineered electric eels was for human experimentation. And that is what truly enraged Li Ming. From the surveillance footage in the video, it's clear that when Electro first fell into the pool of bioengineered electric eels, the relevant alarms immediately notified the appropriate personnel. Yet Norman Osborn blocked the initial rescue attempt, choosing instead to stand by and observe, to see if his head of electrical operations might, under these circumstances, undergo a transformative mutation. That was a callous disregard for human life. In the end, his wait yielded results. It turned out his guess was right. The genetic fragments from those bioengineered eels could indeed be assimilated by the human body. But what he unleashed was a monster of pure electricity. Because of his reckless ambition, one supervillain after another was born from his advanced, yet deeply flawed, experiments. Norman Osborn could truly be called a supervillain factory. After watching several videos in a row, the atmosphere in the lab grew heavy. Even Peter Parker, the Spider-Man who had stopped each of these villains in the footage, now seemed somewhat lost. After a long silence, Dr. Otto was the first to break it. As Norman's influence expands, his methods just keep sinking lower. There may be far more people seeking revenge on him than we ever imagined. Li Ming suddenly spoke. I won't claim our quest for vengeance is automatically just, but right now all I want is for him to experience the pain he's inflicted on so many others. Anyone with a conscience who sees these videos would reconsider their support. After all, who would want a murderer for mayor? With the videos finished and their thoughts exchanged, Dr. Otto nodded and then urged Li Ming and Peter to leave the lab and get some rest. As for himself, the good doctor stayed behind, claiming he had a flash of inspiration he needed to test. Doctor, you should get some rest. We'll head back now. As for that part of the plan, I think I'll wait until the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau contacts me again. Then, depending on the actual situation, I'll decide whether we should go ahead with it. After all, If they don't even have the authority to use the Devil's Breath and the Canary device from Norman Osborne as bait, then maybe their role in our plan won't be all that significant. With these words, Li Ming called Peter over to pack up and get ready to leave. Oh, right. Peter, if you don't mind, could you leave your suit here? Dr. Otto suddenly called out to Peter. Catching Peter's puzzled look, Otto smiled and said, I have a few ideas that might help upgrade your suit. Is that so? Well, all right then. Peter only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He pulled the red and blue Spider-Man suit from his backpack and placed it on the chair. All right, you two should get going. There's more work waiting for us tomorrow. Dr. Otto picked up the suit and examined it for a moment, then turned and urged them to leave. Okay, good night, Doctor. Good night, you two. Stay sharp, boys. As the door closed, the lab returned to its quiet state. Dr. Otto stood motionless for a long time, staring at the laboratory door, before letting out a deep sigh. If I'd known they were the ones involved, I never should have handed those gadgets over to Snapshot. He slumped heavily into his chair, clutching at his thinning hair in frustration, muttering to himself. With his skills, he's probably already found a way to smuggle those devices into the prison and hand them off to those guys. With the specialized equipment I designed, their combat abilities will get at least a 50% boost. If they break out now, will these two kids really stand a chance against them? Otto, you idiot. If anything happens to them, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Flushed with regret, Dr. Otto suddenly sprang to his feet and threw a few wild punches into the air. If he couldn't punch himself, then punching the air would have to do. After venting some of his frustration, Dr. Otto's hands were still trembling as he caught his breath and tried to calm down. His eyes landed on the red and blue suit Peter had left behind. For now, all I can do is help them get stronger, however I can. With that thought, Dr. Otto stopped hesitating, picked up the suit, and walked over to his workbench. After driving Peter home, Li Ming dragged his exhausted body back to his own place. He fielded a round of questions from his grandfather, washed up quickly, and collapsed straight onto the bed, still damp and feeling utterly refreshed. Now that's what I call satisfying. Feeling the softness of the bed beneath him, Li Ming let out a sigh, almost like a chant. Before his eyelids, heavy as if weighed by 1,000 pounds, finally closed, he raised his hand with a gentle wave, and a transparent screen appeared before his eyes. Power proficiency, 13.5%. World influence, 5,875. Wasn't my power proficiency only at 11.9% after my morning workout? How did it suddenly jump so much? Li Ming paused in surprise, then recalled how he had switched forms multiple times tonight, growing ever more adept with each transformation. Could it be that honing my power during combat actually helps improve my mastery as well? If that's the case, I should focus on fighting more, Li Ming analyzed as calmly as possible. No, perhaps what matters most is practicing and familiarizing myself with each form. The battles themselves might just be secondary. Either way, this is great. My world influence is skyrocketing too. Even if I run into someone tough to handle, I can always turn to a heavy hitter for backup. At last, I'm starting to feel confident. Watching the numbers rise day by day, Li Ming felt a genuine sense of fulfillment as he experienced his own growth. With this feeling in his heart, he finally let his guard down and drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. The next day, Li Ming was fully absorbed in solving the challenge of partitioning the neural connection network in front of him when a sudden knock at the lab door jolted him from his thoughts. All three men in the lab looked up almost in unison. Peter, who was closest to the door, immediately strode over and opened it. Standing outside was a blonde woman, her smile radiant, holding several cups of coffee. Peter froze on the spot. "Gwen, what brings you here?" he asked, a touch of surprise in his voice. Gwen's sweet smile faltered. For a moment, she was nearly choked by her boyfriend's bluntness. "What? Am I not allowed to drop by and see my boyfriend?" she retorted, a playful hint of annoyance in her tone. "No, of course you can. You know, I'm just surprised. No, actually, I'm delighted." Peter stumbled over his words. Watching her boyfriend fumble, Gwen couldn't help but roll her eyes in a rather charming way. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" "We're a bit busy in the lab right now," Peter hesitated. "It's fine, Peter. Please, let Miss Gwen come in." Dr. Otto's voice rang out, prompting Peter to step aside and usher Gwen inside. "I believe I smell fresh coffee," Dr. Otto said, setting his work aside and turning to Gwen with a warm smile. "Even though this isn't our first meeting, I still think Peter is incredibly lucky to have such a beautiful and intelligent girlfriend." "Thank you, Dr. Otto. If only Peter could speak as smoothly as you do." "Oh, by the way, I brought you all some coffee. How about taking a little break, gentlemen?" Gwen replied politely, placing the coffee she was holding on the cluttered side table. "In that case, thank you, lovely Miss Gwen." Li Ming didn't stand on ceremony, picking up a cup and taking a sip. "Ah, now, I feel alive again. As long as you like it." Gwen smiled, then added, "Besides the coffee, I've also brought some news. News about Officer Jefferson Davis." Li Ming and Peter immediately tensed up. What happened to Officer Davis? Li Ming was fairly certain he'd helped Jefferson escape immediate danger. But if he hadn't received proper care at the hospital afterward... Hey, no need to get so worked up. My father told me that, thanks to prompt treatment, Officer Davis, though badly injured, has stable vital signs now, and he could regain consciousness at any time. But, no, please. Li Ming and Peter protested in unison, their hearts leaping back up into their throats. "You two are scaring me," Gwen said disapprovingly, pointing at them both. She continued, but Officer Davis's right arm was too close to the explosion and was completely destroyed. To save his life, the doctors had to perform an amputation. How could this happen? Li Ming and Peter both frowned deeply, at a loss for words. They had thought saving that kind-hearted man's life was enough, but never imagined he would have to endure this kind of pain. While the two stood in shock, Dr. Otto only smiled as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. "I think I know why Miss Gwen chose to tell us this in person." He turned and gave Li Ming and Peter each a resounding pat on the shoulder. "What are you two so worried about? Have you already forgotten what we're working on right now? What are you two so worried about? Did you forget what our research is all about?" Dr. Otto's slap jolted Li Ming and Peter back to their senses. Of course. What's an amputated arm in the face of their technology? They were only one crucial step away from perfecting their invention. When that time came, fitting Jefferson Davis with a mechanical arm, for free, no less, would be the easiest thing in the world. It was true. Their nerves had made them lose sight of that for a moment. We got a bit overwhelmed by the bad news and forgot ourselves for a second. Li Ming scratched his head sheepishly, and Peter gave an awkward laugh. "Officer Davis is a good man. It's only natural to worry about him. Honestly, I was upset too when I first heard, but then I quickly thought of you too." As Gwen spoke, she smiled at them and said, "Did it occur to you that besides solving Officer Davis's arm injury, this incident could actually benefit you as well?" Li Ming and Dr. Otto's expressions shifted. They seemed to realize something. But Peter still looked a bit lost. He hesitantly asked, "What do you mean?" "Oh, for heaven's sake. With business instincts like yours, if it weren't for Lee, I'd never have agreed to this whole startup idea with you." Gwen waved her hand, rolling her eyes at her boyfriend, then explained with a touch of exasperation. "Maybe you've just been too busy lately to keep up with the news. You should know, right now in all of New York aside from Martin Lee, who caused that explosion, and Norman Osborne, who was seen rushing out just before the blast, the person everyone's focused on the most is Officer Jefferson Davis. The first two are either infamous or shrouded in suspicion, but Officer Davis's reputation has soared because he risked his life to save others. During the explosion, there's even a website set up for people to send their prayers for him, and in just a few days it's hit 1 million visits. Even across the whole country, Officer Jefferson Davis could be called a celebrity. His fame is now on par with any superhero." Li Ming, however, didn't seem surprised by this. The reputation of superheroes is built first on their extraordinary powers, and only after that on their good deeds. But this officer, as an ordinary human, was willing to risk his own life and give everything he had to save others. That kind of spirit is what truly resonates with ordinary people and moves them to their core. And with such a rapid surge in popularity, there was probably some behind-the-scenes support from official organizations, hoping to set an example. But there's no need to dwell on that. The point is, Li Ming was certain that after surviving this ordeal, whatever path Jefferson Davis chose in the future would be wide open before him. Norman Osborne, on the other hand, was finding himself in an increasingly unfavorable position in the public eye. After all, his hasty departure from the scene made it look as if he knew the explosion was coming and didn't warn anyone, callously ignoring the lives of the many supporters present. Not to mention, one of the suicide bombers was actually the deputy mayor, who had just warned Osborne to leave and then immediately set off the bomb. In such circumstances, even if he managed to silence every survivor, there was no way to erase the impact completely. From that perspective, Martin Lee's plan was certainly effective. It's just that it was far too extreme for Li Ming to agree with. As Li Ming was lost in these thoughts, on the other side, Peter finally caught on. He frowned, half understanding, half confused. "So what you're saying is, if we can provide Officer Davis with a prosthetic, his personal reputation could bring our product a huge amount of publicity. At least you're not completely hopeless." Gwen nodded approvingly, looking as though she finally saw promise in him, and added a word of advice. "You're going to be a partner in this company someday. You can't afford to lack even this much business sense." Peter smiled. "Well, that's why I have you, right? I just need to focus on the research. I don't have to know everything else." "You really are something." Gwen's cheeks flushed a rosy pink, her smile growing even sweeter. Hey, Li Ming, who'd just been force-fed a dose of public affection, found he couldn't take it anymore. You too. You're not here for a date, remember? Let's get back to business. Ahem. All right. Peter raised his hands in mock surrender. Gwen, please go on. Gwen shot Li Ming an exasperated look, then continued seriously. Anyway, I brought you the news, and I can have my father introduce you to Officer Davis. But whether or not you can grab this opportunity depends on you. After all, there's never a shortage of smart people in this world. If I could learn about this through my father, there's no telling. Other companies in the industry might already be in contact with Officer Davis's family, trying to secure the deal. Li Ming nodded thoughtfully. All right. Thank you for bringing us this news, Gwen. We'll figure something out. No need to thank me. Peter's one of your own, isn't he? Gwen waved off their gratitude, stood up, and headed for the door. That's all I had to say, so I'll get going. Gwen, let me walk you out. Peter hurried after her, but Gwen stopped him in his tracks, coming in a bit closer. The competition is fierce, but I think you all have some unique advantages. Go for it. With that, she planted a kiss on Peter's cheek, winked at him, and left the lab. Watching Peter stand there, grinning foolishly, still lost in the sweetness of the moment, Dr. Otto shook his head, feeling the boy was beyond help. He could only turn to Li Ming. If I'm not mistaken, you two have worked with Officer Jefferson Davis before? Li Ming nodded, replying offhandedly. That's right. Back when we were investigating the demon's takeover of Wilson Fisk's turf and weapons, the police sent Officer Davis to coordinate with us. And we actually fought side by side throughout the operation. As he spoke, Li Ming's mind began to race with new ideas. Just as Gwen had said, the fact that Jefferson Davis needed a prosthetic was indeed a tremendous opportunity for their soon-to-be launched company. With the other party's current reputation, as long as the prosthetic limb they provide is top tier, this flagship product would bring immense publicity to their company. And for a newly established tech company like theirs, what they need most is recognition. Both Li Ming and Dr. Otto are certain that, with the support of neuro-linked prosthetic technology, the prosthetic limbs they offer are the best in the world. But as a new company, they lack a market presence, they lack reputation, and they lack customer trust, things that, under normal circumstances, take a long time to build. Even with Stark Industries lending them some market resources, at best it keeps them from starting entirely from scratch and helps them avoid a few missteps. Still, the process of building a foundation is unavoidable. Yet, this time, Officer Jefferson Davis is handing them a chance to leap ahead in one bound. If they can secure his cooperation, have him debut the prosthetic at a press conference, and let him demonstrate its use in daily life and work, the world would have a direct, undeniable look at the superiority of neurolinked prosthetics. After that, everything else would fall easily into place. I see. Listening to Li Ming's explanation, Dr. Otto nodded in understanding. No wonder Gwen said you had an advantage. So you'll be handling Officer Jefferson Davis. No problem. It's a rare opportunity. Of course we're going to fight for it. And Officer Davis deserves the very best. Li Ming agreed at once, flashing Peter a grin. But before Officer George officially introduces us to Officer Davis, it looks like we'll have to meet him under a different identity first. Are you sure it's really a good idea for us to just show up out of the blue like this? Peter said hesitantly as the two figures darted between city rooftops. What else can we do? Li Ming replied offhandedly, watching the swiftly changing scenery. Do you really think, under these circumstances, that a couple of unknown researchers and an introduction from your future father-in-law would be enough to earn the Davis family's trust? Ahem. Gwen and I aren't quite at that stage yet. Don't get the wrong idea, Peter protested, a little embarrassed. Seriously, man, is that what you're worried about? Li Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes, glancing at Peter with exasperation. Anyway, based on Gwen's latest update, with Officer Davis's current condition, neither his family nor his doctors would trust a lab that hasn't proven itself, no matter if it's just a trial. So, we have to up the stakes for this one. At the very least, we need to win Officer Davis's personal approval and convince him to try the product. I believe that once he actually uses our neurolinked prosthetic, no other product will even catch his eye. Peter couldn't have missed the point now, not after such a clear explanation. Li Ming thought to himself that if Peter still didn't get it, he might just lose his mind and dash his head against the building up ahead. Fortunately, Peter wasn't that slow on the uptake. A look of realization dawned on him. All right, I get it. Let's do it your way, he agreed. Li Ming's voice brimmed with relief. Good thing I never planned on treating the three of us in the lab, including myself, as the company's management team. That would have been a disaster. Dr. Otto and Li Ming himself had at least some sense for business, maybe just enough to keep things running, but order and efficiency would be a stretch. Peter Parker, now, he was a genius in research, no doubt about that. But his business acumen, compared to his scientific brilliance, was like night and day. They need to find someone else to actually build up the management side of the company. Li Ming made a mental note of this. The hospital's just ahead, he said, changing the subject. Gwen mentioned that Officer Davis is getting the best medical care available. Let's hope his room has a window. Peter, watching the hospital complex draw nearer, joked, "Honestly, I'm more worried we won't even get a chance to visit him. With all the attention he's getting, his room's probably packed." Li Ming chuckled, adding, "Right now, he's the man everyone wants to see." Thud, thud. The two landed on the hospital rooftop, peering down at the bustling crowds below, scanning for familiar faces. For example, Norman Osborne. Peter crouched at the edge, watching as Norman, surrounded by media, strode into the hospital. His tone was unreadable. Tsk, tsk. The guy barely woke up, and Norman's already rushing over. "Looks like our mayor's desperate for a boost in popularity," Li Ming remarked, his words dripping with sarcasm. With Davis's reputation right now, if Norman can get his endorsement, the fallout from that bombing at his last campaign event would fade away fast. Might even win him more support. Even if it's all for show, the media will run wild with it. Plenty of headlines to help repair his image. The thought made Li Ming want to laugh. Norman Osborne's little scheme would probably fall flat. Knowing Jefferson Davis and his principles, after what he'd been through, he'd likely turn Osborne down flat. All the fancy talk in the world wouldn't change a thing. And with Davis's current standing, even if Norman got angry, he couldn't touch Davis or his family. If he tried, the backlash would only make things worse for him. Peter tilted his head. "So, should we head down now? Do you want to eavesdrop by the wall?" Li Ming looked at him. "Or have you not had enough of Norman Osborne's grandiose speeches?" Peter let out a dry chuckle. "Let's just wait a bit longer, then." Having been deceived for so long by Norman Osborne's facade, he really couldn't stomach any more of it. Not long after, they saw Norman Osborne stride quickly out of the hospital, only to be stopped by a swarm of reporters. He barely managed to deal with them before hurrying into his car and leaving the scene. He's putting on such a forced calm, barely holding back his anger. "Looks like things didn't go too well for him, huh?" Peter quipped, glancing at Li Ming. "Shall we head to the patient's room now?" "Let's go. If we wait any longer, the patient might be resting," Li Ming agreed. Blending seamlessly into the shadows under his stealth assassin gear, he slipped down the building. With a swing of his grappling hook, he landed quietly on a window ledge. Peter followed close behind, coming to rest against the wall, half his body leaning toward the window. It seemed that after Norman Osborne left, everyone else had been ushered out of the room to avoid disturbing the patient. At this moment, there were only two people inside. Officer Davis's wife, Rio Morales, was tidying up some things on the table with careful concentration, while Davis himself lay quietly in bed, his eyes fixed on his wife, filled with gentle affection. The couple, entirely lost in their own world, hadn't noticed Li Ming and Peter's arrival. "Are we just that quiet?" Peter and Li Ming exchanged a look, then shrugged helplessly. With no other choice, they reached out and tapped on the glass. "Knock, knock, knock." "Oh my goodness." Startled by the sound, Rio Morales looked up at the window. The sight of Li Ming and Peter waving in greeting gave her such a fright that the cloth in her hand slipped to the floor. Seeing his wife startled, Officer Davis quickly turned to the window. His expression immediately relaxed, and he smiled. "That's no way to treat our lifesavers, Rio." "Sorry to have scared you, ma'am." "Officer Davis, would it be all right for us to come in?" Li Ming said, a bit embarrassed. "Of course. I never expected I'd see you both so soon after waking up. This is wonderful." Officer Davis replied with a bright, though still slightly weak, voice. He turned to his wife. "Rio, could you open the window for them?" By now, Mrs. Davis had calmed herself. She nodded and went to open the window. "Once again, sorry for frightening you, ma'am." Li Ming and Peter apologized sincerely as they climbed inside. "It's all right. I just didn't expect anyone to be outside the window," Mrs. Davis replied with a smile. "Really, I should be thanking you for saving Jefferson. Miles already told me everything. If not for you, we might have lost him. Officer Davis is our comrade in arms. I deeply respect his spirit, and it's truly my honor to help him out of danger." Li Ming shook his head dismissively, then turned to Officer Davis. "Officer Davis. Hey, you two saved my life. Just call me Jefferson." Officer Davis interrupted with a warm grin. Li Ming exchanged a glance with Peter, then nodded slightly. His eyes fell on the empty space beneath the blanket where Jefferson's right hand should have been. "All right, Jefferson. I heard about what happened to your right hand. I think you might need a new arm." Li Ming's tone grew serious. "Let me ask you, have you ever heard of neuro-linked prosthetic technology? Have you ever heard of neuro-linked prosthetic technology?" Neither Li Ming nor Peter Parker cared much about whatever it was Norman Osborne had rambled on about earlier, so they decided not to bother with small talk and got straight to the point. Neuro-linked prosthetic technology? Jefferson and his wife were taken aback, exchanging a look, their faces puzzled. "That's right," Li Ming pressed on without hesitation. With your current reputation, you could have a great career even without returning to the front lines. But I doubt you'd be satisfied with that, am I right? Jefferson hesitated for a moment, then managed a wry smile and nodded. If you're telling me I'd have to sit behind a desk all day, well, that's definitely not the life I want to live. But Mrs. Davis, standing nearby, suddenly looked upset. Jefferson, didn't we agree? You barely made it out of this alive, and now you're like this. From now on, you shouldn't be involved in anything dangerous. We did talk about it, but Jefferson wanted to say more, but his words trailed off into a weary sigh. Yes, with a disabled arm, what right did he have to talk about going back? Ahem, maybe I didn't explain myself very well. Li Ming cleared his throat. No matter what kind of life you choose from now on, Jefferson, you'll need a prosthetic either way, right? It just so happened a research team our friends involved with has developed a groundbreaking neurolinked prosthesis. With this technology, you'll have a mechanical arm that feels and functions just like your real one. With a prosthetic like this, even after losing your right arm, your daily life won't be affected at all. Only a few people knew the team was about to perfect this technology, but as soon as we heard you'd woken up, we rushed over right away. In fact, Norman Osborne said almost the same thing a moment ago. Mrs. Davis spoke up hesitantly, casting a doubtful glance at Li Ming. But he claimed it was developed in the Osborne Group's lab and that he hoped to get my husband's support in return. When they heard this, both Li Ming and Peter felt a jolt in their hearts. Neither of them had expected Norman Osborne to play such a move. Even more unexpected was that he would dare to use technology that was still incomplete as a bargaining chip. How shameless. All right, Rio. That's enough, Jefferson interrupted his wife, then looked intently at Li Ming. So, when can I meet them and try out their neural-linked prosthetic? So you're saying you agree? Li Ming and Peter were momentarily stunned. They never thought that, even with Norman Osborne's guarantee, Jefferson would still choose them without hesitation. Of course. I don't believe my lifesavers would ever wish me harm. Jefferson smiled warmly. If I have to choose between Norman Osborne and you two, it's not even a question whom I trust. Li Ming felt a surge of warmth in his chest and nodded quickly with delight. Great. I'll leave you the number for their lab. They'll be in touch with you very soon. Huh, that really warms my heart. Peter joked, clutching his chest. Honestly, Jefferson, compared to Norman Osborne, you might just make a better mayor. Jefferson let out a weak but hearty laugh. You sure know how to kid around. Though the words were spoken in jest, Li Ming couldn't help but look at Jefferson and think. This old friend truly did seem like a fitting candidate for mayor. He was a man of high character, his reputation was at its peak, and after years of outwitting and outlasting the city's gangs, he lacked neither courage nor cunning. Perhaps he really could excel in the role. Of course, these were just passing thoughts. Whatever Jefferson had planned in his own heart was his business alone. Li Ming scribbled the lab's number onto a piece of paper and handed it over. Then he turned to Mrs. Davis. Ma'am, you should be glad you didn't agree to Norman Osborne right away. In fact, the very technology Norman Osborne mentioned was stolen from my friend's lab. He used government resources to take it, and right now he's still relying on reverse engineering prototypes to try and reconstruct the technology and grab the final breakthrough. What's more, the version he took was outdated, with several critical issues left unsolved. The most dangerous of these is that the neural connection network was never partitioned. Because of this flaw, anyone who uses those neural link prosthetics for an extended period could suffer seizures, memory loss, muscle degeneration, or even experience personality changes and severe mental breakdowns. Oh my God, Mrs. Davis gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Jefferson. I'm so sorry, dear. I nearly put you in danger. It was only because Li Ming and Peter had saved Jefferson's life that she could trust them so readily. If someone else stood here, telling her all this, she might not have believed a word. But once you truly understand the dangers lurking behind it all, how could you not feel a chill of fear afterward? You were only thinking of me, after all. Jefferson weakly lifted his left hand, placing it gently over his wife's, his voice soft and reassuring. In fact, from the very beginning, I never intended to work with Norman Osborne. Even if it means I'll have to live with just one arm, so be it. The most important thing is, someone like him must not be allowed to keep hurting the public. As he spoke, he turned to Li Ming and Peter with a smile. Now that there's a better option, I have even less reason to worry about him. Thank you for trusting us. Li Ming and Peter exchanged a glance and replied solemnly. With the important matters settled, and seeing the growing fatigue on Jefferson's face, Li Ming decided not to stay any longer. My friend will be in touch with you very soon. Once you've recovered, you should be able to try out the new product. Believe me, you'll be absolutely amazed by it. I'm looking forward to it, Jefferson replied with sincere anticipation. Then we won't keep you any longer. Get some rest and focus on getting well. With a few parting words, Ming and Peter leapt from the windowsill and melted into the vast darkness of the night. Things went even smoother than I expected. We really did underestimate just how shameless Norman Osborne can be. Peter grumbled with indignation. Ming's voice carried a trace of anger as well. That man is a consummate politician and businessman. He knows how to squeeze every bit of value from limited resources. But to try and strike a deal with Jefferson using incomplete technology, there's no shame in him at all. Scientific research isn't something that can be accomplished just by throwing more people at the problem. Even someone as brilliant as Dr. Otto is overwhelmed by a host of technical challenges. Ming seriously doubted that anyone at the Osborne Corporation could solve all the risks and issues before they did. He never cared what kind of side effects Jefferson might suffer from using that neuroprosthesis. All that matters to him is whether he can use Jefferson to patch up his own reputation and advance his career, even take things a step further. Ming shook his head. It won't be long now. Norman Osborne is about to taste the consequences of his reckless schemes. After wrapping up matters with Jefferson Davis, Dr. Otto called them the next day on behalf of the lab. He gave a brief update on the research progress of the neuroprosthesis technology and assured them that once Jefferson Davis recovered, he would be the very first to try the perfected prototype. Jefferson was more than happy to agree. After all, he was still bedridden and in no condition to rush into anything related to prosthetics. Even when other companies approached him with similar offers, he turned them all down with the same reasoning. For a while after that, since S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police were both involved in tracking down Martin Lee, Ming and Peter found themselves somewhat outmatched and understaffed. Although they continued to pursue leads, the energy they invested in the case inevitably waned. The time they saved was then poured entirely into developing the neural interface prosthetics. This should do it. Peter and Ming each finished the final adjustments on different sections of the neural connection helmet. Together, they stepped back and broke into matching smiles. Just yesterday, they had finally solved the theoretical challenge of neural partition connections. The three of them had been so excited that none of them even considered going home to rest. Instead, they worked through the night, tirelessly making improvements. It wasn't until now, today, that they finally completed a working prototype. After a moment's thought, Ming picked up the neural interface device, connected the wires to the volunteer, who was already fitted with the mechanical prosthetic and waiting nervously, and placed the helmet on the volunteer's head. Of course, the final product wouldn't be quite so complicated. But in the lab, the experimental version always comes first. Only after confirming it's truly viable would they move on to a more streamlined design for production. Experiments involving the human nervous system are no less risky than pharmaceutical trials. The slightest misstep could result in irreparable harm. Aside from a few individuals in desperate financial need, only those with real disabilities, people who had an urgent need for neural interface prosthetics, were willing to volunteer for the trial. Because of this, beyond financial compensation, the lab promised that any volunteer will be able to purchase the finished prosthetic at cost once development succeeded. For many disabled people of limited means, this was an irresistible offer. Furthermore, to prevent the kind of sabotage where Oscorp might bribe volunteers to leak experimental secrets or tamper with the data, Ming had personally set aside his pride and negotiated with Ms. Pepperpotts. Through their channels, they recruited a group of reliable, trustworthy test volunteers. Dr. Otto looked at the volunteer in front of him. We've addressed the problems we discovered during the last round. But if you feel anything off, let us know immediately. Are you ready? The volunteer nodded eagerly. Let's do this. I can't wait. Ming kept his eyes fixed on the real-time bodily data streaming across the computer screen. All readings normal. We can begin. Peter stood by, ready to handle any emergencies that might arise. Excellent. Dr. Otto nodded calmly and switched on the neural interface chip at the back of the volunteer's head. At that moment, a spark of expression crossed the volunteer's face as both his intact hand and a mechanical prosthetic rose simultaneously. Yes, now try something more complicated, Dr. Otto encouraged gently. Then the volunteer stood up and, with ease, used the prosthetic limb to pour himself a cup of coffee. Next came another round of movement trials, and throughout the process, the volunteer's vital signs remained perfectly normal. The use of the artificial limb was as natural and precise as if it were his own, hardly inferior to an original arm in any way. Without a doubt, the experiment was a success. Thank you for your contribution. Once our company officially starts operations, you can bring the relevant documents to have your prosthesis installed. Dr. Otto shook the volunteer's healthy hand enthusiastically, then personally escorted him out of the lab and called for the next participant to come in. One after another, the experiments were completed with several volunteers. Except for a minor problem with one subject, which required just a bit of adjustment, everything went almost flawlessly. If we didn't still need to finish processing this data and add it to our paper for publication, I'd pop open a bottle of champagne right now. Dr. Otto's voice trembled with excitement, and his joy was written all over his face. Li Ming and Peter each stepped forward to give Dr. Otto a warm hug. Congratulations, Doctor. No, congratulations to all of us. We did it. Dr. Otto gripped Li Ming and Peter's hands tightly, his eyes sparkling with emotion. Without your help, I never could have made it this far. Li Ming and Peter both felt a lump rise in their throats, their eyes shimmering with tears. After a moment, Dr. Otto let go and stepped back, taking a deep breath. All right, gentlemen, let's get to work. I finished a draft of the paper yesterday. Now, all we need to do is organize this data and fill it in. Once that's done, we can publish. And once it's published, no one can ever take this technology away from us. Li Ming and Peter sniffed and nodded in unison. No problem, we'll get right to it. With that, the three wasted no more words. They divided up the tasks and plunged into their work. While Li Ming and his team were making their final push to secure their hard-won success, things were far less pleasant at Oscorp. Useless. Every one of you in security is utterly useless. Norman Osborne's face was flushed with rage as he berated the head of security, who stood before him with his head hung, so low it nearly touched his chest. After the first incident, you still almost let it happen again. If it hadn't been for those damned agents, the Canary device would have been stolen already. That's right. Martin Lee had sent people to steal the Canary device again. This time, they even targeted other areas, resulting in the loss of many experimental specimens. Among the losses was a spider incubation chamber, which was found destroyed. On inspection, they confirmed that the precious experimental subject Norman had poured his heart into was now missing without a trace. Although the losses from this incident added up to a considerable sum, what truly enraged Norman was the sense that his life had been threatened, his pride wounded, and that now he would have to face a series of difficult problems. Go settle your wages yourself, and then get out of Oscorp Tower. Even though a spray of flying spittle landed squarely on his face, the head of security didn't dare wipe it away. He could only swallow his complaints. After all, the executive had come in looking every bit the part of a normal, high-level employee. How could they have had any reason to stop him? By the time they realized something was wrong, they hadn't even had a chance to react before those mysterious people had already subdued the intruder. What did any of that have to do with him? Yes, Mr. Norman, he replied. Whatever he might have been thinking, the head of security could only nod obediently and tiptoe out of the office. In fact, for a moment, he almost felt that getting fired might not be such a bad thing. After all, it was Norman Osborne himself who kept attracting these supervillains, who, from time to time, would possess someone or stage a surprise attack, or make off with some experimental equipment. If this kept up, who knew when he, an innocent bystander, might end up losing his life for no reason at all? With that thought, the middle-aged man, feeling as though he'd just escaped a whirlpool of danger, walked out of the office with a noticeably lighter step. Coming the other way, Coulson eyed the middle-aged man, who was somehow smiling even after being fired, with a puzzled look, then composed himself and strode into Norman's office. All business. Mr. Osborne, I've seen for myself the state your company is in. Now, do you have any reason left to refuse SHLD's request for requisition? Mr. Osborne, I'm glad you're willing to cooperate with us. Tomorrow, S.H.I.E.L.D. will send personnel to transfer Dr. Morgan Max and the Demon's Breath under his care. I hope you'll inform them as soon as possible. Fine. And as for the Canary device, to prevent any more terrorist attacks, I'll be sending people today to collect and seal it, and remove it from your company's premises. All right. Coulson maintained a polite, professional smile, but Norman Osborne, sitting across from him, looked absolutely livid. How many years had it been? How many years since he'd last tasted such humiliation? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway as a figure rushed toward the office. But upon seeing Coulson inside, the person abruptly stopped short, then quickly retreated, anxiously waiting outside the door. Noticing this, Coulson smiled knowingly and graciously offered to take his leave. Since it seems you have other matters to attend to, Mr. Osborne, I'll excuse myself for now. Yes. Have a safe trip? Agent Coulson, Norman replied, unmoving behind his desk, his tone stiff. Coulson took it in stride, nodded, and turned to leave without another word. The moment he was gone, the person waiting outside burst into the office. Chairman, something's happened. Bang. Norman Osborne slammed his hand down on the table and roared. Shut up. I'm perfectly fine here. What could possibly go wrong? Startled by his outburst, the anxious man shrank back and didn't dare utter another word. Norman's breath came in heavy bursts as he vented his anger. After a moment, he regained some composure, his expression dark as he turned to the lab's supervisor, who'd been silenced by his shouting. Speak. What is it exactly? Well, the supervisor hesitated but finally spoke up, Just now, Dr. Otto Octavius himself, he published a complete paper on the neural linkage prosthetics technology. If ever there was a case of misfortune piling on, this was it. One crisis hadn't ended before another began. Norman Osborne's blood pressure, which had only just begun to settle, shot right up again. What? The disbelief in his voice was unmistakable as Norman Osborne shouted. With that rundown lab of his? How could he possibly have been so fast? The typically well-dressed, refined middle-aged man now looked as ferocious as a wild beast about to pounce. It had been mentioned before. Every time Dr. Otto made progress in his research on neural linkage prosthetics technology, he would publish a paper documenting his findings. That continued until Norman Osborne, citing violations of safety protocols, seized Otto's discoveries. Up to that point, all the preliminary research papers on the neural linkage prosthetics technology had been authored and published by Dr. Otto himself. All of these publications were on record, with no possibility of being altered. If Osborne Labs had managed to beat him to the punch and produce the final results first, they could have claimed to have drawn inspiration from Otto's preliminary work while still crediting themselves with developing the mature technology. In that scenario, Dr. Otto might have managed to scrape together a small share through a lengthy lawsuit, but Osborne Corporation would still have been able to secure the patent and make a fortune. But if Dr. Otto managed to develop the complete technology before them and publish it first, building on all his previous papers, there was no way Osborne Corporation could ever claim the patent as their own, even if the matter ended up in court. With Stark Industries now backing Otto's lab, all the usual underhanded tricks were useless. Osborne Corporation didn't stand a chance of winning the case or snatching the patent away. In short, now that Dr. Otto had gotten ahead and published his results, Norman Osborne would forever miss out on the neural linkage prosthetics technology. Everything he'd done up to now seemed nothing short of clownish. You useless fools. You couldn't even outdo a half-cripple and 2 high school kids. They have Stark Industries backing them. The lab supervisor muttered in a small voice. What did you say? Norman's eyes blazed red with fury as he glared at him, his twisted expression so terrifying that the lab director could only shake his head frantically. It's nothing. The folks in the lab really are useless. But Norman, seething with anger, had no patience for any more empty words. He simply barked out orders. Go investigate. I don't believe they could have achieved flawless results in such a short time. As long as we can find a flaw in their paper, we still have a chance to snatch that technology for ourselves. If none of you can find anything, then you can all go clean the toilets for me. His beast-like roar echoed throughout the entire office, rumbling out into the hallway and making every staff member eavesdropping by the door jump in fright. Yes, Chairman, we'll definitely find something wrong with their work. Immediately, the lab director's voice rang out as his hurried footsteps grew louder. The staff quickly pulled back their heads, pretending to be engrossed in their own tasks, as if they hadn't heard a thing. It wasn't until the lab director had rushed away that a flurry of hushed conversation suddenly broke out. Given all the setbacks Norman Osborne had recently suffered and the losses they had brought to Oscorp, unease was beginning to spread among the employees. Doctor, I've already sent someone to handle the patent application for the technology. Next, we can start preparing to set up the company. Besides, since our technology is now mature, you can finally have mechanical limbs made for yourself. You won't have to be trapped by your physical condition anymore. Holding a freshly opened bottle of champagne, Li Ming raised his glass to Dr. Otto. Congratulations, Doctor. From now on, you've truly stepped out from under life's shadow. Yes, when I think about it, it really hasn't been easy, Dr. Otto replied, his expression complicated, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He chuckled. But today's a happy day, so let's leave all that behind. Besides, he shook his head, then turned to call out toward another section of the lab. Peter, are you ready yet? Coming, came the reply, and in a flash, a figure dressed in red, blue, and white leaped from the other room, landing lightly before them. Peter stood there in his brand-new suit, the spider emblem on his chest and back now gleaming white. Subtle changes marked various parts of the suit, shifting with his movements and offering a unique sort of support. Doctor, this suit is incredible. I can't even describe it. It just feels amazing. As long as you like it. Dr. Otto beamed. Then, suddenly remembering something, he smacked his forehead. Oh, that's right. I've actually finished the main components. For the mechanical limbs during my spare time, now that the neural link is perfected, all I need to do is install the finished chip, and they'll be ready to use. Would you like to see them? Hey, Doctor, you've been secretly working overtime behind our backs. Listening to the doctor's words, Li Ming and Peter's first reaction was a bit odd. But won't this make your hair fall out? Before they could finish, a wave of murderous intent swept over them. Li Ming and Peter quickly changed their tune. Of course. We'd love to see it. Excellent. Come help me suit up. To be honest, This thing is rather heavy. Dr. Otto withdrew his gaze, nodding in satisfaction. The light from his smooth forehead gleamed brilliantly. He set down his glass and beckoned the two of them toward the storage room. Li Ming followed first, while Peter hurriedly changed out of his suit, carefully packing it away in his backpack before rushing to join them. Soon after, with the neural connection chip installed and all the calibrations double-checked, Li Ming finally allowed Dr. Otto to don the full set of mechanical limbs. Even though he was confident there would be no adverse effects on Dr. Otto, a little extra caution never hurt. As the device powered up and the neural network connected, several tentacle-like mechanical arms extended from Dr. Otto's back. Peter watched in amazement. My gosh, they move just like octopus tentacles. Octopus? Huh, that's actually not bad. Maybe you could start calling me Dr. Octopus from now on. Clearly enjoying himself, Dr. Otto experimented with his new mechanical limbs, making them twist and gesture freely in response to his will, no longer limited by the stiffness of his human body. The nickname slipped out naturally. Dr. Octopus, huh? But you'll never become that infamous supervillain. You're my mentor, Dr. Octopus. Li Ming thought silently to himself as the light night driver quietly materialized at his waist. He looked at Dr. Otto and said earnestly, Doctor, may I borrow your strength? Doctor, may I borrow your strength? Upon hearing this, both Dr. Otto and Peter were momentarily taken aback. But Dr. Otto soon remembered Li Ming's previous explanation of how the light night driver worked. He glanced at the belt on Li Ming's waist and nodded cheerfully. If you think it'll help, then by all means, take it. No sooner had he spoken than the center ring of the driver began to glow. Shimmering green particles, metallic and luminous, streamed swiftly out of Dr. Otto, gathering at the center of the ring. Within seconds, the particles coalesced into a card that floated gently into Li Ming's hand. Dr. Octopus. Doctor, have a look at this. Li Ming picked up the card, studying it for a moment before passing it to Dr. Otto. Wow, this technology is simply incredible. Now I understand why Tony Stark would pay handsomely just to acquire the rights to your research. I imagine any researcher in this field would find it absolutely irresistible. Dr. Otto took the card, marveling aloud as a curious light danced in his eyes, his desire to study it laid bare for all to see. And the design on it is even cooler than I expected. Holding in my hand, I almost feel as if it's a part of me, flesh and blood bound together. Truly astonishing. Muttering to himself, Dr. Otto finally managed to rein in his curiosity about the card. He handed it back to Li Ming with a playful grin. I hope my abilities can be of help to you. Since I made Peter a new suit, I couldn't very well give you nothing at all. Otherwise, people would say I'm playing favorites as a teacher. Not at all. Li Ming put away the card and waved his hand, his expression earnest. Just being able to learn from you for so long has already been the greatest reward. You really know how to flatter, don't you? Peter muttered under his breath, but couldn't help adding. Honestly, though, I've learned so much from the doctor. It's made a world of difference. You two are quite the charmers, aren't you? Dr. Otto laughed heartily and clapped his hands together. All right, our work is done for now. Once we've packed up the important data and equipment from the lab, I'll treat you both to a good meal. After that, we can call it a day and get some rest. Perhaps the next time we meet, we'll all be shareholders in the new company. No problem. If you're treating us, Doctor, how could I say no? Li Ming and Peter exchanged grins and began tidying up the various items around the lab. With his 4 mechanical arms working in tandem, Dr. Otto's efficiency was unmatched. He packed away more on his own than Li Ming and Peter combined. Soon enough, after most things were boxed up and the data had been securely stored or destroyed, they were just about ready to head out when a sudden knock echoed through the locked lab door. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. I speaking to the Otto laboratory? I'll get the door. Peter's senses were on high alert as he stepped forward. Their recent publication, showcasing the breakthrough in neural-linked prosthetics, had just shaken the world. Now that their victory was within grasp, there was no telling what desperate measures Norman Osborne might take. Unlike Li Ming and Dr. Otto, Peter had his spider sense to warn him of danger. If anyone outside meant harm, he'd have plenty of time to react. Drawing closer to the door and feeling no warning tingle, Peter relaxed a little. He casually unlocked the door and swung it open. And there, standing before him, was someone he'd never expected to see. You. Peter froze, nearly blurting out the visitor's name. He bit it back with effort and managed to put on a puzzled look. Who are you looking for? Ahem. This clumsy performance nearly made Coulson choke with laughter. He could hardly maintain his usual mysterious, composed smile. He was professionally trained. No matter how ridiculous things got, he would never let himself laugh out loud. Drawing on his professionalism, Coulson managed to hold back his amusement. Are you Mr. Peter Parker? I'm here to see you and Mr. Sunlightly. The cooperation we discussed earlier. Well, there's finally been some progress. How did you know about us? Peter's eyes widened, and he instinctively took a few steps back, bumping into Li Ming, who had come over to see what was happening. Li Ming caught him quickly and helped him steady himself. The moment Li Ming saw Coulson at the door, he instantly understood the situation. Oh, it's Agent Coulson. Please come in and let's talk. Thank you. Sorry for the intrusion. Coulson nodded, a little surprised, and walked into the lab. He glanced around and offered a brief, apologetic smile. Looks like you were getting ready to pack up for the day. Did I come at a bad time? It's no problem. We're just finishing up. If you want to discuss something, there's a private room over there. Dr. Otto gestured casually toward the storeroom, with his experience and intellect. Not to mention that Li Ming had already explained S.H.I.E.L.D. to him. It was clear to him immediately what was going on. Doctor, this is the senior agent from a Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division one mentioned before, Phil Coulson. Hearing Li Ming's introduction, Coulson thought to himself that Dr. Otto clearly knew what was going on. He shook hands with him right away. Hello, Dr. Otto. Please call me Coulson. I've heard quite a bit about your genius. Oh, by the way, due to various reasons, our organization now goes by its official acronym. You could just call us S.H.I.E.L.D. from now on. Took you long enough to finally shorten that mouthful of a name. Must have been no easy task. Li Ming joked. I'm glad to. It's much easier to remember now. Coulson replied with a chuckle. Then he glanced past Dr. Otto at the mechanical arms tidying up behind him, his eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of suspicion. And these are... Dr. Otto remained unruffled as he explained, this is our latest invention, the neural-linked prosthesis. For personal reasons, I need them to assist me in my work. Is that so? I hope we haven't made things awkward for you. Coulson nodded, then turned to Li Ming and Peter. Could I have a word with you in private? Honestly, when Coulson first arrived, he'd intended to show a little authority, just to remind them which side would be leading this collaboration, and maybe to make up for losing face last time. But the moment he stepped inside and saw Dr. Otto's invention, the tables were turned, and he was the one caught off guard. This lab was far stranger than he'd expected. There's no need for that. We could just talk here. Both Li Ming and Peter said this, and Li Ming even went so far as to lock the door himself. Well then, it seems Dr. Otto is in the loop as well. Coulson understood immediately and went straight to the point. Mr. Light Knight, Mr. Spider-Man, there's been progress on the cooperation we discussed earlier. Although we haven't stopped tracking Martin Lee during this time, he's been hiding extremely well. Several searches have come up empty. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. has requisitioned the Devil's Breath and Canary devices from Osborne, and we plan to use their transfer tomorrow as bait to trap and arrest Martin Lee. Would you be willing to join this operation? In addition, our director has responded to your request, Mr. Light Knight. If tomorrow's operation is successful, S.H.I.E.L.D. will appoint both of you as special consultants. While there will be some limitations on your authority, your compensation will be no less than that of senior agents. Of course, you'll be expected to take on corresponding responsibilities and obligations. If S.H.I.E.L.D. requires your assistance beyond this, you'll be paid accordingly. Are you both satisfied with these terms? Li Ming and Peter exchanged a few glances. Finally, Li Ming nodded and replied, We'll join the operation tomorrow. As for the special consultant arrangement, let's talk about it after we see the contract following the arrest. Also, our lab has developed a neural link prosthetic technology. Would S.H.I.E.L.D. be interested in that? As he spoke, Li Ming offered a friendly smile. Coulson left, taking with him the introduction to the neural link prosthetic technology that Li Ming had prepared. After Dr. Otto demonstrated the wonders of the mechanical limbs, even though Coulson's main purpose here had been to deliver a message and show off SHLD's intelligence capabilities. Just to make it clear that they knew all about Li Ming and Peter, so they take S.H.I.E.L.D. seriously and future cooperation would go smoothly. It turned out that instead of intimidating them, he himself had been taken aback by Dr. Otto's 4 mechanical arms. Seeing their advantages firsthand, Coulson couldn't deny his excitement. As a field agent who had worked his way up the ranks, he understood perfectly well how much neural link prosthetics would mean to agents and what a difference they could make. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could adopt this technology, their agents' combat effectiveness would soar. But more importantly, those who had been forced into desk jobs or even retirement due to injuries could regain their vitality. For S.H.I.E.L.D., this was nothing short of revolutionary. Since Li Ming had taken the initiative to speak up, he had even less reason to refuse. He gladly accepted the documents, planning to take them back so his superior could have a good look. As Coulson walked away, Dr. Otto turned to Li Ming and Peter. A trace of worry flickered across his face, and he seemed to have something on his mind, but hesitated to say it. Tomorrow. In any case, you must be careful. Li Ming and Peter simply assumed Dr. Otto was concerned for their safety. They didn't think much of it, only nodded with a smile and said, Don't worry, with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents leading the charge, We're just here to lend a hand. Doctor, didn't you say you'd treat us to dinner? Everything's packed up. Let's go. I can't wait any longer. All right. Everything's sealed up. Let's go eat. The doctor shook his head with a helpless smile, but there was a shadow in his eyes. In his heart, he muttered, if those people behave themselves, that's best. But if not, even at the cost of my life, I'll make sure my students send them back to prison. The next day, at a secret laboratory, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had arrived early at the hidden lab, following the address given by Norman Osborne. Coulson examined a special cylindrical container inside the case. The deep crimson, semi-liquid substance within glimmered faintly, giving off an ominous aura. So this is the Devil's Breath, Dr. Max? Dr. Max, who had packed away the Devil's Breath, was a middle-aged man with dark skin and graying hair. He responded to Coulson's question with a touch of impatience. This vial is called Jar 27, not. He cut himself off, waving his hand dismissively, and closed the case with a snap. Never mind. I don't know who you people really are, but just be careful. If this stuff falls into the wrong hands, it'll be a disaster. Coulson exchanged a knowing smile with the stern-faced woman beside him, Melinda, before nodding earnestly to Dr. Max. No problem. We'll keep it safe. That's exactly why we're taking it over, isn't it? That's for the best. Now I can rest a little easier. With a sigh, Dr. Max handed the case over. Coulson took the briefcase and passed it to an agent who had been waiting nearby. The case containing the Devil's Breath was then locked away inside an even more secure container, tightly sealed. Load it up and prepare for transfer. At Coulson's command, the agents who had been standing by sprang into action. For your safety, Dr. Max, please come with us as well. With that, two agents stepped forward, one on each side, half escorting and half guarding Dr. Max as they led him out of the room and into a vehicle. Let's hope the operation goes smoothly. Coulson and Melinda climbed into a car, started the engine, and spoke into their earpieces. Let's move. In the next moment, the car roared to life, and a convoy surged forward, sweeping onto the street and heading into the distance. Do you think Martin Lee will show up? Peter gazed at the streets below, now growing emptier as police set up barricades. He chatted with Ming over the comms. For this operation, the police had also received orders to cooperate. But to avoid complications from too many people, the police didn't follow the convoy. Instead, they simply cleared the way in advance, ensuring the S.H.I.E.L.D. transport vehicles could move unimpeded. Peter and Ming split up, each guarding a direction and staying in touch via phone. According to Coulson, he's leaked the news through every possible channel. If Martin Lee is still obsessed with the Devil's Breath, he'll definitely come for it. Eyes following the convoy and scanning the surroundings, Ming replied absent-mindedly. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is ready to just lock up both dangerous items if Martin Lee doesn't show. Even if we can't catch Martin Lee, this should go a long way towards solving the problem. The two chatted casually, slipping through the shadows between buildings, doing their best to stay hidden. They followed the S.H.I.E.L.D. convoy, remaining alert for any demons that might appear at any moment. When the convoy reached an intersection, Peter landed atop a building's ledge, overlooking the street and the crowds below. Suddenly, he noticed people gathering unusually in one area. With a frown, he quickly reported to Ming, "Hey buddy, something's not right down here." "Same on my side." Ming's tone grew tense, both hands hovering near his belt, ready to change form at any second. "Here we go." Just as Peter spoke, several cars suddenly popped open their doors. From each, someone emerged hefting a rocket launcher, and they fired a volley straight at the convoy. Without hesitation, Peter leapt down, webs shooting from his hands. He intercepted two rockets midair, detonating them before they could hit. He fired off another web, but it nearly missed. He watched helplessly as the remaining two rockets streaked toward the police cars blocking the road. A deafening blast followed. One police car was sent flying, the explosion damaging two more nearby. They were badly wrecked. Fortunately, the police cars used for the barricade were empty. The officers were standing by at the sides, and, aside from a little collateral damage, no lives were lost. A chorus of terrified screams erupted. The crowd dissolved into chaos, scattering in every direction. The street became a scene of pandemonium as people, driven by the instinct to survive, rushed into nearby buildings to find cover and protect themselves, shepherded by police shouting instructions. The streets, once orderly and calm, had in a matter of moments shifted from chaos to utter desolation. Now, only the demon gang, the police S.H.I.E.L.D., along with Ming and Peter, remained. Peter's situation was dire, and Ming's was hardly any better. Unlike Peter, Ming didn't possess spider sense, and his reaction speed lagged behind. Even though he leaped from the building the instant he sensed danger. Activating his iron impact armor midair, he managed to intercept only 3 rockets. Another one struck a police car that had been used as a barricade. Almost simultaneously, The demon gang blasted openings on both sides of the intersection. Damn it, every time we show up, there's an explosion. Is Martin some kind of mad bomber or what? Ming and Peter cursed in unison, rushing toward the barrage of cars surging through the breaches. They couldn't let a second volley happen, no matter the cost. Inside the convoy, Coulson glanced outside at the chaos, his voice calm as he issued orders. Target is about to appear. All units, be on alert. Stick to the plan. Yet, to Ming and Peter's surprise, the ordinary cars hidden among the traffic were only the vanguard of the demon gang. They had barely managed to stop these vehicles and the minor demons riding along when, suddenly, several armored vehicles burst out from alleyways on both sides of the street, plowing forward with wild abandon, machine guns blazing and rocket launchers raining destruction. Anything that stood in their way was ruthlessly smashed aside or swept away. Damn it, where the hell did all these armored vehicles come from? Ming and Peter scrambled to intercept them, but even their combined strength had limits. They could stop one, maybe two, but more always slipped through. Their efforts were nowhere near enough. In desperation, Ming amped up the power on his impact gauntlets, toppling a few armored vehicles in quick succession, but still, others broke through, ramming straight through the police barricade. Before everyone's eyes, several armored vehicles crashed into SHLD's convoy, flipping cars and sending them tumbling. In a matter of seconds, the casualties mounted. Where did these armored vehicles come from? What exactly did you scout earlier? How could you miss something this massive? Are you all blind? On both the police and shield comms, the commanders were already losing their tempers. No one could have predicted that, even after thoroughly checking the area and maintaining real-time surveillance on the planned route, so many armored vehicles could appear out of nowhere, silently, and all at once. The situation grew more complicated by the second. The armored vehicles' doors flew open. Heavily armed demon minions poured out, quickly, surrounding the convoy. The main assault team made a beeline for the truck, carrying both the breath of the demon and the canary device. Several burly demon gang lieutenants charged forward at the head of the assault. Dark energy surged across their bodies as their fists hammered out, in quick succession, sending both people and vehicles flying with explosive force. With each punch, one of them managed to smash several cars. They easily crushed the agents who dared to resist, dragging Dr. Max out of the vehicle. In the next instant, Ming shot across the scene like a bolt, landing a powerful punch that sent an enemy flying. He rescued Dr. Max and handed him over to a group of SHIELD agents standing on guard with guns nearby. Right after that, Martin Lee, his body now a bizarre inverted swirl of black and white, suddenly leaped down from the roof of an armored truck. He swept his gaze across the crowd, his smile both triumphant and menacing. "Go, bring me the people and things I want," he commanded. Seeing Martin Lee's current state, Ming felt a heavy sense of foreboding settling in his chest. At that moment, the convoy was surrounded. Yet Coulson remained perfectly calm. Exchanging a quick gesture with his partner Melinda, he stepped out of the car, weapon in hand, and coolly instructed through his earpiece, "Target has appeared. All undercover agents, move in. Initiate counter-surround tactic." At his command, numerous agents in varied gear, all armed and moving with precision, suddenly emerged from the surrounding buildings. Before the demon gang could pry open the truck and seize its contents, they found themselves completely encircled. With SHIELD now prepared, their tactics refined, and weaponry upgraded, they were no longer at a disadvantage even against the demon gang's energy-empowered grunts. Each time a gunshot rang out, another demon gang member dropped. Even the hulking brutes of the demon gang could only struggle for a moment under the crossfire before being struck down by a hail of specialized bullets. In an instant, the once dominant demon gang, so powerful just moments before, had become prey, hunted down, and swept aside. The battle's momentum shifted again and again in the blink of an eye. Ming was hardly surprised by this outcome. If SHIELD couldn't even handle the demon gang, that would have been nothing short of ridiculous. Soon enough, Martin Lee found himself surrounded on all sides by SHIELD agents as his subordinates fell one after another. Peter dropped from above, landing right in front of Martin Lee. Meanwhile, Ming knocked aside a charging demon brute with a single punch and started to approach as well. But Peter spoke up first. "Martin, stop this. You're surrounded. There's no way out." "Stop?" Martin Lee echoed, then broke into wild laughter. "I'm just one step away from dragging that damn Norman Osborne into hell. And you want to stop now?" Though completely encircled, Martin Lee showed not a hint of panic. If anything, he looked utterly confident, as though victory was already in his grasp. Ming felt a deep unease at the sight. He didn't know Martin Lee inside and out, but he learned enough to know that for someone to remain so confident while at such a disadvantage, something was definitely amiss. So far, however, The opponent had yet to reveal any trump card that could turn the tables. Li Ming could only quietly dial up the power on his shockwave gauntlets, staying ready to respond at a moment's notice. I should be the one asking you. Martin Lee swept his gaze over the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were still fighting his subordinates or had him surrounded at gunpoint, his expression dripping with contempt. Those lapdogs don't matter, he said, thrusting a finger at Li Ming and Peter, fury blazing in his eyes. But you too. Why are you standing in my way, fighting to protect Norman Osborne, the man who sits high in his ivory tower, bringing disaster upon New York? Don't you see that he's the real cancer, eating away at this city? As he spoke, Martin Lee's features twisted ever more grotesquely. A tangible aura of black and white, inverted light began to pour from him, brimming with a chilling force that tugged at the darkness within everyone's hearts. All around, people's minds wavered, seized by a storm of negative emotions. In the blink of an eye, a massive surge of energy erupted from his body, instantly coalescing into a towering demon, nearly 4 meters tall, rising behind him, shrouding him completely in its shadow. Holy crap, is this Susano? Li Ming was left gaping in shock. In that instant, even the light around them seemed to dim. Gray-black mist billowed out along the street, transforming the scene into something straight out of the underworld. Fire! Snapping back to his senses, Coulson barked the order. Li Ming raised his arm, unleashing a shockwave at maximum output. Peter's body flickered with rippling energy, strengthening the web lines he shot forth. Together, the group launched a coordinated assault on Martin Lee. Oomph! Martin Lee scoffed. A thick wall of negative energy deflected every bullet, and the demon's massive hand swept aside Peter's energized webs. Only Li Ming's heavy, amber-hued shockwave managed to stagger him, causing the giant demon's form to flicker for a moment. Out of my way, all of you! Fueled by an unending torrent of negative emotion, Martin Lee's power swelled. The demon's colossal hand seized several mindless ones, using them as living batteries to store up energy for a devastating attack. A jet-black shockwave erupted, sweeping across the battlefield with explosive force. Li Ming, Peter, and every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in the area were flung aside, unable to react in time. The once-tight encirclement was shattered in an instant. And then, with a single snap of Martin Lee's fingers, a sudden wave of transformation swept through the police, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and even the people in the surrounding buildings. Bodies flared with black and white light, faces twisted into masks of rage, and in the next moment, they all charged at Li Ming and Peter like a horde of the possessed. We can't let this go on. Watching the mob surge toward them like a swarm of zombies, Li Ming's heart sank. He made up his mind, shedding his last hesitation. In the next instant, he fired up his particle thruster, steadied himself in midair, and soared above the street, just managing to dodge another slicing wave of negative energy hurled by Martin Lee. The full-body weapon systems activated as hidden weapon compartments in the shoulders, arms, and legs sprang open automatically. Twin shoulder-mounted 6-barrel mini-missiles, concealed micro-missiles in the arms, and homing rockets from the legs appeared in rapid succession. And then, they all fired at once. Martin Lee's demon form, fueled by negative energy, was nothing short of terrifying. Even the most intense shockwave blast could only force him back a step. Li Ming realized he had no choice but to unleash his armor's full power. A barrage of high-energy explosives erupted, raining down a relentless storm of firepower upon Martin Lee's monstrous body. Explosions and bursts of fire mingled with pulses of black and white light, flickering without pause. Martin Lee's furious roar echoed down the entire street, sounding like the wailing of a demon unleashed from the depths of hell. Peter, who had just been about to rush in and help, was struck dumb by the spectacle. Holy crap, dude, is your suit always this over the top? Li Ming managed a bitter smile as he landed heavily, exhausted. He had never imagined that the first time he'd push his armor to its absolute limit would be in a battle against Martin Lee, a man who was once his friend. That's all I've got, he said, his voice tinged with regret. Peter grimaced, unable to believe it. That's not enough. But before he could say more, his spider sense blared a warning. His face changed instantly, and he leapt backward. Look out! In a single blur, a slash of black and white sword light swept through the air, sending Li Ming flying. Pink sparks gushed from his helmet and splattered to the ground, transforming into droplets of blood-red liquid. As the smoke cleared, Martin Lee's battered but unyielding figure reemerged, gripping his sword. His face was twisted with rage, eyes blazing with ghostly light. He looked every bit the demon incarnate. Did you really think you'd seen all I can do? Norman Osborne, come to hell with us, he bellowed. His declaration was punctuated by a thunderous crash from a distance. Almost simultaneously, the police and S.H.I.E.L.D. received urgent reports, and panic spread across the faces of everyone present. What? The raft has been destroyed? The prisoners have escaped? The raft, a specially constructed prison designed to contain those supervillains whose destructive power couldn't be neutralized any other way. As its name suggests, the prison was built on a small, isolated island off the coast of New York. The only official way in or out was a heavily guarded bridge. Of course, one could try to fly or swim in, if they were willing to risk being riddled with bullets by the vigilant guards. Let's count them. Up until now, the raft had already been holding Scorpion, Rhino, the Lizard, Electro, and Scarecrow, 5 notorious supervillains. Each one of them, on their own, had once thrown New York into chaos. Only Spider-Man's desperate efforts had managed to defeat them one by one and send them to prison. Now, with Martin Lee, the infamous Mr. Negative, joining the fray, there were 6 extremely dangerous supervillains at large. If these villains joined forces, the threat they posed in New York would be unprecedented. Peter fixed Martin Lee with a steely gaze. Was this your doing? Bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden, countless power lines along the street erupted in a shower of sparks, and every kind of electrical device was instantly destroyed. The once vibrant street, alive with lights and sounds, was plunged into darkness and an unnatural silence. Only the gunshots, explosions, and the anguished cries of the wounded remained, echoing under the glaring sun. At the same time, from the direction of the island prison, massive golden bolts of electricity flashed with blinding brilliance, so intense that even in broad daylight, they lit up the entire sky, visible to all of New York. A moment later, a deafening clap of thunder crashed through the city. Boom, boom. More neighborhoods lost power in an instant, sending the crowds into a frenzy of panic and confusion. Adding to the chaos of the earlier explosions, the citizens, still traumatized by the havoc wreaked by Electro in the past, were immediately gripped by terror. A chilling laugh rang out. Ha 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 ha. Martin Lee chuckled darkly, sweeping his sword in a slow arc before finally pointing it at Peter. So, what are you going to do to stop me now? The situation on the ground was becoming increasingly clear. The police force, already the weakest, had been utterly overwhelmed. Of those present, only a handful had escaped with minor injuries. Most were now completely out of commission. And with the prison on the island under attack, the police had no choice but to divert most of their forces to suppress the chaos there, leaving no reinforcements for the current crisis. S.H.I.E.L.D. was faring a bit better, thanks to their rigorous training and advanced equipment. Although they'd suffered significant losses when Martin Lee suddenly unleashed his corrupting control, turning their own comrades against them, they still retained some fighting strength. At least after Ming had bombarded Martin Lee with missiles, all those under his control had collapsed into unconsciousness, eliminating that threat and freeing up S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to rejoin the fight. However, the members of the Demon's gang, empowered by negative energy, now recovered with frightening speed. The minions and lieutenants who had been knocked down were getting back on their feet, and with other hidden members joining the fray, S.H.I.E.L.D. could only barely hold their ground for the moment. At this point, traps were of little use. Even Ming's micromissiles had barely managed to breach Martin Lee's demonic form, and the other snipers had been discovered and dealt with before they could even act. Now, their only option was to rally around the armored transport trucks, using them as a defensive hub, doing everything they could to keep the hostages and hazardous materials out of enemy hands. Meanwhile, with the island prison posing such a massive threat, other military units stationed in New York had no choice but to rush there first. Even if reinforcements did arrive at the current location, it would likely only result in a stalemate. Victory, in the end, hinged on a single vital figure, Martin Lee. As for Peter, aside from being somewhat exhausted, his fighting ability hadn't diminished much. Yet he was still in the midst of his own growth. No match for Martin Lee, who was now at the peak of his powers, fueled by the darkest emotions. And to make matters worse, there were still 5 other enemies he needed to face. Of course it's me who's going to stop you. Suddenly, Ming, who had been knocked flying and left for dead, struggled to his feet from the ground. At this moment, the armor on his chest was shattered, a deep gash scorched across it, and remnants of black and white, inverted negative energy continued to erode his body. Crimson particles of light leaked from his wound, drifting into the air before transforming back into drops of blood as they fell. Spider-Man, leave Martin Lee to me. You're in better shape. Head to the island prison first and work with the police and S.H.I.E.L.D. to secure the situation. As soon as I finish here, I'll rush over to help. Are you kidding me? Martin Lee pointed his sword at Ming, who could barely stand, his voice laced with disdain. You really think you can stop me in your condition? As he finished speaking, a torrent of pitch-black negative energy erupted from him. The monstrous demon reappeared, and inside its massive form, Martin's voice echoed cold and menacing. Don't think I won't kill you. If Electro finishes charging up, we'll be in real trouble. Go now. Sensing Peter's hesitation, Li Ming continued to urge him on. All right, but you have to be careful. Peter, well aware of which threat was greater right now, clenched his teeth, fired a web, and swung into the sky. He caught onto a passing helicopter and raced toward the island prison. Stubborn fool. The demon let out a guttural roar. Then you can die for me. Its nearly tangible, jet-black claw swept down with a blast of chilling smoke, terrifying and relentless, as if it meant to crush Li Ming into pulp. I'm not out of options yet, Martin. My friends, my mentors, they give me the power to defeat you. Li Ming thought silently. The faded cards of Iron Man and Thriller withdrew into their slots, and 2 cards that had never been used before floated out. Silver green and red-blue lights intertwined in the air. Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus. The agile figure empowered by the spirit of the spider. And the brilliant mind wielding mechanical arms. 2 familiar, beloved forms emerged, merging with him in this moment. Silver green and red-blue particles of light wove together, fusing with his own body until they became one. Spider Spear Claws, Vigorous Light. Light Knight, Raptor Spider Spear, Armed Mode. With a rousing call, the new armor formed around him. Li Ming could feel his strength returning in full. A whole new energy surged within, stabilizing his injury and restoring him in an instant. Boom! The vast demon's claw descended, eclipsing the sky, casting a shadow like the prelude to death. When the next heartbeat, radiant light burst forth. From mechanical limbs, part spear, part tentacle, snapped into place, surging with overwhelming power, and locked the demon's claw in a death grip. Golden ripples shimmered as the spider spears swept out with irresistible force. The demon's claw shattered with a thunderous crash, fragments of black mist dissipating into nothingness. As the darkness dissolved and the light returned, a wholly new armored figure appeared before the eyes of the world. The armor as a whole was slender and seemingly lightweight. Each segment fit closely to the body, with distinct sections, yet without any sense of burden, giving it an air of exquisite craftsmanship. The red and blue chest plate, reminiscent of a spider's form, was adorned with a gleaming circular ring at its center. From this focal point, web-like patterns spread outward, making it strikingly similar to Spider-Man's iconic suit. Even the black lines that once rose from the faceplate to blend into the headpiece were now assimilated into the web motif, lending the armor a unique and captivating presence. Yet the most eye-catching feature was at the back, mechanical spears that extended outward, resembling spider legs, but with the agile flexibility of tentacles, dynamic, shifting, and alive with potential. As Li Ming felt the surge of newfound power coursing through him, along with the subtle tingle of his spider sense, he stepped forward. Instantly, the mechanical tentacles snapped into spear-like shapes, all pointing directly at Martin Lee. The second half begins. Let's settle this, once and for all. In this brand new form, Li Ming felt as if an endless river of strength was flooding his body. The ripple energy rooted deep within him grew stronger, and as it blended with the Light Knight's power, it approached the edge of transformation. This torrent of energy rapidly mended the wounds Li Ming had sustained moments ago, driving him ever closer to his peak. Without another word, Li Ming launched himself forward like a fired arrow, streaking straight toward Martin Lee, who had fully transformed into a monstrous giant. He knew all too well. This man was now lost in the throes of extremity. Only by defeating him, utterly, leaving him powerless to resist, could Li Ming hope to make him listen to reason. And with 5 escaped supervillains still to deal with at the island prison, he had no choice but to fight with everything he had, and finish this quickly. I will make Norman Osborne suffer. Drag him into hell. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Martin Lee's howl rang out like an unholy proclamation, his massive spectral claws swiping again and again at Li Ming. But every strike was nimbly dodged, and when evasion wasn't possible, Li Ming's mechanical spider spears would swing out, shattering the attacks with precision and force. In a blur of motion, Li Ming closed the distance to the monstrous spirit, his back-mounted spears shifting into hammer-like forms. Ripple energy shone brightly as he unleashed a furious barrage of punches aimed straight at Martin Lee. If you want revenge on Norman, that's your business. But you've dragged too many innocent people into this, Martin. Do they deserve to suffer for your pain? With the combined might of Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man's powers, the 4 mechanical arms plus Li Ming's own 2 hands became a whirlwind. 6 arms moving so fast they left afterimages, raining down a relentless storm of blows upon the giant demon's body. Each punch landed with the force of 10 tons. Each strike was laced with shimmering ripple energy. Martin Lee's screams reverberated like thunder, but Li Ming's eyes were bloodshot with determination. No matter how many spectral claws slashed his way, no matter how much corrosive hatred or negative energy came at him, he shattered it all with fists of unyielding resolve. In an instant, the massive body of the demon exploded with a thunderous roar, black mist shattering and dissipating. The black light still swirling around Martin Lee's longsword as he prepared to strike down, but was suddenly knocked aside by a punch from the pursuing Li Ming. The sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Martin Lee was sent flying, arcing through the air before crashing with a tremendous crash into the wall by the street, smashing through it and tumbling into a nearby shop. Li Ming, breathing heavily, refused to let up. For mechanical tendrils shot from his back, launching webs in every direction. With a quick surge of power, he catapulted himself like a slingshot, leaping into the shop, hot on Martin Lee's heels. With a heavy thud, Li Ming landed, looking down at Martin Lee, still flickering with that strange black and white glow, barely struggling to his feet. The mechanical arms moved in response. Webs shot out, and with a few swift pulls, Martin was completely cocooned in thick silk, unable to move a muscle. "Let me go. I swear I'll." The mechanical tendrils hoisted Martin Lee, now wrapped up to his neck, and brought him face to face with Li Ming. As he looked at the man whose expression flickered between rage and confusion, Li Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "That's enough, Martin. Calm down." A surge of powerful ripple energy flooded into Martin Lee's body, a force more potent than any positive energy, instantly suppressing his madness. It was this ever-evolving ripple power that had given Li Ming such an overwhelming advantage against the demon of negative energy just moments before. Martin Lee's struggle gradually faded. The black and white light receded, revealing his true face. He stood there dazed for a moment, then managed a bitter smile. "So, my revenge has failed after all." "Your revenge." Li Ming gave a low, restrained snort, fighting back his anger as he took a deep breath. "Martin, I know what Norman did to you. I truly sympathize with what you went through. I don't need your sympathy." The ferocity returned, Martin's eyes flickering with a desperate light. "All I want is revenge. Will you just let me finish?" Li Ming, exasperated, increased the flow of ripple energy, meeting Martin Lee's now clear eyes. "I know you want vengeance, but you can't drag innocent people into this. That's why you must face justice. But your grudge, I'll help you settle it with Norman Osborne myself. You're the victor, so whatever you say goes, is that it?" For a moment, Martin Lee was stunned, as if he hadn't even heard Li Ming's words. Li Ming ignored him and continued. "Anyway, I already have a plan. If you're willing to go quietly and serve your sentence, I'll go after Norman Osborne next, without hurting any innocents. If you really mean what you say." Martin Lee fixed his gaze on the golden lenses of Li Ming's mask, as if he could see the man behind it. "Then I won't resist. I'll submit to arrest. There's no reason for me to lie about this. That's settled, then. Next, I'll go clean up the mess you made. I hope you'll keep your end of our deal." Li Ming spoke calmly, using the mechanical tentacles on his back to lift Martin Lee as he prepared to leave. "Wait!" Martin Lee suddenly called out, stopping Li Ming in his tracks. Li Ming paused and turned to look at him. Martin Lee smiled. "I remember you wanted to borrow my power once, didn't you? Well, here you go." As soon as Martin finished speaking, black and white particles drifted from his cocoon body and quickly gathered into a brand new card. "Mr. Negative." The card formed with astonishing speed, revealing Martin Lee's sincerity, and that only made Li Ming's feelings even more complicated. Sensing the strange aura emanating from the card, Li Ming silently slid it into his card slot, then turned and carried Martin Lee out of the shop. Outside, a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stood at the ready, guns trained on the gaping hole in the wall, nerves taut. As a shadowy figure stepped out from the darkness, their fingers tightened on the triggers, tension mounting. Closer, closer. At last, a slightly dazed Li Ming stepped through the opening, glanced around at the gathered agents, and said casually, "Relax, everyone. I've already captured Martin Lee." As he spoke, a mechanical tentacle dragged out the cocooned Martin Lee for all to see. At once, a low cheer swept through the agents, while the remaining Devil's Gang members, seeing their leader defeated, lost all morale and were quickly routed. With time pressing, Li Ming wasted no words. He handed Martin Lee over to the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives dispatched by Coulson, watching as they secured him in a transport vehicle. He took one last look at Martin Lee's vacant eyes and stiff expression, then said quietly, "Remember our promise, and thank you for your power." With those words, Li Ming turned and pulled the lever, switching to the steel impact armor. Inside the vehicle, Martin Lee watched his departing figure, his lips moving as if to speak. In the end, he only managed, "Hey, you hit me pretty hard. Make sure those other guys get a taste of it too." "I will. Who knows? Maybe you can all compare notes in prison. See who got it the worst from me." Li Ming called back without turning around. The next moment, he shot into the sky, spinning once in midair before racing toward the increasingly chaotic Rikers Island prison. Pushing his suit to maximum power, Li Ming sped forward. From above, he watched the distant flashes of dazzling lightning and listened to the roars and thunderous crashes echoing through the night, an uneasy feeling growing in his chest. "Peter, you better hold on. Don't you dare go down so quickly this time." On his way to the scene, Li Ming recalled the result of his earlier exchange with Martin Lee and felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, he had seen through Martin Lee's intentions from the very beginning. To put it plainly, everything Martin Lee did was for one purpose: to ruin Norman Osborn's life, to make him taste agony in full. And then, he would confront him in person, using overwhelming force to kill him, avenging himself and his parents. As for the string of terrorist attacks, the theft of Devil's Breath, and the attempt to unleash a biochemical weapon, these, to Martin Lee, were merely appetizers. Li Ming said he would help him take revenge, but in truth, both of them knew that Li Ming could never bring himself to kill Norman Osborn. Unless, of course, Norman truly courted his own destruction. So, Li Ming's retribution was really just another way to serve up the appetizers in Martin Lee's eyes, making Norman pay for his years of evil, and nothing more. Yet, Martin Lee accepted Li Ming's promise, fully aware of all this. Defeat played a major role in his decision, but perhaps just as much, he was simply exhausted. He chose to entrust his hatred to Li Ming, and whatever the outcome might be, it no longer seemed to matter much to him. Li Ming shook his head, pushing aside these thoughts as he sped through the air, feeling the lingering weakness in his iron impact armor. Perhaps it was because he had suffered severe damage in this form before, but both the Iron Man and Dread power cards had lost much of their luster. Even transformed, the armor strength was clearly diminished. He hadn't used his other powers yet, so he couldn't be sure, but the most obvious problem now was that, even with his particle thrusters pushed to maximum, he was still flying noticeably slower than before. The difference was stark. Li Ming was certain he wasn't imagining it. Fortunately, the feedback suggests that these two cards will recover their power over time. If not, that would be a real headache. Clearly, I'll have to be even more careful from now on. Injuries can affect my cards. If things get worse, wouldn't the whole card collapse? He made a mental note of this, the scenery blurring past him as he focused intently on the solitary prison island growing ever closer, his expression grave. Blinding golden currents of electricity slashed across the sky, striking something below with terrifying force. The energy was so intense that, even from a distance, Li Ming could feel its menacing threat. Worried as he was, all he could do was hope that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police would hold things together, and that Peter wouldn't be left to fight alone, ganged up on by those five. 10 minutes earlier, on the prison island, Electro, freshly escaped, hovered in midair with the aid of his new suit. Countless golden bolts shot from his body to the surrounding towers, massive currents feeding back into him. Above the entire prison, a menacing electric net completely shrouded the sky. A massive armored beast, nearly 4 meters long, barreled forward, smashing everything in its path. Anything that stood before the Rhino would be either crushed beneath his tremendous strength or swept aside like debris. With Shocker, the demolisher of buildings, lending his assistance, it took only a few furious charges before the entire prison was left in shambles, riddled with gaping holes. No amount of defenses could hope to stand in their way now. Equally savage was Dr. Lizard. Somehow, he managed to acquire an armored exoskeleton, and his combat prowess soared to new heights. Under the influence of the beastly serum, the moment he broke free, he tore into the guards, shredding every officer he encountered with ruthless abandon. Scorpion, on the other hand, was more reserved. Once freed, he slunk into the shadows, watching with a sinister gaze. Occasionally, he struck down any guard who dared approach him, his long scorpion tail swaying behind him, emerald venom dripping from its barbed tip, glinting with deadly promise. According to our deal with Negative, he broke us out. Now it's our turn to help him. Electro declared, his voice steady despite the burns and scars twisting his face as he sent arcs of lightning crackling toward the retreating prison guards. A deal's a deal. Of course we follow through, he continued. Ha 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 ha. I'll turn the whole city into a glorious kingdom of lizard men, the lizard bellowed, overcome with wild ambition. Oomph. As long as I get a chance to make that wretched spider's life miserable, I'm satisfied, Scorpion sneered. Of course, no problem. Taking over the prison, seizing these resources, it's all just preparation for our move on New York, isn't it? Another villain chimed in. Though each supervillain harbored their own personal agenda, For now, they were willing to act according to Martin Lee's plan. After all, with the situation still uncertain, sticking together was the safer bet. But soon, police reinforcements and S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Operations units arrived on site to support the embattled guards. Using their vehicles for cover, they launched a coordinated assault, focusing their firepower on the supervillain gang. "Oh, looks like some little bugs have arrived," Electro sneered, watching the newcomers in their full-body insulated suits moving in to engage him. Vast electrical currents surged in his hands. With a sudden sweep, bolts of lightning shot forth, blasting the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents through the air. Their insulated suits were charred and riddled with holes, offering no protection against such raw power. When the voltage reached a certain intensity, the sheer physical effects alone were lethal. Insulation counted for nothing in the face of such destruction. Suddenly, a splash of emerald venom shot toward Electro. He twisted away just in time, watching as a solid iron door nearby sizzled and melted, leaving a gaping hole. Electro's face twitched with irritation as he shouted at Scorpion. "You dare attack me? Are you betraying our alliance?" "Umph." Scorpion gave a cold, sinister laugh. "Stop throwing that word around. Next time, you might not be so lucky." "Damn you." Electro shook with fury, electricity arcing wildly over his body. But in the end, he held himself back from striking at Scorpion. So he turned his fury on the police officers and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who seized the chance to attack him, unleashing his wrath upon these ordinary people with devastating force. In the blink of an eye, bodies were sent flying, and the casualties mounted rapidly. While this was happening with Electro, the tactical teams sent to deal with the other supervillains fared no better. With their new, cutting-edge equipment, the supervillains had patched up their former weaknesses and greatly enhanced their combat abilities. The police and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, relying on outdated files and tactics, found themselves completely outmatched and could only suffer defeat after defeat. Though they hadn't been utterly routed yet, the number of wounded and dead was already shocking. Suddenly, the rhythmic thumping of helicopter blades filled the air as a police chopper soared over the river toward the prison island. Before Electro could unleash a surge of electricity, a flash of blue and red burst from the helicopter. Spider Silk shot out, latching onto the nearest target, Rhino. With a powerful yank, Peter swung forward, his legs snapping together as he kicked Rhino hard. The brute, just about to flatten a police officer, stumbled sideways and crashed to the ground. Rhino's massive bulk toppled a heap of rubble, sending a cloud of dust swirling skyward in a scene of utter chaos. "Well, well, well, look who's here. Isn't this our big hero?" Sarcastic voices echoed through the mayhem. Peter had barely landed and flipped upright when his spider sense screamed a warning. Instinctively, he dove to the side, launching himself out of harm's way. A heartbeat later, the spot where he'd stood was blasted by a shockwave thick with yellow haze, followed by a spray of toxic green venom, and then a barrage of crackling golden electricity. Each bolt of electricity sizzled dangerously close, forcing Peter into a desperate tumble, dodging one lethal attack after another. He'd just leapt to a new position and hadn't even registered his surroundings when his spider sense went off again. From the shadows, a scaly, razor-sharp lizard claw lunged at him with terrifying speed. A crimson spray burst out as the claw caught him, and Peter cried out in pain, sent flying by the force of the blow. And in that very direction, Rhino was already charging straight at him. The talons tore through flesh, leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes across Peter's chest. Blood spattered as he howled in agony, knocked backward by the brute strength of the attack. Though Peter was no stranger to pain, this still made his whole body shudder uncontrollably, his movements sluggish as he struggled to regain control. Heavy, thunderous footsteps pounded behind him, like a rampaging beast bearing down for the kill. His spider sense blared in his mind like a shrieking alarm, but with his body reeling from the fresh wounds, he crashed to the ground. There was nowhere to swing, nowhere to hide, no escape. To anyone watching, it was clear Peter had nowhere left to run. In the next instant, he would surely be crushed under Rhino's charging feet. What seemed like an eternity was, in reality, only a second or two since Peter was slashed by the lizard's savage claw. And now, Rhino was upon him. Bang, 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 bang. The heavy footsteps drew ever closer, and the massive form of the Rhino loomed, casting a dark shadow that swallowed the sunlight. In the next instant, that enormous exoskeletal hoof was about to come crashing down on Peter's head. Watching this scene, every supervillain, except those frozen in horror, curved their lips into twisted, savage grins. This was, without a doubt, the most seamless teamwork these fiends had ever achieved. And just this once, in a single breath, they had driven Spider-Man to the brink of doom. At last, they would crush that damnable pest for good. Spider-Man, Prepare to die beneath the mighty rhino's iron hoof. The rhino bellowed, proclaiming Peter's demise, and stomped down with brutal force. Crash! 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 The monstrous brute stormed forward, each step shaking the earth, leaving deep craters in his wake. Yet everyone was stunned. With the first stomp, the rhino immediately sensed something was wrong. There was no resistance underfoot, no sickening crunch of flesh and bone, only the all-too-familiar sensation of pulverizing concrete beneath overwhelming force. As for the others, they simply could not believe what their eyes were telling them. He's flying? That guy is actually flying. In that split second, Peter had adjusted his breathing, letting the ripple energy surge through his entire body. At the very moment life hung by a thread, he floated up and away, narrowly dodging what should have been certain death. The ripple energy coursed through him, easing the pain in his chest where claws had torn into him. The bleeding stopped, and the agony faded. As he dodged aside, Peter sprang upward, firing a web straight at Electro, who hovered in midair. With a mighty yank, he launched himself forward, and a powerful punch sent Electro crashing down to the ground. Boom! Electro slammed into the rubble like a human missile, landing with an explosive thud. Golden electricity erupted everywhere, triggering a small explosion. Much of the power that Electro had been storing dissipated instantly, and the electric net that had filled the air above was now mostly gone. Hey, guys, weren't expecting that. Were you? Surprised or what? Peter floated in midair, looking down at the hungry pack below with a mischievous tone. Oh, so you didn't think I could fly, huh? Guess it's not just you guys who get upgrades. He mimed an airplane soaring in front of him, providing his own sound effects. Whoosh, flying spider. Whoosh. Thanks to long hours of intense training and Li Ming's morning coaching sessions, Peter had finally managed to combine ripple energy with his natural bioelectric field. He couldn't control it perfectly yet, nor soar with absolute freedom, but he could just about manage the basics, moving up, down, left, and right. Just as Li Ming had once promised, this move, kept in reserve, would completely catch his foes off guard the moment he used it. Shocked, aren't you? That's right. Your friendly neighborhood spider can fly. Hearing his words, all the supervillains present instantly darkened their expressions. Spider-Man had always been a tough opponent, even when he could only swing around with his webs. Now that he had overcome his weakness of lacking footholds in midair, the situation had just gotten a lot more complicated. While the villains were troubled, over on the side of the heavily wounded and hard-pressed police and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, spirits soared. Their leaders made up their minds to coordinate with Spider-Man and take these guys down one by one. Crackle bang. From the ruins where Electro had fallen, a surge of electricity suddenly exploded, blasting away the scattered debris around him. In a cloud of dust, Electro slowly climbed to his feet, his face twisted in a grimace. What's there to be afraid of? If he can fly, so can I. What's more, there are 5 of us. Are we really supposed to be scared of just him? Out of everyone he could have chosen, Spider-Man came straight for him the moment he broke free. Wasn't that just treating him like the easy target? In truth, the reason Peter targeted him was the exact opposite of what Electro thought. To Peter, Electro was the fastest attacker, with devastating power, and on top of that, he was constantly absorbing electricity, making him the biggest threat and the one who needed to be controlled first. That's why Peter struck at him first, hoping to catch him off guard. But now, anger surging through him, Electro didn't care about any of that. As he spoke, electric currents crackled over his body, and he rose into the air, unleashing several thick bolts of lightning at Peter. With Electro leading the charge, the other villains quickly snapped out of their hesitation. To hell with it. So what if none of them could beat Spider-Man one-on-one? There were 5 of them now. What was there to be afraid of? Let's get him. With their confidence restored, the villains joined forces once again. Electro took the lead, and together they closed in on Peter from all sides, launching their attack. However, Peter knew that if he fought alone, even with backup from the police and S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be nearly impossible to defeat these villains one by one, especially now that their gear had been upgraded and their fighting power multiplied. Instead, it made more sense to team up with the Special Forces units and keep these 5 trapped here. As long as they didn't escape the island prison and rampage through New York, that would already count as a victory. Once Li Ming arrived on the scene, with his help, that would be the true opportunity to round up all these escaped supervillains in one fell swoop. As for whether Li Ming could defeat Martin Lee and make it in time, Peter stopped worrying about it the moment he turned to leave. Since Li Ming had promised he could handle it and come help in time, then Peter believed he absolutely would. And so, Peter chose the ruined prison grounds as his battlefield, locking horns with the 5 supervillains. He didn't take any unnecessary risks, dodging the villains' attacks whenever possible, counterattacking just enough to keep them entangled and in place, making sure they had no chance to escape. During the battle, Peter kept a close eye on Electro at all times, ready to close in without hesitation and disrupt him whenever he tried to reconnect with the power grid to absorb more electricity. In the process, Peter inevitably sustained some injuries. Combined with the claw wound on his chest, his condition was steadily declining, and he was running out of energy to sustain his ripple powers. His ability to maintain his flight field became increasingly unreliable. Sensing this shift, the villains grew ever more ruthless in their attacks. Finally, during a barrage of assaults, Peter made a sudden miscalculation while dodging in midair and started to plummet downward. Although he quickly shot out a web to pull himself away, he still left an opening that the scorpion below instantly seized. A glint flashed in the scorpion's eyes as a savage grin spread across his face. He raised his scorpion tail, ready to fire a jet of emerald green venom. But just as he released his attack, a blast of murky yellow shockwave crashed into him, sending him flying through the air. The venom missed its mark, splattering harmlessly to the side. "Shocker, are you out of your damn mind?" The scorpion scrambled up, his face twisted with fury. He didn't even care where Shocker was. He just roared out in anger. "I'm telling you it wasn't me. You believe that?" Shocker twitched at the corner of his mouth, feigning innocence from the other side. "I'm telling you it wasn't me. You believe that?" Hearing these words, the scorpion was beside himself. "You son of a... Who else could it be if not you?" As he spoke, his tail arched high behind him, quivering slightly as if ready to strike at any moment. Shocker looked completely bewildered by the accusation. "Are you blind or something? Didn't you see that huge guy flying in? How could you miss that?" "Enough. It was that guy who made a move." Up above, Electro pointed at Ming, who had been hovering over the river a moment ago, but was now flying swiftly toward them. He turned to glare at Shocker, his expression dark and shadowed. "But, Shocker, maybe you should explain why that guy has your shockwave gauntlets." Boom! As they spoke, Ming finally arrived over the island prison. "Well, look at that. Everyone's here." His gaze swept over the 5 supervillains gathered below. Ming landed beside Peter, greeting Shocker with a casual wave. "Shocker, didn't I tell you last time to stay put in prison? Why are you out here again? Looking to get a taste of what happened last time?" At his words, the other villains, already eyeing Shocker with suspicion, immediately turned to him in unison. Their posture now was decidedly more guarded. Having just been blasted by Ming's shockwave, the scorpion jumped forward demanding, "Shocker, what's the meaning of this? Are you planning to betray our alliance?" With a look of annoyance, Terror knocked on his helmet, feigning a terrible headache, then raised his shock gauntlets at Scorpion and barked, "Try running your mouth again, you bastard. I'll show you what real pain feels like right now." Hey, is this really the time for infighting? Seeing that several supervillains were about to start fighting each other over Ming's words, Ming himself landed on a battered high platform alongside Peter. No sooner had they met than Peter immediately asked, "Did you take care of Martin Lee?" "Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it here so quickly." Ming nodded, his eyes falling on the vicious claw marks gouged across Peter's chest. "How are you holding up? Are you okay?" "Just got caught off guard by their combined attack. Nothing I can't handle." Peter shook his head, about to say more. But before he could, the quarreling villains, who seemed on the verge of brawling, suddenly turned, weapons whirring as they swung them toward Ming and Peter, unleashing a barrage of attacks. A sharp blast tore through the air. "I knew this would happen," Ming muttered. Firing up his particle thrusters, he shot straight up into the sky. Peter somersaulted away, and together they narrowly dodged the shockwave and the spray of Scorpion's venom. Ming had barely gained altitude when a streak of golden electricity lanced toward him in rapid succession. Peter darted aside, just as Rhino came charging in, smashing the spot where Peter had just stood into rubble. In perfect sync, the villains split their targets, dead set on taking Ming and Peter down. "Finish them," Electro roared, unleashing a storm of crackling lightning at Ming in a relentless barrage. "Ha ha ha ha. Surprised? Did you really think your little tricks would get us fighting each other? Kid, we've had your number from the very start." Their taunting jeers rang out, but Ming shot back, "Is that so? I'd say, judging by the way Scorpion nearly tried to swallow Terror whole after I blasted him, you guys aren't as united as you think. Let's just hope you lot don't start squabbling again once you're back in prison." "Spider-Man move." With a quick warning, Ming dodged a volley of electricity, his weapon systems roaring back to life. Missiles fired from his shoulders, hands, and legs, zeroing in on Rhino, Scorpion, Professor Lizard, and Terror below. The police and SHIELD forces, unable to withstand the villain's overwhelming power, were keeping a safe distance, supporting Spider-Man with long-range fire as best they could. And now that Ming had arrived, they pulled back even further, making full use of his high-explosive arsenal without worrying about collateral damage. As for these supervillains, none of them were saints. Li Ming didn't care if they got hurt, even badly. Let's see how tough they really are. Martin Lee, empowered by negative energy, had transformed into a demon with astonishing defenses. It was one thing that explosions couldn't harm him, but now, could all these others really just ignore the firepower of so many heavy weapons? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrage of micromissiles rained down, erupting into a series of violent explosions. Hey, I haven't even dodged yet. Are you trying to kill me? Peter swung away early on his web, soaring into the air as he felt the heat and fire surging up from below. With a joking quip, he rode the ripple energy higher, launching himself straight at Electro. Now, Electro was the only real threat left. Wait, the same thing happened with those shockwaves earlier. Why is it that even the power of these weapons seems weakened? Watching the scale of the explosions below and comparing it to the earlier showdown with Martin Lee, Li Ming frowned. Is this even scientifically possible? After the bombing run, the only one truly injured was the bulky Rhino. He took the brunt of the blast, his exoskeleton damaged, his head spinning as he collapsed to the ground and struggled to get up. For now, he was out of the fight. The others, though, had suffered only minor injuries from the shockwaves. Oh, the lizard was hit pretty badly, but he just turned around and healed himself almost completely. How do you even argue with that? These guys really are like cockroaches. Li Ming muttered through gritted teeth as he pulled the lever, switching to the Raptor Spider Spear armament. With a resonant chime and a flash of light for slender mechanical arms spraying from his back. OMG, you got spider arms now. Even I don't have those. Peter fired a web shot at Electro's face, then turned to shout in open envy at Li Ming's new form. You could always build your own. Electro's yours. Leave the rest to me. Li Ming called out, not even glancing back as he landed lightly, kicking away the scorpion's stinger as it lunged at him. He fired a web that stuck to the dazed scarecrow, and with a tug, yanked him through the air. At the same time, energy ripples flowed down the web, paralyzing Scarecrow and rendering him helpless. Before Scarecrow could even reach him, Li Ming's four mechanical arms shot webs that wrapped him up tight, cocooning him in white just like Martin Lee, unable to struggle any further. One down, he murmured. Clang! Li Ming's spider sense flared, and without turning, his mechanical arms swept out to block the lizard's sudden attack. Two arms locked onto the lizard's claws, and Li Ming spun, punching the lizard hard in the chest. A glance told him pain was only making the creature more savage, his eyes burning with bestial bloodlust. Without hesitation, Li Ming unleashed another ripple-charged punch. This man's physical strength far surpassed that of Jing Kong, who was just an ordinary person. The same intensity of ripple energy wasn't enough to make him lose all control over his body, but it was more than sufficient to temporarily numb him. What did you do to me? A look of terror flashed across Professor Lizard's face as he roared in fury. Nothing much, Professor Connors. Just making sure you stay quiet for a while. Li Ming replied casually, landing another punch. With the added surge of ripple energy, his opponent finally fell completely still. Strands of web shot out, wrapping Professor Lizard in an extra-large, extra-thick cocoon. Then, with a flick of his mechanical arms, Li Ming tossed him next to Jing Kong so the two villains could sit quietly side by side. Turning his attention to Scorpion, Li Ming smiled kindly and said, Now, you're the only one left. As Li Ming's gaze landed on him, an inexplicable chill ran through Scorpion's heart. The scorpion tail he'd been readying for attack quietly slipped back behind him. What's with this guy? The intel from Martin Lee and Jing Kong never mentioned he was this strong. Damn it. Just looking at those four mechanical arms, it feels like he could take me down with those alone. What am I supposed to do now? Both Professor Lizard and Jing Kong are down. Rhino turned into a complete fool after that blast. And Electro is about to be flattened by Spider-Man. Can I really win on my own? Who am I kidding? We couldn't even win 4 against 1. Fortune favors the bold, and the timid starve. If I can just use this chance to escape, even if Martin Lee's promised reward turns out to be a lie, I could always rob a bank somewhere and live the good life on the run. Enough thinking. Time to go for it. With 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, Scorpion finally made up his mind. To run for his life. If you've got the guts, then kill me. Scorpion bellowed defiantly. Then, with a sudden movement, his hidden tail sprayed a large cloud of emerald venom before he lunged forward, feigning an attack on Li Ming. Li Ming had no idea what Scorpion was actually thinking. He dodged the venom with a nimble twist, and as he looked up, ready to counter Scorpion's assault, he instead caught sight of Scorpion leaping over the rubble and sprinting desperately toward the prison's outer perimeter. Seriously? That's how you're playing it? Li Ming paused in surprise. His 4 mechanical arms shot out, bracing against the ground, and with a single powerful shove, he launched himself in hot pursuit. Whoosh! A flash of blue and red, strikingly similar to Spider-Man's own colors, streaked like an arrow across the sky above the island prison, closing the distance in an instant with Scorpion's frantically fleeing green figure. In midair, Ming overtook Scorpion by half a body length, spun around, and landed a kick squarely on Scorpion's despairing face, sending him crashing to the ground. Landing lightly, the ends of Ming's 4 mechanical arms opened like claws, pinning Scorpion's limbs to the ground. With one foot, Ming stomped down hard on the still-twitching Scorpion tail, holding it firmly in place. I honestly didn't expect you to run away like that. Whatever happened to the Villain Alliance's code of honor? Running off without so much as a goodbye? That's pretty cold, don't you think? Ming looked at Scorpion, who was still struggling despite his predicament. As he injected a ripple of energy, temporarily disabling Scorpion's movements, he couldn't resist making a casual joke. What do you know? Since you're here, that means you've already taken care of Martin Lee. Scorpion's tone was both frenzied and aggrieved. That guy promised each of us at least $1 million. Now the money's gone, and only a fool would stick around to fight you. Is that really how it is? Beneath his mask, Ming couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Forget it, you guys can argue about it in prison. With that, his 4 mechanical arms hoisted Scorpion into the air, and in a flash, strands of web wrapped around him again and again. In the blink of an eye, Scorpion was bundled up in a cocoon just like the other jailbreak buddies. Look at this. We didn't even know each other, and the first thing I do after meeting you is give everyone matching outfits. I really am a good guy, aren't I? Ming smiled kindly at Scorpion. Seeing as I've been so generous, why don't you lend me your power? What do you mean, lend you my power? I'm not going to. Staring at the mechanical arm that suddenly extended in front of him, pincers gesturing in an unmistakable demand, Scorpion swallowed his words and blurted out, "Fine. Take it. Take all of it." Before he could finish, tiny green lights drifted out from his body, gathering into a card within the circular driver. Scorpion. Ming tucked the card away, giving Scorpion's cocoon a friendly pat. His tone was even warmer now. That's more like it. Thanks a lot, Scorpion. Scorpion was utterly bewildered. It wasn't until Ming lifted him up with a mechanical arm and started heading back that he let out a long, defeated sigh. Now, I finally get how you got that impact gauntlet. No wonder that sneaky freak wouldn't say a word about it. With things settled on his end, Ming saw that Peter had already taken care of the most troublesome enemy, Electro. Bang! Boom! Looking over, Ming saw Electro's suit shattered midair under Peter's relentless assault. With another powerful kick, Peter sent Electro crashing to the ground, where he landed among the rubble in a burst of sparks, no longer showing any signs of life. All that's left is to get Rhino into his new outfit, Ming thought. Dragging Scorpion along, Ming returned to the battlefield. He glanced around. Electro was already wrapped in a matching cocoon by Peter and lined up neatly with the others. Rhino, meanwhile, seemed to have regained some clarity and was starting to get restless. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, Ming tossed Scorpion down next to Professor Lizard and the Shocker, lining up yet another prisoner in the row. Ming approached the Rhino, and his mechanical tentacles reached out, lifting the entire brute into the air. Waves of energy surged into the villain's body, and in the blink of an eye, Rhino found himself utterly paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. What's going on? What did you do to me? The Rhino, who had been about to struggle, shouted in shock. His booming voice was so familiar that Ming felt he'd heard it 1,000 times before. Can't you guys ever come up with a new line? Ming grumbled, while his 4 mechanical arms tossed the Rhino around as if he were nothing more than a plaything, flipping him, spinning him, sliding him up and down. Webbing shot out in bursts, encircling and binding at every point. In no time at all, an enormous cocoon, size XXXXL, was wrapped tightly around the Rhino. It's a pity Martin Lee isn't here, Ming mused. If all 6 of you from the Sinister Six sat in a row dressed like this, it'd be quite the spectacle. He shook his head and looked at the lineup of villains he and Peter had laid out. Somehow, it still felt like something was missing. As for the angry shouts and protests that followed, Ming was already numb to them. His ears were starting to filter them out automatically. By this point, with the villains subdued, police officers and S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives gathered around to wrap things up and secure the scene. Ming sensed the commotion behind him and turned his attention back to the notorious supervillains before him. Well then, it's time for a bountiful harvest. Rubbing his hands together, he strode over to the few who hadn't yet shared their power cards. Please, lend me your strength. After a brief but persuasive exchange, Ming's collection gained several new and unique power cards. The supervillains, meanwhile, were carefully taken into custody by Coulson and his team of agents, who had just arrived at the scene. Where exactly these villains would end up, Ming couldn't say. He just hoped they wouldn't fall into Hydra's hands. "Thank you both for everything you've done," Coulson said, bowing slightly to Li Ming and Peter, his tone sincere. "This operation took many unexpected turns, far beyond our original plan. If you two hadn't stepped in, Martin Lee and the other supercriminals could have caused irreparable damage." Coulson had led the plan to trap Martin Lee, and if things had gone wrong, he'd have been held responsible. Even though the operation was now a success and all 6 supervillains were in custody, he knew he'd still have to answer for the chaos. But for Coulson himself, that was a minor concern. As long as disaster had been averted, he'd accept whatever consequences came his way. Finally, Coulson added with genuine formality, "On a matter of recruiting you both as special consultants, I hope you'll visit S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters sometime soon. Our director would very much like to meet you." "Is that so?" Li Ming considered for a moment, then smiled. "Of course, I'd be happy to." With the defeat and arrest of Mr. Negative, Martin Lee, and the other 5 escaped supervillains, the operation, ostensibly a transfer of Devil's Breath and the Canary device, but in truth a trap set to catch Martin Lee, finally drew to a close. Though the process was fraught with obstacles and danger, in the end, the outcome did not spiral in a disastrous direction. Li Ming and Peter's heroic intervention once again deepened the impression they left on New York, the United States, and even the world at large. While the police and S.H.I.E.L.D. were busy cleaning up and tying up loose ends, Dr. Otto, dressed in an oversized trench coat and hat pulled low to obscure most of his face, finally let out a long sigh of relief, slipped out from the shadows, and quietly left Rikers Island prison. More than once, he'd had to fight the urge to rush in and help. Each time his mechanical arms so much as crept into view, Li Ming and Peter would somehow turn the tide, forcing him to withdraw before he could act. In fact, when the crisis first broke out at the prison, he'd raced after Peter to the scene without hesitation. He'd driven there at top speed, crossing the river secretly beneath a bridge with his mechanical arms, only to find Li Ming had already arrived. Then, in just a few exchanges, the two of them managed to wrap up those 5 arrogant villains in layers of webbing, leaving them trussed up in a neat pile, sitting quietly in a row, waiting to be taken into custody. Once again, he had no chance to lend a hand. Those 2 kids, the way they handled these villains, so intense and dramatic, it almost gave him a heart attack. Being their mentor was turning out to be a real headache. What rotten luck! Chuckling and grumbling to himself, Dr. Otto's hands shook from the tension he'd been under all day, making it hard to even shift gears. Although some of it was due to his health, at this moment, the nervousness was the main culprit. Finally, he extended a mechanical arm from behind to grip the steering wheel and shift gears, started the car, and headed home at last. As his car pulled away on the far side of the river, Li Ming and Peter seemed to sense something. In unison, they turned to watch the slowly receding, blurry silhouette of the vehicle. They exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. After Martin Lee's arrest, the Demon Gang lost its ruthless edge without its leader. Under the police's vigorous crackdown, they went to ground, and for the time being, even all of New York felt a little more peaceful. With the incident resolved, the laboratory's research also reached a pause. Though there was still plenty left to do, that night, as Li Ming lay in bed, he was struck by a strange sense of aimlessness. After a moment's thought, he raised his hand with a flick, summoning the glowing interface. Power completion, 19.7%. World influence, 11,477. Seeing those 2 numbers shoot up, Li Ming's spirits lifted immediately. Strength perfection is just a hair's breadth away from crossing the 20% threshold. The forms of Peter and the doctor actually brought such a significant boost, raising it by nearly 7% all at once. Although, if I set aside the thrill of excitement, I did just acquire 5 brand new strength cards, and I'm only short by 0.3%. I think I'll push myself the rest of the way through my own training. Li Ming made this decision in silence. Though upgrading with a new form was much quicker, in the absence of any pressing emergency, he still preferred to steadily build his strength through his own effort, bit by bit. After all, only that way would what he gained truly be his to command. As he considered this, his eyes shifted downward in pleasant surprise. But my world influence has already surpassed 10,000 now. With a number this large, I should be able to pay the toll for some truly formidable powers. With that thought, Li Ming felt a surge of confidence. Maybe it's time I paid that master a visit. What began as a fleeting idea quickly took root in Li Ming's mind. There were some questions that simply couldn't be put to rest unless he sought out answers directly. If there were any issue, that being should have come after me the moment I crossed into this world. So many years have passed without incident. Most likely, that master is tacitly allowing it, and the time-varying authority as well. Perhaps it's the combined power of Oma Zeo and Shining Ultraman Zero that helped me truly merge with this universe's timeline. Truth be told, Some mysteries in Li Ming's heart could only be unraveled by that master. Now that the thought had struck him, why not go and see for himself? A jumble of thoughts churned in his mind for a good, while before Li Ming finally made up his mind. The shield matter is set for the day. After tomorrow. That means tomorrow I can go check out that place. If that master is willing to see me, fate will surely lead me there. The next day, after his morning exercises, Li Ming looked at his strength perfection, now at 19.8%, feeling a wave of satisfaction. After having breakfast with his grandfather and exchanging a few words, he set out. This time, Li Ming didn't drive. Instead, he walked alone down the street, doing his best to recall the address from memory. If I'm not mistaken, it should be 177 Bleecker Street. Following the trail of his memories, he made his way there. As the house numbers drew closer, Li Ming's heart began to race a little. Let's just hope I don't reach the door only to find it a pizza shop. He chuckled at the thought and finally arrived at the address, 177 Bleecker Street. Looking up, he saw an ancient, mysterious building before him. Gazing at the peculiar outlines of the window on the top floor, Li Ming knew he hadn't gotten it wrong. He stood outside the building, momentarily lost in thought, muttering to himself, I was half expecting to find just a pizza place here. A tangled mix of anticipation and unease was written all over Li Ming's face at that moment. He swallowed hard and was just about to knock when, quite suddenly, the ancient wooden doors swung open of their own accord. Standing within was a stern-faced black man with a close-cropped haircut, dressed in what resembled monk's robes, silently watching Li Ming from the doorway. The Ancient One has been expecting you for some time, he said. He stepped aside slightly, gesturing politely for Li Ming to enter. Well, if she didn't want to see me, I suppose I wouldn't have been able to find this New York sanctum at all, Li Ming replied with a shrug. Without further hesitation, he climbed the steps and walked through the doorway. Come with me. The master is waiting for you upstairs. And don't touch anything you see along the way, the black sorcerer instructed, nodding as he moved ahead to lead the way, his tone firm with warning. Li Ming obediently followed, keeping his hands to himself, though his eyes roamed with unabashed curiosity over everything in sight. As they walked, he casually asked, And how should I address you, master? Carl Mordo came to reply, Mordo not bothering to look back, his voice taking on a more serious note. When you meet the Ancient One, I suggest you rein yourself in and show some proper respect. Naturally, Master Mordo, Li Ming answered with a knowing glint in his eye, nodding in cheerful agreement. After this brief exchange, silence settled between them once more. They climbed the stairs in quiet until they reached the upper loft. Mordo stepped forward and rapped respectfully on the door. Master, I've brought him. Come in, answered a gentle female voice from within. Only then did Mordo carefully push open the door, and at once Li Ming saw her, the woman with an air of mystery and transcendence, her head shaven, sitting at ease by the table, her hands deftly preparing tea. She lifted her gaze to Li Ming, a warm smile in her eyes. I've been waiting for this meeting for 18 years, Mr. Li Ming. The Ancient One spoke as if in passing, but her words hit both Li Ming and Mordo like a jolt, their expressions growing suddenly complicated. Li Ming was only 18 years old himself, which meant that 18 years ago was precisely when he'd crossed over to this world. And even then, the Ancient One had already sensed his presence. Knowing well the extent of this great master's abilities, Li Ming had braced himself for surprises. He wasn't particularly shocked. But for Mordo, it was a different matter. Even after years of following the Ancient One, he had scarcely ever witnessed anything like this. Had anyone else uttered such a claim, he might have suspected them of bragging. After all, only true practitioners of the mystic arts understood just how profound and elusive time magic was. Without sufficient mastery, it was beyond anyone's reach. But the Ancient One possessed the Eye of Agamotto itself, that legendary artifact housing the Time Stone. If she said it, there could be no doubt. Moreover, this particular person truly broke with his usual habits this morning. Personally traveling from Camartage to the New York sanctum, quietly making tea in the attic and mentioning that a guest would soon arrive, asking him to wait at the door. And so, he found himself waiting for Li Ming. To have foreseen this meeting 18 years ago spoke volumes about his mastery and understanding of time magic. Mordo couldn't help but be filled with admiration, his longing for deeper magical knowledge growing ever stronger. Li Ming, meanwhile, seemed oblivious to Mordo's reaction beside him. He simply let out an awkward chuckle. So, you already know everything, don't you? Not quite everything. The Ancient One replied with a hint of ambiguity. I merely sensed a shift in the flow of time. With a graceful wave, she gestured for him to sit. Please, have a seat. Well, I'll make myself comfortable then. Li Ming removed his shoes and, feeling a bit nervous, sat cross-legged across from the Ancient One. The Ancient One carefully tended to the tea and said casually, Mordo, thank you for showing the way. You may leave us now. Yes, master. Mordo asked no further questions. After bowing respectfully, he turned and quietly closed the door behind him. Please help yourself. The Ancient One poured the freshly brewed tea into a small bowl and slid it toward Li Ming. Thank you. Li Ming lifted the bowl and took a sip. The taste was slightly bitter at first, but soon mellowed into a lingering, fragrant sweetness that filled his mouth. The tension in his body melted away, and he couldn't help but praise, excellent tea. I'm glad you like it, the Ancient One replied, taking a delicate sip herself. She looked at Li Ming and said, I imagine you came here with questions for me, didn't you? I did have a lot I wanted to ask before I arrived. Li Ming answered, gazing into her eyes, which were clear as a mirror. There was a trace of confusion in his expression, and he gave a wry smile. But now that I'm actually sitting in front of you, I don't know where to begin. No rush. I have plenty of free time today. Take your time and ask whatever comes to mind. The Ancient One seemed unconcerned, peacefully enjoying her tea. All right, let me think for a moment. Li Ming fell silent for a while before finally asking, Do you know where I came from? A soul from another world, isn't it? The Ancient One nodded slightly and smiled. But after those two beings who wield the power of time helped you merge into this world's timeline, you've essentially become a native of this universe. Although your sudden appearance did introduce a new soul that wasn't originally part of this timeline, leading to some changes and new possibilities, and causing a fair bit of trouble for someone who drifts outside of time. But looking at things now, I'd say it all worked out rather well, wouldn't you agree? There was a wealth of information in the Ancient One's words, and Li Ming sat in stunned silence for a while before finally managing to process it. He looked surprised. So, you know about the Time Variance Authority? To be precise, what was once the Time Variance Authority has now become a new organization, rebuilt by those who came after, rising from the ruins of its predecessor. In the future, it might still lead to a mess or two, but by then, it will hardly have anything to do with me. For some reason, as the Ancient One spoke, her expression seemed almost amused, as if she were trying to suppress a laugh. But in the next moment, her face returned to its usual calm. Li Ming, certain he hadn't misread her, couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, of course, you've had enough of managing things, and after realizing it's all just going to turn into a mess, you want to throw in the towel and walk away, don't you? But the Ancient One suddenly spoke up. It's not as you imagine. My death is a fixed point on the timeline. Even with countless ways to prolong my life, there's simply no need anymore. After all, my successor will be the most outstanding among us, and he will handle everything just fine. If you could see my thoughts, then what about my memories? Li Ming's heart skipped a beat, and a sudden wave of panic rose within him as he connected the dots. He opened his mouth, hesitating. So do you know that we're actually just characters in a work of fiction? The Ancient One finished his sentence for him, her smile holding an enigmatic meaning. All those memories in your mind, like the version of me as a bald old man, or the idea that this entire universe is nothing more than a story for entertainment. These are merely one of infinite possibilities in the endless multiverse. In fact, even I, as I am now, could easily appear as that old man. But these are all just appearances. At this, the Ancient One's expression grew noticeably more serious. The boundary between reality and fantasy isn't as strict as you might think. Still, it's crucial to recognize what is real in this moment. As she spoke, she pointed at Li Ming. You, as a visitor from another world who is fully integrated into this reality, should understand this better than anyone. Do you really think the powers you possess now are just illusions? Understand now, Li Ming said, a look of realization dawning on his face, followed by a relieved smile. May I say, your answer truly put my mind at ease. The Ancient One returned a tranquil smile. If I could help you, that's enough. All right then, one last question. I have a feeling this won't really be the last question. The Ancient One chuckled, shaking her head. But Li Ming paid it no mind. He downed the rest of his tea in one gulp, fixed his gaze on the Ancient One, and spoke earnestly, just as you said, Earth's future will be fraught with endless crises and challenges. Without someone as powerful as you around, I'm sure you can already foresee the losses we'll suffer. So, is there any way you could stay alive? It might have sounded naive, but Li Ming genuinely believed that with such a formidable figure present, many tragedies could be prevented. And so, even knowing it was unlikely, he still had to ask. I've already said it. My death is destined by the timeline. The Ancient One shook her head, her clear, crystalline eyes fixed on Li Ming, a look of age-old weariness settling on her face. I have protected humanity for far too long. Perhaps it's time for humanity to face these external challenges on their own. Even if that means they will suffer some wounds, it's merely the growing pains necessary for a brighter future. This is a fate humanity is bound to confront. With that, she spoke resolutely. I'm sorry, but I cannot grant your request. Well, I had a feeling you would say that. Li Ming nodded. Though he hadn't achieved his goal, he wasn't disappointed. He'd already expected this outcome. One more thing, the Ancient One added. Because of your arrival, this universe is no longer as sealed as it once was. In the future, the crises you face may not only come from this world, but also threats from other universes and alternate timelines. These are dangers the Time Stone cannot fully reveal. Only you can face what lies ahead. My presence could really have such a massive impact. Li Ming stared, dumbfounded, then suddenly raised his hand. I have one last question, and this time, I really mean it, just one more. All right, looks like my guess was right after all. The Ancient One smiled. Go ahead. Li Ming's expression grew unusually grave as he spoke slowly. Would you lend me your power? Could you entrust me with your strength? Li Ming looked earnestly at the Ancient One. Hearing this, the Ancient One paused, appearing to consider the question. Li Ming felt a glimmer of hope, only for her to give a faint, decisive smile. No. With a thud, Li Ming's hand slipped from the table, and his head almost hit the surface. He managed to stop himself halfway, narrowly avoiding an embarrassing scene. Sitting up quickly, he looked at the Ancient One with an exasperated expression. I guess that thoughtful look you just gave was just for show, wasn't it? He and the Ancient One had only met today, but for some reason, he felt an unexpected warmth from her, as if they were old friends. Without realizing it, his attitude had relaxed, losing the initial stiffness. Of course not. The Ancient One shook her head with a gentle smile. I genuinely considered it, but as you are now, you shouldn't possess my magical power. Power of this level appearing in you would greatly disrupt the order of time and space. That's an outcome I can't allow. Perhaps, one day, my power could be entrusted to you. Or after 2016, you might seek out Strange. Perhaps my disciple will be more willing to grant your request. In all likelihood, your chances of gaining his strength are much greater than receiving mine. After all, you're still far from being able to bear the weight of my power. But there's clearly a huge gap between you two. I could just accept it now and use it later. Li Ming tried to argue a bit more, but when he saw the resolute look in the Ancient One's smile, he eventually fell silent. All right, since you've said so, I'll go to him when the time comes. It's good that you think this way. The Ancient One nodded approvingly, looking every bit the wise mentor, and then continued. Although your abilities allow you to learn from many sources and adapt to various powers, that's precisely why you're fascinated by magic. But my advice to you is, rather than seeking power from outside, why not dig deeper into the strength within yourself? Its potential is far beyond what you imagine. As she spoke, the Ancient One picked up the teapot and filled Li Ming's small bowl to the brim. Since you've asked your last question, finish this tea, and then you should head back. At this point, with tea poured and farewells implied, Li Ming knew it was time to take his leave. Thank you for your guidance, master. He nodded earnestly, sipped the tea in small mouthfuls, stood, slipped on his shoes, and gave the Ancient One a respectful bow. I hope I'll have the chance to visit again. You will have that chance. The Ancient One smiled and nodded. Then her expression turned solemn as she added, I'm pleased to see you act according to your heart, but I also hope you understand, everything you do will have consequences. Whether good or bad, there will always be a return. Be prepared. Hearing this, Li Ming thought back on all his recent actions, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Finally, he nodded seriously. I don't fully understand yet, but I'll be careful. One day, you'll understand. The Ancient One waved her hand. Without any magical flourish, the door swung open on its own, and Mordo, waiting outside, stepped forward, ready to assist. Mordo, see our guest out. At these words, Mordo looked up at Li Ming. Please follow me. Before leaving, Li Ming offered the Ancient One another respectful bow. Then I'll take my leave, master. Take care. It's been so long since I last heard someone say that. A peculiar expression flashed across the Ancient One's face, but she smiled at Li Ming. Thank you for your concern. When the time is right, we'll meet again. Without further words, and under Mordo's slightly curious gaze, Li Ming descended the stairs. After a brief goodbye, he stepped through the old, ornate doors. He had only gone down a few steps when something struck him. He turned back, half amused and half exasperated. In just those few paces, the New York sanctum had transformed into a pizza parlor. The aroma of pizza drifted through the air, and crowds of diners bustled past him. The ancient, mysterious building had vanished without a trace. Well, I guess this is the magic world for you, always coming and going without a trace, and brimming with style. With a sigh, Li Ming, filled with a tangle of thoughts, headed home. After returning, he found himself distracted for the whole day, his mind wandering with unknown worries. The information he'd gained from his encounter with Gu-E was truly overwhelming. To be honest, it left him quite shaken. Still, he had no trouble distilling the key points from it all. Above all, what mattered most to Li Ming was this. The world around him was undeniably real. Nothing was an illusion. After all, he had lived another lifetime in this world, experiencing all the joys and sorrows firsthand. Even with the memories of his previous life awakened, those feelings remained vivid and indelible. When he first regained his memories, there had been lingering doubts. He feared he might simply be a character in some comic book or a forgettable web novel, his entire existence nothing but fantasy. But now, with Gu-Yi's direct confirmation, those worries could finally be set aside, at least for now. He no longer needed to dwell on them. The next major takeaway was even more unsettling. His arrival had shattered the enclosed nature of the Marvel Universe. From now on, Earth would face threats not only from the supervillains of this world, but also from entities in other universes that might invade the Marvel Universe. And that was a danger that could threaten the entire cosmos. Even the thought of it sent a chill down Li Ming's spine. He began to understand why he had once found himself facing certain death over something as trivial as a cat. If he were the cosmic will of the universe, confronted by such a calamity, why wait 18 years to quietly manipulate fate? He'd probably have sent a thunderbolt to wipe out the threat the moment it appeared, reducing it to dust. Ahem, saying it like that made him feel a bit uneasy. Time slipped by unnoticed until night had fallen. Suddenly, Li Ming sat upright in bed, gazing at the star-studded sky outside his window. In that moment, he made up his mind. Since he was the one who had brought these unnatural threats into this world, that he would seize every moment to strengthen himself, preparing for dangers that could appear at any time. If he had caused the problem, then he would do his best to fix it. One way or another, he owed the world a meaningful contribution. Otherwise, he truly feared that one day the Marvel Universe's cosmic will might take matters into its own hands and erase him from existence. His thoughts spiraled in all directions until a sudden idea lit up his mind. Wait a minute. If those guys have entered the Marvel Universe, does that mean I can borrow their powers again without paying any world influence cost? This time, I'm seriously striking gold. Even in a situation like this, his mind could still come up with such schemes. Truly, he was a worthy successor to both Brother Ming and Wandering Ronin. The next morning, although the previous day's events had left him restless and unable to sleep well, Li Ming still rose early, sticking to his training routine as planned. As for his grandfather, Li Jian, he was tied up with business at the company and had no time to prepare breakfast, so Li Ming had to fend for himself. Li Ming decided to simply drive over and pick up Peter. After grabbing a quick bite at a random cafe, the two of them headed out, arriving right on schedule at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Trident building, which stood on a small island in the middle of the Potomac River, Washington, D.C. It seemed their credentials had been entered into the system in advance. Every checkpoint they encountered along the way let them pass without a hitch. No one stopped them or even gave them a second glance. But once Li Ming parked the car and approached the building, he noticed the place was bustling with hurried agents in uniform everywhere he looked. He and Peter, both dressed in casual clothes, stood out like sore thumbs amid the sea of professionals. Fortunately, Coulson was already waiting at the entrance. As soon as he saw them, he strode forward with a welcoming smile. "Glad you both could make it. The lounge is ready for you. Please, follow me." Li Ming nodded and fell in step, though he couldn't shake a peculiar feeling. Strangely enough, this whole process felt eerily similar to the ritual of meeting the Ancient One yesterday. Faced with these familiar steps, Li Ming could only sigh inwardly. Perhaps the trappings of power were always alike. If someone insisted on handling everything personally, could they really be called a big shot? Of course, Coulson had no idea what was running through Li Ming's mind. As for Peter, walking beside them, he looked a bit on edge, nervous and fidgety. The three of them continued in silence until they stopped outside a certain room. Coulson paused, swiped his badge at the door's security panel, and then stepped aside, gesturing politely. "Please, go ahead." Without hesitation, Li Ming and Peter stepped inside, only to find themselves in a bright, meticulously organized lounge that still managed to feel inviting. Coulson followed them in, explaining, "The director is currently in an important meeting. Please make yourselves comfortable here for a little while." As he spoke, he picked up two prepared folders from the coffee table and handed them to Li Ming and Peter. "These are the consultant contracts for both of you. Feel free to look them over while you wait." With that, he moved over to the mini-fridge, opening the door and asking, "Can I get you something to drink?" "Just water." "Thanks," Li Ming replied, settling onto the sofa and leafing through the contract with genuine interest. Peter quickly echoed, "Same for me." The atmosphere here was a bit too solemn for him. Even though he'd faced plenty of big moments before, this kind of situation was a first, and he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Ming, on the other hand, had just met the Ancient One the day before, discussing the fate of the universe and the twists of the time stream. Compared to that, while today's business was certainly important, it was hard for him to feel nervous anymore. Coulson nodded, took 2 bottles of the most common mineral water from the fridge, and placed them on the table. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. I'll do my best to answer them for you." With that, he sat down on a nearby sofa and fell silent, ready to respond whenever they wished, his demeanor calm and patient. The contract itself was straightforward. It clearly laid out the basic responsibilities and obligations, as well as the relevant authority, salary, and benefits, finishing with a section on confidentiality. The compensation and benefits outlined were actually quite generous, so much so that even Ming was a little surprised. He couldn't help but suspect that this contract had been revised after the Martin Lee entrapment incident and the jailbreak of the 5 major supervillains, once they realized just how valuable their abilities were. Although, to Ming, the remuneration wasn't all that tempting. For Peter, it was more than enough to get excited about. If everything went smoothly, even without counting the soon-to-be-established new company, just this income alone could significantly improve his family's standard of living. Ming read through the contract carefully, line by line, considering any potential issues hidden in the details. After all, in his previous life, he'd been a seasoned corporate worker, so reviewing contracts wasn't new to him. But after going through the entire document, apart from having minor concerns about 2 points, he honestly couldn't find any major problems in it at first glance. With that in mind, Ming looked over at Coulson, who was patiently waiting nearby. "Coulson, do you mind if I call you that?" "Not all. Please, go ahead with your questions," Coulson replied with a friendly smile. "Overall, the contract is quite comprehensive and the terms are generous. Still, there are 2 small points I'd like to revise and add," Ming said. Coulson nodded, responding in a businesslike manner. "I don't have the authority to modify this contract myself, but I'll record your suggestions and pass them along to the director. After the director reviews them, it will be decided whether the contract terms could be amended or expanded." "I see. In that case, please make a note of them," Ming agreed, understanding the procedure. "They're not big issues anyway, just some minor details." Saying this, he slid the contract over to Coulson and pointed to a specific clause. "Take a look here. In the section on confidentiality, since we're required to keep Assassination-related matters secret, I believe S.H.I.E.L.D. also has an obligation to protect our identities. If, during a crisis, our identities are accidentally exposed, S.H.I.E.L.D. should use its resources to help us minimize the impact of that exposure. Or better yet, cover it up completely before things have a chance to escalate." Ming had thought this through carefully. With a family to protect, unless he had no other choice, keeping his identity a secret was absolutely essential. He had seen more than enough of the consequences that followed the exposure of many superheroes' true identities, most of which were negative, with hardly anyone truly benefiting. Take, for instance, the very Spider-Man standing beside him. In the comics, after being tricked by Iron Man into revealing his identity, his life unraveled. Aunt May died as a result, and Peter Parker was left desperately searching for a way to fix the exposure, to no avail. In the end, he could only strike a deal with Mephisto, trading away his love with MJ and even their unborn daughter, in exchange for Aunt May's resurrection and for the world to forget that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. That was nothing short of tragic. Learning from others' misfortunes, Ming, whose own circumstances were far less secure, knew he had no business trying to pull off Tony Stark's kind of stunt. Moreover, after speaking with the Ancient One, Ming finally understood that what the Light Knight driver required wasn't just fame, its needs ran far deeper. What mattered most was the impact that the identity of the Light Knight had on the world's timeline. The greater the disruption he caused, the more influence he would receive in return. In a way, world influence was itself a form of power. It's just that for now, Ming hadn't figured out how to harness it. Since fame alone was useless, keeping his identity secret became all the more important, given all the factors involved. "That's a perfectly reasonable request." Coulson nodded as he listened, taking a small notebook from his pocket and carefully jotting it down. Then he asked, "And your second condition?" "The second one's even simpler." Ming smiled, flipping through a few pages until he landed on a clause under obligations. "I agree to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. in handling certain high-risk situations when necessary. But there's one condition. Our cooperation must be on equal footing. I won't accept any sort of top-down command structure. In other words, I want to retain the right to make decisions when we're handling these cases. I don't want anyone standing over our shoulders, micromanaging." At this, Ming fixed Coulson with a serious look. Whether it's some bureaucrat who can't even assess how dangerous the enemy really is, or a so-called seasoned agent who thinks they know everything. It makes no difference to me. Also, we have to reserve the right to refuse. If you want us to deal with a high-risk mission, you'll have to give us all the relevant intel first. We'll decide for ourselves whether to take on the assignment. Li Ming insisted on this mainly to guard against incompetent teammates and the hidden hand of Hydra. Otherwise, they might be used as pawns without even realizing it. Coulson's smile didn't waver as he listened. He continued making detailed notes, but gave a reminder. According to SHIELD protocol, this might be a bit tricky, but I believe the director will be able to give you a satisfactory answer. Any other issues? After finishing his notes, he looked up at Li Ming, then glanced at Peter, who was still poring over the contract. That's all for now. Just these 2 points, he said. Li Ming shook his head, indicating he had nothing further to add. Peter considered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was watching the conversation between the three of them unfold on his screen. With a knowing smile, he murmured, "They've got personality, but it's all within expectations." Having observed enough, he reached out to press a button on his desk. "Bring them in," he instructed. There was a brisk knock at the door. "Come in," he called. Nick Fury closed the files on his computer and spared a glance at the orange tabby cat lounging nearby, grooming itself contentedly. Then he looked toward the doorway. As long as this adorable creature was around, he felt ready for any ambush. The office door swung open as Agent Hill stepped in, followed by Li Ming, Peter, and a few others including Coulson. "A pleasure to meet you both. I'm Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He introduced himself. Nick Fury strode out from behind his desk, extending his hand to Li Ming and Peter in turn, giving each a firm handshake. Looking at this legendary figure, Li Ming couldn't help but feel a smile tug at his lips, along with a curious question in his mind. Why had all the big shots he'd met lately been bald? Was there some hidden pattern here? Before Li Ming could ponder further, Nick Fury, still shaking Peter's hand, suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Peter Parker, as a matter of fact, your parents once worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. Now that you've become a special consultant for us, I'm sure your parents would be proud to see this day." "What? My parents?" Peter's face lit up with shock and excitement. Li Ming raised his eyebrows, surprise flickering across his features. To be honest, his understanding of the Marvel Universe was mostly just a hobby, limited at best, and he wasn't too familiar with the deeper lore. He vaguely recalled that Peter's parents had worked for some organization, but never expected it would turn out to be S.H.I.E.L.D. What a coincidence. Yes, fate certainly has a way of bringing things full circle, doesn't it? Nick Fury nodded with a sense of destiny, then gestured warmly toward the sofa area by the window. "Let's sit and talk. As for business matters, Agent Coulson should have handled everything for you already. I just wanted to meet the two heroes who protect New York and have a friendly chat. Mr. Parker, we can discuss your parents in more detail later. I can even authorize you to access some of the non-classified files about them, if you'd like." With that, he turned to Coulson and Hill. "You two can step out for now. I'd like a private conversation with our guests." Hearing Nick Fury's instructions, Hill gave a crisp nod and began to leave the office without a word. Coulson, however, pulled a small notebook from his pocket and handed it over. "Director, these are Mr. Lee's comments on the consultant contract. It's perfectly normal to have differing opinions on the terms." "Let me take a look," Fury replied. Nick Fury took the folder, glanced through it, and turned to Li Ming. "These are all minor issues. If you think they need to be addressed, Mr. Lee, then let's make the changes and add them in." He spoke as if it was no big deal, but in truth, he had already considered these matters when reviewing the surveillance footage earlier. His decisive tone now was actually the result of careful thought. "Thank you, Director," Li Ming replied politely. "No need to thank me." Nick Fury responded casually, then called out to Hill, who was already at the door, and handed the folder to her. "Let the drafting team revise the contract. I want it on my desk before our conversation is over." "Yes, sir." Hill nodded, took the folder, and left the office with Coulson. "Well then, it's just the three of us in the office now. No need to stand on ceremony. Let's just have a relaxed chat." Nick Fury took the lead, dropping heavily onto the sofa, and gestured with his eyes for the other two to take a seat as well. "That's not entirely accurate. There's still a cat here, isn't there?" Li Ming, at ease, plopped down himself and pointed at the small orange cat yawning in its bed by the desk. Was it just his imagination, or did this cat seem oddly familiar? "Are you talking about Goose?" Nick Fury chuckled. "She may look adorable, but I wouldn't recommend trying to pet her." "Exactly. I'd have to be out of my mind to willingly mess with a flurkin." Li Ming's smile didn't falter, but he was grumbling inwardly. But then he froze. This orange cat wasn't just vaguely familiar. The collar, the face, even though the alley had been dimly lit that night. No matter how he looked at it, this cat was the spitting image of the one he'd chased in that alley. which meant not only had he gotten mixed up with it, but he'd actually tried to lure it home as a pet. Goose seemed to catch Li Ming staring and responded with a regal, disdainful look, the very same attitude he'd seen that night. It really was her. Li Ming was finally certain. But this was a flirkin. He shuddered. Back then, he'd been a regular guy. Even now, in his strongest form, he'd probably still be nothing more than a snack for her. And that night, he'd chased this cat all through the alley. Holy crap. What on earth was I thinking? The fact that I'm still alive is nothing short of a miracle. A bit dazed, Li Ming muttered under his breath, disbelief heavy in his voice. Did the will of the cosmos really have it out for him? That little alleyway had practically been a death trap waiting to spring, with fatal danger lurking at every turn. First he riled up a flirkin, then ran into the demon gang, and after that, he'd blundered straight into a vampire's feeding ground. Damn, to still be alive after that. Well, I can only thank the fact that our friend here didn't have much of an appetite that night, and of course, I had luck on my side with Brother Ming and Boss Kai watching over me. Although Li Ming wasn't speaking loudly, his words echoed sharply throughout the empty room. Peter, who'd been anxious to hear news about his parents, saw Li Ming's expression and immediately forgot everything else. He quickly shook him by the shoulder. Hey, what's wrong, man? What happened? Are you okay? I'm fine. Li Ming snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and his color returned to normal. Still, he couldn't help but look at Nick Fury with a serious expression and warn him, Director, please keep a better eye on your cat. You really can't let it wander around on its own again. Just recalling that night's ordeal sent a chill down Li Ming's spine. But when Nick Fury heard this, his single eye widened instantly. You met Goose. Li Ming chuckled. Yeah, bumped into it once in an alley. I even thought about bringing it home, but then, well, At that, Nick Fury's wariness of Li Ming nearly maxed out. From his perspective, Li Ming's caution toward Goose could only mean one thing. He must have witnessed Goose's true form as a flirkin. After all, aside from that old friend out among the stars and himself, no one else on Earth knew Goose's secret. And for Li Ming to survive after seeing Goose's monstrous side, that was what truly left Fury stunned. Back in the day, aboard an alien ship, Fury had Goose in his arms, marching from one end to the other as Goose devoured everything in its path. Not a single alien stood a chance. They fell one after another, Fury never even blinking. Just how terrifying the power inside that adorable, unassuming body was, only those who'd witnessed it firsthand could understand. And yet, this high schooler before him had somehow survived Goose's jaws. He had to admit, he needed to seriously reconsider his assessment of Li Ming's power level. Nick Fury wiped a hand across his face, pushing down his emotions and putting on a look of surprise. So that's why Goose sometimes disappears on me. I never realized it was sneaking out for a stroll. I'll definitely keep a closer eye from now on. That's for the best. Li Ming nodded, his tone earnest. As cute as that cat was, so tempting to pet and snuggle, it wasn't worth risking his life over. He could suppress that urge, no problem. Still, when his gaze landed on Goose, who was sitting there looking all innocent and adorable, a little voice in Li Ming's head couldn't help but shout. Just wait till my power hits 100%. Then I'm grabbing you and giving that furry head a good, long rub. After that unexpected episode with Goose, the mood in the room shifted to something a bit more peculiar. Nick Fury still acted like his usual self, but there was a little less swagger in his words, and a lot more enthusiasm. The person standing before them was someone who had managed to escape alive from Gugu's clutches. No matter what level of strength he possessed, it was certain he was no weakling. He might even be stronger than he had previously let on. As for Spider-Man, Peter Parker, even setting aside what he'd observed before, just a few moments of conversation had revealed to Nick Fury the boy's kindness and sense of responsibility. Considering that this young man's parents had once worked for S.H.I.E.L.D., it made it all the easier for Fury to grasp his character and background. With these thoughts in mind, Nick Fury's face took on a trace of compassion. Back then, the Parkers were engaged in a highly important research project. They entrusted you to a relative and chose to leave themselves because their experiment risked exposure. To maintain secrecy, they decided to relocate the project. But during the transfer, the plane they were on suffered an accident, and both of them perished in a tragic crash. After investigating the crash site, however, we discovered that your parents' deaths weren't an accident. They were murdered. Who did it? Peter asked, his eyes burning with emotion. And so, after finishing the conversation about Peter Parker's parents and revealing the dark hand behind their deaths, Fury watched as the boy began to fall into the web he'd spun. Nick Fury's expression grew stern. It was the work of a sinister organization that originated in Nazi Germany during World War II, Hydra. We once believed, under Captain Steve Rogers' leadership, that Hydra had been wiped out completely. But over the years, through countless heinous incidents, their shadow has reappeared. This evil group still lingers in the darkness of our world. Your parents were likely targeted by Hydra because of the significance of their research. In the end, they were ruthlessly murdered by them. At this point, Nick Fury's voice grew cold and intense. It's not just your parents. Hydra has slithered into the world's darkest corners like a venomous serpent. Driven by their lust for global domination, they carry out their wicked schemes by any means necessary. Who knows how many lives have been lost to their sinister hands? But Hydra's roots run deep. S.H.I.E.L.D. alone no longer has the power to uproot them completely. When the time comes, I hope both of you can lend your strength to this fight. Nick Fury looked at Peter with unwavering sincerity. After hearing Fury's torrent of revelations, Peter was left reeling. The surge of hatred and justice in his heart left him no room for doubt. He answered without hesitation, "No problem." Fury nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Li Ming. "Mr. Lee, how about you?" Beside him, Peter's gaze also turned expectantly toward Li Ming. "Is this really something I can just help with? Your own shield has been infiltrated like a sieve, and before it gets to a certain point, this isn't something individual strength can solve, you know." These were Li Ming's grumbling thoughts, but out loud he said, "Director Fury, could you let us take a look at the relevant files first? Especially regarding Peter's parents. Not that I don't trust you, but there are things we need to understand before making any decisions." At this point, Li Ming knew he was bound to agree in the end. He was well aware of how dangerous Hydra could be, and if he could help that Baldy get rid of them sooner, it wouldn't be a bad thing. After all, if they waited until Captain America made his move, S.H.I.E.L.D. would already be almost completely compromised. But now, while there was still time, maybe there was hope to salvage things. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could be preserved instead of falling apart due to Hydra's chaos, keeping its power and presence intact, it would benefit both Li Ming and the stability of this world's order. And if, someday, beings from other worlds really did invade the Marvel Universe, S.H.I.E.L.D. could play a crucial role. All in all, Li Ming was doing his best to think long-term. The reason he asked for the files, though, was mostly for Peter's sake. No matter what, Peter deserved to know the truth about his parents. He couldn't just let this kid go charging into danger blind, not knowing anything, and working for others like a fool. Of course, Nick Fury nodded readily, walking over to his desk and pressing a button to give his orders. By special consultant clearance, pull all files related to Hydra, as well as everything on Richard and Mary Parker. Prepare 2 copies. If the special consultant contract has been updated, bring that in too. Technically, special consultants didn't have a formal rank, but their benefits matched those of senior agents, while their clearance was only at the intermediate agent level. Agent Hill, on the other hand, ranked as a level 9 agent. Apart from Nick Fury himself, hardly anyone in the whole of S.H.I.E.L.D. could match her status, so getting access to files was never an issue. Once he finished giving instructions, Nick Fury sat back down on the couch. "Please wait just a moment." In his mind, roping in Li Ming and Peter for his own team was already a done deal. Though Li Ming could be troublesome, as long as Peter Parker was around to keep an eye on him, Fury was confident things would stay within his control. Besides, everything he'd just said was the honest truth. Once Li Ming saw the files, Fury was certain he'd have no further objections. With their formidable abilities and strong sense of responsibility, Nick Fury truly believed these two were perfect candidates for his Avengers initiative. And perhaps best of all, they were both only 18. At this age, when they're not even in college yet, it's truly the best time to, never mind, educate them. Given time, with gradual influence, it's entirely possible to have them fully under one's control, molding them into assets like Black Widow or Hawkeye. Of course, Li Ming had no idea what he was plotting in his mind. If he did, he'd have spat in his face on the spot and told him to stop daydreaming. Joining the Avengers is an entirely different matter from joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Taking on the title of Special Consultant is just a convenient cover for getting things done. There's no way Li Ming would actually join the system and put himself under someone else's thumb. Before long, Hill knocked on the door and entered, carrying a thick stack of documents. She handed them separately to Li Ming and Peter before quietly leaving the office. "These materials should answer your questions. I believe after reading them, you'll have your answers," Nick Fury said, brimming with confidence. As it turned out, things were pretty much as he described. Li Ming carefully pored over all the files and realized he had still underestimated the kind of chaos Hydra could stir up. Even so, comparing it to his hazy memories, it seemed this bald egg's investigation only scratched the surface. Of course, it was also possible there were deeper, more classified secrets, ones their clearance simply didn't allow them to see. Since there were no objections, the next steps became simple. After verifying the evidence, Peter discovered there were indeed many suspicious details surrounding his parents' deaths. While the connection to Hydra was, for now, only Fury's claim, it was enough to make him believe. Then, Li Ming and Peter reviewed the new contract, and both signed their names without hesitation. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. as special consultants. From now on, we're colleagues. Nick Fury shook their hands solemnly, then suddenly added, Actually, I have another plan here. You two are among my candidates. Would you be interested in hearing about it? Li Ming instantly knew the real show was about to begin. Smiling, he pulled out a USB drive he'd prepared in advance from his pocket. Oh, is that so? As a newly appointed special consultant, I also have something I'd like to report to the director. As a newly appointed special consultant, I also have something I'd like to report to the director. Li Ming waved the USB drive in his hand, then added modestly, but mine is just a minor matter. Since you have a plan, Director Fury, why don't you go first? With that, he placed the USB drive on the table, waiting for Nick Fury to reveal his plan. All right then. Nick Fury glanced at the USB drive, but wasn't in a rush to ask about it. Instead, he nodded, walked behind his desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out 2 dossiers, handing them to Li Ming and Peter. Avengers Initiative? Peter read the title aloud, looking at Nick Fury in confusion. Avenging whom? Avengers is just a code name, Fury replied. Nick Fury shook his head, his expression grave. Perhaps you don't know this, but back in the 1990s, Earth was invaded by an alien race. At that time, we really didn't have much ability to resist the alien army. But then, a hero with extraordinary powers appeared out of nowhere. She drove back the invaders and saved the Earth, all while most people remained completely unaware. As for me, I had the honor of fighting alongside her back then. Peter's face lit up with curiosity. I had no idea you had such a legendary experience, Director. So what happened to that hero? Where's she now? If someone that powerful existed, it didn't make sense that she would have stood by while so many supervillains ran rampant before. Nick Fury's tone became more complex. She set off among the stars to help another peaceful alien race search for a new home. She's never returned. So that's what inspired your Avengers Initiative? Li Ming casually asked as he leafed through the thin stack of documents, playing along even though he already knew the inside story. The papers weren't so much files as a statement of intent. If they agreed to join, all they had to do was sign their names at the end. That's right. Exactly. Nick Fury's demeanor remained solemn. The truth is, Earth has always faced threats from aliens and other powerful forces within. I believe we need a team endowed with extraordinary abilities and unwavering resolve, ready at all times to face these dangers, thwart invasions, and protect the planet. That's a great idea. Peter's eyes shone with excitement. Honestly, if it weren't for Lee's help, I wouldn't have been able to handle what Martin Lee stirred up. A team effort is way stronger than going it alone. All right. Even if you say that, I'm still not inviting you over for dinner. Li Ming waved Peter off, cutting him short, and took the documents from his hands, glancing at the numbers printed at the top. Number 7? Number 8. Li Ming looked up at Nick Fury. So there are 6 people ahead of us. Can you tell us who they are? Peter's interest was instantly piqued. Nick Fury thought for a moment. You'll meet them soon enough, but as for number 6, that's someone you know, Iron Man, Tony Stark. We're still evaluating him, though we haven't decided yet if he'll officially join the Avengers. Is that so? Li Ming nodded. Then do you know your candidate is currently facing a life-threatening crisis? How do you know that? Nick Fury's tone was tinged with suspicion and surprise, but he quickly put the pieces together. Is that why he helped you settle the Osborne Corporation trouble? For this reason? Li Ming and Peter both realized Fury had drawn the wrong conclusion, and Li Ming was more than happy to let the misunderstanding stand. It was a good way to keep some things hidden. He shot Peter a glance, signaling him to keep quiet and not say anything unnecessary. Then Li Ming casually explained, I've mastered a certain ability that can help him temporarily ease his symptoms, buying him more time to find a way to save himself. So that's why. I was wondering how his condition suddenly improved. Nick Fury's gaze at Li Ming grew more complicated. The truth was this kid had ruined his plan. Originally, he had intended for Black Widow to stay close to Tony Stark, observing him while waiting for that moment when Tony's life hung by a thread and despair set in, then swooping in as the savior. He planned to use a special formula to alleviate Tony's symptoms and inspire him with Howard Stark's legacy, hoping Tony would find a solution himself. The end game was for Tony Stark to feel indebted and grateful to S.H.I.E.L.D., to develop a sense of belonging, and ultimately join the Avengers Initiative. But now, with this kid extending Tony's life right from the start, the plan was more than half ruined. With Li Ming helping, Tony could hold out far longer than Fury had calculated. If this dragged on and the truth ever leaked, it wouldn't be a favor anymore. It would be a grudge. Sensing Fury's unfriendly, steely gaze, Li Ming quickly changed the subject. I've agreed to this plan. If a real crisis arises, I'll do my part. With that, he signed the document at the bottom, writing the words Light Night. Count me into. Peter, standing nearby, shot a strange look at the title Li Ming had chosen, but nodded earnestly and signed his own name. Under the slightly odd looks from both Peter and Nick Fury, Li Ming didn't bother to explain. As far as he was concerned, all that mattered was securing his world influence. The moment he completed the last stroke of his signature, Li Ming suddenly froze. The Light Night driver materialized on its own, its crystalline blue ring emitting a dazzling radiance. Illusions swirled around him. The river of time surged before his eyes, and the world's feedback poured in with unprecedented clarity. Like a mighty torrent, it rushed into the Light Night driver, and even his own body began to glow with scattered points of light. A shimmering phantom appeared around Li Ming, overlapping his form. Its base was silver, with black, blue, and magenta patterns symmetrically entwined. Suddenly, everything changed. Nick Fury instinctively took several steps back, only relaxing slightly once he reached the safety of Goose the cat's bed. Still, he didn't let his guard down. One hand hovered, poised to trigger some emergency button at a moment's notice. Instead, it was Gugu who seemed the calmest of all. Rising leisurely from her cat bed, she watched Li Ming with great interest, as if she found his glowing form particularly amusing. Hey, Director Fury, calm down. Li doesn't mean any harm. Without hesitation, Peter stepped in front of Li Ming, raising both hands to signal Nick Fury not to act rashly. Though years of caution had been ingrained in him, Nick Fury's eye for detail was just as sharp. He quickly noticed that Li Ming had no intent to attack, and with a nod, withdrew his hand. My apologies, I may have overreacted, he said decisively, offering a prompt apology. Peter was about to respond when Li Ming's voice came from behind him. It's all right. After all, it was my body that suddenly changed. Hey Li, what happened to you just now? Peter immediately turned around, concern evident in his voice. By now, the light and shadows around Li Ming had completely faded away. It's hard to say, Li Ming frowned, as if recalling something, and explained offhandedly, maybe joining the Avengers Initiative gave my power another boost. Though the circumstances didn't allow Li Ming to open his status panel and check, he could clearly feel that the feedback from his world influence had surged tremendously. Driven by this surge, he was certain that his power completion had broken through the 20% threshold, and by a significant margin. Alongside this, several new abilities seemed to have awakened within him, though for now, they were still a mystery, something to explore once he returned home. What? Nick Fury looked stunned at his words. Why would joining the Avengers Initiative make your abilities stronger? This was far too strange for him to simply accept without question. That's just the nature of my powers. It's a bit complicated to explain, but let's just say, it's a good thing. Li Ming replied casually, and after reassuring the anxious Peter beside him, turned to Nick Fury. Now that we're all S.H.I.E.L.D. consultants and part of the Avengers Initiative, maybe it's time for Director Fury to hear my report? Nick Fury had wanted to probe further, but at Li Ming's words, he could only nod. All right then. What do you have to report? First, Director, please take a look at what's on this flash drive. I stumbled across the contents on Norman Osborne's computer. Maybe you'll find it surprising. Li Ming said with a smile, pushing the USB drive across the table toward Nick Fury. Norman Osborne, huh? Fury shot Li Ming a sidelong glance, recalling some of what Coulson had previously reported. Keeping his expression unreadable, he took the flash drive. He then opened a drawer, pulled out a brand new laptop, and plugged in the drive to begin reviewing its contents. You must be joking. There's no way he'd ever plug a mysterious device of unknown origin into his computer, which was loaded with confidential information. After finishing the documents and videos on the USB drive, Nick Fury's brow furrowed deeply. His expression was a mix of displeasure and a subtle, lingering curiosity. He closed his laptop and looked at Li Ming. I've seen the contents. Now, tell me, what is it you want? Let me remind you, Fury said sternly. I've long known about your feud with Norman Osborne. Don't even think about using S.H.I.E.L.D. to get your revenge. How could I? Li Ming exclaimed, waving his hands in exaggerated denial, his face the picture of sincerity. All I did was show you some of Osborne Corporation's dirty secrets. Taking into account all those supervillains that have emerged from their hands, Director, don't you think the entire Osborne Corporation, especially Norman Osborne himself, is basically a villain manufacturing machine? Of all the ones Peter and I took down, except for Scarecrow, every single one was his handiwork. Just think, if Peter and I hadn't been there, what would New York have become under the havoc of those 6 supercriminals? Isn't that evidence enough? Nick Fury's expression shifted. Whatever his feelings, he couldn't deny that if it hadn't been for Li Ming and Peter, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to handle those 6 supervillains, the price would have been far steeper than it was now. And the more he thought about it, the clearer it became. all of this chaos could be traced back to Norman Osborne. All right then, Nick Fury said with a nod, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Let's say you've got a point. What exactly do you intend to do about it? What do I intend? Li Ming shot back, then continued. Shouldn't I be asking what you intend to do, Director? He made no attempt to hide his purpose for bringing this blackmail material. That's right, I absolutely intend to use it to get back at Norman Osborne. For example, as soon as I leave here, I'll be handing all this evidence over to Tony Stark, so Stark Industries can go after Osborne Corporation with it. But that's just my personal revenge. It has nothing to do with you or S.H.I.E.L.D. Not in the slightest. And as a special consultant to S.H.I.E.L.D., I've done my due diligence by handing you proof that the Osborne Corporation is a destabilizing force. Whether or not you take action is up to you. You're certainly honest about it, Nick Fury said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Thank you for bringing this to me. I'll seriously consider whether Osborne Corporation needs to be dealt with. He gestured toward the computer. This material can count as an extra contribution on your part. I'll make sure you're compensated according to protocol. As soon as those words left his mouth, Peter, standing to the side, couldn't help but look a little envious. According to the special consulting contract, the compensation for additional contributions is quite generous. No problem, I'll leave it to you. Li Ming grinned, gave his head a light tap, and continued. Speaking of money, I wonder if the director has had a chance to review the materials Coulson brought back from our lab. You mean the neural link prosthetics technology? Nick Fury nodded. If your technology truly achieves what's claimed, S.H.I.E.L.D. will sign a formal procurement order with your company once it's up and running. Our need for this is substantial. Of course, we'll prove it to you. In that case, let me congratulate us in advance on a fruitful partnership. With confidence, Li Ming finished and exchanged a glance with Peter, sharing a silent understanding before he spoke again. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave for now. That's fine. Coulson will escort you to collect your credentials, salary cards, and so on. Once you've got everything, you're free to go. If anything comes up, we'll be in touch. Nick Fury stood up as he spoke, personally guiding Li Ming and Peter to the door and opening it for them. Coulson was already waiting outside. They're all yours. Take good care of our new colleagues. Nick Fury patted Coulson on the shoulder, then turned back, closing the office door behind him. Please follow me, gentlemen. Coulson offered a polite smile at the doorway, then led the way ahead. Soon enough, Li Ming and Peter, each holding a sealed craft envelope, exited the Triskelion building and got into their car. Peter still looked a bit dazed. I never would have imagined that in just a couple of hours, we'd go from nobodies to highly paid special consultants for S.H.I.E.L.D. and even join a crisis response team. From Peter's perspective, the Avengers were exactly that, a crisis response squad. Relax, buddy. Didn't you hear, Nick Fury? Sooner or later, you might be fighting aliens. This is just the beginning. Li Ming joked, light-heartedly, in excellent spirits. Yesterday's conversation with the Ancient One had cleared up some doubts, but honestly, he hadn't seen a single tangible benefit from it. Today was different. Beyond what he'd planned, his new consultant status, turning over dirt on Oscorp, and securing the S.H.I.E.L.D. prosthetics order. He and Peter had even become founding Avengers, earning a huge surge of world influence in return. His own power completion rate had shot past the 20% mark, with significant progress to boot. This trip was truly worth it. It's still early, Li Ming said with a smile. Let me check if Tony Stark is back in New York. If it's convenient for him, we can hand over the dirt on Oscorp to him first. He turned to Peter, giving him a friendly pat. We'll get a nice bonus for turning in this information. Once it's done, lunch is on me. With that, he took out his phone and dialed Tony Stark's number. Knock, knock, knock. After seeing Li Ming and Peter off, Coulson returned to the director's office and rapped on the door. Come in. Nick Fury's voice called out. Coulson pushed the door open and entered. They've left. Fury looked up from his laptop, his expression shadowed by a deep frown. They're gone. Coulson confirmed with a nod. He continued his report. During our chat, Sunlightly asked a few questions about Martin Lee and the Devil's Breath case. It seemed like he wanted to know how we planned to handle them. And what did you tell him? I offered a brief explanation within his clearance level. He didn't press for more details after that. Coulson replied calmly. That fits the profile we have on him, Fury said, showing no surprise. After all, they're both Chinese, and their companies do business together. For what I can tell, their personal relationship is pretty solid. Even if Martin Lee was arrested by his own hand, it's only natural he'd show some concern afterwards. Fury glanced at Coulson, who seemed visibly relieved, and teased, What's wrong? Worried I'd take some drastic action against them. Coulson didn't rise to the bait. I just think those two young men are quite interesting, that's all. They're interesting, no doubt, Fury replied with a small smile. They're still young, full of potential. Who knows, maybe one day, my Avengers initiative will have to rely on them. He added, I've already upgraded the confidentiality level on their files to level 10. As their point of contact, you need to be extra careful with this information. I understand, sir. Coulson nodded solemnly, inwardly stunned by how much importance his boss was placing on them. Fury grunted in acknowledgement, then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, since you've been handling this case, tell me, what's your assessment of Oscorp and Norman Osborne? Having worked his way up under Fury's leadership, Coulson knew his boss's temperament well. As soon as he heard this, he immediately realized what was happening. Looks like Nick Fury is seriously considering making a move against Oscorp. Coulson considered for a moment before speaking with deliberate caution. While Oscorp's human enhancement technology is remarkably advanced and certainly valuable, it's also extremely unstable. Norman Osborne himself is notorious for using any means necessary, often with disastrous consequences. Based on the intelligence I've gathered, their activities have already caused significant disruption to the order in New York. Martin Lee may be a criminal, but some of his arguments aren't entirely without merit. Is that what you think? Nick Fury neither confirmed nor denied, simply nodded and waved his hand dismissively. All right, if there's nothing else, you can get back to work. Coulson didn't say another word. He turned and left the office. As he exchanged casual greetings with colleagues in the hallway, a heavy feeling lingered in his chest. From experience, Coulson knew that, even though Nick Fury hadn't shown his hand, it wouldn't be long before his boss made a move against Oscorp. Didn't expect he'd actually manage to persuade the director. Coulson sighed softly, the image of the young man's face surfacing in his mind. Meanwhile, Ming had no idea about the conversation between Coulson and Nick Fury after his departure. In truth, his plan had simply been to hand over the evidence to Nick Fury and nothing more. Although his memories of various works gave him some insight into Fury's style, it was hard to tell how much of that would hold true in reality. As for whether Fury would actually take action, Ming wasn't all that confident. Had he known about Coulson and Fury's exchange, his already good mood might have soared even higher. He'd already reached out to Tony Stark, but Tony was still abroad, negotiating business, and hadn't returned yet. To be fair, ever since Tony received the Ripple Life extension from Ming, he'd grown even more daring and reckless. But putting all that aside, Tony was genuinely interested in the dirt Ming had uncovered about Oscorp. Without hesitation, Tony had given Ming a secure email address to send the files to. If the evidence checked out, he wouldn't mind teaching Oscorp a lesson. After all, Norman Osborne was always mocking Stark Industries as nothing but arms dealers, good for nothing but destruction, while boasting that Oscorp's biotech would benefit all of humanity. Well then, now, let the world see just how you benefit humanity. Having successfully accomplished another task, Ming, who hadn't enjoyed such smooth sailing in a long time, was in excellent spirits and treated Peter to a lavish lunch. During dinner, he noticed that the young man was in low spirits, still fixated on the mystery of his parents' deaths. He spent quite some time offering heartfelt advice before Peter finally regained some composure, no longer fully swept along by Nick Fury's rhetoric. But even after all that, the kid still seemed downcast. Ming, thinking of his own recent busy schedule, simply decided to bring Peter back to his place. Surely, if I keep you busy, you won't have time to be sad. Is this the app you've been developing lately? Peter gazed at the dense lines of code on the computer screen, asking with genuine interest. On Earth in the Marvel Universe, technological progress was leaps and bounds ahead of what Ming remembered from his previous life, thanks to a wealth of advanced inventions. Smartphones had already become popular. In the past 2 years, they'd swiftly turned into everyone's favorite gadget. Given this environment, it was only natural for Ming to try his hand at app development. I started right after I first met Tony Stark that day, Ming explained. At first, I only meant to create a simple team voice chat tool. But as time went on, I kept adding new features, and it gradually evolved into what you see now. He opened a user interface and gave a brief introduction. I've split it into 2 versions, one for internal use and one for the public, each with its own set of modules. The one for superheroes and the one for civilians are quite different, kind of like those live streaming apps where streamers and viewers use separate versions. For superheroes, I've so far modeled it after communication apps, designing modules like chat, team up, information hub, and civilian assistance. That way, we can coordinate among ourselves while also reaching out quickly when someone needs help. For the public version, it's much simpler with just 2 functions, emergency assistance and crisis alert. In the emergency assistance option, I've set up several danger levels with hotkeys to make it easy to call for help at any time. And it doesn't just notify us. It also alerts other users nearby who have the app installed. If someone close by is willing to help, that's great. But if the danger level is too high, only we get the alert, while others receive a crisis warning telling them to evacuate the area immediately. But what if someone fakes an emergency just to mess with us? Peter immediately asked. I've thought of that too. Ming replied without hesitation. First of all, my plan is to have this app officially registered and backed by S.H.I.E.L.D., then published and operated either by our company or by a newly established one dedicated to this project. At this point, Li Ming's expression turned a little strange. Unlike the neural connection prosthesis technology, this project is simply meant to help ordinary people more conveniently. Making money is nearly impossible. In fact, it's likely we'll be pouring money into it for years without seeing a profit. We can only hope that official organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. might provide us with funding or other subsidies. Are you sure this won't cause any issues? Peter couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Let's not drag the whole company down with this app. Don't worry, Li Ming replied, grinning slyly. I'm planning to rope Tony Stark into investing in the project. After all, he's a superhero. He should contribute something to this plan, right? With the three of us endorsing the app and S.H.I.E.L.D. backing as well, I think we'll be able to secure a decent amount of funding and policy support. That should be enough to keep us running. All right, let me continue. Li Ming paused to gather his thoughts before going on. Every user must be verified with their real name. If someone has a criminal record, the severity of their crimes will determine how many people they are required to help. Only after they've helped enough others, and those people have confirmed their assistance, will the crisis assistance function be unlocked for them. This way, users can't just game the system and grant each other privileges. Li Ming continued. If anyone is found to have reported a false emergency, we'll take action against them. Even a single offense will result in a drop in their credit score, and their crisis assistance function will be suspended. They'll only have access to crisis alerts to receive notifications. To restore access, they'll have to help enough people, just as before the crisis assistance feature is unlocked again. If someone reoffends, the number of people they need to help doubles the second time. On the third offense, they're put on a blacklist and will no longer offer them any services. 3 strikes, and you're out. That was the fundamental rule Li Ming had set. Isn't that a bit? Peter hesitated, wondering if this rule was too harsh. What if someone really faced a life-threatening emergency after being banned? A bit what? Li Ming raised his eyebrow. Haven't you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? If they can cry wolf and not care about their own lives, why should we be more concerned than they are? Besides, I'm already giving them 2 chances to make things right. Li Ming looked at him with earnest conviction. Peter, I will do everything I can to help those who genuinely need help. But you must realize our time and energy are limited. We can't save everyone, especially those who insist on going down a self-destructive path. If someone files a false emergency report, causing those who truly need help to miss out on timely assistance, and the worst happens as a result, would you really want to see that? All right. Peter raised his hands in mock surrender. Even though something about this still feels off, I have to admit you make a good point. Think whatever you like. Li Ming shook his head and continued. Besides us, if any other user goes to help someone in crisis and discovers the emergency was faked, they can report it as well. Once the claim is verified, that person's crisis assistance privileges will be suspended too. At this point, Li Ming raised his hand for emphasis. Of course, in a city as massive as New York, the range of dangers is incredibly vast. My plan is to send only the most basic help requests, like someone accidentally injured and needing assistance, to regular users. But if it's something like a robbery or gang activity, those cases will bypass ordinary users and go straight to the police and us. For more serious incidents that involve supernatural powers, the information will be sent not only to us but also directly relayed to S.H.I.E.L.D. This way, by categorizing crises according to their severity and assigning them to the right responders, we can ensure everyone has a clear role, manpower won't be wasted, and we won't be run-ragged ourselves. At this, Li Ming let out a long breath. That's the general blueprint I have for this app. What do you think? Is there anything else you'd add? Peter thought carefully for a moment, then shook his head. Nothing wrong so far, but I do have one question. Go ahead, Li Ming encouraged him. Peter organized his thoughts, then said, according to your plan, are we expected to personally verify every false emergency report? Even if we hired people, that would use up a lot of manpower. Is that what you're worried about? Li Ming nodded in understanding and explained, if we're the ones who arrive on scene and spot a problem, we can judge on the spot if it's a false report and handle it directly. As for cases where other users discover a false report, of course we'll have to hire some staff to verify those. But to save on manpower, I'm thinking of using artificial intelligence. It can be connected to various data sources to assess the situation on site. If it can reach a clear conclusion, great. If not, or if things are ambiguous, then we can send someone in to check. Artificial intelligence? Peter blinked in surprise. You mean something like Jarvis? Exactly. Li Ming nodded and explained, it's pretty similar to this app. Both were inspired by Tony Stark. After I got back from his place, I started thinking about creating my own artificial intelligence program. After that, I crammed a bunch of knowledge, and every now and then I'd ask him questions directly. Now I've already finished most of the program. Peter's jaw nearly dropped. You were that busy and still found time to write code? Why do you always focus on the weirdest things? Li Ming's mouth twitched as he pushed Peter in front of a computer. Anyway, I need your help. Help with what? Peter stared at the dense lines of code on the screen, completely lost. Didn't you already finish all this? Finished. Li Ming shot him a glance, letting out a dry chuckle. You really think I don't need to sleep? The truth is, while I did plan out the app and even wrote part of the program, after coming back from Tony Stark's place, I got totally hooked on writing AI. Li Ming's voice grew softer. Honestly, I was hoping that, maybe once it was done, the AI could help me write more code. Wait, you... A sense of foreboding crept over Peter. Ahem. Actually, I only finished the basic version of the app, the one with simpler functions for users. I ran it once, saw that it worked, and set it aside. It still needs plenty of optimization. As for the version we're going to use, because it's got way too many complex modules, I haven't even started yet. With that, Li Ming patted Peter on the shoulder, adopting an air of seasoned authority. So, I'm handing this mission over to you. Suddenly drafted for duty, Peter wanted to protest, but in the end, he just nodded in resignation. All right, let me take a look at your project notes first. He picked up the notebook and began flipping through it, then asked suddenly, by the way, what are you planning to call this app? What to call it? I haven't thought about that yet, Li Ming frowned. I'm not very good at naming things. I'll decide once it's finished. While Peter, having been drafted by Li Ming, buried himself in studying the project notes and the code that had already been written. On the other side, just as Li Ming was about to dive back into his grand AI project, the phone on his desk started ringing. He glanced at the screen and saw, to his surprise, that was Tony Stark calling. Without hesitation, he answered. Hello, Mr. Stark. Is there something you need from me at this hour? Li Ming replied with utmost politeness. I've gone through all the materials you sent over. The content is really... Tony Stark gave a low chuckle. Let Stark Industries take care of this. I have a feeling the shareholders would be thrilled to see this material appear online. With a sly chuckle, he said, with something this explosive, I bet the Osborne Group stocks will crash straight to the bottom. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Otherwise, why would I have handed you all those videos and documents? Li Ming replied, his tone laced with a smile. All right, kid. Tony Stark's voice suddenly took on a more serious note. You might not realize just how valuable that material is. In any case, you've done Stark Industries a huge favor. So, tell me, what do you want in return? Compensation. Li Ming hesitated for a moment. He sensed that Tony wouldn't take a simple refusal well. So after thinking it over, he finally said, There's actually nothing I need for myself, but I've just developed a new app. It's a bit unusual, and maybe you could give me some help with it? With that, Li Ming explained his concept for the rescue app to Tony Stark. Whoa, kid. Tony sounded genuinely surprised on the other end. There was a burst of static, as if he'd switched the phone to his other hand. When his voice came back, it was graver than before. Listen, I know your intentions are good, but have you really thought this through? What do you mean? Li Ming had never heard Tony Stark speak in such a tone. He furrowed his brow and listened intently. You said your app requires users to register with their real names, and then you'll treat them differently based on a background check. That alone is going to cause a huge public outcry. Tony's voice grew softer, but the seriousness in his words only deepened. And think about this. If regular people have to register with their real names, what about superheroes? Aren't our files already held by S.H.I.E.L.D.? How is this any different from real name registration? Li Ming answered without a second thought. S.H.I.E.L.D., huh? Let me think. The one with the ridiculously long name that starts with strategic? They're actually using acronyms now? That's a step up. Tony's tone was laced with surprise. Then he chuckled. Seems a lot has happened in New York while I've been away. So they've already come looking for you all, have they? Nick Fury had indeed approached him once, but their interaction was brief. Fury simply showed off a bit and warned him to keep a low profile, and that was the end of it. His knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D. came mostly from the fact that his father had been one of its founders, so he naturally kept an eye out for information about them. Now that Li Ming brought it up, Tony found it both intriguing and a little worrying. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Stark. We've already been in contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, the trouble Martin Lee caused was only resolved smoothly because we worked with them, Li Ming replied, his tone calm as he expressed his gratitude. My plan is this. Perhaps we can bring S.H.I.E.L.D. in as a shareholder to establish the company, letting them officially vouch for us, he explained steadily. All real name registration lists would be reviewed and kept confidential by S.H.I.E.L.D., while the company would focus solely on operations and nothing else. In that case, this wouldn't be just a privately run app, but an official one in the true sense of the word. What's more, S.H.I.E.L.D. is no longer under the jurisdiction of the United States. They answer only to the United Nations Security Council as an international organization. For the public, that level of credibility means something. And given SHLD's intelligence capabilities, they already have the means to find out about every vigilante, whether they register or not. Registration really makes little difference. If registrations are handled officially, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be obliged to keep every hero's identity secret, which could actually help protect their privacy. Besides, this app would never be mandatory. If someone doesn't want to use it, that's entirely their choice. Li Ming laid out his thoughts with clarity and composure. From the very beginning, this had been his plan. Given his expectations for the project, any hint of privatization would have doomed the app's chances of widespread adoption. But if they moved forward with SHELD's official backing, there might just be a real shot. So that's your line of thinking? Tony Stark's voice took on a thoughtful note. Honestly, a lot of social apps require real name registration, but what you're proposing is different. If you can actually get official support, there might be a chance this could work. But the real question is, can S.H.I.E.L.D. be trusted to that extent? Tony offered a word of caution. Kid, you're still young. Maybe all you see is the shiny exterior of these organizations, but whether they're truly as they seem, whether they deserve your trust, is another matter entirely. In any case, your idea is solid, and I've taken note of it. We'll have a proper talk about it when I get back. With that, he ended the conversation on a serious note. Li Ming, of course, understood the question of SHELD's trustworthiness. As long as Nick Fury was still in charge and the infiltrators from Hydra were rooted out, the organization would remain reliable. The reason he was suddenly eager to push this plan was, naturally, because Nick Fury had talked with them about Hydra earlier today. That conversation sparked the idea in Li Ming's mind. Help S.H.I.E.L.D. first by eradicating Hydra at its roots. If it hadn't been for Hydra's interference, who's to say his plan wouldn't have worked out? And as the app continued to gain traction, Li Ming estimated that he would soon receive an unprecedented surge of world influence in return. But then, after listening to Tony's advice, Li Ming felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head, suddenly snapping him out of his excitement. The S.H.I.E.L.D. he knew was nothing more than those familiar figures from his memories. Was reality truly the same as what he remembered? Besides, with Hydra still lurking in the shadows, what might happen if they managed to exploit this program? And did he truly have the confidence and strength to deal with HYDRA, or to verify whether S.H.I.E.L.D. was entirely trustworthy? What if public opinion was swept up and demanded that superheroes register and reveal their identities? How would he respond to that? To put it bluntly, this was little more than a spur-of-the-moment idea. He hadn't prepared enough, nor did he possess the necessary power. At this stage, his plan had almost no chance of success. Perhaps things had gone too smoothly for him lately, making him complacent without realizing it. If Tony hadn't called at exactly the right moment, patiently pointing these things out, Li Ming might have gone charging ahead, landing himself in a world of trouble, or even causing irreversible consequences. With that thought, Li Ming calmed himself and reflected on his own motivations with greater clarity. All right, Mr. Stark, maybe I was being too hasty. Thank you for your advice, Li Ming said earnestly. Then, half joking, he added, besides, if it doesn't work out, we can always just build a system for our own use. It wouldn't have much impact, and at least there'd be no negative consequences. He suddenly laughed. Honestly, my original idea was just to make a secure, encrypted voice chat app. Li Ming spoke with an easy, casual tone, but inside, he felt deeply moved. He knew very well that, given the other man's personality, for him to say the things he'd just said meant he was genuinely looking out for Li Ming. This was a man who understood his wish to use the app to foster a community of mutual support, and who also knew how difficult that would be in a world riddled with darkness. That was why he'd taken such a serious tone, yet tried to be as warm and approachable as possible, to soften the blow and spare Li Ming from feeling too defeated. Li Ming couldn't quite figure out why Tony was suddenly being this way with him. Maybe, sensing his own time was running out, Tony wanted to leave behind a spiritual legacy? Whatever the reason, at this moment Li Ming found himself sincerely grateful to that brash, arrogant guy, and all the more determined to help him overcome the crisis of palladium poisoning as soon as possible. After all, there weren't many people who would treat him with such genuine sincerity. A flurry of thoughts raced through Li Ming's mind. In reality, only the briefest instant had passed. Tony burst out laughing. Oh, let the wise Mr. Stark guess. This must have all started the night your messages popped up in front of me and rattled you, right? Li Ming gave a wry smile. I hate to admit it, but that's exactly what happened. Kid, you're still too green. Stick with me. Learn a thing or two. Tony teased Li Ming, then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, are you interested in racing? Racing? Li Ming was caught off guard. Li Ming wasn't exactly uninterested in racing, but he decided it was better to keep in touch about it later. However, judging by the timing, Tony Stark should be due for his next round of ripple adjustment soon. Otherwise, palladium poisoning is no small matter. After reminding Tony, and exchanging a few more words, Li Ming finally ended the call. Set down his phone. Immediately, Peter's voice came from nearby, filled with concern. Hey, are you okay, man? Li Ming hadn't bothered to keep his conversation private. Peter had heard every word. And remembering how confident and energetic Li Ming had been just 10 minutes before, Peter could only imagine how heavy his friend's heart must feel now. I'm fine. Li Ming still wore traces of disappointment and contemplation, but he answered resolutely. He stepped forward and gave Peter a reassuring pat on the shoulder. But our plan needs to change. For that app, let's just build a basic client for our own communication for now. We can worry about those public features later. If it were someone else, they might stubbornly insist on contacting S.H.I.E.L.D. to try and launch the app. But more often than not, that would just end in disaster. Their project would get stolen, twisted into a tool for Hydra or some other villain, and fizzle out in disappointment. But as a traveler from another world, Li Ming had one clear advantage. At the very least, he understood the basics of how things worked here. Now that his head had cleared, he realized he simply didn't have the strength to pull this off yet. So, with logic prevailing, putting the plan on hold was the sensible choice. Either give up completely or gather strength for another day. And Li Ming chose to gather strength for another day. One day, he would have enough power to push this plan forward. After all, to him, this wasn't just an app. It was his attempt to reshape the very fabric of society in this world. With that in mind, how could he possibly give up so easily? Now that he had a new perspective on his ambitions and reality, Li Ming let go of his stubbornness. Rather than fussing over things beyond his control, it made more sense to focus on what he could actually accomplish. Are you really okay? Seeing how quickly Li Ming had changed his mind, Peter's eyes widened in surprise, struggling to keep up. Right away, he felt something was off. Wait a second, didn't you say you'd already finished writing all the modules meant for the general users? That's right, but after the program we're using ourselves, wasn't that your job? Li Ming replied matter-of-factly, his grin making Peter a little uneasy. What? You're just trying to slack off, aren't you? Peter sprang to his feet, voicing his protest. But wasn't this how we divided the work from the start? You agreed to. Li Ming blinked, putting on an innocent face. What followed was another round of bickering. Their banter and laughter soon swept away the earlier awkwardness and tension. Of course, Li Ming never intended to dump all the work on Peter. Now that the urgency for the AI had passed, he figured they might as well work together to finish their team's internal communication software. With this tool, they wouldn't have to worry so much about their messages or information being intercepted in the future. Once the tasks were divided up, Li Ming copied the relevant files for Peter. He didn't even ask him to stay for dinner, urging him instead to hurry home and get coding. After seeing Peter off, Li Ming closed the door and his face instantly lit up with excitement. He practically ran upstairs, locked the door, shut the windows, and pulled the curtains in one smooth motion. Hiv. Finally, I got some time to check this out. I've been dying of curiosity. Lost in his excitement, Li Ming didn't even notice how strange his muttering sounded. With a flourish of his hand, he summoned a virtual display. Power completion, 26.1%. World influence, 47,817. What the? At the sight of those numbers, Li Ming blurted out in shock. How the stats changed so much? That's insane. He looked again, still unable to believe his eyes. His world influence had jumped by 30,000, and his power completion had gone up by more than 6%, and all he'd done was sign his name on the Avengers initiative documents. But the rewards were massive. No wonder I felt a surge of strength at the time, like I was about to take flight. I didn't realize the increase was that dramatic. And as for this world influence, even if the Hulk showed up, I feel like I could draw a card and go toe-to-toe with him right now. Li Ming was practically glowing with excitement, convinced more than ever that he'd made the right move. I used to think world influence was just for paying my way through things. Now I see it's because my earlier gains were too small, not enough to give me real feedback, so my power completion never budged. Looks like I need to focus more on this in the future. Reflecting carefully on his past experiences, Li Ming quietly summed things up, then let his gaze drift back to the dense lines of code on his computer screen. From his perspective, I really have no choice but to see this through. But I'll have to take my time and plan carefully. I must not release it until I have complete control, otherwise it could easily become a tool in the hands of those with dangerous intentions. In recent days, aside from being utterly absorbed in programming, Li Ming had a number of other important matters to attend to. A series of patents for the neural-linked prosthetic technology had already been registered, and Jefferson was recovering well. He could gradually move around again and would soon be discharged from the hospital. All these developments reminded Li Ming that it was about time to find the right people and start building his company. However, he himself didn't know anyone suitable for the job. He was wary of asking Stark Industries for recommendations, And even if he turned to a headhunting firm, he'd still need to decide on the main manager first. So, he turned his thoughts to his own grandfather. Although the old man was always busy and hardly had time to care about Li Ming's new company, with the shrewdness that had allowed Li Jian to build his own success from scratch as an outsider, helping his grandson find a reliable manager shouldn't be a problem. To his grandson's request, the old man agreed without hesitation. A few days later, Li Jian suddenly told Li Ming that he'd found the right candidate. And, as it turned out, it was someone Li Ming already knew. So who is it? What's with all this secrecy? Li Ming asked offhandedly as he changed into a casual suit and drove toward the lunch meeting spot. Glancing out the window, he caught sight of a group of protesters on the street, waving signs that read, "Norman Osborne, Butcher Mayor," and "Norman, get out of New York." That sight put him in an even better mood. Stark Industries had proved to be impressively efficient. The day after Li Ming sent Tony the materials, all kinds of dirt on Osborne Industries began surfacing online. It came in every form imaginable, snippets of text, images, video clips, released bit by bit, each piece stoking public curiosity, pricking at their sense of morality, and even shocking them with brutal scenes of experimentation that made them feel their own safety was at stake. In just a few days, this orchestrated campaign had shifted public opinion sharply against the Osborne Group and Norman Osborne himself. Coupled with the previous explosion incident, in the past couple of days, nearly all of New York had joined in the outcry against Norman Osborne. This sudden change of tide left Li Ming genuinely impressed by whoever was pulling the strings behind the scenes. If you can't guess, just wait. You'll find out when we get there, Li Jian said cheerfully from the passenger seat, paying no mind to the commotion outside. Boring, Li Ming muttered, curling his lip, then focused on his driving and dropped the subject. Bang! A veined hand slammed down on the table with a thunderous bang. A furious roar followed immediately. What are you people in the PR department even being paid for? Not a single one of those reporters listens. It's been days, and you still haven't managed to bury this story. Now the streets are packed with protesters who want me dead. Is this the result of your so-called work? Useless. In a fit of rage, Norman Osborne jabbed his finger at the executives before him, all of whom had their heads bowed in shame, and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Just moments ago, at the press conference, he had tried to salvage his reputation as public opinion continued to spiral out of control, only to suffer yet another devastating blow. At first, things seemed to be going smoothly, with questions being asked in ways that would favor Norman Osborne as much as possible. But halfway through the event, fresh video footage was suddenly released online. The content? It showed Norman Osborne administering drugs to Martin Lee without consent, which triggered Lee's supernatural transformation into a monster. The footage captured the horror as Martin Lee, in his altered state, killed his own parents with his own hands, causing multiple deaths. What's more, the video included a segment introducing Jar 27, known as Devil's Breath, and its horrifying implications. No matter how much they'd been paid off, this explosive new evidence was far juicier, and these reporters, who never had much of a moral compass to begin with, weren't about to let it slide. After a hasty look at the damning materials, the journalists immediately asserted that Martin Lee's vendetta was personal, directed at Norman Osborne himself. And the thing Martin Lee was after? It was none other than the bioweapon developed by Osborne's own company. All this chaos, all these innocent lives lost, it was all rooted in Osborne's own actions. It was impossible for anyone to see it as anything but the mayor's fault. Faced with this barrage, Norman Osborne tried to steer the conversation back, insisting that he had promised to capture Martin Lee, and that, thanks to his collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D., Lee had soon been apprehended. He wanted to shift the narrative to give himself some way out. But the reporters refused to play along. Several pointed out that the credit for Martin Lee's capture belonged entirely to the Light Knight and Spider-Man. It had absolutely nothing to do with Norman Osborne. Others even produced evidence that S.H.I.E.L.D. had once tried to requisition certain items from Osborne, only to be refused, until Martin Lee attacked again, forcing Osborne's hand. What followed was a relentless onslaught of direct, unfiltered questioning. Every word from the reporters was another knife to Norman Osborne's heart. In the end, unable to take it any longer, he stormed out of the press conference in a fury, handing the reporters yet another story to feast on as the whole debacle descended into farce. No one could have imagined it. A press conference meticulously prepared by the PR team, even complete with generous envelopes for every reporter present, all in the hope of salvaging some shred of reputation, only to end in utter disaster. Because of a video that was unexpectedly posted online during the event, it had instantly turned into a public denunciation of him, Norman Osborne. Now this was just great. When Norman Osborne returned, He was so furious he wanted nothing more than to flay alive every last member of the PR team responsible for organizing this press conference. No matter what it takes, find out who's behind releasing this information and make sure there's silence for good. After a fierce round of scolding, Norman Osborne paused, breathing heavily as he spoke. To him, the most important thing right now was to stop the public outcry as quickly as possible. He could live without the mayor's seat, but if Oscorp's share price kept plummeting like this, it was going to hit rock bottom. Norman Osborne no longer dared to even look at the financial reports. The staggering losses felt like someone was carving the flesh from his heart. What's more, Oscorp wasn't as alone. With a crisis this massive, if the shareholders whose interests were hurt joined forces to hold him accountable, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. If things continued to deteriorate, he might actually be ousted and forced to step down. Yes, sir. The heads of the PR team exchanged glances, nodded meekly, and quietly withdrew from the office. It wasn't that they hadn't tried. In fact, they had already mobilized every available resource they had. But each piece of information that was released seemed to come from a ghost, leaving no trace for them to follow. Even if they tried to block or remove the content, it was useless. Delete one post, and there were hundreds, even thousands more waiting to take its place. There was simply no way to erase it all. By the time those texts, images, and videos had begun to spread, shaping public opinion, they were already powerless to do anything. Yet their livelihoods, and even their lives, were in Norman Osborne's hands. Failing at their job wasn't something they could just walk away from. Even if their opponent was a phantom lurking online, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and try to find a solution. But in reality, at this point, forget about finding the person behind it and shutting them up. Just trying to minimize the fallout from that video released earlier in the day was already proving to be a Herculean task. This whole mess was directly tied to Martin Lee, the maniac who'd wreaked havoc across New York and caused numerous casualties, and it called out Norman Osborne by name as being connected to him. If Martin Lee were still at large, Osborne could at least try to salvage some reputation by taking credit for his arrest. But Martin Lee had already been apprehended by Ming and his team. Osborne hadn't even shown his face during the whole ordeal. He hadn't contributed a thing, and there was no way anyone would believe he deserved any credit. And so, all of the pressure was now squarely on Norman's shoulders. Not to mention, a mishap at the press conference had handed those hounds in the media the perfect opportunity to pounce with their questions. Once those interviews were released, they would only amplify the impact of that video. All in all, even with their extensive experience in crisis management, these veteran PR executives could see that Norman Osborne and the entire Osborne group were most likely doomed. The thought of this made the group exchange glances, their eyes instantly welling up with tears. Damn it, even scrubbing cold briquettes would be easier than this. Meanwhile, Ming sat down at the restaurant he had booked in advance. As he waited, he watched some of the interview videos that had already been uploaded, a wide and delighted grin spreading across his face. Good. Keep up the pressure. Don't let up. Someone's coming. Stop watching. Suddenly, Li Jian nudged him from the side. Ming immediately looked up and saw a familiar, yet somehow different elegant figure approaching. Turning to his grandfather, Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. Is this the candidate you found for the general manager position? What, you have doubts? Fong Li is a top graduate from a prestigious university and has already held executive roles at major companies. If my own company hadn't become unsuitable for her, I wouldn't have recommended her to you, kid. Well, she's here now, so I'll leave you two to talk. With a cheerful smile, Li Jian stood up, nodded to Fong Li, and walked out of the restaurant. Ming was instantly at a loss, but could only rise to greet her. Sister Li, long time no see, MMPH. Before he could finish, the poised lady across from him pulled him into a warm embrace, her tone exuberant. Yes, it's been a long time, Xiao Ming. After that lively and slightly chaotic greeting, they both took their seats. The woman, with her short, shoulder-length hair and wise, friendly smile, slid her resume across the table to Ming. Boss, here's my resume. Take a look. Oh, come on. Don't call me that. You're scaring me. Ming replied, feigning a headache. Fong Li, English name Clarice Fong. She was the granddaughter of Li Jian's longtime comrade-in-arms, a few years older than Ming, and a prodigy in her own right. She had already obtained her master's degree and become an executive at a well-known corporation. Now, for reasons unknown, she had shown up here to apply for a job at Ming's company. Ming had grown up being tormented by this family friend of an elder sister. Even though she was stunningly beautiful and exuded charisma, to him she was nothing but intimidating. What's wrong? Do you think I'm not good enough for your company? No, I wouldn't dare say that. Feigning a wounded expression, Fong Li watched as Ming hurriedly picked up the resume and began to read it carefully. He had just glanced at her name, Clarice Fong, when memories began to stir in his mind. Wait, Clarice Fong? Isn't that the name of Blink? A shiver ran through him, uncertainty and suspicion in his heart. But there's no sign of mutants in this world. Could it just be a coincidence? Having grown up calling her Fong Li in Chinese, Li Ming hadn't made the connection when his memories of a previous life first awakened. Not until now, seeing the contents of her resume, did a vague recollection suddenly surface. However, he had already checked. There was absolutely no trace of mutants ever existing in this world. That name, then, was most likely just a coincidence. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Li Ming, though still a bit unsettled, didn't dwell on it. He brought his attention back to the present. Across from him, Fong Li noticed the fleeting change in his expression and couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong? You don't look so well." "Ahem. It's nothing." Li Ming looked up, a sunny smile on his face. "I was just a little stunned by your dazzling resume." "Oomph. Now you see how impressive your big sister is," Fong Li replied, her face full of pride. "You get all puffed up the moment I say something nice." Li Ming couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Composing himself, he then asked, "But with your qualifications, you could easily find better opportunities. Why did you think of coming over here to join me?" "Of course, you know you're more than welcome here." Li Ming quickly added, "I'm just curious, that's all. You still have some conscience left, I see. I didn't dote on you for nothing." Fong Li wagged a playful finger at him, then shrugged casually. "Actually, my last job was pretty good. Like you said, there was a lot of room to grow." "Then why did you leave?" Li Ming probed gently, thinking if she'd run into any trouble, maybe he could help. "Look at your face." Fong Li rolled her eyes. "Relax, there was no shady business, no workplace bullying, and certainly no discrimination. None of that nonsense. I just got bored, plain and simple. I wanted to find something that actually gave me a sense of accomplishment. So I quit. I was even thinking about getting some investment from my grandpa to try starting my own business, but then I heard about what you were doing. I've read all the materials on your neural interface prosthetics project. This is a venture with real potential, and on top of that, you managed to get funding from the world-famous Tony Stark. I'm convinced that with the right approach, the future is bright. So, your big sister is here to join you." Fong Li beamed at him, her searching gaze making Li Ming a bit flustered. He quickly said, "All right, I get it. The new company is in your hands." Li Ming raised a hand, "But let me be clear, aside from me, the other 3 shareholders won't be involved in the day-to-day operations. Honestly, I'll be relying entirely on you. If you're really ready to take on this responsibility, you'll have your hands full." "TCH, that's nothing." Fong Li waved his concerns away without a care. "I was getting tired of having nothing to do all day anyway." With everything laid out, and knowing that Fong Li was both capable and a trusted friend from a family with deep ties to his own, Li Ming realized she truly was the ideal choice. He didn't hesitate any longer. "All right then, welcome aboard." He immediately reached out his hand to Fong Li. Seeing this, she smiled, the corners of her mouth curving up as she took his hand and gave it a gentle shake. "Pleasure working together." With the company's core management team finally settled, Li Ming could at last hand over all the miscellaneous tasks to Fong Li. The next day, he called a small meeting with the shareholders, introducing Fong Li to Peter, Dr. Otto, and the other 2 shareholders, and also gave her Miss Potts' contact information. As for Tony, always busy as he was, he hardly cared about the little bit of seed money he had invested or his symbolic shareholding, so naturally he wouldn't show up. Once they had finished discussing the odds and ends and clearly defined each person's share in the company, it was time to register the company. And that's when everyone suddenly realized something. What should they name the company? A flurry of suggestions came up, each person tossing out names, but none seemed quite right. Even though Li Ming held the largest share, this was no family business, so naming it after himself just didn't fit. They mulled it over, until finally Fong Li spoke up. "How about gospel? Our company's mission is to help disabled patients regain new lives through neural-linked prosthetics. Isn't that bringing them good news?" "I think that's a great idea. It fits perfectly with the original vision behind developing this technology." Dr. Otto's eyes lit up with approval. Peter nodded enthusiastically, his face bright with excitement. "If the doctor says so, then it must be good. Let's go with it." Li Ming had a vague feeling something was off, but since he couldn't come up with a better name, he simply made the executive decision to agree. And so, with Li Ming holding 51% of the shares, Dr. Otto 35%, Tony Stark a symbolic 10%, and Peter Parker 4%, the company gospel was officially registered. Of course, these proportions were just the beginning. As the company developed, everyone's shares would likely be diluted or increased. Strictly speaking, this was only a temporary arrangement of interests. As for the string of chores ahead, recruiting talent, leasing office space, setting up a laboratory, and so on, Li Ming found them all a headache and delegated everything directly to Fong Li. Fortunately, with funding from Lee's enterprises and support from Tony Stark's resources, they lacked for nothing. Setting up the company's framework wasn't much of a challenge for Fong Lee. Meanwhile, with Jefferson about to be discharged from the hospital, Li Ming and his team paid him an early visit to check his health data, then returned to the lab to custom build the perfect prosthetic for him. Li Ming barely had a few days of peace before being swept back into the whirlwind, working by day, patrolling by night, and burning the midnight oil writing code at home. While things were looking up for them, Norman Osborne, on the other hand, was not having nearly as good a time. In recent days, the public opinion climate had grown increasingly hostile. As mayor, his approval ratings had taken one hit after another, and the stock price of the Osborne Group had plummeted all the way down to the daily limit. Those glaring red numbers and the sharply downward arrows seemed to mock him, inversely mirroring the rise of his own blood pressure. Now, whenever he caught sight of anything red, he would feel his blood pressure spike, anger surging within him uncontrollably. To make matters worse, the losses had grown so enormous that the shareholders, putting aside their usual factional disputes, had banded together to put pressure on him. After all, someone had to be held responsible for the money they were losing. And aside from internal conflicts, inquiries from several official organizations had left him in a state of utter frustration. The most aggressive among them was S.H.I.E.L.D., which had previously commandeered the breath of the devil and the Canary device from him by force. Damn it, damn it. Norman Osborne was livid, pacing in his office, but suddenly forced himself to rein in his fury. He pressed the intercom and summoned the senior executives from the PR department. Before long, a handful of people hurried in. He fixed the PR executives with a dark, brooding stare, his voice coming out in a low, animal-like growl. Have you found out who did this? They exchanged anxious glances before one finally mustered up the courage to speak. There weren't many traces left by the attacker. We've even brought in a top-tier hacker team to help investigate, but they said this is beyond anything a hacker could pull off. There's only one company in the world with such advanced IT capabilities, and that's also at odds with us, Stark Industries. Stark Industries? Norman nodded, his expression twisting into a snarl. I don't care who's behind this. Even if it's Stark Industries, you're going to get this media storm under control for me. Now get out. The executives hurriedly filed out, leaving Norman standing alone, breathing heavily, until a strange, low chuckle escaped him. Stark Industries, if you want my head, then we die together. That evening, Li Ming was at home, deep in code, when his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was another call from Tony. What does he want at a time like this? Li Ming muttered to himself and answered the call. Hey, so, have you made up your mind? Want to come with me to Monaco for the Grand Prix? Tony's voice was tinged with a casual confidence. Aren't you still supposed to help me? Suddenly, Li Ming could faintly hear a woman's voice in the background. Tony cut himself off, cleared his throat, and continued. Anyway, how about joining me for some fun? Maybe we can finish that little discussion about your compensation? Li Ming thought it over. The custom prosthetic he designed for Jefferson was nearly finished, just waiting for him to be discharged from the hospital. As for the communication app, most of his coding was already done. A few more days, and he'd have it wrapped up. He could afford a brief break. That being said, Li Ming realized he didn't actually have much on his plate at the moment, so he agreed. All right then, sounds good. By my calculations, you're right. I do need another round of adjustments. Excellent. There's no need to prepare anything. Someone will come pick you up for the airport tomorrow. Of course, if you want to bring a lady or a friend along, I don't mind either. Tony said this with obvious satisfaction, sounding rather upbeat. In that case, make it two. My company's CEO, Clarice Fong, may have some things she needs to discuss with Miss Potts. Not bad, kid. You remind me a bit of myself when I was younger. That's settled then. With a teasing remark, Tony Stark hung up the phone before Li Ming could even finish defending himself. It's not what you think. Hearing the dial tone, Li Ming sighed in exasperation at his phone. Forget it. There's no way to explain things clearly to someone as unserious as him. He was just about to put his phone away and finish up his code when a news alert suddenly popped up. At Calvary University in Virginia, the Hulk has appeared on campus. The military's attempts to contain him have failed, and his current whereabouts are unknown. Li Ming clicked on the link immediately. Watching the chaotic video footage, he saw the Hulk's immense power as he flattened a tank with a single blow, utterly unmatched by anything in his path. Li Ming couldn't help but flinch. That level of destruction is downright absurd. Frowning, Li Ming began to consider whether he should leave New York and head to Monaco with Stark for the Grand Prix. Since Dr. Banner had gone to Calvary University and was now being hunted by the military, the situation seemed to match the one Li Ming remembered so well. That meant it wouldn't be long before Dr. Banner came to New York to find Mr. Blue, setting off the chain of events that would lead to the birth of Abomination and the epic clash of the two giants. Thinking of this, Li Ming could only sigh. It's a shame our company is a startup and our intelligence network isn't up to speed yet. We can't even find that Mr. Blue, Dr. Samuel Stearns. If we could, I want to bring him into the company first. Then, if he gets in contact with Bruce Banner, we'd be able to track their movements in real time. Exactly. A few days ago, with the Hulk on his mind, Ming had already asked Fong Li to look into Dr. Samuel Stearns. Unfortunately, Stearns was reclusive and nowhere to be found. They were completely in the dark. On top of that, Ming couldn't exactly ask Stark or S.H.I.E.L.D. for help with this sort of thing. What if Bruce Banner did end up contacting Stearns? S.H.I.E.L.D. would immediately think, wait, isn't this one of our priority persons of interest? How would you know to be on standby in advance? How would he even begin to explain that? There was simply no way to make it make sense. So for now, the only choice was to rely on his current resources and search for people on his own, hoping to find Dr. Samuel Stearns before they met up. Dr. Banner is already on the run, so there's no way to speed things up on his end, but at least there's still 4 or 5 days left. But with Tony Stark, if anything goes wrong and Ivan Vanko cuts him in half with those electric whips, then I'd really be in the dark. After thinking it over for a while and weighing the journey ahead, Ming finally made up his mind. I'd better make a trip to Monaco first. After all, watching the race in Monaco was planned for tomorrow, and with the travel time, it would only take a day or 2 at most. He could definitely make it back in time. If by then Dr. Samuel Stearns had already been found, there'd still be time to lie in wait and see what happened. If not, he'd simply have to be ready to handle any emergencies as they came up. Having made his decision, Ming sent a quick text to inform Fong Li, then returned to his coding marathon. Early the next morning, the arranged service staff arrived to take Ming to the airport. By then, Fong Li was already waiting for him in the car. I really underestimated you. As soon as Ming sat down, Fong Li gave him a once-over with an amused, almost incredulous look. I thought just being able to talk to Tony Stark was impressive enough, but now you've actually gotten a personal invitation from him to watch the race. Impressive, truly impressive. Little brother. Ming rolled his eyes. All right, enough with the flattery. I brought you along to talk business, remember? Understood, boss. Fong Li replied, putting on a mock-humble expression and patting her handbag. See, I'm all set and ready to go. The two of them chatted easily the whole way from car to plane, making the journey pass quickly and pleasantly. Once they arrived in Monaco, there was a car waiting for them as soon as they got off the plane, and they were escorted straight to their hotel. In the hotel lobby, Ming finally caught sight of Tony Stark himself. Long time no see, Mr. Stark. Are you waiting for me? Ming approached with a friendly handshake and a hint of curiosity on his face. Fong Li, now more reserved, greeted him as well. Hey kid, you finally made it. Come on, let's go have a chat. Tony didn't bother with formalities. Instead of shaking hands, he threw an arm around Ming's shoulders and steered him straight toward the bar. Ming couldn't help but laugh helplessly. You do remember I'm only 18, right? I can't drink. Oh, Tony raised an eyebrow and glanced at Pepper Potts beside him. Is that true? I'm afraid it is, Tony. Don't even think about getting a kid drunk. Mrs. Potts spoke with perfect poise, but her eyes lingered on Tony until he raised his hands in surrender. All right, no drinks then. How about this? Let's go to my room and have a chat. There's something I'd like to discuss privately with you. For example, the neural link prosthetics technology. Don't you want to showcase your product? At my Stark Expo? Tony suggested offhandedly, then turned his gaze to Fong Li. And this beautiful lady, I'll leave in your capable hands, Potts. I'm sure you two have things to talk about as well. Seeing how Tony had effortlessly arranged everyone with just a few words, Ming understood that administering Hammond required a quiet, private setting. He nodded in agreement. No objections here, Miss Potts. I'll leave our CEO in your care. Potts shot Tony a glance, nodded gracefully, and stepped forward to take Fong Li's arm. The men have business to discuss, so let's go and have a chat of our own, Miss Fong. The pleasure is all mine. Fong Li replied, giving Ming a playful wink before heading off with Potts. That left Ming, Tony, and his bodyguard happy standing there, exchanging uncertain looks. Come on, kid, let's go to my room. Tony called out, giving Ming a friendly pat before leading the way into the hotel. When they reached the door, Tony opened it, then suddenly turned to block Happy from following. Sorry, Happy, we've got some private matters to discuss. I'll need you to stand guard at the door for a bit. With Happy left outside, looking both bewildered and a bit suspicious, the two of them entered the room and locked the door behind them. Now that it's just the two of us, let me adjust your body a bit. I can tell at glance your condition is slipping again, Ming said casually, taking in the luxurious suite. That's exactly what I was thinking, Tony replied, nodding as he walked. Leaving Happy outside was for this, wasn't it? My condition's been getting worse lately. Do I need to lie down or something? No need, just sit comfortably, Ming answered, shaking his head. He watched as Tony settled on the sofa and began to steady his breath, then summoned his Hammond energy. Brilliant light gathered in Li Ming's hand, and he pressed his palm firmly onto Tony Stark's shoulder. As Li Ming's power as a light knight continued to awaken and evolve, the Hammond flowing through his body seemed to transform with it. Where once it felt like delicate currents or ripples of water, now it was pure, concentrated radiance, warm and invigorating, with noticeably greater effects. In an instant, that near-transformed Hammond surged through Tony's entire body. His face flushed, and he couldn't help but gasp deeply, as vitality returned to his body, which had been steadily deteriorating from palladium poisoning. With each breath in and out, the flush on his face gradually faded, turning into a healthy glow. The improvement in his complexion was remarkable. He looked revitalized. A few minutes later, Tony came back to himself, his face brimming with astonishment and delight. He looked sharply at Li Ming. "This feels even better than last time. Are you sure you really can't teach me? Name your price. I'll pay anything." Watching the changes in Tony, Li Ming shook his head. "It's not a matter of whether I'm willing to teach you. The problem is, with your current physical condition, you simply can't learn this breathing technique. If you force it, you're very likely to die on the spot." He added seriously, "Unless, one day, you get all the shrapnel out of your body and remove the magnet from your chest, there's no way I can safely teach you." If it were just about physical fitness, Tony wasn't actually in bad shape. Li Ming could tell from the marks of regular workouts. While he was nowhere near Captain America's level, he was still far healthier than most people suffering from chronic subhealth. But let's be real. A man with palladium poisoning, shrapnel lodged in his body, and a magnet powered by a miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest? That's a whole collection of dangerous upgrades stacked together. With so many complications, there was no telling what would happen if Tony recklessly tried to practice the ripple breathing technique. He might lose control, disrupt his magnetic field, and send a shrapnel hurtling into his vital organs, killing himself in the process. The only reason Li Ming dared to help at all was because he'd inherited the memories of two Ripple Masters. Otherwise, using Ripple energy on Tony would do more harm than good. It would be lethal. "I see." Tony nodded, a little disappointed. "Well, let's leave it for the future then." But his eyes quickly lit up again. "Still, this feels better and better. Honestly, I think I'm getting addicted." Li Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. He decided not to mention the qualitative changes in Ripple energy and casually explained, "That's just your body responding to being healthy again. As for getting addicted, once you deal with the palladium poisoning and get back into good shape, you'll feel this good every day." "All right then." Tony shrugged and patted his stomach. "Suddenly my body feels so energized. I think I need to refuel. How about we grab some dinner? Let's try the local specialties. We can talk more while we eat." Li Ming nodded. "Sound good. But what about Miss Potts?" "They'll sort themselves out. Potts will take good care of your big sister." Tony winked at Li Ming, a teasing note in his voice. "Miss Fong is the CEO of our company. There's really nothing going on between us," Li Ming explained. Tony brushed off his explanation. "If that's the case, all the more reason to make a move. Wonderful women like her are rare these days, you know. Say whatever you like." Li Ming rolled his eyes, clearly unwilling to waste another word on this unserious fellow. The two of them opened the door and called Happy, who still looked completely bewildered, to join them for a meal. Happy wore a puzzled expression, wondering to himself what kind of conversation they could have wrapped up so quickly. With efficiency like that, what was the point of locking the door in the first place? But what was up with Tony suddenly looking so refreshed and full of color? No one bothered to explain anything to Happy. The three of them made their way to the restaurant they'd booked and entered a private dining room. During the meal, Tony Stark brought up the matter of compensation once more. "You've seen Norman Osborn's predicament now. Oscorp's stocks keep plummeting, while Stark Industries has taken this opportunity to rake in some serious profits. That's all thanks to you, kid. So let's talk about your reward, shall we?" To be honest, just seeing Norman Osborne get his comeuppance, losing the power to do any more harm, that was my goal from the very start. I'm already satisfied. Li Ming focused on the food in front of him, speaking in a tone that showed he didn't care much either way. "Hey, I don't care what you think. You've helped us out in a big way, and if you walk away without taking any kind of reward, then you're underestimating me. Tony Stark." Tony spoke with conviction, clearly determined to pay Li Ming for the blackmail materials he provided. Seeing Tony's resolve, Li Ming paused to consider. If even Tony called it making a fortune, it must have been quite a windfall. He figured it wouldn't hurt to accept a little compensation after all. He thought carefully about what he needed, then spoke up. "About that app, the one you mentioned before? Thanks for the advice. I've realized now that we really don't have the means to push it forward at the moment, so let's set it aside for now. As long as you figure it out yourself, that's good." Tony nodded. his opinion of Li Ming rising yet again. Li Ming continued, "However, my company is just getting started, and we need a production line for prosthetic parts. I think that's something you might be able to help with." The neural-linked prosthesis was a high-tech product, but now that the technology was mature with some adjustments, the entire prosthesis could be manufactured industrially. Aside from the neural connection chip, which still required precision laboratory work, the rest of the components could be handled by a regular factory. Although the company was new, with S.H.I.E.L.D. already placing orders, Li Ming wasn't worried about the production line going to waste. On the contrary, he was more concerned that they wouldn't be able to keep up with demand. Now that Tony Stark was offering to pay compensation, Li Ming saw no reason to hold back. A production line? No problem. Tony thought for a moment. I'll ask Pepper to help you find a small factory with a production line that matches your requirements, and have it transferred to you. Watching him make such a decisive decision, Li Ming raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, this man must have made quite a fortune. He just hands over a factory as casually as that. Meanwhile, Happy, who was quietly focused on his meal, didn't react at all to this exchange. It seemed he was already well accustomed to his boss's extravagance. With Tony's agreement secured, Li Ming silently reflected. With Jefferson handling promotion, orders backed by S.H.I.E.L.D., and now Tony Stark providing production lines, the pieces are falling into place. All that's left is to wait for the right moment to let the world know about our company. The next day, the car race was about to begin. Li Ming and Fong Li sat together in the hotel restaurant, having breakfast while sharing what they'd accomplished the night before. Fong Li had discussed with Ms. Potts the possibility of Stark Industries supporting Gospel Company with various resources. Given Tony Stark's personal promise, Ms. Potts was genuinely optimistic about the company's prospects, and the talks had gone remarkably smoothly. Li Ming, for his part, briefly explained that he'd secured a small factory from Tony, so Fong Li wouldn't have to worry about the production line anymore. How did you manage that? Fong Li was so shocked by the news that she nearly spat out her milk. No matter how generous Tony Stark appeared, as the head of such a massive corporation, he'd surely have a keen business sense. There's no way he'd agree to a losing deal. She simply couldn't believe that the mere symbolic 10% stake he held in their company was enough to justify such an investment. It's nothing, really. I'll just help them out with a small technical favor. Anyway, just accept it and don't worry. Li Ming shook his head, offering no further explanation. You're definitely hiding something from me. Fong Li's eyes were filled with curiosity, and she was about to press for more details when she saw Tony Stark approaching with Miss Potts and his bodyguard, Happy. Hey, time to head out. There's a restaurant at the track. You can always eat more there if you're still hungry, Tony called out as he walked over to Li Ming and Fong Li. Are you finished? Li Ming checked with Fong Li, and when she nodded, he wiped his mouth, stood up, greeted the trio, and said, let's go then. After the group drove to the racing circuit, Tony's arrival immediately set off a buzz among the crowd. Luckily, most of those present, aside from a few opportunists, were people of considerable standing. Though many watched Tony with keen interest, few dared to approach him directly. And for those bold enough to try, Happy was there to keep them at bay. However, since Li Ming arrived alongside Tony Stark, people couldn't help but grow curious about him as well. For a moment, people from all walks of life approached to exchange greetings, but Fong Li handled each encounter with poise, collecting business cards as she went. This, too, was a form of building connections. One never knew when these contacts might come in handy. Maybe that was one of the reasons Tony Stark wanted to bring Li Ming along in the first place. Phew, good thing you're here. Otherwise, I'd be driven crazy by all these people. Standing by the window, Li Ming watched the racetrack below and the staff bustling in preparation, tossing a casual complaint to Fong Li. Already overwhelmed? Fong Li rolled her eyes. I'm the one actually dealing with all of them, you know? Relax. Even Tony Stark has to handle his own business sometimes. Don't think you can just dump everything on me. She gave Li Ming a friendly pat on the shoulder, her tone playfully authoritative. Hey, kid, you came here with Tony Stark. What's your relationship with him? Just as their conversation was hitting its stride, a bespectacled man in a sharp suit suddenly interrupted, his tone dripping with self-importance. And you are? Li Ming, none too pleased, raised an eyebrow and feigned confusion. You don't know who I am? The man looked deeply offended, though he tried to maintain his composure as he fished a business card from his inner pocket. The name's Justin Hammer. Hammer Industries. With that, he lifted his chin ever so slightly, clearly expecting some kind of awe or praise from the two in front of him. But Li Ming didn't take the bait at all. Oh. Feigning sudden realization, Li Ming took the business card and, without missing a beat, handed it straight to Fong Li. His tone was indifferent as he asked, so you're President Hammer. What can we do for you? It's nothing much, really. I'm just curious about your connection with Tony Stark. I mean, to be able to show up here with someone like him. Justin Hammer's expression was arrogant, with a hint of interrogation. How exactly did you manage to get close to him? From his demeanor, it was clear he was fishing for some dirt on Tony Stark. I don't recall being obliged to tell you that. Li Ming chuckled, then glanced past Justin Hammer's shoulder. Tony, what do you think? At the mention of that name, Justin Hammer's arrogant expression faltered and his pupils contracted. As he began to turn around, a hand clapped down on his shoulder. At the same time, a voice he both recognized and despised rang out. I think he's got a point. Don't you, Hammer? Hif, hif. Justin Hammer forced a laugh, turning awkwardly to greet Tony. Stark, long time no see. Oomph. If you got something to discuss, come find me. Don't bother my guests. Tony gave him a curt pat on the shoulder, his tone unmistakably unfriendly. Well then, perhaps we could step aside and have a chat. Justin Hammer mustered his best smile and made the suggestion. No need, let's just talk here. I wasn't really here to see you in the first place. Tony replied casually, his tone dripping with disdain, almost making the man in front of him lose his composure on the spot. A stifled snort of laughter escaped from Li Ming, who quickly covered his mouth and said, Sorry, you two go ahead. I just thought of something funny. Ah, cough, cough. Actually, I just remembered something hilarious too, sorry. Fong Li, who had been holding it together, couldn't help herself after hearing Li Ming's words. She covered her mouth in apology, shooting Li Ming a fierce glare. What a joke. I'm a seasoned professional who's handled all sorts of situations. How'd I get caught off guard by something like this? It's all your fault. Li Ming shot her an innocent look and fell silent. You too. Just as Justin Hammer seemed about to explode, Tony suddenly interjected impatiently. So, what are you actually here to say? Don't waste our time. That immediately put a lid on Hammer's anger. He took a few deep breaths, forced his reddened face to calm down, and squeezed out a smile as he said, I'd like to showcase Hammer Industries products at the Stark Expo. That's it. Tony nodded indifferently. As long as you can present something worthwhile, I got no problem with it. Of course, it has to be a genuine invention, not just something inspired by someone else. At Tony's pointed remark, Hammer's blood pressure visibly spiked, but he managed to keep smiling. Of course, absolutely. Since you've agreed, I won't bother you any longer. With that, Justin Hammer shot Li Ming a sharp look, snorted coldly, and turned on his heel to leave in a hurry. Tony, you're too much. I was honestly worried that Hammer would have a stroke right there. Li Ming grinned at Tony as he watched Hammer melt into the crowd, all the while pondering how to warn Tony to be wary of that man. Well, with the kind of medical facilities we have here, even if he did drop on the spot, we could call for help in plenty of time. Tony winked at Li Ming. Besides, who asked him to barge in here and bother my guests? All right, time to get down to business. He patted Li Ming on the shoulder and stepped up beside him, gazing out over the racetrack below. Glancing at Fong Li, who stood next to Li Ming, he lowered his voice and asked, So, what do you think? Want to try your hand down there yourself? What do you think? Want to get out there and give it a go? To be honest, when Tony made the suggestion, Li Ming felt a genuine thrill. He'd grown up in a well-off family and had driven all kinds of luxury cars. He wasn't exactly a stranger to high-speed driving. But this was a whole different level from just racing around at home. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. Li Ming watched the busy staff scurrying back and forth on the track below, but even so, he had his reservations. He had been standing here for a while, quietly observing, yet he hadn't noticed anyone behaving suspiciously. He had originally planned to spot Ivan Vanko ahead of time, so he could prepare and subdue him at a moment's notice. But to his surprise, the man hadn't even shown his face, hiding so thoroughly. After his power completion reached the 20% mark, Li Ming's physical attributes had all improved, but what really caught his attention was the enhancement of his senses. He had a vague feeling that if his power completion increased further, perhaps he could even awaken new abilities in his normal state. Still, it was just a feeling. Although it had been days since his breakthrough, Li Ming hadn't quite figured out what new function the Light Knight driver had unlocked after passing the 20% threshold, let alone what might come next. He pushed those thoughts aside for now, focusing again on the task of finding his target. With his heightened senses, Li Ming was confident that if anyone acted suspiciously, he could pick them out from the crowd almost instantly. Yet, after all this time, he hadn't found a single clue. It could be that this guy was simply a master of disguise, completely immersed in his undercover role. Or perhaps, the man was lurking somewhere just out of sight, waiting for the perfect moment to lash out at Tony. There was another possibility. Ivan Vanko might never have come here at all and could be lying in wait elsewhere, ready to ambush Tony Stark. But that was impossible to confirm. So Li Ming decided he'd better prepare for the scenario where Vanko was indeed hiding somewhere at the racetrack. Putting aside the third possibility, and considering that Tony's decision to join the race was made on a whim, Li Ming thought the second theory was more likely. Now that Tony was entering the race, it might just be the chance to draw Ivan Vanko out from the shadows. As for warning others that a dangerous person had infiltrated the staff, Li Ming knew that was out of the question. Why? There was simply no way to explain it. He had already resolved that unless a crisis was truly imminent, he would do his best to keep his foreknowledge hidden. After all, he'd never seen a prophet come to a good end. With those thoughts turning in his mind, Li Ming glanced at Tony, who was looking at him expectantly. He nodded. All right, count me in. If he could be on the field, it would be much easier to react should Ivan Vanko suddenly attack. Excellent. Tony nodded in delight, then shot a glance at Fong Li and lowered his voice. Hold on, I'll get everything ready right away. As they spoke, both of them felt a secret thrill like sneaking out to play. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie, like childhood friends embarking on an adventure together. Tony patted Li Ming on the shoulder, then turned and walked away to find a race supervisor. Don't think I didn't hear what you two were just talking about. All of a sudden, Fong Li's voice drifted over, sending a chill down Li Ming's spine. He stiffened, turned his head, and saw Fong Li's stern expression. You didn't bring me along at first, fine, but now that you have. She stopped mid-sentence, and her face broke into a playful grin, excitement shining in her eyes as she scooted closer to Li Ming. How could you leave me out of something this thrilling? A delicate fragrance wafted over. With her beautiful face right up close, Li Ming couldn't help but show a look of disdain. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand to Fong Li's face and pushed her away. Go on, don't get in the way. You want to join in on everything. What's left for me, your boss, to do? Li Ming spoke bluntly, not the slightest hint of agreement in his tone. Ordinarily, Li Ming wouldn't have minded letting Fong Li join the fun. After all, she'd been working for him, and a little perk like this was hardly too much to ask. But today was different. There was an unpredictable threat lurking around, and getting involved in the race would put everyone at considerable risk. The situation on the racetrack could change in an instant. Li Ming couldn't guarantee he'd be able to protect the other drivers without revealing his own identity, so the safest choice was to keep Fong Li out of it altogether. Fong Li smoothed her hair, let out a chilly hum, and said in a sly tone, You'd better think this through. If you don't let me in, I might just tell Miss Potts about this. Would you really dare? Li Ming replied, unruffled. If Miss Potts finds out and the two of them start fighting, you'll have managed to offend not one, but two powerful women at once. Hearing this, Fong Li froze, her bravado instantly deflating. Teasing was one thing. Actually causing that kind of trouble was not something she'd dare try. All right, that's settled. Seeing he'd finally persuaded this troublesome woman, Li Ming felt a wave of relief. He stepped forward, patted her on the shoulder, and started painting a rosy picture. Do your job well today, and we'll come back to play another time. Fine, but you'd better keep your word, Fong Li replied, sounding bored, but agreeing nonetheless. Soon, the race began. While Miss Potts was distracted, Li Ming and Tony Stark had already changed into their racing suits and entered the track. In an instant, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Miss Potts let out a cry of surprise, and Fong Li, standing beside her, feigned a look of shock as well. But it was too late to stop them now. All they could do was take their seats in the front row and watch anxiously. No matter what, Tony Stark's personal participation sent the excitement at the racetrack soaring to its peak. Hey kid, try not to lose too badly out there. Settling into his car, with the crew helping him gear up, Tony called out to Li Ming with a teasing grin. Don't worry, I can definitely drive faster than you. Li Ming replied with a calm expression, completely unfazed by the provocation. In just a few exchanges, all the preparations were finished. Listening to the engines roar, Li Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The next moment, the countdown ended. He pressed down on the accelerator, and the car shot forward like a bolt of lightning. With Li Ming's current physical abilities, racing against ordinary people was almost unfair. It was like a grown man competing with children. He sped ahead without slowing down, weaving skillfully through traffic, overtaking and drifting around corners with breathtaking precision. One by one, he passed even the professional racers at a speed no one else could match. Before long, he seized first place, drawing cheers and astonished gasps from the entire crowd. Yes, this feels amazing. Caught up in this unprecedented experience, Li Ming shouted at the top of his lungs. If he didn't have to stay alert for any unexpected enemies, he probably would have lost himself in the thrill. What the hell? How is this kid so good? While Li Ming was reveling in the rush, Tony, watching Li Ming's almost supernatural driving skills, was so stunned that he couldn't help but curse out loud. Spurred by the adrenaline, Tony slammed the gear shift, stomped on the gas, and surged forward. Just a moment ago, I was mocking him. How did I suddenly become the one who can't afford to lose face? No way. I have to win back my pride. Who could have guessed that all the trash talk Tony threw out before the race would come back to bite him so quickly? Tires screeched, and engines thundered as car after car blazed down the track, sending the crowd's adrenaline skyrocketing. In the midst of the crowd, a disheveled staff member suddenly stepped out. Just after Li Ming sped past in the lead, this man walked onto the track. His eyes were cold as he watched the fast-approaching cars, especially Tony Stark's, his lips curling into a contemptuous sneer. From his work jacket sleeve, a long metal whip slowly emerged, trailing along the ground, crackling with electricity and throwing off sparks. Although the cars were now racing at such high speeds that everything on the sides blurred by in a rush of color, Li Ming's heightened reflexes still caught Ivan Vanko's sudden movement as he stepped out from the crowd. A chill ran down Li Ming's spine. Without hesitation, he yanked the steering wheel, slammed on the brakes, and pulled off a dramatic drift. Skidding past the speeding cars, he came to a stop at the very edge of the barricade. But just then, as Li Ming looked up from his stopped car, he saw Ivan Vanko brandishing the electrified whip, bringing it down with a savage strike, splitting Tony's race car clean in half. One half of the car flipped forward, rolling and landing heavily to the side. Metal parts scattered everywhere, flames and thick black smoke rising into the air as Tony scrambled out from under the wreckage, looking battered and disheveled. Before he could get his bearings, Ivan Vanko lashed out with the whip once more, forcing Tony to roll out of the way in a panic. The spot where Tony had just been was now marked by a single, blackened scorch mark. Fortunately, thanks to Fong Li's connections, Mrs. Potts and Happy were not left inside the venue to watch the race. Instead, they were escorted to seats in the front row. When they witnessed this sudden accident, they immediately grabbed the golden red briefcase and dashed toward the scene, reacting with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko stood with a casual air, a look of satisfaction on his face, lashing out with his electric whips again and again, relentlessly forcing Tony into a desperate corner. The security staff might as well have been invisible. Chaos reigned, and not a single guard rushed into the track to stop him. At last, Potts, Happy, and Fong Li arrived at the area. "You're absolutely insane," as Mrs. Potts shouted at Tony, her face flushed with anger. Happy hurled the golden red briefcase with all his strength onto the racetrack, sending it sliding right to Tony's feet. Finally, Tony Stark had his suit. With a swift step and a practiced pull of both hands, the high-tech 5 Malawian Kwacha's suit snapped up, enveloping him from head to toe in gleaming armor. But Fong Li, her face etched with worry, paid no heed to any of this. Her eyes swept the track again and again, searching anxiously for any sign of Li Ming. After scanning the scene countless times, she finally caught sight of Li Ming, the very person she had subconsciously overlooked so many times before. She had found him, but the spot he was in and the way he held himself left her utterly shocked, her face paling as she nearly cried out loud. He was standing right behind the terrorist, wielding the electric whips. Li Ming, for his part, was oblivious to the commotion in the stands. After parking earlier, he had gotten out of the car without hesitation. Drawing on the skills of 2 master assassins and a grandmaster killer, he moved as stealthily as possible, swiftly making his way toward Ivan Vanko. Along the way, catching sight of scattered car parts littering the ground, Li Ming picked up a still-hot metal pipe, weighed it in his hand, then continued his approach. If not for the high speed of the race cars, and even though he had stopped as quickly as possible, the cars had already covered quite a distance by the time he got out, and Li Ming didn't dare to reveal his full speed in front of everyone. Otherwise, Ivan Vanko wouldn't have had so many chances to attack Tony. But by now, it didn't matter anymore. With Tony now armored up, Ivan Vanko's attention was wholly riveted on him. Li Ming held his breath, his steps silent, closing in quickly. He raised the iron pipe, tightened his grip, and swung it down with measured force. Thud! Did that sound good? If it sounded good, then it was a good hit. Caught completely off guard by the sudden blow, Ivan Vanko had no time to react. He felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, his vision went dark, and he collapsed, falling straight to the ground. He was out cold. Just as Tony was about to face off with his opponent, his hand raised and his repulsor charging, he watched as Ivan Vanko, as if struck by lightning, suddenly crumpled to the ground. Tony froze in place, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Wasn't I supposed to be the one saving the day? How did this guy get taken down with just one heavy blow? Not just him. Even everyone else in the arena hadn't seen this coming. Weren't we expecting the classic superhero moment? The triumphant transformation, the desperate counterattack, the villain finally beaten? So how did this ferocious, unstoppable thug get knocked out cold with a single hit out of nowhere? Are we still dreaming? This just doesn't add up. Fong Li, who was just about to scream, found herself so stunned by the scene that the scream got stuck in her throat. She stared, entirely dumbfounded. Looking around at everyone's reactions, Li Ming curled his lip, thinking, "You lot really haven't seen much, have you? What's the point of all those flashy tricks? No matter how many powers you have, I can still knock you out with a single smack." Who comes out as a villain without wearing a helmet anyway? All right, stop standing there in a daze. Hurry up and check out what's going on with this guy. Wasn't the miniature cold fusion reactor supposed to be your exclusive tech? Li Ming tossed aside the now-hot metal pipe, waved Tony over, and then strode off toward the exit, leaving everyone else still gaping in shock as his figure receded into the distance. Prompted by Li Ming's reminder, Tony Stark snapped back to reality. He marched straight toward Ivan Vanko, his gaze sweeping over the crude exoskeleton before finally settling on the miniature reactor still running on Ivan's chest. Staring at the data streaming across the display inside his helmet, Tony's expression darkened. He reached out and wrenched the reactor free. He examined it for a moment. Although the technology lagged behind his own and there was plenty of room for improvement, there was no denying it. This was exactly the same miniature cold fusion reactor technology as his. Thoughts spinning in his mind, Tony crushed the reactor in his hand, his eyes cold as he watched the security guards swarm in to drag away the now defenseless Ivan Vanko. No one could tell what he was thinking. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Justin Hammer stared in a daze at the now disconnected broadcast feed. If we could get our hands on that guy, we could copy Tony Stark's suit technology and really wipe that smug look off his face, right? A deep, familiar, yet strange voice chimed in. Justin Hammer nodded automatically. Yeah, if we could just, Halfway through his sentence, he realized something was off. He whipped around and found himself face-to-face with someone he'd never have expected to see. Norman Osborne? He gasped in a low voice, glancing around to make sure no one was watching, then lowered his voice further. What are you doing here? Given Norman Osborne's current troubles in the court of public opinion, there was a clear note of mockery in his question. Norman Osborne just smiled, unfazed by the jab. Why am I here? Naturally, I came for our mutual enemy. He pointed toward the chaos on the racetrack. Though people were coming and going, both he and Justin Hammer knew exactly who he meant. Justin Hammer immediately caught on. He suspected that the recent scandals surrounding Norman Osborne must have something to do with Stark Industries. But what I didn't expect, Norman Osborne went on, his gaze deep as he looked over the arena, then suddenly turned to Justin Hammer, was that I'd get such a surprise out of all this. We may be competitors, he said, but when faced with a common enemy, perhaps we could try working together, just this once? Justin Hammer pondered for a moment, then broke into a smile and extended his hand to Norman Osborne. It would be an honor. Norman, pleased, shook his hand. Looking forward to working together. All right, I get it. Enough already. Li Ming, freshly changed, was caught by Fong Li the moment he stepped out of the locker room. She grabbed him by the ear and gave him a good scolding. If he looked impressive earlier, sneaking up on someone with a club, now he looked every bit as disheveled as he was dragged around by his ear. Hey, I'm still your boss, you know. Can't you give me a little respect in public? Li Ming protested, but Fong Li had no intention of letting him off the hook. It's bad enough you didn't take me racing. How dare you pull such a dangerous stunt on top of that? Those two were both decked out in high-tech gear. No matter how fierce the fight, they had plenty of protection. What were you thinking, trying to play the hero? All right, I get it. I won't do it again. Just let go of my ear, will you? It didn't hurt much, but Li Ming honestly didn't dare go against Fong Li at this moment. After all, her aura was overwhelming. Deep down, Li Ming knew that if she didn't truly care about him, she wouldn't be this anxious. So, he could only go along with her for now. You're a boss now. Try to be more steady, would you? Don't let this happen again. Fong Li grumbled. Then, noticing the curious looks from people nearby, flushed slightly and released his ear. Fine. It won't happen again. Li Ming rubbed his ear, agreeing faster than ever. Just as he turned around, the two of them ran into Tony Stark, who looked equally battered, and an irate Ms. Potts. Trailing behind them was Happy, looking utterly helpless. The sight was almost a mirror image. Li Ming and Tony exchanged a glance, sharing a moment of silent solidarity. Women really are too much trouble. Ahem. Tony, can we talk for a moment, just the two of us? Li Ming cleared his throat and took the initiative. Absolutely. Tony's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed, shooting Li Ming a grateful look that said, "Thanks for the rescue, brother." Then, with a look of resignation, he turned to Ms. Potts. Ahem. Let's discuss this on the plane, shall we? I need to have a word with Mr. Sunlight first. In front of outsiders, Ms. Potts always made sure to give Tony face. Since he put it that way, she didn't press further. She offered Li Ming a polite smile. Go ahead and talk business, Ms. Fong, and I will just stroll around for a bit. Thank you so much. I'll return your people to you very soon. Li Ming replied with a smile, exchanged a glance with Fong Li, and then followed Tony as the two of them walked aside. Happy looked like he was about to follow, but Tony stopped him. Happy, why don't you stick with Potts and the ladies? I think they'd appreciate your protection more right now. Well, all right then. Happy gave Li Ming a look, but figured there couldn't be any real danger inside the venue. He agreed, then turned and caught up with Potts and Fong Li. With everyone else who didn't need to know already gone, Tony grabbed a glass of champagne, while Ming had to settle for cola. The two of them found a quiet spot by the window, away from prying eyes. Tony raised his champagne in a toast to Li Ming. Thanks for getting me out of that jam. I didn't expect you to be even quicker than me at calming the women around you. That's because our relationships are different, to begin with. Li Ming replied, exasperated. Tony just shrugged, as if it didn't matter. All right, enough about that. What did you want to talk about? Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to ask what exactly was up with that guy today. Li Ming feigned curiosity. To be honest, I'm not really sure myself. Tony said with a bewildered shrug. The tech on him was outdated, but it was definitely based on my miniature arc reactor. Unless someone else besides my father got their hands on the technology back then. I see. Li Ming nodded. So, what are you planning to do with him now? What else? The guy caused chaos at the racetrack, wrecked the place. He belongs in jail. Tony replied matter-of-factly. Fair enough. Li Ming agreed, then probed. But I just remembered someone, Justin Hammer, wasn't it? Him. Tony gave a derisive snort and clapped Li Ming on the shoulder. If he were capable of reverse engineering my reactor, I'd say the world has gone mad. Ahem. That's not what I meant, Li Ming tried to clarify. I heard about what happened at your hearing. That guy's been trying to copy your Iron Man suit for the Defense Department, hasn't he? Exactly. His own skills aren't up to the task, but now someone with real know-how practically landed in his lap. Hearing this, Tony nodded. You're not wrong. So, I'd keep a close eye on him if I were you, Li Ming advised. Li Ming spoke earnestly. Make sure you don't give that guy a chance to get someone out of prison and whip up a suit of iron armor to challenge you in the ring. Didn't he ask you before for a spot at the Stark Expo? Who knows? Maybe he's just waiting to use this as an opportunity to embarrass you in front of everyone. At this point, Li Ming had basically spoiled the whole plot for Tony Stark. If Tony Stark still couldn't nip this danger in the bud, then Li Ming really had nothing more to say. Unfortunately, what he didn't realize was that since Stark Industries had previously spread dirt about Norman Osborn, it had enraged Osborne to the point where he decided to step onto the stage himself and become Tony Stark's enemy. What's more, he had no idea about Norman's partnership with Justin Hammer. From this moment on, things were already diverging from the story he remembered. Just as the Ancient One had once said, every action he took would bring about its own consequences. Good or bad, there would always be a reckoning. And now, that reckoning had arrived. Of course, when Tony decided to leak Norman Osborn's secrets, did he really not foresee that this would make them bitter enemies? Both he and Stark Industries understood this perfectly well, and yet, they did it anyway. That's the nature of business, seizing every chance to strike at your rivals and strengthen yourself, thinking only of profit, not right or wrong. This time, Norman Osborn had lost, and lost thoroughly, so he simply flipped the table and refused to play by the rules any longer. Li Ming, as the one seeking revenge, certainly bore some responsibility, but at most, he was just the one handing over the knife. The person who truly drove Norman Osborn to this point was Tony Stark himself. That's why Norman Osborn ended up joining forces with Justin Hammer, targeting him. And that's how the story began to unfold into unknown territory. Yet, at this moment, neither Li Ming nor Tony Stark had any inkling of what was coming. After listening to Li Ming, Tony frowned. Honestly, I think you might be worrying too much, but knowing that guy's usual tricks, I wouldn't put anything past him. All right, you convinced me. I'll go down to the prison and check on him myself. And make sure the guards keep a closer eye on him. Tony downed the rest of his drink in a single gulp, then stood up and looked at Li Ming. Don't rush off just yet. Go have some fun, and later we'll fly back to New York together on my private jet. He pointed at Li Ming as he spoke. And you still haven't explained how you managed to drive so fast your very first time on the track. I'm a knight. What's wrong with being good behind the wheel? Li Ming replied with an air of innocence, rising to his feet as well. Anyway, you should take this chance to have a proper heart-to-heart with Miss Potts on the plane. I won't be the third wheel. I'll be leaving with my partner in a bit. Li Ming still took Fong Li on the earliest available flight back to New York. After all, with the lurking threats of the Hulk and Abomination possibly erupting at any moment, he couldn't relax if he stayed longer. He'd already said everything he needed to. As for how Tony would handle Ivan Vanko, that was entirely up to Tony himself. Even if something went wrong, any major incident would likely break out at the Stark Expo. And this time, Li Ming could simply wait there for the right moment. Speaking of the Stark Expo, it was a long-running, nearly year-long showcase of cutting-edge technology. Those who qualified could not only have their own booths during the day, but also host large, independent showcases at night to attract crowds of interested guests, making it the perfect stage to present and promote their products to the world. What Tony Stark had promised Li Ming and what Justin Hammer had fought hard to secure were both opportunities of this kind. Otherwise, considering Hammer's animosity toward Tony, He would never have swallowed his pride to seek a chance from his rival unless there was a hefty benefit involved. Anyway, now that Li Ming had his own booth at the Stark Expo, it wouldn't seem out of place if he and his team checked out Justin Hammer's product launch when the time came. And if trouble did break out, Li Ming would be right there, able to react quickly and handle things on the spot. Li Ming had been mulling over the expo the whole time, and it wasn't until he stepped off the plane and smacked his forehead that he remembered to mention it to Fong Li. Why are you only telling me something this important now? Is this how a boss is supposed to act? Fong Li looked aggrieved. I even spent a fortune hiring experts to plan out our product promotion. Well, isn't the expo the perfect icing on the cake? With our earlier publicity, being at the expo will only make things better. Li Ming replied casually, but I think we could put the planned press conference on hold for now. How about we make Officer Jefferson Davis's prosthetic debut at the expo instead? That's a great idea. With the buzz around the Stark Expo and Officer Davis's reputation, the publicity effect will be way more than just the sum of its parts. Fong Li's eyes lit up. She pulled out her phone to jot down the new plan. Once they got into the car they'd arranged, heading home, Li Ming asked, "Did you manage to find Dr. Samuel Stearns?" "I haven't heard back from any of the headhunting firms I contacted," Fong Li said with a shake of her head, looking curious. "Who exactly is this Dr. Stearns, anyway? Why are you so interested in him?" "I came across some of his papers before. He's got some really intriguing ideas. If he had enough funding for his research, he might be able to come up with something remarkable." Li Ming offered a half-truthful explanation, then continued, "If we haven't found him yet, just keep an eye out. But honestly, I'm only curious. It doesn't need to become a big operation. After all, even though I'm the CEO of a company, at the end of the day, I'm just a high school senior about to graduate." A high school senior showing interest in a PhD holder? That would sound pretty odd if word got out. A few days passed, and by now, the police and S.H.I.E.L.D. had probably already noticed that Dr. Banner was in contact with Dr. Stern. Before, the search for someone could be explained the way Li Ming just did. But if they ramped up efforts now, at such a sensitive moment, it would be like waving a red flag and drawing attention to themselves. So it was best to keep things as they were. Whether they could find the person before Dr. Banner managed to unleash Abomination depended on luck. Aren't you supposed to be focused on mechanical engineering? Since when did you become so interested in biology? All right, I get it, Fong Li muttered, seeing that Li Ming had already explained himself thoroughly and decided not to press further. After dropping Fong Li off at her place, Li Ming returned home, opened the door, changed his shoes, and stepped into the living room, only to stop in his tracks, surprised. "Grandpa, what are you doing at home? Aren't you usually at the office at this hour?" Seeing Li Jian sitting silently on the sofa in the living room, Li Ming felt a twinge of anxiety and forced a sheepish smile. "I've worked my whole life. Is it so wrong to want to rest once in a while?" Li Jian set down his newspaper and gave a cold snort in Li Ming's direction. "Of course not. You should rest more and take care of yourself. May you live a long and healthy life." Li Ming grinned apologetically, all the while racing through his mind, trying to figure out what he'd done to make his grandfather angry. But the old man wasn't having any of it. Instead, his tone grew harsher. "What's the point of living a long life if this is what I have to put up with? With how you're behaving, it's meaningless even if I live to be 100. Li Ming, rarely seeing his grandfather act like this, immediately panicked and hurried over. "Come on, Grandpa. Please, don't mess with me. Let's just talk, okay?" Li Jian shook his head at the sight, pulled out the remote, and pressed a button. The TV flickered to life, replaying a news segment. Li Ming didn't even need to turn his head. Just hearing the opening lines, he immediately realized why his grandfather was upset. "Grandpa, I was wrong," Li Ming admitted immediately. "Tell me exactly what you did wrong." Li Jian fixed him with a steely glare, like a judge passing sentence on a defendant. Sighing, Li Ming began to list his transgressions. "First, I shouldn't have gotten involved in the street race. Second, I shouldn't have acted on impulse and taken part in Tony Stark's fight with those terrorists. Third, that's about it, isn't it?" Having finished his confession, Li Ming probed cautiously. At least you have some self-awareness," Li Jian replied with a nod, though his expression still showed dissatisfaction. "But do you really think that's why I'm angry? What else did you expect?" Li Ming was completely dumbfounded. Li Jian stood up, looking at Li Ming with utter disappointment. "And here I thought you'd finally come to your senses, taking a girl out for a bit of fun. But what happened? You just enjoyed yourself, fine, but you actually took Fong Li to Monaco and only talked business before coming back. You could have at least spent a few more days with her, try to deepen your relationship a little. You really let me down, kid. If you keep going like this, when am I ever going to get a hold of my great-grandchild?" At this point, Li Jian's face was full of disappointment. The look in his eyes suggested he was almost ready to give up on Li Ming. Li Ming was full of questions. He honestly hadn't expected his grandfather to care so little about whether his actions were dangerous, and instead focus entirely on something like this. With a laugh and a sigh, he asked, "Wait, so when you introduced her to me, this is what you had in mind all along?" "I wasn't thinking about any of that. I just wanted Sister Lee to help me with my work. And besides, it's not like there aren't girls at school interested in me. I just don't feel like dating right now. Please, don't worry. If I meet someone right, I'll let you know." Li Ming tried to explain, his face a picture of exasperation, hoping to calm his grandfather down. "Suit yourself." Having failed in his matchmaking attempt, Li Jian shot Li Ming a glare, swept his sleeves, and went upstairs without another word. As Li Jian reached the top of the stairs, his voice suddenly drifted down. "Food's in the pot. If you're hungry, help yourself." "All right, got it." Li Ming's face lit up. He jumped to his feet, took off his jacket, and headed straight for the kitchen. Meanwhile, a somewhat disheveled couple, having weathered a long journey together, finally caught sight of their destination, New York City in the distance. In his laboratory, Dr. Samuel Stearns, absorbed in research and oblivious to the outside world, glanced at an email on his computer, changed his clothes, and got ready to go out. Just after finishing dinner and about to wash his dishes, Li Ming's phone rang from where he'd left it on the table. Why is Sister Lee calling at this hour? Could be they found him. The thought crossed Li Ming's mind, and he hurried to answer. "Hello, are you calling because you found him?" Li Ming got straight to the point. Fong Li's voice came through the receiver. "Yes, Dr. Samuel Stearns reached out to us himself. He said he has some personal matters to attend to, but if we're interested, we can meet him in his lab tomorrow." Li Ming had been pleased at the prospect of finding Dr. Samuel Stearns before anything happened, but on hearing those words, a wave of unease washed over him. Personal matters to deal with. Could this be about Dr. Banner? "Hello, are you listening?" His silence made Fong Li sound a bit puzzled. "Oh, I'm listening." Li Ming steadied his tone and asked calmly, "So, do you know the address of Dr. Samuel Stearns' lab now?" "Why are you asking about that?" "I didn't find the right place at first, but later I learned he has a private, small lab." Fong Li replied casually, then rattled off an address without pressing further. "Thanks for your help. Let's go see this doctor together tomorrow." With that, Li Ming hung up the phone, quickly cleared away the dishes, and headed for the door, calling upstairs as he went, "Grandpa, I'm heading out for a bit. Peter needs me for something, so I might be back late." "All right, got it," came Li Jian's faint reply from upstairs. By then, Li Ming had already put on his shoes and dashed out the door, dialing Peter's number as he went. The call connected almost immediately. "Hey, Peter, are you available right now?" Li Ming asked, driving his car out of the garage. He put on his Bluetooth earpiece as he spoke. "What's up?" Peter replied offhandedly. Then Li Ming heard a door shut on Peter's end. Peter's tone shifted at once, becoming serious. "What happened?" "Remember that news from a few days ago? The Hulk wreaking havoc at Culver University in Virginia." "Yeah, I remember." "You're bringing this up now," Peter began, but halfway through, his pitch shot up in alarm. "No way. He's in New York?" Peter lowered his voice quickly. "Are you sure about this?" "I caught wind of something, but I can't be certain yet," Li Ming said, his car speeding down the road. "But if that guy starts causing trouble in the city, it'll be way more dangerous than any college campus. Even if there's just a chance, we can't ignore it. There's a good chance he's at this lab right now. I'm already on my way, sending you the address. Get there as fast as you can." With that, Li Ming swerved sharply, pulling into a parking lot with a tight turn. After parking, he slipped into a corner and transformed into his stealth assassin armament form, gliding swiftly toward the destination. He could have used another form for faster movement, but that would have been too conspicuous. Given the uncertainty, Li Ming decided it was safer to stay hidden. The neighborhood he'd driven to wasn't far from the lab, so with a few agile swings, Li Ming quickly closed in on his target. However, from above, he clearly spotted military personnel on the ground. The closer he got to the lab, the tighter their security seemed. Military? Damn it. Am I too late? Li Ming turned his head and watched a helicopter disappear into the horizon, an uneasy feeling rising in his chest. He'd rushed over as soon as possible, but judging by the scene, Dr. Banner had probably been captured by the military even before Fong Li called him. Let's forget about the Hulk for now. As long as Dr. Banner isn't excessively provoked, he can keep himself in check. He may be an unstable ally, but Abomination, that killing machine obsessed with destruction and power, must never be allowed to come into being. He kept these thoughts to himself, moving swiftly toward the laboratory while concealing his presence with stealth. In his haste, Li Ming didn't even realize that by saying this, he was basically tempting fate. He had just slipped past the sniper's watchful gaze and landed on the rooftop opposite the lab, ready to sneak inside and figure out what was really going on. But at that very moment, a beastly roar erupted from within the laboratory, echoing through the night sky. The soldiers posted outside instantly snapped to alert, weapons trained on the lab's main entrance, bracing themselves for whatever might emerge. Damn it, how could the timing be this perfect? Li Ming cursed out loud, He had rushed here the moment he got the news, yet somehow he still hadn't managed to stop anything from happening. Wasting no more time, Li Ming leapt down from above, switching straight into iron impact armor mode. The particle thrusters ignited, holding him aloft as he watched the monstrous, misshapen figure burst through the lab wall. Li Ming decided to try talking to it first. Hey, are you still in control? Stop what you're doing right now. Abomination ignored him entirely, unleashing a guttural roar. Get lost. So much for negotiations, then. Li Ming clicked his tongue in frustration, activating his entire weapons system in an instant. A barrage of shoulder, arm, and leg-mounted mini-missiles launched in quick succession, exploding against Abomination's bony, slime-covered body in a series of rapid detonations. Abomination answered with a furious roar. Some of Li Ming's missiles exploded as intended, while others were simply crushed in Abomination's grip. Smoke billowed out, flames flickering in all directions, turning the scene into chaos. Within the thick haze, Abomination's howls gradually faded, the noise subsiding little by little. The surrounding soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, then looked to Li Ming, ready to move in and assess the situation, only for Li Ming to cut them off sharply. Stay back. He's still dangerous. The soldiers weren't entirely sure whether to trust this stranger who had appeared out of nowhere, but he clearly seemed to be on their side. At his warning, they immediately froze in place. Suddenly, a massive chunk of concrete shot out from the smoke, hurtling through the air like a missile. The soldiers barely had time to register the blur before the debris was already flying straight at Li Ming, suspended in midair. With a swift motion, Li Ming unleashed a yellow shockwave, pulverizing the concrete into dust that scattered in the wind. He kept his gaze locked on the hulking figure still moving within the smoke. As the smoke below dissipated, it became clear that the terrifying wounds on Abomination's body were healing at an astonishing speed. In no time, he would be fully recovered. How dare you stand in my way? You're asking for death. With newfound, unparalleled strength swelling both his body and his mind, Emil Blonsky roared, leaping skyward. His claws slashed out, aiming to seize Li Ming in midair. He longed to vent the searing pain left by the missile strike, determined to crush this little pest once and for all. Naturally, Li Ming had no intention of letting that happen. With Iron Impact Armor's heavy weapons exhausted, and before he could convert the remaining force into energy, Li Ming swiftly shifted forms. As he dropped, a flash of light and shadow enveloped him. His armor suddenly became more slender, and 4 tendrils unfurled from his back. Razor Spider-Lance armor. A ripple of energy surged through his entire body, merging instantly with the bioelectric field generated by the armor. Li Ming sprang upward, dodging Abomination's attack, and soared back into the air. Spider Silk shot out, anchoring him and pulling him downward with tremendous force. With both legs together, he crashed down with all his might, landing a fierce kick to Abomination's head just as the brute hit the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as Abomination's massive form was sent hurtling backward, slamming into a wall and lying motionless for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ming dialed his phone in a rush. Hey, is my backup here yet? If this keeps up, that big guy will be rampaging down Main Street in no time. I'm here. Peter's voice called out from the distance, rapidly approaching. At the sound, Li Ming instinctively turned to look, catching sight of a red and blue figure soaring across the skyline, for crimson spider lances fanned out behind him. With a flick of his wrist, Peter shot out a web, yanked himself forward, and launched straight at Abomination. With a resounding smack, Peter, mirroring Li Ming's move, used his web to gain momentum, landing a powerful kick on Abomination just as the brute staggered upright, sending the hulking body flying once again and crashing into the ruins. So, can someone explain what exactly is going on here? Peter landed lightly beside Li Ming, his 4 spider lances retracting a bit. He pointed at the wreckage where Abomination lay, his tone uncertain. This guy doesn't look quite like the one from the news. Are they, related? Oh well. Li Ming, eyeing the 4 spider lances on Peter's back, was momentarily at a loss for words. He shrugged. Honestly, I'm not too sure myself, but they're probably about the same. Looks like the good doctor cooked up some new toys for you while I was away. Yeah, you're the one who got me hooked. I tried it out these past couple days, and it's actually pretty handy. Peter grinned, using one of his spider lances to give Li Ming a playful tap on the head. Just as Li Ming was about to reply, he caught a flicker of movement. The spectral image of Spider-Man, which had been fused with his armor, suddenly slipped free and drifted into the air. Meanwhile, Peter was also undergoing a transformation. Red and blue sparks, shot through with a hint of golden electricity, burst from his body and flowed into the spectral image of Spider-Man. In a flash, the Phantom shifted, instantly becoming an exact mirror of Peter as he was now. The spectral image merged back into his body, and the transformation call echoed out. Even after transforming, it was still the rapid arachnid spear armament. Its appearance wasn't much different from before, but now there was an added resonance from the ripple energy, and the 4 mechanical tentacles behind Li Ming had been upgraded. The once silver mechanical tentacles now bore crimson markings, and their surface looked simpler, yet exuded a more organic feel. In reality, these changes were the result of structural optimization, reducing vulnerabilities. The strength feedback to Li Ming had also improved. What the heck? Is that even possible? Peter stood there, dumbfounded by what he saw. He'd just been about to brag, thinking that whatever this guy had, he now had too, only to watch his own newly upgraded gear get snatched away in the blink of an eye. Enough with the chatter. That brute's getting back up. Li Ming waved dismissively, pointing at Abomination, who was shaking his head and crawling out from the rubble again. Their brief exchange, plus the Spider-Man power upgrade and Li Ming's own transformation, had taken less than half a minute. But Abomination, who'd just been sent flying twice with kicks packing at least 25 tons of force, was already back on his feet. Judging by the way he shook his head, he seemed only a little dizzy. Nothing more. That kind of physical resilience was downright absurd. I suspect there are still other victims trapped inside the lab. You keep this guy tied up, don't let him get loose on the streets. I'll go in and rescue them. Li Ming barked out orders, assigning their roles with lightning speed. He'd mastered the ripple technique more thoroughly and, with his recent breakthroughs, could offer much better healing to the victims. Peter, on the other hand, had plenty of experience dealing with these powerhouse types. He'd have no trouble keeping Abomination occupied for a while. It was a logical division of labor. No problem. Get moving, Peter replied without hesitation. With a flick of his web, he launched himself at Abomination. Hey, big guy, calm down. You can't just go rampaging around the city in the middle of the night. Why not get some rest, huh? Want me to sing you a lullaby? Out of my way, you little bug. With Peter temporarily keeping Abomination busy, ripple energy glowed around Li Ming as he darted straight into the laboratory building. Meanwhile, far above on the military helicopter. At that moment, Dr. Banner had already regained consciousness from the anesthesia, and General Ross had received word from the soldiers on the ground. No matter that Emil Blonsky had turned into a monstrous creature. It was only thanks to the intervention of the Light Knight and Spider-Man that he was temporarily contained near the laboratory building, preventing even greater destruction. All these developments left General Ross and Dr. Banner feeling a tangle of complicated emotions. From the soldiers' accounts, the monster Emil Blonsky had become was no less destructive than the Hulk, yet he was held back by 2 individuals of ordinary size. To be honest, this made General Ross seriously question whether his relentless pursuit of the Hulk's power was truly worthwhile. For a moment, he even felt somewhat disheartened and discouraged. Suddenly, a message came through the communication line. General Ross frowned and answered the call. Ross, just look at the mess you've made. One monster wasn't enough. You had to go and create a second one. If my people hadn't stopped that brute, who knows how many would have died in New York by now. Your people? General Ross, still seething with anger, couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh at these words. Nick Fury, are you kidding me? If S.H.I.E.L.D. could actually produce operatives that powerful, would your pet project still be struggling for approval? How do you know those 2 aren't part of my plan? Nick Fury replied coolly, catching General Ross off guard. For a fleeting moment, envy flickered across Ross's face. Why was it that his own super soldier program always ran into disaster, while this bald-headed troublemaker managed to attract such formidable individuals to his side? Of course, Nick Fury was bluffing. He knew full well that neither Li Ming nor Peter Parker were so easily controlled. But that didn't stop General Ross from believing him. Without waiting for further questions, Nick Fury pressed on. In any case, you're responsible for this chaos, and you must cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. to take down that monster. Otherwise, don't count on enjoying the same privileges as before. That was a threat, plain and simple. You? General Ross's anger flared, and he nearly burst out cursing. But remembering his current predicament and the mounting pressure from all sides, he forced himself to swallow his rage. I'll do it, but as for your threats, this isn't over. We need you to hurry. That monster is tough, and our people are barely holding on. Nick Fury's tone grew grave. Boom, boom. 2 figures in red and blue soared through the air like cannonballs, smashing gaping holes in the wall and crashing straight into the buildings behind. The entire structure trembled violently, sending clouds of dust billowing through the air. Elsewhere, Abomination stood amidst the ruins, throwing his head back in a furious roar. Hulk, get out of here. I'll show you what real power looks like. The furious roar of the creature echoed into the house, and Li Ming and Peter struggled to their feet, feeling as if their bones and sinews were about to be smashed to pieces by the brute. Cough, cough, are you kidding me? Even the Rhino Man, with his upgraded gear, wasn't this strong. Peter's voice was tinged with bitterness. He had never faced such a terrifying foe before. And the Rhino Man, he didn't even get a chance to show his full strength before I blew him off his feet. But this guy, he took my entire barrage head-on and walked away without a scratch. Now, this is truly unbelievable. Li Ming also got up, his tone no more optimistic than Peter's. After venting their frustrations, the two exchanged a glance. In the next instant, without hesitation, they charged straight at their enemy. Let's shift the clock back a little, to when Li Ming first rushed into the laboratory building. He leapt through the gaping hole the Abomination had smashed in the wall. Ripples of energy burst forth, sharpening his senses, helping him catch even the slightest sounds in the chaos, guiding him to quickly locate any survivors. It wasn't long before Li Ming made a discovery. Behind a pile of shattered concrete and bricks, he spotted Dr. Samuel Stearns, unconscious before a set of instruments, his head grotesquely swollen, his skin beginning to take on a greenish hue. A glance at the blood vial leaking on the stand, then at the trail of blood that dripped onto Dr. Stearns' head, gave Li Ming a clear idea of what had happened. He couldn't help but let out a wry, helpless smile. So just one vial of Dr. Banner's blood, and we end up with two high-risk threats? This is absolutely insane. Li Ming's eyelid twitched in disbelief, but his hand stayed steady and quick. He checked the instrument, noting where it had buckled inward from the impact, then examined Dr. Stearns' injuries. There was a good chance the man had suffered internal trauma. Even with Hulk's blood in his veins, Dr. Stearns' mutation seemed concentrated mostly in his head, sapping energy from the rest of his body. With such severe injuries, it was far from certain he'd survive this ordeal. Gathering golden ripples of energy in his palm, Li Ming pressed his hand to Stearns' chest, sending a pure, comforting glow surging through the unconscious doctor. Soon, Stearns' breathing steadied, and even the mutation in his skin and skull seemed to subside. His head remained unusually large, but the green tint of his skin gradually faded back to its normal tone. The transformation surprised even Li Ming. So, the ripple energy can do this too? Does this mean Dr. Stearns' mutation has succeeded, or have I stopped it? He couldn't quite figure it out, but one thing was clear. Dr. Stearns' life was now out of immediate danger, so Li Ming refrained from interfering any further. With chaos raging outside, this was hardly the time to move an unconscious man to safety. Sometimes the best choice was simply to let things be. Li Ming searched around and finally settled Dr. Samuel Stearns in a room, laying him on what seemed to be a bed usually reserved for rest. Then, moving quickly, he continued to scour the other laboratories in the building. He discovered that quite a few people had not managed to escape. Although they were frightened out of their wits, fortunately, none of them were injured. Yet, at this point, the outside world had become even more perilous. Even a stray, flying piece of debris could claim the life of an ordinary person. Without hesitation, Li Ming told those remaining to stay hidden and not to come out until someone came and notified them it was safe. Once he was sure no one else was in danger, Li Ming was about to head out to help, when his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the vial of Hulk's blood hanging on a rack. He hesitated for less than a second before decisively rummaging through the lab for a bottle. He carefully transferred most of the blood from the damaged vial into it, packed it in a box filled with foam, and hid it deep within the rubble. With that done, Li Ming rushed outside to join Peter, who was already battered and bruised, and together they once again engaged Abomination in fierce battle. Unfortunately, despite their nimble movements and flawless teamwork, they could only slow Abomination down. Against such overwhelming strength and resilience, victory was out of reach. What's more, Emil Blonsky was a former Special Forces operative. When he first transformed into Abomination, his mind was overwhelmed by his rapidly expanding, unrestrained power, leaving him unable to wield it rationally. But as time passed, his clarity gradually returned in the heat of battle. He began to combine his combat skills with his immense strength, forcing Li Ming and Peter to retreat step by step. As a result, the battlefield quickly expanded far beyond the vicinity of the laboratory complex. Had it not been for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police arriving to disperse the surrounding crowds, the casualties caused by this monster would have been unimaginable. In this regard, Li Ming's timely arrival and immediate interception of Abomination had prevented the creature from running rampant and was no small feat. Sadly, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent stood no chance against such a monstrous foe. Skin like armor, strength beyond comprehension. Their weapons were almost useless. Even rocket launchers could do little more than leave a scratch, which healed in mere moments. For these ordinary troops, all they could do was provide support from a distance. Getting any closer to the fray was nothing short of suicidal. As the battle raged on, Li Ming and Peter's tactics became increasingly familiar to Abomination. He exploited an opening and sent each of them flying with a single, earth-shaking punch. This brings us to the earlier scene, where both of them crashed almost simultaneously into a nearby building. The two struggled up from the ground, covered in dust and debris, and charged once more toward Abomination. Suddenly, their communicators crackled to life. Both men paused for an instant as Nick Fury's voice came through their earpieces. "Hold on. Hawkeye will be there in 3 minutes, and another big player is about to join the fight. You just need to keep that monster from rampaging into the city center." Nick Fury wasn't a fool. The reason he reached out to General Ross wasn't because he thought Ross could handle the Abomination. It was simply because he had his eye on Dr. Banner. Easy for you to say. Li Ming gritted his teeth and looked at Peter. "You hold that guy off for 30 seconds. I'll try switching to a power form. Otherwise, at this rate, we'll never be able to stop him from rampaging somewhere else." Since their strongest current weapon, the Raptor Spider Spear armament, which balanced power and agility, was barely scratching Abomination, Li Ming had no choice but to try a pure strength form. "If you want to charge headlong, then I'll do the same. Hurry up. That big brute's about to tear me limb from limb." Peter joked, but he didn't pause for a second as he dashed forward. "Let's see which power cards I've out of my deck right now." He slapped the card slot. A flash of light danced across his cards, each glowing with its own hue. The strongest ones are Rhino and Professor Lizard. These two must be the highest in raw power. Hope you two are compatible. If not, I'll have to beg some powerhouse from another world for a loan. He'd considered Negative Man, but since that power relied on accumulated inner negativity, he reluctantly dismissed the idea. Li Ming had taken a beating, sure, but he hadn't built up enough negative energy. Transforming with Martin Lee's power probably wouldn't achieve much. Besides, that particular strength always made Li Ming uneasy. He never dared use it lightly. There was this persistent feeling that unleashing it would bring disaster. So, left with little choice, he picked Professor Lizard as a partner. His thoughts flashed by in an instant. Without hesitation, Li Ming yanked the lever next to the portal. The Rhino and Professor Lizard cards flew out on their own, passed through the portal's scanner, and appeared beside him as shimmering projections. One was a hulking, brute figure, wrapped entirely in mechanical bone-gray armor. The other a wild form clad in dark green scales, muscles bulging, claws and fangs sharp. A primal force incarnate. Looks like this just might work. Li Ming felt a surge of hope. He pushed the lever forward and charged straight at Abomination, who was steadily cornering Peter. "Lend me your beastly strength, both of you." In a flash, the two towering silhouettes merged with Li Ming as he ran. Gray and dark green light particles surged across his body. Primal roar. Power of the beast. Light night. Savage beast form. Thud, thud, thud. With every transformation, Li Ming grew larger, taller, and even more imposing. Each stride hit the ground with mounting weight, his presence swelling with pressure. At last, as the light faded, Li Ming had become a giant every bit as formidable as the Abomination. He unleashed a thunderous roar. "Let's see how you handle some real muscle." A deafening roar erupted as Li Ming, transformed into a towering behemoth, charged forward with unstoppable force. He was like a prehistoric beast on the rampage, barreling straight toward Abomination. "Let's see how you handle my strength." Just as Abomination was about to smash his fist down on Peter, Li Ming, now swollen to a size that rivaled his foe, hurtled into the fray. Bang! An explosion of power. Caught completely off guard, Abomination didn't even have time to react before his entire body was sent flying. In midair, his form split open in several places, spraying yellow-green fluid that splattered to the ground below. Thud! 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 Abomination tumbled like a ragged sack, bouncing and rolling for more than a dozen meters before finally coming to a stop. The spot where he'd been struck had caved in, bones crackling as they began to heal at a rapid pace. Li Ming panted heavily, his massive, expanded frame pulsing with power. He could feel surges of bestial instincts welling up from deep inside, battering his consciousness and flooding him with a wild urge to attack, a dangerous slide toward losing all reason. "So this is the power form you were talking about?" Peter stared at the enormous frame looming just an arm's length away, his voice tinged with a mix of shock and excitement. This time, Li Ming's primal beast power armament was nothing like the armored suit he'd donned before. Instead, his entire appearance radiated a raw, organic power. His enormous body was clad in silver gray, biological skin, marked with rippling muscles. The armor looked more like an accent than a covering. Slate green plates, resembling scales, were arranged in natural patterns across his chest, shoulders, arms, and legs. At his chest, a crystal blue ring sat at the center, flanked by two fierce, open-mouthed beasts, one like a rhino, the other a lizard, forming a heavy breastplate. Elsewhere, the armor served as partial protection or specialized gear, covering only select areas. His leg armor had morphed into hoof-like structures, reminiscent of a rhino's exoskeleton, while his gauntlets sported retractable, razor-sharp claws. Elbows and other joints were tipped with horns, sharp and menacing like a rhino's charge. Even his faceplate blended seamlessly into his body, as though it had always been a part of him, now adorned with wild, scale-like markings. Just standing there, he radiated a savage and overwhelming sense of primal power. What man hasn't dreamed of becoming a giant? And for Peter, who'd fought countless hulking foes, always forced to rely on agility to dodge their brute force, this was a refreshing change. He finally had an ally who could match them blow for blow. If even Peter felt this way, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. present were utterly stunned. None of them could have imagined that, in the heat of battle, the Knight of Light, who until now had only managed to stall the enemy and was clearly being beaten back, could transform into such a giant. Their eyes on Li Ming brimmed with excitement and joy. Yet beneath the surface, fear and awe were unmistakable. With the sudden surge of power and the primal instincts that came with it, Li Ming, after sending Abomination flying, refrained from launching an immediate attack. He feared that giving in to a frenzied assault would tip him into uncontrollable madness, causing even greater destruction. Peter's voice reached him. Li Ming drew a deep breath, letting the ripples of energy flow through his body, helping him command his suddenly enormous strength and counteract the primal fury seeping into his mind from the armor. Meanwhile, Abomination, his body dented from the blow, had already picked himself up. His wounds mended at an unnatural pace, and behind the savage features of his face flickered both a hint of wariness and a blazing hunger for battle. So, the little bug has turned into a monster like me? Let's see whose strength is greater. Abomination roared, his legs driving him forward with astonishing speed for such a hulking figure, barreling straight toward Li Ming. "Spider-Man, get ready!" Li Ming called out, his voice now a deep, thunderous growl. He neither dodged nor hesitated, charging headlong toward Abomination. It was at this moment that the difference between him and Abomination became clear. Abomination, for all his bulk, wielded his terrifying strength with surprising agility, growing more adept at controlling his monstrous power with every movement. Li Ming's armor, thick-skinned and robust, matched Abomination in both defense and raw force. Yet the traits of Rhino, powerful but cumbersome, and Lizard, a balance of resilience and regenerative prowess, were all fused within this armor. Together, they forged a formidable might, but at the cost of agility. Had Li Ming faced Abomination alone, he might have found himself struggling to keep up. At best, he could rely on his powerful defenses and comparable strength to fight Abomination to a standstill, but victory would remain elusive. But tonight, he was not alone. Peter Parker, his steadfast teammate, stood ready at his side. With a bone-rattling crash, the two giants slammed into each other. The impact burst outward in a visible shockwave, flinging dust and debris in all directions, the sheer force of it awe-inspiring. Li Ming, though slightly outmatched in strength, had the advantage when it came to charging. His armor was built for it. In this contest of brute force, he held his own without giving an inch. Several armored horns embedded themselves deep in Abomination's flesh, wrenching out streaks of yellow-green fluid and leaving serious wounds in their wake. "Oomph. Is that all you've got, little bug?" Abomination snarled through the pain, abruptly shifting tactics. He withdrew and swung a massive fist at Li Ming. And used to this kind of brute contest, Li Ming was caught off guard. The blow landed squarely, knocking him back several steps. A predatory gleam flashed in Abomination's eyes. Grinning wickedly, he pressed forward, eager to seize the advantage. However, just as he was about to act, a sudden blast of webbing shot in from the side, followed swiftly by a flying kick, forcing him to halt. Li Ming, with his tough hide and iron muscles, took the punch as if nothing had happened. Once he regained his footing, he seized the opportunity and teamed up with Peter, twisting around to launch a counterattack against Abomination. With their seamless cooperation, the two completely turned the tables. No longer on the defensive, they now had Abomination reeling, forcing him into a desperate struggle to break free. And for the moment, he found himself unable to escape their relentless assault. Yet, Abomination was a seasoned fighter through and through. Despite being hampered by their teamwork, he studied his opponents closely and soon noticed a flaw. Li Ming, while powerful and resilient, moved with less agility than himself. Seizing on this weakness, and with Peter still in the fray, Abomination couldn't overpower Li Ming outright, but he managed to steady himself, regaining enough control to avoid defeat, at least for now. He even had enough focus left to scan his surroundings, always ready to slip away from their grasp and make a getaway at the first chance. Li Ming and Peter, for their part, had caught on to his plan. But their own goal was simply to keep him occupied for a short while. Reinforcements would soon arrive to deliver the decisive blow. As long as they could avoid getting overwhelmed like before, unable to stop him from turning the battle into chaos, that would be enough. Above the battlefield, a military helicopter thundered into view. Inside, Dr. Banner watched the three combatants below in the ruined city block that had once been a bustling street. Guilt weighed heavily on his face. I have to go down there and end this fight. Those two are strong, but in terms of raw power, there's still no match for that monster. It won't be long before he finds the chance to break free of them. Only the Hulk can defeat him. Let me go. Determination hardened Dr. Banner's features as he looked at Betty and General Ross. Moments later, a figure plummeted from the sky, slamming into the ground and leaving a massive crater. From within that pit, the green giant burst forth with a thunderous roar, tearing across the chaos toward the raging battle. Sir, when you recruited me in a shield, you never said anything about fighting monsters like that, Hawkeye quipped, his tone dry even as his eyes narrowed at the three titans locked in combat just ahead. Mother of, like I could have imagined we'd ever face something that terrifying on Earth. Nick Fury shot back before his voice sharpened. All business. Agent Barton, focus on the mission. Support Sunlight, Lee, and Dr. Banner. Do whatever it takes to help them bring that monster down for good. Above all, we cannot allow that rampaging brute to keep wreaking havoc in the city. Understood. That's exactly why I'm here, isn't it? Hawkeye replied, his expression turning serious. He drew a custom arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and aimed from afar at Abomination, who was now taking a beating. As it turns out, Li Ming's tactics were proving remarkably effective. With a strength and resilience no less than Abomination's own, the goal was to hold this creature back, to keep it from rampaging elsewhere, and causing even greater destruction and casualties, all the while waiting for a force decisive enough to bring this nightmare to an end. As it turned out, after Dr. Banner transformed into the Hulk in his desperate, almost suicidal way and joined the fray, the once arrogant Abomination was reduced to nothing more than a hapless victim caught in a 2-on-1 struggle. Normally, the Hulk's strength, without the accumulated fury to boost it, was still a shade inferior to Abomination's. But with Li Ming providing support from the sidelines, and Hulk's rage climbing steadily with every heavy blow he received, the Green Giant's power soon completely outmatched his foe. Abomination was left utterly defenseless. However, this forced Peter to temporarily withdraw from the fight as well. Li Ming's tough hide could withstand the Hulk's wild punches and kicks, but if Peter, his slender arms and legs, took a few too many hits, he'd likely end up in the ICU courtesy of his own teammate, long before they managed to bring Abomination down. In any case, this was a good opportunity for him to take a breather on the sidelines. The tide of battle had turned dramatically in their favor. No matter how skilled Abomination was in combat, it was pointless. Their side had two powerhouses whose strength rivaled his own. Under this relentless assault, Abomination was soon battered and broken. Tendons snapped, bones fractured, his whole body dented and caved in, with yellow-green fluid dripping incessantly, nearly covering the ground around him. What kind of fight is this 2 against 1? Why don't you try facing me 1-on-1 if you've got any guts? Emil Blonsky howled, taking yet another punch from the Hulk while Li Ming held him fast. All traces of his former ferocity and dominance were gone. Instead, his voice was tinged with an almost tragic anger. Who'd want to go 1-on-1 with you? Have you even looked at yourself lately? Li Ming retorted, landing another solid punch, showing not the slightest intention of playing fair or honoring any code of chivalry. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Abomination completely lost his ability to fight. Either he'd revert back to his original form, or the Hulk's wild fists would simply finish him off for good. But then, just as Li Ming and the Hulk were driving Abomination back relentlessly, something happened that Li Ming hadn't anticipated. From not far away, a long arrow suddenly streaked through the air. With breathtaking precision, it threaded the narrow gap between him and the Hulk. In a split second, it struck home, burying itself deep in Abomination's right eye. The accuracy, the timing, it was nothing short of astonishing. The eyeball shattered, and an explosion of yellow-green and milky-white fluid splattered outward. A roar erupted from Abomination, a guttural, tormented sound that reverberated through the air. In a sudden frenzy of pain, Abomination unleashed a surge of power unlike anything before, roaring as he forced both Li Ming and the Hulk back at the same time. Li Ming was just about to seize the moment, press forward, and finish his opponent off for good, when he caught a glimpse of the arrow embedded to the hilt in Abomination's eye glimmering with a faint red light. Boom! A dull explosion thundered out in the very next instant. Abomination's entire skull burst open with a thunderous crack, like a watermelon splitting apart. Yet, constrained by the strength of his head, it only cracked and ruptured rather than exploding completely into a bomb of brain matter. So Li Ming wasn't doused in a torrent of unidentifiable fluids. Still, although from the outside it looked as if only the skull had shattered, inside, Emil Blonsky's brain had been blasted into an utter mess. Yellow-green fluid gushed from his eye sockets, nostrils, mouth, and even ears, spilling across the ground. A moment ago, Abomination was still raging, seemingly invincible. Now, with a final gasp, he was dead. His enormous body, now bereft of control, crashed to the ground, sending up a spray of yellow-green liquid and a cloud of dust mixed with debris. Even in death, his whole body marbled in sickly yellow and green, with jagged fins protruding from his back. He remained as grotesque and menacing as ever. Hulk, who had been burning with battle fury, was stunned at the sight, his anger briefly forgotten. In the next instant, he whipped around to glare in the direction from which the arrow had come. Those fierce, emerald eyes glared so fiercely that Hawkeye instinctively took a few steps back. Just as Hawkeye prepared to defend himself, Li Ming, who had also been a bit dazed, quickly stepped in front of Hulk. "Calm down, Hulk. The fight is over." At the sight of Li Ming, Hulk's savage features softened a little. He clearly had some affection for this companion who had fought alongside him just now. But when he glanced at the soldiers and SHIELD strike team closing in, the fierce expression returned to his face. Hulk looked up at Betty, who was on a helicopter hovering overhead, then at General Ross, whose face was dark and unreadable. His expression grew complicated. Without a word, Hulk suddenly turned away, leapt powerfully into the air, vaulted over half the block, and with a few more mighty jumps, disappeared into the distant sky. Li Ming was left standing there, hand half raised, unable to call out in time to make him stay, frozen on the spot in disbelief. "Why'd you take off without saying anything? I didn't even get to ask if you'd be willing to lend me your strength." Li Ming could have cried for frustration. All he could do was turn his gaze to the Abomination, still oozing yellow-green liquid onto the ground, and tap the light night driver at his waist. "Hey, does this count as a kill from me, or not?" Perhaps responding to Li Ming's unspoken thought, the crystal blue ring at his side flashed, sending a translucent light sweeping over Abomination's massive corpse. Soon, countless particles of yellow-green light floated up from the body, finally gathering in the center of the ring to form a power card. Abomination. Well, at least this trip wasn't for nothing, Li Ming muttered, reining in his delight as he slid the card back into its slot. Only then did he notice the crowd slowly encircling him, everyone watching him warily. Light Knight, are you all right?" Ever the diligent one, Coulson stepped forward to try and negotiate with Li Ming. Given how well they knew each other before, there was no reason for them to act so carefully around one another. But tonight's epic clash among the three giants had truly rattled everyone's nerves. A little caution was only natural. Li Ming didn't say a word. He simply and quietly shifted his form back to the swift spider spear armament. His massive frame shrank rapidly, returning to the figure of an ordinary man. At the same moment, Li Ming instantly sensed that most of the people around him let out a visible sigh of relief. He smiled silently, nodded at Peter who had just landed beside him, and finally spoke. "We'll leave this to you all. We're heading off. Oh, and please pass along a message to that archer from earlier. Tell him that shot was truly impressive." "I'll be sure to let him know," Coulson replied with a warm smile. Li Ming nodded, his body and Peter's both shimmering with a rippling glow. In a flash, they leaped into the air and vanished into the boundless night. As for the squabbling between the military and SHIELD over the Abomination's corpse behind them, that was hardly his concern anymore. Already, SHIELD agents led by Coulson were arguing with General Ross over how to handle the remains. But none of that mattered much to Li Ming and Peter, who were already gone. Soaring into the night, Li Ming showed no intention of heading straight home. Instead, he signaled to Peter and turned, flying off in a different direction. "Hey, isn't this the way back to the old lab building? Why are we going there?" Peter had no hesitation in following Li Ming's lead, but it didn't stop him from asking. Li Ming grinned. "I left something there, and a key person. You'll understand when we get there." "You're being all mysterious again, aren't you?" Peter grumbled, but he kept pace without missing a beat. In no time, the two of them returned to the very lab building where it all began. By now, it had already been cordoned off, and it looked like any innocent bystanders had been cleared out. But since the Abomination's corpse was a bigger draw, neither SHIELD nor the military had bothered posting anyone here for now. Only the local police had set up a perimeter, just in case someone with wild ideas tried to sneak in and tamper with the scene. This situation played perfectly into Li Ming's hands. Standing atop the rooftop, He peered through a gaping hole and saw that the lab inside seemed untouched. In other words, if luck was on his side, not only had no one discovered the Hulk's blood he'd hidden, but Dr. Samuel Stearns himself was likely still inside, unconscious. In Li Ming's eyes, the Hulk's blood was a bonus, but Dr. Samuel Stearns was the real prize here. The Chief's abilities are no joke. If I can get him on my side, many of my upcoming plans could be carried out much more smoothly. We could even push forward with cleaning out the Hydra spies hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. Without hesitation, Li Ming turned to Peter. "Wait here for me," he said. "I'll go inside and take a look." "All right, keep in touch," Peter replied, tapping his ear to indicate the comms. Li Ming nodded in understanding. Seizing a moment when the crowd was distracted, he leapt through the gaping hole left by Abomination and slipped back into the laboratory. A quick scan of the room reassured him. Not only was the place where he'd hidden Hulk's blood untouched, but it looked like no one had entered the lab at all. He immediately retrieved the hidden blood sample and handed it over to a robotic arm for safekeeping. Without pausing, he continued deeper into the building. Even before he'd taken a few steps, Li Ming could already hear Dr. Samuel Stearns' slightly ragged breathing. Still, seeing that Stearns was alive and lying safely on the bed filled Li Ming with a surge of relief and joy. He took a moment to observe. Stearns' head had grown even larger, and his skin was tinged green. Without delay, Li Ming gave him another dose of Ripple Energy. Ripple Energy was pure life force. Besides its inherent power to dispel evil, it didn't conflict with Gamma Energy and couldn't possibly cause Stearns' mutation to fail. On the contrary, using it right now would likely help Stearns' transformation become more complete. Li Ming watched as Dr. Samuel Stearns' swollen brain gradually shrank back to normal. The green hue faded from his skin, and his ragged breathing calmed to a steady rhythm. Only then did Li Ming finally relax. Mechanical tentacles unfurled from his back, gently lifting Dr. Stearns. After wrapping him securely in a cocoon of webbing, Li Ming strapped him onto his back and held him in place with the mechanical arms. With both Hulk's blood and Dr. Samuel Stearns safe and sound, Li Ming had everything he needed. His spirits soared. If not for the tense situation, he might have burst out laughing. Lingering in the lab was unwise. After a brief check, he slipped away unnoticed into the night, heading back to the rooftop where he'd been before. The moment he landed, Peter, who'd been waiting there, immediately spotted Stearns on Li Ming's back and blurted out, "Who's that? Dude, please don't tell me you've started kidnapping people now. It's a bit complicated, so I'll keep it short." Li Ming considered his words. "This is Dr. Samuel Stearns. He's had contact with Dr. Banner, that is the Hulk. He used blood samples and some medication to help Banner temporarily get rid of his uncontrollable transformations into the giant. After the military came and took Dr. Banner away, for reasons unknown, the blood sample he left behind created that earlier monster, and also led to an unexpected mutation in his head. In other words, what you see now. So, you want to take him back to the company lab?" Peter caught on quickly. From his experience, such mutations that directly affect one's appearance were definitely not suited for a hospital visit. Otherwise, it would only invite unnecessary trouble. And since research on neural connection prosthetics required direct integration with the human nervous system, the company lab was equipped with virtually a full set of emergency medical facilities to guard against accidents. Bringing someone, there wouldn't be a problem at all. Li Ming nodded. "That's right. Dr. Stearns' mutation used to be even more pronounced. What you're seeing now is the result after I used Ripple Energy to help him control it. But the changes to his body are still ongoing. I really don't think it's appropriate for him to go to a hospital right now. Otherwise, he might be mistaken for a monster or draw unwanted attention, which would be a real burden for him. I understand. For him, staying out of the public eye is definitely best for now." Peter's voice carried a note of complexity, but any doubts about Li Ming's plan had faded. "Let's go. I'm honestly so tired I can barely stand. Once we get him settled, I need to eat something. I feel like I'm hungry enough to eat a whole cow." Li Ming joked, half in earnest, and was the first to leap from the rooftop, soaring off into the vast night. Peter sighed and hurried after him. Although using his new form had once again improved Li Ming's power completeness, granting him a significant surge in strength. The battle against a formidable foe like Abomination had truly pushed Li Ming to his limits. To put plainly, he was utterly exhausted. If it weren't for the fact that Dr. Stearns' situation was so urgent, what he wanted most right now was to devour a huge meal and then collapse in a bed for a long, satisfying sleep. Fortunately, Li Ming's relentless efforts had paid off in the end. By giving everything they had, Li Ming and Peter managed to keep Abomination contained, preventing him from rampaging further and buying precious time for people nearby to evacuate, saving countless lives. Though, inevitably, there were still a few casualties, Li Ming could at least say, as he remembered each of their faces and kept them in his heart, that he had done everything he could. On the other hand, so many people who should have perished in Abomination's rampage were spared, and the reversal of this moment in time was just as significant. With the death of Abomination and the end of the crisis, the feedback of world influence began to manifest. Even though it wasn't as overwhelming as when he first became a founding Avenger, it still bestowed Li Ming with a noticeable boost in strength. At the moment, his exhaustion masked much of the sensation, but the enhancement was real. In a way, perhaps this was the world way of rewarding Li Ming's good deeds. And just as the Ancient One had once said, every action, whether good or evil, will be repaid in kind. The aroma of food drifted into the air, and as Dr. Samuel Stern's consciousness gradually sharpened, he distinctly recognized the scents wafting around him. Pizza, hamburgers, crispy onion rings, fried chicken, each one a high-calorie feast. The more he thought about it, the hungrier he became. Hey, mind letting me have some? Dr. Stearns opened his eyes, paying no heed to the unfamiliar ceiling above him, and instead tilted his head toward the two people eating with gusto nearby. His expression was relaxed, though his gaze seemed a bit distant, as if he were sensing something extraordinary. Invisible ripples seemed to pulse through the air, radiating out from his mind in every direction. Suddenly, all manner of clutter around the room began to tremble in unison, as if an unseen force were at work upon them. Hearing his voice, Li Ming and Peter, who had been devouring food to replenish their energy, were startled. They quickly set their food aside and hurried over. It had only been an hour or two since they brought Dr. Stearns to the lab, and neither of them had expected him to wake up so soon. But as they drew near, they immediately felt the presence of that invisible force and instinctively stopped short, keeping their distance and watching Dr. Stearns with wary eyes. After all, even though they were the ones who had saved him, the fact remained that exposure to Hulk's blood had caused a mutation in his brain. It wouldn't be unusual for his personality to change drastically or for him to become suddenly violent and aggressive. There was no room for carelessness now. Sorry about that. I'm still not very good at controlling this. Sensing their unease, Dr. Stearns propped himself up with one arm, sitting upright in bed. His wandering consciousness returned, and the psychic energy he'd been radiating gradually withdrew back into his body, little by little. Seeing this, Li Ming and Peter finally let out a sigh of relief. Dr. Stearns, how are you feeling now? Li Ming stepped forward, carefully posing the question while keeping a close eye on his condition. I feel better than I ever have. A touch of ecstasy flashed across Dr. Stearns' face, but he quickly composed himself, turning to Li Ming with heartfelt sincerity. I'm truly grateful for your help. If it hadn't been for the energy you provided, I might not have survived the mutation. Or worse, I might have become something far more terrifying. I owe you a great debt, and I promise I will repay it. But how did you know about me? As he spoke, both Li Ming and Peter looked at each other, surprise and uncertainty written all over their faces. They had already agreed on how to explain everything to Dr. Stern, but to their surprise, he acted as if he knew it all already. He had clearly been unconscious the entire time, and after they brought him back, they'd even made sure to check. So what on earth was going on now? Let me think about how to explain this to you, Dr. Stern said, frowning slightly before giving a smile. There's no need for doubt. I truly was unconscious earlier. But ever since my brain mutated, it's undergone some incredible changes. It started recording all the sensory feedback I received while I was unconscious, and only after I woke up was I able to process and understand all that information. So you're saying your brain remembered all the conversations we had while you were passed out? Peter looked at him in amazement. There was feedback from other senses as well, but you're not wrong, Dr. Stern replied seriously. I learned about your identities from your conversations. As he spoke, faint, invisible ripples seemed to shimmer around his head, displaying the strength of his mental powers. Then he turned to Li Ming. So, Mr. Lee, you had the headhunting agency look for me because of Dr. Banner? That's not exactly it, Li Ming replied, shaking his head. Honestly, I was fascinated by your research and curious about you as a person, so I wanted someone to get in touch with you. The situation with Dr. Banner just happened to coincide. Dr. Stern nodded abruptly. You're not lying. How can you be sure? Peter asked instinctively, his eyes suddenly widening. Wait, your brain mutated. Does that mean you can read minds now? For a moment, Peter was at a loss, as if he feared Dr. Stern could peer into his innermost secrets. Even Li Ming's composure seemed to crack, a hint of unease showing on his face. No need to worry, Mr. Parker, Dr. Stern said with a gentle smile. For now, my intellect has simply improved dramatically, and I've developed some unusual psychic abilities. I can sense faint traces of other people's thoughts and emotions, but your wills are strong enough to keep me out. I can only pick up the surface feelings, reading your minds is beyond me. But it seems my abilities are still growing stronger. As he spoke, Dr. Stern's focus intensified. His skull began to swell, a deep green hue spreading across his skin and a green glow flickering in his eyes. Even more astonishing, the invisible ripples from before now surged like towering waves. Li Ming and Peter could actually see, with their own eyes, layer upon layer of tangible psychic light, forming a shimmering barrier around Dr. Stern's expanding brain. This power, on a new and uncharted spiritual level, brought considerable pressure to both of them. Yet Dr. Stern did not press further. The formidable psychic force merely circled around his own mind, never extending toward Li Ming or Peter. With deliberate restraint, he reined it in and held most of it back. But as he looked at Li Ming and Peter, his gaze suddenly filled with astonishment. Although I haven't tried to push any further, even in my current state, I can only sense your surface emotions. Your willpower is like a towering wall, blocking my perception from getting any deeper. Li Ming and Peter exchanged glances, feeling a bit at a loss. You give us too much credit. I'm only telling the truth, Dr. Stern replied, shaking his head. The heaviness in his mind made him instinctively reach up and touch his now much enlarged head. He raised his hand, glancing at his green-tinged skin, and managed a wry smile. Don't I look rather like a monster right now? Li Ming and Peter looked at each other and shook their heads. Compared to that other monster before, you're already much better, and besides, your power is far more under control, isn't it? After a moment's silence, Dr. Stern forced a faint smile. In this state, my sensitivity to your minds has heightened. Even without probing, I can feel that you truly don't harbor any ill will toward me. Thank you for seeing me as I am, without prejudice. Could I have a mirror? Faced with this sudden request, Li Ming and Peter scratched their heads. Where in a lab would they find a mirror? In the end, the two of them rummaged around and found a piece of polished, gleaming metal, which they handed to Dr. Stern. This is all we've got. Hope it does the trick. This will do nicely. Dr. Stern nodded, taking the metal piece and looking at his reflection. Suddenly, he chuckled. I may look a bit like a big-headed mutant baby, but I'm certainly a lot better off than Emil Blonsky. And not just in terms of appearance. This power has taken my intelligence, intuition, computational thinking, information retention, logic, and philosophical reasoning to unimaginable new heights. I feel like a walking human computer. And on top of that, I've developed these extraordinary psychic abilities. Perhaps I should be grateful for all this. Growing more animated, Dr. Stern accepted his new form without much hesitation. So, what do you plan to do next? Li Ming suddenly asked, then smiled. If you're interested, the doors of our company are always open to you. We could even set up a lab entirely under your control. At our company, you might even be able to continue your research on Hulk's blood. Independent laboratory work and research on Hulk's blood, is it? Dr. Samuel Stearns repeated the words, then suddenly looked at Li Ming. It seems you've brought back the sample of Dr. Banner's blood that was left in my lab, haven't you? That's right, Li Ming admitted without hesitation, smiling as he continued. Apart from concerns about others being exposed to that substance and undergoing unpredictable mutations, I have to admit I'm quite curious about it myself. After all, whether it's the Hulk, Emil Blonsky, or even you, Dr. Stearns, all of you experienced unique mutations triggered by the gamma energy contained in that blood. And every mutation has its own remarkable advantages. The value of that blood sample is simply too great to ignore. Rather than letting it fall into someone else's hands, I thought it better to bring it back and see if you could extract even more valuable discoveries from it. What's more, if we achieve further breakthroughs, maybe we can help Dr. Banner fully control his powers. That way, the world will have one less unstable threat and one more mighty force for order. Peter, himself a product of genetic mutation, had initially felt some resentment towards Li Ming for taking Dr. Banner's blood without permission. But hearing how candidly Li Ming spoke, his anger faded. He looked at Li Ming, quietly resolving to have a word with him later, at the very least, to make sure Li Ming's research would never cross any ethical lines. Meanwhile, Dr. Stearns suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, you want me to do the research, but I haven't agreed to join your Evangelion technologies yet. Aren't you jumping the gun a bit? That's exactly why I'm using this as an incentive to invite you, Li Ming replied calmly. After all, ever since Dr. Banner helped us defeat Emil Blonsky, he left New York right away. Who knows if we'll ever have another chance to get a sample of his blood. Li Ming's composed smile showed he was pleased with how things were going, sensing that the doctor's attitude was a promising sign. Look at me now, Dr. Stearns said, glancing down at his own green-hued hands and muttering to himself. I can't stand the thought of going back to that miserable lab and shutting myself away anymore. Then, raising his head with determination, he declared, if that's the case, I'm willing to join Evangelion Technologies. Excellent. Welcome aboard, Dr. Stearns. Li Ming exclaimed, delighted. He then patted Peter on the shoulder and made a formal introduction. Mr. Parker is one of our company's shareholders. As for the other two, besides Tony Stark, you'll get to meet Dr. Otto tomorrow. In the future, if you wish to become a shareholder yourself, as long as you make significant contributions, we'll discuss the details and allocate shares for you. There's no rush about the shares, Dr. Stearns replied, but I am quite eager to meet the renowned Dr. Otto. Dr. Stern waved his hand, his face beaming with a broad smile. I've admired his creative genius for a long time, and there are some topics I'd love to discuss with him. Seeing Stern's attitude towards Dr. Otto, Li Ming felt a quiet sigh of relief in his heart. No matter how you looked at it, Dr. Otto was an extremely important mentor to Li Ming. If Dr. Stern had harbored any hostility towards him, it would have been nearly impossible for Li Ming to keep Otto in the company. But now, with the other party openly expressing such goodwill, things would be much easier to handle. A weight lifted from his heart. Li Ming answered without hesitation. Of course, no problem. I'll introduce you to Dr. Otto tomorrow. He gave a playful wink. But since both of you are geniuses, and you'll soon be colleagues, you'll have plenty of time to explore research topics together. Dr. Stern, you can take your time. That's even better. Dr. Stern grinned and slowly let himself return to normal. Rubbing his hollow stomach, he pointed to the pile of high-calorie food at the other end of the lab. Now that I've joined Gospel Tech, can I finally have something to eat, boss? That food smells amazing, and I'm absolutely starving. At those words, Li Ming and Peter suddenly realized their own hunger. Their stomachs felt completely empty, and the little food they'd eaten earlier had long since vanished. A rumble echoed from their bellies. One after another, their stomachs made their hunger known. That was the sound of all three of them craving food. Li Ming immediately waved his hand and called out to Dr. Stern, "If you don't mind, why don't you join us for a bite?" "How could I mind? I need these high-calorie foods just as much." Now back to his normal self, Dr. Stern hopped off the bed, strode straight to the food, grabbed a slice of pizza, and started eating without the slightest hesitation. Fortunately, since they had all expended so much energy, Li Ming had bought a huge amount of food beforehand. Now, with 3 people sharing, it wasn't quite enough to fill them to the brim, but it was enough to take the edge off their hunger. After clearing away the food wrappers, Li Ming looked at Dr. Stern a bit apologetically. "Sorry, I never expected your first meal after joining the company would be just this stuff." "Don't worry about it." Dr. Stern waved it off casually. "My finances have never been great, so I'm used to eating this kind of food. Besides, it's just what we need to quickly replenish our energy, isn't it? Well, if you don't mind, then I won't fuss about it either." Li Ming paused for a moment before speaking. "Dr. Stern, you mentioned earlier that you could sense people's emotions and thoughts to tell whether they're lying, right?" "That's right, and I think that's only a shallow application of my mental powers." Dr. Stern spoke without hesitation, appearing to have completely adapted to his current situation. Li Ming nodded in understanding. "Since that's the case, I might have someone here who needs a small favor from you. If all goes well, the reward they're offering should be quite generous. If you're interested, you can make a nice bit of extra cash." "Oh." Dr. Stern looked at Li Ming with genuine interest. "Let's hear it." "It's actually pretty simple. All I need is your help with a straightforward personnel identification." Confident in the other's abilities, Li Ming offered this brief explanation, but didn't elaborate further. New York, Mixed Diner. Nick Fury, having driven over alone, eyed the small restaurant before him, his brow furrowing. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Entering the diner, he ignored the rambling old man in glasses and headed straight for the private booth they'd agreed upon earlier. There, he saw Li Ming, who greeted him with a cheerful wave. Glancing around, Fury did a quick check of the booth, finding nothing suspicious, no hidden microphones or cameras. Only then did he sit down, his expression clouded as he fixed Li Ming with a stern look and spoke in a gruff tone. "Because of your 3-giant brawl tonight, the whole of New York is on the brink of chaos. Don't tell me you call me out here at this hour, just for a midnight snack." "Of course not," Li Ming replied, rolling his eyes as he slid a plate of fries toward Fury. "But you really should try the food here. It's pretty good. And for the record, it was me, Dr. Banner, and Peter working together to stop that monster that kept the damage to a minimum. Don't tell me you're planning to pin the blame on us." Fury cleared his throat, adopting a casual air as he explained, "Of course not. My report specifically highlights the vital role you played in resolving the situation. The corresponding compensation will be deposited into your account soon." "I certainly hope so." Li Ming nodded, then suddenly changed the subject. "Have you ever considered the possibility that Hydra might have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. as well?" The abruptness of the question caught Fury off guard. His hand froze above the fries, and he slammed his palm on the table, his one eye glaring intensely at Li Ming. Do you realize what you're implying? Is there a problem? Li Ming furrowed his brow in feigned confusion. According to the files you let us review, Hydra is exceptionally skilled at hiding themselves. Anyone you meet on the street could be one of their agents. If that's true, then how can you be so sure S.H.I.E.L.D. itself hasn't been compromised? After all, infiltration is what they do best, isn't it? Nick Fury listened to Li Ming's words. His excitement vanished in an instant, replaced by his usual calm demeanor. I have considered that possibility, he said, but S.H.I.E.L.D. conducts extremely thorough background checks on every agent. The likelihood of something like this happening is very small. And even if there really is darkness lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D., I can't simply start an investigation. If I did, they'd catch on and cut their losses to save themselves, then burrow even deeper out of sight. The saying, cut off one head, two more shall take its place, isn't just an empty threat. Nick Fury spoke with measured calm. Anyway, I've already had my suspicions about all this. I'll handle our internal business. You don't need to worry. All I need from you is your help in battle when the time comes. Huh, suspicions already, and telling me not to worry? Li Ming couldn't help but grumble inwardly. When S.H.I.E.L.D. turns into HYDRA, I wonder if you'll still be saying that so confidently. On the surface, though, Li Ming looked at Nick Fury with a skeptical expression. Are you sure there's nothing to worry about? Don't go screwing this up and dragging us all down with you. With me at the helm, S.H.I.E.L.D. won't have any accidents. The total destruction of Hydra is only a matter of time. I appreciate your advice, Nick Fury said, sounding rather exasperated. But I'm swamped tonight. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. As he spoke, he eyed Li Ming with an expression that was half amusement, half exasperation, like an adult tolerating a mischievous kid. Oh, is that so? Li Ming put on a show of disappointment, sighing. That's a shame. I actually saved someone at the scene earlier. Someone who mutated after coming into contact with Hulk's blood. The powers he gained might actually help you figure out if Hydra exists within S.H.I.E.L.D. But if you don't need it, then I'll just drop it. Wait a second. Nick Fury, who had already gotten to his feet, dropped back heavily into his seat. This time, his gaze was truly intense, burning with a fierce determination. With his single eye sharp as ever, he stared at Li Ming and enunciated each word. What did you just say? A person mutated by exposure to Hulk's blood? Who is he? Where is he? Oh, but didn't you say you were busy? Wouldn't chatting with me get in the way of your urgent business? Li Ming shrugged, casually picking up a French fry and popping it into his mouth, speaking at his own leisurely pace. You. Fury's face darkened like the bottom of a scorched pot, but he forced himself to keep his tone even. Fine. I apologize for my earlier attitude. Could you please tell me about this person? Or is he under your control now? What do you mean, under my control? You agents really have a way with words. Always so unpleasant. Li Ming rolled his eyes and chuckled. But it seems that even S.H.I.E.L.D. can't keep track of everything, huh? All your attention was drawn to that Emil Blonsky character, and you completely forgot about another key figure. You mean the other key figure is Dr. Samuel Stearns? Nick Fury muttered, running through the relevant information in his mind. It didn't take him long to catch on. Li Ming didn't keep him guessing. That's right. He was flung by the mutated Emil Blonsky, who'd been injected with Hulk's blood, and crashed beneath the blood extraction equipment. The leftover Hulk blood dripped onto a wound on his head, triggering his mutation. So he turned into a monster like Hulk and Abomination? Nick Fury asked, a trace of nervousness in his voice. Dealing with one or two of those rampaging brutes was already overwhelming. If another one appeared, New York might really be turned upside down. Li Ming shook his head and explained casually, not quite. His mutation is focused entirely on his brain. The gamma energy in the Hulk's blood caused an unprecedented change in his mind. That led to a dramatic increase in his intelligence, and even gave rise to psychic abilities similar to telepathy. Well, at least he didn't turn into another monster. Nick Fury breathed a private sigh of relief, then suddenly caught on. So that's why you wanted him to help identify if Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.? Exactly, though it seems you don't really need his help, do you? Li Ming said, his tone dripping with irony. But by now, Nick Fury was no longer interested in that. Fixing Li Ming with a frown, he said, if someone with that kind of power decided to misuse it, even alone, he could cause enormous chaos. Where is he? S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to take charge of someone like that. Director Fury, are you paranoid or what? Li Ming's lips twitched as he replied irritably. Dr. Stearns only ended up like this by accident. How can you just assume he'll use his abilities for evil? Besides, Dr. Stearns is already employed at my company, Gospel Technology. There's no way I'm letting you just take him away. Li Ming's voice was full of determination. Dr. Stearns is already with my Gospel Technology, so there's no way I'll let you take him away. Li Ming repeated firmly, but before the tension could escalate further, he suddenly broke into a smile. Still, you have to admit, Dr. Stern's abilities would be a great asset to you and S.H.I.E.L.D., right? I suppose you have a point, Nick Fury conceded with a nod. In that case, why don't we treat Dr. Stearns the same way we did with Peter before? Let's have him undergo a screening and then hire him as a consultant. What do you think? And besides, he works at my company, enjoys a high salary and excellent benefits. And with both Peter and me keeping an eye on him, why on earth would he ever be bored enough to walk down the road of crime? At this point, Li Ming switched to persuasion by interest. What's more, with his current abilities, he's capable of things far beyond your imagination. Wasting such talent would be a terrible mistake. There's another thing. If Hydra really is hiding inside S.H.I.E.L.D., aren't you worried that, after being treated unfairly, he might be lured over to their side and do something that endangers the world? Having used both carrot and stick, Li Ming had truly done all he could. If this old hard-boiled egg still insisted on his way, then Li Ming really had nothing more to say. Ending their honeymoon phase was nothing compared to the real loss. The tragedy would be pushing a talent like Dr. Stern over to the enemy. After all, with his capabilities, if he's given the right position and resources, the value he could create would be astonishing. But on the flip side, if he ever turned to the other side and became a force for the darkness in this world, his destructive power could be just as immense. Given what was at stake, Li Ming naturally stood firm, unwilling to back down in the slightest. This was the first time since meeting Li Ming that Nick Fury had seen him take such a stance. Slightly surprised, Fury began to truly recognize Dr. Stern's worth. Thoughts spun quickly in his mind before Nick Fury finally relented. All right, you make a good point. We should be drawing on every bit of strength we can, not letting suspicion drive valuable people away. In that case, Dr. Stern will have to undergo SHLD's regular reviews and evaluations. You and Peter Parker should also take on a role of guiding him. If, after a period of observation, he shows no unusual behavior, I'll consider hiring him as a special consultant to S.H.I.E.L.D. He added by way of explanation. After all, unlike you and Peter Parker, he hasn't yet proven himself through action. It's only natural that the process is a bit more complicated. No problem. With Dr. Stern's intelligence, I'm sure he'll understand. Li Ming smiled in satisfaction, then asked, and what about identifying whether any S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel are secretly Hydra agents? Well, Nick Fury pondered for a moment before replying. Let's wait until he passes the review and is officially brought on as a special consultant. We'll talk about it then. All right, we'll leave it at that. Li Ming nodded, saying no more. Given Nick Fury's level of suspicion as the king of spies, if Li Ming pressed the issue any further, it would likely only make the man suspicious and have the opposite effect. It's still only halfway through 2009, and Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't yet reached the point of a complete takeover. There's no harm in taking things a bit more slowly. Since I've agreed to your terms, may I meet Dr. Stearns now? With the negotiations wrapped up, Nick Fury finally voiced what mattered most to him. After all, no matter how much had been said so far, it was all just Li Ming's account. Until he met Dr. Stearns in person, Nick Fury wasn't about to take everything at face value. Li Ming understood this perfectly well. In fact, most of the conversation so far had come from him. Although he discussed Dr. Stearns' wishes with him before coming here, now that Li Ming had secured a fair chance for Dr. Stearns, any further requests should come directly from the man himself. Of course, Li Ming replied without hesitation. He promptly took out his phone and called Peter. You can bring Dr. Stearns in now. It wasn't long before Peter and Dr. Stearns pushed open the door to the private room and entered. Li Ming stood up and walked over to Dr. Stearns, offering brief introductions between him and Nick Fury. Although the earlier discussion had been tense, once the terms were settled, Nick Fury's demeanor became relatively cordial. He took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, I'm Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Samuel Stearns. It's an honor to meet you, Dr. Stearns replied politely, shaking Fury's hand. After the pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Li Ming then explained to Dr. Stearns, in Fury's presence, the conditions that had just been agreed upon. When Li Ming finished, Nick Fury was quick to add, the basic steps are as Mr. Lee described. However, Dr. Stearns, if you can demonstrate your intentions and your expertise to S.H.I.E.L.D., the probation period can be shortened as much as needed. You can also put forward more requests. Everything depends on you. There was a probing note in his words. Those are entirely reasonable terms. I have no objections, Dr. Stearns replied, his expression one of genuine relief. The transformation I underwent was an accident. After all, being able to join Gospel Technologies and have my own independent lab is already more than enough for me. If I can pass SHLD's review and become a consultant, it would be my honor as well. He spoke calmly and methodically, a rational gleam in his eyes. From just a few words and a sense of the mood in the room, he could tell that Li Ming had truly done his best to secure the most favorable terms for him. The S.H.I.E.L.D. director across from him might be holding something back, but Dr. Stearns could sense that Nick Fury's attitude toward him was merely cautious, without any real malice. That was only natural, and he didn't dwell on it. In comparison, he found himself growing a bit more fond of Li Ming for the moment. Are you saying all this after sensing the thoughts of everyone present? Nick Fury suddenly asked. Just moments ago, he had indeed felt a faint touch at the edge of his mind, something that vanished as quickly as it appeared. So his question was not entirely without reason. Dr. Stern admitted frankly, I can sense some of your surface emotions, but the mental defenses of the three of you here are quite formidable. Under normal circumstances, I can't truly glimpse your innermost thoughts. A glint flashed in Nick Fury's eyes. So you're saying there are abnormal circumstances? That's right. Dr. Stern hesitated for a moment, but chose to explain, based on my current understanding of my own psychic abilities, I've found that if I really focus, my ability to peer into others' thoughts becomes much stronger. And after I transform, my brain is further enhanced. In that state, if I concentrate on someone, there's a chance I might be able to pick up on some of their deeper thoughts. I see. That's truly a remarkable ability. Nick Fury looked genuinely impressed, instantly raising his estimation of Dr. Stern's value. However, no one suggested asking Dr. Stern to try his full power. No one present was a fool. Whether he could do it or not, nobody liked the idea of someone else rummaging through their mind. With clear terms laid out and a brief demonstration of Dr. Stern's abilities. And since Dr. Stern himself showed no signs of antisocial behavior, instead, he was quite cooperative, Nick Fury was left quite satisfied, and the discussions about finer details proceeded smoothly. As the conversation drew to a close, all the important matters had been settled. Nick Fury's phone had rung several times, urging him to leave. He explained that he had many other matters to attend to, and that further details could be discussed when the consultant contract was signed. For tonight, he would have to take his leave. But before leaving, he paused, looking at Dr. Stern with a hint of hesitation, and finally spoke. Would you mind letting me see what you look like after you transform? You know, both Hulk and Abomination become rather unstable after their transformations. I'd like to make sure you don't have the same problem. Though he gave an explanation, everyone in the room understood. Nick Fury still wasn't completely at ease. After some consideration, he decided he needed to see for himself how Dr. Stern changed, and to make his own assessment. A perfectly reasonable request. In fact, gamma energy mainly affects my brain, which actually sharpens my rationality. There's no monstrous growth, and while the result may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, it is certainly more stable. Dr. Stern agreed with a smile. As he explained casually, Nick Fury watched in astonishment as Stern's skin turned a deep green and his head began to swell. In the end, his body remained that of a normal person, only with a larger head and green-tinted skin. It was a bit bizarre, but still so much better than Abomination. But in the very next moment, as the transformation completed, a green light flickered in Dr. Stern's eyes, and Nick Fury felt a surge of power, far stronger than before, trying to invade his mind. However, Fury's focused willpower kept it at bay. Before he could say anything, Dr. Stern looked troubled, as if he was doing his best to restrain the spread of his psychic power, and he quickly apologized. Sorry, after the transformation, my psychic strength has increased at least tenfold, and I'm still not quite used to controlling it. But the three of you here all have formidable wills. Even after transforming, I still can't sense what any of you are thinking. Is that so? Nick Fury breathed a silent sigh of relief, though he remained a little skeptical. He asked, what about those diners outside? There's only a wall between us. Can you sense their thoughts? That I can do. Dr. Stern nodded and gestured at the wall. For example, let's take the table closest to us outside. There's a man and a woman. The man is thinking about how to impress the woman, trying to win her over, and he believes the date is going well. He's convinced he'll get a kiss tonight. But the woman's thoughts tell me otherwise. She finds him utterly boring and is only entertaining him because he's reasonably well off. She's actually planning how to get away as soon as possible. Oh, and she's already considering teaming up with someone else to scam him out of his money. Should we intervene? Dr. Stern raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Ming. Li Ming found the whole thing absurd and twitched his lips. How are we supposed to interfere in other people's relationships? Then he glanced at the dumbfounded, bald-headed Fury and said, I warned you, but you insisted on trying your luck. Motherfew, are you serious? Nick Fury cursed with his one good eye, then stormed out the door. The door was left ajar, and soon the sounds of conversation drifted in from outside, followed by a brief, heated argument. 2 minutes later, Nick Fury returned. Now, the look he gave Dr. Stern was completely different. He spoke in a grave tone, Dr. Stern, you must never abuse this ability of yours. Of course, Stern replied at once. To be honest, I barely paid them any attention, but ordinary people's mental defenses are so weak that even a stray thought reveals everything inside. My control over my abilities isn't very good yet. When there are a lot of people around, it's honestly not a pleasant experience at all. Dr. Stern wore a troubled expression as he added, although I haven't actually tried it, I get the feeling that if I concentrate and delve deeper into their thoughts, I could even control their minds. And I'm very aware of how dangerous this kind of power can be. Director Fury, you can rest assured, I would never use it unless it was absolutely necessary. After personally witnessing how terrifying this psychic ability could be, Nick Fury's estimation of Dr. Stern's threat level had only gone up. In fact, the thought had crossed his mind that if Stern ever showed any sign of antisocial behavior, he would need to be eliminated for good. But seeing how rationally Stern analyzed his own situation, and how he openly revealed his cards without reservation, Nick Fury finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. This ability was dangerous, no doubt, but at least for now, Dr. Stern seemed to be a reasonable man, with a certain degree of self-control. And if such a powerful psychic gift could be harnessed properly, the results could be nothing short of extraordinary. With this in mind, Nick Fury realized that Dr. Stern's importance was now on par with Ming and Peter in his eyes. He let out a wry chuckle. All right, Dr. Stern, I underestimated you before. I owe you an apology. I told you so ages ago. Ming's voice drifted in, laced with mild sarcasm. Nick Fury ignored the jab and turned to Dr. Stern, his gaze serious. Maybe you seem perfectly normal now, and maybe you can guarantee you won't abuse your powers. But to be safe, I'll still have to conduct a thorough review before we can work together further. After that, I'll officially invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. as a special consultant. When that day comes, I'll apologize to you properly. Hearing this, Ming and Peter frowned and glanced at Dr. Stern. If he showed the slightest sign of displeasure, they were ready to back him up. It sounded reasonable to impose stricter scrutiny because of the danger involved, but from the perspective of the person being investigated, it wasn't necessarily easy to accept. Naturally, they were on Dr. Stern's side now, that he was one of their own. As long as it doesn't interfere too much with my research or daily life, I have no objections. After all, Director Fury, you were the one who asked to see me transformed. Wasn't that your way of being cautious? Dr. Stern smiled calmly, accepting the arrangement and returning to his composed self. I'm glad you understand. Then it's settled. When I get back, I'll raise your clearance level to match Mr. Lee and the others. I look forward to the day you officially become our special consultant. Nick Fury nodded with a smile. Dr. Stern's cooperation truly pleased him. I'm looking forward to it as well. Dr. Stern replied with a matching smile. Somehow, after witnessing the exchange, Ming and Peter glanced at each other, both sensing that Dr. Stern had foreseen all of this long ago. He had already weighed the outcomes in his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handled everything with such composure. For a moment, both found themselves deeply impressed by the mutated intellect before them. Having once again witnessed Dr. Stern's abilities, Nick Fury reiterated the details of their cooperation, and at last prepared to take his leave. After all, he truly was swamped with work. The aftermath of the battle between the three giants, the matter of Abomination's corpse, and countless other lingering issues all awaited his return and negotiation. It seemed a restful night was out of the question. To Fury, Dr. Stern's appearance was not just a source of amazement, nor merely a valuable addition to the Avengers Initiative's reserve list. More importantly, it made him value Abomination's corpse even more than before. Although both Abomination and Dr. Stern's mutations originated from Dr. Banner's blood, Banner himself had now vanished. Given the speed he'd shown, neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor the military had any means to keep up with him. Once he got far enough away, shed his transformation, and melted into a crowd, finding him again would be nearly impossible. As for Dr. Stern, with abilities so dangerous and still under observation, it wasn't wise to demand a blood sample outright. That would only risk provoking him. In this light, Abomination became the key to unlocking the mysteries of Hulk's blood. If they could make progress, perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. could one day have its own super agent squad. Compared to the Avengers Initiative, that kind of force would be far more controllable, and that was something Fury simply couldn't ignore. Just before leaving, Nick Fury suddenly looked at Dr. Stern. By the way, we'll need a code name for your file. Any thoughts? This could end up being your nickname in the future. I could just assign one, but I think it's better to respect your preference. Something like Light Knight or Spider-Man. Dr. Stern glanced at Ming and Peter with a playful smile, and seeing their slightly annoyed stares, he quickly added, "How about just calling me Big Brain?" Watching the odd expressions the three wore at this suggestion, Dr. Stern explained with a teasing grin, "I don't mean I want to be the boss. Don't you think the name just suits my oversized head?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but let slip a mischievous smile. Looks like you've gotten used to your new appearance rather quickly. Nick Fury cocked his head and quipped before agreeing. All right then, from now on, your code name will be Big Boss. I've got other matters to attend to, so I'll leave for now. Dr. Stern, once you pass the review and officially become a consultant, there'll be plenty of times when we'll need your help. I'll invite you both to dinner then. With the pleasantries exchanged, Nick Fury headed straight for the door and left, leaving Li Ming and the other two staring at each other in surprise. Li Ming was the first to break the silence. He winked at the other two and said, "So what do you think? Are you still hungry? Since we're already here, why don't we order some more food?" "My treat," he added with a grin. "Of course we should eat. Bring the menu over." Peter cheered, showing absolutely no restraint. "Well then, I graciously accept," Dr. Stern replied with a smile. Since none of them had really eaten their fill earlier, the three of them enjoyed another hearty meal, ending the evening on a cheerful note. Afterwards, Li Ming made sure both Dr. Stern and Peter got home safely. By the time all this was done and Li Ming returned to his own home, it was already deep into the night. He had called his grandfather earlier to let him know about the dinner, so naturally, Grandpa Li Jian hadn't waited up and had gone to bed early. Now, coming home at this hour, Li Ming moved about quietly, careful not to wake his grandfather. Otherwise, he'd be in for a scolding. After washing up and tidying himself, he flopped down onto the bed. Maybe I should check how my body stats have changed before I sleep. But the thought had barely crossed his mind before exhaustion swept over him. His head lolled to the side, and he was asleep in seconds. As he drifted off, a phantom image of the Radiant Knight driver appeared at his waist. A crystalline blue ring flashed briefly, then melded back into Li Ming's body. Just as he fell in his slumber, Li Ming's body gave a sudden shudder. His expression shifted, as if he had begun to dream. His consciousness rose from the depths of sleep, and the world around him transformed from a hazy blur to a space with indistinct boundaries, where crystalline blue and magenta streams of light flickered in the darkness. As an information prompt appeared before him, Li Ming, caught between dream and waking, snapped to alertness. He jumped to his feet, his face full of disbelief. Am I in a dream? He took in the strange dreamscape around him. Though only the soft glow of blue and red streams lit the space, he could see every object with perfect clarity. Well, in a dream, these things are hardly surprising. Li Ming couldn't help but quip inwardly, then let his gaze fall on the Radiant Knight driver, floating before him, along with the power cards that had lined themselves up and were now quietly suspended in midair. Only after processing the new information did he realize why the abilities that emerged after his power completion rate broke through the 20% threshold had left him so puzzled. It was because those functions weren't fully developed yet. Not until tonight, after he used Wild Beast Power Armament to push his power mastery to a new height, breaking through the 30% threshold, did that brand new ability finally awaken within him. It opened up a dream space for Li Ming, where he could consume world influence to invoke the wills of powerful figures sealed within his power cards. These figures would temporarily gain a measure of sentience and appear before him in physical form. They could either teach him new skills directly or act as sparring partners, helping him hone his combat techniques. So, is this like some upgraded immersive online class in my dreams? Li Ming couldn't help but feel the urge to complain, but deep down, he was quite satisfied with this new ability. Plus, time flows differently in the dream space. A minute here only equals a second in the real world. I could train every day without it ever affecting my normal rest. Holy crap, isn't this like a personal transformation training chamber? Li Ming slapped his thigh in sudden realization, his face lighting up with excitement. I finally have this kind of setup too. For now, the space could only be accessed in his dreams, but Li Ming was convinced it was only a matter of time before he could bring it into reality. No, calm down. Don't get so excited that you wake yourself up. Let's try out this feature that materializes the Power Cards champion for dream training first. Of course, the dream space was perfectly stable. Unless Li Ming chose to leave, he would remain there, asleep or dreaming. This level of excitement was nowhere near enough to wake him. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Li Ming reached out and drew the Altaïr card. He'd long wanted to see for himself what kind of presence this legendary assassin truly possessed. Maybe, he thought, he could even experience firsthand just how strong this mortal man truly was. After the ring scanned the card, a flash of light particles appeared. Before Li Ming stood a man with most of his face hidden beneath a hood, his aura so withdrawn he seemed nearly invisible. In the dark and silent room, Li Ming lay deep in sleep, his brow furrowed as if caught in a bad dream. Damn! Suddenly, a shout shattered the stillness of the night. Li Ming, who had just been lying motionless, bolted upright, looking ready to attack at any moment. Luckily, the room was well soundproofed, so his yell didn't travel beyond its walls. On instinct, Li Ming patted down his groin, chest, throat, and temples, checking all his vital points. He gasped for breath, huge beads of cold sweat rolling down his face. After a moment, he gradually came back to himself, realizing he had woken up. Finding no wounds on his body, he finally let out a sigh of relief, his whole body relaxing as he flopped back down onto the bed. Even though I made the request myself, wasn't he a bit too ruthless with his attack? Li Ming wiped the sweat from his face, his tone a mix of lingering fear and genuine admiration. 1 minute earlier in real-world time, within the realm of dreams. After summoning Altaïr, Li Ming gave him a careful once-over and attempted to communicate. Only then did he realize that this Altaïr, manifested from the will within the strength card, possessed a remarkable degree of self-awareness. While it was impossible to hold a complex conversation, any question Li Ming posed about stealth or assassination techniques was answered without hesitation. It was as if this consciousness existed principally to embody these very skills. Ask about anything else, and the answers would be vague at best, but inquire about assassination, and a precise response was always given. Taking this opportunity, Li Ming finally grasped the nature of the mighty will that resided within the strength card. As the name suggests, the strength card was a vessel for power, and the strength it contained mirrored the very nature of the abilities its original owner possessed. The will of the mighty figure that lingered within retained only the memories directly related to their own command of power. For example, the manifested Altaïr, whose power was rooted in stealth and assassination, remembered only those skills. Should another card house someone with supernatural abilities, the will it preserved would contain only the techniques relevant to wielding that specific power, excluding any unrelated memories. So far, everything had turned out rather well, and Li Ming found this deeper understanding of the strength card both intriguing and enlightening. But then, on a sudden whim and with a touch of recklessness, he asked Altaïr to attack him, to see what would happen. In the dream world, Li Ming's body was no more than a construct of his consciousness. Even if he suffered injury or death, it would have no effect on his real self, save for causing some mental shock. Although this body was merely a product of his mind, its physical capabilities were modeled after Li Ming's own real-world physique. In fact, if he wished, he could even adjust his physical condition within a range between that of an average person and his own peak. This sense of security emboldened him, since his body's abilities far outstripped those of Altaïr, and he'd already picked up a thing or two from repeated use of the stealth assassination armament. Surely he'd be able to hold his own for a few moves and witness Altaïr's prowess firsthand. Altaïr, once summoned, gave it no second thought. As soon as Li Ming made his request and confirmed it, Altaïr sprang into action. What a move! Despite Li Ming's own lightning-fast reflexes, all he could catch was the faintest twitch of Altaïr's shoulder. Even as he raised his arm at top speed to parry, the assassin's hidden blade had already pierced his throat. One encounter, Li Ming was down for the count. No matter how you put it, he was someone who had died once before, killed by a dagger thrust into his throat, only for his consciousness to painfully reassemble itself. Li Ming figured he could handle it, unpleasant as the experience was. But to be killed in a single exchange right at the start, how could he accept that? He was stubborn to the core. He refused to give in. He simply wouldn't believe in defeat. So, gritting his teeth, he tried again and again. With some preparation this time, Li Ming managed to exchange a few moves with his opponent, and even managed to land hits on Altaïr. But no matter how badly he wounded his opponent, it was always Li Ming who died first in the end. In just a few dozen seconds in the outside world, Li Ming experienced an array of bizarre deaths. Every vital spot on his body had been targeted in one way or another. Altaïr even let him experience a particularly devastating low blow. That one blow was the last straw, pushing the accumulated psychological strain from his repeated deaths to a breaking point and jerking him awake. It was just as well he woke up. Any more of this, and Li Ming thought he might develop a real phobia. As his breathing gradually steadied, Li Ming's mind calmed. He got up, poured himself a glass of water, downed it in a few gulps, exhaled deeply, and flopped back on his bed. It seems that from now on, besides my morning training, I need to add nightly skill practice in the dream space. Until I see real progress, I'd better not try going head-to-head with teacher Altaïr again. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Li Ming made up his mind. For now, he would focus on learning from William A. Zeberlin, Altaïr, and Agent 47. Zeberlin could help him rebuild his foundation, deepen his mastery of ripple techniques, and, combined with the qualitative changes his ripple was undergoing, develop skills better suited to him. Altaïr and Agent 47, on the other hand, were both masters of stealth and assassination. The difference was that Altaïr excelled in close-quarters combat and the use of cold weapons, while Agent 47, as a modern assassin, was highly skilled with all sorts of firearms and advanced weaponry. Maybe Li Ming could even learn things like piloting boats or planes from him. As for the other power cards, their abilities mostly stem from their own unique traits, so there wasn't much they could actually teach him. Even Jonathan Joestar had been personally trained by Zeberlin. If Li Ming wanted to meet this gentleman, he could summon him, but when it came to ripple training, it was still best to leave it to the far more experienced Zeberlin. He mulled over all this in the pitch-dark room, and despite his earlier exhaustion, found himself feeling a bit more energized. Having settled on his teachers, Li Ming naturally began to consider what it would cost him. Fortunately, aside from Zeberlin, the other two are mere mortals. Even Zeberlin himself, despite mastering the ripple, doesn't possess any overwhelming strength. Judging from the feedback my drive gave me about the world influence consumption right after I woke up, summoning Altaïr for less than an hour used up about 100 points. So spending 10 minutes or so each night in the dream space learning from him shouldn't be a problem at all. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Ming waved his hand and summoned a screen of light. Power completion, 34.7%. World influence, 62,817. Gazing at the surging numbers, Li Ming felt the satisfaction of a bountiful harvest, just like an old farmer reaping his crops. On top of that, a sense of bold, extravagant confidence welled up within him. Oh, that's right. It seems I can also use World Influence to run some simulations in the dream space. Maybe I'll give it a try tomorrow night. As his excitement faded, drowsiness crept over him once again. Li Ming simply flopped onto his bed and slept soundly until morning. The next day, after a good night's rest, Li Ming woke up bright and early. He hopped on his bicycle and rode off toward a nearly abandoned warehouse district. There, he had an independent warehouse, officially rented from the Lee Group. Of course, rented was just a formality. It was essentially a private area he'd gotten from his grandfather. Over the past while, Li Ming had invested considerable time and money to hire professionals to design and outfit a fully equipped training ground packed with all kinds of gear. As his physical abilities improved, basic exercises had become unsuitable for him. It was no longer appropriate to train out in public. Take his morning runs, for example. These days, even when Li Ming ran at a casual pace, without pushing himself, he was already on par with the world's top athletes. If he were to sprint in earnest, the results would be downright astonishing. He had long since surpassed the limits of what a normal human being could do. What's more, as the ripple in his body became more potent, his training sessions grew increasingly dramatic, bursts of light flickering. From his body, the commotion impossible to miss. As long as someone wasn't blind, anyone passing by could tell he was no ordinary person. Left with no other choice, he had to set up a private training ground, a space for himself and Peter to train away from prying eyes. And beyond being a training ground, Li Ming also used this as a cover to build a secret base in the basement beneath the warehouse. Since the warehouse was private property, he'd requested extra soundproofing and privacy features during renovations. Once the gym facilities above were finished, it made for the perfect disguise. On the surface, it was just a small warehouse owned by the Li Group, but those in the know understood it was a specialized training facility designed by Li Ming himself. In the end, only Li Ming, Peter, and a handful of others knew the truth. Beneath it all, there was a spacious underground room serving as their secret base. With layer upon layer of concealment, the secrecy of this place was ensured to an extraordinary degree. At last, Li Ming and Peter finally had a stable base of operations behind them, sparing themselves the awkwardness of having nowhere to go when important matters needed to be handled privately. For the time being, though, the construction of the basement was solely up to the two of them. Occasionally, Dr. Otto would come by to check in or lend a hand, but at this stage, the place was only just barely usable, still a long way from being fully equipped. But for their purposes, it was more than enough for now. After all, the memory of sneaking into the lab late at night to dig up dirt on Norman Osborne, only to be caught red-handed by Dr. Otto, was still fresh in their minds. Neither Li Ming nor Peter had any desire to relive that particular experience. And even if the basement was far from perfect for the time being, it was still worlds more comfortable than any secret base cobbled together in the sewers. Sure, doing everything themselves was a hassle, but it didn't bother them in the slightest. After all, this was their own place. However they decided to build it, it would work out just fine. Li Ming couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. Having the power of money really is a joy. After finishing their morning workout, Li Ming and Peter said their goodbyes and headed home. While eating breakfast, Li Ming and his grandfather watched the morning news together. Naturally, the biggest headline was all about last night's rampage by Abomination in the city, a battle of three giants that rocked the streets. But what caught Li Ming off guard was the segment that immediately followed. the media's sharp criticism of the military and Norman Osborne. That's right. Once again, the blame was being laid at Norman Osborne's feet. Even though the chaos last night should have been pinned on the military, led by General Ross, Norman's current standing in public opinion was so dire that anything going wrong in New York, whether it involved him or not, would end up on his shoulders, so long as there was even the slightest connection. The creature Abomination was clearly the product of some biological experiment, and its resemblance to the earlier lizard professor only fueled the theory that it was Osborne Industries' latest creation. Or rather, their latest humanoid weapon, manufactured specifically for acts of terror. Even when some pointed out that Abomination was originally military personnel, there were still plenty who insisted this was a bioweapon cooked up by Osborne Industries and the military in cahoots. And who could blame them? Given all the previous scandals about shady biological research, both Norman and Osborne Industries had lost every shred of credibility in this arena. The public was all too ready to believe such claims. In short, Osborne Industries, with all the evil deeds to their name, Norman Osborne, with his endless scheming, you all ought to get out of New York. Norman Osborne's reputation took another heavy blow. There's another camp of voices that believes letting such a dangerous individual into New York shows that Mayor Norman Osborne has done absolutely nothing for the city's safety. He's treating the lives of ordinary people like a game. When faced with the large-scale crisis caused by the Abomination, it was still the Knight of Light and Spider-Man who stood between the citizens and danger. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military, who had been partly responsible for the mess, responded actively. Yet, the mayor's office alone did nothing at all. Or, to put another way, by the time they finally reacted, the whole incident had already been resolved through the joint efforts of everyone else. In comparison, Norman Osborne seemed entirely unfit to be mayor, and so the refrain was repeated, Norman Osborne, get out of New York. Reading all this, Li Ming almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He nearly sprayed a mouthful of porridge across the table. Even he hadn't expected that the brunt of the negative public opinion from last night's battle would fall squarely on Norman Osborne's shoulders. He'd thought that he, Peter, and Dr. Banner might catch some criticism for their actions, but as it turned out, the vast majority of today's comments were singing their praises. Even those few contrarian media outlets, the ones always looking to stir things up, took a neutral stance to avoid provoking the public. There were even people starting to write detailed analyses about Li Ming's new primal beast form, comparing its observed power to his previous transformations, marveling at how much stronger he'd become. So early in the morning, reading all this put him in an exceptionally good mood. Eat your breakfast properly. You nearly splattered porridge all over my face. Is the news really that funny? Finish eating before you read anything else. At last, one sentence from old Mr. Lee was enough to make Li Ming behave himself. He finished his breakfast seriously, washed his own bowl, and only then was it done. After saying goodbye, each of them drove off to their respective companies. As Li Ming watched the bustling crowd from his car, a trace of solemnity crept onto his face. He was certainly glad to see Norman Osborne take the fall, but it also made him think about some deeper issues. If this kept up, it might just push Osborne to become the Green Goblin. Honestly, right now, most of the hatred was being aimed at Tony Stark. If Osborne really decided to go after Tony, he might end up getting taught a harsh lesson instead. But what truly worried Li Ming was the possibility that if Osborne snapped, he might go on an indiscriminate rampage against anyone who had ever opposed him. Li Ming himself had nothing to fear, of course, but what if Osborne set his sights on his grandfather? No, I have to come up with a plan. Maybe it's time to deliver a decisive blow, draw all his hatred onto myself, and settle this once and for all. With this silent resolve, Li Ming made up his mind. When he arrived at the company, he learned that Dr. Stern had already gotten there earlier. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten to text Dr. Otto and Fong Li yesterday to explain the situation, so nothing seemed out of place. After he finally managed to explain himself under Fong Li's murderous glare, she reluctantly told him where to find Dr. Stern. When he tracked him down, Li Ming discovered that Dr. Stern was in the laboratory, deeply engaged in a lively conversation with Dr. Otto. The two of them looked as though they had found kindred spirits. Each seemed to genuinely admire the other. Peter, who had arrived much earlier, was sitting nearby, listening intently to their exchange. His expression was earnest and focused. From time to time, he would pull out his notebook to jot down a few notes or sketch something, carefully recording their discussion. Seeing this scene, Li Ming felt a tremendous sense of relief. After all, whether it's scientific research or any other field that relies on talent, it's rare for one brilliant mind to fully accept the prowess of another equally gifted individual. In Li Ming's eyes, competition is inevitable. But the key is whether that competition is healthy or destructive. Not everyone can be like him and Peter. Though both are prodigies, they value friendship and collaboration above rivalry. They celebrate each other's achievements and push themselves to keep pace, never allowing temporary setbacks to breed jealousy. Now, seeing Dr. Stern and Dr. Otto getting along so well, Li Ming realized that many future challenges would become much easier to handle. After all, Dr. Otto was both Li Ming and Peter's mentor, and the cornerstone of all current research at Gospel Technologies. It was thanks to his neural interface prosthetics technology that the company had come so far. As for Dr. Stern, after his brain mutation, his intellect had arguably surpassed even Dr. Otto's. With his deep research into the mysteries of Hulk's blood, he was destined to become another pillar of Gospel Technologies in the future. There could be no overstating the importance of these two men to the company. Even though Dr. Stern had pledged his loyalty the night before, Li Ming still harbored a hint of concern. But, seeing them now, perhaps he had worried for nothing. Hey, look who's here. Dr. Otto noticed Li Ming as he walked through the door, stepped forward to give him a friendly pat, and turned to Dr. Stern. We have a visionary at the helm, a man who can spot and recruit geniuses like you, Dr. Stern. With his leadership, Gospel Technologies is sure to reach new heights. Ah, Dr. Otto, you're far too kind. Dr. Stern replied with polite modesty, then turned to Li Ming. Boss, although you've promised me a dedicated research lab, the construction of a biochemistry facility is a complicated process, and it will take some time. So, until my lab is ready, why don't I help out here with Dr. Otto's team? Li Ming didn't agree immediately. Instead, he looked to Dr. Otto for his opinion. After all, this was Otto's lab. Even though Li Ming was the head of Gospel Technologies, he was also Otto's student. Both roles demanded that he show proper respect to his mentor. Dr. Otto didn't give it much thought and readily agreed, saying, I have no objections. Dr. Stern's talent never fails to amaze me. Even though our fields of study differ, a bit of cross-disciplinary exchange might just spark some fresh inspiration. Well, if you have no objections, Doctor, what else can I possibly say? Li Ming smiled, then turned to Dr. Stern with a mock look of distress, playfully complaining, but you're taking the spots that belong to Peter and me. My apologies, but even if you're the boss, I'm not giving up my seat. Dr. Stern replied with a broad grin, clearly aware that Li Ming was joking, and played along with the banter. Li Ming and Peter exchanged a glance, both putting on pitiful faces. But their act only lasted a few seconds before they both couldn't help bursting into laughter. The two doctors joined in as well, and for a moment, the entire office was filled with a cheerful, light-hearted atmosphere. After the laughter subsided, Li Ming took the initiative and said, It looks like Peter and I will have to stick by your side, Dr. Stern, and learn as much as we can from both of you until your lab is up and running. Of course, this was also his way of taking the opportunity to observe Dr. Stern for a while. After all, Dr. Stern had been enhanced with both heightened intelligence and new psychic abilities, telepathy and mind control. Even if the mutations were optimized and made more manageable by Li Ming's own influence. Who could say what thoughts might arise in someone after gaining such formidable powers? Spending some time keeping an eye on things would give Li Ming a chance to judge whether Dr. Stern's commitment to Evangelion Technologies was genuine, helping him plan ahead for the future. Dr. Otto chuckled, clearly pleased with the arrangement. There's nothing wrong with lending us a hand now and then. There's a lot you two can learn from Dr. Stern as well. And when new projects come up, you'll be working together. Once you've built up enough experience, you can use your achievements to apply for early graduation. I agree wholeheartedly, Dr. Stern added. With the resources at your disposal, you're hardly typical students. You don't need to rely on the university anymore. With the company's backing and your talent, you can take the lead on your own research and make progress even faster. This suggestion coincided perfectly with Li Ming's own thoughts. Given how turbulent and unpredictable the world would become, there was hardly time for him to leisurely finish 4 years of college, let alone pursue a master's or doctorate. As for the classic college experience, he'd already lived through that in his previous life and felt no particular longing for it. Besides, both Li Ming and Peter had already self-studied most of the undergraduate material. They'd spent plenty of time under Dr. Otto's wing, working on research projects, poring over academic papers, and getting hands-on experience in the lab. Their current level was now hardly any different from that of graduate students or even doctoral candidates at well-known universities. Exchanging a glance with Peter, Li Ming nodded and said, We'll give your suggestion some serious thought. For now, let's move on to another matter. As he spoke, he turned to Dr. Otto, his expression turning serious. Doctor, do you have a moment? Regarding the issue we discussed earlier, considering the current public opinion, I think the time has come. My coffee's finished. You all go ahead. I'll step out and get a refill. Dr. Stern shook his empty coffee cup and prepared to leave the lab. Having only just joined Gospel Tech, and with his formal contract still in the works, he naturally understood that some company matters were still off limits to him. His offer to step out at this moment was a tactful gesture. But to his surprise, Dr. Otto raised his hand to stop him. With a smile, he said, "No need, Dr. Stern. This isn't a company secret. In fact, I think you should hear this. You might even be able to help. In that case, I'll stay and listen." Dr. Stern glanced at Li Ming and Dr. Otto, then nodded in agreement and stayed put. Li Ming turned to lock the lab door and drew the curtains. When he turned around, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on him. He smiled, gathered his thoughts, and began, "Our plan to take revenge on Norman Osborne has gone remarkably well so far. Both Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. are putting enormous pressure on him from different fronts. I believe the time has come, Doctor, for you to step forward and deliver the decisive blow." He spoke with absolute conviction. As soon as he finished, the other 3 reacted with varied expressions. Dr. Stern's face shifted slightly, but he quickly processed the information and the implications behind Li Ming's words. He smiled without comment. Peter's face showed a flicker of unease, but he composed himself and quietly filled Dr. Stern in on the background of the situation. Now that he understood everything, Dr. Stern regarded Li Ming with newfound respect. Although he had suspected some things, his knowledge was limited. It had never occurred to him that both Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D., those 2 giants, had been led to target Norman Osborne because of Li Ming's guidance. Realizing this, he understood that the Li Ming he'd seen so far was only a glimpse of the man's true abilities. A subtle sense of admiration began to grow in his heart. In contrast, young Peter Parker standing before him was simple and sincere, full of goodwill toward others, a genuinely easygoing person. He seemed like someone worth keeping in touch with more in the future. Dr. Otto, however, maintained his usual composure. After a moment's thought, he spoke up, "I've been following the recent news, particularly everything related to Oscorp. Judging from public opinion and Norman's current predicament, it's clear he's reached a crisis point. If we're going to make a move, now is the perfect time." "Doctor, are you thinking of backing out?" Seeing that Dr. Otto hadn't finished his thought, Li Ming asked bluntly, then smiled. "If you believe our revenge has gone far enough and you want to stop here, that's perfectly fine by me." "No." Dr. Otto immediately interrupted Li Ming, his expression darkening with rare traces of hatred. "Even if it's just for what Norman did, driving me to the brink of death, the final blow has to come from us. Only by completing this revenge can I truly put the past behind me." After venting his feelings, he took a deep breath, his expression settling back into calm. "I've already reached out to every researcher I know, whose work Norman Osborne has ever stolen. Most of them have agreed to my request and are ready to join forces with me to seek justice from Norman. I've spent some money, but considering the wave of public opinion we'll generate by gathering this group together, it's definitely worth every penny." Dr. Otto then looked over at Dr. Stern, who had been quietly listening at the side. "Of course, if you, Dr. Stern, could help me reach out to a few more researchers in the field, that would be even better." "Well, I can do that," Dr. Stern nodded. "I'll get in touch with some old friends and see what I can do." "All right, I didn't expect you to be so well prepared, Doctor. Seems I had nothing to worry about after all." Li Ming chuckled. "Since everything is in place, why don't we hold our press conference the day after Gospel Technologies launches its exhibition at the Stark Expo?" "That's an excellent idea." Dr. Otto nodded in approval. "Once we've showcased our technology, both Gospel Technologies and the Neuralink prosthetics will be sure to capture everyone's attention. And by hosting the press conference then, we'll draw even more eyes, dealing an even greater blow to Norman." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Li Ming agreed. "So now, the only thing left is to see when Jefferson will recover and be discharged from the hospital. After all, with him there, our exhibition will have the best possible impact." "This Jefferson, is he the officer who nearly sacrificed himself to save others during the explosion?" Dr. Stern suddenly asked from the side. "That's right, it's him. In fact, you could say he and I, along with Peter, are comrades in arms." Li Ming answered with a cheerful smile. "That truly is your good fortune," Dr. Stern exclaimed with genuine admiration. As the scattered bits of information he had unintentionally gathered earlier suddenly came together, he immediately understood how Li Ming had managed to build a connection with the other party. For a moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Li Ming not only had skill in every aspect, but was also unbelievably lucky. What an incredible coincidence. To avoid disaster and even gain significant benefits from it. Such things are rare indeed. Who can deny it? Maybe it's true what they say. Good things happen to good people, Li Ming and Peter echoed, both visibly moved. "All right, let's get back to business." Dr. Otto clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. He continued, "There's no issue on Officer Davis's end. I called earlier, and he said he's recovering well. He should be discharged from the hospital in a couple of days. When the time comes, he'll come to our company lab with his doctor to try out the prosthetic limb." Li Ming nodded. "Sounds good. Once he's finished the trial and everything checks out, I'll contact Miss Potts to arrange our exhibition. With business settled, the four of them, each aware of the other's unique backgrounds and abilities, heard Li Ming suggest that Dr. Stern showed Dr. Otto his transformed appearance and powers. After a night's adjustment, Dr. Stern had grown much more comfortable with his own changes and agreed without hesitation. Instantly, he turned into his green-skinned, large-headed form. He demonstrated several abilities, and it became clear that Dr. Otto was just as strong-willed, his mind not easily penetrated. Dr. Stern, however, took it in stride, joking that he was always surrounded by people of strong character, so he didn't need to worry about accidentally annoying them with his powers. They had barely begun chatting when Dr. Stern suddenly spoke up. By the way, when I let my mind wander just now, letting my surplus mental energy run wild, I found that a lot of information combined to suggest a possibility. Tony Stark made an enemy of Justin Hammer from Hammer Industries because of the suit incident. Now, Stark Industries is spreading dirt on Norman Osborne, causing both him and the Osborne Group tremendous losses. Norman Osborne has more than an 80% chance of discovering that Stark Industries is behind the smear campaign. Based on probability calculations, there's a 67% chance that Hammer and Osborne will join forces to target Stark Industries. With that, Dr. Stern turned to Li Ming. I suppose that makes him our ally, right? Should we give him a heads up? Peter, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Was this even a human brain at work? Meanwhile, Dr. Otto regarded Dr. Stern with a look full of curiosity and envy, as if to say, give me some of that, too. Only Li Ming furrowed his brow deeply. That's a possibility I hadn't considered, but thinking it over, it actually seems quite likely. Following this train of thought, it didn't take Li Ming long to zero in on a key figure, Ivan Vanko. If the technology for the miniature cold fusion reactor ended up in the hands of those two parties, a chill ran down his spine. Gratefully, he clasped Dr. Stern's hand. Thank you for the reminder. If you hadn't brought this up, and those two actually joined forces, Stark Industries would have more than just a bit of trouble on their hands. They might stir up something much bigger. With that, Li Ming pulled out his phone and dialed Tony's number directly. While waiting for the call to connect, he gestured apologetically to Dr. Otto and the other two, offering a brief smile before stepping out of the lab. He made his way to the lounge and locked the door behind him. What he was about to discuss involved some of Tony Stark's private affairs, and it wasn't suitable to talk about them openly in front of others. Soon, the call went through, and Tony's slightly weary voice came from the other end. Hey kid, I just got back to New York. What's so urgent this early in the morning? It's barely after 9. Did you get in at dawn? Li Ming raised an eyebrow, asking the question without thinking. It's not that dramatic, but pretty close, Tony replied, smacking his lips. What can I say? Every time I leave New York, troublemakers start crawling out of the woodwork. And every time you guys deal with them, I'm not around. For the great Iron Man, that's a little embarrassing, don't you think? Well, that's as good an excuse as any. Li Ming shrugged, steering the conversation back on track. Hey, what did you end up doing about Ivan Vanko? What else could I do? I had a word with the police, told them to keep a close eye on that guy, and to move his trial along so he gets the sentence he deserves and goes to prison. I can't have him getting bumped off in jail, can I? Tony spoke casually about his arrangements, then shot back. So you woke me up this early just for this? Yes and no. Let me think where to start. Li Ming gathered his thoughts before continuing. Do you think Osborne Corporation scandals being exposed now is because Stark Industries leaked the dirt and steered public opinion? I figured as much, Tony replied, unbothered. Jarvis told me someone skilled was digging around online for traces. Even if they can't find out exactly who did it, with the technology involved and our obvious rivalry, a little process of elimination, and it's obvious it was us. He didn't seem concerned at all. But even if they know, so what? The dirt on them was true from the start. Even if they try to accuse us of scheming behind the scenes, there's little chance public opinion will swing back in their favor now. Stark Industries is raking in the profits, while Oscorp's stock keeps plummeting. Norman Osborne has been ousted by his own board, even forced out as mayor of New York City. At this point, these outcomes are pretty much set in stone. Those old men at Oscorp are no easy crowd to deal with. Norman's in for a rough ride. As Tony spoke, he couldn't help but laugh, quite pleased with himself. All right, you're right about the facts. But have you considered what might happen if Norman Osborne, pushed into a corner, tries to join forces with outsiders to get back at you or Stark Industries? Li Ming first praised, then cautioned, his tone patient and persuasive. Think about it. Before, you completely offended Justin Hammer over that whole armored suit hearing. Sure, neither of them is a real threat to you on their own, but what if they team up? Would you still be able to maintain your advantage? Tony went silent for a moment on the other end. Suddenly, Miss Potts' voice came through the phone. Tony, I think Mr. Lee has a point. We should start preparing now. All right. Tony's voice rang out again. Even if they're just a pair of clowns, if you both insist, We'll do it your way, Pepper. Hey. I'm not done talking. Don't just ignore me like I'm not here. Li Ming was exasperated. How could a simple phone call with Tony turn into him chatting away with Miss Potts? Fine, I'm listening. I appreciate the heads up, thanks. Anything else you want to say? Tony sounded completely dismissive. Hey, listen up. If they really make a move, it's not going to be anything simple. Li Ming stressed the gravity of the situation, his tone now serious. I just asked you about Ivan Vanko. Do you remember I warned you before that Justin Hammer would try to get his hands on the technology Vanko possesses? Tony scoffed. Didn't I already tell you? I've put the word out, told the police to keep a close eye on Ivan Vanko. There's no way he'll get an opportunity. Oh sure, with a personal request from Tony Stark, I'm sure the police are paying attention. Li Ming replied with a cold chuckle. But what if Justin Hammer and Norman Osborne pool their resources? How can you be sure the police's so-called attention won't falter if those two make a move together? If you don't want those two to cause some major trouble at your Stark Expo, you better have someone keep a close watch on Ivan Vanko and constantly monitor Hammer and Osborne's movements as well. So far, everything was still based on Li Ming's conjectures. But Tony Stark, after thinking it through, had to admit that the two enemies he'd made recently had a pretty high chance of joining forces to stir up trouble together. And if they really pooled their resources to break someone out, the chances of Ivan Vanko ending up in their hands weren't small either. After all he had done was ask the police to pay special attention to Ivan Vanko. If those two guys decided to use more dangerous methods, getting Vanko out wouldn't be impossible at all. Judging from the hatred Ivan Vanko had shown him before, Tony had no doubt that if Vanko ever got free, he'd be more than willing to cooperate with Hammer and Osborne on anything they wanted, especially if it meant getting revenge on him. And if his own arc reactor technology fell into Hammer and Osborne's hands, and they had someone like Vanko, who was filled with hatred toward him, to help them improve it, that would be real trouble. A sense of dread slowly settled over him. Tony finally got serious and spoke in a steady voice. All right, kid, even though I hate to admit it, you've reminded me again. I'll get in touch with the right people and tighten control over Ivan Vanko immediately and keep Hammer and Osborne under surveillance. Let's hope there's still time. As long as it helps, that's what matters. Gospel Technologies is planning to do some promotion at your Stark Expo, after all. Of course, we can't just sit back and let any threat to its continuation fester. Li Ming smiled, not taking any credit for himself. It had already been a few days since Ivan Vanko was thrown in prison. If someone wanted to make a move to break him out, there had been more than enough time. He only hoped that, even if he'd only realized the problem now, thanks to Dr. Stern's reminder, there was still a chance to set things right. After thanking Li Ming, Tony hung up and turned his gaze to Miss Potts, who was standing nearby, clearly anxious. Pepper, you know what needs to be done, right? Get in touch with the police first. I want real-time updates on Ivan Vanko's status in prison, immediately. Phone call over. Li Ming shook his head and slipped his phone back into his pocket. He'd given his warning. Now all he could do was hope that Hammer and Osborne hadn't yet made their move to break Ivan Vanko out of prison, and that Tony still had time to fix things. Otherwise, things would only get much messier from here. But that wasn't enough to make Li Ming back down. The plans he needed to carry out would still move forward. If trouble came, he'd just deal with it as it came, one step at a time. He turned back to the lab, offered a brief explanation, and then joined Dr. Otto and the others to get started on the day's work. With Fong Lalai overseeing company operations, Li Ming had little to worry about on that front. Even though he was now the owner of Fuyin Technology, Li Ming still believed it was essential to learn from Dr. Otto and the newly arrived Dr. Stern. The power granted to him by the Light Knight driver was undoubtedly his biggest advantage in this world, but that didn't mean he could only rely on this power. He wanted, through his own efforts, to master abilities that were more universally applicable, such as science and technology. Moreover, Li Ming felt it was important not only to know how things worked, but also to understand why they worked that way. He never once let go of the idea of using technological means to analyze the Light Knight driver and the power cards. Whether it was to deepen his understanding of how this power functioned in order to use it more skillfully, or to extract the underlying principles and develop derivative technological products, Li Ming saw both as exciting prospects. Since the Light Knight driver and the power cards were bound to him alone, any long-term research could only be conducted by himself. Of course, he wouldn't feel at ease letting anyone else handle them either. Even when he lent them to Tony's team for research, it was merely out of necessity, a temporary measure. Once the agreement was fulfilled, he wouldn't be lending them out again. But to achieve all this, he could only rely on his own technical expertise. With that in mind, Li Ming saw no reason to hesitate about continually learning and improving his own knowledge. After completing the final adjustments to the custom neural-connected prosthetic design for Jefferson, the group in the lab barely had time to catch their breath and sip some water when Tony called once more. Li Ming had to temporarily leave his lab duties, retreating to his personal lounge before he picked up the call. Hello, what's the situation? Li Ming asked directly. On the other end, Tony's tone was heavy. I've contacted the prison. They said there was a riot yesterday. Ivan Vanko was killed by accident in an explosion. Looks like you were right. Someone's already gotten him out of prison. Li Ming's heart sank. He pressed on. So what are you planning to do now? Tony replied, I'm reaching out to some contacts and commercial spies, trying to find out whether Ivan Vanko has ended up with Hammer or Osborne. If that doesn't work, I'm even considering contacting S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe they've got a way to find out from Hammer or Osborne where Ivan Vanko is. At the mention of S.H.I.E.L.D., Li Ming raised an eyebrow. That's not a bad idea. Looks like they've already approached you. That's right. Nick Fury himself showed up, with that ever-smiling guy at his side. Motherf. So, then Natasha was actually an agent he sent to keep an eye on me. I knew that guy was up to no good. Tony cursed as he spoke, then suddenly let out a chuckle. But get this, he even handed over some of my father's things that were left. At S.H.I.E.L.D., called it a birthday present, and claimed there might just be something in there to help me fix my current problem. Huh, just listen to that. It's almost funny. When Tony said this, Li Ming couldn't help but grin as well. Because Li Ming had helped Tony ease his palladium poisoning, Nick Fury's plan to have Black Widow secretly watch over Tony, waiting for his condition to worsen before swooping in with Howard Stark's legacy as a timely rescue, had basically fallen apart. Perhaps it was the chaos caused by Hulk, Abomination, and Dr. Stearns that threw things off, but Li Ming never expected that Fury would deliver those things to Tony so soon. Now, it looked like Tony was closer than ever to solving his palladium poisoning and discovering a brand new energy source for his arc reactor. After their laughter subsided, Li Ming, not wanting to tempt fate or trigger some what-if mishap, decided to give Tony a serious reminder. Tony, your father was a groundbreaking scientist, just like you. Nick Fury might be mysterious, but there's no reason for him to lie to you about something like this. My advice? Really dig into what your father left behind. You never know. There might be a real surprise waiting for you. Tony replied with a smile. Of course I know that. I'll definitely look into what the old man left me. But right now, there's something even more important. What's that? Li Ming asked reflexively. My birthday party, of course. Tony's voice turned suddenly animated. I've already sent you several anonymous invitations. Don't forget to bring that little spider and Miss Fong along. And if Dr. Otto wants to join the fun, he's welcome too. Li Ming was speechless. Was now really the time for this? He answered helplessly. All right, we'll be there. By the way, I've got a new idea about Hammer and Osborne breaking Ivan Vanko out of prison. Want to hear it? Just tell me. Tony said, eager for details. Ignoring Tony's impatience, Li Ming gathered his thoughts and continued. Given Justin Hammer's ambition, if Ivan Vanko really ends up in his hands, he'll almost certainly try to use him to develop some kind of armored suit. That way, he'd fulfill the Defense Department's contract and prove to the world that Justin Hammer is every bit as good as Tony Stark. And in that situation, if he had access to an original suit as a template, I doubt either Hammer or Ivan Vanko would turn it down. What do you mean by that? Tony asked, his voice filled with confusion. Li Ming smiled. Well, how about we just give them a suit of armor? Are you out of your mind? Tony instantly bristled. I can barely catch them as it is. And now you want me to hand over an Iron Man suit? Isn't that just helping the enemy? No, hear me out. Li Ming's tone grew more insistent, calming Tony down a bit. All right, but if you don't explain yourself, I'll have to settle this with a fight. If you think there's a problem with my plan after I explain, I'm ready to take you on. If you think there's a problem with my plan after I explain, I'm ready to take you on. Well, since you put it that way, I suppose I'll listen a little longer, Tony grumbled, but his curiosity was piqued. Go on, what's next? Li Ming chuckled and continued. Isn't Hammer collaborating with the military, trying to develop their own armor? And Colonel Rhodes is with the military too. What if you, acting personally, gift a suit to Colonel Rhodes? And then, Tony was starting to catch on, his interest clearly growing. At that point, knowing how the military operates, they'll definitely bring Hammer in to modify the suit. Even if it's just for show, they'll want to scrub any trace of you from the outside. And as long as they can get their hands on original Iron Man suit, whether Ivan Vanko is with Hammer or not, they won't be able to resist studying your tech. And if you just add a little something extra to the suit's programming... Tony burst out laughing. I see what you're up to. You want to pull a Trojan horse. Normally, their secrets would be kept on an air-gapped system. Even if they got Vanko to help them, we'd never find anything out through the network. But the moment they try to interface directly with my suit's software, Tony was practically laughing out loud now, slapping his thigh. Brilliant. Let's do it. How about we make it happen during my birthday party in a few days? Tony asked, excited, completely unconcerned about the risk of his technology being leaked. After all, if Ivan Vanko was already in their hands, The core tech behind the Iron Man suit would be old news by now. By then, tracking things back to their source, they could just nab the guy outright. There'd be no chance for him to stir up any more trouble. And if Vanko wasn't in their grasp, Tony was confident that even if Hammer and Osborne were given an arc reactor to study, they'd never be able to reverse engineer the technology. With that kind of confidence, Tony saw that Li Ming's plan really did have a lot of room to operate. Li Ming replied, "I'm just making a suggestion. How you actually go about it is entirely up to you." This time, the plan he put forward more or less followed the natural flow of the timeline, but he also took the opportunity to prepare for a few unexpected variables. Compared to his earlier attempts to force changes, which always led to some unforeseen consequences, Li Ming now chose to go along with the course of events, planting his own plans along the way to see how things would play out. "All right, that's enough for now. Just remember to come to my birthday party," Tony said, his excitement clear as he prepared to hang up. Li Ming had barely lowered his phone when Tony suddenly asked, "Hey, do you think I should talk to Rhodey about this in advance so we can make it look more convincing?" Li Ming pressed the phone back to his ear, a bit exasperated. "That's up to you. Personally, I'd suggest you take some time soon to study what your father left behind. After all, I can only help you for so long. The only one who can really solve the palladium poisoning problem is you." "Yeah, I get it. I'll try to take care of this before the party. Guess it'll be my own birthday present," Tony said with a sigh, then hung up. With Tony's affairs temporarily settled, Li Ming turned his full attention back to his own work at Gospel Technologies. After finishing the custom neural-linked prosthesis, Li Ming contacted Jefferson again. Hearing Jefferson confirm that he'd be discharged in the next couple of days and would come try out the prosthesis right after, Li Ming felt he could finally stop worrying about it. With a bit of free time on his hands, he and Peter began helping out in the lab while also indulging in a few leisurely coding sessions during work hours. In fact, the start of their new school term was just around the corner. With a published paper on neural-link prosthesis technology and a personal letter of recommendation from Tony Stark himself, both Li Ming and Peter received an offer from MIT with hardly any effort at all. They planned to finish the team's internal communication app before school began, and Li Ming was determined to finally code the artificial intelligence he'd been preparing for so long. Of course, such a project wouldn't reach the level of Jarvis right out of the gate. Even with guidance from an expert like Tony Stark, Li Ming was only able to create the basic framework for an AI, one capable of autonomously absorbing external information and updating its own code to grow. As for how it would perform initially, as long as it didn't end up as a complete digital dunce, Li Ming would be satisfied. 2 days slipped by in a flash. On the day Jefferson was discharged, Fong Li had already arranged for a private van to pick up their whole family along with the accompanying doctor, heading straight to Gospel Technologies. This left the many reporters waiting outside, as well as staff from various prosthetics companies and even lobbyists sent by Norman Osborne, completely empty-handed. In the end, only a few quick-witted journalists noticed something was off and managed to follow the nanny van dispatched by Gospel Technologies. Of course, none of this would have any real impact on the prosthetic trial Jefferson was about to undergo. If anything, their coverage would only bring more attention to Gospel Technologies. It truly was a win-win situation. Inside the nanny van, the driver's compartment was separated from the passenger area. In the spacious and comfortable passenger section sat a man in a casual suit, his hair neatly combed, a trace of arrogance on his face as he surveyed the interior of the vehicle with a satisfied nod. He turned to Jefferson, who was chatting casually with his wife and son, and said, "Gospel Technologies is certainly treating you with great care, Jefferson. Let's just hope their neural prosthetics are as good as they claim. Otherwise, direct neural connections with mechanical devices can be extremely dangerous if something goes wrong. I worked hard to pull you back from the brink of death. I can't have them ruining my reputation." Jefferson chuckled. "Dr. Strange, don't worry. They've shown me all the relevant data, and you've reviewed it yourself. Didn't you confirm there were no problems? Besides, Tony Stark has invested in Gospel Technologies. If there were any technical issues, I doubt Iron Man would be so easily fooled." "Iron Man?" Dr. Strange gave a faint, ambiguous smile, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Seeing his reaction, and having become familiar with his temperament after this period of treatment, Jefferson added, "And besides, aren't you here with me, Dr. Strange? I believe that even if there are any technical problems with their prosthetics, as long as you're present, my life will be in safe hands." "Now, that's a fair point." Dr. Strange nodded approvingly and said no more. He turned his gaze to the window, his expression unreadable, though he couldn't help but feel a growing curiosity about Gospel Technologies. The driver just reported that the guests have arrived downstairs. "Are you sure we shouldn't go down to greet them?" At the elevator lobby, Fong Li hesitated as she asked Li Ming. Normally, with her experience, she wouldn't have been so uncertain. But Gospel Technologies was still in its early days, and Jefferson Davis was a key figure in promoting their products. When it came down to it, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Li Ming shook his head. Even I, the owner of Gospel Technologies, and Peter, our shareholder, are waiting for them here at the elevator. Isn't that welcoming enough? This is really a mutually beneficial arrangement. Neither Officer Jefferson nor his family are the kind of people who'd fuss over such a small matter. Just wait here, it'll be fine. That's right, Miss Fong. There's no need to worry. Officer Jefferson won't mind at all. Peter chimed in supportively from his side. Well, if you all say so, then I suppose it's all right. Fong Li shrugged, glanced at her vibrating phone, and quickly patted Li Ming on the shoulder. Get ready, they're already on their way up. No sooner had she finished speaking than the elevator numbers began to change. A chime sounded, and the doors slid open. One by one, the group stepped out of the elevator. Li Ming and Peter immediately spotted Officer Jefferson, surrounded by well-wishers, and greeted him with warm smiles. It's wonderful to see you back on your feet, Officer Jefferson. Dr. Otto is already waiting in the lab. Would you like to rest for a while, or shall we head there now? No need to rest. I've spent enough time lying in that hospital bed. Let's go straight to the lab. Jefferson shook hands with Li Ming and Peter using his good left hand, his laughter ringing out, hearty and genuine. While the greetings were exchanged, Peter instinctively caught the eye of Miles Morales, the young man trailing behind Jefferson. Both of them stiffened slightly, a curious expression flickering across their faces. It was as if they had seen something utterly unbelievable. Li Ming noticed this exchange, and just as Miles seemed about to say something, Li Ming's gaze shifted quickly to the only unfamiliar face present. He took in a tall, handsome man with a cool, aloof demeanor, and looked at Jefferson with a questioning glance. And this is... Oh, I almost forgot the introductions. Jefferson gave his head a light slap, then promptly introduced the newcomer to Li Ming and the others. This is Dr. Stephen Strange. He was the one who performed my surgery, and when he heard about your company, he insisted on coming along to see it for himself. At the mention of that name, Li Ming's heart skipped a beat. He kept his face neutral as he extended a hand to Dr. Stephen Strange. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Strange. I'm Sunlight Lee, owner of Gospel Tech. Nice to meet you, Mr. Lee. Stephen Strange shook Li Ming's hand with polite reserve and nodded. I've reviewed your company's information. It's impressive on paper. Still, I have my reservations. Out of concern for my patient's well-being, I decided to come and see things in person. There was a faint edge to his words, and the management team, Fong Li among them, couldn't entirely hide their displeasure. But Li Ming took no offense and replied with a smile. Of course, that's no problem at all. Officer Jefferson's health is also our top priority. I believe that once you've seen and experienced our products, you'll be convinced. And besides, the fact that we're able to start a company with this technology proves it's already passed safety approval, doesn't it? Well then, I'll be watching with interest. Stephen Strange nodded, fell silent, and said nothing more. Thanks to Li Ming's timely interruption, the reaction between Peter and Miles on the other side didn't attract much attention. Only Mrs. Davis cast a suspicious look at her own son, but given the occasion, she held her tongue, planning to ask about it once they were home. After exchanging a few polite words, Li Ming immediately led the group toward the laboratory. After all, with the company still in its early stages, there wasn't much to see. It was better to get straight to the point. Once people had tried out the Neuralink prosthetic arm and experienced its wonders firsthand, any further discussions would go much more smoothly. As the doors to the lab swung open, everyone could see what was going on inside. The Otto laboratory, tidied up for the occasion, looked orderly and impressive, its array of instruments dazzling to the eye. But all that faded into the background. The real focus of everyone's attention was the mechanical prosthetic arm resting on the workbench, currently undergoing some last-minute adjustments by Dr. Otto himself. Hey, even though I haven't tried it yet, I already feel like I'm going to love this arm. Jefferson suddenly exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face. With this thing, I bet I could take down a few criminals even under gunfire. Jefferson, do you even hear what you're saying? Mrs. Davis tapped her husband's shoulder in disapproval. Just the thought of it made her heart skip a beat. Dr. Otto let out a good-natured chuckle. Well, the custom prosthetic we made for you is indeed bulletproof. But personally, Officer Jefferson, I wouldn't recommend putting yourself in such dangerous situations. He turned around, smiling broadly as he shook Jefferson's hand. Though perhaps later, you'll want to try shaking hands with your other arm. I can hardly wait. Jefferson replied without hesitation. So, shall we attach it right now? Dr. Otto asked, then added, we also have non-custom models available. Perhaps you'd like to try the Neuralink testing helmet first, just to get a feel for how it works. Besides, Officer Jefferson, we'll need to run some health checks on you first, which will take a little time. In that case, let me try your product. Stephen Strange, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. It's my responsibility toward my patients, after all. And you are? Dr. Otto turned to Li Ming. Li Ming quickly introduced him. This is Officer Jefferson's attending physician. He has some reservations about our product. Then by all means, Dr. Strange, please give it a try. Dr. Otto nodded, retrieved 2 brand new mechanical arms and the corresponding neural link helmet from another cabinet, connected all the wiring, and then handed the helmet to Stephen Strange. Seeing Strange's slight hesitation, Dr. Otto chuckled and said, "If Dr. Strange isn't comfortable trying it out right away, I can demonstrate for you first." "No need. If you can't even handle a basic trial run, there's no way you could ever turn this tech into a viable business." With a snort, Stephen Strange took the neural link helmet and put it on. Dr. Otto stepped forward and activated the chip connection for him. Almost instantly, Strange's expression changed. He glanced at the 2 mechanical arms mounted on the frame. Focusing slightly, the mechanical arms suddenly rose in unison and flashed a defiant gesture at the ceiling. At that moment, aside from Dr. Otto, Li Ming, Peter, and a few others already familiar with the device, everyone else in the room was utterly stunned. Jefferson's face lit up with excitement, his gaze growing ever more fervent as he looked at his own custom arm. Only Stephen Strange seemed completely oblivious to the reactions around him. Lost in his own world, he manipulated the mechanical arms deftly, making them perform all sorts of intricate motions, murmuring to himself, "Wow, this really feels like I've actually grown 2 more arms. It's just incredible. It's just incredible." Watching Stephen Strange completely absorb in operating the neural-linked prosthetics, Li Ming felt a surge of pride, followed by a sudden jolt of unease. A string of puzzled questions popped up in his mind. It was only at this very moment that he realized the potential problem. Right now, Stephen Strange was just starting to make a name for himself, a rising star in the world of surgery, but still a long way from the legendary Dr. Strange he would one day become. Li Ming had found it curious, but not suspicious, that Jefferson Davis's attending physician would show up at Gospel Technologies. It seemed like a coincidence, nothing more. But when he saw Strange begin to experiment with the neural prosthetics and become utterly enthralled by their capabilities, Li Ming suddenly snapped to attention. Wait a minute. If Stephen Strange, after his car accident that ruined his hands, were to choose their neural-linked prosthetics as replacements and continue working as a doctor, instead of traveling the world in search of a cure, a journey that would eventually lead him to Kamartaj, plunging him headfirst into the mystical arts and making him the Ancient One's disciple, then wouldn't the future Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange, be erased by Li Ming's own invention before he even had the chance to begin? In that instant, Li Ming's eyes went wide with shock, and his blood pressure soared. Instinctively, he glanced in the direction of the New York sanctum. Could it be that you foresaw all of this as well? Let's just hope the air doesn't vanish, or else you'll come looking for trouble with me. But weren't you the one who told me to borrow power from Strange in the first place? If things really go south, who am I supposed to turn to for help? All right, none of that is the main issue. The real point is that it seems Li Ming has just cut off Stephen Strange's original path into the world of magic. Although surgical procedures demand an extremely high level of precision, the current response speed of the Neuralink prosthetic arm is now only milliseconds behind that of a real flesh and blood limb. Not to mention, it's only 2009, technology is still evolving rapidly. In the years to come, even better and more advanced Neuralink prosthetics will be developed and perfected by Dr. Otto. In Li Ming's eyes, it's inevitable that his company's products will one day replace the need for hands and an array of specialized tools across many industries that require fine manual control. That's the direction neural prosthetics are bound to take. The potential of this technology is by no means limited to helping those who have lost limbs. So what if your hands aren't what they used to be? As long as you retain your experience, you can operate a neural-linked prosthetic, seamlessly switching between surgical tools to perform delicate procedures for your patients. As long as your mind remains sharp, there's no reason you can't continue to be a doctor. With that in mind, Stephen Strange would have no reason to become obsessed with healing his own hands. But if that's the case, how could he use that as a reason to step by step, into the mystical world and ultimately become the future Sorcerer Supreme? It just doesn't add up. If Li Ming can see this, there's no way the Ancient One couldn't have foreseen it as well. Li Ming stood there waiting and waiting, but even when Peter gently nudged him back to reality, the Ancient One still hadn't pulled him into the mirror dimension for tea. Well, if you're not going to react at all, I'll just let things take their natural course. Relieved, he refocused his attention on those present, only then realizing that Stephen Strange had completed his trial. Sorry, I got a little distracted just now, he apologized, his eyes landing on Stephen Strange's face. Dr. Strange, do you still have any objections to our product? Stephen Strange's expression grew solemn. This is a groundbreaking invention. Its significance is immense. I apologize for my earlier doubts, and I will recommend your company's product to patients and colleagues wherever I can. Ming chuckled. No need to be so serious. It's perfectly normal to have questions about new technology. What matters is that you now recognize its advantages, Dr. Strange. Dr. Otto chuckled and waved his hand, turning his attention to the man of the hour, Jefferson Davis. Officer Davis, I'm sure you're eager to get started, but we'll need to run a physical checkup before we can fit your prosthetic. Please come this way. Just call me Jefferson. Jefferson shook his head in resignation, though excitement sparkled in his eyes. Then let's get to it. I really can't wait to have that arm back on my shoulder. No matter how calm he'd tried to appear before, every time he woke from unconsciousness and instinctively reached for his right arm, he was met with nothing but emptiness. It was a sensation he simply couldn't get used to. Maybe in time he would adapt. But for now, even with his iron will, the quiet hours of the night often left him feeling powerless, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Now, however, with the advent of Neuralink prosthetic technology, there was a real chance to fill that void completely. He had agreed to work with Gospel Technologies out of trust in the Light Knight and Spider-Man. But now, hope was reignited in his heart. Having witnessed the marvel of the Neuralink prosthetic, he couldn't wait another moment to have something. Anything occupy the space where his right arm once was. He cooperated fully as they ran the medical checks, and once everything came back normal, Jefferson's eager gaze was immediately drawn to the mechanical limb Dr. Otto now wheeled over. This is your first fitting, so we need to secure it in place. It might hurt a bit. Jefferson, try to bear with it. If anything feels wrong, let me know right away. Listening to Dr. Otto, Jefferson nodded with a grin. I doubt it'll hurt more than the explosion did. As he spoke, Dr. Otto activated the prosthetic's mounting module and pressed it firmly onto Jefferson's shoulder. Layer upon layer of mechanical parts unfolded, locking the entire arm securely to Jefferson's shoulder, seamlessly merging with his body. Guess I spoke too soon. This thing does sting a bit. So what's next? Jefferson flexed the new mechanical arm with his left hand, watching it hang naturally, his impatience clear. Don't rush, Dr. Otto replied offhandedly, all the while examining the fit of the prosthetic. Once satisfied, he nodded with approval. I'll initiate the neural chip connection now. With a deft touch on a hidden switch, a brief yellow light flickered on the prosthetic. Jefferson shivered as a jolt ran through him. Suddenly, his entire expression lit up with excitement. I can feel it. His voice trembled as, under the hopeful gazes of everyone in the lab, he slowly raised the mechanical arm and moved it gently. Oh my God! Mrs. Davis instantly covered her mouth, tears of joy sparkling in her eyes. Miles was absolutely ecstatic, his face alight with joy. He clenched his fists tightly and looked as if he might leap into the air at any moment. How does it feel? Dr. Otto asked calmly from his side. Jefferson managed a trembling smile, his voice quivering with excitement. It's amazing. It feels just like my original right arm. As he spoke, he reached out with his mechanical arm toward Dr. Otto. Just as you said before, now I can actually shake your hand with it. Congratulations on your new lease on life. Dr. Otto replied with a warm smile, gripping the mechanical palm and giving it a gentle shake. There is no doubt that Jefferson was more than satisfied with his custom-made, neuro-connected limb. He couldn't be happier. Now, with his newly acquired arm, he tenderly patted his wife, whose eyes were brimming with tears. His touch was gentle, no different from how it had always been. By the way, Dr. Otto said suddenly, tapping his smooth forehead, our neuro-connected prosthesis can also be covered with a simulated layer of skin, a silicone outer membrane. That way, it won't attract too much attention. Jefferson, would you like that? That? Jefferson thought for a moment, then burst out laughing. I think just about everyone in New York already knows I lost an arm and survived. No point pretending now. Fair enough, Dr. Otto chuckled, nodding. Besides, with the simulated skin, some of the arm's functions would need to be used more carefully. If you're comfortable as it is, that's perfectly fine. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a well-illustrated booklet, handing it to Jefferson. Here's the manual I wrote specifically for your custom arm. I've already explained its features to you, but it never hurts to get to know it even better. And if anything ever feels off, you'll find explanations and solutions in there as well. Of course, we hope you'll let us know as soon as you spot anything unusual. No problem. I'll read it carefully, Jefferson said, taking the manual and passing it to Miles to keep safe. Then, eager and determined, he asked, all right, where do I sign the contract? I feel like I can't be separated from this arm for even a second. I want to make sure I've got permanent rights to use it. In fact, back when Jefferson was still recovering in the hospital, Ming and Peter had already visited him with a preliminary agreement. Strictly speaking, though, that document didn't carry much legal weight. It was just a trial use agreement for the prosthesis. If Jefferson truly wanted to keep the arm, he'd either have to pay a substantial sum for it outright, or follow the terms of the preliminary agreement and sign a more comprehensive cooperation contract with Gospel Tech. Of course, with the combined endorsement of the Light Knight and Spider-Man, Jefferson had long ago decided to trust them. From the very start, he was ready to partner with Gospel Tech, not just for himself, but as a gesture of goodwill. There's really no need to overthink this. In fact, the contract Li Ming and his team had prepared was more than generous from Jefferson's perspective. All he needed to do was participate in a few promotional activities for Gospel Tech, nothing that went against his own wishes, and in return, he would receive a custom-made neural interface prosthetic. What's more, he'd enjoy free maintenance for life, with unconditional upgrades to any new models, so long as he continued using Gospel Tech's neural prosthetic. After all, although a custom neural prosthetic wasn't cheap, given Jefferson Davis's current reputation, just having him appear at the upcoming Stark Expo with a mechanical arm would create more than enough value for Gospel Tech to cover the cost of his lifelong device maintenance and replacements. If there are no issues, let's head to the meeting room. After you've reviewed the contract, you can sign, Li Ming said with a smile, leading Jefferson and his family toward the conference room. Outside, the staff had already been notified and everything was prepared. The contract and all related documents were ready and waiting. Once inside, Jefferson's wife carefully went through the contract, scrutinizing every clause, finding no hidden pitfalls or unfair terms, only sincere, generous offers. She was deeply satisfied, and a sense of gratitude toward Gospel Tech began to grow in her heart. From there, everything was straightforward, with his wife's careful review reassuring him. Jefferson skimmed through the contract himself and, without hesitation, signed his name. He even signed it with his mechanical hand. It wasn't until he'd finished writing that he realized, with a laugh, this feels just like something out of a sci-fi movie. Honestly, before I came here, I never imagined I'd end up with a mechanical arm that's almost indistinguishable from my original one. I'll take that as a compliment to our technology, Li Ming replied with a smile. Now, next, we'll need you to attend the Stark Expo soon and help us promote this technology. As for what to say, I'm sure after a few days of using it, you'll have plenty of thoughts to share. Actually, I already have a lot of good things to say about this arm, Jefferson said, beaming. Then here's to a successful partnership. Li Ming left one signed copy of the contract and slid the other over to Jefferson, stood up, and extended his hand. Jefferson smiled and reached out with his prosthetic arm to shake. To our partnership. With the business concluded, the atmosphere instantly relaxed. Fong Li and the other staff collected the signed contracts and quietly left the room. Now, the spacious conference room was left with just Jefferson's family, Li Ming, Peter, and Dr. Otto. Stephen Strange, who had come along with them, was a doctor, but technically still an outsider. Signing contracts wasn't really something he should be present for, so he was waiting for them in the lounge. Jefferson stroked his mechanical limb, his voice full of emotion. To be honest, when I first agreed to work with your Evangelion technologies, it was only because my two friends recommended it. They saved my life. If there was any way I could help them in return, I wouldn't hesitate for a second. But I never expected this thing to be so incredible. In the end, I'm the one who benefited from this contract, and now I owe them a debt of gratitude. Jefferson turned to look at Li Ming and Peter, his expression deeply earnest. Whatever difficulties they may face in the future, as long as there's anything I can do, I'll be there to help, no matter what. Peter let out a couple of awkward laughs, his eyes a little misty. I think your two friends would be really happy to hear you say that. Officer Jefferson, I imagine that when they recommended Evangelion technologies to you, their hope was for all of us to help each other and share the benefits, Li Ming added. And I believe they'd be delighted to see you get a new lease on life. That's what I think too. It's truly my honor and good fortune to know those two friends. Jefferson nodded gratefully, then changed the subject. Well, if there's nothing else, we'll head home now. Honestly, after being stuck in a hospital bed for so many days, all I want is to crack open a cold beer and sink into my own couch for a while. All right then. The driver's waiting downstairs. He'll take you home. Once the expo date is set, we'll let you know, and I'll invite you to dinner, Li Ming replied, not insisting they stay any longer. Then he added, oh, and if the media asks you about the mechanical arm, feel free to answer as long as it doesn't touch on anything confidential in your contract. In fact, it'll help build some buzz for our showcase. No problem. See you next time. Jefferson agreed cheerfully, taking his wife's arm and turning to go. Just then, Miles, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Mom, Dad, is it all right if I stay a bit longer? Mom, Dad, is it all right if I stay a bit longer? Jefferson turned to look at his son. Miles managed a small smile. The Neuralink prosthetic technology is just amazing. I'd love to stay a bit and ask Dr. Octavius some more questions, if that's okay. Mr. Lee, Dr. Octavius? He glanced at Li Ming, his eyes full of hope and curiosity. "Don't trouble Mr. Lee," his mother gently reminded him. Jefferson was just about to scold his son for such a sudden and unreasonable request, but Li Ming nodded and said, "It's all right. If Miles is interested, let him have another look." "You sure?" Jefferson, cut off by Li Ming, paused in surprise. "Wouldn't this disturb your work? It doesn't seem appropriate." "It's fine. Letting Miles observe a bit more won't disrupt anything." Li Ming shook his head, smiling as he explained. Dr. Otto chuckled as well. "Ha ha ha. Yes, it's a good thing for young people to be interested in our technology. I can give him another tour and explain things to him." "That's right. Inspiring Miles' interest in science is a great idea." Even Peter joined in, firmly blocking any objections Jefferson might have had. "See that?" With several senior figures from gospel texts speaking up for him, Miles felt emboldened, looking at his father with eager anticipation. Jefferson scratched his head, feeling something odd about the situation, but relented. "Well, if none of you object, then Miles, you can stay for a while. But remember, listen carefully to Dr. Otto's guidance, and don't touch anything on your own. Otherwise, your old man's salary wouldn't even begin to cover the cost of a single instrument in here." "Got it. I will." Miles replied immediately, overjoyed. With that, Jefferson and Mrs. Davis left him be, taking Stephen Strange, who had come along with them, out of the lab. As for Stephen Strange, the future Sorcerer Supreme, Li Ming didn't feel the need to engage him much for now. From his earlier conversation with the Ancient One, it seemed there were no doubts about Stephen Strange's path to magic and his eventual rise as Sorcerer Supreme. But Li Ming couldn't help but wonder if the Ancient One had noticed the crucial impact he himself might have on Stephen Strange. If, by any chance, this man failed to enter the world of the mystic arts because of the development of neural link prosthetics, Li Ming thought he absolutely refused to take the blame. After all, whether it was during their previous conversation or today, when Stephen Strange encountered the neural prosthetics, the Ancient One had shown absolutely no reaction. This left Li Ming a bit puzzled, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. Given all that, he decided it was best to avoid unnecessary involvement and let time take its own course. For the moment, however, the real focus should be on this unexpected kid standing before him. Inside the lab, Miles listened to Dr. Otto's explanations, his emotions tangled, his gaze occasionally drifting out the window. Although the neural-linked prosthetics truly fascinated and intrigued him, that was only the surface reason for wanting to stay. What really compelled him to ask to stay was the strange sensation he'd experienced earlier with Peter Parker. Logically speaking, aside from himself, that kind of ability should only appear in one other person at most, and it seemed that the other party had realized something as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken up to keep him here. With that thought, Miles quietly made up his mind. He had to find an opportunity to talk to that Peter Parker alone. Perhaps, before long, Peter might even come looking for him first. The idea made Miles' heart flutter with a barely contained excitement. Outside the lab, Li Ming and Peter watched the distracted young man in silence, making small talk as they stood together. "So, you're saying that strange behavior you both had earlier was because your spider sense was reacting to each other's? How does that even work?" Li Ming's curiosity was piqued, and he suddenly asked, "Then why was it that when I used your powers and the doctor's to transform into Raptor Spider-Lance armor, I didn't notice anything unusual?" "I'm not entirely sure of the reason," Peter replied, "since this only started happening recently. You really didn't sense anything before." He shot Li Ming a surprised look. "My spider sense has always been able to pick you up, you know. The first time you used that form, you practically lit up to me like a beacon. I thought you knew, so I never brought it up." "Really? That's news to me." Li Ming raised an eyebrow, a few ideas already forming in his mind. Could it be that his control over the Raptor Spider-Lance armor wasn't refined enough, so its abilities remained confined to the armor and hadn't fused more deeply with himself? Of course, maybe those powers were always meant to be limited to the armor without affecting him personally, so he wasn't able to sense Peter's spider sense at all. But that was a matter for another time. Li Ming shook his head. "I can experiment with my armor later. For now, let's talk about that kid. What do you plan to do with him?" Li Ming asked with genuine interest. He was certainly intrigued by Miles's powers and eager to see what kind of new armored form the combined abilities of two Spider-Men could create. But in his opinion, Peter Parker was clearly the best mentor for the boy. His own interests could wait. They weren't urgent. "What do you mean, do with him? Can't you use a less creepy word?" Peter rolled his eyes, then grew serious. "If Miles really does have powers like mine, he has to be guided the right way. The spider gene grants us enhancements across the board. If this sudden surge of power isn't managed properly, it could easily lead to something he'd regret for the rest of his life. Whether or not he's willing to join us, I feel it's my duty to help him learn to control his abilities." At the very least, even if he just wants to live a normal life, he should be able to do so without causing trouble by accident. Otherwise, a single misstep could turn his whole world upside down. Peter spoke with earnest conviction, a sense of responsibility rising naturally in his voice. Watching him, Li Ming couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. This guy really hasn't changed one bit. So, are you planning to just walk right in and lay everything out for him? Faced with Li Ming's question, Peter paused, then reflexively asked, well, what else would you suggest? Then what are we waiting for? That kid looks like he's barely holding it together. Let's go in. Li Ming clapped Peter on the shoulder and stood up, heading for the lab. Besides, Dr. Otto and Dr. Stern are both here, especially Dr. Stern. Since this is his field, he can help the kid figure out what's going on with his body, so he doesn't spend all day worrying himself sick. Hey, aren't you being a little too hasty? Even as Peter blurted out his protest behind him, Li Ming pushed open the lab door and nodded to Dr. Otto. Sorry to interrupt, Doctor, but we need a moment of your time. With that, he turned to the utterly bewildered Miles and offered him a warm, reassuring smile. Hey there, Miles. Mr. Peter Parker has something he'd like to talk to you about. Thanks to Li Ming's straightforward approach, Peter, who'd hoped to observe a little longer, had no choice but to follow him in. He picked up Li Ming's cue and gave Miles an encouraging smile. At first, Miles was flustered by Li Ming's abrupt entrance and his open friendliness, but Peter's calm presence quickly put him at ease. Looking at the young kid in front of him, Peter smiled and gave his shoulder a gentle pat, radiating the steady warmth of an older brother. How about we talk in a lounge? Just the two of us. Miles glanced at Li Ming and Dr. Otto out of the corner of his eye, then agreed without hesitation, sure. With that, Peter led Miles out of the lab so they could talk privately. Now, only Li Ming and Dr. Otto remained in the room. Dr. Otto asked with interest, so you're saying that kid has abilities similar to Peter? And their spider senses even react to each other? That really is a fascinating development. If only I had more expertise in this area, I'd be eager to study it further. But since the spider that bit Peter originally came from Oscorp, I'd wager Miles's changes have something to do with Oscorp as well. At this point, Dr. Otto's expression darkened a bit, clearly troubled by some unpleasant associations. Seeing this, Li Ming thought for a moment and said, didn't Agent Coulson mention before that, after the first failure, Martin Lee manipulated and corrupted the Osborne Corporation's executives to seize the Canary device again? That incident caused quite a stir and wrecked a lot of things. I'd guess the spider that mutated Miles must have escaped during that chaos. That's certainly possible, Dr. Otto replied. Hearing this, Dr. Otto's expression softened a little. He patted Li Ming's shoulder and sighed. Still, what I didn't expect was that you've now reached the point of guiding others. You two have grown and changed so much in just over a year. That kid will only ever be Peter's apprentice. He doesn't have much to do with me. If he ever wants to join us, at most we might collaborate in the future, nothing more. Li Ming waved his hand, grinning mischievously. No matter how much we grow, we'll always be your students, Doctor. There will always be many things we'll need your wisdom for. This, Dr. Otto snorted, pointing at Li Ming with a playful reproach. You make it sound so nice, but in the end, you just want this old man to work for you. Though his words were gruff, Dr. Otto's smile was bright and genuine. To have met students who pulled him out of the abyss step by step, perhaps all the hardship in his life had been worth it, just for this. Sorry I'm late. Where's the one mentioned in the text message? The one who's quite similar to Peter. Dr. Stern hurriedly pushed open the office door, apologizing as he glanced around the lab, asking his question in rapid succession. Li Ming and Peter hadn't just been chatting idly outside. At the very least, they'd sent brief messages to Dr. Otto and Dr. Stern to explain the situation. Both of these doctors were well aware of Li Ming and Peter's other identities. There was no need for explicit explanation. Just a hint was enough for them to realize how unusual Miles was. Even Dr. Otto, whose field wasn't biology, was intensely curious about the phenomena appearing between Peter and Miles, let alone Dr. Stern, a specialist in human cellular research. Watching Dr. Stern's eyes practically light up with excitement, Li Ming stepped forward, both amused and exasperated, to calm him down. Dr. Stern, take it easy. Even if Miles and Peter are willing to let you look into their connection, it'll only be a simple checkup at most. At the very least, until enough trust is earned, I doubt anyone would let someone conduct targeted genetic research on them so casually, right? Besides, Peter's still talking with Miles right now, and we don't know exactly what's going on yet. Don't go scaring the kid. All right, I got a little carried away. Dr. Stern's face showed a hint of disappointment, but he quickly nodded, showing he understood Li Ming's reasoning. After all, now that he himself was a mutant, it made sense. Researching himself was one thing, but if others started taking an interest in him, it would be much harder to accept. To be blunt, if he ever found out someone was plotting something with him as the target, Dr. Stern couldn't guarantee he wouldn't do something drastic. Putting himself in Li Ming's shoes, he managed to rein in those thoughts. And this little display didn't escape Li Ming's notice. He'd been watching Dr. Stern closely, and now felt quite satisfied. His evaluation of Dr. Stern's emotional stability and self-control went up yet another notch. In Li Ming's mind, Dr. Stern would play an extremely important role in the future. And with that in mind, his stability was crucial. After all, if Dr. Stern had issues with emotional outbursts or abusing his powers, Li Ming would never feel comfortable handing over important plans to him. Otherwise, if anything went wrong, Li Ming couldn't even imagine the potential consequences. So, while they continued with their research in the lab, work that didn't require too much concentration, they chatted idly, and time seemed to fly by. Before long, Peter returned to the lab, bringing Miles with him. Seeing the boy's mixture of bewilderment and excitement, Li Ming shot Peter a questioning look. "You filled him in?" "Pretty much." Peter nodded, then added, "Oh, and Miles was also bitten by a spider before he became like this. That spider probably came from an Oscorp lab, too." Norman Osborne still hasn't given up on his genetically modified spider experiments. Well, with someone like you swinging around New York every day, showing off everything those spiders can do, how could he ever let it go? Li Ming couldn't help but remark, a trace of sarcasm in his voice. For now, Norman Osborne didn't seem to know that Peter Parker was actually Spider-Man, but the abilities Spider-Man displayed matched those of a genetically altered spider exactly. That alone was enough to spur Osborne on in his research. As he spoke, Li Ming's gaze landed on Miles, and his smile took on a teasing, almost gloating quality. "But it looks like his latest achievement has ended up in someone else's hands once again. TSK, if Norman finds out about this, I bet he'll be furious." Feeling Li Ming's eyes on him, Miles scratched the back of his head awkwardly and let out a sheepish laugh. Now that he truly knew who Li Ming and Peter really were, he found himself growing shy and reserved. "All right, that's enough out of you. Stop teasing him." It was Peter who spoke up again. He gave Miles a reassuring pat on the shoulder and said, "From now on, Miles will join our training. I'll help the kid get used to his new changes as quickly as possible. Also, Dr. Stern, could I trouble you to compare our blood samples and see if there are any differences? While you're at it, please check if there are any hidden risks in the boy's mutation." This well-organized arrangement was thoroughly the mark of a real mentor. Dr. Stern agreed at once. "Of course, no problem. I'd be delighted to study your cases. This is a fantastic opportunity for me." As he spoke, Peter's gaze shifted to Dr. Otto, but before he even managed to open his mouth, his own teacher cut him off with a gruff laugh. "All right, you sure don't hesitate when bossing your teacher around. I get it. If you have any ideas, once you two help the kid get the hang of his powers, I don't mind designing a custom uniform just for him." "I'll be counting on you, Doctor," Peter replied, offering an embarrassed smile. Listening to these prominent figures making arrangements for him, Miles felt a mix of confusion and excitement swirling in his chest. He had a vague feeling that his life was on the verge of a dramatic change. Once Miles' situation was settled, Peter didn't keep him at the company any longer than necessary. Both of them had Dr. Stern draw a few tubes of blood for research and underwent a brief physical checkup. After recording their stats, Peter let Miles head home. From what he'd learned so far, together with what Jefferson had mentioned about his son in previous conversations, Peter was now certain Miles was a kind-hearted kid with real talent. Suddenly, Peter felt the weight of a tremendous responsibility settling on his shoulders. Back when he was bitten by the spider and first gained his powers, his own youthful recklessness had cost him dearly. With his own painful experience as a lesson, Peter was determined never to let such tragedy befall Miles. That was not only the duty of a mentor, but also his way of honoring the past. He barely hesitated before fully embracing the role of a guide. In their private conversation, he gently steered Miles in the right direction, sharing a few practical tips to help him control his newfound abilities. Before coming to Revion Tech, Miles would often accidentally break things around the house, causing no end of trouble. From now on, Peter hoped this would finally be less of an issue, a real relief for Miles. Of course, with Jefferson recovering in the hospital and Mrs. Davis stretched thin juggling work and caring for her husband, she barely had time or energy to notice the small mishaps at home. Otherwise, this little guy might not have managed to keep his secret from his parents for very long. As for further guidance, since Miles would be joining Peter for morning training every day from now on, both skill instruction and moral development could be naturally woven into their daily routines. In Peter's view, there was no need to rush. These things could be taken one step at a time. For the next few days, Peter was completely absorbed in planning the boys' training regimen. Uncontrolled, immense power was nothing short of a double-edged sword. one that could harm both others and oneself. No one understood this better than Peter. That was why he was now single-mindedly focused on helping Miles get comfortable with his abilities, hoping to avoid any more accidents. While Peter was engrossed in crafting training plans, Li Ming kept himself busy as well. When he wasn't at work or writing code during his spare time, he was occupied with his own affairs. 177, Bleecker Street. So you're avoiding me. Does that mean you already anticipated what would happen with Stephen Strange? If something gets out of hand from here on out, well, that's not my responsibility anymore. Standing alone in front of the pizza shop, Li Ming shook his head and turned to leave. That night, in the realm of dreams, sweat poured down Li Ming's face as he gazed at the line of power cards slowly spinning before him. He wiped his brow, his smile brimming with the satisfaction of a seasoned farmer enjoying a bountiful harvest. After days of experimenting, I've finally managed to try out every possible card combination, fitting them together as I learned new techniques. Previously, Li Ming had neither the time nor the space to experiment properly. He was always worried about causing too much commotion. He'd never been able to systematically review all the possible armor forms he could synthesize from combining his power cards. But now, with the dreamscape at his disposal, he finally had the means to accomplish this. Over this period, he had tested every combination of his power cards, except for the one called Mr. Negative. Setting aside those forms that were forced together and lacked both strength and utility, he had discovered several configurations that genuinely surprised him. As for the Mr. Negative card, each time Li Ming considered inserting Mr. Negative into the ring for activation, he felt a twinge of unease. Given the nature of that power, Li Ming had his suspicions and decided to seal the card away for now. Perhaps one day he would need that particular strength, but that day was not today. Even excluding the Mr. Negative combination, Li Ming's gains had been considerable. He wasn't too bothered by the absence of just one card form. Stretching contentedly, Li Ming's smile radiated new confidence. With these options at my fingertips, my arsenal is more versatile and my power has reached a new level. If they can't come up with something beyond the current level of technology, then even if Ivan Vanko and Norman Osborne teamed up to cause trouble, I could still beat them until they begged for mercy. Suppressing his mischievous grin, Li Ming waved his hand casually. As he gazed at the array of power cards, each with its unique design, he watched the various energy waves intertwine and shimmer, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. Besides the new combined forms I've gained, I've also managed to deepen my understanding of these power cards. As I suspected, even though the requirement for combining power cards is simply the existence of a point of compatibility, in reality, the degree of compatibility varies. And the different degrees of compatibility will, to some extent, affect the ultimate strength of the armor forms. As things stand, the only two forms in my possession that truly deserve the title of perfect combination, with the highest compatibility, are the Courage Ripple Armament and the Fierce Spider Spear Armament. Li Ming stroked his chin and, with a wave of his hand, four cards floated before him. They paired off, resonating in twos, bursting into radiant light, and forming two phantom armors. This phenomenon only ever occurred within the dream space, and it was one of the bases for Li Ming's judgment. Aside from these, there were no other combinations with such perfect resonance capable of producing this effect. If the Courage Ripple Armament exists because of the bond between the Qiao and Zeppeli, as well as their shared mastery of ripple energy, resulting in a perfect combination, then why is it that the Fierce Spider Spear Armament also qualifies? Li Ming frowned in silent contemplation. Then a possibility came to him. If I remember correctly, in one of the comic universes, the ailing Dr. Octopus took over Peter's body and became the new Spider-Man. Could it be that their powers resonate so well because, on some deeper level, their combination aligns with that thread of destiny? So, the Fierce Spider Spear Armament becomes a perfect combination thanks to Spider-Man's fateful connection. Although he had no concrete proof for now, Li Ming felt this possibility was quite likely. After all, according to the rules of fusing power cards, there must be a point of compatibility between the two powers. Normally, Dr. Otto's abilities are rooted in technological inventions and machinery, whereas Peter's powers stem from his mutated body, a force that comes entirely from within. Strictly speaking, they share no obvious point of compatibility. Yet, when Li Ming had instinctively combined their powers before, the resulting form was so harmonious, so powerful. It seemed the only explanation was to attribute their compatibility to something almost mystical. If that's the case, then maybe in the future, when I'm combining powers, I should pay more attention to such intangible factors. Li Ming quietly pondered to himself, already forming a plan. When you're busy, time seems to pass especially quickly. In the blink of an eye, Tony's birthday had arrived. Given that he was now quite familiar with the guy, Li Ming sent Tony a birthday greeting right after his morning workout, while having breakfast. What he hadn't expected was that Tony would actually reply to his message so early in the morning. Li Ming had intended to focus on his breakfast after sending the message, but reading Tony's reply made him raise his eyebrows in surprise. Tony had sent him a photo, a virtual rendering of an elemental model. Immediately afterward, another message popped up. "Hey, look, I did it." There was even a winking emoji attached. Li Ming tapped the photo to enlarge it. The structure was both precise and beautiful, so much so that he couldn't help but smile as his fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. "Is this what your father left you? It's truly beautiful. Unbelievable, even. I suppose this must be the best birthday present you could get today." Tony replied, "That's exactly what I think. Hey, make sure you come early tonight. I don't think you'll want to miss seeing me synthesize this brand new element, right?" "Wow, that sounds exciting. We'll make sure to get there early." Once Li Ming sent his reply and saw there was no further response from Tony, he refocused on his breakfast. The guy had probably pulled another all-nighter and was likely fast asleep by now. "You're grinning so much this early. Who are you chatting with?" Across the table, Li Jian's face took on a nosy, expectant look as he smiled and questioned Li Ming. Li Ming kept his head down, eating as he replied offhandedly, "Oh, I sent Tony Stark a birthday message. He replied, that's all." The guy even showed off some brand new element he just made. "Wait, what?" At first, hearing that Li Ming was texting Tony Stark so early left Li Jian a little disappointed. But after hearing the second half, he nearly spat his porridge everywhere. "Whoa, calm down. No need to get that worked up." Dodging the near miss, Li Ming quickly handed a few napkins to his grandfather, not forgetting to tease him about his reaction. Li Jian wiped his mouth, his expression odd. "I may not know much about scientific research, but even I know you can't just whip up a new element out of thin air. Do you two always talk about such high-level stuff?" "Not really. That guy's hardly ever serious. He's always trying to rope me into going out to pick up girls with him." Li Ming shrugged, as if to say Tony could be pretty annoying sometimes. "What?" Li Jian shot to his feet and fixed Li Ming with a piercing stare. "Did you go with him?" "Huh?" Li Ming was utterly stunned by his grandfather's reaction and quickly shook his head. "No way. Of course I didn't agree." "Aya." Li Jian's imposing demeanor deflated. He tapped his forehead as if struck by a headache, then shot Li Ming a sideways glare. "Next time, just say yes. At least go take a look around." Li Ming blinked in surprise. "Oh, well." "What do you mean, oh, well?" Li Jian fixed him with a stern look. "When I was your age, I'd already met your grandmother. And you? You don't even have a girlfriend." Surrendering, Li Ming lifted his hands in mock defeat, a look of resignation on his face. All right. As it happens, he's invited me to his birthday party tonight. I'll go and check it out, okay?" Satisfied, Li Jian nodded and sat down, picking up his bowl and chopsticks again. "That's more like it. Now, eat your dinner." His grandfather might be content, but to Li Ming, it was just another successful dodge. After all, once he got there, he'd probably spend most of his time in the underground lab, watching the thrilling moment of elemental extraction. Chasing girls? That couldn't possibly compare to witnessing the artificial refinement of a cosmic cube isotope. The day slipped by quickly, and as the sun set, Li Ming drove Peter and Fong Li to Tony's seaside villa, arriving well ahead of time. Dr. Otto and Dr. Stern had little interest in these sorts of gatherings. Even with the promise of a new element refinement experiment, it meant little to them, so they didn't bother coming. Tonight, the three of them were dressed to the nines. Li Ming and Peter both wore rare, elegant suits. As they walked in, Peter looked awkward and a bit nervous. He'd never worn clothes this expensive before. They arrived early, so the villa was still mostly empty, and their entrance barely caused a ripple. That was, until Tony Stark and Pepper Potts suddenly appeared together and strode over to greet them with unmistakable enthusiasm. Oh, and behind them trailed Miss Potts' secretary, a striking red-haired woman whose allure was hard to overlook. "You're finally here. I can't wait to start my experiment." Tony spoke with no regard for anyone else in earshot. His words and actions immediately set Li Ming and his friends apart from the rest. After all, Tony Stark himself was personally welcoming them and inviting them to witness his experiment. The other guests might not know who they were, but anyone could tell they were far from ordinary. In that brief moment, the quiet corner the three had occupied was suddenly transformed into the focal point of the entire gathering. Yet, none of them seemed fazed by the sudden attention. Not even Fong Li, who was already growing used to such changes. After greeting Miss Potts, he briefly exchanged a glance with the stunning red-haired woman behind her, then looked away. Hearing Tony's words, Li Ming raised an eyebrow. Noticing Peter's equally excited expression beside him, he said, "We feel the same way. Were we really starting right now? You're talking about this?" Tony swept his gaze around the room and smiled nonchalantly. The birthday party is just for fun. The most important gift today is still waiting for me to unwrap it myself. That's the main event. How could a party ever get in the way of something like that? With a flourish, Tony urged them on. All right, enough chatter. Come with me. We've got everything set up and ready to go. All that's left is for us to begin. All right then. Ming and Peter practically answered in unison. Honestly, they've been looking forward to this for ages. If it weren't for the sake of being polite, they wouldn't care about missing the party at all. Before Ming could take a step, a slender, manicured hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. He froze, and from behind came Fong Li's soft, slightly plaintive voice. So, you're sneaking off to have fun without me again? It's not like that. Ming turned around with a serious look. We're going to witness a very important experiment. Didn't you say last time you wouldn't take me along for these things? Ming spread his hands, gesturing at the lively party around them. See? You're free to enjoy yourself here. You have your fun, and we'll be back soon. If you're bored, Miss Fong, you're more than welcome to sit and chat with us. Miss Potts spoke up suddenly, cutting off whatever Fong Li was about to say next. Thank you, Miss Potts. Ming gave her a grateful look and gently patted Fong Li's fair shoulder. Have a great time. At this, Tony immediately caught on and called out. Pepper, can I trouble you to look after our guest? If all goes well with the experiment, we'll be back before long. With that, Tony waved his hand, leading Ming and Peter straight toward the villa's underground laboratory. They followed Tony down the stairs, stopping in front of the transparent doors to the lab below. Through the glass, Ming and Peter could see the chaos inside. The lab was a complete mess. Tony didn't seem to mind at all. He pushed open the door with Jarvis's authorization and strode right in. After a few steps, noticing the other two hadn't moved, he turned and teased. What's the matter? Never seen a lab this messy before. Of course not. Ming and Peter shook their heads in disbelief, quickening their pace to catch up. Both of their faces were etched with astonishment. So, you're telling us you build a miniature particle accelerator at home? Given his memories from a previous life, Ming should have been mentally prepared for this scene. But anticipation was one thing. Seeing it with his own eyes was entirely another. Only those who had truly studied the subject would understand just how difficult such a construction was. Even a simplified version was no easy feat. Was this really something a normal person could build by hand in a single day? Even if you were Tony Stark with all his hacks, there had to be some basic logic to it. Oh, come on. I'm Tony Stark. Are you really that surprised I pulled off something like this? Boys, if this is enough to shock you, you've still got a lot to learn. Tony spread his hands with an air of absolute certainty, looking so smug that Ming almost wanted to plant the sole of his shoe on the man's face. Ming narrowed his eyes. Fine, I'll give it to you. Since it's your birthday today, you win. Peter, TCH, putting this thing together isn't the hard part. The real challenge is the massive amount of power needed to get it running. Without a dedicated power supply, even if you hit the switch, you won't get so much as a flicker. As Tony explained, he casually shrugged off his jacket and tossed it aside, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and strode over to the control console of the ring-shaped particle accelerator. He adjusted the prism's angle slightly and continued. But with my arc reactor providing energy, getting this up and running is no harder than eating or drinking. There he goes again, singing his own praises. Ming and Peter exchanged a look, shrugged, and set their suit jackets aside for the moment. Freed from their outerwear, the two hurried over to Tony's side, examining the machine as they asked, "Is there anything we can do to help?" "No need. Just keep your eyes wide open and watch carefully. What's about to happen is something you won't want to miss." Tony shook his head, tossed them each a pair of glasses, and put on a pair himself. His gaze settled on the triangular metal plate across from him, and for once, a hint of seriousness touched Tony's face. He turned to check that Ming and Peter had their glasses on, then, brimming with excitement, asked, "Ready?" "Of course. I've been waiting for this." "All right then, let's begin the experiment." Tony flipped the switch on the control panel. The machinery rumbled to life, and a brilliant blue beam of high-energy particles suddenly appeared in the tube. Tony, having had ample time to prepare, had already adjusted the angle of the prism. Standing behind the apparatus, Ming and the others watched as the beam, formed by the accelerated high-energy particles, shot straight onto the triangular metal plate facing them. A low hum filled the air. The bombardment of high-energy particles caused a brilliant blue light to flare up and quickly spread across the metal plate, signaling a rapid transformation in its physical properties. This sudden change, without a doubt, filled the three onlookers with immense excitement and encouragement. Ming and Peter could barely contain their exhilaration. Setting aside all the complicated details, what they were witnessing was nothing less than the birth of an entirely new element, one purposefully extracted and created by human hands. For anyone with even a passing interest in this field, this was an event that brought pure, unfiltered joy. In no time, the blue glow suffused the entire triangular metal block, the transformation completed, and the radiant light settled into a stable shine. Phew! Piece of cake, Tony said, switching off the accelerator. He eyed the triangular block, still steadily glowing, and reached a preliminary conclusion in his mind. Congratulations, sir. You have created a new element. Jarvis's voice chimed in right on cue. Is this a success? Peter stared at the luminous blue metal, his tone tinged with disbelief. Li Ming understood what Peter meant perfectly. Was it really this easy? Did it really work on the first try? Li Ming muttered. Even though he knew this was the Marvel Universe, where the impossible was all too common, he still couldn't shake the feeling that everything he'd learned before now suddenly seemed useless. In the real world, anyone attempting this kind of experiment would expect to fail hundreds, if not thousands, of times before even glimpsing success. But here was Tony, pulling it off in one go. Tony grinned, as if about to laugh, but held himself back. We can't be certain yet. We need to run some tests first. Although, judging by what they'd seen so far, there was a better than 90% chance they'd succeeded. Still, not wanting to risk an unexpected failure in front of Li Ming and Peter, Tony decided to play it safe. He tossed aside his glasses, pushed the equipment away, and strode up to the triangular metal block. Grabbing a pair of tongs, he picked up the still glowing piece and placed it into the waiting reactor. As the reactor accepted the new element and roared to life, Tony finally let out a sigh of relief, a smile tugging at his lips. Sir, the reactor has accepted the new core. I will begin the necessary tests immediately, Jarvis reported. Hearing this, Tony spun around and spread his hands toward Li Ming and Peter, flashing an easy smile. See? That's all there is to it. I did it. This is truly unbelievable. Who would have thought that we'd actually witnessed the birth of an entirely new element like this? Peter murmured softly, his gaze burning with excitement as he watched the miniature reactor at work. It was precisely moments like this that made him feel everything he had learned was worthwhile. Clap, clap, clap. Li Ming applauded warmly and congratulated him. Congratulations, Tony. From now on, you'll never have to suffer from that damn palladium poisoning again. Ha ha ha. Just as you said, this is the best birthday present I could ever ask for. Tony was in high spirits, waving them over. Come on, let's go upstairs and have a drink to celebrate. Jarvis can handle the new elements testing for me. We're only 18. Peter and Li Ming spoke up instinctively, but then both shrugged and chuckled. Who cares? We just witnessed the birth of a new element. What's a drink after that? That's the spirit. Tony nodded in satisfaction. If they could still be uptight at a moment like this, that would just be too dull. The three of them slipped on their jackets, ready to head back up to the main hall, when Li Ming suddenly smacked his forehead and asked, Hey, Tony, how's the matter you mentioned earlier coming along? Weren't you planning to take care of it tonight? You mean roadie situation? Tony flashed a mischievous grin. I gave him a heads up, but considering his acting skills aren't exactly Oscar-worthy, I just told him I was giving him a prototype Iron Man suit. Huh, you should have seen the look on his face when he heard it. He was nearly scared out of his wits. Priceless. Watching Tony double over in laughter, Li Ming and Peter exchanged glances. Sometimes this guy really was just a big kid. Li Ming shrugged. Or maybe Colonel Rhodes was just too surprised by the gift. Getting an Iron Man suit would knock anyone off their feet. Well, as long as you've got it handled. Just don't let it backfire. By the way, any news from S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony's expression grew serious, his brow furrowing. After I spoke to that Agent Coulson, all he said was he'd look into it, and I haven't heard a thing since. But from other sources, I did learn that both Oscorp and Hammer Industries quietly funneled a large sum of money out around the same time. Though tracking the accounts didn't turn up much detail, it's pretty clear they might be working together. That Ivan Vanko character may very well have ended up in their hands. No more specifics? I was hoping S.H.I.E.L.D. would be able to infiltrate their companies and get to the bottom of things. Li Ming felt a twinge of disappointment, but he could accept the situation as it was. After all, SHLD's current jurisdiction didn't really overlap much with the trouble Tony was facing. The fact that they were even. Looking into it was already more than he could ask for. Expecting them to go beyond standard procedures and dig deeper was simply unrealistic. Since Natasha is here anyway, why don't we go ask her? Tony suddenly suggested, a trace of annoyance flickering across his face. That woman embedded herself at my side, and aside from keeping me under surveillance and running the occasional background check, she only doubled as Pepper's secretary and secret bodyguard. Honestly, I have no idea why I'm even paying her. I get the feeling you're just upset they blew their cover so quickly. You didn't even have time to make a move before the opportunity. Slipped away. Maybe that's why you're so grumpy. Li Ming quipped, shooting Tony a sidelong glance and unable to resist poking fun at him. Peter, standing off to the side, couldn't help but smack his forehead at that. He was starting to worry that his friend was being led astray by Tony Stark's playboy ways. Ahem. Tony coughed awkwardly and, slinging an arm around Li Ming's shoulders, leaned in to mutter, "Look, I'm not saying she isn't attractive, but do you have to put it that way? Give me a little dignity, will you?" All right, forget I said anything," Li Ming replied with a shrug, steering the conversation back to the main issue. "Before we go any further with our plans, let's check with our lady agent and see if S.H.I.E.L.D. has uncovered anything at all. If there's been any progress, it could really help us in our next steps." Peter was already growing used to the banter between the two of them. He didn't even bother to comment anymore. Instead, his thoughts drifted to the trouble Ivan Vanko could cause now that he'd fallen into the hands of Oscorp and Hammer. Truthfully, after hearing Li Ming's explanation before, he and Tony had seriously considered sneaking into those two companies to investigate on their own. Unfortunately, perhaps because of the lesson Norman Osborne learned from the Devil's Breath incident, things had changed. When they actually tried to get in, both Oscorp and Hammer Industries came up clean, at least on the surface. Neither of them could find any obvious clues. But even without any special insight, just looking at the situation as it stood, there was no way Li Ming or Peter could believe everything was above board. That left only one real possibility. Their enemies were using a hidden, unregistered facility to conceal Ivan Vanko, putting him to work developing dangerous weapons like the Iron Man suit, all in preparation for revenge against Tony Stark. If that's the case, then the whole thing is basically a ticking time bomb, hidden away where no one can find it, until they decide to make their move. But by that time, the danger would already be out in the open, and if it erupted, it could very well pose a threat to the lives of ordinary people. With stakes this high, neither Li Ming nor Peter dared to let their guard down. After exchanging a few words about business downstairs, the three of them wasted no more time. Riding the wave of excitement from their recent successful experiment, they hurried back to the party upstairs in the Grand Hall. A toast was in order to celebrate, but soon it would be time to seek out the Black Widow and see if she had any more leads. Each of them picked up a glass of champagne from the bar. Li Ming and Peter raised their glasses to Tony and said, "Congratulations on yet another dazzling achievement, and happy birthday." I like the sound of that," Tony replied with satisfaction, clinking his glass lightly against theirs before the three of them downed their drinks in one smooth motion. The mood was light, joyful, and genuine. Seeing the host finally make his appearance, many guests immediately turned their attention toward them. Opportunists across the room began to stir, eager for a chance to get in Tony Stark's good graces. But just as they were about to make their move, Ms. Potts appeared, accompanied by Natasha and Fong Li, effectively putting those restless schemers back in their place. "You're back up here already? That's not like you, Tony," Ms. Potts teased, then pulled Fong Li to her side and smiled at Li Ming. "I'm returning her to you, Mr. Li. Ms. Potts introduced me to quite a few industry elites," Fong Li whispered as she came to stand by Li Ming's side. Then, with a playful pout and a sidelong glance, she added, "Humph, you said this was a fun night out, but it turned into work after all." Li Ming gave Ms. Potts a heartfelt thank you. "Thank you so much for helping us make these connections. We really appreciate it." "It was actually Miss Fong Li's request," Ms. Potts replied gracefully, casting a meaningful glance at Tony, who was scanning the room. "Besides, I thought the party was a bit dull myself. It's a rare opportunity, so why not introduce some friends?" Hearing this, Li Ming looked at Fong Li, who was trying to appear nonchalant. He gave her a big thumbs up. So much for wanting to have fun. If Miss Potts hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known it was Fong Li herself who wanted to expand her network. What a classic case of saying one thing and doing another. Ahem. Tony cleared his throat and pulled Miss Potts aside. "Anyway, our experiment was a total success. You can relax now." "Relax? Why would I need to relax?" Miss Potts looked puzzled, but Tony didn't answer her. Instead, he turned his gaze to the striking red-haired woman behind her. "Natasha, there's something I'd like to ask you. Do you have a moment to talk?" Miss Potts raised an eyebrow, about to say something, but Tony cut her off. "Oh, and this involves Sunlight and Peter as well. I think we should all have a conversation." As soon as Tony said that, Li Ming and Peter immediately sensed that the three women present were looking at them with a peculiar expression. Natasha let out a low, sultry chuckle. Her usually raspy voice now carried an alluring undertone. A flash of seriousness appeared in her eyes, then vanished, as she offered a charming smile. "Do you all have something to discuss with me? Since the boss himself asked, I suppose I have no choice but to agree." Fong Li heard this, and the look on her face grew even more complicated as she glanced at Li Ming. It seemed as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, all she did was sigh. She turned to glance at the curvaceous red-haired woman beside her, then looked down at herself, finding herself at a loss for words. Despite her tangled emotions for a moment, there was something like relief in her gaze as she looked at Li Ming, a look that seemed to say, "You've finally grown up, kid." Li Ming could only stare back, feeling a headache coming on. He didn't even know where to begin explaining. He was sure that the more he tried to clarify, the worse it would sound. In the end, it was Miss Potts who was in on the real story, who stepped forward and patted Tony on the shoulder. "There you go again, teasing our guests. All right, if there's business to discuss, get over with quickly. This is your birthday party, you know? You can't just disappear the whole time." "Hey, I wasn't teasing them. I was just telling the truth, Pepper. Don't wrong me." Tony blinked innocently, putting on the picture of innocence. Peter's mouth twitched. He opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, no words came out. Right now, all he felt was relief. Thank goodness he hadn't brought Gwen along. If she'd seen this, she might have kept quiet for now, but once they got home, he'd be in serious trouble. Enough, enough. Just be quiet, Tony. Li Ming couldn't take it anymore. He hurried forward, worried that if this went on, his reputation would be ruined for life before he'd even done anything. "Ahem. All right, since you insist," Tony said, winking at Li Ming before adopting a more serious expression. "Natasha, let's have a word in the lounge. There are some matters we need your answer on." With that, he stopped looking at the others, clapped both Li Ming and Peter on the shoulders, and led them toward the lounge at the edge of the hall. "Please excuse me for a moment," Natasha said, giving a slight bow to Miss Potts and fondly before quickly following after the three of them. This scene drew the attention of onlookers, each with their own interpretation. With a group like that heading off together, it was hard for people's imaginations not to run wild. Several guests exchanged knowing, amused glances, sharing an unspoken understanding. Watching them leave, Fong Li's face grew uncertain and confused. At first, she'd been thinking the same as everyone else, enjoying the spectacle. In fact, by comparison, she couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. But seeing even Tony Stark wearing such a rare look of seriousness, she felt maybe she was overthinking things. Yet, the more she considered it, the more lost she felt, unable to make heads or tails of the situation. Almost instinctively, she turned to Miss Potts beside her. There's no need to worry, Miss Fong. I think they must have some important business to discuss," Miss Potts explained kindly, then took Fong Li's arm again. "All right, let them handle their affairs. Why don't we continue with the introductions we left unfinished earlier?" They walked down the corridor, leaving behind the prying eyes of the ever-curious onlookers. Once they reached the lounge, Tony locked the door behind them, flopped down onto the sofa, and gestured to Li Ming and the others. "Make yourselves at home." Though it was called a lounge, the room was expansive, large enough to easily serve as a meeting room. With 4 people entering at once, there was still plenty of space. Li Ming and Peter didn't stand on ceremony. They sat down directly. Having become more familiar with Tony, and after witnessing the birth of an entirely new element together just moments ago, they were no longer as reserved as they'd been at first. The two of them were able to relax, but Natasha remained standing, quietly displaying her graceful figure. Her gaze, however, never stopped appraising Li Ming and Peter Parker. With a hint of scrutiny, she looked them up and down before speaking. "So, what is it you want to ask me? Would you mind introducing yourself first? Although Nick Fury never mentioned you to us, and we only learned of you through Tony's stories, I suppose. Technically, we're sort of colleagues now, aren't we?" Li Ming asked with a smile, showing little sign of nervousness. It was Peter, sitting beside him, who seemed a bit uneasy under the mature and assessing gaze of this striking woman. It was hard to deny. She truly was captivating. Even Li Ming, whose current body was that of an 18-year-old, couldn't help but feel a certain attraction. But knowing her history, Li Ming felt he could befriend her, though anything more was out of the question. With his heart settled, all that remained was pure appreciation, leaving no room for nerves. "All right then," Natasha replied with a non-committal nod. "Natasha Romanoff, Level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I wonder what questions the 2 consultants have for me." "Another high-level agent. I see," Li Ming remarked with a smile, then got straight to the point. "Here's the thing. I recall that Tony reported to you, through Agent Coulson, about Ivan Vanko, the man who's mastered miniaturized arc reactor technology. There was a possibility that Oscorp and Hammer Industries might join forces to break him out. I was wondering if you found out anything about that yet?" "As it happens, I was planning to brief Tony on this even if you hadn't asked," Natasha replied. Natasha raised her eyebrows slightly, her expression turning serious in an instant. S.H.I.E.L.D. has used its resources to investigate. The people who acted from the prison side were very thorough. Although there are some traces, none of them point directly to Hammer or Osborne. However, we did detect that part of their funds has been secretly transferred. Even though the money passed through many hands, in the end, we tracked its destination. It's a small factory, a secret production base that Justin Hammer controls indirectly. Our investigation revealed that recently, the factory has been moving a lot of resources. It seems they're working on some kind of research and production project, but we're not certain if Ivan Vanko is involved. Security there is tight. Only familiar faces can get in and out. Without concrete evidence, S.H.I.E.L.D. can't risk being accused of trespassing on private property just to follow a suspicion, nor can we justify spending more resources to send an agent's undercover. In short, that's everything we've discovered so far. If you need it, all the relevant information is here. As Natasha spoke, the three men sitting across from her barely had time to react before a small flash drive appeared in her previously empty hand. She gave it a quick wave in their direction, then set on the coffee table and pushed it toward them. Ming took a moment to organize the information in his mind before asking, "So, you've already pinpointed the location. All that's missing is solid evidence, and then S.H.I.E.L.D. can send agents to infiltrate the factory and make the arrest?" "That's one way to put it." Natasha nodded. With that, both Ming and Peter turned their eyes to Tony. Wasn't this perfectly in line with their own plan? Tony grinned as he reached for the flash drive. "Don't worry, I'll get you the evidence you need." To be honest, this was the kind of behavior you'd expect from real people living in the real world, not just characters bound by stereotypical roles. Everyone's methods were flexible, far more so than the rigid, plot-convenience-driven actions you see in so many stories. From Ming's perspective, if Justin Hammer had acted like he did in the movies, keeping Ivan Vanko hidden in his own factory, guarded only by a couple of henchmen in the back of the company, practically inviting trouble, then by the time Ming and Peter went to investigate Hammer Industries and Oscorp, they'd have found Vanko already. At the very least, they would have picked up enough clues to track him down and drag him out. There'd be no need for all this. Tony exhausting his resources just to find a hint, then S.H.I.E.L.D. finally locating the place, but still needing hard evidence before they'd risk an infiltration to make an arrest. Though he couldn't help but grumble inwardly, things were actually progressing quite well at the moment. Even though the involvement of the Osborne group meant that Ivan Vanko's outburst might no longer coincide with the Hammer Industries expo, and there was now a very real chance that the supervillain Green Goblin could emerge. At this stage, both Tony's arc reactor fuel issue and their efforts to track down leads were ahead of the events as Ming remembered them. By comparison, they now had far more room to maneuver and respond than before. It was even possible that before things spiraled out of control, S.H.I.E.L.D. could send in a team to storm that small factory, arrest Ivan Vanko, and, while they were at it, deal with Norman Osborne and Justin Hammer as well. Of course, as for whether Ming's idea could actually work, that would depend on whether the suit Tony was about to deliver to Colonel Rhodes would have the desired effect. If not, given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reluctance to take further action without solid evidence, it was hard to say whether, as time dragged on, other unexpected changes might arise. "So, it looks like you have a plan," Natasha observed, catching the confident tone in Tony's voice. Her gaze flicked over Ming and Peter's faces, and she quickly made her assessment. She wasn't particularly surprised, though she did sense that S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't played much of a role in this plan. Perhaps, she reflected, the trio's reluctance to rely on S.H.I.E.L.D. had something to do with the agency's current hesitancy. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was facing threats that could erupt at any time, yet was choosing to hold back, which might understandably frustrate their partners. After a pause, Natasha added, "Lately, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been under close scrutiny from several powerful forces. We've had to be much more careful with our operations. If any of those groups caught us slipping up, it could mean unnecessary losses, so we've had to avoid making any rash moves. But I can promise you this. As long as we have concrete evidence, S.H.I.E.L.D. will take decisive action to keep the risks to a minimum. And I hope you'll stand by your word. Don't underestimate the technology Ivan Vanko has at his disposal. If he ever gets dangerous ideas, it won't just be a threat to me personally, but to countless innocent people as well," Tony said, frowning seriously, before turning to Ming and Peter. "So what about you two? Anything to add?" "No, I just hope those guys don't end up causing a disaster. That's all," Peter replied with a shake of his head. "That's all for now. Whether or not we can actually find them is up to you," Ming said casually, his gaze settling on Tony. "As long as nothing goes wrong with those hypothetical steps, I think it's only a matter of time before we find them. Of course, it also depends on whether Rhodes can successfully pull off the first step of our plan." Tony said this offhandedly, then stood up straight away, waving enthusiastically. "Enough serious talk for now. If there's nothing else, let's head out and enjoy my birthday party. That boring guy Rhodes probably won't show up until later." Naturally, Ming and the others had no objections to this suggestion. After chatting for less than 10 minutes, the group made their way back to the party hall. As they reappeared so soon after having just left, the onlookers' faces filled with disappointment and suspicion. Just look at them. The three men's suits were still sharp and immaculate, not a hint of disarray. The lady's makeup and hair were flawless, her radiance undiminished, and her dress pristine. It had been less than 10 minutes. If something had really happened, there wasn't even enough time to tidy up. Well, it looks like I was just letting my imagination run wild. Fong Li muttered quietly to herself, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Miss Potts, who was holding Fong Li's arm, smiled and said, "Sometimes Tony does have his reliable moments. And the gentleman up ahead is worth getting to know as well. Let's keep going." They had already seen the most intriguing part, the artificial refinement process of the cosmic cube isotope. They'd also exchanged intelligence on Ivan Vanko. If it weren't for the crucial next step, Tony handing the suit over to Colonel Road, which was vital to their plan. For Li Ming, this was an important chance to confirm that he could subtly adjust the timeline, nudging events towards the outcome he desired. He needed to see it happen with his own eyes. To be honest, a party like this, just a bunch of people drinking, dancing, and making a ruckus, held little appeal for him. He'd much rather be running experiments in the lab. Peter felt much the same way. Simply put, it was rather torturous for both of them. The two of them withdrew to a sofa in the corner, chatting idly and hoping Colonel Road would show up soon, so the night could end on a satisfying note. When Fong Li finished expanding her network and thanked Miss Potts, she brought her drink over and sat by Li Ming's side. After overhearing a bit of Li Ming and Peter's conversation, her expression turned odd. "Seriously? This is a party? Not only are you two not joining in, but you're actually talking about experiments." "To be honest, experiments are way more interesting than parties for us," Li Ming replied with a shrug, his face betraying his boredom. But in the next instant, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a new energy came over him. After waiting the whole night, Colonel Rhodes finally arrived. Ignoring the utterly confused look on Fong Li's face, he and Peter sat up a little straighter, watching from a distance as Colonel Rhodes and Tony Stark started their conversation, anticipation sparking in their eyes for what was about to unfold. It only took a few exchanges before Tony had Colonel Rhodes both exasperated and amused. Then, in a fit of playful defiance, Colonel Rhodes followed Tony down the stairs, heading straight to the underground lab. Li Ming, whose physical abilities had long since surpassed those of ordinary people and whose hearing was exceptional, shot Peter and Fong Li a mischievous grin, enjoying their bewilderment. "Just wait. I've got a feeling we're about to see something spectacular." Peter and Fong Li's questions were answered almost immediately. The show was indeed about to begin. Suddenly, the sharp sound of air being sliced echoed through the room, swift movements generating a rush of wind. Everyone instinctively glanced over, just in time to see two figures, one in gold and red, the other in silver and white, soaring past the window and shooting up into the sky. One after the other, they disappeared into the distance. In that instant, the entire villa erupted with excited shrieks. Moments ago, the crowd had been puzzled, but now the party's energy was at its peak. Even Fong Li, standing next to Li Ming, couldn't contain her excitement. Her hand shot out to grip Li Ming's sleeve, her expression pure adrenaline. Just from the way she'd reacted when Li Ming wanted to join the race, her first instinct being to join in, instead of stopping him. It was obvious she was a thrill-seeker herself. The sight of two Iron Man suits launching at full speed into the heavens had sent her nerves into overdrive. Only Li Ming and Peter managed to remain composed. After all, both of them could fly, even if they couldn't quite match that kind of speed on their own. At least they wouldn't lose their cool. Li Ming even curled his lip, quietly mocking Tony's so-called tactics as laughably cliché. Thanks to his extraordinary hearing, even at a considerable distance, he could catch snatches of Tony and Colonel Rhodes's conversation. Tony had actually said that if he was going to give Rhodes a suit, he needed to see how he performed in it. And if Rhodes fell too far behind, Tony might just take back his promise. Those few short sentences were brimming with smug pride and a clumsy attempt at reverse psychology. It was only because the allure of the Iron Man suit was so great, and Colonel Rhodes understood his old friend so well, that Li Ming didn't doubt for a second that Rhodes would play along. Of course, maybe Tony had deeper reasons too. Perhaps, once Colonel Rhodes experienced the thrill of soaring through the skies in the suit, he'd never be able to let it go. But Li Ming had serious doubts about whether Tony truly had such deep intentions. Still, to be fair, although the approach was a bit clumsy and cliched, in Li Ming's view, once Colonel Rhodes donned the Iron Man suit and soared into the sky alongside Tony, the plan to hand over the suit was more than half accomplished. The next step was simply to wait for Rhodes to bring the suit back to the military base. Rubbing his face, Li Ming turned to look at Peter and Fong Li beside him and said, "Now that the main event has literally flown off, we might as well head back. I think we've gained plenty for one night." "Yeah, that's about right. Going home sounds good to me," Peter agreed without hesitation. After all, he still had code waiting for him on his computer, and wasting more time here wouldn't do any good. "Are we going to wait for Mr. Stark to return and say goodbye in person?" Fong Li asked reflexively. After all, they had been personally invited by Tony Stark. Leaving without a word seemed a bit inappropriate. Li Ming shook his head. It's fine. The most important part of tonight has already wrapped up for us. Whether or not we say goodbye to him in person doesn't really matter. If Tony actually cared about something so trivial, that'd be the real surprise. We just need to let Miss Potts know. The night after tomorrow is our Gospel Text Independent Showcase at the Stark Expo, so let's head back early and get some rest. We need to be fully prepared for the next 2 days. Hearing this, Fong Li nodded, a capable look on her face. That's true. I've already made some good connections across various fields tonight. If I send out invitations in a rush tomorrow, it'll still be on time. With everyone in agreement, they didn't linger any longer. They got up and found Miss Potts to let her know they were leaving. In the end, Miss Potts saw them off personally, watching their car drive away before returning to the party. She glanced at the increasingly chaotic villa and let out a helpless sigh. Her boss truly had a knack for making her life difficult. After dropping Peter and Fong Li off at their homes, Li Ming returned to his own place. He dealt with his nosy old man's questions, finished washing up, and finally, just as he was about to lie down and begin his nightly dream training, his phone rang from the table. At this hour, Li Ming didn't need to think twice. He knew it had to be Tony calling. Sure enough, he checked the caller ID, picked up, and answered right away. So, did you hand over the suit? Li Ming got straight to the point, not wanting to be led on a wild goose chase by Tony. Of course, Rhodes tried to act all reluctant, but inside, I bet he was thrilled out of his mind. Tony laughed heartily, his tone full of teasing. Li Ming said, that means all we have to do now is wait for the Department of Defense to respond. Let's hope they have enough faith in Hammer. It shouldn't be a big problem. Tony replied confidently, then continued. The suit I gave Rhodey is just in 2 Malawian Quatch's prototype. Other than the repulsor and the palm, it doesn't have any other weapons installed. With the Department of Defense's obsession with firepower, it's only a matter of time before they go looking for someone to upgrade it. Hammer is the obvious choice. Or rather, given how desperate Hammer is for my technology, even if the Department of Defense doesn't approach him, I bet he'll find a way to get involved in the suit's modification no matter what. You have a point. In that case, let's just be patient and wait, Li Ming agreed, then suddenly asked, by the way, the day after tomorrow is the Independent Expo for Fuyin Technologies. Will you have time to come? Try to get me to back you up at your event, are you? Tony gave a wry chuckle. Now that the reactor issue is fixed, the only thing left is Ivan Vanko. He's still out there waiting for us to catch him. So, are you coming or not? Li Ming asked directly. If I have time, I'll be there, Tony replied ambiguously, then added, all right, kid. I'm off to test how the new element changes the reactor's output. I have a feeling it'll give me a massive boost in energy. Looks like my suit can get another upgrade. Hey, I've got a new idea. If there's any news from Hammer's side, I'll let you know. That's all for now. Beep. You're not some blonde, twin-tailed anime girl. Why do you have to act so tsundere all the time? Li Ming muttered, rolling his eyes as he tossed his phone onto the pillow and laid down on the bed himself. So many things piling up. Looks like life is about to get even busier. I really need to get stronger and fast. Otherwise, all this talk about protection would just be a joke. He closed his eyes and entered the realm of dreams. A swipe. Altaïr's figure appeared before him, and a new day's lesson began. As dawn was just breaking, Colonel Rhodes, clad in the 2 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit, soared through the sky toward the Air Force Base. He had tossed and turned all night, considering why Tony entrusted him with the suit, pondering how to handle it, and struggling to balance his roles as both a soldier and friend. But in the end, he chose to contact the unit and arrive at the airbase in the suit. A night of reflection had given him some insight into Tony Stark's intentions. Or perhaps he realized what mattered most was how to use this suit to help his friend to the greatest extent. He, James Rhodes, was a military officer and one of Tony Stark's closest friends. During the previous series of actions by the Department of Defense aimed at acquiring the Iron Man suit from Tony Stark, his position was particularly awkward. Forced into being a pawn, he suffered deeply on the inside. As a soldier, when his superiors ordered him to attend hearings and deliver reports, there was no way he could refuse. Yet the objective, well-thought-out reports he painstakingly composed were taken out of context by senators, resulting in a series of negative consequences for his friend, an indisputable fact. On top of all that, a host of other complicated, unfavorable tasks continued to be assigned to him, leaving him no choice but to comply. These ongoing pressures tormented him greatly. But now, Tony Stark had taken the initiative to give him an Iron Man suit. To him, perhaps this was Tony's answer at last. It was a mark of Tony's trust in him, and, on another level, a gesture of compromise toward the Department of Defense. The department's previous actions had exerted tremendous pressure on both Tony and Stark Industries. There was no denying that. Had Stark Industries not already transformed itself from a military contractor into an energy company, The pressure would have been unbearable. Of course, even so, if Tony had continued to resist alone, there would have come a day when he simply couldn't bear it any longer. And so, at this critical moment, Tony chose to give Rhodey a suit of Iron Man armor, perhaps a way to break the deadlock. Does the Department of Defense want Tony Stark's Iron Man technology? Not a chance. But he could appoint someone to receive a suit and silence some of those greedy voices. Rhodey was undoubtedly the best choice for this role. His previously awkward position, caught between conflicting loyalties, suddenly became the key to the solution. As Tony Stark's friend, Tony could trust him to pilot the suit. And as an active duty officer, even though some might regret that the suit's pilot couldn't be chosen by the government, so long as he remained in uniform, the Department of Defense's need for appearances would be satisfied. At the very least, officially, the Department of Defense now had an Iron Man suit at its disposal. With this kind of concession, and given the scale and influence of Stark Industries, the Department of Defense would likely have no choice but to accept this outcome for now, withdraw its previous maneuvers, and ease the pressure. From Rhodey's perspective, after reaching this conclusion, returning to the military base in the Iron Man suit was the greatest support he could offer his friend Tony Stark. So, once he'd figured it out, he didn't hesitate. He contacted his unit, returned to base in the suit, and entrusted its future handling to the military. At last, James Rhodes, finally able to help his friend, felt a weight lift from his heart. He was certainly delighted to finally have his own suit of Iron Man armor. But what truly brought him joy was that his existence was no longer a burden. At last, he could help his friend. As for the matter of giving away an armor as a kind of compromise, even Li Ming himself had only vaguely sensed something about it. He hadn't thought so deeply on the subject. Perhaps Tony Stark had stumbled into it by accident, but more likely he'd planned this all along. Otherwise, when Li Ming first suggested gifting Colonel Rhodes an Iron Man suit, given that Tony considered the armor his second life, he could never have agreed so quickly. After all, at that time when Tony made the decision, he'd already been given a second lease on life by Li Ming's ripple energy. He was nowhere near dying from palladium poisoning. If he truly needed to divide up his legacy, there would have been no rush. As for using this opportunity to track down Ivan Vanko, hidden under layers of cover by Hammer and Osborne, for Tony Stark, it was simply an added bonus. The same event, seen from different perspectives, always yields different understandings for different people. Yet Tony Stark was the one who always reaped the benefits. When Li Ming later pieced everything together, he couldn't help but think. If anyone still believed Tony Stark was just a playboy tinkering in his lab, clueless about business, well, that person would be the real fool. Back at the military base, after Rhodes reported to his superiors, Justin Hammer showed up in a hurry, dark circles and puffy eyes betraying his exhaustion. Oblivious to everyone around, Hammer circled the Iron Man's suit, eyeing it with greedy fascination, his smile twisting with obsession. "My little darling, you finally ended up in my hands." To Rhodes, who had witnessed the whole scene, Hammer's attitude toward the two Malawian Quatches was no different from a creepy old man cornering a silver-haired girl in a dark alley. Downright sleazy. Were it not for the timing, Rhodes would really have loved to clobber the guy right then and there. Though he disliked it, orders were orders. Rhodes had no choice but to cooperate and let Hammer begin modifying the two Malawian Quatches. After all, an Iron Man suit with only a single repulsor was hardly going to make any difference. When Justin Hammer connected his laptop to the MK2's internal data port, some prearranged code silently sprang to life, slipping into his computer with the exchange of data packets. Meanwhile, at the seaside villa, "Sir, Trojan has activated and is now lurking inside the target computer. Real-time information transmission is possible." Tony, who had spent the entire night calculating data related to the cosmic cube's isotope, was finally resting in his chair. Jarvis's sudden announcement nearly made him jump out of his skin. "Hey, Jarvis, come on. After working with you all night, don't scare me like that, will you?" Tony grumbled, then suddenly realized, has Troy been activated already? In that case, search Hammer's computer first. If there are any clues inside, it'll save us some trouble. Jarvis quickly responded, "The target's computer does not contain the required key information. Would you like to proceed with further action?" A bit disappointed, Tony rubbed his face and waved dismissively. "Let's leave it for now. Since Troy is already lurking in his computer, all we have to do is wait for that guy to take his computer back, transfer the two Malawian Quatches' data, and then we can investigate further." "Yes, sir," Jarvis replied and fell silent, leaving Tony alone, staring intently at the stream of data scrolling across the screen, his brow deeply furrowed. 2 days slipped by in a flash, while Justin Hammer was completely absorbed, unable to tear himself away from the gleaming two Malawian Quatches' Iron Man suit that had landed in his lap. Little did he know he was unwittingly revealing his secrets to Tony, bit by bit. Meanwhile, The night had arrived for Gospel Technologies' independent showcase at the Stark Expo. The long-awaited event was finally here. Thanks to the earlier media coverage when Jefferson Davis was discharged from the hospital, many people had already heard of Gospel Technologies. Building on that momentum, the company launched its well-prepared publicity campaign, leveraging the buzz from Jefferson's interview to make Gospel Technologies a household name. Over this period, both phone inquiries and website visits surged, and public interest in Gospel Technologies' neural prosthetic technology soared to new heights. Being granted such a rare opportunity to hold a standalone exhibition at the Stark Expo only drew more attention from all sides. After all, only the most elite companies in the industry ever get their own showcase at the expo. What made Gospel Technologies worthy of this honor? Voices of curiosity and skepticism alike filled the air, but all of them only boosted Gospel Technologies' visibility even further. The rapid rise in popularity was fueled in no small part by the usual swirl of gossip columns. Once the public learned of Gospel Technologies through Jefferson, the identity of Li Ming as the company's leader was quickly revealed. It didn't stop there. Li Ming was identified as the heir to the Li Corporation, a man who had once raced alongside Tony Stark himself, even taking down the notorious Ivan Vanko, the dangerous criminal responsible for massive destruction, with a single well-timed blow. He'd even attended Tony Stark's birthday party, and before long, a whole string of his exploits was unearthed and pieced together by eager onlookers. On top of that, he's only 18, a recent high school graduate, and already at the helm of a company valued at tens of millions, soon to be worth hundreds of millions, and has been admitted as a prospective student to MIT. All these factors combined naturally make him the center of attention. With such a conversation-worthy story, Li Ming quickly found himself in the spotlight. Under the company's guidance, his personal image became deeply intertwined with Fuin Tech, making the company's promotion efforts much smoother and yielding remarkable publicity in a very short time. Things escalated even further when someone discovered that Tony Stark himself, in his private capacity, also held shares in Fuin Tech. The media went wild, and angel investors from all directions extended olive branches toward Fuin Tech. Looking at it this way, Fuin Tech has all the elements: an engaging story, solid capabilities, and powerful backers. With so many factors working together, this young company, still fresh on the scene, quickly gained significant recognition among the public and within professional circles. Of course, to be fair, all of this is just unconventional publicity. It brings a burst of attention, but it fades as quickly as it comes. Whether Fuin Tech can turn this heat into real company value depends not just on the quality of its products. Tonight's independent showcase is the most critical step, and so, with eager anticipation from all sides, Fuin Tech's independent exhibition finally opened its doors. Inside the Stark Expo venue, elites from every field, dressed in formal suits and gowns, arrived one after another, taking their seats as guided. They gazed at the spacious, empty stage, illuminated only by a few overhead spotlights, each with their own thoughts written on their faces. The professionals chatted freely, confidently expressing their opinions and attitudes toward Fuin Tech. Journalists weaved through the crowd, hunting for their targets, hoping to dig up some headline-worthy scoops from industry leaders. Some were optimistic about Fuin Tech, others curious, some skeptical, and a few dismissive. Regardless of their feelings, their conversations added just the right amount of energy, warming up the atmosphere for the event ahead. In their discussions, knowingly or not, everyone's anticipation, both their own and others, was slowly being raised. And when Tony Stark, Officer Jefferson Davis, and even Norman Osborne, recently embroiled in public controversy, arrived in person, the excitement reached its peak. Backstage, Li Ming, Peter, and Dr. Otto watched the diverse crowd, each of them wearing an unusually complex expression. "Doctor, I'll go up first to open things up and bring out Officer Jefferson. After that, the stage is all yours, so don't drop the ball." In addition, he's currently just an 18-year-old high school graduate, yet he's already at the helm of a company valued at tens of millions, and, given time, likely to be worth billions. On top of that, he's been admitted as a prospective student at MIT. All these achievements combined are simply too eye-catching to ignore. Such a remarkable and talked-about journey instantly brought Li Ming a surge of attention. Under the company's management, his personal image became deeply intertwined with Gospel Tech, making the company's promotion efforts far smoother and delivering impressive publicity results in a very short time. The excitement only grew when it was discovered that Tony Stark himself, in a private capacity, held shares in Gospel Tech. The media went into a frenzy, and angel investors from all sides eagerly extended olive branches to Gospel Tech. Looking at it this way, Gospel Tech had both a compelling story and real strength, with solid backing behind the scenes. With so many factors working together, this newly established company quickly gained significant recognition among the public and within professional circles alike. Of course, strictly speaking, all of this could be considered unconventional publicity, enough for a brief surge in popularity, but nothing lasting. Whether Gospel Tech could transform this buzz into real company value would depend, aside from the quality of its products, on one crucial moment. Tonight's independent showcase was the key step. And so, under the eager anticipation of all parties, Gospel Tech's independent showcase finally opened its doors. Inside the Stark Expo venue, elites from all walks of life arrived in formal attire, taking their seats as ushers guided them. They gazed at the wide, empty stage, illuminated only by a few spotlights from above, each wearing a different expression. Industry professionals chatted casually, gesturing with confidence as they shared their views on Gospel Tech. Reporters wove through the crowd, seeking out their targets, hoping to dig up some breaking news from the lips of prominent figures. Some were optimistic about Gospel Tech, some curious, some skeptical, and others dismissive. No matter what they felt, their conversations helped create a lively atmosphere for the upcoming showcase. In their exchanges, they unconsciously fueled both their own and others' expectations, raising the excitement bit by bit. And as Tony Stark, Officer Jefferson Davis, and even Norman Osborne, who had recently become embroiled in public controversy, arrived in person, the anticipation reached its peak. Backstage, Ming, Peter, and Dr. Otto watched these attendees, each with a rare hint of complexity in their expressions. "Doctor, I'll just go up to kick things off and bring out Officer Jefferson in a moment. After that, the stage is yours. Don't drop the ball out there." Ming suddenly turned to Dr. Otto beside him and smiled, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. "So you've got the nerve to tease me, huh?" Dr. Otto rolled his eyes. "I trust my tech. Even if I'm not the best talker, that's not a big deal. But if you mess up your opening, it'll be as embarrassing as the president losing his pants in front of a crowd, wouldn't it?" For all his tough talk, Dr. Otto could see through Ming. If this kid still had the wit to joke around, he wasn't nervous in the slightest. "If I ever managed to embarrass myself that badly, I suppose I'd make history, wouldn't I? TSK, even if I botched my part, it'd never come close to that." Ming put on a look of mock surprise, shaking his hands as if he couldn't possibly accept the comparison. "All right, enough out of you. Can't you say something encouraging for once?" Peter gave Ming a playful punch, thinking this guy was just tempting fate with his words. Even he, who didn't have to give a speech, was feeling the nerves. Yet Ming still had the presence of mind to crack jokes. Just then, Fong Li, who was managing the event, hurriedly jogged up from backstage. "It's almost time. Officer Jefferson is here too. Are you all ready?" "No problem. We're good to go." Ming flashed her a grin and gave her a thumbs up. Meanwhile, in the audience, Tony Stark, who had originally claimed he might not make it, had settled into the front row. He looked at the empty stage, frowned, and turned to Ms. Potts beside him. "How's their setup coming along? Don't tell me they haven't even got the demonstration part ready." Ms. Potts smiled. "I remember they booked the use of the lift stage. I think they'll do a short introduction first, then the demo." She nodded discreetly toward the Davis family seated nearby, and whispered, "Besides, with him here, as long as their tech holds up, the showcase is bound to go well. You really don't need to worry." "Good to hear." Tony glanced at Jefferson, nodded reflexively, then quickly corrected himself. "Not that I'm worried. It's just, the kid's taken so much of my investment, I'd hate to see it all go down the drain." "Whatever you say." Ms. Potts pursed her lips, having no interest in bickering with someone as stubborn as a platypus. As their idle chatter continued, the scheduled time arrived. The lights shifted, and music began to play. Amidst the varied expressions and polite applause from the audience, Ming strode confidently onto the stage, radiating energy as he took center stage. His gaze swept swiftly across the familiar faces of his grandpa, Aunt May, Tony, and Jefferson, finally pausing for a moment on Norman Osborne's inscrutable expression. Standing at ease, he smiled and began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's Gospel Tech Exhibition. I am Sunlight Lee. Welcome to today's Gospel Tech Exhibition. I am Sunlight Lee." Ming finished his self-introduction, and as camera flashes sparkled beneath the stage and countless dignitaries fixed their eyes on him, he showed not a trace of nervousness. Calmly, he continued, "I wonder if everyone here has any idea what cyberpunk is. Flesh is weak, but machines ascend." He delivered this oft-quoted phrase with a lyrical tone, yet his expression was earnest. That future where our bodies might be augmented by machines, greatly extending the limits of human life. It might not be as distant as we once thought. At the very least, replacing damaged limbs with mechanical structures, this difficult challenge has already been achieved by us at Gospel Tech. He knew how to make a statement that would leave people reeling. As soon as he said this, the audience's expressions shifted in a myriad of ways. The reporters' cameras clicked away at a frantic pace, clearly showing just how intrigued they were by his words. If such a thing could really be achieved, it would be an unprecedented revolution for humanity. Tony nudged Miss Potts with his shoulder, a grin playing at his lips. Well, look at that confidence up there. He's almost as good as me, at least when it comes to showmanship. Li Ming had fully expected the audience's reaction. He strolled leisurely across the stage, his tone conversational. All over the world, almost every moment, someone suffers a life-changing limb injury for all sorts of reasons. And we all know that the prosthetic devices available today do little to help in real life. From a certain perspective, they're just the best compromise people are forced to accept. Of course, we understand that those prosthetics companies have done their utmost to provide the best products possible. Even if the results are far from perfect, it can't be helped. After all, truly groundbreaking inventions are rare, and we all get that. As he spoke, he spread his hands in a gesture of understanding, as if to say, "You've done your best, and I don't blame you." This left the representatives from the prosthetics companies caught between irritation and amusement. Even if some were annoyed in this setting, they had no choice but to keep their composure. Some even managed a strained smile, clapping for Li Ming through gritted teeth, as if to say, "You really know how to talk, don't you?" Li Ming's remarks, combined with these reactions, drew laughter from much of the audience. The atmosphere in the vast exhibition hall, once stiff and tense, gradually warmed and grew lively. At this point, a solemn look appeared on Li Ming's face. But from today forward, everyone with a disability will have a new choice. Next, allow me to introduce to you all the groundbreaking technological product from Gospel Tech, the Neuralink prosthetic, a genius invention that offers countless people with disabilities the chance at a brand new life. At this point, the previously gentle music suddenly swelled, rising to a grand, almost sacred crescendo that filled the entire hall. Right on cue, Li Ming raised his hand to signal the audience. As the very first official user of the Neuralinked prosthetic and a man hailed as the conscience of New York City, Officer Jefferson Davis. May I have the honor of inviting you to the stage to show everyone the custom-built mechanical arm we've made for you? Even though most of those present were already aware that Jefferson had received an advanced prosthetic from Gospel Tech and that he had some collaboration with them, hearing Li Ming call out his name in person still sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. All at once, countless curious and expectant eyes turned toward Jefferson, seated in the front row, waiting to see how he would respond. The outcome, of course, was as expected. Jefferson smiled, rose from his seat, and strode confidently up the steps to join Li Ming's center stage. With a wide, purposeful stride, Jefferson approached and opened his arms, sharing a brief, heartfelt embrace with Li Ming. The ease and fluidity of his movements left those who knew he had lost his right arm utterly astonished. But while this scene drew admiration from the audience, it filled Norman Osborne, watching from below, with seething anger and a sense of betrayal. That Jefferson Davis would refuse his offer of partnership for the sake of these people. Unforgivable. I think that single embrace alone is enough to showcase the superiority of our Neuralink prosthetic, wouldn't you say? No one noticed Norman's subtle reaction as Li Ming joked on stage. At this rate, some of you might just forget that Officer Jefferson ever lost an arm. Hey, Sunlight, could you help me out by taking the microphone? Jefferson gave Li Ming a friendly pat, and with those words, handed him the microphone the staff had given him earlier. Wow, Jefferson, looks like you came prepared for this. Li Ming teased as he accepted the microphone, watching Jefferson slip off his suit jacket and roll up the sleeve covering his mechanical arm. On the large screen behind them, the camera zoomed in, giving the audience a clear, close-up view of the prosthetic in all its detail. Beneath the stage lights, the black mechanical arm gleamed with a striking metallic luster. Taking back the microphone and handing the jacket over to Li Ming, Jefferson began to demonstrate the full dexterity of his mechanical arm, moving it with the same natural grace as a real limb. The mechanical arm never stopped moving as he joked. To be honest, at first I was actually a bit skeptical about gospel technology. But the moment this arm was truly fastened onto my shoulder, I knew right then and there. This is a favor for Sunlight that I simply can't refuse. After all, if all it takes is a few kind words to get a mechanical arm that's just as good as my original one, I'd be a fool to pass it up. Frankly, if I missed out, my wife would probably be so upset she'd refuse to make me dinner. With a few light-hearted remarks and Jefferson's lively demonstration, the crowd's excitement instantly soared. Mrs. Davis playfully raised her fist at her husband, drawing a round of hearty laughter from those around them. Amid the laughter, people couldn't help but marvel at the superiority of the Neuralink prosthetic. No matter how much you talk, nothing convinces people quite like seeing the real thing. With Jefferson's reputation, his live demonstration lent the technology even greater credibility. Throughout the entire process, the audience was dazzled by the constant flashes of cameras. The reporters seemed absolutely ecstatic. After a brief introduction and a compelling showcase of the product's capabilities, Jefferson took his leave from the stage, and Li Ming smoothly moved on to the next item on the agenda. With a humble smile, he began, "Although I'm the president of Gospel Technology, I must say, the most important person in this company right now isn't me. It's someone else entirely. Can anyone guess who that might be?" Li Ming looked out at the audience, but before anyone could answer, he revealed the secret himself. "That person is my most respected mentor, Dr. Otto, the genius who invented the neural link prosthetic technology." At this, Li Ming's expression grew solemn. Due to his own circumstances, Dr. Otto embarked on the path of developing neural link prosthetics. Though the journey was filled with obstacles, he overcame every challenge with his brilliant ideas. Truthfully, he is the one who understands this technology most intimately and thoroughly. I've given you all a brief introduction and demonstration. So now, let me invite my mentor, Dr. Otto, to give everyone here a comprehensive explanation of the technical vision behind this breakthrough. As Li Ming finished speaking, four mechanical tentacles extended from backstage, gliding onto the stage floor. In the next instant, the tentacles flexed and lifted Dr. Otto from the shadows, his commanding presence leaving the audience utterly stunned. As the crowd gasped, Dr. Otto's four mechanical arms moved with precise intent, swiftly carrying him to the center of the stage. Landing lightly, he retracted two of the tentacles, while the other two waved in midair, a gesture that served as his way of greeting the audience. "Good evening, everyone. I'm Otto Gunther Octavius, but you can also call me Dr. Octopus." Wearing a sharp suit, Dr. Otto spoke with a smile in his voice. "That name was actually thought up by one of my other students, Peter Parker. Look at these four arms. Don't they look just like the tentacles of an octopus?" Standing on stage under the spotlight, Dr. Otto showed not a hint of nervousness. He was brimming with confidence, every movement full of energy and ease. Watching him from the audience, Norman Osborne couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia in his eyes. Wasn't this exactly the way Otto used to be back in the day? Until the day things fell apart between them. Norman Osborne began plotting against Dr. Otto, and that once vibrant man gradually sank into despair, bogged down by the trials of his research. But now, Otto had returned to his former, spirited self, while Norman Osborne himself had sunk to new lows. The abrupt reversal of their fortunes, as if their roles had been completely swapped, left Norman with a tangled knot of emotions. And right on the heels of that came a deep, burning anger. Since you've already left Oscorp, why not just hand over your research quietly and let me take it? Why do you keep resisting me, time and time again? And then there was Tony Stark, the man who, with damning evidence, had forced Norman to this desperate place. That guy's meddling had cost him both the mayor's seat in New York and control over Oscorp. Now, he was on the verge of losing everything. And yet there were those two kids, Peter Parker and Sunlight Lee. I gave you both a chance, and still you chose to side with Otto, working for him against me. All of you who stand in my way deserve to pay. A searing rage burned in his chest. Fixing his gaze on Dr. Otto up on stage, Norman Osborne gripped the arms of his chair tighter and tighter. Crack! Both armrests snapped at nearly the same instant, jarring Norman out of his fury and back to his senses. He quickly composed himself, casually tossing the broken pieces at his feet and kicking them beneath the chair as if nothing had happened. Nearby, his secretary caught the moment out of the corner of her eye. A flicker of fear crossed her face, but she dared not say a word. Instead, she fixed her attention on the stage, pretending to know nothing. Besides Norman's secretary, another observer stood quietly to the side, watching both the doctor's performance and the crowd. Li Ming, who also noticed Norman's outburst. The moment the chair's arms broke, Li Ming's eyebrows shot up as he quickly came to a conclusion. After all, this was the Stark Expo. Every chair frame here was made of high-strength composite materials. With their hardness and resilience, there was no way an ordinary person could break them by hand. Not to mention, he almost made no sound. He just snapped it with his hand, breaking it cleanly. Norman Osborne has most likely already used some kind of body-enhancing serum by now. Perhaps this was a side effect of curing his hereditary illness, but it's also possible he strengthened his body specifically to carry out some sort of revenge. If it's the former, that's still manageable. But if it's the latter, then Li Ming had every reason to believe that the day when Norman Osborne and Ivan Vanko make their move isn't far off. This won't do. If it's just Norman Osborne, I could take him down even without transforming, but Ivan Vanko is a whole different story. At the very least, I have to find Ivan Vanko first. Otherwise, if that maniac resorts to a suicide truck attack, it'll be truly dangerous. Keeping a calm expression, Li Ming's mind raced. He glanced at Tony in the audience, who was engrossed in watching Dr. Otto demonstrate his mechanical arms. Li Ming decided that after the exhibition, he would go ask Tony for the latest updates. Meanwhile, Dr. Otto finished introducing the neural-connected prosthetic technology. Suddenly, he shifted the subject and said, "To be honest, because of my reckless research in my early years, I developed a degenerative neurological disorder. My body gradually stopped obeying my will, even though my mind remained sharp. As Sunlight mentioned earlier, flesh is weak, but with machines, we can ascend. Since my body could no longer keep up with my ambitions, I turned to machinery to replace it. And that is how my research into neural-connected prosthetics began." As he spoke, Dr. Otto wiped the corner of his eye, then turned to look at Li Ming and Peter, who stood quietly watching him. Gratitude shone in his eyes. During the course of this research, I encountered countless difficulties. They weren't nearly as simple to solve as Sunlight suggested. In fact, if it weren't for the help of my students, Sunlight and Peter, I might never have been able to stand here today and explain this technology to you, and perhaps the technology itself would have been lost. At this point, Dr. Otto's gaze swept over Norman Osborne with a flash of resentment. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he continued, "All in all, while I may have pioneered neural-connected prosthetics, it's thanks to the help of Sunlight, Lee, and Peter Parker that this technology could come to fruition. Thank you both for everything you've done for me." As he spoke, Dr. Otto prepared to bow deeply to Li Ming and Peter before the entire audience. The sight made Li Ming and Peter both jump in surprise. They rushed onto the stage to steady Dr. Otto, stopping him from actually bowing. "Doctor, you really don't have to do this," Li Ming and Peter said with a mixture of embarrassment and laughter, but Dr. Otto raised his hand to interrupt. "I just wanted to express my gratitude to you." After finishing his words, Dr. Otto straightened up and looked back at the audience. "Sorry, everyone. I must have made a fool of myself." The crowd responded with friendly laughter, showing that they didn't mind at all. Dr. Otto smiled as well. "Next, we're offering a trial of the neural-linked prosthetic limbs. If anyone is interested, you're welcome to come up on stage and give it a try." As he spoke, the stage's lift mechanism whirred to life, and several round display cases containing the neural-linked prosthetics rose into view, revealing the mechanical arms and neural interface helmets to the audience. "I have to admit, I'm starting to like Dr. Otto," someone remarked. "He seems like a decent guy, and his technical skills are impressive. If you ask me, he's just a notch below my own genius. Maybe I should visit Gospel Technology sometime," another mused. As the expo came to an end, Tony drove home, chatting casually with Miss Potts in the passenger seat. Miss Potts looked at Tony's profile and smiled. "At least don't visit them for a while. I doubt they'll have much time to deal with you these days." Tony, uncharacteristically agreeable, nodded. "You're right. Tonight's expo was a huge success. By the time we reached the trial session, everyone looked like they were about to lose their minds. If the event hadn't been on a tight schedule, I bet those reporters would have lined up all night just for a chance to try it." Just as Tony said, tonight's expo held by Gospel Technologies was an unprecedented triumph. From Jefferson's opening demonstration to Dr. Otto's stunning entrance aided by his 4 mechanical arms and the captivating explanations that followed, every moment was a highlight. Even the moment in the middle, when Dr. Otto paused to express his gratitude, shone with genuine humanity. But what truly sent the crowd into a frenzy was the final trial session. At first, only a few peers with technical interest and some journalists eager for scoop stepped up to try the device. But as the audience watched these volunteers don the neural interface helmets and command the mechanical arms with astonished expressions, performing all sorts of actions, even coordinating with all 4 hands, more and more people were tempted to join in. Thus, one group after another watched the participants' amazed reactions as they controlled the prosthetic arms and found themselves unable to resist joining the growing line of eager testers. Once some industry insiders had broken the ice and shared their first-hand experiences, every journalist in the room clamored to take part in the trial. In this way, the excitement in the venue steadily built to a fever pitch. Almost everyone who tried the Neuralink prosthetics was full of praise, expressing their deep amazement. Fortunately, the expo was limited by time. Otherwise, it's likely the reporters would have queued up all night in the hall just for a chance to try the mechanical arms. But in doing so, these reporters nearly came to blows just to get a shot at this opportunity, almost casting all pretense aside. Even though things ended peacefully in the end, the last trial participant had to fork out a hefty sum just to satisfy the other competitors and finally secure the right to try out the product. Judging from this, even if Gospel Tech hadn't slipped these folks any money, The next day's reports would still be nothing short of glowing. That night, in the face of the groundbreaking advantages of a neural-linked prosthetic technology, elites from every field found themselves utterly won over, powerless to resist its allure. Just sorting through the list of contacts fondly collected would take a considerable amount of effort. Every sector made their interest in partnering with Gospel Tech abundantly clear. Now, it was Gospel Tech's time to seize the momentum and take flight. On this front alone, tonight's expo could be called nothing less than a resounding success. After the event, Ming personally invited the Jefferson family, along with Dr. Otto and Peter, to enjoy a lavish dinner together. It was, in a sense, fulfilling the promise he'd made when Jefferson first came to Gospel Tech to try out the neural-linked prosthetic. Throughout the evening, young Miles, nicknamed Little Black Spider, could barely contain his excitement. He beamed with pride at how well his father had performed, kicking off the expo with such a strong impression. He also felt genuine joy for Ming and Peter's success, and couldn't help but marvel at the neural-linked prosthetic itself. Now, as something of Peter's apprentice, Miles was doubly glad. His mentor's company was thriving, and that success also brought benefits to his own father. He had every reason to feel happy. During the meal, Jefferson expressed his heartfelt thanks to Ming and Peter for giving Miles a chance to learn under their guidance. He also said that if there were any future promotional events, he'd be more than willing to participate. After all, just by saying a few words on stage, he'd received a neural-linked prosthetic worth a fortune, along with a lifetime guarantee for repairs, replacements, and upgrades. He couldn't help but feel that his small effort hardly matched such an enormous reward. The imbalance left him a little uneasy. Part of him felt almost guilty, as if he'd taken advantage of Ming and the others. Hearing this, Ming, Peter, and Dr. Otto all burst out laughing, waving off his concerns without another word. People as good as Jefferson are truly hard to come by, Peter remarked instinctively, as they watched the Jefferson family leave the hotel after dinner. Oh, don't sell yourself short. You're not far behind, Ming said with a grin, giving Peter's shoulder a friendly pat. Coming from you, I'm not sure that's really a compliment, Peter replied, twitching his lips, feeling something was a bit off. Let's not get bogged down in the details. Ming waved his hand, his expression turning serious. The Jeffersons have left too. Let's head back to the private room for a bit. I noticed something at the exhibition earlier. We need to talk. Seeing his demeanor, Dr. Otto, who had just been enjoying his students' playful banter, immediately grew solemn. Is it something related to Norman? I think so. He behaved rather out of line earlier. Ming shrugged, then gestured toward the hotel behind them as he noticed how the other two had suddenly sobered up. Let's discuss this in the private room. Peter and Dr. Otto had no objections. The three of them returned to the suite, ordered a pot of tea, and instructed the staff not to disturb them unless called. So, what strange behavior did Norman Osborne show earlier? Once they were sure of their privacy, Peter asked urgently. Dr. Otto didn't ask again, but the look he gave Ming was tinged with anxiety. All three were fully aware of the importance of what they were about to discuss. If Norman Osborne was making any unexpected moves, Ming's plan for revenge might have to be changed or delayed. They were just one step away from completing their plan. This was the last thing Dr. Otto wanted to see. Let me think where to start. Never mind. I'll keep it brief. Ming scratched his chin and began. Earlier at the exhibition, I saw Norman Osborne crush the armrest of one of the seats with his bare hand. Wait, those seats were specially made from composite materials, weren't they? There's no way an ordinary person could break one like that. Peter blurted out, disbelief coloring his voice. It's clear that Norman has performed some kind of body enhancement experiment on himself. With his expertise in genetic biology, it was only a matter of time before he did something like this. Dr. Otto's expression darkened, but he insisted. But if that's all, he's not necessarily that dangerous. My mechanical arms could easily crush that kind of material. It shouldn't be enough to cancel tomorrow's reception. I agree. Instead of letting danger lurk in the shadows, it's better to bring it out into the open. At least that way, we're in control. Ming nodded, then turned to Peter. But before that, we need to check out a certain place tonight. Where? Peter blinked, asking almost automatically. Where? Hearing Peter's question, Ming took out his phone and waved it at him. Well, whether we make the trip or not depends on how Tony's Trojan horse plan is progressing on his end. Let's hope Tony isn't too busy with less appropriate matters right now. With a casual joke, Ming flipped to Tony's number and gave him a call. After a brief wait, the call was picked up. Your Gospel Tech Expo just wrapped up successfully. Shouldn't you be out celebrating? Why are you calling me instead? Tony's laid-back voice came through, sounding anything but busy. That put Ming at ease. At least he wasn't interrupting anything important. It would have been pretty awkward if he had called in the middle of something. Shaking off those random thoughts, Ming chuckled. Celebrations can wait. We just finished dinner with the Jeffersons, and now I'm calling you. So you know it's about something serious. His tone turned earnest. Any progress on Justin Hammer's side? About that, Tony paused, and his tone lost its earlier cheerfulness. We've managed to get the program into his personal computer, and the military let him take the 2 Malawian kwaches back as well. But so far, aside from his computer, there haven't been any external data ports connected to the 2 Malawian kwaches. In fact, from what we can monitor, the 2 Malawian kwaches is still sealed up, completely cut off from the outside world. For now, we really don't know what that guy is up to. So, in other words, there aren't any new leads yet? Li Ming asked directly. That's right, but don't worry. With the military's task hanging over him, Hammer is bound to start modifying the 2 Malawian kwaches in the next few days. The moment he hooks it up again, we'll catch him slipping. Tony spoke with confidence, but Li Ming couldn't shake a sense of unease. He got straight to the point. At today's expo, I saw Norman Osborne break the armrest of a chair with his bare hand. You know exactly what that means, don't you? Super soldier serum? No ordinary person could snap a chair armrest like that. Tony immediately thought of the legendary substance his own father had once helped research. His voice changed at once. Everything we have now is just a copy of what was used on Captain America back then. That stuff is incredibly unstable. Does he really dare use it on himself? Normally, maybe not. But he's desperate. If this is his only chance to turn things around, why would he hold back? Li Ming continued. Anyway, the sudden changes with Norman Osborne are making me suspicious. Since you haven't tracked down Ivan Vanko yet, Peter and I are planning to check out that factory shield flag tonight. As long as Ivan Vanko is there, we can just pull him out directly. Wouldn't that count as evidence too? I just hope the guy hasn't managed to create anything too dangerous yet. Tony was silent for a moment before voicing his support. If you want to investigate directly, then go ahead. Nipping this crisis in the bud as soon as possible is definitely a good choice. I'll also try to find a breakthrough with Hammer on my end. Without further pleasantries, Li Ming hung up the phone and looked over at Peter and Dr. Otto. There's no progress on Tony Stark's side for now. Since most people's attention will be drawn to the expo tonight, let's go check out that factory first. No problem. Peter agreed briskly. You're right. Since Norman Osborne is already acting suspicious, waiting any longer might just make things worse. We should make the most of every clue we have right now. That's exactly what I was thinking. Li Ming replied in agreement. So you two have your plan. What about me? After listening to their discussion, Dr. Otto suddenly spoke up, looking as if he was wondering whether they'd forgotten about him. Truth be told, Li Ming hadn't planned on involving Dr. Otto in this part of the operation. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, Doctor, you've already had a long day. Why not head home early and get some rest for tomorrow's press conference? We'll let you know as soon as there's any news. After all, we're only planning to sneak into the factory for a look around, not to start a fight or anything like that. Your mechanical arms make a bit too much noise for this kind of mission, he explained. Hearing Li Ming's reasoning, Dr. Otto playfully extended a few of his mechanical arms in his direction, then chuckled. Well, since you put it that way, I'll head back for now. Just call me if you need backup. No problem. Li Ming and Peter quickly raised their hands in promise, then added another reminder. Oh, and Dr. Norman Osborne already showed open hostility toward you at the expo. It'd be best to stay alert when you're alone. If he gets desperate, he might just come after you himself. Osborne's company isn't short on advanced weapons. Combined with his enhanced physical abilities, things could get dangerous very quickly. I know, I'll be careful, Dr. Otto replied with a nod, though a flicker of anger crossed his face. But if he really does dare to show up, it'll save me the trouble of holding a press conference tomorrow. I could send him straight into ruin tonight. Although we don't doubt your combat abilities, during this period, we still hope you'll put your own safety first. If you really come under attack, please send us a message immediately. We'll get there as soon as we can. Seeing Dr. Otto like this, worry appeared on both Li Ming and Peter's faces as they tried to reassure him once more. It was true. Dr. Otto's 4 mechanical tentacles were both agile and powerful, yet his frail body remained a glaring vulnerability. If Norman Osborne truly decided to resort to underhanded tactics, there was no guarantee the doctor could ensure his own safety 100%. Their concern was only natural. After saying this, Li Ming took the initiative to say goodbye. It's getting late. We should head home and get some rest. At this, Dr. Otto could sense the genuine care from his 2 students, and he nodded, standing up. Very well, let's leave it at that. The 3 of them settled the bill. Just before parting, Dr. Otto turned to Li Ming and Peter and added, Be careful tonight. No worries, you two. After bidding farewell to Dr. Otto, Li Ming and Peter drove several blocks away, found a random parking lot, and left the car there before slipping into a nearby alley. Rapid Spider Lance Armament. As soon as the words were spoken, a flash of light erupted. The 2 figures, each clad in red and blue, shot up into the sky and melted away into the night, heading off into the distance. In a certain industrial district, outside a small factory heavily guarded and patrolled throughout the night, two shadows landed silently in the eave shadows of a building, quietly observing the entire setup across from them. With all this over-the-top security, aren't they pretty much advertising that something's not right here? Looking at the factory, which boasted every conceivable patrol formation and a level of security rivaling a military base, Peter couldn't help but complain. That actually makes a lot of sense. Li Ming paused, then a thought struck him. What if this place really is just a decoy set up by Hammer and Osborne to draw attention? At those words, Li Ming and Peter snapped their heads to look at each other. Even with their masks in the way, they could both sense the same unease rising between them. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. could only track things as far as this location. If this was indeed just a distraction, where was the real base where they were keeping Ivan Vanko? After all this time, what other dangerous things have they cooked up? And how are they planning to launch their revenge? All of it was a big unknown. With these thoughts, a heavy weight settled on Li Ming and Peter's hearts. From an outsider's perspective, it might seem unlikely that Justin Hammer and Norman Osborne would be so cautious. But for Li Ming and Peter, who knew the whole story, it was hardly out of the question. If you really think about it, Justin Hammer and Norman Osborne, and Ivan Vanko as well, their goals aren't truly aligned. Justin Hammer simply wants to get the Iron Man suit technology from Ivan Vanko, fulfill the Defense Department's contract, and prove to the world that he's every bit as good as Tony Stark. Maybe he harbors a few darker ambitions, but compared to the other two, his intentions are on a completely different level. In truth, it's Norman Osborne and Ivan Vanko who are truly united in purpose. Both of them have a deep-seated hatred for Tony Stark. Profit might come into play, but what they really want is Tony dead. If there's any difference, it's that Norman Osborn's hatred is more far-reaching, spanning a wider range of people. From this angle, they're the ones who truly have a foundation for working together. As for Justin Hammer, perhaps he's just a pawn, used to cover up their plans for revenge. As likely future targets of this vendetta, Li Ming and Peter couldn't help but feel a bit anxious as things slipped further out of their control. With their skills, if an enemy came at them directly, they could always face the challenge head-on and overcome it. But if their family and friends were caught in the crossfire and something irreversible happened, that would be a regret too painful to bear. All these thoughts flashed through their minds. After quietly discussing their worries for a while, both Li Ming and Peter couldn't help but laugh at themselves in the end. It felt a little like they were scaring themselves. What's the point in overthinking? Aren't we here to get to the bottom of things? Li Ming gave himself a pat on the head and beckoned. Come on, let's go in and have a look first. As he spoke, the faint, shadowy glow around him shifted, and he switched to the stealth assassin gear. In an instant, a sensation of perfect harmony washed over Li Ming, as if he were a fishback in water. Lately, under the tutelage of Altaïr and Agent 47, Li Ming had been training daily, honing every kind of skill and technique. Bit by bit, he was turning those abilities, ones he could only fully utilize in stealth assassin form, into skills he could truly call his own. He was still a long way from matching either of his teachers, or even his transformed self, but it was undeniable that he was steadily becoming more proficient. Now, with the added boost from the stealth assassin gear, he suddenly felt a deeper understanding and mastery of this form than ever before. From Peter's perspective, even though Li Ming stood motionless, the brief moment it took for him to shift his form was enough for him to almost vanish entirely into the shadows, his silhouette all but gone. And that was with Peter keeping his eyes fixed on Li Ming the whole time, not daring to blink for even a second. Had he looked away, he might have missed the moment Li Ming melted into the darkness and disappeared. What the heck is going on here? Li Ming stood still for a moment. Hearing Peter's exclamation, he snapped back to the present. You could say that after a period of intense training, I've achieved a deeper mastery over this form. We could talk more about it later. Right now, we need to move. Follow the route I take. With that, Li Ming leaped off, sending his grappling hook flying toward a protruding structure. With a gentle tug, he soared effortlessly over the heavily guarded factory's outer fence. Throughout the entire process, he made almost no sound at all. His form seemed to merge perfectly with the shadows, escaping the notice of every patrolling guard and slipping past the surveillance cameras without a trace. Altaïr and Agent 47 had taught him more than just combat skills. They'd shared their expertise in every area, including how to spot blind spots and patrol routes, and how to infiltrate a target location with maximum speed. Although he and Peter had just spent several minutes brainstorming and chatting in place, Li Ming hadn't wasted a moment. Thanks to their vantage point, he'd already mapped out the factory's entire security layout. Now that it was time to act, he moved with complete confidence. Following close behind, Peter had the benefit of Li Ming's guidance and his own nimble reflexes. Together, they slipped into the factory, barely attracting any attention from the patrolling guards. As for the surveillance equipment, it was utterly useless against Li Ming. Nothing in this place could hinder them in the slightest. With Li Ming leading the way, all Peter had to do was imitate his every move. The two of them moved swiftly and silently, sneaking all the way into the heart of the factory. Perched atop a ceiling beam, Li Ming and Peter surveyed the neatly organized parts below, their hearts skipping a beat. If I'm not mistaken, those things down there look like exoskeletons, similar to Iron Man's armor, don't they? Peter's voice was tinged with an odd mixture of excitement and unease. The presence of such items at least suggested that Ivan Vanko might really be hiding here, working on his research. But it also meant that Tony Stark's Iron Man armor was no longer unique. And what's more, it was now in the hands of dangerous criminals. That was deeply troubling. Li Ming shook his head. I know what you're thinking, but this place looks more like a production line for certain components than a proper research lab. We should check out more areas of the factory before jumping to conclusions. You're right. Let's search the whole place before we decide anything. Peter agreed without hesitation. Martin Lee's cunning maneuvering back then had left a deep impression on him, and now he knew better than to jump to conclusions easily. After surveying the area and finding nothing more of note, the two decided to split up and maintain contact through their communicators. Each choosing a direction, Li Ming weaved through the factory's blind spots, searching every room and eavesdropping on the idle chatter of workers and guards alike. Finally, after regrouping and pooling their findings, the two of them couldn't help but feel both disappointed and amused by the results. It seemed that their initial speculation outside the factory was coming true. Getting back in the car and heading home, Li Ming dialed Tony Stark once again. Already done? Did you find anything? Tony sounded a little surprised, and there was a note of anticipation in his voice. Compared to the endless game of cat and mouse with their enemies, Tony much preferred to root out potential threats early and eliminate them at the source. I wish I could say we found something, but unfortunately, we didn't catch any sign of Ivan Vanko in that factory, Li Ming replied heavily. He then continued, but after we got inside, guess what we saw on their production line? Let me guess. Iron Man suits? Tony's tone was even, betraying nothing. Close enough. The assembly line was cranking out parts for things that looked a lot like Iron Man armor or robot exoskeletons. They're pretty easy to recognize, Li Ming confirmed, then added his assessment. You've already dug up dirt on Justin Hammer's previous failures, so there's no reason for him to mass-produce something that isn't working yet. That can only mean Ivan Vanko is already working with them. Well, at least we finally have some physical evidence. But the real question is, if Ivan Vanko isn't there, then where is he? Tony raised the question that was on everyone's mind. Right now, everything hinged on that man. Given the hatred he harbored for Tony, and with Justin Hammer and Norman Osborn's resources behind him, who knew what lengths he might go to for revenge? Of course, if things unfolded as Li Ming remembered, he more or less knew what Vanko's next move would be. But with Norman Osborne in play, there were more variables than before. Not to mention, there was no telling if Vanko would still choose to strike at the Hammer Industries expo. Li Ming collected his thoughts and said, there's still a strong possibility with Justin Hammer, if he wants to modify the two Malawian Quachas to meet the military's standards, he'll almost certainly need Ivan Vanko's help. We've already set things in motion along that lead. So, with any luck, we'll have a breakthrough soon. But on the other hand, since we've drawn a blank with this factory, it's just as likely that Ivan Vanko has actually been hidden away by Norman Osborne. We could put some pressure on him from that direction, too. Now that everything's been laid out so plainly, you must have your own ideas. What do you plan to do next? Tony asked directly. Li Ming replied, I plan to stick to the original plan. Don't forget, tomorrow Gospel Technologies is holding a press conference. Hearing this, Peter, sitting in the passenger seat, no longer felt much emotional turmoil. Whether it was what Norman Osborne had done to Dr. Octavius before, or the dangerous tendencies he was showing now, Peter found himself no longer resisting Li Ming's plan for revenge. Tony Stark had already heard a bit about the revenge plan from Li Ming, since he himself was one of the key players. Li Ming didn't want Tony to discover the truth only at the last minute and feel used, turning against him. After hearing the plan and finding it both interesting and potentially profitable, Tony Stark agreed to play a part, spreading dirt about the Osborne Corporation and dragging their reputation through the mud in the court of public opinion. Now, as time went by, every bit of scandal had been exposed, and the negative press around Norman Osborne and his company had reached its peak. If they couldn't deliver a decisive blow at this moment, the effect of this media firestorm would only fade, letting the Osborne Corporation use delay tactics to gradually wash away their stains. After all, people's memories don't last forever. Given enough time, who really remembers what once made them so righteously angry? As for the cost they were currently paying, it was only temporary damage to their profits. Even with pressure from multiple official organizations, as long as their real backer, the Department of Defense, hadn't abandoned them, there would always be a chance for a comeback. It was precisely because Li Ming and the others had anticipated this day that they chose this moment to hold a press conference, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Norman Osborne. And now, this plan had also become the perfect opportunity to lure their enemy into the open. You're trying to force Norman Osborne into making a mistake ahead of time with this move, aren't you? Tony quickly caught on to Li Ming's intentions. That's not a bad idea. With the power they wield together, if we don't have rock-solid evidence, even I'd be hard-pressed to do much. If we let them keep scheming, it'll only get messy, eh? So, I'll be waiting to see what comes out of your press conference tomorrow. And if any of those researchers need legal help, Stark Industries' legal team would be happy to support you. We've been struggling with this issue ourselves, so if you're willing to help, we truly appreciate it. Li Ming thanked them sincerely. After all, if you just make a fuss without taking real action, people might easily accuse you of trying to pull off a business scam. So the necessary lawsuits still had to be filed. Otherwise, any loophole would be exploited, and if the opposition managed to twist public opinion and turn the tables, that would be a real disaster. After exchanging intelligence, Li Ming made another call to Dr. Otto, confirmed his safety, and briefly recounted his experiences since they parted ways. Only then did he wrap things up. When he got home, Li Ming hadn't expected to find that his grandfather, who had returned right after the exhibition, was still awake so late at night. Instead, the old man was sitting alone on the sofa in the living room, cheerfully watching the news on TV as he waited for Li Ming to come home. Closing the door and stepping into the living room, Li Ming was surprised. "Grandpa, why are you still up?" In his memory, the old gentleman was always the epitome of an early-to-bed, early-to-rise lifestyle, solid and unchanging in his habits. "I'm watching the news. Your company's exhibition was a big success today." Li Jian's face was all smiles as he gestured at the TV. Li Ming glanced at the screen and saw glowing reports about tonight's exhibition. The praise was so effusive and the titles so grand that he actually felt a chill run down his spine. He shook his head, brushing it off. It's all just paid publicity. Just watch for fun. Don't take it too seriously. That's just one channel. But what if every channel is singing your praises?" Li Jian shot him a glance and flipped through several late-night news broadcasts. Well then, there really wasn't a single channel that wasn't full of praise. It seemed the neural-linked prosthetic trial had gone even better than expected. Li Ming felt a surge of satisfaction as well. "All right, since you're home, I'll head to bed. Keep up the good work. At this rate, it won't be long before you surpass this old man. You've really grown up." Li Jian stood up and, with a look of pride, patted Li Ming on the shoulder. Without waiting for a reply, he headed upstairs on his own. Li Ming was left standing there, pleasantly stunned. Soon, however, a hint of skepticism crept onto his face. Just now, while Grandpa was speaking, for the briefest instant, Li Ming had sensed a strange wave of energy inside his grandfather. But he didn't dwell on this oddity for long. After all, it was such a fleeting sensation. Maybe he'd just imagined it. If there was nothing supernatural about his grandfather, and Li Ming rashly said something to reveal himself, that would be truly awkward. But if Grandpa really wasn't ordinary, if he turned out to be someone remarkable, then for Li Ming, that would be the best possible news. At the very least, if some truly brainless villain ever decided to trouble his family, he wouldn't have to worry about the old man. He'd be better off worrying whether the villain would get smacked to death on the spot. And besides, if the old man really did possess some extraordinary abilities, the fact that he'd never mentioned it must mean he had his reasons for keeping it to himself. So, Li Ming decided not to ask any further questions. When the time was right, the old man would explain everything to him. Truth be told, the busyness that followed was enough for Li Ming to temporarily push the matter out of his mind altogether. When he woke up, from finishing his morning exercise all the way to arriving at the company, it seemed as if the entire world was letting him know just how successful Gospel Tech Showcase had been the previous night. It had made an enormous impact worldwide. From newspapers to television news and all manner of new media, countless outlets were spreading the word about Gospel Tech from every possible angle. Whether it was Li Ming himself, the young helmsman at the company's helm, or Dr. Otto making his entrance as Dr. Octopus with his 4 robotic arms, or even the neural-linked prosthetic technology itself. Even Peter Parker, who hadn't shown his face, was brought into the spotlight. Reporters had dug up his earlier achievement, helping Professor Connors develop the lizard serum, and now assisting Dr. Otto in perfecting the neural-linked prosthetics. He was hailed as a prodigy. All these stories, every facet of Gospel Tech's achievements, were being enthusiastically promoted by media outlets everywhere. At the same time, directly or indirectly, everyone was singing the praises of their neural-linked prosthesis, a truly revolutionary invention. Even though it was still just mid-morning, the company was already overwhelmed by the surge in website traffic and the flood of phone inquiries. The entire place was a hive of activity. As Li Ming looked around, he saw that, thanks to Fong Li's careful preparations, the company was managing the sudden influx of visitors remarkably well. Despite a bit of chaos here and there, everything was running smoothly, with no major mistakes. Li Ming felt deeply relieved that he'd invited Fong Li to join them back then. If he'd had to find someone else, it was unlikely they'd have done as well as she had. After making a round of the office and seeing that nearly everyone, including Fong Li, was up to their ears in work, Li Ming decided not to disturb them. He headed straight for Dr. Otto's lab. As soon as he walked in, he noticed quite a few unfamiliar faces. Most of them looked unkempt and down on their luck, with only a handful managing to maintain a semblance of dignity. Li Ming turned to Dr. Otto. "Doctor, who are these people?" Dr. Otto smiled and introduced, "These are scientists I managed to contact. Each of them has also experienced having their research results seized by the Osborne group. Since the press conference is scheduled for this afternoon, I thought I'd invite them to tour our lab first." "Hello, nice to meet you. I wasn't expecting you to be this young. Mr. Li, you're truly accomplished for your age." In no time at all, several people eagerly approached Li Ming to strike up a conversation. Their enthusiasm caught him a bit off guard. After all, his own identity had changed so rapidly in recent times that he barely had time to process it. What he didn't realize was that, in the eyes of these people, he was a golden opportunity, someone too valuable to ignore once encountered. Of course, not everyone reacted this way. A few stood off to the side, either maintaining a sense of pride or absorbed in examining the laboratory equipment, showing no interest in striking up conversation. Li Ming didn't mind. In the research world, while there are plenty who are skilled at networking, there are just as many who are wholly absorbed in their experiments and indifferent to the outside world. He was used to it by now. With Dr. Otto's introductions, Li Ming greeted the researchers with a calm and respectful manner, taking the position of a junior. Although he didn't recognize any familiar faces from memory, he wasn't disappointed. Instead, he welcomed them warmly. He also mentioned that, should they be interested, they could submit their resumes to Gospel Tech. After a review by Dr. Otto and Dr. Stern, the company would be happy to welcome them aboard. After all, while these weren't familiar faces, the fact that Norman Osborne had once set his sights on their work spoke volumes about their abilities. To be honest, if they weren't talented, they never would have attracted Norman Osborne's attention or had their inventions wrested away. Given that, bringing them in as assistants to Dr. Otto and Dr. Stern, helping push new research forward, was a perfectly reasonable proposition. His words caused a stir among the group. Last night's Gospel Tech exhibition had already proven the company's worth to the world, and now they were clearly on the rise. For these researchers, who had fallen on hard times, joining Gospel Tech would be a tremendous opportunity. While the group was still engrossed in the lab's advanced equipment, Li Ming asked Dr. Stern to keep an eye on them. He then invited Dr. Otto to the lounge for a private discussion about the details of that afternoon's 2 o'clock press conference. After confirming all the arrangements, Li Ming was finally at ease. Of course, he had another reason for leaving Dr. Stern in the lab, one that was anything but random. The human heart is unpredictable, and to be honest, Li Ming didn't entirely trust these researchers whom he'd only met once. If any of them had already been bought off and turned traitor, it would be a major problem if they decided to stab Gospel Technology in the back during the press conference or in any subsequent actions. That's why he left Dr. Stern in the lab, to observe whether, after he and Dr. Otto left, any of these invited guests would reveal their true intentions. As long as Dr. Stern could detect any suspicious thoughts through his telepathy, they could nip potential threats in the bud and make sure the upcoming plans would proceed without a hitch. The results, as it turned out, were quite impressive. Out of more than a dozen people, they uncovered 2 researchers who had been secretly recruited by Oscorp ever since their original research was taken away. Once Dr. Stern openly described the issues he sensed in their minds, it was easy to eliminate these 2 hidden dangers on the spot. At the same time, this put the rest of the research team on their best behavior, a win-win situation. As for those who had accepted money from other tech companies and were still employed by them, so long as they didn't interfere with Li Ming's plan for revenge, there was no real harm in letting them be. After all, for these people, Oscorp's misfortune was just the chance they needed to rise to the top. With all these preparations underway, the morning passed by in a flurry. After a quick lunch, in the rented auditorium, the invited journalists gathered, their eyes shining with anticipation, chatting animatedly among themselves. Gospel Technology just hosted their own exhibition at the Stark Expo yesterday, and today they're already holding a press conference. These folks really don't take a break, one reporter said casually to a familiar colleague. His friend shot him a look and replied, "Come on, that's obvious. They're the hottest topic right now. If there's news, wouldn't you jump at the chance to cover it?" "Hey, I'm just making conversation," the reporter protested, feeling a bit aggrieved. "If they really do break some big news, of course I'll write about it." There you go. With a scoop like this, everyone at the office is scrambling for it. You should count yourself lucky for getting in. Count your blessings. Chided by his friend, the reporter snapped out of it. Complaints aside, if there really was breaking news, they'd all be fighting to get the story first. Gospel Technology had just pulled off a successful exhibition, and now, so soon after, they were calling a press conference. It was clear they wanted to ride the wave of their newfound popularity and make another big splash. An opportunity like this was a goldmine. Anyone would be thrilled to get in on it. If even two people tucked away in a corner of this massive hall could see what was happening, there was no way everyone else hadn't caught on too. The reporters who had managed to secure entry to the venue were all visibly excited, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the main figure. Each of them was hoping for a sensational scoop, already calculating how much they could personally gain from whatever big news might unfold. A handful of reporters who had attended last night's exhibition were already considering how the combination of two major stories might be just the ticket for a promotion or a raise. In fact, Ming and his team had deliberately scheduled the press conference for the afternoon, aiming to ride the wave of heightened attention and generate even more momentum for their side. After a whole night and this morning's buzz, last night's exhibition had already left everyone with a powerful impression of Gospel Technologies. Now, holding a press conference at this moment would only magnify that impact. The reporters weren't kept waiting long. Once everything was in place, Dr. Otto, flanked by a bustling group of more than a dozen researchers, made his way onto the stage. Peter Parker, true to his principles, did not get involved in the affair. At this moment, he chose to stay at the company to finish his work and did not attend. Meanwhile, Ming and Dr. Stern stood quietly in the audience, watching the scene unfold and waiting for things to get underway. The moment the group appeared, a wave of excitement swept through the reporters below. Although a press conference doesn't necessarily get bigger with more people, just the aura of this entrance made it clear whatever was about to be announced would be anything but simple. Dr. Otto adjusted the microphone, his expression earnest and resolute as he addressed the reporters below. "Thank you all for coming here today despite your busy schedules. I give you my word as a researcher. Everything I'm about to say is the absolute truth." The reporters' excitement only grew at these words. Instinctively, they all leaned forward, their recorders and cameras trained on Dr. Otto, determined not to miss a single explosive detail. The neural-linked prosthetic technology is the result of my tireless dedication and effort. It is so far the crowning achievement of my life, Dr. Otto declared passionately, while the reporters listened with bated breath. With the emotional groundwork laid, it was clear something dramatic was about to be revealed. But what many of you may not know is that the setbacks Mr. Sunlightly mentioned last night were, in fact, a major crisis, one where we almost lost the neural-linked prosthetic technology forever. Dr. Otto brought his hand down with emphasis. "No, without Sunlight's help, this technology might have been stolen from me long ago." The reporters' eyes widened, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Now, this was the explosive revelation they'd been waiting for. Who was it who tried to steal your technology? A red-haired female reporter in the crowd raised her phone high and called out loudly. Instantly, the people around that person cast looks of envy, jealousy, and resentment her way. Damn it, why didn't I think to ask a question at such a crucial moment? Meanwhile, Ming, who had been watching the whole scene unfold, could only twitch his lips expressionlessly. How did she manage to react so quickly? Obviously, they had this planned out from the start. Even though Peter insisted on staying uninvolved, Mary Jane was just as much Ming's friend. At a proper press conference, it's perfectly normal to plant a few questions ahead of time. Given the opportunity, handing Mary Jane a major scoop wasn't really a big deal. That question had come at just the right time. Dr. Otto looked at Mary Jane and nodded gravely. "That was an excellent question, miss. In fact, I was just about to mention a name I'm sure you all know well. That person, he is Norman Osborne." Dr. Otto nearly growled the name, his voice low and intense. The moment the words left his mouth, the room erupted in chaos. Journalists ignored the boundaries and surged forward, desperate to shout out their own questions. "Ladies and gentlemen, could you please let me finish? As I recall, there's a designated time for questions, isn't there?" As he spoke, two mechanical arms unfurled from Dr. Otto's back and gently looped in front of the podium, keeping the crowd at a safe distance. With both his words and this physical barrier, the reporters, eager for a sensational headline, finally calmed down, if only a little. Dr. Otto nodded in satisfaction and continued. "Now, I wonder if you all have the patience to hear me tell a story? He didn't bother waiting for a response, but simply pressed on. Once, Norman Osborne and I co-founded Oscorp. Later, I found myself unable to tolerate Norman's disregard for ethics and genetic research, as well as his increasingly ruthless methods. I chose to walk away, on the condition that he pay me a research grant. Afterward, Oscorp became the Osborne Group, and thanks to Norman's unscrupulous tactics, this city soon saw the rise of several dangerous supervillains. At this point, Dr. Otto let out a bitter laugh, his contempt plain to see. He looked straight into the cameras, his voice growing passionate as he pressed on. While Norman climbed higher and higher, the research grant I received quickly dried up. My life and work fell into hardship, and to complete my neural interface prosthetic technology, I had no choice but to apply for government assistance. What I didn't expect was that Norman's ruthlessness had reached a point where, as mayor, he could manipulate city affairs for his own gain. Yes, I received government funding, but that was exactly how I fell into the trap set by New York's own Mayor Osborne. Until one day, just as my research was about to reach maturity, he barged into my laboratory with his people and, under a baseless pretext, seized every achievement I had made right before my eyes. As he spoke, Dr. Otto was trembling with anger from head to toe. To put it plainly, if it weren't for the help of sunlight, the neural-linked prosthetic technology you see today might not have emerged from Gospel Technologies, but would have appeared in his Osborne Group. If it weren't for Sunlight's help, the neural-linked prosthetic technology you see today might not have emerged from Gospel Technologies, but would have been claimed by his Osborne Group instead. Norman Osborne is nothing but a shameless thief and a robber. As these words left his lips, Dr. Otto's face was flushed with fury. Not only his, but also the faces of more than a dozen researchers standing behind him, and even many of the reporters below, who all wore expressions of righteous indignation. In an instant, a wave of enraged shouts erupted throughout the venue, surging like a tidal wave. Even the reporters, swept up by the impassioned cries of the researchers, couldn't help but join in the chorus of condemnation, their voices rising together to curse Norman Osborne. For a moment, the entire crowd was ablaze with emotion, the air thick with resentment toward Norman Osborne and a shared determination to demand justice. The researchers had not only been stripped of their hard-won achievements by Norman Osborne, but his actions had sent them crashing from the heights of their careers to the depths of despair. Under Dr. Otto's narration, it was only natural that they should feel a burning anger and a sense of solidarity. But what was it that stirred such fervor among the reporters? In truth, during Dr. Otto's account, the dramatic story had awakened certain emotions within them, emotions that, without their realizing it, had been gradually amplified. As the story reached its climax and Dr. Otto's furious roar rang out, those feelings, having built up to a peak, suddenly exploded. And that was how such a powerful reaction came about. By the side of the podium, Li Ming, observing the scene before him, leaned toward Dr. Stern and whispered his thanks. "Thank you for your assistance. This level of emotional resonance is enough. Please don't intensify their empathy any further." Originally, Dr. Stern had no personal stake in this public confrontation with Norman Osborne and, under normal circumstances, would never have needed to attend. But out of concern for the impact of the press conference, Li Ming had invited him anyway. Though Dr. Stern's abilities were formidable, Li Ming had never intended for him to manipulate anyone's mind. His only reason for asking Dr. Stern to use his telepathic skills during Dr. Otto's speech was to ensure that the reporters, even if they had accepted incentives, would remain fully engaged, and to make sure the press conference would have the desired effect. Within limits, Dr. Stern merely deepened the audience's empathy, thereby amplifying the impact of the event. Of course, that was all he did, nothing more. Li Ming was not someone who clung stubbornly to rules. If making use of the existing circumstances could achieve a better result, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment, as long as he held firm to his principles. In this way, with this brief surge of shared emotion as a foundation, it should be more than enough to spur the reporters present to work overtime, rallying to seek justice for Dr. Otto and the dozen or so researchers, and to launch their most powerful criticisms against Norman Osborne. As the charged atmosphere gradually settled, Dr. Otto continued. "In truth, I count myself lucky because I received sunlight support. In the end, I managed to preserve my research and even gain the resources I have now because of it." His expression darkened, and gesturing to the group of researchers behind him, all showing different emotions, he declared resolutely, "But they weren't so fortunate. Under Norman Osborne's predatory hand, at their lowest point, with no one to turn to, they lost their life's work forever. All because of the greed of Norman Osborne and his Osborne Corporation." Dr. Otto let out a sharp, derisive laugh, his face full of scorn. I'd really like to ask Mr. Norman Osborne, who was once hailed as a genius. Researcher, how many products in that vast Osborne group were truly developed in-house? And how many were snatched from the hands of others? As he spoke, Dr. Otto drew a deep breath and said solemnly, "Once, we had no power, no voice of our own. But now, we finally have the courage to fight back. Today, we're here to expose Norman Osborne and Osborne Group to society, to reveal their ugliness and show everyone their true colors. We've already contacted a law firm. Every researcher standing behind me has gathered evidence. For the rights that are rightfully ours, we've decided to take Osborne Group to court, to reclaim everything that belongs to us." As Dr. Otto's impassioned words came to an end, a wave of applause erupted, surging through the hall and echoing without pause. Dr. Otto exchanged a glance with Li Ming in the audience, giving him a silent nod. Up to this point, their plan could be considered a success. What happened next would depend on how society at large responded, what kind of feedback the public discourse would generate. If they could ignite an outcry against Norman Osborne and his corporation, then beyond the dozen or so researchers Dr. Otto had already contacted, surely even more victims would come forward, joining forces to reclaim what was taken from them. And if public opinion swung in their favor, supported by ample evidence, as long as the legal team Li Ming had assembled didn't falter, even a court tempted by money would hardly dare to rule in Osborne Group's favor. Otherwise, the backlash from public opinion would only return to them double whatever they dish out. Not to mention, Li Ming and his team would never let their guard down on the legal front, especially with Stark Industries' legal team backing them up, along with a tide of public support. Li Ming and Dr. Otto were fully prepared. Even if they couldn't destroy their enemies outright, they would at least tear a piece of flesh from them. As long as they struck hard and made their enemies truly suffer, Li Ming didn't believe Norman Osborne could keep hiding in the shadows, plotting revenge in secret. After all, just the threat of Osborne Group's major shareholders reeling from their losses, launching a reckoning would be enough to force Osborne into action. Once it reached that point, Li Ming's plan to lure the snake from its hole would be a success. Then, it would be time for a direct confrontation to defeat and capture him head-on. The most dangerous enemy isn't the one standing in plain sight, where both sides know what they're up against and are simply waiting for the fight to begin. It's the one lurking in the darkness. Even when you know he's there, you have no idea when he'll strike or what cards he's hiding. That's the kind of adversary you truly need to fear. Like a venomous snake hiding in the tall grass. You can hear it rustling, but you don't know where it's concealed, and any moment it might strike from an unexpected angle, fangs bared. So naturally, you have to stir the grass and draw the snake out. The plan pressed on step by step. Even though the enemy always had some tricks up his sleeve, there was still room to turn things around. Li Ming watched as Dr. Otto responded to the barrage of reporters with calm precision, his mind replaying Norman Osborne's recent moves. At last, a faint smile crept onto his lips. "Norman Osborne, I promised Martin Lee I would help him see his revenge through to the end. So get ready to taste the full force of the victim's fury." To be honest, Li Ming's whole plan for revenge was remarkably simple. All he did was lay bare each and every one of Norman Osborne's misdeeds before the public. If Norman Osborne had been a decent person, or at least somewhat restrained his actions, Li Ming might not have even had a chance to strike at all. Looking at it now, this was simply Osborne finally paying the price for everything he'd done. With everything meticulously arranged and all the wild cards removed, the press conference concluded without a hitch. The content of the conference was explosive enough on its own, and with Dr. Stern guiding the reporters' emotions throughout, it was as if they'd been injected with pure adrenaline. They raced to spread the news with maximum efficiency. First it was the online media, then the television stations, followed by a whole array of print newspapers. Riding the wave of gospel text technological boom, the core issue of neural-connected prosthetics took center stage, and the public outcry against Norman Osborne once again swept across the nation like a tidal wave. The public, who had grown almost numb with anger from the endless scandals of human experimentation involving Norman Osborne and the Osborne Corporation, found their fury reignited. A fresh round of public condemnation was launched, targeting Mayor Norman Osborne and the entire Osborne Corporation. Even though the Osborne Corporation and the mayor's office released statements at the first opportunity, and even tried to strong-arm gospel tech into silence through threats and enticements, none of it made the slightest difference. Neither Dr. Otto nor Li Ming had any intention of backing down at this critical moment. And the researchers who had thrown their lot in with Dr. Otto were not about to surrender now, just as the first rays of hope began to appear. So, Gospel Tech responded without the slightest hesitation, rebuffing every attempt at intimidation from the Osborne Corporation's representatives. Immediately after, they released a public statement, laying out concrete research data as evidence of each researcher situation, and announced their intention to sue the Osborne Corporation in the near future, vowing to help every victim reclaim their scientific achievements. Hot on their heels, Stark Industries stepped forward with a statement of their own. They issued a strong condemnation of Norman Osborne for abusing his public office for personal gain, declaring him utterly unfit to continue as mayor of New York City. They also expressed deep outrage at the Osborne Corporation's seizure of others' research and their trampling of the dignity of scientists. In addition, they voiced their support for gospel tech and pledged that Stark Industries would offer a range of support to all researchers who dared to stand up and resist. With this industry giant leading the charge, a host of companies that had already been in talks quickly followed suit, each voicing their own condemnation of Norman Osborne and the Osborne Corporation. As this unfolded, more and more researchers stepped forward, declaring themselves victims of Norman Osborne's unscrupulous tactics and joining the chorus demanding justice. Whether these people were genuine or not made little difference to Ming and Dr. Otto. At this point, every voice raised against Norman was another heavy blow. This was the perfect example of when the wall falls, everyone gives it a push. With each new revelation, the public atmosphere grew darker and more hostile. As a tech giant, the Osborne Corporation was already reviled for its reckless disregard for human life, using innocent people in unsafe experiments, creating multiple supercriminals, all of which had bred deep-seated resentment in the public's heart. The Osborne Group could barely cling to a handful of supporters by touting how its products benefited society, managing just barely to keep its stock price from plunging to the point of total collapse amidst the hostile public outcry. But now everything has changed. A large group of scientists have united to issue a joint statement, launching a public accusation against the Osborne Group for their ruthless seizure of scientific achievements. Each of them holds solid evidence in their hands, and with the rising star of Gospel Technologies and the mighty Stark Industries backing them, the Osborne Group has been brought to its knees in an instant. Not to mention, Norman Osborne himself is guilty of such blatant abuse of public office for personal gain. As the mayor of New York City, not only did he fail to serve the people, but he shamelessly used his mayoral authority for his own interests. He brazenly diverted funds that should have helped researchers struggling on the path of science, turning them instead into tools for stealing their discoveries. What a mayor of New York! What a chairman of the Osborne Group! Norman Osborne, you have betrayed this city. Taxpayers are furious. In just a few days, a tidal wave of condemnation swept across America, all targeting Norman Osborne and the Osborne Group. Norman Osborne was forcibly removed from his mayoral position for dereliction of duty, and the Osborne Group's stock finally plummeted below a critical threshold, triggering a full-blown collapse. At this rate, making a profit is out of the question. Every shareholder, Norman Osborne included, is now staring down the barrel of mounting debts. In a desperate bid to salvage what little he could, Norman Osborne, the chairman, is now on the verge of being ousted by a united front of Osborne Group shareholders. Reaching this stage of retribution, Dr. Otto could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The resentment he had held in his chest for years had at last been vented. As for the coalition of researchers, thanks to Dr. Otto's generous funding from the outset, and now bolstered by the attention from the scandal, they were not only gaining momentum in their lawsuit against Osborne Enterprises, but were also seeing real hope, under the weight of public opinion, of reclaiming their funds and intellectual property. They declared themselves quite satisfied, hitting every target with pinpoint precision. After all, they had already achieved their original goal. If they couldn't destroy their enemy, they'd still bite off a piece of flesh, no matter the cost. From here on, any further struggle would only be a bonus. Even Tony Stark's Stark Industries, along with the many companies that spoke out in support, reaped substantial benefits from the fallout. All it had cost them was a bit of public backing, some connections, and a dash of legal support. From this perspective, it was practically a surefire way to multiply their investment 1,000-fold. There was no way to be more profitable. By this point, almost everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Yet Ming still wasn't content. Even though the goal of his revenge was now just a matter of time, with the mounting pressure of national opinion, everything would soon reach its conclusion. Neither Norman Osborne nor the Osborne Corporation would escape paying the ultimate price for what they'd done. In fact, the former had all but lost everything he had. In every sense, this revenge could not have been more successful. When that moment came, Ming could count himself as having fulfilled the promise he made when he defeated and arrested Martin Lee. So what was there left for him to be dissatisfied with? The reason was simple. Where on earth was Norman Osborne? The final step of this entire plan for vengeance was, after all, meant to strike back at Norman Osborne, to deliver a fatal blow and force him to taste the consequences of his reckless cruelty. But with everything that happened afterward, Ming had also used this deadly strike as a chance to lure his enemy out of hiding. To his surprise, while the plan for revenge had succeeded, Norman Osborne himself was nowhere to be found. When he started digging into it, he discovered that as soon as the press conference was held and the public outcry against Norman Osborne and his company reached a new peak, Norman had already vanished without a trace. Li Ming had personally searched both Osborne Tower and Norman's home, but every effort turned up empty-handed. The only thing he found was a giant ecological tank, now drained of its strange fluids, hidden away in a secret chamber beside Norman's office, accessible through the ventilation ducts. Recalling the last time he had infiltrated Norman Osborne's office and glimpsed that very tank, then brimming with liquid, Li Ming didn't need much imagination to deduce that Norman had most likely retreated to some secret lair. As for what had been in that ecological tank, drawing on memories from both his past and present lives, Li Ming quickly came up with several possibilities. Either it contained the green goblin serum that Norman Osborne used to experiment on himself, with the tank merely serving as a reaction chamber. Or, besides the serum, there might also have been another person inside, a figure who'd been missing for some time now. Harry Osborne. By this point, Li Ming could easily guess that when Harry Osborne claimed to be traveling in Europe, it was merely a cover for the flare-up of his hereditary illness. He needed an excuse to undergo treatment. Otherwise, Li Ming couldn't imagine why Harry would have been gone for such a long time, completely out of contact even with his close friend, Peter Parker, without sending a single word. How should he put it? After discovering this situation, Li Ming couldn't help but feel a swirl of complicated emotions. Although he wouldn't call Harry Osborne a close friend, Harry was still one of the few people at school with whom he could actually have a conversation. If Harry were to die because he couldn't get proper treatment as a result of all this, Li Ming felt he'd have to shoulder at least some of the responsibility. Fortunately, he'd been through enough by now to quickly sort out his feelings and come to his own conclusions. Taking revenge on Norman Osborne was something that simply had to be done. There was no debate about that. After all, with everything Norman had done, he should have known that retribution would catch up to him sooner or later. But as for Harry Osborne, chances were he had no idea about the sins his father had committed. In short, Harry was essentially innocent in all of this. So, it was only right to separate one matter from the other. At worst, after the Osbornes fell, Li Ming could bring in Dr. Morgan Max, who had previously worked on Devil's Breath, and have him team up with Dr. Stern, offering them all the support they needed to treat Harry Osborne. As for the fact that Harry might already be in critical condition and might not have much time left, faced with the almost otherworldly energy Li Ming now possessed, which was on the verge of transforming into something entirely new, even a genetic disease wouldn't stop him from extending Harry's life. Which brought him right back to the heart of the problem. Where on earth was Norman Osborne? Without finding him, none of this could go anywhere. Li Ming had already searched everywhere he could think of. Even those closest to Norman Osborne had no clue as to his current whereabouts. On his own, Li Ming knew he didn't stand much chance of finding Norman Osborne. So he decided to entrust the matter to S.H.I.E.L.D., hoping they could spare some resources for the search. Still, he didn't expect S.H.I.E.L.D. to devote much manpower or resources to the effort. As a government agency, they already had more than enough on their plates day in and day out. Not to mention, there had already been plenty of friction with the Department of Defense, thanks to disputes over the distribution of the Abomination's corpse and various actions taken against the Osborne group. Things were especially tense at the moment. So, Li Ming's real hope was riding on Tony Stark's Trojan horse plan. And just as Li Ming was racking his brains, getting nowhere in his search, he soon received a call from Tony. The moment he heard what it was about, Li Ming and Peter hurriedly drove straight to Tony's seaside villa. No sooner had they stepped through the door than Jarvis informed them that Tony was waiting for them downstairs in the lab. The two of them made their way down to the laboratory. Through the transparent glass, they could see that the place Tony had previously turned upside down in his attempt to artificially create a tesseract isotope had, in an incredibly short time, been restored to pristine condition once again. The power of money truly is terrifying. After passing the security check, they pushed open the glass door. As soon as they stepped into the lab, Tony, who was busy at the computer, spun around sharply to greet Li Ming and Peter. "You're just in time. There's finally a response from 2 Malawian Quatches. They've reconnected to the data port, and Troy has finished the data exchange. He's transferring the relevant information right now." There was a hint of excitement in Tony's voice. And the 2 Malawian Quatches tracking we set up in advance has also kicked in. They tried to use some jamming tricks, but nothing I can't handle. Very soon, we'll be able to drag them out of their lair. Because of that Ivan Vanko character, Tony had been chasing this lead for a long time. Now that the net was finally closing in, even he couldn't help but feel a rush of exhilaration. At these words, smiles immediately bloomed on both Li Ming and Peter's faces. "We finally have a lead," Li Ming breathed out, almost in relief. "When I asked you to set this whole plan in motion, I never imagined the enemy would be so good at hiding, or that there'd be so many twists and turns. Thankfully, in the end, the plan worked out after all. Peter nodded in agreement. As long as we can take them down before they cause any real trouble, that'll be the greatest victory. All thanks to your crazy idea back then, Sunlight. As he said this, Peter gave Li Ming a hearty slap on the shoulder in praise. Hey, not so rough, kid, Li Ming yelped, feigning pain. Now that they'd finally tracked down the enemy and the computer was still following up on the lead, the two of them couldn't help but joke around in their good mood. All right, you two. If you want to have a pillow fight in my lab, I won't even mind, Tony quipped, glancing up from the computer and flexing his wrists as he smiled. But right now, we've got work to do. With that, he stood up, ready to suit up in his armor. Halfway to the platform, he suddenly turned to Peter. So, you did bring your suit with you, right? Of course. Peter smiled and pulled back his jacket collar a bit, revealing the costume underneath. Nice. Let me go change. And then, there's a party waiting for us. Tony called out in approval, striding off without looking back. On the other side, a platform was slowly rising, with his brand new red and gold armor waiting for him. Look at those sharp, rugged lines, such a powerful, commanding red glow. This is leagues more stylish than Tony Stark's tacky gold and red color scheme. Justin Hammer gazed at the newly refitted two Malawian quatches before him, now equipped with an arsenal of heavy weaponry and a noticeably thicker layer of armor. His face was filled with awe and admiration. Now, all that remained was to update the operating system, and this war machine would be ready for action. With this beauty and those robots, I'll soon show the world that Tony Stark is nothing special. It's me, Justin Hammer, who's the finest arms dealer in all of America. The military want to call it War Machine. What a fantastic name. Move it, don't block the way. Ivan Vanko, holding a laptop and connecting it to War Machine's internal system for an update, pushed past the self-absorbed Justin Hammer without a second thought. A toothpick dangling from his lips, Ivan spoke in a flat, indifferent tone, his expression full of disdain. His unkempt appearance only added to the impression that he couldn't care less about those around him. Justin Hammer's reverie was abruptly shattered. His face flushed and paled in quick succession, and though he was on the verge of losing his temper, he managed to restrain his anger. He glared darkly at Ivan Vanko, who was engrossed in his work, his mind already set on a plan he'd considered for some time. Once Hammer Industries' solo exhibition kicked off, he'd make sure this useless pest learned his place. What a flawless design, and indeed quite the tempting bait. A deep, resonant voice sounded from behind. Justin Hammer turned to see Norman Osborne strolling toward them, as calm as if taking a walk in his garden. Bait? What are you talking about? A sense of unease crept over Justin Hammer. He began to suspect that Norman Osborne had his eyes on the suit, and the feeling of being targeted sparked his anger. He snapped, not bothering to hide his hostility. Osborne, you're already a public enemy. Nobody wants anything to do with you. You can't even hang on to your own Oscorp, and now you want to get your hands on this suit. You'd better remember your place. He spoke with such swagger, as if he already had Norman Osborne completely under his thumb. But Norman Osborne wasn't the least bit ruffled. He simply smiled and replied, My place? This entire factory you're standing in belongs to me. If I want to use anything here, who's going to stop me? Enough. Stop wasting time with this idiot. The suit's program is already activated. Tony Stark is on his way. Ivan Vanko broke in abruptly, tossing his laptop carelessly onto the console, signaling he was done with the setup. It was obvious that they had long since detected the Trojan program within the two Malawian quatches, and had even used it to set a trap, preparing an ambush for Tony Stark. Tony Stark is coming. At the mention of that name, one he both hated and somewhat feared, Justin Hammer suddenly grabbed Ivan Vanko's hand, staring at him with wide, frantic eyes. What exactly have you people been doing behind my back? And another thing, how dare you call me an idiot? Are you looking to die? Justin Hammer's face flushed bright red with fury, looking for all the world as if he'd love nothing more than to punch Ivan right there. Yet, for all his bluster, he didn't dare make a move. Ivan Vanko let out a sigh, then spat, sending the toothpick from his mouth sailing through the air to strike Justin Hammer's face before bouncing away. I'm telling you, idiot. I'm going to kill you. That blatant insult sent Hammer's rage through the roof. He raised his fist, ready to teach Ivan a lesson, but in the next instant his body froze. A hand, cold and iron-strong, clamped down on his neck from behind, locking him in place. Hammer's eyes bulged, his face twisting in agony, and then that hand tightened. A sickening snap resounded as Norman Osborne, with casual brutality, broke Justin Hammer's fragile neck before the man could even struggle. Hammer's head slumped lifelessly. His finely crafted glasses tumbled to the floor, shattering with a sharp, brittle sound. Should have dealt with this loudmouth pest long ago. Watching someone die right before his eyes, Ivan Vanko's expression barely changed. Instead, he just shot Norman Osborne a sidelong glance and muttered his complaint. With the plan at this stage, this guy's no use to us anymore. Honestly, I was getting sick of his endless chatter myself. Norman Osborne replied coldly, tossing Justin Hammer's lifeless body aside as carelessly as throwing out the trash. Now then, Tony Stark is all yours. Don't let him off too easily. And as for me, it's time to deal with my own enemies. A fierce anger flashed across Norman Osborne's face. I'll make sure they understand what it means to cross me. Exactly. That's the spirit. Ivan Vanko laughed loudly, then turned to the control panel and tapped a few commands. Suddenly, a section of the floor nearby slid open. Two armored suits, each strikingly different in design, rose from the underground platform, emerging slowly into view. Norman Osborne strode forward, his eyes lighting up with satisfaction as he took in the sight of the lightweight armor. Its faceplate twisted in a devilish grimace, its body a menacing dark green, all sharp, savage lines. I still don't get it. Why do you insist on using that Batwing glider? Wouldn't it make more sense to just use the armor with a particle propulsion system for flight? Ivan Vanko glanced at these two masterpieces of his with casual pride and asked a question offhandedly. He and Norman Osborne were true partners, bound not only by hatred, but by a shared purpose. Now that their carefully laid plans for vengeance were about to come to fruition, Ivan found himself in the mood for a bit of idle conversation. Unlike you, I'm not limited by an ordinary human physique. I've been enhanced. Using the Bat glider makes me even more agile. In fact, I prefer to call it the Goblin glider. Of course, another reason was that the Goblin glider was his own invention, one he trusted far more than anything else, but there was no need to explain that to Ivan Vanko. Norman Osborne replied without so much as a backward glance, stepping directly onto the high platform. With the help of the intricate machinery, he donned his suit of iron armor and activated the Goblin glider. Rising steadily on the glider, Norman looked down at his armored form and admired its menacing appearance. This looks quite impressive. Perhaps, from now on, you can call me the Green Goblin. That's a fine name. In that case, you may call me Whiplash. Having finished donning his own iron suit, Ivan Vanko snapped his arms to either side. With a sharp crack, two thick electric whips shot out, slicing the control console into several pieces. He lifted his head to look at Norman Osborne hovering in midair, his voice echoing out from within the heavy armor. Tony Stark has taken the bait. I'll make sure he understands what true vengeance feels like, and I wish you a satisfying revenge. Norman's laughter, sharp and twisted, rang out from behind the Green Goblin mask. Ah. Good luck to you. Let's send our enemy straight to hell. Together. Without another word, the Goblin glider roared to life beneath Norman's feet, smashing through the factory window and carrying him away into the night. Watching Norman's departure, Ivan Vanko cast a glance at the flashing data on his laptop screen. He made no unnecessary moves. Instead, he simply walked back to the lift platform and stood there, as if he hadn't even powered up, motionless like a display piece. He looked every bit the part of an unassuming prototype, lying in wait for the enemy to walk into his trap. All around, on several display racks and hidden in the shadows, countless lights flickered on and off, one after another. Mother! Soaring through the night sky at breakneck speed, Tony Stark's exasperated voice broke through the silence. I can't believe it. I just upgraded to the 6 Malawian Quatches, and you had to swoop in and snatch it away. Only moments ago, Tony had donned his newly powered 6 Malawian Quatches Iron Man armor, fueled by a fresh energy core, and hadn't even had the chance to show it off. But then, right before his eyes, the Iron Man power card from Li Ming's deck suddenly flew out and hovered before him. Tony stared at it, bewildered, not even managing a question before golden red and electric blue lights surged from his body, pouring themselves into the hovering card. In a flash of light, the image on the card shifted. From the somewhat outdated 3 Malawian Quatches, it instantly transformed into the 6 Malawian Quatches Iron Man suit he was currently using. This sudden change left him feeling a pang of envy. He had painstakingly studied the artificial creation of cosmic cube isotopes, upgraded reactor technology, and optimized every functional module on his suit. And yet, this guy just needed to wave a card around, and it would automatically upgrade to the latest version. Not even updating a game interface was this effortless. My advice is you'll get used to it. Peter's voice drifted through the comms, sounding resigned. As one of the victims, he still couldn't forget that night. He'd debuted in his brand new suit, but before he could say a word, Li Ming had copied it right in front of him. Hey, that's just how his stuff works. Completely unreasonable. There's nothing I can do about it. Li Ming replied helplessly. Anyway, we're all friends here. No need to fuss over the details, right? For some reason, I suddenly have the urge to punch you. If it weren't for the timing, I'd really love to hit you with a repulsor blast right now. Peter and Tony's voices overlapped in the comms, reaching a rare moment of total agreement. Ha 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 ha. Sunlight, you've really made everyone mad. You know that? Ha ha. Not bad, Peter. Once we've dealt with Ivan Vanko, let's team up and give Sunlight a good beating. Hearing Peter and Tony's consensus play out in full, Li Ming's mouth twitched beneath his helmet. Peter, if you keep this up, I might just drop you right here. Teaming up with Tony in broad daylight, subtlety was out of the question. For the sake of speed, Li Ming was now using the iron impact armament form. With his power card upgraded, he was matching Tony's flight speed with ease as they raced toward their target. As for Peter, he had to settle for being carried along in Li Ming's grasp. TCH, as if I'm scared of you. Peter shot back, full of bravado. I can fly now too, you know. Oh, and by the way, you're the one who taught me. He said what? Tony was taken aback. Sunlight, you taught Peter how to fly? Could you teach me too? Sure, his Iron Man suit could soar through the skies, but who wouldn't want to experience flight with their own body? That's tied to Peter's bioelectrostatic field. It's not something you can learn, Li Ming explained. I see. Tony was a little disappointed and was about to say something more when Jarvis suddenly interrupted. Sir, network surveillance has detected a man in a green suit, of iron armor, riding a flying device, bursting out of a window at the target factory. He is now heading in a certain direction at a speed of 284 miles per hour. Hearing this over the communication channel, Li Ming was taken aback. Instantly, his mind jumped to the Green Goblin and Norman Osborne. They had only covered about half the distance to their destination when this unexpected turn occurred, leaving them no time to intervene. Their idle chatter fell away at once. Tony spoke up. Jarvis, predict the enemy's route and mark all possible targets along the way. Yes, sir. A moment later, a digital map of New York appeared on the inside of Tony's helmet, displaying possible routes and several potential target locations based on the enemy's current trajectory. Scanning the map, Tony immediately spotted the Lee Industries building without needing to look twice. It's only a possibility, but Sunlight, your grandfather's company, Lee Industries, is right along that guy's projected path. Tony's voice was grim as he got straight to the point with Li Ming. If that's the case, then leave that guy to me, Li Ming said without hesitation, taking on the possible Green Goblin as his own responsibility. To be honest, between the recent press conference and the follow-up actions, both Dr. Otto and Li Ming had already become prime targets for anyone seeking revenge. Because of this, they were fully prepared for Norman Osborne to attack them at any moment. But what Li Ming hadn't expected was that Norman Osborne would ignore Dr. Otto and himself, those with the highest grudge levels, and instead choose his grandfather, someone everyone thought was the least likely to be attacked, as his first target for revenge. If his grandfather's earlier unusual behavior was genuine, then at least he'd have some way to protect himself if attacked. But if it was just Li Ming's imagination, he could hardly bear to think about what might happen next. He had to stop him. Resolute, Li Ming turned to Tony and said, from a description, this guy's style is very different from what Ivan Vanko showed before. There's a good chance it's Norman Osborne out for revenge against us. In that case, it's very likely that Ivan Vanko himself is still in the factory. I'll handle the guy in green. You focus on Vanko. And me. I'll go with you. Peter chimed in eagerly. Tony didn't hesitate. All right, the guy in green is yours. I'll check out the factory. Jarvis, keep updating Sunlight on the green guy's location through voice reports. Yes, sir. Mr. Lee, please head northeast. Tony gave the order, and as soon as Jarvis relayed the instructions, Li Ming surged forward, accelerating toward the northeast without hesitation. Well, it looks like you can go even faster. Watching this, Tony couldn't help but comment, then wasted no more time and shot toward the target factory at full speed. Ha 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 ha. You greedy old fools. From now on, no one will ever be able to take anything from me again. Up in the air, Norman Osborne stood atop his goblin glider, laughing with wild abandon. He had never felt such exhilaration, such utter satisfaction in his life. Just moments ago, after leaving the factory, he had sought out the shareholders of Oscorp, whom he'd lured together under a flimsy pretense. With a single blast from a pumpkin bomb, he had sent them all to their doom. One attack, neat and efficient. Whether or not it truly changed his situation, killing those men brought him a rush of relief beyond words. And next, all of you who dared oppose me, you'll experience the agony of losing your loved ones, losing everything, before I personally deliver your end. Staring at the Lee Corporation icon projected inside his helmet, Norman Osborne cackled, letting his pent-up fury explode as he raced toward his next target. Having parted ways with Li Ming and Peter, Tony Stark followed the signal sent by two Malawian Quatches, heading toward the target location alone. With no unexpected interruptions, he sped across the city and arrived at his destination in no time. Right on cue, Jarvis's voice filled his headset. Sir, the Troy system's surface disguise has been detected. Multiple data ports have appeared on the local network. Hacking is in progress. In addition, 2 Malawian Quatches has detected several energy sources nearby, overlapping with the data ports. A distribution map has been generated. A massive energy surge detected. Troy has been blocked by the enemy's firewall, disguise compromised. The Troy program has been discovered. Tony glanced at the map projected on his HUD and let out a cold laugh. Ivan Vanko, still refusing to give up. Lying in wait for me, are you? With that, Tony used the map to avoid the likely ambush points and dove straight toward his target. A thunderous crash echoed as his red and gold armor smashed through the factory roof, landing with a heavy thud. With a single glance, he spotted the whiplash iron suit standing at the center of the factory floor. Activating his suit's scanning function, Tony compared the energy signature with the one 2 Malawian Quatches had reported. There was no doubt in his mind, Ivan Vanko was inside that suit. Glancing once more around the area, Tony's gaze landed on the lifeless body of Justin Hammer, which made him frown deeply. Ivan Vanko, are you really planning to just stand there and wait for me to drag you back to prison? And shouldn't you be explaining why Justin Hammer ended up dead here? As Tony noticed several small energy sources marked on his helmet's display, he urged Jarvis to speed up the infiltration process. Though his tone was sharp and cautious, he didn't bother hiding his impatience. The next moment, Ivan Vanko responded directly. Suddenly, all the robots assembled on the wide factory's display platform activated in unison. Their chest reactors glowed, and they raised their arms, unleashing a barrage of various weapons toward Tony. Tony Stark, how about it? Do you like the grave I've prepared for you? As for that buzzing fly who never shuts up, you'll be seeing him soon enough down below. If you want to know why he died here, go ask him yourself. Ivan Vanko remained standing, a wicked grin twisting his face. His thick, electrified whip lashed out with a crack, slicing toward Tony with brutal force, all while the robots provided heavy cover. Is this really all you've got? Tony scoffed, dodging Ivan Vanko's attack with a sidestep. Several weapon slots on his suit popped open, blasting away one robot after another. But in the next instant, he was caught off guard. Ivan's whip struck him squarely, leaving a deep, scorched mark on the Iron Man armor and forcing Tony back several steps under the blow's weight. You really think your little tricks are going to work? Ivan Vanko sneered, lashing out again and again. With the factory's army of robots adding their relentless firepower, Tony was forced steadily backward, struggling to keep up. Seizing the advantage, Vanko pressed on, his momentum fierce and overwhelming. He roared, his voice echoing through the factory. I was going to wait until everything was ready before launching my attack. But since you're so eager to rush in and die, I'll let you think your program is actually working. You think you found me? In reality, I've only allowed you to find me. How does it feel to walk right into your own grave? Don't worry, soon enough, that brat who knocked me out will join you. Ivan Vanko's laughter was cold as ice. The Green Goblin will slaughter those precious loved ones of yours and make you taste the agony of losing everything. Only then, when you're drowning in despair, will you finally be granted the mercy of death. With the upper hand, Vanko's attacks battered Tony's Iron Man suit, leaving its shell battered and broken. Tony was left reeling, completely on the defensive, while Vanko, intoxicated by the thrill of vengeance, grew ever more frenzied. So, the Green Goblin is Norman Osborn, isn't he? It was him and Justin Hammer who broke you out of prison, wasn't it? Even though that Justin Hammer guy is far from likable, that's still no excuse for you to treat human life with such disregard. Tony, battered and forced to retreat, suddenly spoke up. His tone was calm, yet brimming with confidence. Even if what you say is true, so what? Forget about killing a fly. You're about to die by my hand, aren't you? Ivan Vanko sensed that something was amiss, but refused to back down. His attacks became even more ferocious, determined to finish Tony off right then and there. Do you know why I haven't just flown off and taken this fight somewhere else? Tony threw out another question, but this time he didn't wait for Ivan's reply. He continued, almost to himself. The truth is, I actually think this place is the safest battleground. One where the outside world will be affected as little as possible. Jarvis, with Tony's command, all the rampaging robots attacking him suddenly froze in place and powered down. A simple matter of programming, Tony said, spreading his hands and shrugging. In an instant, all the deactivated robots whirred back to life. But this time their weapons shifted. Now, their barrels were aimed squarely at Ivan Vanko. When it came to equipment, Ivan's suit, backed by Hammer Industries, was nowhere near the level of Tony's Iron Man armor. To compensate, he'd heavily reinforced his armor's plating and built an army of robots to fight at his side. With enough robot firepower to suppress Tony, Ivan had been able to keep his chances of victory alive. But now, with all the robots turned against him, and only his armor's brute strength left to rely on, there was only one fate waiting for him: being battered by a relentless hail of gunfire. Damn it! Ivan roared in fury, paying no heed to the danger. He charged at Tony with reckless abandon, swinging his electrified whip, sparks flying as he pressed the attack. Just as Tony was turning the tide and taking back control of the fight, a wave of overconfidence left him vulnerable. In that instant, Ivan's whip lashed out, coiling tightly around Tony's neck. A surge of electricity crackled along the whip, radiating searing heat. Bit by bit, it ate away at the armor at Tony's throat and pinned him in place. "You forced my hand. If I'm going down, you're coming with me," Ivan growled, yanking Tony closer, inch by inch, with the whip. Relying on his massively reinforced armor to withstand the barrage from all sides, Ivan's chest reactor began to glow, an ominous, pulsing red. Warning: opponent's reactor is overloading. Possible detonation detected. The alert chimed. Glancing at the holographic readout and the rapidly blinking red light on Ivan's chest, Tony's scalp tingled with dread. Even though this isn't really the right occasion for this trick. Muttering softly under his breath, Tony raised his hand. A blazing red beam shot out from his palm, slicing effortlessly through the electric whip coiled around his neck and severing it in an instant. At that moment, the red glow flickering in Ivan Vanko's chest reactor blazed to its limit. With a sudden roar, his armored thrusters ignited, and he lunged straight at Tony. "Let's die together," he shouted in his final cry. In the next instant, the armor erupted in a thunderous explosion. Boom! A deafening blast shattered the air, exploding with a force that seemed to shake the very earth. Waves of sound and shock tore outward from the secret factory, surging in all directions with unstoppable force. Crash! 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 As the shock waves swept through, windows shattered and fragile structures splintered across the surrounding buildings, filling the air with a relentless symphony of breaking glass. Despite the chaos, the damage caused by the blast's aftermath was nothing compared to the devastation at the heart of the secret factory itself. A terrifying fireball erupted skyward with the explosion, engulfing the entire building in flames. The structure trembled violently, cracks spiderwebbing out as the factory began to collapse and disintegrate. Yet, amidst the carnage, a flash of gold and crimson streaked upward, carried by the searing blast. Tony's armored figure burst through the factory ceiling, launching into the sky just in time to escape the inferno. Gasping for breath, Tony hovered in midair, his chest heaving as he looked down at the ruined factory below. He was still shaken from his narrow escape. That was way too close. "Thank you, Jarvis," he blurted out, letting out a long sigh. His tone was joking, trying to lighten the mood, but his gratitude was genuine. If it hadn't been for Jarvis and the robot army he controlled, who had fearlessly charged in and pinned Ivan Vanko down, Tony Stark might not have survived such a deadly explosion at such close quarters. "No need to thank me, sir. It's what I'm here for," Jarvis replied, calm as ever. Tony managed a smile. Looking down at the heap of wreckage that had been the secret factory, he lowered his altitude and activated his scanners. A pale blue beam swept out from his helmet, scanning the rubble. In moments, the results came back. No signs of life detected. Target Ivan Vanko is most likely dead. If that guy could survive an explosion like that, I'd say he's more than impressive, Tony said with a relieved chuckle. "Sir, Agent Coulson is calling," Jarvis announced before Tony could make his next move. Coulson's image appeared on the display. After Tony had located his target, he'd already notified S.H.I.E.L.D. before joining up with Ming and Peter to take action. At the very least, if nothing else, they're professionals when it comes to cleaning up the aftermath, and that's not even mentioning all the other ways they can help. Without hesitation, Tony answered the call. On the other end, Coulson's anxious voice came through. "Mr. Stark, was that massive explosion at the target factory just now you're doing?" Tony raised an eyebrow. Strictly speaking, that was Ivan Vanko's handiwork. He rigged his armor with a self-destruct program, trying to take me down with him. As for the outcome, I think that's pretty clear by now. Well, as long as you're safe, that's what matters. Coulson let out a breath on the other end. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents will be arriving on site shortly, Mr. Stark. Please hold your position for a moment. Wait for you. Tony's tone shot up in protest. There's still an enemy out there who hasn't been dealt with. How can I just stand around and waste time waiting for you to show up? If you're referring to Norman Osborne, just now he was defeated and apprehended by the Light Knight and Spider-Man outside the Lee Enterprises building. Coulson's voice carried a hint of oddness, but he remained composed. Plus, some of our senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are present at the scene as well, Mr. Stark, so there's no need for concern. Is that so? Those two kids really move fast. A smile broke across Tony's face, and his tone softened. In that case, you'd better hurry. I'll give this factory another sweep in the meantime. A little earlier, just as Tony Stark discovered the secret factory, Norman Osborne arrived outside Lee Enterprises. So this is the Lee Enterprises tower? Norman Osborne sped through the air, staring at the towering building not far away as a vicious, piercing laugh burst from his lips. The heir to a mere retail company, barely worth $100 million, dares to stand against me. Well, let's see if you'll pay for that kid's sins first. With a sudden swoop, he soared to the front of the building. Guided by his suit's targeting system, Norman Osborne easily pinpointed Li Jian's office. The demon glider beneath his feet launched several pumpkin bombs with a sharp hiss. Windows shattered as the bombs burst into the building, unleashing a terrifying explosion. A thunderous blast erupted, flames and smoke billowing out through the broken windows. Debris rained down, sending the crowd below into panic and screams. Ahaha! Now, that's a surprise. Surveying the shattered floor and listening to the terrified cries, Norman Osborne cackled wildly as he flew his demon glider straight into Li Jian's chairman office. Old man, you'd better hope you're lucky enough not to get blown to bits, huh? But halfway through his triumphant taunt, Norman Osborne's twisted grin suddenly froze. The terrified, contorted old face he'd pictured, the one he'd imagined driven mad or even killed in agony by the attack, was nowhere to be found. Instead, it was Li Jian, emerging as if unscathed from the surging flames and billowing black smoke. His suit was in tatters, his whole body streaked with soot and ash, yet he walked out with steady, unhurried steps. This old man, though he now appeared disheveled and covered in grime, carried himself with a certain dignity even in such a sorry state. A hazy aura rose from his body, swirling like silk and mist, constantly shifting. It radiated a sense of vibrant life and unyielding strength, as if nothing could penetrate it. All the flames and smoke were kept at bay, unable to harm him in the slightest. Old as I am, my luck hasn't run out yet. Since you failed to blow me up, and now come looking for trouble, is this your way of avenging yourself on my grandson? Li Jian calmly regarded Norman Osborne, who stood before him clad in an iron suit and perched atop demonic glider wings, and asked in an even tone. The combat suit's automatic scanning system whirred to life, quickly highlighting Li Jian with a red high-energy warning. Norman Osborne, momentarily stunned, frowned deeply. How could an ordinary human body emit such an intense energy signature? No matter what you are, just die for me. Shaking off his momentary shock, Norman Osborne, consumed by vengeance, let out a ferocious cry. In an instant, the weapon systems on his iron suit and the demon glider beneath his feet sprang to life. Machine guns, bombs, and mini-missiles all deployed, ready to unleash destruction. But Li Jian was even faster. Brute force alone, without the skill or the right mindset, is nothing but a death wish. Without any wasted motion, Li Jian took a single step forward, and in a blink, he appeared right before Norman Osborne. At that very moment, the weapons of the iron suit had just finished deploying. Li Jian raised his right foot and brought it down in a powerful axe-like chop. Boom! His foot slammed down hard, crushing Norman's foot into a mangled mess, and then, without losing any force, cleaved the demon glider beneath into two. The machine shattered and exploded, debris flying everywhere. Yet every piece bounced harmlessly off the protective aura swirling around Li Jian. Art! Norman Osborne's scream echoed, but Li Jian's expression remained unchanged, a faint smile playing at his lips. With a single, seemingly gentle yet lightning-fast palm strike, he pressed his hand onto the chest of the iron suit. Whoosh! At that moment, the particle thrusters of Peter and Li Ming's suits finally caught up with the Green Goblin. As they arrived, their hearts were filled with anger and grief at the devastation that had befallen Lee Enterprises. Suddenly, a figure clad in deep green shot out from within the building like a cannonball, smashing into the wall of the building across the street and leaving a human-shaped crater in the concrete. Both Peter and Li Ming were left momentarily stunned. Inside the office, having just sent Norman Osborne flying with a single palm strike, Li Jian sensed the arrival of Li Ming and Peter and paused, ready to assess the situation further. Meanwhile, within the office building, order was gradually being restored, and the sound of hurried footsteps grew ever closer. The old man chuckled, the energy swirling around him withdrawing back into his body. He glanced around the room, picked a relatively comfortable spot, and settled himself there. After checking to make sure his disheveled appearance didn't seem out of place, he lay down slowly, closed his eyes, and feigned unconsciousness. The next moment, the door was flung open. An elderly figure in a suit, flustered yet dignified, burst in. Hey, Lally, are you all right? He caught sight of Li Jian lying on the floor with his eyes tightly shut, and his face tightened in alarm. He rushed over, a faint shimmer of energy appearing on his palm as he prepared to check Li Jian's injuries, only to have his hand seized by the old man. "No need, I'm fine." "Damn it, Lao Li, what the hell are you pulling?" Startled by Li Jian's sudden movement, the man couldn't help but curse, withdrawing the energy from his palm. "Cut the nonsense. My grandson's coming. Lao Fong, make it convincing, will you? Don't blow our cover." Li Jian opened his eyes to glare at Lao Fong, then shut them again and lay back down, resuming his act. Now only the man called Lao Fong remained standing, pursing his lips, and after a quick adjustment, a look of panic washed over his face as he shouted toward the door. "Help! Somebody quick! The chairman's been attacked and knocked out. Call an ambulance now." Lying on the floor, Li Jian twitched at the over-the-top wailing, his chest heaving. He almost broke character on the spot. "Ahem, some light, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't I just see someone in all green flying out of the building?" Peter, just about to leap into the Li Tower, froze in place, swallowing hard, his voice filled with disbelief. "I think so." Li Ming stammered as well, struggling to process the scene he'd just witnessed. Then, as if waking from a trance, he smacked his forehead. This was no time to be standing around. Without hesitation, he turned to Peter. "The person who just flew out, judging by the color, it must be the dangerous suspect Jarvis mentioned earlier. Go check it out, and be careful. I'm headed to the office to see how my grandfather is." Having lived through his own uncle's tragedy, Peter instantly understood how anxiously Ming must be feeling. Without wasting a word, Peter nodded, shot out a web, and swung away with agility, diving straight into the gaping hole. Across the street was another office building, and even though the guy had crashed through the wall when he flew in, the force had been dampened enough not to hurt anyone. Still, the threat he posed couldn't be ignored. They had to find out the situation and subdue him as soon as possible. With Peter going after Norman Osborne, Li Ming felt reassured. Without another word, he flew straight into the huge hole blasted in the Li Enterprises building. His heightened sense of hearing had caught Lao Fong's exaggerated cries just moments before. Now, with anxiety gnawing at him, he dared not waste another second. Bang! With a heavy thud, Li Ming landed, a flash of light and shadow rippling across his body as he switched into the Courage Ripple armament form. This form could amplify his ripple energy to the greatest extent. If his grandfather was truly injured, it would allow him to administer the most effective emergency treatment, preventing any irreversible consequences. The moment he landed, Li Ming immediately noticed the crushed remains of the demon glider on the ground, but the sight of his grandfather lying prone and old Fong crouching anxiously beside him drew all his attention. The scene alone sent a jolt of worry through his heart. "Is anyone hurt? Let me take a look." Without hesitation, Li Ming rushed to Li Jian's side in a few quick strides. Without waiting for old Fong to say anything, the ripple energy in his body gathered in his palm and flared like a miniature sun as he pressed it firmly to the old man's chest. If his heart had been anxious before, now that the ripple energy surged into the old man's body, Li Ming's expression grew even stranger. "Grandpa, are you kidding me? You're sturdier than an ox. If you weren't holding back, you'd probably bounce my ripple energy right back out." Whatever Li Ming might have thought, his grandfather pressed on with the act, undeterred. As the ripple energy flowed into him without reservation, Li Jian's cheeks flushed with color. He slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "What happened?" Old Fong, beside him, immediately burst into an excited performance, exclaiming, "Ah, old Li, you're finally awake. You nearly scared me to death just now. Luckily this gentleman, oh right, the Light Knight, he saved you. Is that so?" Li Jian cast a bewildered glance at Li Ming, then put on a look of deep gratitude. "Well, thank you so much." Watching his grandfather and old Fong put on this show together, Li Ming could only feel a headache coming on. But at this point, he had no choice but to play along. He promptly asked, "The attacker just now was sent flying by someone. Do you know who did it?" "What?" Li Jian feigned confusion again, his face contorted in pain. "I don't know. I just remember a bomb suddenly dropping in, and after that, everything went black." "All right then, you just rest for now." Li Ming, rendered speechless by the performance, nodded and stood up, turning to old Fong. "Is anyone else hurt? I can provide emergency treatment, at least to ease their symptoms until the ambulance arrives." The explosion was mainly in this office. The other areas were just affected a little. Only a few people got hurt. "If you can help, that would be wonderful." With that, old Fong stood up as well and pointed out toward the office door. They should have already gathered the wounded and settled them somewhere. You can go check if anyone is seriously hurt. The moment Li Ming heard there were more injured, he nodded and dashed out of the office, sending a ripple of Hammond energy to each wounded person. But after tending to everyone, his expression beneath the mask grew even stranger. This attack by Norman Osborne, apart from damaging the building, had caused almost no casualties. Despite the intensity of the earlier explosions, in the end, only a few people suffered minor scrapes and bruises. At worst, someone might need a few stitches at the hospital. Thanks to the Hammonds' help, even the old fellow had stopped bleeding and was no longer at risk of losing too much blood. Compared to the chaos Norman Osborne had stirred up, the actual consequences seemed downright bizarre. With Osborne still at large and the old man's secrets unresolved, Li Ming had no intention of delving deeper for now. He quickly finished treating the wounded, then leapt out through the gaping hole in the office wall, his form shifting with flashes of light and shadow as he switched to his swift spider spear armament. The Hammond energy shimmered, his force field shifted, and he soared into the opposite building. So much time had passed. Why was there still no response from the other side? Puzzled, Li Ming slipped through the hole Norman Osborne had made, scanning ahead until his eyes landed on the green goblin armor, tossed aside, and Norman Osborne himself, cocooned in webs and completely motionless. His gaze shifted to Peter. Before Li Ming could ask, Peter shrugged and said, "Don't look at me. He was already out cold when I got here." "So you stripped all the armor off him, but left that piece on his leg? What's that about?" Li Ming stepped closer, eyeing the leg still encased in steel, sticking out from the web cocoon. "Also, is everyone on this floor evacuated? Why is it so empty?" "Yep, I think Osborne crashing in here scared them all off. When I got in through the hole, pretty much everyone had already cleared out," Peter replied casually. "And about that leg, didn't you see how crushed his foot is?" He pointed at the twisted metal shell where faint traces of blood seeped through, explaining, "I compared the armor on both feet. Judging from the wrecked state of this one, Osborne's foot inside is probably just a pulp by now." As he said this, Peter instinctively sucked in a sharp breath and shivered, looking pained just thinking about it. "It's already that bad. If I tried to take the armor off, I'd probably pull the whole foot out with it." Li Ming shot a glance at Peter, who had spread his hands, and replied irritably, "So what if we brought him out? His leg is ruined anyway. Besides being disabled in prison, what difference does it make?" Seeing Norman Osborne in such a wretched state filled Li Ming with satisfaction. After all, he, Dr. Otto, and Tony Stark were obvious targets for revenge, but this guy had gone straight for his own grandfather. It was only because old Mr. Li Jian was so skilled at hiding his strength. If it had been someone else, say, Aunt May, she might not have survived, or at the very least would have been scared into some sort of trauma. Serves him right to end up like this. Hearing Li Ming's words, Peter fell silent. It didn't sound very kind, but somehow it made so much sense. "All right, come take a look at this." Suddenly, Peter sprang up and led Li Ming over to the menacing green goblin armor, pointing at a large dent in the chest plate. "Look at this. This was caused by an explosion of terrifying strength in a single instant. It completely wrecked the chest armor, destroyed the arc reactor, and shut down the suit, and it was all done with a single palm strike. I won't even mention how powerful that is, but force always works both ways. Smashing a steel suit with a bare hand. Wouldn't that do even more damage to your own body? Who on earth could be that strong?" Peter's voice was laced with confusion and curiosity. He was powerful, sure, but there was no way he'd ever dare to try something so reckless. "That, I'm not sure about. Over on the other side, nobody's hand was injured. At worst, someone's arm was cut and needed a few stitches, that's all." Li Ming replied casually, walking up to the green goblin suit with its shattered chest, and examined the palm print. He could make out the clear shape of a hand, but there wasn't a single fingerprint or palm line left behind. With that, some of his hidden worries eased. If Li Jian knew what Li Ming was worrying about, he'd probably be roaring with laughter. He'd surrounded his hand with qi, so there was no direct contact. The force unleashed was immense, but there was no way it could leave any telltale prints behind. Li Ming stood there, thinking for a moment. Then, with a sudden movement, the four mechanical arms on his back shot out. Under Peter's astonished gaze, they pounded down repeatedly, smashing the already battered green goblin armor until it was almost unrecognizable. Only when the entire suit was reduced to a pile of mangled metal, the chest imprint no longer discernible, did he stop. Peter was just about to ask why he'd done that, when a sudden noise drew their attention elsewhere. A sharp, piercing shriek rang out, as if something had struck the building's wall. Li Ming and Peter whipped their heads around, staring at the hole in the wall. A figure swung in on a rope, landing with a roll on the ground. In one fluid motion, he bent his bow and knocked an arrow, assuming a guarded stance, his movements seamless and precise. His eyes swept swiftly across Li Ming, Peter, the unconscious Norman Osborne on the floor, and the dismantled green goblin armor scattered nearby. Sensing that the immediate danger had passed, he relaxed his offensive posture and stood upright. He maintained his archer's stance, but lowered the tip of his arrow toward the ground, signaling that he meant no harm. Looks like the enemy has already been dealt with. The man spoke, his gaze settling on Li Ming. That's right. And you are? Li Ming replied, uncertain. Peter got to his feet, his posture cautious and wary as he asked carefully. SHIELD Senior Agent, Clint Barton. You can also call me by my codename, Hawkeye. Confident that Norman Osborne was no longer a threat, Hawkeye put away his bow and arrow and reached out to shake Li Ming's hand. Oh, I've heard so much about you. Li Ming shook his hand enthusiastically, his tone full of admiration. That arrow you shot during the battle with the Abomination was absolutely incredible. Without it, we'd have had no idea how to deal with that thick-skinned monster. Coulson told me. Find the weak spot and take it down in one shot. Still, I appreciate the compliment. Sensing Li Ming's friendliness, Hawkeye relaxed a little, a small smile appearing on his face. With Li Ming taking the lead, Peter also relaxed and shook hands with Hawkeye. He was eager to chat more, but watching the agent's efficient movements, he swallowed his words. He didn't want to get in the way of the professional at work. Hawkeye methodically investigated the scene, checking every trace, and examined the completely unconscious Norman Osborne. Pressing his earpiece, he reported, "Target is incapacitated, preparing for cleanup." From here, things became straightforward. Police and ambulances had already arrived at the building's entrance below. The officers calmed the frightened civilians, while the paramedics ensured that everyone injured in the sudden attack received proper care. As for Norman Osborne and his battered, barely recognizable Green Goblin suit, Li Ming and Peter simply bundled them up and brought them down from above, handing them over to SHIELD agents to be loaded into a secure vehicle. Suddenly, the sharp whir of something cutting through the air filled the scene. Tony Stark, clad in his battered Mark VI armor, landed forcefully in front of Li Ming and the others. He glanced at the tightly bound, still unconscious Norman Osborne and couldn't help but laugh. So it really was him working with Ivan Vanko, huh? Before he got here, he killed all the Osborne Corporation board members. Looks like that company's about to shut its doors for good. But you guys really got lucky, taking out the arc reactor on his suit. Ivan Vanko had rigged it with a self-destruct module, you know. Hearing these words, Li Ming and Peter both shuddered slightly, a lingering sense of fear creeping over them. Tony, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. After a playful tease, he grinned and said, "So, how about it? We finally took care of those guys. Want to grab a meal together? Maybe next time. I think I still have things to take care of." Li Ming shook his head, subtly gesturing toward the ambulance. Bang! The door to the hospital room was suddenly flung open. Li Ming and Peter hurried in, only to find Li Jian lying in bed, happily chatting with old Fong. "Grandpa, are you all right?" Even though he knew perfectly well what shape his grandfather was in, he still had to put on a show. At the very least, his grandfather's secret still needed to be kept from Peter. He hadn't witnessed his grandfather in action, nor did he know exactly what had happened. But since the old man had kept it hidden all these years without ever telling him, he must have had his reasons. Understanding the truth himself was one thing, but even though Peter was his good friend, there were some boundaries that needed to be respected. If they were ever going to lay everything on the table, it would have to be when it was just the two of them. "Do I look like something's wrong?" Li Jian spread his hands and smiled. "I did get knocked out by the blast, but then that superhero, the one called Light Knight, did something to wake me up. After I came to, I didn't feel any discomfort at all. Now I just have to wait for the test to make sure I'm fine, and then I can be discharged. If your grandpa managed to keep this old life of his, it's all thanks to him." Li Jian looked at Li Ming, his face full of sincere gratitude. Ahem. Hearing this, Li Ming could barely contain his embarrassment. He felt like he wanted to curl his toes right through the floor. "Mr. Li, it's such a relief you're all right." Peter, still completely unaware, gave Li Ming a hearty slap on the back, beaming. "We'll have to properly thank that Light Knight sometime." Ahem. Well, all that can wait until we actually run into him again. I doubt he saved anyone just for the thanks. Unable to stand the awkwardness any longer, Li Ming quickly cut Peter off, worried he might say something even more excruciating. He put on a shaken expression and turned to Li Jian. "I'm just glad you're okay. When I got the call, I was scared out of my mind." "At least you've got a conscience, kid." Li Jian nodded with satisfaction, then pointed to old Fong, who was sitting by his side. "You've said all this and didn't even greet your grandpa, Fong. If he hadn't rushed in to take care of me, who knows if I'd have come out of this safe and sound." Li Ming and Peter immediately turned to Fong Wenyue, greeting and thanking him with the utmost politeness. "Hello, Mr. Fong. Grandpa Fong. Thank you for looking after my grandfather." "Hey, you old rascal. I didn't even do anything. Why are you lecturing the kids so seriously?" Old Master Fong waved his hand carelessly, then turned to Li Ming with a smile and said, "Your grandfather and I came to this place when we were young and worked hard. Together for all these years. There aren't many friends left now. If I don't look out for this old fellow, who am I going to chat with when I get bored in the future?" Hearing this, Li Ming felt a stir in his heart. Since Grandpa had secrets, did old Master Fong know about them too? Or perhaps did the two old gentlemen come from the same place? The more Li Ming thought about it, the more mysterious the two elders seemed. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Ming didn't forget his manners and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank you for your help. You rascal, enough with the formalities." Old Master Fong spoke as he stood up. "Since you're here, I'll head back to the office." Even though no one was seriously hurt earlier, the incident still caused quite a stir. I need to keep an eye on things. With that, he didn't wait for Li Ming to see him off and strode out of the hospital room on his own. To be honest, watching how quickly old Master Fong left, Li Ming couldn't help but wonder if the old man was simply trying to make a quick exit before he broke character. Once he was gone, Peter sat for a while, and seeing there was nothing more he could help with, he left as well. For a moment, only the grandfather and grandson were left in the ward. Just as Li Ming hesitated, having even discreetly checked the room and made sure there were no eavesdropping devices, he was getting ready to come clean with his grandfather. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. After being granted permission, the doctor came in with a stack of urgent test results. He reported that the old man was in excellent health. So well, in fact, that he didn't seem like an elderly person at all, and he could be discharged right away. This instantly made Li Ming swallow the words he was about to say. He was left feeling stifled and frustrated. Grandpa, on the other hand, was in great spirits. He flipped off the covers, got out of bed to put on his shoes, and even muttered a few complaints as he did so. "I told them I was fine, but they insisted on keeping me for observation all this time. It's almost dinner. Let's go home." "Well, your health really does matter most." Li Ming pursed his lips, reaching out to help his grandfather, only to have his hand brushed away. The old man glared. "I don't need your help just yet." Li Ming had only offered out of politeness, so he gladly let it go. After taking care of the discharge procedures, he drove Grandpa home. Given what his grandfather had been through today, Li Ming took it upon himself to cook dinner after they got home. He whipped up a few simple dishes, and, as they sat down with bowls in hand, he was nearly startled into dropping his bowl by his grandfather's sudden question. "That light night, that's you, isn't it?" Grandpa asked abruptly. "Well, what did you say?" Li Ming was dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to keep up the tacit understanding and not expose each other? "You're coming clean just like that, Grandpa. Stop beating around the bush. Just answer me. Yes or no." With a clatter, the old man set down his bowl and chopsticks, clearly losing patience. "It was me." Li Ming braced himself and admitted it. Then he pressed on. "So was it you who sent Norman Osborne flying today?" "It was me. What's the matter?" Grandpa confessed without hesitation, looking every bit as if he wanted to say, "See how impressive your grandpa is?" Li Ming was exasperated. "Then why did you go and lie on the ground like something terrible had happened? You nearly scared me to death." "Well, at the time, I hadn't figured out how to explain things to you," old Li Jian replied, sounding perfectly justified. "But seeing how troubled you looked in the hospital, I figured it was better to just tell you. Otherwise, you'd probably get me into even more trouble." "So, Grandpa, who exactly are you?" Li Ming's curiosity was instantly piqued. "Now that you mention it, I'm wide awake." After a moment's thought, Grandpa Li Jian spoke slowly. "Have you ever heard of the Spear Bureau, or Kunlun?" Li Ming blinked in surprise. Spear Bureau and Kunlun, from his hazy memories of Marvel lore, considering Grandpa's Chinese heritage, if he really was tied to some Eastern power, these were the two most likely candidates. Now that the names were out, he wasn't really that shocked. "That's right." Li Jian nodded, his eyes distant with memories. "In the West, there's S.H.I.E.L.D. In the East, we have the Spear Bureau. Back in our homeland, the Spear Bureau's role is much like the S.H.I.E.L.D. you're dealing with now. And Kunlun is a sacred city hidden deep in the Kunlun Mountains, a place shrouded in secrets, where mystical arts and martial tradition are passed down. Your grandpa, I came from there. Your grandpa, I came from there." Li Jian said this to Li Ming with deep feeling, and before his grandson could ask, he continued on. "As for why I left Kunlun and came to this country, those are stories best left in the past. I won't burden you with them." "Hold on." Li Ming raised his hand to interrupt. "If you're from Kunlun, then how did you end up involved with the Spear Bureau?" "What's the rush? I was just getting to that." Grandpa Li shot Li Ming a look, then went on gruffly. "After I arrived here, before S.H.I.E.L.D. even caught wind of Grandpa Fong and me, the Spear Bureau found us first. After some negotiations, we joined up, becoming the Bureau's representatives here in America. And as our company grew, it was thanks in no small part to the Spear Bureau's support. Now, all our Li family business needs to do is provide some convenience for the Divine Spear Bureau and do our best to help the country reclaim lost artifacts and rare items of the mystical kind from overseas. As for me, this old man isn't required to carry out any more missions." And what about my parents? By this point in Li Jian's explanation, most of Li Ming's doubts had faded away. Still, given his grandfather's background and the Bureau's mysterious involvement in various affairs, a shadowy suspicion crept into his heart despite himself. Li Jian's face darkened, and he shook his head. Don't let your imagination run wild. The truth is, your parents died simply because they contracted an extremely rare illness, something modern medicine couldn't cure. Even when I disregarded the toll and tried to use Qi to prolong their lives, it only bought them a little more time. I exhausted every possible method. The holy city of Kunlun is a place I can never return to, and the Divine Spear Bureau had no miracle cure either. In the end, I could only watch helplessly as they slipped away. At this point, Li Jian's voice trembled, and he closed his eyes in pain. Wisps of Qi rose from his body, radiating a dangerous energy. I understand. You don't have to say any more. Li Ming placed a hand on his grandfather's arm, gently calming his emotions. Back then, Li Ming had been an innocent child. Though losing his parents was heartbreaking, he couldn't fully grasp the weight of it all. The one who truly bore the full burden of sorrow was Li Jian. He alone endured all that pain. Now, by asking again, Li Ming was unwittingly tearing open a wound in his grandfather's heart that had long since scarred over. Li Jian took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, steadying his emotions. The Qi that had leaked out quietly returned to his body. He patted Li Ming's shoulder, a look of pride softening his features. When your father was young, he was always standing up for others, so much so that he'd come home battered and bruised every time. If I hadn't finally stepped in and taught him a few tricks, I'm afraid that boy would have gotten himself into real trouble sooner or later. Of course, if things hadn't turned out that way, he might never have met your mother, and you wouldn't be here now. In any case, you should follow your own path. This old man won't be holding you back. As he spoke, he looked up at Li Ming, who now stood a head taller than himself, and his eyes grew moist. You've only just come of age, but your achievements have already surpassed everything I managed in a lifetime. Oh, come on. The only reason I've come this far is because I'm standing on the foundation you built, Grandpa. Li Ming knew perfectly well that without the backing of their family's legacy, his plans would never have gone so smoothly. All right, enough of that. Let's eat. Li Jian chuckled, shaking his head, then picked up his bowl and began to eat, serving himself another helping. After just a few bites, he suddenly said, "Oh, right. I can't teach you the cultivation methods of Kunlun, but I have to say your breathing technique is quite impressive. I feel that the essence of that energy is very similar to Qi. Just keep training with it. If you have any questions, you can always come to me. As for Shield, just maintain things as they are. As long as you don't get too deeply entangled with them, a little cooperation can still be beneficial." Got it. Li Ming nodded, agreeing readily. Seeing how well Grandpa understood his situation, it was clear he also had his own sources of information. He just didn't know if those sources came from the Bureau of Divine Spear or somewhere else entirely. Now that things have been laid out openly with Grandpa, if there were ever matters too inconvenient to investigate through S.H.I.E.L.D., perhaps Grandpa's side could serve as an intelligence channel as well. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Li Ming preferred not to trouble Grandpa. After dinner, Li Ming kept Grandpa company while they watched television for a while. He'd been so busy all day that he hadn't had a chance to pay attention to how the outside world was reacting to the recent events. He'd only taken the time to explain things briefly to people close to him, like Dr. Otto and Feng Li, and had barely glanced at his phone since. It wasn't until now, when he finally had a moment to relax, that he discovered just how much of a sensation it had caused. Norman Osborne, having transformed into the Green Goblin, had killed all the Osborne Group shareholders and launched an attack on the Lee Group. The news was everywhere. Thinking about it, it made sense. The commotion that guy stirred up was no small matter, and when they took him into custody, they'd already stripped off his Green Goblin suit, leaving his face completely exposed. It would have been a miracle if the media hadn't revealed his identity. Now, Norman Osborne being taken into custody by S.H.I.E.L.D. was the least of it. His reputation in society was now utterly ruined, to a degree beyond repair, a true social death. With Osborne Group's stock price having crashed beforehand, and all shareholders now dead, the company was about to be investigated, sealed, and dissolved. As things had developed to this point, Li Ming had anticipated some of it, but this outcome was far beyond what he'd planned. An unexpected victory. To be honest, when you first told me you were going to take revenge on Norman Osborne, I really didn't expect you'd be able to bring him to such a downfall. Without any noise or fuss, you managed to topple such a giant enterprise step by step. In this respect, kid, you're even better than I ever was. Li Jian gave Li Ming a thumbs up, his face showing a hint of pride. In fact, my plan was already over when the press conference ended. Everything that happened after, well, Norman Osborne brought it on himself. Li Ming shrugged, looking innocent. "Pfft, you can say whatever you want, kid. If you ask me, the harsher you are to your enemies, the better. That's nothing to be ashamed of." Li Jian waved his hand at Li Ming, then pointed to the news on the television and said, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Now that the Osborne group has collapsed, and since you were one of the leading players, if you don't reach out to your allies soon to split the spoils, don't come complaining to me later if you lose out." Li Ming's eyes widened as he finally caught on. He'd been busy all day, and with most of his attention consumed by the old man's affairs, he truly hadn't thought about this yet. "I'll go make a few calls and check on things." Leaving those words behind, Li Ming hurriedly dashed upstairs. Back in his room, the first person Li Ming contacted was, naturally, Tony Stark. As soon as the call connected and Li Ming briefly explained his purpose, Tony Stark burst out laughing. "Ha ha, I thought you'd completely forgotten all about this. Your CEO is way more on the ball than you are. She got in touch with Pepper almost immediately. I haven't paid much attention to how they're handling things, but rest assured, Stark Industries won't let you guys be shortchanged. After all, you're the biggest hero in Norman Osborn's downfall." "Is that so?" Li Ming's eyes went wide in surprise, blurting out the question. When he checked in with Fong Li earlier, she hadn't mentioned any of this. "Don't tease me like that." Li Ming replied helplessly, then gave a wry smile. "I actually thought I was being pretty quick on the uptake." "If that counts as quick, then the Osborne group really got a raw deal." Tony let out another hearty laugh. After a good chuckle, he sobered up a bit. "Since you've called, let's talk about what you want out of this. I'll do my best to help coordinate, so you don't get the short end when it comes time to divide things up." "All right then." Li Ming considered for a moment, then said, "Honestly, Gospel Tech couldn't even absorb most of Osborne Group's assets. How about letting us take over the Osborne Tower?" With Gospel Tech's rapid rise, the floor they'd originally rented was already starting to feel cramped. If they could claim the Osborne Tower for themselves, that problem would be solved in one stroke. The public impact and media buzz would be tremendous as well. Just imagine, the valiant Gospel Tech slays the Osborne Group, the great evil dragon. The dragon's lair becomes the hero's castle, a symbol of their victory. Who wouldn't love a story this dramatic? It's the kind of tale the public eats up. And isn't this another great piece of publicity for Gospel Tech? Every time people see that building, they'll recall the glory days of the Osborne Group, and then marvel at the rise of Gospel Tech. Although this approach is somewhat unconventional, it's an excellent promotional tactic, both among our peers and to potential clients. Of course, the main attraction is the Osborne Tower itself, a technological marvel and an ideal office building for Gospel Tech. If we can secure it during the profit sharing, there will be plenty of benefits. We certainly wouldn't be on the losing end. Osborne Tower, huh? That shouldn't be a problem. Tony considered for a moment before giving a half-hearted agreement. To be honest, when you look at the Osborne Group's assets as a whole, the tower is mostly just a facade. Compared to their other major interests, it's not really a big deal. Tony gave his definite answer. "I can promise you this. I'll help Gospel Tech acquire Osborne Tower at the lowest possible cost. But as for the specifics, let's leave that to our CEOs. You should have a word with your boss first. When the time comes, Miss Fong and Pepper can just coordinate the details." "No problem, and thank you so much." "No need for thanks. I'm making way more off this deal than you are," Tony replied offhandedly, sounding as nonchalant as ever. After a bit more casual conversation and making plans to grab a meal together another day, Li Ming hung up the phone. "If we could take over Osborne Tower, maybe I can get involved in some of their old projects too. And as for the technical achievements of those researchers, since Osborne Group has gone under, is there a chance we could directly bring them on board?" With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Ming felt a new idea taking shape. At Gospel Tech, they already had Dr. Otto heading up the mechanical division and Dr. Stern leading the biological research. They'd even managed to recruit a number of outstanding researchers during the recent expose of Norman Osborn and his company. But only a portion of these researchers could actually fit into Dr. Otto and Dr. Stern's current projects. Naturally, there was only so much space in the labs. Both doctors had a limited need for staff. As a result, some of the research talent was left idle, with nothing to do. Even though Gospel Tech's assets were growing rapidly, their liquid funds weren't abundant enough to throw around carelessly. Without promising projects to pursue, there was no way the company could allocate budgets for idle research. In other words, when it comes to research capability alone, Gospel Tech is actually in a state of surplus right now. But if they could recover the technical achievements that have been taken from them, and take over some of Osborne Group's valuable but unfinished projects, wouldn't that solve the problem perfectly? Of course, it was out of the question to bother Tony Stark again for this. If they really wanted to make a move, the most likely route would be through an official organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., someone with the authority to get involved in the Osborne Group confiscations. Coincidentally, When Li Ming previously maneuvered S.H.I.E.L.D. to take action against the Osborne group, he had also used the group's technology as a pretext. He was convinced that now, with the Osborne group's collapse, there was no way S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't get involved in the matter. Having made up his mind, Li Ming didn't waste any time. He first called Fong Li to explain the situation, making clear his intention to acquire the Osborne Tower, and took the opportunity to praise her quick response. What he didn't expect was that Fong Li's reply was just as sharp-tongued as Tony's. Honestly, with how slow you are, I'm starting to think it's really unfair that the Osborne group fell because of you. Fong Li's merciless teasing made Li Ming feel a pang of embarrassment. He could only force a laugh and brush it off, then reiterated his plan. All right, since the boss has spoken, what else can I say? Still, I have to admit, the Osborne Tower does seem like a pretty good place. If we manage to get it, maybe I can finally upgrade to a bigger office. Though she was talking about following orders, even she couldn't help but daydream a little. Li Ming smirked and started to make grand promises. Fine. If we pull this off, you can even have Norman Osborn's office. No objections from me. Oh, there's no need for that. Boss, you should keep that sweet for yourself. Fong Li declined repeatedly, though her voice was full of laughter. Once he'd finished giving instructions and made sure Fong Li was on board, Li Ming felt at ease and turned his attention to calling Nick Fury. Hello, calling me at this hour. Where did you get your information? The moment the line connected, Nick Fury's words caught Li Ming off guard. What information? Li Ming couldn't help but retort. You mean you don't know? Then what are you calling me for? Nick Fury's usually grim tone softened a little, replaced by a hint of annoyance. I just wanted to talk to you about the Osborne Group's research projects. So what exactly happened? Li Ming explained, but couldn't resist pressing for answers. Do you have time right now? Nick Fury shot back. Bang! After shutting the car door, Li Ming glanced at the heavily guarded building in front of him and muttered. So this is why Nick Fury called me to the Triskelion in the middle of the night? He shook his head and let the thought go. Holding up his consulting credentials, he faced the stern gazes of the security staff and passed through layer after layer of scrutiny, stepping once again into the Triskelion. Nick Fury had already told him to come straight to his office. No need for anyone to guide him, so Li Ming made his way there with practiced ease. Along the way, he noticed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents hurrying through the corridors, many of them wearing looks of shock and disbelief. There was also a fair number of junior agents who looked utterly confused about what was going on, curiosity flickering in their eyes, but too intimidated to ask, so they simply endured in silence. Li Ming took all this in and began to form a few guesses of his own. What Norman Osborne and Ivan Vanko had stirred up was hardly enough to put S.H.I.E.L.D. in such a state of high alert, as if a major crisis was about to break out. Judging by the timing, it was more likely that some prince had made a mistake and been cast down to the mortal world by his royal father, ready to play out some mythic transformation. But in the end, it was only speculation. He'd have to see for himself before knowing if he was right. Knock, knock, knock. A polite rap sounded at the door, and soon a voice responded from within. Come in. Hearing the mechanical whir as the door unlocked, Li Ming raised his brows and pushed the door open. Well, looks like quite the crowd, he quipped as he glanced around the office. Agent Hill, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and now me. Counting the heads one by one, Li Ming turned to Nick Fury, who sat behind his desk. With a lineup like this, are we dealing with an alien invasion or something? As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone turned to look at him, each with their own expression, but all with a hint of surprise. You're the one bringing up aliens, and yet you claim you don't know what's going on? Nick Fury looked half amused, half exasperated, his gaze sweeping over the desk as if considering what he might throw at Li Ming. You can't be serious? Li Ming blinked, half laughing, half bewildered. I was just joking. Are you telling me there really is an alien invasion? I spent my whole day dealing with the mess Norman Osborne caused, and now tonight we're jumping straight into something this intense? That was truly what Li Ming felt. No matter how much he guessed or joked, deep down he really didn't want to run into so much trouble. His company was booming, university was about to start. He was busy every day. He thought that after sorting out Norman Osborne and Ivan Vanko, he'd finally get a breather for a while. Yet only a few hours later, something else had come up. Who could put up with this kind of chaos? And most importantly, Li Ming was seriously wondering if he could still use Thor's card right now. If he couldn't, honestly, he was in no rush to meet the God of Thunder himself. Of course, what would happen in this world wasn't up to Li Ming's wishes. Whatever was destined to come, would come all the same. Be honest. Are you sure your superpower isn't something like jinxing things? Clint Barton couldn't help but tease, exchanging a glance with Natasha, both of them struggling to hold back their laughter. If that thing really does turn out to be some alien weapon, you're gonna have to face it head on, Clinton. Are you sure you should be laughing this hard? Nick Fury shot him a glare, then sighed, not even bothering to explain further to Li Ming. See for yourself. With that, he waved his hand. Agent Hill, standing to the side, pulled out a remote and pressed a button aimed at the only large display screen in the office. The screen flickered to life, and an image appeared before Li Ming's eyes. On a barren, endless stretch of land, a short-handled war hammer stood silently in the middle of a deep crater, radiating an aura of mystery. The moment he saw it, Li Ming instantly realized that he might have guessed correctly after all. Well, one after another. As soon as you deal with one batch, another is waiting in line to make their entrance. It really is like a parade of trouble. Li Ming grumbled inwardly, but on the surface he put on a look of hesitation and turned to the others. So, this is the alien weapon you've been talking about? Agent Hill nodded and explained, about an hour ago, this object that looks like a short-handled war hammer suddenly fell from the sky in a way we can't explain, crashing down in New Mexico. It caused several abnormal energy readings in the area. I get it, something from beyond the stars. Li Ming nodded, not waiting for Agent Hill to continue her explanation, and turned his gaze to Nick Fury. In reality, all S.H.I.E.L.D. knew right now was what their satellites had seen. Their understanding of the hammer was only superficial, so there wasn't much point in hearing anymore. So, you call me in because you want me to go out and take a look at the scene? Li Ming asked Nick Fury directly. To be honest, once he was sure the thing was Thor's hammer, Li Ming felt uneasy himself. Thor, the god of thunder, prince of Asgard. Even though he's been stripped of his powers and reduced to an ordinary man, his identity as Odin's son remains unchanged. Odin sent him to Earth only to temper his mind and spirit, to help him grow. This prince can stand some hardship, suffer a bit, but if anything truly happens to him on Earth, short of outright war, Li Ming couldn't imagine any other possible outcome. He believed that each of these people carried the favor of fate, but he didn't dare bet that fate's grace would keep everything on track. After what happened with Norman Osborne meddling in Ivan Vanko's affairs, he couldn't risk assuming events would unfold as he remembered. At the very least, when it comes to Thor, even the slightest slip could mean Earth plunging into war. Li Ming couldn't take that risk. He simply couldn't afford it. Are you willing to go? Nick Fury's single eye glinted, and a hint of delight flickered across his face. Of course I can go, but don't you think we should discuss my compensation first? Li Ming didn't refuse. Instead, he smiled. As long as you're willing to take the assignment, we can work out whatever payment you want. Nick Fury agreed without hesitation. Faced with such an unknown factor, he really didn't have much confidence in Hawkeye. Now that someone strong and durable had shown up right at his door, not making use of this asset would be downright foolish. Compensation. Li Ming spread his hands. Do you really think I care about that bit of money? Another Tony Stark-type troublemaker. Nick Fury shook his head and laid his cards on the table. All right, just tell me what you want. Hearing this, Li Ming broke into a smile. Negotiation. So long as there's a price, everything's negotiable. I'm not greedy. Just as we touched on over the phone, what I want is all the research data from the experimental projects you seized from Oscorp. Li Ming didn't feel the least bit guilty about his bold request. He even raised a finger to emphasize, just the data, nothing else. I don't want any finished products. How's that for a fair deal? Just the data, huh? Nick Fury fell silent for a moment. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, fine, you have a deal. Fine, you have a deal. Hearing Nick Fury's definite answer, the smile on Li Ming's face grew even brighter. He was going to New Mexico anyway, but if he could use this trip to earn himself a little benefit, why not? Perfect. Book me a ticket for tomorrow, will you? I need to head back and get ready. Li Ming spoke decisively, then turned his gaze to Hawkeye and Black Widow. So, are you two coming with me? Only Clinton will go. He has his own mission and won't be traveling with you. Nick Fury answered for them, then added, I don't need you to stay there and investigate the truth either. You can just blend in with the crowd. Treat it like a sightseeing trip if you want. My only requirement is that you must make sure you're on the scene the moment anything unusual happens, and be ready to handle any crisis. So, basically, you want me as your secret weapon? No problem. If nothing happened, this was practically a government-paid vacation for Li Ming. A deal so good, he didn't even need to think twice about it. And it left him room to move freely, which was exactly what he needed. After all, just guarding that hammer wasn't a surefire way to make sure everything went smoothly. Mjolnir was simply a vessel for power. As long as Odin wished, the hammer could return to Thor's hand at any moment. But if Thor got himself into some deadly trouble before that, well, that could get messy. If that happened, no amount of words would help. I'd like to see the Oscorp project data as soon as possible. If there's nothing else, I'll go get ready. Li Ming glanced around the room. Seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, he proposed to take his leave. He had already explained everything that needed explaining, so Nick Fury didn't try to keep him. Leaving the Trident headquarters, Li Ming gathered his thoughts planning to pay Dr. Stern a visit first. He was about to face an enemy of near-divine power. To be honest, he didn't feel all that confident, so he could only prepare as many trump cards as possible. Up until now, Ming had never directly asked Dr. Stern for help. After all, Stern's mind had been enhanced to an extraordinary degree. If he asked too bluntly, Stern was bound to get suspicious. That's why, for some time, he'd been deepening their relationship in subtle ways. Once they became true friends, asking for a favor would be as simple as a word. That way, he wouldn't arouse unnecessary suspicion or create trouble out of thin air. By now, Ming felt their friendship had developed enough for him to finally bring up the matter. And now, with Thor bringing trouble to Earth, it was all the more urgent to secure this card in his hand. Whatever its value, at least it would give him a little more confidence. He drove to the building where Dr. Stern lived, shut the car door, and was just about to head upstairs. Suddenly, a burst of orange-gold light flared in a nearby alley. A ring of sparks appeared out of thin air, expanding rapidly to form a portal. On the other side of the door was a scene Ming had never seen before, a setting reminiscent of a temple, yet even more ancient and austere. Mordo stepped out from within, looked at Ming, and greeted him with a formal gesture. "Mr. Lee, the Sorcerer Supreme wishes to see you." With a smack, Ming slapped his own forehead. One after another, they're really lining up to find me today. Though he complained aloud, his body betrayed him. He was already preparing to follow. When a big shot calls, how could he refuse? Glancing up at Dr. Stern's apartment, Ming shook his head helplessly and walked toward Mordo. "All right, Master Mordo, long time no see. We can catch up later," Mordo replied with a smile, stepping aside and gesturing politely toward the other side of the portal. "The Sorcerer Supreme is waiting for you. Please, this way." Ming's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he examined the portal. This thing really was convenient. Maybe he could find a way to borrow power from a couple of sorcerers instead. He wasn't greedy for combat strength. Just being able to open a portal like this would be enough. The thought took root in his mind, and as he looked at Mordo, his gaze grew almost eager. Noticing the intensity of Ming's stare, Mordo's smile stiffened a little. He couldn't help but say, "If you're interested in magic, you can always request to become a disciple and train at Confrontation. But now isn't the time for details. Please, let's not keep the master waiting any longer." Right now, Mordo truly measures everything by the standards of the Ancient One. Watching the expression on Mordo's face as he spoke, Ming couldn't help but think to himself. He quickly realized that if Mordo didn't hold such heartfelt reverence for the Ancient One, he wouldn't have had his entire worldview shattered. Turning to the opposite extreme, after learning that she had been using dark magic to draw power from the dark dimension to prolong her life. The reversal of Mordo's allegiance comes from a change in his heart. Maybe I can find a way to influence him ahead of time. At the very least, I need to ensure that when he learns the truth, he doesn't immediately turn his back on Confrontation. No one knows what kind of crisis awaits us in the future. I should do everything I can to retain as much strength on our side as possible. With these thoughts swirling silently, Ming pressed the idea down for now. That was a concern for another time. It was better to take things one step at a time. After all, the Ancient One was still waiting to see him. "Master Mordo, you make a good point. So all I need to do is step right through." The idea flashed through his mind in an instant. Ming nodded in agreement and turned to ask Mordo. Despite his calm and collected appearance, engaging in casual conversation, this was his first time encountering what looked like a portal, though it was, in truth, a powerful cutting spell, and he couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. "That's right. You just need to walk straight through," Mordo replied, nodding. Seeing Ming's hesitation, he added, "The portal is maintained by my magic. As long as I have strength left, it will remain open." "Oh, I see." Ming nodded, asked no further questions, and strode directly into the portal. The moment he stepped through, it was as if he'd entered a completely different world. The sky was bright and pale, stretching endlessly overhead. Beneath his feet, he stood in what resembled a training courtyard inside a temple. All around him, people in monk-like training robes moved back and forth. Men and women of every color and background, each exuding a steady, mysterious presence. They were clearly curious about Ming, the outsider in his casual suit, but none approached to interrupt. At most, they cast a couple of curious glances his way before collecting themselves and moving on at a measured pace. "Welcome to Confrontation. Please follow me." Mordo stepped in right behind Ming as the last sparks of the portal faded and the gateway closed on its own. With a polite gesture, he led Ming into the building. Passing through a series of corridors, Ming followed Mordo into the main hall of the central building, where at first glance he saw the Ancient One herself strolling casually back and forth. "Master, I have brought Mr. Lee. Mordo said respectfully with a bow. Li Ming quickly followed suit, bowing as he greeted, Master Ancient One. The Ancient One nodded. Thank you, Mordo. You may leave us. She turned to Li Ming, her gaze gentle. You are not a sorcerer of Camartage. There's no need for you to bow to me. With a faint smile, he said, We meet again, Li Ming. This time, I may need a small favor from you. This time, I may need a small favor from you. The Ancient One repeated with a gentle smile. His tone was calm and composed, but Li Ming certainly didn't feel calm at all. A small favor? Li Ming echoed, enunciating each word with a hint of inexplicable resistance in his expression. Honestly, the moment Thor and his mighty Mjolnir landed on Earth, the Ancient One had already come looking for him. Even a fool could see that this must have something to do with that Prince of Asgard. But as far as he remembered, Thor's Midgard adventure hadn't caused anything serious enough for the Sorcerer Supreme to step in personally. With that thought, Li Ming's mind grew even more tangled. What's going on now? Must there be some kind of twist for things not to feel right? Don't overthink it. Although your presence has already greatly disrupted this world's timeline, this time the matter isn't really about you. If nothing unexpected happens, it really is just a small favor. Perhaps sensing the thoughts swirling in Li Ming's mind, the Ancient One idly toyed with a small wooden fan and offered him an explanation. Master, could you maybe not read my thoughts? Li Ming said, rubbing his face in exasperation. The Ancient One laughed heartily and shook her head. I wasn't reading your mind. You just never bother to hide anything from me to begin with. Your thoughts are written all over your face, aren't they? Ah, well, I suppose you're right. Li Ming's expression fell, and he nodded, half laughing, half crying. He had to admit, in front of the Ancient One, he really couldn't hide how he felt. Maybe it was because her power made hiding anything seem pointless. He might as well just be himself. I'm glad you can think that way. The Ancient One closed her fan, sat down, poured 2 cups of tea, and slid one across to Li Ming before picking up her own. At the very least, before I die, I've made a new friend. That's not so bad, is it? All right, whatever you say. Li Ming replied, sitting down, draining the cup of tea in one go, savoring the lingering fragrance. In all seriousness, he said, even though I truly hate to think of your departure, if I can be your friend, that's an honor for me. He could sense that while the Ancient One was profound and mysterious, she wasn't stiff or unapproachable. She possessed the Time Stone, had witnessed countless changes through the ages, and yet managed to keep her heart clear and lively. That was truly extraordinary, and it was what he admired most about her. At the very least, when Li Ming crossed over, he only observed the river of time from the perspective of a mortal soul for a brief moment, yet certain thoughts in his mind were altered forever. But the Ancient One was capable of so much more than that. It's no wonder she reached the pinnacle of the magical path. Isn't it possible that the honor you experience today might become my own good fortune in the days to come? The Ancient One smiled with clarity. Before Li Ming could respond, she waved her hand and said, All right, enough small talk. Let's get down to business. So, you wanted to see me because of Odin's son, Thor, who's been exiled to Earth. Li Ming cut in. He's part of the reason. The Ancient One nodded slightly. But there's another reason. Besides Odin's son, another being's offspring has arrived on Earth. Who is it? Li Ming blurted out, already sensing trouble brewing within. It's Mephisto's son, the demon known as Wickenheart. Oh great, everyone's making an appearance now. Li Ming couldn't help but quip. Don't underestimate any of them. After all, their fathers are not beings to be taken lightly. The Ancient One raised a finger for emphasis. With me here, neither Odin nor Mephisto would dare cross the line lightly. Though Mephisto often resorts to underhanded tricks on Earth, I usually discover and resolve his schemes in the end. But there's a catch. For beings of their stature, I'd personally intervene and keep them outside Earth's boundaries. Yet for their offspring, at that level, they simply aren't worth my direct involvement. Then why not just send one of your sorcerers to handle it? Li Ming instinctively suggested. If necessary, they'll arrive on the scene at once. The Ancient One didn't seem surprised by Li Ming's suggestion. She simply continued, but as things stand, Thor is merely on Earth for a trial. Having lost his divine power, he poses no real threat, so Camartage has no need to intervene. As for Wickenheart, Mephisto claims he's a renegade and has assured me someone will take care of him. You know as well as I do, demons can't be trusted, least of all the Lord of Hell. I want you to go to New Mexico, help Thor complete his trial, and at the same time, make sure Wickenheart is properly dealt with. No loose ends. Wait, what? As the Ancient One finished speaking, Li Ming couldn't hold back his reaction. Did you really just say at the same time? Are you serious? Was this a joke? With one casual, at the same time, she expected him to face the son of a demon king head-on. That's one heck of an at the same time. Sure, in Li Ming's memories of those stories, Wickenheart always came across as a bit of a pushover. But Li Ming truly didn't believe that any being personally crafted by Mephisto, who could even hold a position in hell, would be some kind of weakling. Up until now, every enemy he'd faced had only been ordinary humans, either armed with advanced technology or possessing some not-too-dangerous supernatural abilities. But this was a straight leap to the level of gods and demons. Wasn't the jump just a little too big? Take too big a step, and you might end up hurting yourself? Of course. The Ancient One smiled, her eyes narrowed in amusement. I'll be watching over you all the time. If a higher-level being decides to intervene, I'll step in immediately. And besides, isn't Thor here for a trial? Enduring hardship, ultimately facing and overcoming a prince of hell, and achieving growth through the defeat of evil. It sounds like the perfect script for his training arc. Though the Ancient One was all smiles as she spoke, Li Ming couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. What else could he say? After all, this was a master of the mystic arts who had lived for centuries, appearing noble and righteous on the outside, but cut her open and she was pitch black within. With just a few words, the son of the king of gods was all neatly arranged, and Li Ming himself was being roped in to do unpaid labor, helping to deal with another demon prince who'd shown up on Earth. Well, wasn't that just brilliant? Li Ming immediately plastered on his most sycophantic, "Your wisdom is unmatched" smile and gave the Ancient One a big thumbs up. That's a fantastic idea. I'll do my best to seize the opportunity. Besides, if Thor's come all the way to Earth and doesn't manage at least one daring feat of heroism against evil, wouldn't that be just too embarrassing? There's nothing wrong with thinking that way. The Ancient One shook her head, still smiling, and pointed a finger at Li Ming. A thread of orange-gold light drifted from her fingertip and floated toward him. I wouldn't make you go on this errand for nothing. Consider this your advance payment. The orange-gold light flew over, making Li Ming's body tense up as the light knight driver appeared at his waist of its own accord. A crystalline blue ring projected outward, and when the orange-gold light entered it, the two powers resonated briefly. In the blink of an eye, that orange-gold light transformed into a card, which floated gently before Li Ming. What's this? Li Ming stared at the card, noticing the strange ring design on its face, and paused in surprise. It wasn't a power card? The Ancient One spoke up right on cue. That's an auxiliary tool commonly used in the Camartage magical system to open portals, the sling ring. I've imbued it with the magic needed for portal creation. All you need to do is channel your own energy into it, and you'll be able to open portals. They're such a good deal. Li Ming's eyes widened as he reached out to take the floating sling ring card. The moment he touched it, the details of its function flooded into his mind. Item card, sling ring. Without hesitation, Li Ming flipped the card around and slotted it into the ring to activate it. Particles of orange-golden light shimmered and coalesced, forming a levitating ring that slipped itself onto his right hand. Seeing the look of wonder on Li Ming's face, the Ancient One smiled gently and offered guidance. Focus your mind. Visualize the place you wish to go as clearly as you can. Then draw a circle. Of course, opening a portal was not so simple, even if this spell was considered the most fundamental of the spatial magics taught at Camartage. To use it, one still needed to lay a foundation in the arcane arts, possess a keen sense of space and accumulated magical power, and practice diligently before it could truly be mastered. However, Li Ming's situation was different. Strictly speaking, the ring on his hand was not a physical object, but rather the Ancient One's manifestation of the very concept of portal magic, condensed into tangible form. In the process of casting, Li Ming's role was merely to provide energy and issue the command. The ring itself was the true executor of the magic. Given his lack of experience, he didn't dare attempt anything too ambitious. He set his sights on the door, just a few meters away. He took a deep breath, fixed his gaze on the doorway, and raised his right hand, the ring glinting on his finger, tracing a slow circle in the air before him. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. The image of the door grew vivid in his mind, while ripples of energy surged naturally from within, channeling into the ring. A whirl of orange-golden sparks spun and blossomed before Li Ming, slowly expanding, bit by bit, into a shimmering doorway. Holy! Li Ming's excitement got the better of him, and his concentration wavered. The effect was immediate. A burst of sparks scattered from a nearly formed portal, threatening to snuff it out. Steady your mind. Continue. The Ancient One's gentle reminder reached him. Li Ming took a deep breath, tamped down his excitement, and brought the doorway's image back in sharp focus, his right hand never pausing in its circular motion. At last, the spell took shape. The ring of orange-golden sparks widened and unfurled, opening into a gleaming portal. On the other side was the entrance hall. Li Ming swallowed hard as he stared at the portal he had conjured with his own hands, then stepped boldly through its threshold. And then, he found himself stepping out of the main door, nearly colliding headlong with Mordo, who had been standing watch outside. As soon as Li Ming stepped through, his mind relaxed, and the portal collapsed and vanished behind him. From the very instant the portal appeared, Mordo, standing sentry outside, had already sensed the stirrings of magic. But the rules of camartage were strict. He would never dare to eavesdrop on a conversation between the Ancient One and her guest, so he had forced himself to quell his curiosity. Now, as Li Ming emerged, Mordo managed to suppress his surprise, until he caught sight of the ring on Li Ming's right hand. How is this possible? The words burst from Mordo before he could stop himself. How could you possibly have mastered portal magic in such a short time? Even the most exceptionally gifted individuals can only reach this stage after laying the foundations of magic through diligent training. He simply couldn't believe that Li Ming had managed to accomplish all this just from a brief conversation with the Ancient One. Sensing that he might have startled his companion, Li Ming was just about to explain himself when he was abruptly cut off by the next comment. Wait a second. The initial shock faded quickly, and soon Mordo sensed something was amiss. He pointed hesitantly at the sling ring on Li Ming's hand and said, "This sling ring is actually a magical artifact? Even so, without any magical power, how could you possibly use it?" Mordo was nearly at a loss for words, and just then, the Ancient One stepped calmly out from the hall, shaking her head at him. "Mordo, don't trouble yourself over the sling ring. It was payment I offered Li Ming, and its special properties are simply the result of a few adjustments I made. All right, you go and attend to your own matters. This place doesn't need anyone to stand guard." Hearing the Ancient One's words, Mordo glanced at the sling ring, then at Li Ming, his mouth moving as if he wanted to say something more. In the end, he simply bowed respectfully to the Ancient One. "As you command, Master. I'll take my leave." Watching Mordo depart, the Ancient One turned her gaze to Li Ming. "I hope you like your reward." "Ido." Li Ming nodded vigorously, emphasizing his point. "I couldn't possibly be happier." He had previously considered borrowing power from a few sorcerers just to get his hands on the ability to open portals. But before he could even take action, the Ancient One had directly gifted him a sling ring that could open portals. How could he possibly find fault with that? "I'm glad to hear it." The Ancient One smiled lightly and pointed inside the room. "I've already taught you how to use the sling ring. The rest is up to your own practice. As for the mindless ones and Surtur, there's some information you'll need to understand. Go on in and have a seat." Naturally, Li Ming had no objection to this. After all, the more he knew about them, the better prepared he'd be to handle whatever came his way. Without hesitation, he followed the Ancient One back inside and took a seat in the hall. During a brief conversation, the Ancient One conjured a few documents from a void and handed them to Li Ming, offering explanations as she did so. After giving him a deeper understanding of the offspring of those two formidable beings he was about to face, she said no more and allowed him to take his leave. Not long after, in the alley below Dr. Stern's apartment, a swirl of orange-gold sparks burst into light, quickly expanding into a portal. Li Ming stepped out, a look of satisfaction and joy written across his face. It was the same place as before, but now he was the one opening the portal. Taking in the familiar yet newly significant surroundings, and savoring the strange sensation of the world shifting with every step, his smile grew even brighter. Compared to the powers he'd mastered before, the allure of magic truly had a flavor all its own. The ring in his hand dissolved into shimmering particles of light, then transformed into a prop card that slid smoothly into the device's card slot. With a final flicker, the Light Knight driver vanished without a trace. Given that he was now carrying out missions assigned by two formidable bald-headed bosses, Li Ming didn't linger. He entered the apartment building, climbed the stairs, and knocked on Dr. Stern's door. The door swung open to reveal Dr. Stern, whose face bore a hint of annoyance as he looked at Li Ming. Before the doctor could voice his displeasure, Li Ming smiled apologetically and spoke first. "Sorry for being late, Dr. Stern. I had to make an urgent stop somewhere else just now." The Himalayas probably count as somewhere else, don't they? "Thank you for your generosity. I promise I'll make good use of this power." After bidding Dr. Stern farewell and successfully obtaining the Big Boss power card, Li Ming left the apartment in high spirits and drove home. On the road, as he watched the endless stream of cars, Li Ming suddenly remembered something. "I think I forgot to ask Nick Fury how he plans to deal with Norman Osborne. And what about his son, Harry Osborne? No one's watching him right now. That can't be good." He gave his head a quick tap and hurried to put on his Bluetooth earpiece, then dialed Nick Fury. At the very least, before he left New York for New Mexico to deal with the royal mess those two princes had made, he needed to get this sorted out. Otherwise, if he forgot, who knew? By the time he got back, Harry might be a corpse already. The call connected quickly, and Nick Fury's voice came through, tinged with impatience. It hasn't even been 2 hours since we last met, has it? Ever since that hammer showed up, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been working overtime. So, unless you've got something important, make it quick. Li Ming chuckled, and chose to ignore the director's temper. Sorry, I forgot to ask about Norman Osborn earlier. What's your plan for him? Oh, you didn't ask when it was time to divvy up the spoils, but now you suddenly care? Nick Fury let out a dry laugh and jabbed. You're only 18, but I can already see you have all the makings of a ruthless businessman. Actually, I already am one, Li Ming replied calmly. But let's skip the banter. I'm sure you're busy. Just tell me about Norman Osborn. Seeing as you're heading out on assignment tomorrow to help us deal with that blasted hammer, I suppose I can indulge you, Nick Fury conceded. At present, we plan to detain Norman Osborn and see that he gets the trial he deserves. As for his holding location, that's not really your concern. Of course, if he manages to make himself useful, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't be opposed to shaving some time off his sentence. But that guy's legs are ruined. If we want him back on the battlefield, we'd have to provide prosthetics. I'm not sure that's a cost worth paying. Li Ming wasn't bothered by Nick Fury's stinginess. In fact, he seemed intrigued as he asked, so, by your logic, you're planning to handle the previous Sinister Six the same way? The Sinister Six? You mean Martin Lee and his crew? Actually, that name fits them pretty well. Nick Fury gave a decisive answer. If necessary, yes, I think so. Hearing this, Li Ming could pretty much confirm that Nick Fury was already considering how to put those people to use. Maybe he'd even come up with a name for the team by now. Well, I can only hope that day never comes, Li Ming said earnestly. After all, with the Avengers Initiative as the first option, unless things got truly out of hand, Li Ming believed Nick Fury wouldn't resort to using a bunch of dangerous individuals. And if that ever happened, it would mean things had truly gone south. Honestly, I feel the same way. But it never hurts to be prepared. Nick Fury chuckled. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Hold on. Li Ming quickly stopped him, then asked, did Norman Osborn mention anything about his son, Harry Osborn? Harry's a friend of mine, and of Peter's too. He's been out of touch for a long time, and I really don't want anything bad to happen to him. Harry Osborn? You're asking the right guy. Nick Fury replied casually. The moment Norman Osborn came to his senses, the first thing he talked about was his son. He didn't mention anything else? Li Ming asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Even though his grandfather had said it didn't matter if Norman Osborn exposed him, Li Ming couldn't help but worry. Anything else? No, Nick Fury replied bluntly, then asked suspiciously, is there something you know that I don't? I'm just curious, that's all. Li Ming flatly denied it, and quickly changed the subject. So, have you guys found Harry Osborn yet? On the other end, Nick Fury paused for a moment. It was clear he'd picked up on Li Ming's evasiveness. But fortunately, he didn't stay silent for long, and spoke seriously. Listen, everyone has their own little secrets. I don't care what you're hiding, but I hope it doesn't affect your current or future allegiances. You're overthinking it. I was just making conversation, Li Ming replied, exasperated. Anyway, let's talk about Harry Osborn. Fine, maybe you don't know this, but the Osborn family has always suffered from a hereditary disease. That illness strikes family members once they reach a certain age, and then it claims their lives. The so-called devil's breath that Martin Lee once saw as a bioweapon was, in fact, a result of Norman Osborn's desperate research to cure that hereditary disease. Unfortunately, the cure turned out to be a deadly poison instead. A tragic irony. Nick Fury sneered and went on. Norman Osborn was lucky. The disease struck him late in life. But Harry Osborn, at your age, is already suffering from it. His life is hanging by a thread. Norman Osborn says that if we bring Harry back to headquarters and try to save him, he'll hand over everything of value that Oscorp possesses. And you believe him? Li Ming shot back. TCH, even if he doesn't cooperate, it's only a matter of time before we dig up those things ourselves. Nick Fury let out a cold huff and got straight to the point. So, after all these questions, are you actually thinking of helping Harry Osborn? From his perspective, saving Harry was optional, just a means to keep Norman Osborn under control. Of course, he was aware, thanks to his investigations, of Harry's connections with Li Ming and Peter Parker. But these matters were best left for them to bring up first. After all, how else could he earn their gratitude? Harry and I are barely acquaintances. Peter's the one who's truly his friend. Still, I can't just stand by and watch him die like this. Li Ming replied calmly. If S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't willing to treat him, hand him over to me. Gospel Tech will find a way to save him. That won't be necessary, Nick Fury replied bluntly. S.H.I.E.L.D. has more than enough medical resources. We can handle his treatment. What a joke. If he really handed Harry over, how would he keep Norman Osborn in check, ensuring his obedience and usefulness? And how would he ever earn favors from Li Ming and Peter Parker? No, whether he wanted to or not. Harry Osborne had to be saved. Weighing all sides, considering every angle, it was clear. Not only did Harry Osborne have to be cured, he also needed to be brought into S.H.I.E.L.D., to be cultivated into a valuable asset. Let him be inspired by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ideals and become an outstanding agent. If all of this could be accomplished, Ming and Peter Parker would, over time, grow more supportive of S.H.I.E.L.D., making it easier to call on their help in the future. And Norman Osborn, that dangerous criminal of significant value, could also be swayed by his son, turning into a force that could be harnessed when needed. Although that guy ended up knocked out and humiliated on his very first mission, achieving nothing except for giving a bunch of cranky old Oscorp shareholders a scare. This didn't diminish his value in the slightest. In fact, even if his value wasn't that high, even if he was just an afterthought, as long as he could be used to influence Ming and Peter Parker through Harry Osborn, that would already be a huge win for S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury had planned for this all along. Now that Ming had taken the initiative to suggest saving Harry Osborn, it played perfectly into his hands. With all these favors and exchanges piling up, Nick Fury wouldn't have to worry about persuading them to lend their strength when it mattered most. He didn't necessarily want to bring Ming and Peter under his command, but deepening his influence over them was always a good thing. After all, the human heart is fickle and unpredictable. No one can say for sure whether, when the world truly needs their power, they'll be able to join forces and give it their all. Having some influence ahead of time at least offers a measure of assurance. All of this, really, was just Nick Fury, the king of spies, laying the groundwork for his Avengers initiative and for the future of Earth. Ming could understand this man's persistence, at least to some degree. Any tactic was fair game, so long as it didn't cross his personal line. Though, to be honest, he thought these schemes were pretty pointless when used on him. That's why Ming had no objections at all to how S.H.I.E.L.D. was handling the Harry Osborn situation. After all, if Harry were to die because Ming had eliminated Norman Osborn, leaving Harry unprotected and uncared for, Ming would bear some responsibility. Now that someone had volunteered to make sure Harry recovered, Ming was more than happy to give his full support. It was actually a load off his mind. As for whatever friendship he and Harry Osborn might have, when the time came to make a truly important decision, would such a thing ever sway him? Not likely. During the brief pause after Nick Fury finished speaking, both he and Ming turned over their own thoughts, none of which could be shared with outsiders. Having received the promise that Harry Osborn would be healed, Ming fell silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "Since you're willing to help treat Harry, Director, that's wonderful news. I imagine Peter will be grateful too, not just Harry Osborn." Both men knew exactly what was going on. Putting it into words was just a formality. Nick Fury chuckled. After all, it's a human life. Even if Harry Osborn's father was a criminal, we can't just stand by and watch the son die, can we? Hearing this, Ming couldn't help but be impressed. There really was no good response to that, so he shifted the conversation toward the last thing on his mind. By the way, Norman Osborn's legs are crippled now. Would he like Gospel Technologies to provide him with a prosthetic? Ming spoke with a gentle tone. "You'd be so kind, cough, cough." Nick Fury nearly choked, then hastily corrected himself. "I mean, you really are so thoughtful. To think of providing a prosthetic for an enemy. There aren't many people as kind as you." Ming replied modestly. "Director, you flatter me. I just can't stand to see others suffer." He didn't hesitate to make the decision. "Since you have no objections, let's settle it then. Gospel Technologies can customize a safe prosthetic for Norman Osborn, and we'll add some limiting functions. While ensuring he can walk normally again, we can use certain modules to restrict any dangerous actions he might attempt. That way, S.H.I.E.L.D. can keep a tighter leash on him." His words sounded generous and passionate, but in Nick Fury's ears, there was something off about the whole thing. "So you're just doing this to mess with the guy, aren't you? No wonder you seemed so eager to help." Inwardly, Nick Fury scoffed, but of course he agreed right away. Restricting Norman Osborn's behavior through a prosthetic? Honestly, that sounded pretty good. "No problem. We've been looking for exactly this kind of solution to help control a criminal." Nick Fury agreed without hesitation, sounding very supportive. "I'll notify Dr. Otto about this and have him personally design this secure prosthetic for criminals. I guarantee the product will satisfy you." Ming's next words made Nick Fury's mouth twitch again. How'd I never realize this kid holds such a grudge? Getting Dr. Otto, Norman Osborn's greatest enemy, to personally design his prosthetic. Are you trying to drive Osborn crazy? But then again, what did that matter to Nick Fury? Maybe having such a prosthetic torment him every day would actually speed up Norman Osborn's surrender. There really was no reason to refuse. With a few quick exchanges, the two reached an agreement and settled the matter. They decided that once Dr. Otto produced the finished product, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be notified as promised. Both men had work to do, so they ended the call. When Ming glanced around after hanging up, he realized he had driven home while talking to Nick Fury. After parking and getting ready to head upstairs, his eyes instinctively swept over a shadowy corner of the lot, where something lay hidden beneath a canvas tarp. He paused, gazing at the shrouded shape in the corner. Li Ming seemed tempted, but finally shook his head. Forget it. It's not the right time yet. He didn't hesitate any longer and turned to go upstairs. What did you say? A short-handled war hammer just fell from the sky in New Mexico. Do you still remember what that hammer looked like? Quickly describe it to me. Grandpa Li Jian's whole demeanor tensed up as he listened to Li Ming's explanation. With his background in Kunlun, his knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary people. The moment he heard Li Ming's brief account, his mind instantly made the connection. And when he thought about his grandson, who might soon be involved in matters concerning the gods, his heart shot straight into his throat. No need to describe it any further. Li Ming hadn't expected his grandfather's reaction to be so intense. He had simply thought that, given Grandpa's information network, it was only a matter of time before he learned about what had happened in New Mexico. So he wanted to give a straightforward explanation about why he'd be away from home for a while, hoping to spare his grandfather unnecessary worry. But now it seemed to have backfired. Rubbing his face, Li Ming came straight out with it. I know. That hammer is Thor's Mjolnir. I know. That hammer is Thor's Mjolnir. You know. Grandpa was momentarily stunned by Li Ming's words, but didn't bother asking how he knew. His anger only flared higher. He barked. You know, and you still dare get involved? That's the god of Asgard we're talking about. The firstborn of Odin, Thor, and that's Mjolnir. It's a legendary artifact. No matter why that hammer ended up on Earth, it can't be a good thing. And you dare meddle in this mess? Are you just itching for trouble, boy? For what? That meager benefit shield is offering. Is that really worth risking your life for? Grandpa was so furious that his breathing turned ragged, and wisps of energy seemed to rise from his hands. He glared fiercely at Li Ming, and though he kept some thoughts to himself, others were quite clear. He was tempted to teach this reckless grandson a lesson right now. Wait, Grandpa, please let me explain. Seeing that a slap was about to land on him, Li Ming's survival instincts kicked in. He quickly raised both hands in surrender, pleading for mercy. Li Ming! And, seeing his grandson look so pitiful, Li Jian almost laughed in spite of his anger. He simply lowered his hand, drew his energy back into himself, and said calmly, All right, then explain. Oh. Now, it was Li Ming's turn to be at a loss for words. Where was he supposed to start? The reasons given by S.H.I.E.L.D. would never convince his grandfather. Besides, Li Ming wasn't doing this for their sake anyway. Any benefits he got were just a convenient bonus. But the information in his memory and the worries it brought were things he could never say out loud. However, there was the task assigned to him by the Ancient One, the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj. But could he just blur out something like that? Given that Li Jian hailed from the sacred city of Kunlun, he would surely know about the existence of Kamartaj. But this was a task given to Li Ming personally by the Ancient One. Whether or not it could be told in advance, even if he said it, would Grandpa really believe him? Oh right, the sling ring. With this as evidence, surely it would be convincing enough. Li Ming smacked his forehead and hurriedly explained, It was the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj, the Ancient One, who sent me. Grandpa Li Jian, who had been sitting with arms folded, waiting for Li Ming's explanation, was momentarily stunned when he heard this. He quickly recovered, then pointed at Li Ming and scolded him with a laugh. You rascal, are you so afraid of getting a beating that you'll say any lie you can think of? With your abilities, you can't even compare to me at your age. Why would Master Ancient One want you for anything? Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One? Why don't you just say the Jade Emperor sent you next? As expected, Grandpa didn't believe a word. Li Ming sighed, reached down to his waist, and as he did, the ghostly image of the Light Knight driver shimmered into view. A card shot automatically from the slot into his hand. Look, this sling ring was given to me by Master Ancient One. Surely you'll believe this, right? He flipped the card and activated it. Orange gold particles gathered, materializing a sling ring onto Li Ming's hand, leaving Grandpa utterly dumbfounded. He could truly feel the power of magic emanating from it. Or, if you still don't believe me, Li Ming saw the stunned look on Grandpa's face, and a mischievous sense of fun stirred in his heart. Casually, he drew a circle in the air before him. Orange sparks burst forth, quickly stretching and expanding into a doorway, revealing the other side of the living room. At the matching spot, another portal of sparkling light appeared. Grandpa looked back and forth between the two portals, his excitement growing by the second. You really have met Master Ancient One. Why would I lie to you? Li Ming shrugged, and with a thought, closed the portals. Good. For some reason, Grandpa seemed unable to contain his excitement. He patted Li Ming's shoulder and said earnestly, Since this is a mission entrusted to you by Master Ancient One, you must give it your all. With the old master watching over you, nothing will happen to you. Just go and do your best. But if you mess things up, not to mention how the master will deal with you, you'd better be ready for a scolding from me first. Feeling this complete 180 in Grandpa's attitude, Li Ming could only feel a headache coming on. So, it turns out the only thing that can truly reassure you is having a powerful backer. Why are you letting me go now? He asked on purpose. How could that be the same? Grandpa shot him a stern look. I don't know what Master Ancient One sees in you, but since he's entrusted you with this task, there must be a reason. Just do your best. As he spoke, a rare solemnity appeared on Li Jian's face. Watching him, Li Ming couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Could it be that the old man had some dealings with the Ancient One as well? Or perhaps he'd crossed paths with Kamartaj before. But matters concerning his elders weren't something Li Ming dared to pry into. He simply replied, honestly, the Ancient One even gave me payment. Of course I'll do my best. You can rest assured. It's good that you think this way. But are you sure you can handle this on your own? The old man nodded with satisfaction, yet there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, how about I go with you? Oh, come on. Please, just take it easy. Li Ming slapped his forehead in exasperation. Norman Osborne could blow your cover at any moment, and now you actually want to go into the field yourself? At your age, you should really stay home and get some rest. Of course, that was just what he thought to himself. Li Ming would never dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, he'd be lucky to escape with just a scolding. He quickly pressed the old man back into his chair, stopping him from going inside to pack his bags, and hurriedly explained, the Ancient One said if necessary, she'll send her own sorcerers to help. There's no need for you to step in. Besides, she's already told me why Thor is coming to Earth this time. I'm pretty sure it won't be dangerous for me. Just stay home and wait for me to come back, all right? Well, Thor himself might not be much of a threat, but the dangers he brings, and the mindless ones, that's a whole other story. Really? The old man asked, still suspicious. Really? Li Ming nodded emphatically, not a hint of hesitation. All right then, but you'd better be careful. Don't let the Li family in with you. The old man stressed, his tone stern. I promise. You have nothing to worry about. The next day, Li Ming finally boarded the plane, wiping away a trace of sweat so no one would notice. Who could have guessed that telling the truth, just to put his grandfather at ease, would end up costing him an entire night of explanations, only barely convincing the old man to let him go. Fortunately, having the Sorcerer Supreme's reputation behind him, and the Ancient One as his powerful supporter, finally put the old man's worries to rest. Originally, before leaving, Li Ming had considered borrowing his grandfather's strength. But thinking it over, every time he transformed, a phantom image of the character would appear. If he used his grandfather's abilities, sooner or later people would notice something was off. Better not to borrow it at all. Chi techniques were powerful enough, but not indispensable. His grandfather's safety, however, was something he absolutely couldn't risk. Just then, the crew announced that the plane was about to take off. Li Ming gathered his thoughts and decided not to dwell on it any further. Looking out the window, there was a new sense of nervousness and anticipation in his eyes. Gods and demons. Ahead of him lay a world even broader and stranger than before. When the plane landed, Li Ming slung his bag over his shoulder and walked straight out of the airport. Basking in the scorching heat radiating from the blazing sun, Li Ming took a keen interest in examining the uniquely styled western scene around him. Without hesitation, he flagged down a car that had just pulled over by the roadside. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., unless it was absolutely necessary, he had no intention of contacting them for now. He'd much rather explore on his own for a while. Besides, Coulson had only rushed here overnight yesterday, so the rest of the relevant personnel were probably not even in place yet. Even if he sought them out, it wouldn't do much good. He might as well move freely for now. Are you here for sightseeing? Where would you like to go? No sooner had he taken a seat than the driver, skin bronzed and weathered by the sun, greeted him with warm enthusiasm. We got plenty of great places, some of them truly special. Want me to recommend a few? As he said this, a sly look crept onto the driver's face. Li Ming paid it no mind and replied casually, no need. I actually heard from a friend that yesterday a hammer fell out of the sky here and nobody's been able to lift it since. I came all this way just to see it for myself. If you know where that place is, just take me there first. His face lit up with excitement as he added, so many people tried and failed. If I managed to pull that thing out, just imagine the shock on their faces. With those words, combined with his air of refinement and impeccably tailored clothes, the seasoned taxi driver quickly sized him up. Clearly, this was another privileged young man in search of some thrills. Truth be told, that mysterious hammer had become quite the sensation. Though only a day had passed, talk of the hammer had all but swept the entire town. Countless folks had pitted their strength against it, and the site had practically turned into a tourist attraction, with people even camping and picnicking beside it. Some had even started betting. Whoever could lift the hammer that fell from the sky would win it all. Driven by curiosity, the allure of prize money, and groups of idle men with nothing better to do, the hammer's fame had spread far and wide across New Mexico. By now, if not everyone knew of it, at least every household had heard whispers. So when Ming brought it up, the driver instantly caught on. He thought to himself, of course, a rich kid looking for excitement would fly straight to New Mexico at the first sign of something novel. If he'd stayed in town, that would be one thing. But now he was asking to be driven out into the wilds. This guy was practically a big fish delivering himself to the hook. With that thought, the driver's gaze changed, though his smile only grew warmer and more eager. He thumped his chest and promised, no problem. Most folks in New Mexico have heard about that stubborn hammer by now, but only a lucky few know where to find it. As it happens, I'm one of them. That's fantastic. Hurry up and drive, then. The price isn't an issue. I can't wait to see that thing for myself. Ming urged him on, his voice bubbling with the excitement of someone who just won the lottery. He played the part perfectly, a naive, wealthy young heir, clueless about the ways of the world. If the driver had no ill intentions, that would be the end of it. But if he harbored any sinister thoughts, well, Ming wouldn't mind springing a little trap of his own. Leave it to me. I guarantee I'll get you to your thrill as fast as possible. The driver thumped his chest, released the handbrake, pressed down on the gas, and the car sped off in a blur. The scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate. Before he realized it, the car had left the town far behind, plunging into an empty stretch of road, away from any sign of civilization. I haven't seen a single other car on the whole drive. Just how much farther is it to this so-called hammer? Ming glanced at the location pin Coulson had sent him, then frowned as he compared it to their current, completely off-track direction. I'm taking a shortcut. We're almost there, really just a bit further. The taxi driver brushed off his concern, no longer bothering to keep up the act. He must have thought he had Ming right where he wanted him. Before long, a small shack appeared ahead, looking like a makeshift supply station. The taxi screeched to a stop. The driver swiftly yanked out the keys and jumped out of the car. This doesn't look like the place we agreed on, does it? Seeing Ming get out, looking utterly confused, the driver immediately shouted into the shack, "Hey guys, come out here, we got a big fish on the line." No sooner had he spoken than several burly men, each with a different complexion, all with menacing faces, strode out of the building. They eyed Ming with mocking grins as they encircled him. So, am I being robbed right now? Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, showing not a trace of fear. To him, this was a novel experience, one he'd never had before. The taxi driver, however, was certainly Ming stood no chance. He sneered, thinking the man must be a fool, and barked, "Hurry it up. If you want to stay alive, hand over everything valuable you've got. Otherwise," he glanced around at the circle of muscle-bound men, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. "Otherwise, my buddies here would be more than happy to get to know you a little better." Driving a taxi was just his day job. Sometimes he made extra cash on the side, but his methods rarely went beyond threats and intimidation. If things ever got out of hand and someone died, he'd be terrified. After all, what good is money if you don't live to spend it? Still, there were countless ways to make someone submit without threatening their life. As the driver spoke and Ming caught the looks those brutes were giving him, a chill ran down his spine. Any curiosity he'd felt about this new experience evaporated. "Oh," frowning in disgust. "Are you? That just gets me even more fired up." One of the thugs jeered, turning to the others. "Let me have first crack at him this time. What do you say?" The others laughed and nodded in agreement, eager to see what would happen next. The thug lunged straight at Ming, aiming to snatch his phone and backpack. He wanted Ming to behave himself and not even think about resisting. But then, all he saw was a fist rapidly growing larger right in front of his eyes. Thud! One down. Glancing at the rest of the gang, who now charged at him in a fit of rage, Ming sighed and got back to work. After a chaotic scuffle that sent everyone scrambling, Ming casually grabbed the keys from the taxi driver. He didn't bother with the burly men sprawled across the ground, knocked out and unconscious in awkward positions. After calling the police to explain the situation, he simply hopped into the taxi, started the engine, and sped off. Outside the giant pit, a crowd had gathered, and the atmosphere around the hammer in the center was nothing short of a carnival. The taxi pulled up with a dramatic screech, the dust swirling before it settled. Ming stepped out, tossed the car keys aside, and took in the scene. In that moment, he ignored the celebrating crowd and the barren landscape around him. His gaze was drawn entirely to the short-handled warhammer lying at the center of the massive crater. "Hey, you don't look like a local. Are you here as a tourist? A burly man with a thick beard and a beer in hand called out as he passed by, his tone both warm and welcoming. That's right. I am here to sightsee. But now, I'm thinking I might try my luck at lifting that thing. Li Ming replied with a grin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Haha, even a crane couldn't pull that thing out, let alone someone with arms and legs as skinny as yours, the man teased with a hearty laugh. I just want to get a try. Li Ming shook his head and said no more. He made his way through the crowd, queued up, and soon stood before the hammer itself. Thanks to the constant strengthening of his body brought by the power of the Light Knight, Li Ming could clearly sense the immense surges of lightning energy within Mjolnir just by looking at it. That energy was wild and overwhelming, yet it remained obediently contained within the hammer, without the slightest leak. With a thought, Li Ming activated the power of the Light Knight to further enhance his vision, and now he could see strange runes etched upon the hammer. Many of these runes crackled with lightning, exuding power and grandeur, linked to the storm raging inside the hammer, forming a formidable whole. Yet outside this dense cluster of thunder runes, a handful of golden runes bound all that fury and lightning, projecting a power at an even higher level. The divine authority radiating from them was unmistakable. Those must be the godly words Odin placed upon the hammer. Li Ming thought. As he tentatively probed the divine power within, his mind was almost overwhelmed by the sheer force, like facing Odin's terrifying might in person. He quickly withdrew his senses, realizing it was not the time to push his luck. If the Light Knight's power in him were perfected, perhaps he could challenge the godly words Odin had set upon the hammer. Maybe, just maybe, he could even take Mjolnir away. But for now, there was no point dreaming about the impossible. After a moment's thought, he managed to restrain his eager hands and instead fished his phone out of his pocket. Then, pressing his face close to the hammer, he raised a thumb and flashed an exaggerated tourist grin, snapping a selfie. He examined the photo carefully, making sure everything he wanted was in the frame, and only then did he put his phone away, satisfied. That was all there was to it. He was simply indulging in a bit of mischievous fun, curious to see what kind of expression Thor would make if he ever saw this picture. It was sure to be entertaining. His actions were no different from those of any other tourist, nothing out of the ordinary, and he didn't attract any attention. At most, the people queuing behind him urged him to hurry up, eager for their own chance to take a picture and try their luck at pulling out the hammer, hoping to see if they might be the chosen one. After all, being able to boast about pulling out this hammer would make for a story to last a lifetime. Plus, there was a hefty reward from the betting pool for whoever succeeded. Such a tempting opportunity. Who wouldn't imagine it? Even just a little? Grinning, Li Ming nodded in agreement and reached out with his right hand to grasp the hammer's handle. All at once, the people lined up behind him grew tense with anticipation. If this handsome Chinese tourist actually managed to pull out the hammer, all their dreams would be dashed. Not just them. Even Li Ming himself felt a twinge of nervousness as his hand closed around Mjolnir's handle. He could distinctly sense the power of Odin's divine words surging through the hammer and reacting to his own Light Knight's energy. Though there were no visible signs, Li Ming could clearly feel, as he started to exert force, that the hammer shifted ever so slightly in his grasp. Then, as if it weighed 1,000 tons, it refused to budge any further, no matter how hard he tried. The movement must have been so subtle that none of the bystanders noticed anything unusual. Only a handful of keen-eyed people sensed something odd. Their expressions changed for a moment, but when the hammer stilled again, they quickly composed themselves. This is as far as I can go. Of everyone there, Li Ming, still gripping the handle, understood that fleeting change best. He knew perfectly well that Mjolnir had not acknowledged him. The real reason he'd managed to move it, even that tiny bit, it was actually because his Light Knight's power had affected Odin's divine words just enough to slightly weaken the hammer's restraints, allowing for the faintest movement. If he chose to unleash his full strength, drawing on all his Light Knight's power, perhaps he could impact Odin's magic even more and move the hammer farther. But that would cause a serious commotion, which simply wasn't worth it. If the Odin's divine words within the hammer were disturbed, lightning and thunder would likely break out. And if Li Ming fully unleashed his Light Knight's power, he'd probably be surrounded by a dazzling aura, making it impossible to stay unnoticed. If it ever came to that point, it would almost be as if he was desperate for everyone to know he was no ordinary person. He'd have to make a grand display, demanding everyone's attention. If things reached that stage, even if he didn't so much as budge the hammer, Li Ming would instantly become the center of attention here, drawing a crowd in no time. And even if he managed to slip away afterward, all sorts of trouble would surely follow. Thinking about it, it really was more hassle than it was worth, so Li Ming simply gave up. After all, even if he could move this thing, the hammer wouldn't actually belong to him. If he were really going to stubbornly wrestle with this hammer, he might as well just wait for a chance to borrow a bit of Thor's strength and see if he could then lift Mjolnir. Although, to be honest, Li Ming doubted he could withstand the full force of Thor's power right now. Still, it's always worth trying. How would you know if you never gave a shot? And if by some miracle it worked, it would be a huge win. With his thoughts tumbling chaotically, any urge to keep stubbornly struggling was completely put to rest. Li Ming let go of the hammer, wiped the sweat from his brow, and gave a friendly smile to those queued up behind him. Looks like I'm not the chosen one. It's your turn. At this, everyone in line behind him let out a collective sigh of relief. The man next in line grinned, stepped up confidently, and grabbed the hammer's handle. Since you couldn't do it, let me put an end to this challenge. As he spoke, he turned to wave at his friends behind him. Hey, get your cameras ready. Capture this glorious moment. He only gripped the handle with both hands and braced himself after his friends had their cameras up. And then, nothing happened. He strained so hard his face turned red, looking like he might pass out at any moment. Li Ming couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, then turned and walked out of the pit as the man's friends burst into laughter and gentle teasing. For a moment there, I really thought you were going to lift that hammer. The warm, slightly amazed voice drifted over. Li Ming turned to see that at some point, Coulson had quietly walked up beside him. You noticed? Li Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't seen Coulson when he first arrived. He'd assumed the man was off organizing the crowd or preparing to close things down. He figured he'd take this chance to check off this limited-time landmark. But in the blink of an eye, here Coulson was. Are you sure you're not some kind of randomly spawning NPC? I saw you down there and decided to keep an eye on things. Coulson smiled at Li Ming's slightly bemused expression. Your movement was almost imperceptible, but that hammer really did budge. So, did you figure anything out about it? As he spoke, Coulson's expression grew serious. After all, out of all the challengers so far, only Li Ming had managed to get any sort of reaction from the hammer. Coulson had every reason to take this seriously. It was just a brief encounter. There's no way I could figure out what that thing really is. Li Ming shook his head and said, all I can tell you is that the hammer isn't nearly as simple as it looks. But judging by its shape, maybe you should try looking for answers in the old myths?